My love-struck predecessor was tricked out of all his possessions by the campus goddess, leaving me with a pile of farmer units with almost zero combat effectiveness, a disastrous start. Everyone thought I was doomed. Even my ex-girlfriend, who had set up this death trap, was waiting to see me torn apart by monsters. But they didn't know that my talent had mutated, and all aura effects were amplified 100-fold. Attack, speed, defense, critical hits. When my farmer army stepped out of the territory, their stats crushed S-rank units. Only then did this world understand who the real prey was. As for the blessing my ex-girlfriend sent me, a treasure trove containing a goblin king. She wanted me to die, but I saw a shortcut to the throne. When my consciousness returned, a familiar voice echoed in my ears. Chen, are you crazy? Those 100 initial gold coins are your life. You're actually going to give them to Shinwei? I opened my eyes and saw the person in front of me, stunned. Old Gu, why do you look so young? Before me was my best friend, Guing, but he wasn't the nearly 40-year-old man with a beer belly, but a high school student. Cut the crap. Guing was in no mood for jokes. He said anxiously, those 100 gold coins are the initial funds for the Myriad Worlds battlefield. No one can take them away. What did Shinwei say to you? As long as you haven't given them to her, the gold coins are yours. Myriad Worlds battlefield? I looked around and found myself in a high school classroom. Countless memories flooded my mind in an instant. I had been reborn. This world was almost identical to my previous one, with the only difference being that people who reached the age of 18 had the opportunity to enter the Myriad Worlds battlefield and obtain a class. There were two types of classes, Combat and Lord. Combat classes were swordsmen and mages, who leveled up by killing monsters. Lord classes could build territories, recruit units, and even bring items from the Myriad Worlds battlefield back to reality. Becoming a lord was a shortcut to the top, and I was one of the lucky ones who had awakened a lord class. Chen, say something. Guing shook my shoulders. I know your random units and talent aren't great, but you're a lord, you have a future. Without those 100 gold coins, people will die. After absorbing the memories, I finally sorted out the situation. After I awakened my lord class, countless companies came to cooperate, and I rejected them all. Then they used a honey trap and sent Shinwei. She perfectly matched all my fantasies, made no demands, and wholeheartedly considered my interests. Until the day I drew my exclusive unit, everything changed. My exclusive unit was the farmer, a basic unit with no combat effectiveness. My talent was Lord's Aura, which increased the combat power of units by a percentage. A farmer's combat power was 0. 1, even doubled, it was 0. 2, basically nothing. Once the novice protection period was over, the monsters outside my territory would tear me to shreds. Seeing that I was worthless, Shinwei, under the guise of saving me, tricked me out of my 100 initial gold coins in a stone of glory that I had obtained from the novice gift pack, completely cutting off my path to survival. When my predecessor sensed something was wrong, out of a ridiculous sense of love, he still signed the transfer contract. He had done right by his white moonlight, but he had left the mess for me. Looking at the anxious Guing, I said helplessly, the gold coins. I've already given them to her. You signed the Myriad Worlds contract? Guiying's heart sank. Yes, I nodded. He fell silent. He probably thought that because my units were so bad, I had lost heart and was just throwing in the towel. He clenched his fists and said in a low voice, that woman Shinwei, she really deserves to die. I'm fine, I patted his shoulder. Starting with farmers, there's not much difference with or without the initial gold coins. There will be a way. Guing forced a smile. The entrance to the Myriad Worlds battlefield is about to open. Let's go. When we arrived at the school's entrance, it was already crowded with students. My appearance caused a stir. Chen still dares to come? With his farmer units, isn't he afraid of dying? It's a forced conscription. He has to come whether he wants to or not. He should have cooperated with a big company from the start. Now, no one wants him even if he wants to join. I heard his girlfriend Shinwei also broke up with him. So pathetic. Pathetic? If it weren't for his lord class, would Shinwei have even looked at him? Amidst the chatter, Shinwei stood in front of me. You still dare to come? Guing glared at her. I'm looking for Chen. It has nothing to do with you. Shinwei's voice was still gentle, but with a hint of coldness. What do you want? My emotions were completely calm. Those 100 gold coins were a breakup fee. I just didn't understand how she still had the face to show up. Shinwei seemed a little dissatisfied with my aloofness, but she still looked at me sincerely. Brother Chen, I did it to save you. I used your gold coins to negotiate a deal with the Tianhong group, to have their lord, Zhao Changpeng, protect you. His initial unit is an A-rank wyvern. With his protection, you'll definitely be safe. She thought I would be grateful, but I just looked at her calmly, waiting for her to continue. She was a little embarrassed and took out a contract. But Zhao Changpeng has a condition. You must sign this subordinate contract. I took it and glanced at it, then scoffed. The terms on it were so harsh that even a defeated lord wouldn't sign them. Resources, units, even my life, would all be under Zhao Chongping's control. This was basically a slave contract. She was treating me like an idiot, trying to squeeze me dry. Such a good contract, I don't dare to sign it. I looked at her and added, by the way, you don't have to worry about those 100 gold coins. They're your breakup fee. I'm not in the habit of taking things for free. Xinwei was a little angry, but she quickly calmed down. I know you're in a bad mood, but this is your only way to survive. Sign it, for your sake, and for mine. When you come back, I'll leave the Tianhong group and be with you. No thanks, I'm not that lucky. I waved my hand in disgust and handed the contract back. Seriously, you're making me a little physically uncomfortable right now. Disappear quickly, or I'm afraid I'll puke on you. Xinwei completely dropped her facade and sighed. The Tianhong group never takes back what it gives out. Since you don't want to sign it, then just tear it up. But I advise you, don't regret it. Don't worry about me. I couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on her. Seeing that she wouldn't take it, I tore the contract into pieces and walked around her towards the entrance. Behind me, the torn contract emitted a soft golden light, which gathered into a line of words, blessing of the myriad worlds battlefield. The golden light flashed and entered my body. Xinwei looked at my back with a hint of pity in her eyes. She knew that once this curse, disguised as a blessing, took effect, I would be dead for sure, and I was completely unaware of this. That woman is too much. Guing caught up, his tone angry. Indeed, I nodded. I can accept being tricked, but treating me like an idiot is going too far. Guing looked helpless. Can't you focus on something else? She wants you dead. I know, my tone was flat. Without power, anything I say is just impotent rage. When I have power, I'll scatter their ashes to the wind. Guing looked at me and said nothing more. The myriad worlds battlefield was a dog-eat-dog world. Being ruthless was better than being eaten. The entrance had already opened. He patted my shoulder. Be careful. If things get really bad, just abandon your territory. Being a wanderer is better than being dead. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. I smiled at him and waved. See you in the myriad worlds battlefield. After passing through the entrance, I felt a daze, and then I appeared on a grassland. Congratulations on entering the myriad worlds battlefield. Your territory has been automatically created. Congratulations on receiving the blessing of the myriad worlds battlefield. The transfer contract has taken effect. Your 100 gold coins have been deducted. I ignored the prompts and looked at the only building in front of me, a dilapidated wooden hut. Lord's Hall. Territory level 1. Exclusive unit, farmer. Current territory population, 51/100. Resources, 0. Novice protection time, 48 hours. A group of farmers holding logging axes walked up to me and bowed. Greetings, my lord. There were 50 of them. The more units, the worse the quality. I opened a farmer's attribute panel. Unit, farmer. Level, 1. Strength, 2. Constitution, 1. Agility, 1. Talent, resource specialization. When gathering basic resources, resource gain is increased by 50%. With these stats, they couldn't even fight the most common beasts in the myriad worlds battlefield. Their average stats were all above 10. These weren't 50 subordinates, they were 50 mouths to feed. It seemed I had to do it myself. I opened my own attribute panel. Chen, human. Level, 1. Class, Lord. Strength, 5. Agility, 4. Constitution, 5. Talent, Lord of Auras. My average stats were around 5. With my fighting skills and aura, and the farmer's help, maybe I could put up a fight. It was dangerous, but there was no other way. Wait, Lord of Auras? Wasn't my awakened talent Lord's Aura? I immediately opened the talent details. Lord of Auras, mutated talent. Talent effect. Gain 1 normal quality aura skill every level, with a small chance to obtain a high quality aura, and a guaranteed rare grade or higher high quality aura every 10 levels. The effects of aura skills are increased by 100 times. Note, mutated due to an unknown influence, making it unique and untraceable. Current aura skill, Command Aura, Level 1. Command Aura, Level 1. The strength attribute of all allied units is increased by 10 times. I was completely dumbfounded. The original, Lord's Aura, gave 1 aura every 5 levels, and a Level 1 Command Aura only increased attack power by 10%. Now, not only did I get an aura every level, but the effect was also increased by 100 times, directly becoming 10 times the strength. My cheat had arrived. With a wave of my hand, I applied the aura to all the farmers. A gray aura immediately appeared under their feet. I opened a farmer's attributes again. Unit, farmer. Level, 1. Strength, 22, 2 plus 20. Constitution, 1. Agility, 1. How do you feel? I named this farmer Farmer 1 and asked. Thank you for the name, my lord. Farmer 1 swung his logging axe with gusto. My lord, I feel full of strength. Very good, no side effects. I applied the aura to myself as well, feeling the surge of power within me, and turned my gaze to the few wolf-like beasts the size of calves wandering outside the territory. It was time to take out the trash. Out of caution, I sent 10 farmers to surround a lone wolf. The moment the farmers stepped out of the territory, the wolf spotted them. A ferocious glint appeared in its eyes, and it lunged directly at Farmer 1. Under the influence of the strength aura, Farmer 1 was very calm. When the wolf pounced, he swung his axe fiercely. Due to his lack of experience, the axe, originally aimed at the wolf's head, only hit its ear. Thud! With a dull thud, the wolf let out a shrill cry. Half of its head was almost split open, and the immense force sent it flying. Severely injured, the wolf was terrified and tucked its tail between its legs, trying to flee. But another farmer was already waiting, and with a swing of his axe, he chopped off its head. Your farmer has killed a level 1 wild wolf. You have gained 10 experience points and 1 gold coin. The attack power was sufficient, but speed was a weakness. If it weren't for the large number of farmers blocking its retreat, that wolf would have escaped. It seemed that after leveling up, I had to prioritize an aura that increased speed. I had Farmer 1 and the others carry the wolf's corpse back to the territory, then commanded the other farmers to use the same tactic to hunt lone wolves in different directions. Your farmer has killed a level 1 wild wolf. You have gained 10 experience points. Your farmer has killed a level 1 wild wolf. You have gained 10 experience points and 1 gold coin. As the prompts continued to ring, my experience bar finally filled up. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 2. You have gained +1 to all stats and 1 skill point. Congratulations on obtaining a new aura skill. Please choose one. With anticipation, I opened the aura skill options. 1. Thorns aura, rare. 2. Concentration aura, normal. 3. Swiftness aura, normal. Thorns aura, level 1. All allied units reflect 100% of melee damage. Concentration aura, level 1. The defense of all allied units is increased by 10 times. Swiftness aura, level 1. The agility of all allied units is increased by 10 times. A rare grade Thorns aura. The effect was full damage reflection. If paired with the concentration aura, I could just stand still and let enemies kill themselves. Unfortunately, I could only choose one at a time, and taking one alone wouldn't be a huge improvement for now. The most suitable one for me right now was the Swiftness aura. I reluctantly gave up the first 2 and chose the Swiftness aura. Instantly, the auras under the farmer's feet became 2. With the surge in agility, the farmer's weakness was once again supplemented. I looked at the newly acquired skill point and, after some thought, put it into the Command aura. Command aura, level 2. The strength attribute of all allied units is increased by 20 times. My units' levels were tied to mine. When I leveled up, they automatically leveled up to 2 as well. Unit, Farmer 1. Level, 2. Strength, 3 plus 60. Constitution, 2. Agility, 2 plus 20. Although their constitution was still a weakness, in terms of stats alone, they could already be compared to C-rank units, and I had 50 of them. The territory is newly established and needs a lot of resources. Go out and hunt, clear all the beasts outside the territory. Any problems? We are willing to serve our lord. The 50 farmers were in high spirits and began a sweep, with the territory as the center. On the information panel, kill notifications kept popping up. I relaxed and walked into the Lord's Hall, opening the regional chat channel. Amy, help! My C-rank stitched monster stinks so much, I'm about to suffocate. Fan Jian, the grass is always greener on the other side. Give me a C-rank unit, and I'll worship it even if it shits on my neck. Xiao Shangdong, +1, my unit is an E-rank slime. I'm so worried. McQueen, looking at the level leaderboard, the number 1 is already level 5. Hu Yen, the number 1, Chris, is an S-rank titan. The second, Xu Shangdong, is an S-rank heaven-devouring serpent. Even in their juvenile stage, S-rank units can slaughter normal wild monsters. There was no valuable information in the chat channel. I closed it and opened the leaderboards. Level leaderboard. First place, Chris Evans, level 5. Second place, Xu Shangdong, level 5. The top 4 were all level 5, followed by level 4. This leaderboard wasn't very meaningful. The number of monsters around the territory determined the early leveling speed. What really surprised me was the territory level leaderboard. First place, Elizabeth, territory level 2. She was the only one on the list. S-rank units were fast at killing monsters, but gathering resources should be inconvenient. How did she manage to level up and upgrade her territory at the same time? Were angel units that strong? But no matter how strong, they couldn't be stronger than me. My farmers could both fight and build. I didn't believe anyone's development speed could surpass mine. Less than half an hour later, the level up notification sounded again. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 3. You have gained +1 to all stats and 1 skill point. I immediately drew a new aura. 1. Concentration aura, normal. 2. Vitality aura, normal. 3. Crushing blow aura, rare. Vitality aura, level 1. The constitution of all allied units is increased by 10 times. This time, I chose the vitality aura to increase my margin for error. Concentration aura, next time for sure. I put the new skill point into the swiftness aura to increase clearing efficiency. Just as I finished allocating the points, Farmer 1 returned alone. What happened? My heart tightened. My lord, we found traces of goblins in the southern forest. Upon investigation, we discovered a small goblin camp. How far is it from us? About 3 kilometers. 3 kilometers was an extremely dangerous distance. Once the novice protection period ended, my territory would be exposed. The goblins of the Myriad Worlds battlefield were not novice monsters. A complete camp could even have a level 10 goblin chieftain and priest, as well as organized warriors and archers. Let alone me, even a lord with S-rank units would be in a bad situation if they ran into this at the start. My luck was really something else. If my talent hadn't mutated, I could just wait for death now. But now, it was hard to say who would die. Farmer 1, you did well, I praised him and then ordered, immediately call everyone back. Don't alert them. A direct confrontation was out of the question, the casualties would be too great. A clever strategy was also unreliable. The goblin camp was heavily guarded. The only way was to chip away at them. My territory still had more than 40 hours of protection. I could hunt their scouts and upgrade my auras. When the goblin army moved out, I would have my farmers retreat to the territory. They would never find it. When they retreated, I would go out again. Using this guerrilla tactic, by the time they reacted, I would already have the strength to flatten the entire camp. It was time for these natives to witness the power of a cheater. While Farmer 1 went to recall the others, I checked the latest stats of my farmers. Unit, Farmer 1. Level, 3. Strength, 4 plus 80. Constitution, 3 plus 30. Agility, 3 plus 60. With the 3 auras, their stats were already quite impressive. It would be no problem to take out a small group of goblin scouts. My own panel stats were even more luxurious, almost double that of the farmers. I still needed 375 experience points to reach level 4. Goblin scouts were level 5 monsters. Killing them above my level would give me 20 experience points each. As long as I killed 2 groups, I could reach level 4. At that time, I would get a new aura and skill point, and my strength would skyrocket again. The plan was set. After all the farmers had returned, I ordered, Farmer 10, you take a team to chop down trees. Make a lot of noise. I would deliberately expose myself, lure them over, and set up an ambush. Farmer 1, you take the rest and follow me. I led 40 farmers into the forest and set up a pocket formation with the tree chopping team as the center. When Farmer 10 and his team started chopping trees, the loud noise spread deep into the forest. A few minutes later, there was movement in the woods. A team of goblins riding giant wolves charged out at high speed. They were armed with long sabers and wore light armor. Crap! Goblin knights? My expression changed. Goblin knights were powerful units. A small camp couldn't afford them, let alone use them as scouts. There was something wrong with this camp, but the arrow was already on the string. I had to shoot. I immediately gave the signal, and all the farmers went into hiding. This team of goblin knights seemed to be used to running wild. They were completely unguarded and plunged headfirst into my pocket formation. When they saw the farmers chopping wood, instead of charging, they stopped right in the center of the ambush. The leading knight pointed at Farmer 10 and the others, babbling something, seemingly wanting to capture them as slaves. Seeing this, I temporarily held off on the order to attack and had Farmer 1 and the others continue to quietly close the encirclement. By the time the goblin knights reacted, they were completely surrounded. But they showed no fear, instead revealing mocking smiles. In their eyes, these weak-looking humans were just a group of ants. The leading knight raised his long saber and, with a ferocious smile, swung it at Farmer 1. However, before the saber could fall, Farmer 1's axe had already struck his waist at a faster speed. With one blow, half of the goblin knight's waist was cut open, his intestines and blood flying everywhere. He was dead before he even hit the ground. This sudden scene left all the goblins stunned. The humans they had seen as ants had actually killed their companion with a single blow. This daze only lasted for a moment before they roared and tried to fight back, but it was too late. Under the double crushing force of quantity and quality, this group of dim-witted goblin knights was quickly slaughtered. Your farmer has killed a level 5 goblin wolf knight. You have gained 20 experience, 1 goblin long saber, 1 set of goblin light armor, and 10 gold coins. Your farmer has killed a level 3 grey wolf. You have gained 10 experience and 5 gold coins. The goblin knights and their mounts actually counted as separate experience. 10 knights gave me a full 300 experience points. What surprised me even more was that almost all of them dropped equipment. The equipment drop rate in the Myriad Worlds battlefield was extremely low. I had killed so many beasts before without a single drop. Now, 10 goblins had dropped 13 pieces of equipment. This was not normal. The only explanation was the experience compensation mechanism. For powerful monster groups, the lower-level monsters would be demoted, with reduced experience but a correspondingly increased drop rate. It seemed that the goblin camp near me was stronger than I had imagined. Such a high drop rate must have something to do with the blessing of the Myriad Worlds battlefield that Shinwei had left me. This blessing should have placed me in a location with extremely abundant resources, while also adding extremely strong luck. The price was that the monsters next to my territory were also ridiculously strong. An ordinary lord with S-rank units would be doomed to die here. What a blessing, what a perfect death trap. The Tianhong group really went all out. Their work was flawless. If my talent hadn't mutated, I would have really been screwed by them this time. But now, it seemed that the death trap they had set had become my treasure trove. Zhao Changpeng, right? Tianhong group, right? After my territory reaches level 10 and the monster siege is over, I will thank you properly. I checked the dropped equipment. Goblin Long Saber, normal attack plus 50, sharpness plus 1. Goblin Light Armor, normal health plus 50, defense plus 1. The stats were simple, but for the early game, they were enough to cause a qualitative change in a low-level unit's strength. Unfortunately, my auras couldn't affect equipment stats, so the improvement for me was limited. I distributed the equipment and had the farmers hide again. The goblin camp had lost a team of scouts. They would definitely send someone to investigate. This time, I just had to wait for them. Half an hour later, another team of goblin cavalry appeared. But this time, they were completely different. These goblins were nearly 2 meters tall, with strong and powerful builds. The giant wolves they rode had bone spurs. They were hobgoblins, the evolved form of goblins, elite monsters. In a normal camp, hobgoblins were captain-level leaders. But here, they were being sent out as scouts. Who sends out elite monsters in droves? I instantly realized that the leader of this camp could not be an ordinary goblin chieftain. It was very likely a goblin king. That was a super-tier monster that could beat S-rank units to a pulp, a newbie killer. To be blocked by a goblin king right after my territory was established, this was definitely not a matter of luck. It must have been the blessing. Shinwei and the Tianhong group had really gone to great lengths to kill me, but this huge crisis also came with a huge opportunity. By clearing this camp, I would gain unimaginable resources and directly lead all other lords by a huge margin. I gathered my thoughts and focused on dealing with the hobgoblins in front of me. They were elite monsters with higher intelligence. The previous ambush method might not work. I did the opposite and had my farmers expose themselves, chopping down trees openly. As expected, when these hobgoblins discovered the farmers, they subconsciously ignored them and instead vigilantly observed their surroundings. In their eyes, these farmers were just a group of ants, not worth mentioning. Just as they let their guard down, those ants had quietly completed the encirclement. At Yuan, get lost! The leading hobgoblin roared impatiently, trying to drive the farmers away. But the farmers not only didn't retreat, they sped up. An alarm bell rang in the hobgoblin's heart, but before it could react, Farmer One's sword had already pierced through its chest. To its death, it didn't understand why it had been one-shot by such a weak human. In a moment, all the hobgoblins and their tusked wolves were killed. Your farmer has killed a level 7 hobgoblin, elite. You have gained 50 experience points, 1 goblin bloodthirsty great axe, and 20 gold coins. Your farmer has killed a level 7 hobgoblin, elite. You have gained 50 experience points, 1 spirit field blueprint, and 20 gold coins. My experience points skyrocketed, and I directly leveled up to 4. The drops from the elite monsters were also extremely generous, with a bunch of blue equipment. Goblin Bloodthirsty Great Axe, blue attack plus 100, armor penetration plus 1, with the skill Bloodlust. Tongue Oil Vine Armor, blue health plus 100, defense plus 3, with the skill Dodge. Blue equipment had double the stats and came with skills. Although the skill effects were average, they were still a significant improvement. What really made me ecstatic were the 3 blueprints that dropped: 2 Spirit Field blueprints, and 1 Watchtower blueprint. Spirit Fields could be used to grow spirit plants, which were one of the very few extraordinary items that could be brought back to reality in the novice period, making them priceless. The drop rate was ridiculously low. Now, a few hobgoblins had dropped 2 for me. The Tianhong group was truly my treasure-bringing boy. When I destroy them, I will definitely be gentle. After losing 2 teams of scouts in a row, the goblin camp must have noticed something was wrong. The next time, it would be a large army. I had to hurry. I left 20 farmers to chop down trees with all their might, with a time limit of half an hour to evacuate. The remaining 30 were sent to the mine in the opposite direction of the goblin camp to mine. After arranging everything, I returned to the territory and opened the aura page. 1. Brilliance aura, normal. 2. Concentration aura, normal. 3. Crushing blow aura, rare. Crushing blow aura, level 1. When allied units attack, there is a 10% chance to deal 10 times the damage. Another rare aura. Although the probability hadn't changed, the tenfold damage increase was huge. I chose it without hesitation. Concentration aura, next time for sure. I put the new skill point into the command aura again to increase stable damage output. Farmer 1, level 4, strength 5 plus 150, constitution 4 plus 40, agility 4 plus 80. Including the 100 attack from the blue battle axe, Farmer 1's panel attack power had already exceeded 200. These stats were definitely top tier at this stage. At this time, the territory was already filled with collected resources. Resources: wood 720, stone 170, gold 760. Territory upgrade conditions: wood 100, stone 100, gold 100, warehouse level 1. The resources were more than enough. I first built the prerequisite building for upgrading, the G warehouse. Warehouse, level 1. Construction resources: wood 50, stone 50. Build. A white light flashed, and a warehouse appeared out of thin air. With all conditions met, I chose to upgrade the territory without hesitation. Congratulations, my lord. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to level 2. Level 2 territory, population 51/200, unlockable buildings, cottage, trading hall. Resources: wood 610, stone 120, gold 660. Requirements for territory upgrade: wood 500, stone 500, gold 500. Warehouse level 2, trading hall. After upgrading the territory, in addition to increasing the population cap by 100 and unlocking the trading hall building, the population cap was raised by another 100. However, this was not particularly important to Chen Chen, so he merely glanced at it before opening the construction requirements for the trading hall. Function: the trading hall allows trade with other lords. Construction requirements: 100 wood, 100 ore, 100 gold. With the current attributes of the farmers, combined with their innate resource amplification, gathering resources was almost faster than robbing. In just a short while, they had already gathered enough resources for the trading hall, so Chen Chen wasted no time and immediately began constructing the trading hall. The trading hall was one of the most central buildings in the territory and the place he would use most often, so Chen Chen decided to build it right next to the lord's residence. After selecting the location, in just a moment, a trading hall stood before him. Eager to enhance his combat power, Chen Chen quickly opened the trading hall to see if there was anything that could immediately boost his strength, like troop cards. Unfortunately, the current lords were all still in the exploration phase and they were all quite poor. The trading panel was mostly filled with basic resources like wood or stone, and occasionally there were a few special items, but they were mostly skill books needed by ordinary professionals. After browsing through the trading hall for a while, Chen Chen did not find anything suitable for him, which made him sigh. Rare items would only appear after exploring, and given the current situation, hardly anyone was out exploring, which completely dashed his hopes of making a quick leap in power. Since that was the case, he could only proceed steadily. Chen Chen took out all 10 wolf arm guards dropped by the wolf and, after thinking for a moment, marked a price of 200 gold for each, then listed all 10 of them. The price of equipment was quite high, even the most ordinary whiteboard item would cost over 500 gold. However, the wolf arm guards were of a type that could not be worn by regular troops, and hero units could not be summoned before level 10, which greatly reduced the value of arm guards. Generally, only non-lord players would purchase them, so Chen Chen could only set a relatively low price. After listing the wolf arm guards, Chen Chen thought for a moment and realized that ordinary equipment wouldn't significantly enhance the farmer's abilities. Since he was eager to upgrade the territory, it was better to sell them all rather than keep them for a slight attribute boost. So he instructed Farmer 1 to return all 13 pieces of ordinary equipment and also asked him to bring back 3 goblin bloodthirsty axes. Chen Chen marked all ordinary equipment at 500 gold each. Although equipment was scarce now and a higher price could still sell, Chen Chen urgently needed gold to acquire resources for upgrading the territory, and this price would allow him to sell the equipment quickly. Therefore, he didn't mind the few dozen gold coins and directly listed them. As for the 3 pieces of blue rare equipment, Chen Chen thought for a moment and marked a high price of 3,000 gold for them. At this stage, those who could afford rare equipment were lords with high-level troops. These lords were not short on money. If he sold for 2,000, they would buy, and if he sold for 3,000, they would still buy. After all, it was a seller's market now, and Chen Chen was not afraid of these big spenders not buying. The current quantity of equipment was extremely scarce, and what appeared in the trading market was even more minimal, so as soon as this batch of equipment appeared, it immediately caused a sensation. What the hell? How did so many pieces of equipment suddenly appear in the trading market? All these Pieces have the goblin prefix, it's obvious they were all released by the same person. With this many items, did they wipe out the entire goblin clan? Big shot, please take care of me. I'm a little lowly, give me a goblin bloodthirsty battle axe, and I'll do anything you want. Lowly? You're not even worth a placenta. You want a rare piece of equipment for 3,000 gold coins? What, did you encrust it with diamonds? Damn it, rare equipment is at most 2,000 apiece, and he's selling it for 3,000. Why doesn't he just go rob someone? I also think this price is a bit steep. I've been killing monsters nonstop and I barely saved up 600 gold coins. At this price, who can afford it? If you can't afford it, it just means this equipment wasn't meant for you. There are plenty of powerful lords in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, not to mention some lords who start with a territory right next to a gold mine. For them, spending 3,000 gold coins on a rare piece of equipment, while a bit pricey, is worth it as long as it boosts their strength. Damn, there's only one rare piece of equipment left, and all the ordinary ones are sold out. These beasts are too fast. I hesitated for just a moment. Damn it, I didn't get any either. Who the hell is so quick? The ordinary equipment was probably all bought up by some big shot with a mine. For them, trading gold for combat power is just too cost-effective. Damn it, those damn lucky bastards. Chen Chen somewhat underestimated these people's thirst for equipment. He truly didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, only one bloodthirsty battle axe would be left from the gear he listed, and judging by the situation, that piece wouldn't last long before someone else snatched it up. This batch of lords really is full of hidden talents. A total of 26 ordinary pieces of equipment plus one rare battle axe brought Chen Chen a total of 14,500 gold coins. Looking at the amount of gold, Chen Chen felt an inexplicable sense of unreality. Before entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the Tianhong group had used all sorts of means just to get him 100 initial gold coins, yet now he effortlessly obtained over 10,000 gold coins. Such a stark contrast left him with mixed feelings. Looks like I really need to thank the Tianhong group. Chen Chen was momentarily lost in thought, then let out a long breath. This time he wasn't being sarcastic, he genuinely felt a bit grateful for the blessing the Tianhong group had given him. Without the increased drop rate from this blessing, even with the Lord of the Halo, he would probably still be grinding for gold coins like the vast majority of lords. Of course, gratitude aside, when it came time to deal with the Tianhong group, he wouldn't hold back at all. In the trading market, basic resources like wood and stone were priced at no more than 1 gold coin per unit, and some eager sellers even priced them at 2 units for 1 gold coin. With a hefty sum in hand, Chen Chen began to sweep through the market. He bought up all the wood and stone priced at no more than 1 gold coin, and in just a short while, he had driven up the prices of these basic resources. In the trading market, the 14,000 gold coins that had just come into his hands hadn't even warmed up before he spent a large portion of it. While he was sweeping through the basic resources, the remaining bloodthirsty battle axe was also sold. This brought his remaining gold coins, which had been just over 6,000, back up to around 10,000, and the amount of wood and stone he held reached an astonishing 5,000. With the resources in hand, Chen Chen began to upgrade his territory level again. Upgrading to a level 3 territory required 500 basic resources and 500 gold coins, while a level 4 territory needed 1,000 resources and gold coins. In addition, there were buildings like warehouses and defensive towers that needed to be constructed. This amount of resources was nothing for Chen Chen at the moment, so he upgraded his territory to level 4 in one go. After the upgrade, he was left with just over 1,000 points of resources and a bit more gold, around 6,000. To upgrade to a level 5 territory, he would need at least 5,000 units of resources and gold, not to mention the requirement to unlock the level 4 building, the lumber mill. If everything was taken into account, he would need at least 10,000 resources and gold. With so much gold, selling all the rare equipment in his possession could solve the problem, but the current issue was the lack of resources. It wasn't about the resources he had, but rather the scarcity of resources in the trading market. So many lords had worked hard to gather such basic resources, and now he had swept most of it away. The basic resources in the trading market were nearing 3 gold per unit, and this result led to a large number of lords needing to exchange resources, furiously cursing him in the chat channel. Chen Chen didn't care about their insults, however, given the situation, even if other lords collected resources at an increasing speed, it was unlikely they could gather much in the short term. As for those resources with severe price inflation, Chen Chen could only say that unless someone was in urgent need, anyone buying them would be foolish. This meant that it was unlikely for Chen Chen to upgrade to a level 5 territory in the short term. Although he had anticipated this, when he confirmed that the resources were completely insufficient, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. For the lord profession, having a barracks versus not having one could create a qualitative change. With a barracks, a lord could directly consume resources to summon their initial troops, which meant the lord wouldn't have to worry about the troops getting damaged. Chen Chen could use farmers without being overly cautious. Of course, the qualitative change mentioned here only referred to lords like Chen Chen who had lower tier initial troops. For those lords with higher tier initial troops, the barracks effect was not as significant. This was because the resources required to summon high tier troops were simply too much. Not only did they need a large amount of basic resources, but they also required many rare resources, which was nearly impossible for new lords to gather. Therefore, Chen Chen had never heard of any lord summoning a second S-tier troop during the novice phase. In a sense, this could be seen as a balance that the battlefield of 10,000 realms created between high-tier and low-tier troops, but it was only a slight balance. In the barracks, besides summoning exclusive troops, troop cards could also be used to summon troops. For lords with high-tier troops, obtaining troop cards was not a difficult task, so those high-tier lords generally wouldn't lack troops to use, just that they wouldn't be as advanced as their exclusive troops. After upgrading his territory, Chen Shun checked the defense tower he had just built. The defense tower was one of the few attacking buildings in a lord's arsenal besides troops. The territory unlocked the most basic arrow tower with an attack power of 100. Each level of territory could build one arrow tower, which could not be upgraded, and the construction cost was 1,000 wood and stone, as well as 1,000 gold. Although it was a bit expensive, it was worth the cost because it could significantly compensate for the lack of defense in the early stages of the territory, especially when facing monster sieges after reaching level 10. Defense towers could greatly alleviate the pressure of monster waves. However, using defense towers to fight monsters was out of the question, as most monsters were intelligent. Unless it was a monster siege, they wouldn't foolishly rush into the attack range of the defense towers. They would definitely bypass the towers and directly attack the territory. Therefore, the defense towers could only serve as a means of defense. As Chen Chen was checking the defense tower, new movements finally emerged outside. From the direction of the forest came a cacophony of sounds. Seeing this, Chen Chen immediately ordered Nong Yi to recall all the farmers who were still mining back to the territory. Once all the farmers returned, it wasn't long before a large group of goblins emerged from the forest. These goblins were all great goblin knights, and Chen Chen estimated their numbers to be around 200. Behind the great goblin knights, a team of goblin priests slowly followed, and among these goblin priests was a particularly fearsome-looking goblin. Chen Chen initially thought this goblin was the Goblin King, but after casting a detection spell, he realized he had underestimated the strength of this goblin camp. Goblin hero level, 8 attributes, skills, talents, description, the natural leader of the goblin race and the most loyal commander under the Goblin King. Since the goblin hero's level exceeded Chen Chen's by 3 levels, the detection spell couldn't reveal specific information, only a series of question marks. However, just the title of Goblin Hero was enough for Chen Chen to understand what kind of monster this was. The Goblin Hero was a leader-level monster, an absolute top-tier combat force among the goblin race, and a relatively rare commander-type monster. Most of his skills, like Chen Chen's aura, could enhance the combat power of allies. With him around, along with a bunch of goblin priests, they could basically boost the combat power of the great goblins by 50%. However, goblin heroes typically only existed in super-large goblin camps or goblin kingdoms, and this was just a small goblin camp. Not only was there a goblin king, but there was also such a rare monster as the Goblin Hero. The location of his territory truly was a treasure trove, as it was rare for such a situation to occur. This army led by the Goblin Hero was enough to wipe out over 90% of new lords. Even an S-level lord would face certain death if they foolishly dared to confront them head-on. Fortunately, Chen Chen's territory was still under protection, and no matter how strong the Goblin Hero was, he would definitely not be able to discover his territory, so he wasn't too worried. The goblin army pouring out of the forest seemed to be tracking some kind of trail, but due to the territory protection, they naturally bypassed Chen Chen's territory and headed straight for the mine where the miners were working. Watching the Goblin Hero lagging behind, Chen Chen's eyes couldn't help but flicker. Because of his ambush, the goblin camp had lost 20 scouts. This loss was negligible for the entire goblin camp, but any casualties indicated the presence of a threat to the goblin tribe nearby. Even with territory protection in place, the goblin camp couldn't discover anything, but their vigilance would surely have risen to the highest level. Once they returned, if there were any movements on Chen Chen's side, even something as simple as logging, the goblin camp would definitely not send out small groups of scouts again, but would instead dispatch the Goblin Hero once more. If every time the Goblin Hero came, Chen Chen had to retreat his farmers, his territory would hardly develop. Unless he was willing to wait for a while until the goblin camp lowered its guard, he could then gather resources to develop his territory. But this was basically impossible. Not to mention that Chen Chen wanted to claim the reward for being the first to reach a level 10 territory. He also had just over a day left of territory protection. This time was simply not enough to eliminate the goblin camp's vigilance, so this route was not feasible for Chen Chen. The best choice was to directly kill the Goblin Hero right now. This option, though somewhat risky, could provide a permanent solution. As long as the Goblin Hero was dealt with, there would be no other boss capable of leading troops out to raid the camp unless the Goblin King personally led the charge. The likelihood of the Goblin King doing so was virtually non-existent. He was the absolute core of the goblin camp. Unless in extreme circumstances, a boss of that level could not be lured out of the camp, let alone leave on his own initiative. Therefore, if Chen Chen could kill the goblin hero, the goblin king would only have the option to consolidate his forces and defend the camp. At that point, no matter how much Chen Chen developed outside, no one would be able to interfere with him anymore. Chen Chen was not someone who enjoyed taking risks, but the benefits of killing the goblin hero were simply too high. Not to mention the development time gained from defeating the goblin hero, the equipment and items dropped by the goblin hero alone made it worth taking the risk. Moreover, he had no other choice. After all, the development of his territory could not be halted under any circumstances. Killing was a certainty, but how to kill was the question. Although most of the goblin hero's skills were used to enhance allies, that did not mean he was weak. It could only be said that he appeared somewhat weaker compared to other bosses of the same level. However, he was still a boss-level enemy, and Chen Chen estimated that his average attributes were at least above 200 points. This meant that, without considering the bonus from the heavy strike aura, the farmers could only match him in strength attributes at best. With such high attributes, even with the heavy strike aura's boost, it would be difficult for the farmers to take him down quickly. If the battle could not be resolved swiftly, the farmers' other low attributes would surely be exposed immediately, not to mention the many big goblin knights under the goblin hero. By that time, it would be questionable whether Chen Chen's farmers could last long enough, let alone kill the goblin hero. As a lord, Chen Chen could accept some losses among his troops, but if they were all wiped out, he would definitely not allow it. At the very least, he would not do such a thing before his territory reached level 5. This is a bit troublesome, Chen Chen thought, looking at the goblin hero at the back, facing away from him. He felt a bit of a headache, but he was certainly unwilling to let the goblin hero go. After frowning and pondering for a moment, Chen Chen suddenly had a thought as he looked at the imposing goblin cavalry. He directly opened his attribute panel to check his experience points. Right now, he only needed 600 experience points to reach level 5, and killing a level 7 big goblin would grant him 40 experience points each. This meant he only needed to kill 15 big goblins to directly step into level 5. Originally, the Lord's aura talent allowed him to choose one aura every 5 levels, and every 10 levels was an important milestone where the available auras would become rare. Now that the Lord's aura had evolved into the Aura Master, Chen Chen speculated that this milestone would also change, likely offering only rare auras every 5 levels. So if Chen Chen reached level 5 and obtained a powerful rare aura effect, resolving the goblin hero quickly would definitely not be a problem. Moreover, even if Chen Chen's guess was wrong, he could still take a gamble and directly allocate his skill points to the heavy strike aura after leveling up, trying to see if he could trigger a few more heavy strikes and take down the goblin hero in one go. Chen Chen carefully considered his plan in his mind, feeling that it was highly feasible. He also left himself a way out. He planned to send only 40 farmers into battle, with half responsible for quickly hunting big goblins to level up, while the other half would focus on surrounding and killing the goblin hero. With this, the plan was a complete failure, but he could still retain the last 10 types of troops, avoiding the situation of being completely isolated. In any case, this time, Chen Chen had almost wagered most of his worth on the plan. If he won, it would be a vast expanse of sky, and nothing could hinder his development anymore. But if he lost, he would have to honestly give up the rewards of a level 10 territory and retreat into his territory to develop slowly. After confirming the plan, Chen Chen took a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly on the goblin hero. There was only one chance. He had to be extremely cautious. The farmers without the halo had very low attributes, and even the goblin hero couldn't detect anything unusual, so Chen Chen could continue using his previous methods. That was to let the farmers appear openly in front of the goblin hero, waiting until the goblin got close enough to seize the opportunity for a sudden attack. This tactic, while simple, was effective as long as the goblin did not actively attack the farmers. The ambush on the goblin hero would be half successful. However, compared to before, this time he needed to pay attention to the goblin priests. These priests were all ranged units and used spell attacks. The farmers under Chen Chen had low physical attributes, and with no magic resistance, they could suffer significant casualties if attacked by the goblin priests. Therefore, Chen Chen had to act quickly, ensuring that he dealt with the goblin hero before the goblin priests could strike. Under Chen Chen's watch, the goblin hero commanded the goblin cavalry to disperse into the mining area. Seeing that only a few dozen goblin cavalry remained around the goblin hero, Chen Chen knew the time had come. He directed the farmers to step out of the territory's range and slowly approached the goblin hero. The goblin hero was very alert. Shortly after the farmers appeared, he immediately noticed their presence. Looking at the suddenly appearing farmers, the goblin hero instinctively frowned. He had searched all the way here and was certain he had not found any signs of life. So where did these human farmers come from? Upon discovering the farmers, the goblin priest instinctively raised his staff, intending to attack, but was stopped by the goblin hero. Percent at asterisk and at, let them come over. In the goblin hero's view, these weak humans posed no threat, so he wanted to let the farmers come over to see if he could discover anything. He had a strange intuition that, if nothing unexpected happened, the scouts that had mysteriously disappeared from his tribe were likely related to these human farmers. Of course, he only thought there was a connection. He never considered that the goblin scouts could be killed by the farmers. After all, in his eyes, these farmers could be easily killed with a single punch, so how could they possibly kill the warriors of his tribe, or even prevent the messengers from returning? That was simply impossible. So he let the farmers come over, more to see if he could find any clues. Shen Shen had already prepared for the farmers to be attacked, especially when he saw the goblin priest raise his staff. His heart sank. If the goblin priest attacked directly, the success rate of his actions would be virtually zero. Therefore, if the goblin priest initiated an attack, even at the risk of being detected by the goblin hero, he would definitely recall all the farmers. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not occur. The farmer's weak base strength was indeed too deceptive. Even the goblin hero had no defenses. However, Shen Shen could understand. After all, who would be on guard against approaching ants? As the farmers gradually closed in on the goblin hero, ready to launch their attack, Shen Shen directly withdrew his gaze and opened his attribute panel. Success or failure hinges on this one move. Whether or not they can kill the goblin hero depends on whether a good aura can be summoned this time. Just as Chun Shen opened the attribute panel, the goblin hero inexplicably felt a bad premonition. Before he could pinpoint the source of this unsettling feeling, the farmers who had completely approached the goblin army suddenly erupted into an attack. As a series of auras appeared beneath the farmers' feet, those who had seemed like harmless little sheep to the goblin hero instantly transformed into terrifying tyrannosaurs, charging directly at the nearby big goblin. The goblin hero clearly saw one of his big goblin knights get struck. In that moment, it was as if a terrifying force had smashed into him, and his upper body exploded into fragments. Although a few of the other big goblins managed to survive the initial onslaught, the follow-up attacks swiftly ended their lives. The worst part was that due to his negligence, there were actually 20 of these terrifyingly powerful humans standing right in front of him. The goblin hero instinctively swung his weapon at the farmers charging towards him. In the face of such a vast power disparity, the farmer, who failed to deal significant damage, was effortlessly sent flying. Due to his low physical attributes, he immediately fell into a near-death state. Sensing that these farmers were not particularly strong, the goblin hero felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that the terrifying power they had just displayed against his subordinates was merely a skill effect. If that were the case, then eliminating these humans should not be a problem. The goblin priests behind the goblin hero also reacted in time. Fortunately, as semi-support classes, they instinctively raised their staffs to cast various buff skills on their own units instead of attacking the suddenly aggressive farmers. As the farmers launched a full-scale attack, Chen Shen began receiving constant notifications. Congratulations, your farmers have killed a big goblin knight. You gain 40 experience. Congratulations. Ignoring the notifications ringing in his ears, Chen Shen stared intently at the attribute panel, not blinking until he saw a new prompt light up in the aura talent section. Almost instantly, he clicked on the aura option. 1. Lifesteal aura. Rare. 2. Durability aura. Rare. 3. Thorn aura. Rare. Lifesteal aura. Level 1. All allied units will gain 100% of the damage delta's health recovery when attacking. Durability aura. Level 1. All allied units' movement speed increases by 100%, and attack speed increases by 50%. Thorn aura. Level 1. All allied units will reflect 100% of melee damage. Looking at the 3 new auras that popped up, Chen Shen did not hesitate at all and directly chose the Lifesteal aura. He felt that even a half-second of hesitation would be disrespectful to the Lifesteal aura. After decisively acquiring the Lifesteal aura, Chen Shen did not allocate the newly gained skill points to the Command aura or the Heavy Strike aura as he had originally planned. Instead, he waved his hand and allocated the skill points to the Life aura. With the Lifesteal aura, as long as the farmers were not killed instantly, they could not die. Since physical attributes determined vitality and defense, as long as he increased the farmers' physical attributes, they could completely become indestructible little cockroaches. Initially, in Shen Shen's plan, even if they could kill the goblin hero, it would be difficult for the 40 farmers to survive the onslaught of the big goblin knights. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had prepared himself to sacrifice those 40 farmers. But now, with the Lifesteal aura, Chen Shen suddenly felt that it might not be impossible to keep the 200 big goblin knights alive. From selecting the aura to allocating points to the Life aura, Chen Shen took only a brief moment. Just when the goblin hero thought it would be easy to deal with these human farmers, he suddenly noticed that the farmer he had nearly killed earlier seemed to have recovered a bit. Immediately after, that farmer casually swung an axe at the nearby big goblins. And astonishingly, the farmer who had been on the brink of death was now full of vitality, as if the injuries he had just sustained no longer existed. This bizarre situation left the goblin hero utterly confused. At #UN% and what's going on? The goblin hero struggled to understand what had happened. From the responses of these farmers, it seemed somewhat like a vampiric ability. But the question was, whose vampiric ability could be this strong? To go from near death to full health with just one strike, what kind of vampirism was that? Sucking on a major artery? Even the Blood Clan, known for their vampiric abilities, couldn't achieve such feats. These farmers, after unleashing their true strength, were already not weak, and now they could instantly recover to full health. How could they be fought? The goblin hero's expression darkened, but being on the battlefield left no room for excessive contemplation. He could only hope that this powerful recovery ability was an exception or a one-time occurrence, otherwise, they would be in serious trouble. As he watched the farmer who had just been on the brink of death charge at him again, the goblin hero swung his axe once more, only to find with a grimace that these farmers seemed to have grown even stronger. The same strike that had nearly killed the farmer before now only caused him to stagger back a few steps. Although he was still significantly injured, his condition was clearly much better than before. After taking damage, that farmer, under the goblin hero's incredulous gaze, swung his axe at a nearby big goblin and instantly returned to full health. It's over. At that moment, those two words were all that remained in the goblin hero's mind. Such a strong recovery ability was no different from being immortal. Without the ability to kill them instantly, he couldn't think of any way to defeat them. Just as the goblin hero fell into despair, other farmers had also broken through the goblin hero's guard and charged directly at him. Surrounded by a dozen farmers with such powerful recovery abilities, the goblin hero realized he probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape this time. In the farmers' relentless assault, the goblin hero, lacking any powerful attack skills, quickly fell. However, being a boss-level leader, before going down, he managed to coordinate with the goblin priest's attacks to take out 3 farmers who couldn't recover in time, marking the first casualties in Chen Chen's territory forces. But that was all. After the goblin hero fell, the remaining big goblins, despite having an absolute numerical advantage, soon fell into defeat. However, since they were all knights with high mobility, once they realized what was happening and began to flee, the farmers' low agility made it nearly impossible to catch up with them. So, although this battle was a complete victory, they couldn't harvest many results due to the goblins' swift escape. Meanwhile, the goblin priests who had followed the goblin hero, with their short legs, clearly struggled with speed, and none of them managed to escape, all perishing under the farmers' axes. Congratulations on killing, congratulations on killing. After the goblin hero's death, the battle reports began to flood Chen Chen's screen rapidly. For these repeatedly appearing reports, Chen Chen chose to mute them directly, and then he quickly searched upward, soon finding the battle report he had been most looking forward to. Congratulations on defeating the goblin hero, boss level, earning 200 experience, 100 gold, and acquiring the equipment, decapitation blade, purple, goblin commander, battle armor, purple, lord's ring, purple, and obtaining the blueprint for heavy artillery tower, blacksmith shop, and the unit card for big goblin. Congratulations on your first kill of a boss-level monster, the goblin hero, earning rewards, skill point *1, free attribute points *3. Perhaps because it was a first kill, the goblin hero not only dropped 3 pieces of purple equipment but also yielded 2 blueprint maps in 1 unit card. Even with the blessing of the myriad worlds enhancing the drop rate, the probability of such high-quality drops is undoubtedly considered a major windfall. What surprised Chen Chen even more was that there were special rewards for the first kill of a boss-level monster. For others, 1 skill point and 3 attribute points might only be a minor boost, but for Chen Chen, this was enough to elevate his strength to another level. Just now, by slaying the big goblin and the goblin hero, his level had directly risen to level 6, 1035/1800, meaning he now had not only 1 chance to draw a halo but also 2 skill points and 3 free attribute points. The attribute points didn't have much impact on Chen Chen, so after some thought, he decided to temporarily hold on to them. He could allocate them later when needed. As for the 2 skill points, Chen Chen decided to draw the halo first. If he didn't get a good halo, he would simply allocate these 2 skill points to the life halo and command halo. 1. Focus halo, 2. Vitality halo, 3. Thorn halo. Focus halo, level 1 increases the defense of all allied units by 10 times. Vitality halo, level 1 increases the life recovery speed of all allied units by 10 times. Thorn halo, level 1 reflects 100% of melee damage taken by all allied units. This time, the halo draw seemed to focus on defensive halos, 1 enhancing defense, 1 increasing recovery speed, and another boosting damage reflection. Since he already had the lifesteal halo, the vitality halo didn't provide much of an enhancement for Chen Chen, so he immediately ruled it out. As for the remaining 2 halos, Chen Chen found it difficult to choose. The focus halo increases defense, allowing farmers to withstand more damage, and with the life steal halo, as long as they can hold their ground, they basically wouldn't die. If he had the focus halo during the fight with the goblin hero, there would have been no farmer casualties. The Thorn halo, on the other hand, was even more useful, reflecting 100% of melee damage, and even better, because of the life steal halo, all reflected damage would also heal the farmers. This meant that as long as the farmers weren't instantly killed, they would essentially not lose health when taking melee damage. One of these 2 halos could help farmers last longer, while the other could compensate for damage while also increasing their life stealing ability. After pondering for a moment, Chen Chen ultimately chose the Thorn halo, realizing that making the farmers last longer wasn't solely about increasing defense, it could also be achieved by boosting their vitality. He just happened to have 2 skill points available, so after selecting the Thorn halo, he allocated both skill points to the life halo. The level 4 life halo increased Vitality by 40 times, directly boosting the farmer's constitution attribute to over 240 points. With such powerful attributes, even if they stood still and let the goblin hero attack, the goblin hero wouldn't be able to kill them in just a few hits. Coupled with the presence of the life Steel Halo and Thorn Halo, Shin could confidently say that he was basically invincible now, except for the Goblin King. After allocating the skill points, Shin began to check the items dropped by the Goblin Hero. First were the equipment, a total of 2 ordinary purple items and 1 special purple item. Decapitation Greatsword rank, purple type, weapon attribute, attack power plus 200 special effect, decapitation. When attacking the neck, deals double damage to weak points. Note, this is a greatsword specifically designed for decapitation, but it requires a high level of skill from the user. Goblin Commander Battle Armor rank, purple type, armor attribute, vitality plus 200 special effect, powerful. Powerful revival. When vitality first drops below 30%, recover 5% of health per second for 6 seconds. Cooldown 24H, Lord's Ring, exclusive equipment for Lords, rank, purple type, special equipment attribute, attack increased by 5%, defense increased by 5% special effect, territory protection, can borrow the power of the territory to help the Lord block 1 instance of damage. Cooldown 24H. The 2 ordinary purple items have average attributes, but both equipment special effects are quite good, especially the decapitation effect. If placed in the hands of the right troop type, it can consistently deal double damage. However, for Shin, these 2 pieces of equipment are not particularly useful, so he directly tossed them into the trading market. But since most lords are generally quite poor, it's almost impossible for them to afford these 2 items, so he marked them with an exorbitant price, waiting for someone interested to trade. As for the Lord's Ring, it is indeed a good item, with both attack and defense increased by percentage. Such a noble percentage boost is undoubtedly the most suitable for Shin, especially since the Lord's Ring also has a damage block which can prevent him from being ambushed and killed. For Shin, this is simply a perfect piece of equipment, so he equipped the ring without hesitation. Besides the equipment, there are also 2 blueprints. One is for a defense tower, a heavy artillery tower built from the blueprint, which has extremely high damage but a very low damage frequency, making it a fairly average territory blueprint. It is relatively rare in the early stages but becomes less valuable in the later stages. Shin was too lazy to let it occupy space in his territory, so he also listed it at a sky-high price in the trading market, waiting for a faithful buyer to make an offer. After putting the heavy artillery tower blueprint on the trading market, Shin looked at the remaining blacksmith shop blueprint, and his eyes brightened a bit. Blacksmith shop blueprint effect. Can build a blacksmith shop in the territory, requires at least 1 blacksmith. Requirements, level 5 territory, 1000 wood, 1000 stone, 1000 gold. The introduction of the blacksmith shop blueprint is very simple. With it, a blacksmith shop can be built in the territory. But for Shin, as long as he can construct the blacksmith shop, his territory can continuously forge equipment. Given the current equipment prices, this is essentially a money tree. Unfortunately, building a blacksmith shop not only requires a level 5 territory but also a blacksmith, and the latter can only be obtained through special means before level 10. So, this blueprint is something Shin can only admire. For now, as it cannot be used at the moment. Feeling a bit regretful, Shin clicked on the last troop card. Big Goblin Troop Card Effect. Can recruit the Big Goblin Troop in the barracks after use. Requirements, barracks. In terms of troop rank, the Big Goblin is definitely not a powerful troop, especially since this is just the Big Goblin and not the Big Goblin Cavalry, so they can only be considered a D-rank troop at best. However, even as a D-rank troop, their attributes are much stronger than the farmers under Shin. As long as Shin upgrades his territory to level 5 and recruits the Big Goblin, the combat power of his territory will definitely see a significant leap. Overall, Shin was very satisfied with the items dropped by the Goblin Hero. In addition to these items, the Big Goblins he defeated also dropped over 100 pieces of ordinary equipment. This battle basically allowed Shin to reap a substantial profit. The only regret was that most of the lords were relatively poor at the moment. If he listed all the equipment, it would not only impact the market but also make it difficult to sell the items at a good price. Therefore, Shin could only list 20 pieces of equipment to test the waters, while waiting for everyone to become a bit wealthier before gradually selling the rest. Besides the economic gains, the large amount of experience points also allowed Shin to enter the level leaderboard for the first time. Although he was positioned towards the back of the list, being on it meant that his development was already in the first tier. However, the goblins had retreated back to their camp, and unless Shin could directly capture the goblin camp or hunt monsters in more distant areas, it would be difficult for him to significantly increase his experience points in the short term. But for Shin, the level ranking wasn't that important. It wasn't worth his time to go hunting for monsters. So after securing the loot, he chose to send the farmers to gather resources. For him, the most important thing right now was to upgrade the territory level. Although he lost 3 farmers, he still had 47 left, which was definitely a large number for a lord. Coupled with the farmer's resource-gathering talent, he didn't believe anyone could upgrade their territory faster than him. Just as Chen Shan sent out the farmers to gather resources, someone saw his name on the level leaderboard and their expression turned quite grim. How could he make it onto the level leaderboard? Looking at the leaderboard, Zhao Chongping's face darkened, and he felt quite puzzled. He understood Chen's situation better than anyone else. He was even the one who suggested that Chen Shen use the blessing of the battlefield of all realms. But what he couldn't comprehend was that Chen Shen's initial unit type was a completely non-combatant farmer. Even if he wasn't hiding in his territory like a turtle, he should have been cautiously hunting level 1 monsters. How could he suddenly appear on the level leaderboard? That was simply impossible. A thought suddenly crossed Zhao Chongping's mind. Could there be some special terrain outside his territory suitable for killing monsters without taking damage? In the battlefield of all realms, there were indeed some special terrains, such as cliffs and valleys. If these terrains were extreme enough, it was possible to create situations where monsters couldn't fight back. Such terrains were often referred to as bug-level terrains. However, the chances of such a situation occurring were extremely low. It not only required the territory to randomly generate such terrain, but also needed monsters that were specifically countered by that terrain. Encountering such a starting point was akin to being the chosen one. After thinking it over, Zhao Chongping felt that this was the only possibility. Otherwise, with the trash units in Chen Shen's hands, it would be impossible for him to level up so quickly. This waste really has good luck. Zhao Chongping's eyes darkened. It seems I need to find him early. Originally, he planned to deal with Chen Shen when the territory protection time was about to end, but now it seemed he could no longer wait. After all, no one understood the effects of the blessing of the battlefield of all realms better than him. If he didn't suppress Chen Shen soon, once he developed, it would be quite difficult to deal with him. Thinking of this, Zhao Chongping felt very displeased. He had initially thought it would be easy to deal with this trash, but now it had become somewhat troublesome, even forcing him to interrupt his own development time to handle it, which made him quite angry. When I find you, I will definitely make you regret causing so much trouble. With a somewhat cold gaze, Zhao Chongping summoned back the 2 bipedal dragons he had killed outside. Soon, the 2 massive dragons descended from the sky and landed in front of him. However, what was strange was that these bipedal dragons, which should have been no different from small flying dragons except for having 2 fewer claws than giant dragons, had, at this moment, an extremely rare feature. They each had 2 heads. Moreover, these 2-headed dragons were also significantly larger than ordinary bipedal dragons, clearly indicating that their strength surpassed that of the typical bipedal dragons. Looking at these 2 bipedal dragons, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Zhao Chongping's eyes. The reason he wanted to deal with Chen Shen was not so much related to the Tianhong group wanting to eliminate enemies, but primarily because of the 2-headed dragons in front of him. 2-headed dragon level 5 rank A. Evolving, skills, pounce, venom attack, bite, double attack. The original bipedal dragon was supposed to be just an A-level unit with only pounce, bite, and venom attack as skills. However, Zhao Chongping's bipedal dragons not only had an additional special identifier indicating they were evolving, but they also had an extra skill, double attack, making them significantly stronger than ordinary bipedal dragons. All of this stemmed from the glory stone that was unexpectedly included in Chen Shen's novice gift pack. The glory stone is an extremely precious treasure in the battlefield of all realms, but due to its rarity, very few people in Blue Star know its true function, and Zhao Chongping happened to be one of them. This glory stone is a special treasure that can evolve. As long as one completes tasks to increase the rank of the glory stone, it can allow units to evolve. Upon discovering that Chen Shen's novice gift pack actually contained a glory stone, Zhao Chongping immediately began to investigate all of Chen Shen's information. When he found out that the Tianhong group had already used means to win over Chen Shen, he quickly made a decision, offering a price. That was almost like selling himself to the Tianhong group to obtain the glory stone from Chen Shen. As for the proposal to have the Tianhong group use the blessing scroll of all realms on Chen Shen, it was not as Chen Shen guessed, intending to use the negative effects of the blessing to eliminate him, but rather Zhao Chongping had his eyes on the effects of the blessing itself. However, because the effects of the blessing were too powerful, Zhao Chongping was unsure if he could handle it, so he simply used Chen Shen as bait, allowing Chen Shen to bear the effects of the blessing. While he spent a large sum to buy 2 special scrolls, one scroll's effect was to lock onto Chen Shen's territory location, while the other scroll's function was to bind with Chen Shen, allowing his own territory to appear not far from Chen Shen's location. In this way, he could avoid facing the negative effects of the blessing scroll directly while enjoying the advantages of the birthplace provided by the blessing scroll. To acquire these items, Zhao Chongping nearly went bankrupt, but he had never regretted it. After completing the first ring of tasks, his bipedal dragons had already evolved into 2-headed dragons, and as long as he completed another task, his exclusive unit could successfully evolve into an S-level 3-headed chimera. Glory Stone, Path of Evolution, type treasure task, kill 1000 ordinary monsters. Completed, task reward, exclusive unit evolution. Count *1. Task, destroy a lord's territory. In progress, task reward, exclusive unit evolution. Count *1. Task, kill a super tier monster. Not. Started, task reward, exclusive unit evolution. Count *1. Looking at the second task of the Glory Stone, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Zhao Chongping's eyes. Originally, he planned to be cautious and wait until the territory protection time was almost over before seeking out Chen Shen. Now that Chen Shen was being restless, he could only blame himself for taking action early. After all, the territory protection only safeguards the land, not the lord. As long as Chen Shen is not within the territory, he can be killed, and his territory can be destroyed afterward. At that time, with 2 S-class units in hand, perhaps he could even take on a super-tier monster. If he could complete the final task and gather all the geographical resources brought by the blessing of all realms, his strength would see a significant leap. What A-class lord! He aimed to become the strongest lord on the battlefield of all realms. As long as he could achieve this goal, what was Tianhong Group? The one who signed the contract was merely A-class Lord Zhao Shanpeng, not himself, who possessed S-class or even S+ units. As long as he could become the strongest existence, no one could restrain him. As for Chen Shen, the path of the strong would always have many fallen corpses. Being a stepping stone for a strong person like him was also an honor. If there was anything to blame, it could only be his bad luck. With a decision in mind, Zhao Chongping immediately used the scroll that recorded Chen Shen's aura. As the scroll was activated, a virtual arrow suddenly appeared before his eyes, pointing directly at Chen Shen's territory. Compared to the juvenile units of other S-class lords, Zhao Chongping's 2-headed wyverns had clearly grown much stronger. The 2 massive 2-headed wyverns were even large enough to serve as mounts for Zhao Chongping. He rode on one of the wyverns and charged towards Chen Shen's territory. After a long while, Zhao Chongping finally stopped outside Chen Shen's territory, but to avoid being discovered by Chen Shen, he landed some distance away from the territory. Compared to when he set off, Zhao Chongping now appeared exceptionally disheveled. The 2 originally fierce and imposing 2-headed wyverns were now covered in scars. The one serving as his mount was slightly better off, with only a few severe wounds. The other, however, fared much worse. Its tail seemed to have been bitten off, and one of its wings was drooping, clearly broken by some creature. If it weren't for the 2-headed wyvern's gliding ability, it might not have made it to Chen Shen's territory at all. After landing, Zhao Chongping felt a lingering fear. He knew that under the effect of the blessing of all realms, the area around Chen Shen's territory was bound to be fraught with danger, but he hadn't expected it to be this perilous. With 2 nearly adult A+ class 2-headed wyverns, in terms of strength, they could easily overpower the juvenile S-class units of other lords. Yet, this powerful strength had almost led to their downfall just from flying over. The effect of the blessing of all realms was truly terrifying. At this moment, Zhao Chongping was immensely grateful for his caution. Fortunately, he hadn't inflated his ego to use the blessing of all realms directly on himself, but had instead indirectly utilized Chen Shen as a test subject. Otherwise, if he had used it directly, it would have been him exposing his territory to these dangers. However, after a moment of trepidation, Zhao Chongping's gaze turned hopeful. In the dangerous battlefield of all realms, danger also meant opportunity. Once he dealt with Chen Shen and evolved the 2-headed wyverns into S-class, this treasure land might very well be within his grasp. With this thought, Zhao Chongping felt a surge of excitement. He hid in the distant forest, carefully observing Chen Shen's territory. Chen Shen's territory was situated on a plain, and the territory protection only worked against monsters. For Zhao Chongping, who was also a lord, the territory protection merely prevented him from attacking Chen Shen's territory. So the territory, which had yet to be fortified with walls, was completely visible to him. Warehouse, watchtower, trading hall. Zhao Chongping observed the buildings in Chen Shen's territory, narrowing his eyes slightly. From these structures, it was clear that Chen Shen's territory was at least level 3 or higher. While maintaining his own level, he was able to upgrade his territory so quickly. It seemed that the blessings of the Wanjia battlefield had indeed brought great benefits to Chen Shen. Watching Chen Shen's rapidly developing territory, Zhao Chongping felt a flicker of anger rise within him. Initially, he had only intended to use Chen Shen as a tool to serve as a coordinate providing location. But now, this tool had unexpectedly developed even better than his own territory, which was hard for him, who always considered himself a strong person, to accept. A waste should have the awareness of being a waste. Zhao Chongping quickly suppressed his anger, but as he continued to observe, a hint of confusion began to surface in his mind. Where was the precious land that Chen Shen had found, where he could kill monsters without taking damage? During his observation, he only saw those farmers bustling about like busy little bees, constantly transporting resources to Chen Shen's territory, but he did not see any place where monsters could be spawned. Moreover, terrain that allowed for damage-free monster killing was usually mountains or hills, yet the area surrounding Chen Shen's territory was a flat plain, which was not suitable for spawning monsters. Could it be that he didn't exploit the terrain but relied on strength to kill? A thought suddenly struck Zhao Changpeng, but he quickly laughed at himself for this idea. The farmer unit was notoriously weak, not even considered a combat unit. Relying on Chen Chen to kill monsters with farmers was like expecting him to ascend to godhood directly. Zhao Changpeng shook his head, dismissing this ridiculous thought. Since he couldn't see any spawning terrain, it indicated that the spawning area was likely in a place not visible to the naked eye. In Chen Chen's territory, there seemed to be only one location that fit this description. With that in mind, Zhao Changpeng turned his gaze toward the mine located behind Chen Chen's territory. This mine was quite large and could very well contain underground tunnels. In the underground tunnels of the Wanjia battlefield, not only would the terrain be very complex, but there would also be countless monsters. If Chen Chen had found a spot to exploit the terrain within the mine, it would completely make sense. The more Zhao Changpeng thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. He felt he had grasped the truth. It must be that while mining, Chen Chen discovered a terrain resembling a natural trap beneath the mine, and then he used this terrain to lure the monsters from below and kill them without taking damage. Only in this way could his level increase so rapidly. As for why he couldn't see any activity now, it indicated that the monsters around the underground had already been lured away by Chen Chen, and he couldn't draw any more from further away. So, he wasn't unable to spawn monsters, he simply couldn't spawn them anymore. In a flash, Zhao Changpeng connected all the clues and felt like a genius. He directly opened the leaderboard and saw that Chen Chen's level had not changed for a long time, which undoubtedly further confirmed his speculation. Lucky waste, Zhao Changpeng muttered resentfully under his breath, then felt that things were getting a bit troublesome. With Chen Chen's weak strength, he couldn't hunt any monsters without the ability to kill them without damage. As a result, Chen Chen might remain in his territory selling the equipment he had obtained until the territory protection time was up before he could possibly come out. He didn't have that much time to waste with Chen Chen. Not only did he have a territory to manage, but more importantly, he had ambitions to climb the leaderboard. If he wasted too much time on Chen Chen, even if he eventually upgraded the two-headed wyvern to an S-level chimera, he would still feel it was a loss. I need to think of a way to lure this waste out. Just as Zhao Changpeng was trying to find a way to lure Chen Chen out, Chen Chen had already discovered this sneaky stranger. Thanks to the ample resources at his disposal, the wealthy Chen Chen simply upgraded the watchtower to level 4. A level 4 watchtower not only came with night vision capabilities, but also expanded its detection range to a full 4 kilometers. Therefore, as soon as Zhao Changpeng entered the watchtower's detection range, he was already spotted by Chen Chen. Where did this guy come from? Chen Chen was somewhat puzzled by the intentions of this unfamiliar visitor. Even though it was just a new player continent in the Myriad Realms battlefield, the area was astonishingly vast, so the initial territories of two lords were generally quite far apart. Yet now, this lord had appeared in his territory. Could it be that this guy's territory was very close to his? Due to the significant difference in appearance between the bipedal dragon and the two-headed dragon, Chen Chen did not immediately associate the newcomer with Zhao Changpeng. However, seeing this person sneaking around and observing his territory, Chen Chen could guess that this person must have ill intentions. Therefore, without any hesitation, he immediately decided to capture this person. Just like Zhao Changpeng found him somewhat troublesome, Chen Chen also felt that Zhao Changpeng was a bit of a hassle. The main reason was that the two-headed dragon looked quite powerful and could fly, while his farmers had no ranged attack capabilities. If he failed to kill Zhao Changpeng in one hit and let him escape on the two-headed dragon, Chen Chen might have to face endless harassment from a flying unit. Moreover, the most troublesome part was that Zhao Changpeng was not like those goblins, he was a living person. The previous tactic of deceiving goblins by disguising his strength to be close to the enemy would not work here. After all, a group of farmers that looked somewhat off would be charging straight towards a high-level unit. Anyone who wasn't a fool could sense something was wrong. If he startled the snake in the grass and let this guy escape on his dragon without even landing a blow, that would be even worse. While Chen Chen was desperately pondering how to ensure he could capture Zhao Changpeng without fail, Zhao Changpeng had already begun to take action. After careful consideration, Zhao Changpeng came up with a very simple and crude idea: to go straight in. When his troops fell, a report of casualties would pop up for the Lord. Since Chen Chen was unaware of his presence, he wouldn't be able to see what was hunting his farmers through the report. So, he just needed to kill slowly, not instilling fear in Chen Chen, and then there was a good chance Chen Chen would come out of his territory to see what was happening. He had already hidden another two-headed dragon in the shadows. As long as Chen Chen left a certain range of his territory, the hidden two-headed dragon would strike first, completely taking care of Chen Chen. Zhao Changpeng's plan was quite simple and crude, and even if it failed, it didn't matter if Chen Chen didn't come out. At that point, he could just kill all of Chen Chen's farmers, leaving Chen Chen as a lonely lord. He was curious to see how this lord would develop without any troops. Watching Zhao Changpeng in the watchtower's surveillance, he was actually moving slowly towards the farmers who were chopping wood. Chen Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. No way, this fool isn't planning to take action, is he? After killing the goblin hero and receiving a comprehensive boost from the aura, the farmers empowered by the aura had attributes that were terrifyingly strong. If Zhao Changpeng relied on the mobility of the two-headed dragon to engage in guerrilla tactics in the sky, gradually wearing down the farmers with ranged attacks, Chen Shen might indeed find himself in some trouble, but now he actually wanted to abandon the advantage of flight and let the wyvern launch a surprise attack. Chen Shen glanced at this fool with some sympathy. If this fool allowed the wyvern to initiate a ranged attack, it would be fine. In that case, the wyvern would only take one hit at most, and if it was lucky, it might withstand it. But if this fool directly ordered the wyvern to engage in close combat with the farmers, with the thorny halo's counterattack, plus the farmers' retaliation, Chen Shen really didn't know how the wyvern would survive. Watching Zhao Changpeng gradually approach the farmers, Chen also prepared to step out of the territory. Zhao Changpeng had separated the two-headed wyverns, so the other one hiding was clearly meant to deal with him. As soon as Zhao Changpeng made his move, he would immediately step out of the territory, taking advantage of Zhao Changpeng being too far away to command, and directly lure out the remaining two-headed wyvern to deal with it. Although Zhao Changpeng claimed he was preparing for a surprise attack, his actions were not very discreet. After all, in his view, they were just farmers, easily crushed by a single claw of a bipedal wyvern, not worth his serious attention. If he weren't worried that the sudden appearance of the two-headed wyvern would scare all these farmers away, he wouldn't resort to such a shameful tactic as a surprise attack. As the farmers entered the attack range, Zhao Changpeng immediately gave orders to the two-headed wyvern in front of him. Go, kill any farmer you like, and keep an eye on the rest. Whoever tries to run, kill them. As an A-class unit, the two-headed wyvern had a very high intelligence. Upon hearing Zhao Changpeng's command, it immediately exerted its legs, leaping into the air, then gliding towards the farmers with a single wing flap. Since the two-headed wyvern's venom attack consumed a lot of energy, it naturally wouldn't use such a powerful method against these insignificant farmers. Therefore, after gliding above the farmers, the two-headed wyvern dove down directly. Its claws were also one of its attack methods, and in the moment of the dive, it seemed to envision the farmer below being torn to shreds by itself. However, it was somewhat puzzled that the farmer it had chosen as a target did not show the common fear seen during hunts. Instead, he silently raised the knife in his hand. This ant can't possibly think he can fight back against me, right? Watching the farmer's actions, a thought flashed through the two-headed wyvern's mind that even it found ridiculous. The two-headed wyvern's diving speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had fallen in front of the farmer, and its claws viciously swiped at him. Puff puff, with two muffled sounds, a cloud of blood mist erupted from both the farmer and the two-headed wyvern. However, after the blood mist burst from the farmer, the wound on his chest seemed to be healed by some force, immediately starting to close up. In contrast, after the blood mist erupted from the two-headed wyvern, it left behind two hideous claw marks on its body, as if it had mercilessly clawed itself. If it weren't for its strong scale defense, that claw might have sliced open half of its body. Caught off guard and heavily injured, the two-headed wyvern didn't even feel pain. It stood there dazed, and before it could comprehend where the attack on it had come from, the farmer's long knife came crashing down towards its neck. The two-headed wyvern naturally had two necks, so compared to other monsters, beheading a two-headed wyvern was incredibly easy. The beheading strike triggered a tenfold attack with just one slash. Perhaps due to the two-headed wyvern's terrible luck, after the double attack was triggered, the farmer unexpectedly activated a heavy strike for double damage. With both effects combined, the farmer's single slash directly severed both heads of the two-headed wyvern. Watching the two-headed dragon, which had just been fiercely attacking, instantly turn into a headless corpse, Zhao Changpeng's mind went blank. What happened to my huge two-headed dragon? Zhao Changpeng was completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, the two-headed dragon was dead. It was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react at all. It wasn't until the delayed battle report popped up that he finally came to his senses. His two-headed dragon had actually been killed by that farmer, who was no different from trash. Not good. Zhao Changpeng suddenly realized something and instinctively wanted to order the other two-headed dragon to abandon its current position and fly back immediately. But the two-headed dragon was too far away, far enough that it couldn't receive his command. Before he could decide whether to flee or find the two-headed dragon to escape together, the battle report popped up again. Your two-headed dragon has been slain. It's over. Seeing this battle report, Zhao Changpeng felt darkness closing in on him. He knew everything was finished. Chen Shen's troops were problematic. The farmer, who had originally seemed like trash, actually possessed such powerful combat strength, strong enough to single-handedly slay his two-headed dragon. And the most terrifying part was that Chen Shen had as many as 50 farmers this strong. At that moment, Zhao Changpeng finally understood why Chen Shen's level was so high. It wasn't about terrain advantages, but purely about brute strength. 50 troops comparable to S rank, let alone ordinary small monsters, even super-tier monsters could be easily killed by him. Zhao Changpeng was now plunged into complete despair. Looking at the battle report of his two-headed dragons being slain, his Teeth were almost biting into his own flesh, but he did not give up. He cautiously retreated in the direction opposite to Chun Chen's territory. Although he didn't know if he could safely return to his territory without the protection of the two-headed dragons, he knew that if he didn't leave, he would have no chance of escape. At this moment, he can only silently comfort himself in his heart, praying that Chun Chen had not discovered his whereabouts, even though he knew that possibility was almost non-existent. However, just as he took a few steps back and turned around, he was shocked to find that, at some point, several farmers wielding giant axes had blocked his path. These farmers looked very ordinary, like a few old farmers going to chop wood, quietly standing there with their giant axes. But it was these seemingly ordinary old farmers who completely shattered his hopes, for he knew all too well that each of these farmers had the strength to slay a two-headed dragon. Now that several had appeared at once, he had no hope of escape with his own strength. At this moment, he had no courage to resist. Having originally regarded farmers as trash, he was now being treated like a weakling, directly dragged back to Chun Chen's territory. My lord, we've captured the person. Farmer Yi tossed Zhao Changpeng onto the ground and then bowed to Chun Chen. Good. Chun Chen nodded, waved for Farmer Yi to continue with his tasks, and then looked at Zhao Changpeng with great interest. So, who are you? I am just the lord of a nearby territory. Zhao Changpeng's mind raced. He knew he couldn't reveal his identity. If Chun Chen found out he was Zhao Changpeng, he would surely die. Thinking of this, he quickly reviewed everything he had done since arriving at Chun Chen's territory, confirming that Chun Chen must have discovered his presence as soon as he arrived. He then cautiously began to fabricate a lie. While I was scouting earlier, I found that you had a territory here, and I noticed that your territory's strength didn't seem very strong, so I planned to take the initiative. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have laid a hand on you. I just lost my temper for a moment and didn't mean to target you. I hope you can spare me for the sake of all of us being from Blue Star. My parents are still waiting for me to return to Blue Star. I'm begging you. By the way, I'm willing to pay a ransom. I have plenty of resources in my territory. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I will give you anything, Zhao Changpeng said, crying bitterly. When he reached the depths of his emotions, he even knelt down and knocked his head a few times to show his sincerity. At this moment, he had no other choice but to gamble, hoping that Chun Chen, the student who had never left the school gate, had a heart that wasn't so hard and wasn't so decisive in killing. However, as he watched Zhao Changpeng's performance, Chun Chen slightly squinted his eyes. He quietly observed Zhao Changpeng's act and then suddenly asked, "You are Zhao Changpeng, right?" At first, Chun Chen hadn't thought of Zhao Changpeng. He just assumed it was a lord near his territory until he saw the kill notification showing that he had killed a two-headed dragon. He instantly remembered Zhao Changpeng. Although Zhao Changpeng's unit was a bipedal dragon rather than a two-headed dragon, Chun Chen knew that units could evolve, and what a coincidence it was that there happened to be an A-grade lord with dragons right around his territory. Chun Chen felt that Zhao Changpeng had likely been targeting him from the very beginning, and he didn't know what means Zhao Changpeng had used to make his territory descend near his own and lock onto him. In other words, Chun Chen was now certain that Zhao Changpeng had come to kill him. However, there was one thing Chun Chen didn't quite understand. How deep was the grudge between him and Zhao Changpeng? To kill him, Zhao Changpeng was even willing to give up his own development. It should be noted that he, the victim, wasn't in a hurry to take revenge but was thinking of waiting until his territory reached level 10 before doing anything. Yet here was this perpetrator, impatiently coming to kill him, even willing to give up his own development. Was his mind so small? Did he have to kill him? Chun Chen thought for a moment and felt it was unlikely. If it were just for personal grievances, Zhao Changpeng didn't seem to have any mental issues. If it were for personal grudges, he certainly wouldn't give up his development to seek revenge. Moreover, with Zhao Changpeng's future, even if the Tianhong group wanted to eliminate him, they would never allow Zhao Changpeng to give up his development to kill him. So there must be some reason he didn't know that led Zhao Changpeng to be so eager to kill him. Thinking of this, Chun Chen couldn't help but feel intrigued. He looked at the somewhat terrified Zhao Changpeng and asked, "I'm curious, what exactly is your reason for being so determined to kill me?" Upon hearing Chun Chen point out his identity, Zhao Changpeng's body instinctively trembled. He originally wanted to deny it, but looking at Chun Chen's incredibly certain gaze, he ultimately chose to remain silent, and his previous pleading actions completely stopped. It wasn't until Chun Chen asked him why he came to kill him that he slowly raised his head. Knowing he was undoubtedly going to die, he no longer pretended. With a slightly mocking tone, he said, "Do I need a reason to kill you? Just being in my way is reason enough for you to die." "Oh, so you're quite the tough guy," Chun Chen remarked, seeing Zhao Changpeng transform from a pitiful figure to this indifferent demeanor. He gave him a thumbs up. "Since you want to keep your dignity, I'll give you some dignity too." Saying this, Chun Chen pointed to a chair in the Lord's Hall, indicating for him to sit down and talk slowly. "Come, sit down and let's chat. Tell me how I've been in your way." Zhao Changpeng showed no courtesy towards Chun Chen's respect. He directly dragged a chair over and sat down in front of Chun Chen. completely abandoning thoughts of life and death. He seemed much more carefree than before. He pulled out the Stone of Glory from his inventory and directly flicked it towards Chen Chen. This is your reason to die. Chen Chen, who reached out to catch the Stone of Glory, instantly recalled what it was upon seeing its appearance. Previously, after he had transitioned to the Lord class, he had opened a Stone of Glory from the beginner's gift pack given by the Battlefield of 10,000 Realms. There was no description of its attributes, just a single phrase: it is a symbol of glory. Chen Chen had searched through a lot of information but found nothing about what this item was, so at that time, he subconsciously thought it was just a worthless item, with only symbolic significance, completely disregarding it. Even when Shinwei took his initial gold coins and casually took the stone as well, he didn't pay any attention. If it weren't for Zhao Changping taking it out at this moment, Chen Chen wouldn't have remembered that he once had such an item. What is this thing useful for? Since this item still belonged to Zhao Changpeng, Chen Chen couldn't see the specific attributes of the Stone of Glory, so he chose to ask directly. In response to Chen Chen's question, Zhao Changpeng appeared very calm and explained directly, this thing is a rare treasure in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. In a sense, it is not something we can access at our current stage. As for its function, it's quite simple. It can open the path of glory or the path of evolution. The path of evolution is relatively straightforward. You need to complete 3 tasks in total. After completing each task, your exclusive troop can evolve once, which is equivalent to 3 evolution stones, with no level restrictions, but they can only be used on your exclusive troops. As for the path of glory, I don't know. I only know that the tasks for the path of glory are definitely very difficult, so I didn't dare to choose it. However, I can share a piece of information with you for free. Everyone who has chosen the path of glory has failed. Note that when I say everyone, I mean all those from other races in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. The so-called battlefield of 10,000 realms naturally cannot consist of only the human race. Compared to those races, the blue star human race appears particularly weak as their abilities are not outstanding. However, since there are powerful figures protecting them, they may be weak, but they are not overly intimidated by other races. The fact that even those powerful races have failed in the path of glory is enough to illustrate how high the difficulty of the tasks is. Due to class issues, many questions Chen Chen had could not be found on Blue Star. Since Zhao Changpeng was willing to elaborate, he naturally didn't mind asking a few more questions. With such a difficult path of glory, what are the rewards? I don't know. Zhao Changpeng shook his head calmly, but then he added, I only know that the rewards for the path of glory must be very generous, because many true geniuses from various races in the battlefield of 10,000 realms are searching for the Stone of Glory, hoping to open the path of glory. However, this item can only be used in this world. It is useless for people from other worlds. Therefore, no one would cross realms to search for the Stone of Glory. Because of this, not many people on Blue Star know about it, as it hasn't appeared much here before. At this point, Zhao Changpeng's expression clearly showed some pride. Finding the Stone of Glory was the thing he was most proud of. However, thinking about how he had now become a prisoner, his expression immediately darkened again. The powers of the heavens were against him. He had finally stumbled upon such a great opportunity, only to encounter Chen Chen, this cheat. Truly, his luck was terrible. The Stone of Glory, the path of glory. Chen Chen pondered for a moment. Seeing Zhao Changpeng's demeanor, it was clear he wasn't lying. If what he said was true, then the Stone of Glory, which even the geniuses of various races were searching for, must be a top-tier treasure. However, to have such a high-level treasure casually stuffed into his beginner's gift pack seemed a bit too arbitrary. Was this a compensation for his poor troop quality? However, the initial attributes of the peasant soldier type are too poor. If it weren't for the Lord of the Aura, even if I were given a glory stone, I would still be doomed. Forget about the glory road. I wouldn't even be able to manage the evolution road. Chen Chen shook his head, setting aside the matter of the novice gift pack, and then spoke. You're quite generous to openly discuss such a secret matter. This thing will definitely drop upon death. Zhao Changpeng pointed to the glory stone he had thrown to Chen Chen and continued, even if I don't say anything, you'll find out the function of the glory stone when I die. As for the other information, it's just some trivial details, nothing worth hiding. After saying this, Zhao Changpeng looked at Chen Chen with a strange smile and asked, so, what is your choice? The glory road or the evolution road? Don't you already know? Chen Chen glanced at Zhao Changpeng and replied, besides, you've told me so much just to make me choose the glory road. Ha, that's right. Zhao Changpeng laughed heartily, unabashedly saying, although I don't know why your soldier type is so strong, I know that someone with such a powerful soldier type as you will definitely not give up any opportunity to become stronger. Your peasant base is so weak that even if you evolve, you won't get very far, so your only choice is the glory road. Once you step onto this path, as long as you don't die, you will inevitably become one of the top powerhouses in the battlefield of all realms. If Chen Chen dies, it would mean someone is avenging him. If Chen Chen survives, he will surely become a top powerhouse in the future, and dying at the hands of such a strong person wouldn't be a disgrace. Therefore, he could accept both outcomes. It was precisely for this reason that he said so much to Chen Shen, aiming to encourage him to choose the glory road. Chen Shen didn't care at all about Zhao Changping's attitude. He knew that Zhao Changping must be hiding a lot of information about the glory road, but it didn't matter. With the Lord of the Aura by his side, he was confident he could crush all opponents. After all, with the tenfold starting and hundredfold peak strength boost of the Lord of the Aura, if he didn't even dare to choose the glory road, he might as well go back to Blue Star to retire. Do you have any last words? Chen Chen looked at Zhao Changping and asked, although I know you're plotting against me, given your honesty, if you have any last words, I can take them back to Blue Star for you. I'm not favored in the Zhao family, and I don't have many resources while alive, so it doesn't matter much to leave last words after I die, Zhao Changping said with a carefree attitude towards death. But if there's a chance, help me destroy the Tianhong group. A bunch of useless people who don't even dare to enter the battlefield of all realms want me, Zhao Changping, to be their dog? They don't deserve it. All right. Chen Chen nodded, agreeing to Zhao Changping's request. When the opportunity arises, I will kill them all and send them to accompany you. After saying this, Chen Chen stopped being verbose and punched Zhao Changping in the chest. With the boost from the aura, Chen Chen's overall attributes were comparable to an S-level soldier type, so with just one punch, he shattered Zhao Changping's internal organs, directly cutting off his life force. You have successfully killed a lord and completely destroyed a territory. Please choose how to handle the territory. 1. Accept the territory. 2. Plunder the territory. 3. Destroy the territory. Among these three options, one is to reclaim the defeated territory as your own subordinate territory. Subordinate territories can also be built and upgraded, but they cannot share the level of the main territory and require someone to protect them. Currently, Chen Chen does not have any hero units that can independently garrison, so this option can basically be ruled out. The remaining two options, plundering could maximize the gains, allowing one to acquire the vast majority of resources from the defeated territory. However, this option requires being within the enemy's territory, and Chen Chen clearly doesn't have the time to search for Zhao Changping's domain, so he naturally has to give it up. Therefore, the only choice left for Chen Chen is to destroy the territory. After destroying the territory, it will be completely obliterated, and the destroyer can obtain a small amount of resources from it, as well as randomly receive some items from the enemy lord. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, when a lord is killed, their territory is considered completely annihilated. Thus, after the novice period, many assassin professionals will target lords to kill, although the success rate is not very high. As long as they succeed once, even if they directly choose to annihilate the territory, they can reap substantial rewards, especially since for those ordinary professionals, the lord profession is incredibly wealthy. Although Chen Shen doesn't think much of Zhao Changping's possessions, he sees no need to keep this territory, so he directly chooses to destroy it. You have destroyed a territory, gaining wood *1000, stone *600, gold *3000, common house blueprint *1, and common rice seed *100. Congratulations! You have obtained a special item through killing, Stone of Glory. Zhao Changping seems to have spent all his time hunting monsters, so he is rather poor, only dropping a few trivial items for Chen Chen. Chen Chen skips over the resources and gold, focusing directly on the house blueprint. The house is also a residential building, but compared to the territory's built-in cottage, the attributes of the house are clearly much more luxurious. Common house attributes: comfort plus 20%, stamina recovery speed plus 20% requirements. Primary cottage: wood 200, stone 200. Gold 200. Evaluation: a relatively comfortable house. With it, you can spend a peaceful night. For Chen Chen, this building is quite practical. After all, the farmers under him are essentially human, not machines. No matter how strong they are, they still need rest. This house, which can enhance stamina recovery speed, will undoubtedly shorten their rest time significantly, allowing them more time to work. While thinking about the capitalist remarks that could hang him on a street lamp, Chen Chen takes out the rice seeds to check their attributes. Rice seeds grade: common attributes. None evaluation. Ordinary rice used to stave off hunger. Planting in spiritual fields can accelerate growth, and long-term consumption can slightly enhance attribute values. Although these rice seeds are too low in grade to directly enhance attributes, they can still fetch a high price on Blue Star. However, for Chen Chen, bringing these things back would indeed be a waste of space, so these rice seeds can only serve as ordinary rations in his territory. After putting away these miscellaneous items, Chen Chen directly takes out the most valuable item dropped from Zhao Changping. Stone of Glory, activated. Please choose a path. Path of Evolution, Path of Glory. Note: the Path of Glory is extremely arduous. Please proceed with caution. Looking at the Stone of Glory, which is not much different from what Zhao Changping described, Chen Chen, who was already prepared, directly chooses the Path of Glory. Congratulations on choosing the Path of Glory. Detecting your unit type as ordinary farmers, generating relevant prerequisites. Human race glory. The barracks building within the territory will be fixed as the Lord's exclusive barracks, allowing farmers to change professions within the exclusive barracks. Each profession change will grant related skills and significantly enhance overall attributes. Note: once the exclusive barracks are built, the Lord can only recruit Lord-exclusive units, and farmers changing professions will not increase population demand. Do you choose to join the human race glory path? After reading the prompt for the Path of Glory, Chen instinctively raised an eyebrow. Choosing the Path of Glory meant that from then on, he could only recruit farmers as his unit type. However, these farmers could change classes through the barracks, which in a sense could be considered a full range of units. If this were the only condition, Chen might have hesitated about joining the Path of Glory because some incredibly powerful unit types were simply beyond the reach of farmers, even if they could change classes. After all, no matter how much they changed classes, farmers could never surpass the strength of S-rank units. Giving up those high-level units for some farmers who could change classes would definitely be a losing choice. But upon seeing the final note that changing classes would not increase population requirements, Chen immediately decided to join the human race's Path of Glory, no matter what lay ahead in the Path of Glory. Just this condition of not increasing population requirements made joining it a guaranteed win. It's important to know that all territories have a population cap. Unless there are special treasures, the population cap is generally 100 times the territory level. This means that a level 10 territory can only have 1,000 inhabitants. 1,000 inhabitants may seem like a lot, but units do not count one for one as population. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the stronger the unit, the more population it occupies. Take the S-rank unit, the dragon, for example. They initially occupy 50 population, and as the unit grows, the population they occupy will gradually increase. So normally, a level 10 territory can only muster a few hundred troops at most. But Chen was different. His farmers had such low strength that they occupied very little of the population cap, with each farmer only requiring one population. By the time Chen reached level 10, he could easily raise an army of 1,000 in no time. Moreover, there was one crucial issue: farmers were incredibly cheap. Compared to those S-rank units that required massive resources and special treasures, the cost of recruiting farmers was practically negligible. For Chen, who possessed the Lord of the Halo, quantity equated to quality. Not to mention that farmers would significantly increase their attributes after changing classes, as long as they could fill the gap in his ranged capabilities. Even without any attribute increase, he was determined to join the Path of Glory. Human race glory has been chosen, the Path of Glory has been opened. After Chen made his choice, the attributes of the Glory Stone immediately changed. Glory Stone, Path of Glory, type. Special treasure. Current task: kill an overlord level creature before reaching level 10. Task reward: unlock more ordinary classes. When changing classes for exclusive units, there is a certain probability of changing to a hidden class, ignoring any conditions. Forced class change: glory building, exclusive barracks, not constructed. Treasure attributes: guaranteed drop upon death evaluation. By walking the Path of Glory, you will become the strongest in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. The first ring task is to kill an overlord level monster. Looking at the first task that the Glory Stone refreshed, Chen finally understood why Zhao Changpeng said the Path of Glory was incredibly difficult. Killing an overlord level monster before reaching level 10 was an excessively high difficulty task. This task, let alone for those ordinary lords on Blue Star. Even if Zhao Changpeng evolved all his units to S rank, he would only end up sending his head. However, despite the high difficulty of the task, the rewards were indeed impressive. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, among the practitioners who were not lords, there existed hidden classes. Compared to ordinary classes, hidden classes often represented uniqueness and strength. Normally, a powerful hidden class could take down several practitioners of the same rank, and such strong classes did not appear very often during class changes. It seemed that this time, there was only less than a 1 in 1,000 chance of randomly obtaining a hidden class, and now, the farmers under Chen's command can actually change to hidden professions. Although the task rewards mention a certain probability, it doesn't matter because there are so many farmers under Chen. When it comes time to fight, while the opponents have worked hard to gather a few hidden professions, Chen can directly pull out a whole team of hidden professions. The scene would be simply beautiful. For Chen, the reward for the first ring has already been regarded as his own. The difficulty of the task is only for ordinary lords. For him, any super tier monster is just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Once he builds the barracks, the first to die will be that goblin king. After putting the Stone of Glory back in his inventory, Chen checked the trading market. Most of the equipment he had put up for sale had already sold, and the quantities of various resources had once again become abundant, even overflowing. Generally speaking, the higher the lord's level, the stronger their power. Now that so much time has passed, most lords have gradually passed their adaptation period, so the speed of resource gathering has increased by more than double. Because of this, the resources in the trading market have become somewhat overflowing. However, for Chen, the overflow of resources simply means that the leeks are ripe and ready to be harvested. In the previous Battle with the Goblin Hero. Aside from the equipment dropped by the Goblin Hero, Qin Shen also obtained over 100 pieces of equipment from those big goblin knights. Relying on these powerful pieces of equipment, Qin Shen almost looted half of the trading market, and nearly half of the gold coins that appeared in the entire trading market ended up in Chen Shen's pocket. On the other hand, although Chen Shen took the gold coins, the lords who bought his equipment could develop faster and earn more gold coins and resources. For everyone, this is a positive cycle. Of course, if you insist on saying that others are working for Chen Shen, he would definitely not agree. This is called free trade, free pricing. Calling it working for someone else is simply too harsh. This is mutual benefit. He and the other players are in a win-win situation. As for who won twice, that doesn't matter. Looking at the huge number in his balance, Chen Shen began to wave gold coins and scatter them in the trading market. Wood, buy. Stone, buy. Territory map, buy. Rare treasures, buy. In short, anything he set his eyes on, he bought it all. The gold coins earned from over 100 pieces of equipment made Chen Shen feel like he was filled with 3 words, not short on money. Originally, the trading market prices had stabilized, returning to a market rate of 1 gold coin for 1 resource, but in the blink of an eye, it was swept up by Chen Shen, directly becoming 2 gold coins for 1 resource. This operation left everyone dumbfounded. The Myriad Realms battlefield had been around for so many years, and it was the first time they had seen such a scene. If before, everyone had little resources, it could be understood that you stirred the market. Now that everyone has abundant resources, you can still raise the resource prices. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Are you here to be a lord or to speculate in stocks? The drastic market fluctuations left many lords in need of resources defenseless. Except for a few lords who weren't short on gold coins, the rest were all publicly blessing the guy who was sweeping the market in the chat channel, hoping he would ascend to paradise soon. Chen Shen, however, didn't care about that. Everyone needs resources, no one owes anyone anything. Moreover, as fellow lords, everyone is in a competitive relationship. Who knows when a fight might break out? Not robbing your resources is already giving face. Sweeping up some resources in the trading market is simply a normal operation. The first thing Chen Shen did with his vast resources was to upgrade his territory and then build the barracks. Barracks recruitable unit, human farmer recruitment price 10 gold. Class change hall effect. Farmers can enter the hall for class change. Current class change options: warrior, shield bearer, archer. Originally, the attributes of the barracks should allow for the recruitment of units, and the unit cards could increase the types of units available. However, now, due to the exclusive effect of the barracks, the option to increase unit types through unit cards has completely disappeared, but a class change hall option has appeared instead. It's unclear why this class change hall is separate from the barracks. The barracks, which was just a building, has now transformed into 2 after completion. Looking at the fact that human farmers only require 10 gold for recruitment, Chen Shen couldn't help but exclaim that the recruitment price for farmers is incredibly reasonable. Back when Chen Shen was on Blue Star, he had seen someone reveal the recruitment price for S-class units. That price was several thousand gold coins alone, and gold coins were the cheapest part of the recruitment cost. Besides gold, there were also gems, source crystals, and exclusive special materials, the prices of which were beyond what gold could measure. Compared to them, the 10 gold price for farmers felt almost like a giveaway. After a brief moment of reflection, Chen Shen decided to test the class change effect in the class change hall. Currently, what Chen Shen's territory needed most was ranged units, so he called over a farmer to choose the archer class. Would you like to change to archer? Current class change price, 100 gold. Looking at the prompt that popped up in the class change hall, a question mark instantly appeared above Chen Shen's head. What does this mean, a fee for class change? Chen Shen's expression darkened immediately. He finally understood why the class change hall and the barracks were 2 separate buildings. It was all a setup for him. After recruiting the farmer, a second expenditure was required for the class change. This class change hall was simply ruthless. Although he felt that the class change hall's fees were somewhat exploitative, Chen Shen was currently financially well off, and since ordinary professionals also needed to pay fees when leveling up, he chose to proceed with the class change despite feeling a bit cheated. As the class change was successful, the farmer who had just entered walked out of the class change hall. Compared to before, he hadn't changed much, except for the addition of a plain white hunting bow on his back. Farmer 7 class, farmer/archer level, 6 rank, E strength, 16 plus 480 constitution, 16 plus 640 agility, 22 plus 440 spirit, 16 talent, precision strike, greatly increases hit rate with bow weapons. Skills, eagle eye, rapid fire. Eagle eye, increases visual limits and grants night vision. Rapid fire, increases shooting speed by 20%, lasts for 60 seconds, cooldown time 1 hour. Looking at Farmer 7's attributes, Chen Shen was momentarily stunned. After the class change, the farmer's unit rank had actually advanced. Normally, units would display their rank, but previously farmers were not considered combat units, so they didn't even have a rank. Now, However, the farmer's attribute panel displayed an E rank. Chen counted on his fingers. The initial attributes of an E rank unit are around 10 points, with each level increasing by one free attribute, which perfectly matched the 16 points of attributes. As for agility, it should be the main attribute of an archer, thus increasing by 2 points per level, which is why Farmer 7 had 22 points in agility. Not only had Farmer 7 evolved to E rank, but his attributes had also completely transformed into those of an E rank unit. If that's the case, will these units have the opportunity to evolve again in the future from E rank to D rank, or even higher, to a rank? S rank? Thinking of this possibility, Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. No wonder it's called the Road of Glory. Once the farmers evolved to their peak, with tens of thousands of S-class troops in his hands, who would dare say he isn't glorious? They'd be blown to ashes. Currently, there are only 3 professions available for class change. In the transfer hall, after some thought, Chen directly recruited 253 farmers, bringing the total number of farmers to 300. For now, 300 farmers are sufficient, and they also need to eat. If there are too many, the territory's food supply will be insufficient, which would be troublesome. After the recruitment, Chen class changed 10 shield warriors, 40 spearmen, and 100 archers, while the remaining 150 unclassed farmers were assigned to resource gathering. Compared to archers, the attributes of shield warriors and spearmen are quite similar. The only difference is that the main attribute of shield warriors is constitution, while that of spearmen is strength. Besides that, the class talents and skills of shield warriors and spearmen are also different. Shield warrior talent, unyielding, increases resilience by 10%, increases defense by 10%. Skills, iron wall, shield strike. Iron wall reduces damage and increases defense value. Shield strike slams with the shield, dealing significant damage and stunning the target for 0.5 seconds, cooldown time 20 minutes. Warrior talent, weapon master, increases attack power by 10% when using melee weapon skills. Charge, berserk charge, dashes quickly to an enemy, dealing significant damage. Berserk reduces some defense and resistance, greatly increases damage, lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown time 2 hours. After the farmers class changed, Chen had melee, defense, and ranged units under his command, essentially covering all bases. He figured dealing with the Goblin King shouldn't be a problem. However, Chen wasn't in a hurry to hunt goblins. After all, the Goblin King wouldn't run away. He still had plenty of resources, so it wouldn't be too late to go to war after using them up. Looking at his territory, Chen directly upgraded it to level 8 and then built everything that needed to be constructed within the territory. Spiritual fields, defense towers, residences, and the lumber mill and quarry he had just bought from the trading market were all constructed. After finishing the spiritual field, Chen directly threw all the goblin corpses he had accumulated into the spiritual field as fertilizer, and then he planted the rice seeds. Spiritual field rank, ordinary area, 1 mu soil. Quality, extremely fertile. Current crop, rice seeds, 12 hours until maturity. With so many goblin corpses, the soil of the spiritual field was fully enriched, and the better the soil quality, the faster the crops would grow. The ordinary rice seeds originally had a quick maturation speed, and, now planted in such fertile soil, the maturation time was directly extended to 12 hours. Once the territory's protection time ended, Chen would be able to harvest the first batch of rice in the Myriad Realms battlefield. Besides the spiritual field, the vision range of the level 8 watchtower also increased to 8 kilometers. Chen estimated that if he could upgrade it 2 more levels, he might be able to see the goblin camp directly from his territory. As for the warehouse, after upgrading to level 8, its area also increased to 800 square meters. Although it looked large, the problem was that Chen had even more items to store. Just the corpses of 2 two-headed wyverns took up quite a bit of space. Fortunately, he had already dealt with the goblin corpses. Otherwise, with the 2-headed wyvern corpses, dire wolf corpses, and goblin corpses, it would be impressive if the warehouse still had half of its space left. One could only say that the warehouse area is large, and Chen uses it a lot. Relying solely on the area increase from upgrading the warehouse is simply not enough. He could only hope to find warehouse blueprints later. Building a new warehouse should be about right then. The attributes of the defense towers and residential buildings haven't changed. They are the same as what Chen saw in the blueprints before. The only noteworthy mention is the blueprints for the lumber yard and quarry that Chen just purchased. The lumber yard can increase wood output by 30%, while the quarry can increase stone output by 30%. For farmers who already have a 50% resource gathering bonus, collecting 1 unit of resources now essentially equates to collecting 2, effectively doubling their gathering efficiency. After upgrading all the buildings, the resources in Chen hands were nearly depleted, but looking at the territory, that was now basically well equipped. He felt quite satisfied. The territory had taken shape, and once he added a few more buildings to reach a total of 10, he could upgrade them all to the maximum level. Once he had enough resources, he could directly upgrade the territory to level 10. In the regional chat, discussions about the rise in resources were suddenly interrupted when someone noticed that Chen territory had jumped to level 8 on the leaderboard, causing the chat channel to explode. What the heck? How did an 8-level territory suddenly appear? 8 level? Is this for real? I barely managed to upgrade my territory to level 3. How did an 8-level territory show up? Chen? Which big family's descendant is this? And as far as I remember, there's no S-level lord by that name. Where did he come from? I think I know this Chen. He's just an ordinary person, and his unit type is the most basic farmer. Many people at school said he was a useless lord, that it was a waste to make him a lord, so how did he suddenly upgrade to an 8-level territory? Farmers? Are you sure they're farmers? Which farmer is that strong? Farmers have bonuses for gathering resources. Could it be that there are no monsters near his territory and he upgraded to level 8 just by gathering without killing any monsters? But that doesn't make sense. The resources needed to upgrade to an 8-level territory are not a small amount. Even if farmers chop wood, it wouldn't be that fast. And where did he get the gold? You can't say he has a gold mine in his territory. That would be too lucky. My unit type is A level, and my territory just upgraded to level 4. I can prove that it's impossible to upgrade a territory so quickly just by chopping wood and mining. The resources needed to upgrade to level 5 add up to several tens of thousands, not to mention that the higher the territory level, the more resources are required. An 8-level territory? You'd exhaust the farmers to death trying to gather that many resources. I just checked the leaderboard. He's also on the level leaderboard, so he's definitely not a lord who relies solely on gathered resources. If I'm not mistaken, the equipment on the trading market should have been released by Chen. After selling the equipment, he directly swept up the resources from the trading market. The last time the trading market prices rose, it happened again this time, consecutively driving up the resource prices in the trading market. This amount of resources should be enough to upgrade to an 8-level territory. To single-handedly influence the resource prices of the entire trading market. What kind of sci-fi plot is this? Wait, where did he get so much equipment? The drop rate for equipment in the Wanjia battlefield is so low. I'm already level 5 and haven't seen a single piece of equipment. How does he have so much? Are we in the same Wanjia battlefield? Is he the father of the Wanjia battlefield? As far as I know, there are items with drop rate bonuses in the Wanjia battlefield, but a drop rate is exaggerated. As his, in my memory, only one thing could achieve that, which is the mythical level scroll, the blessing of the Wanjia battlefield. What is the blessing of the Wanjia battlefield? Please enlighten me. Is the mythical level scroll that powerful? The blessing of the Wanjia battlefield? Is it the same blessing I know, the one that brings death? Such a high drop rate must be due to that death blessing. Previously, someone used this kind of scroll thinking it was something good and gave it to their genius, only to have one die after another, with 7 dying in a row. I know about this scroll too. Among those 7 who died, several were S-rank lords. What a bunch of unlucky fellows. According to the lords who were in the same batch as them, the blessings from the infinite battlefield can greatly increase a lord's drop rate, basically allowing one to drop an item just by killing a monster. Moreover, it can randomly place your territory in areas rich in monster resources, but the monster resources are a bit too abundant, with super tier monsters everywhere outside the territory, right at the doorstep. So those lords who use the scroll will undoubtedly die once the territory protection time ends. Damn, super tier monsters clustering together, no wonder it's called a death blessing. Who can withstand that? Why did Chen make such a foolish decision to use the scroll? Wait, even if it is a death scroll, this is still a myth level scroll. Isn't Chen just an ordinary person? Where did he get a myth level scroll? As far as I know, Tianhong Group has a scroll of infinite blessing, and I also know that there's some conflict between Tianhong Group and Chen. So, can you guess how his blessing effect came about? Damn, Tianhong Group is too malicious, using a myth scroll to trick people. That's really ruthless. So, does this mean Chen is basically doomed? Doomed for sure. How can he survive with super tier monsters clustering together? But at least he managed to drop so many items, which is a good thing. It's a pity that all those resources are wasted. Anyway, he's bound to die, so why waste so many resources? At Chen, since you're going to die anyway, how about not upgrading your territory and just give me the resources? When I return to Blue Star, I'll definitely take care of your family. The chat channel instantly became lively, with some reveling in his misfortune, others lamenting his short life, and many thinking that Tianhong Group was too cruel. But more people were thinking that since Chen was doomed, it wouldn't matter if he upgraded his territory level, it would be better to save the inheritance and give it to them. If it weren't for the fact that Chen had blocked all the news beforehand, his private messages would have surely exploded with countless messages by now. He truly didn't expect that in such a short time, his secrets would be dug up in the chat channel. However, he didn't care. It wasn't exactly a secret, so if it got out, so be it. He wasn't afraid of others targeting him. As for those wanting his inheritance, Chen could only say they were dreaming. Not to mention he wouldn't die. Even if he were to die, his inheritance wouldn't go to these leeches. Did they really think he had no friends? Chen Chen shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to the information in the chat channel. Anymore, he was already preparing to deal with the goblin camp. Although he wasn't paying attention, the uproar he caused was still ongoing. Territory leaderboard: first, Chen, level 8, second, Elizabeth Anna, level 6, third, Duan Wei, level 5, fourth, Anonymous, level 5, fifth, Arnold Robinson, level 5, sixth, Yuna Illis, level 5. 10th, Zhou Hong, level 5. Compared to when Chen Chen last looked at the level leaderboard, the current leaderboard could be considered a major reshuffle. Aside from Elizabeth Anna, Arnold Robinson, and Zhou Hong, everyone else had been pushed down, replaced by a slew of new faces. However, compared to the previous level leaderboard, the current territory leaderboard was clearly much more valuable. Elizabeth Anna looked at the leaderboard, seeing Chen Chen's level 8 territory with a cliff-like lead, and couldn't help but frown. Only by reaching level 6 territory did she realize how terrifying the resources needed to upgrade to level 8. Territory truly were. Level 5 to level 6 requires 10,000 resources, level 6 to level 7 requires 20,000 resources, and by this calculation, level 7 to level 8 will need at least 30,000 to 50,000 resources. And this is just the resources needed for upgrading the territory. If we also consider upgrading and building other structures, it would require at least around 150,000 resources. Seeing the chat channel constantly saying that Chen Chen could upgrade his territory only by selling equipment, Anna couldn't help but wrinkle her delicate nose. Although her studies weren't great, her math skills were excellent. She had calculated long ago that there weren't that many resources in the trading market. She was sure that at least 1/3 of the resources Chen Chen used to upgrade to an 8-level territory were gathered by himself. The chat channel was filled with a bunch of fools who didn't understand anything and just blabbered. As for the universal blessing scroll, she knew about it, even more clearly than others, because one of the 7 unfortunate souls who fell victim to the blessing scroll was from her Elizabeth family. So she was well aware that under the effects of the blessing on the universal battlefield, one either had to hide in the territory and not dare to go out or could only sneak out to gather resources, trying not to alert the surrounding super-tier monsters. Yet, Chen Chen was not only wildly harvesting resources, but had even leveled up, which indicated that he was not afraid of the dangers posed by super-tier monsters. However, the dangers brought by the blessings on the universal battlefield were not limited to super-tier monsters. She hoped he could really survive in the end. What a freak! My 2 angels can't even match his leveling speed. But thinking about Chen Chen's terrifying leveling speed, Anna couldn't help but mutter under her breath. What made her even angrier was that Chen Chen had listed a goblin warrior card at an exorbitant price in the trading market. Anna felt that he must have set such a high price to trade for other equipment. Yet, this person didn't even look at the messages. She had left him dozens of comments under the product, and not a single one had been replied to. If you want to sell, then sell. If not, then forget it. Why list such a high price and ignore people? It was pure temptation. After venting her frustrations about Chen in her mind, Anna jumped down from her chair and hurriedly ran towards the 2 angels in the territory. Sister Belle, Sister Lear, we need to speed up our work. A bad guy has already upgraded his territory to level 8. Upon hearing Anna's words, the 2 angels in the territory couldn't help but show a helpless smile. Anna's talent was dual-born, allowing her to summon an extra unit when summoning initial troops. For Anna, who possessed S-level angel units, this was undoubtedly an invincible talent. Because of this, her territory level and personal level had been upgrading so quickly. But the problem was, no matter how strong the angels were, they couldn't be treated like beasts of burden. They could chop trees, kill monsters, and even mine without issue, but asking them to do hard labor while carrying resources back was a bit disrespectful to the angels. It was only because Anna was relatively cute and there were indeed no hands available in the early stages of the territory that the 2 angels tolerated it. However, this couldn't go on forever. With such a massive amount of resources needed later, if it all fell on them, they would truly feel like giving up. Among the 2 angels, Belle was the most mature in both personality and figure, yet even she couldn't help but ask with a hint of grievance, "My lord, is there any news about the troop cards in the trading mall?" "There's news, Sister Belle." Upon hearing Belle's question about the troop cards, Anna couldn't help but pout. "But that bad guy isn't replying. He has his private messages turned off, and I've left him dozens of messages under the product, but he hasn't responded. I really can't do anything about it. As long as there's news, that's good." Hearing that there was news, Buyer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as there was hope, it was fine. Otherwise, if the 2 sisters had to keep doing hard labor, she was really afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it. But looking at Anna's unhappy little expression, she gently patted Anna's head and comforted her. "It should be that the other party hasn't seen the message, so there's no need to rush. And don't leave messages so frequently, otherwise the other party might think you really want it and will definitely take the opportunity to raise the price. That way, even if you buy it, it will be a loss." "Oh." Anna nodded, her words not matching her heart. She knew Buyer's sister was right, but she really wanted that unit card. Buyer and Liar treated her so well, and seeing them work so hard made Anna feel quite sorry. So for that unit card, no matter what price Chen Shen offered, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, she would try her best to get it. Shen was unaware of Anna's murmurs. If he knew, he would definitely feel wronged. It wasn't that he didn't check the product messages, but rather that the people who had messaged him before were too outrageous. They wanted to trade his rare equipment and unit cards for various low prices, and some even wanted to get something for nothing. Occasionally, there were a few who offered slightly higher prices, but they were still far from the value of his items. After tentatively chatting with a few people, Chen Shen completely lost patience and assumed everyone was poor, too lazy to talk to them anymore. However, before setting off, Chen did take a quick look at the trading market, not to see how well his equipment was selling, but to check if there were any suitable items for farmers. After the farmer's job change, the main output under his command became archers, and none of the equipment he had previously obtained was suitable for archers. If it weren't for the fact that farmers would come out with a basic whiteboard equipment after the job change, his archers wouldn't even have bows to use. So he wanted to see if there were any good bows for sale in the trading market to enhance the archers' attack power. Besides that, he also wanted to buy some shields for the shield soldiers. If he could find a suitable shield, even a super tier monster would have a hard time defeating these frontline shield soldiers. Chen searched from the top down according to the equipment quality and soon saw a rare purple quality bow. Whisperer longbow quality, purple attributes, attack plus 200 skill. Last whisper, when attacking an enemy, causes 20% armor penetration evaluation. Did you hear the whisper in your ear? That is the last tenderness of this bow. Price 200,000. Just like the operation of consigning equipment, this bow was also marked with an exorbitant price of 200,000 gold coins, a price only Chen could afford before upgrading his territory. However, the value of this bow was at most around 10 to 20,000 gold coins, so not only was Chen currently out of money and couldn't afford it, even if he could, he wouldn't spend so much on a bow. How is the bow being sold? Chen noticed that the seller hadn't left any information, so he casually left a message below the product and then began to look for shield equipment. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he sent the message, not even 3 seconds later, there was an immediate reply, as if the person had been watching the trading market all along. Only accepting trades, unit cards preferred, if not, equipment of the same level is also acceptable. Sure, can I add you as a friend? I'll send you the equipment information. Okay. After agreeing, the seller directly displayed their seller information, Elizabeth Anna. Seeing the seller's information, Chen immediately chose to add as a friend. On the other side, upon seeing Chen friend request, Anna was left stunned. What was going on? She had gone to buy his equipment, and now he was silently coming to buy her equipment. Was this person crazy? The more Anna thought about it, the angrier she became. If it weren't for her urgent need for the troop card, she really wouldn't want to sell her equipment to Chen. But thinking of the hard work her sisters, buyer and liar, put into carrying resources, she had to swallow her frustration and got straight to the point through a friend request, saying, I want your big brother goblin troop card. Are you willing to trade? When she sent this message, Anna was already prepared for Chen to ask for a high price, but she really needed the troop card right now, so she didn't want to beat around the bush and directly stated her needs. Even if it meant adding some resources, she was willing to accept it. Big brother goblin troop card? Chen was a bit puzzled, not quite understanding how Anna knew he had the big brother goblin troop card. But then he remembered that he had put so much equipment up for sale, and he felt relieved. With so much goblin-related equipment listed, it was normal for someone observant to guess that the big brother goblin troop card was his. After thinking about Anna's offer, Chen decided to agree. The big brother goblin troop card was worth about the same as purple equipment, both being relatively rare in the early stages and common later on. Moreover, Anna's whisperer longbow was a fine piece among purple equipment. If sold at the current market price, it would likely be worth more than the big brother goblin troop card, so an equivalent exchange wouldn't be a loss for him. He could also see that Anna was in urgent need of the troop card, but he had no intention of raising the price. After all, they were items of similar value, and Anna wasn't foolish. Even if he raised the price, it wouldn't go up much. Instead of haggling, he might as well farm more big brother goblins. Sure, just change the requirements for the equipment sale, and I'll trade directly. Seeing Chen's willingness, Anna was a bit surprised. He didn't take the opportunity to raise the price. After a moment of being stunned, she hurriedly changed the equipment sale requirements in a fluster. Moments later, after seeing the successful transaction and the big brother goblin troop card in her hands, a sense of gratitude welled up in Anna's heart. He really is a good person. He must not have seen my previous messages since he didn't reply. After mentally giving Chen a good person card, Anna seemed to remember something and quickly messaged him, by the way, you were hit by the universal blessing scroll. Did you know about this? Now I do, thanks for the reminder. After receiving Anna's message, Chen understood that she wanted to thank him for not raising the price. After all, the price of an item depends not only on its value but also on the other party's demand for the equipment. In this case, Anna's demand for the troop card was clearly higher than his. So in this transaction, raising the price would be expected, while not raising it was a kindness. Anna's gratitude towards him was quite natural. However, this also indirectly indicated that she was a decent person, and if he needed to, he could interact with her more in the future. Chen Chen thought this matter was settled and was about to close the chat window when Anna sent another message that caught his attention. I have some detailed information about the universal blessing. Do you want to hear it? Detailed information about the universal blessing? Yes, please tell me more. As for the effects of the universal blessing, Chen Chen only knew that it would cause the Lord's territory to descend in a very dangerous place and would also increase the drop rate. Beyond that, he knew nothing about its effects. He just felt that with such limited effects, it seemed a bit unworthy of a mythical level scroll's price. Therefore, upon hearing that Anna had insider information, he set aside all reservations and directly asked, "It's like this, there was a genius in my family who died in the battlefield of the Myriad Realms because of the Blessing Scroll of the Myriad Realms. So my family sought connections and learned about the effects of the Blessing Scroll from powerful human beings in other worlds. According to the information my family gathered, the Blessing Scroll of the Myriad Realms was originally a very positive enhancement, but its blessing effects could only be enjoyed by the strong. For the weak, this blessing turned into a disaster. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the problem is that as more worlds join the battlefield of the Myriad Realms, the definition of a strong person has become increasingly harsh. In the past, A-level lords could survive under the effects of the Blessing Scroll, but later even S-level lords found it difficult to escape, and my family even heard from those people that even SS-level lords have fallen under the scroll. However, these are just what those people heard, and they cannot guarantee whether it is true or not. Upon hearing this news, Chen Chen couldn't help but be a bit shocked. Compared to S-level, SS is not just a simple level higher, it represents a completely different level of power. Let's put it this way, since joining the battlefield of the Myriad Realms, Blue Star has not seen a single SS-level lord appear, which is enough to show how rare and powerful SS-level lords are. And now, it seems that an SS-level lord has died because of the blessing of the Myriad Realms. Isn't that too exaggerated? Do you know what effects the Blessing Scroll of the Myriad Realms has? Why would an SS-level lord fall? I don't know too much, but it seems that its effects are cumulative. I heard them say that the more people use the blessing of the Myriad Realms, the worse the blessing effect becomes. As the usage decreases, its effects will slowly accumulate. It's like a prize pool. As long as no one wins, the rewards will slowly accumulate. I remember them saying that at first, the effects of the blessing of the Myriad Realms weren't very strong, and the increase in drop rates was negligible, hardly worth mentioning. But now, the drop rate seems to be approaching 100%, which is frighteningly high. However, correspondingly, the difficulty it brings has reached an unprecedented level. Anna thought for a moment and then continued to message. I heard them say that after using the Blessing Scroll of the Myriad Realms, there isn't just one super tier monster around the territory, but many, and even super tier monster groups, and even stronger monsters. What's more dangerous about the blessing of the Myriad Realms is that besides the monsters around the territory, there are also monsters attacking the city. They said there was a genius from a mechanical race who used all means to kill the super tier monster blocking the door and secretly upgraded the territory to level 10. As a result, when the monsters attacked the city, all the super tier monsters came, even those that had already died, and that mechanical genius fell directly. Seeing this message, Chen was left speechless. What does it mean to face super tier monsters? They are beings that can overpower S-level troops, so fighting against super tier monsters will inevitably cause damage to S-level troops. One must know that the recruitment price for S-level troops is frighteningly high. Losing one means one less. When you finally manage to take down a super tier monster with S-level troops, and then a group of super tier monsters comes during the monster siege, one can only imagine how desperate those geniuses would feel in such a situation. However, fortunately, his troops are relatively cheap. He can summon a large number with just one move. Even if there is some damage, as long as he recruits in time, it won't affect his combat power. Thinking of this, Chen Chen suddenly felt that the blessing of the Myriad Realms seemed to be a good thing. It was practically giving him benefits. These super tier monsters aren't satisfied with just killing them once. When the monsters attack the city, they will resurrect to give themselves a second round of benefits. Truly a considerate monster. With this thought, Chen Chen immediately relaxed. Thank you for your message. Consider this a favor I owe you. If you need anything later, feel free to contact me directly. The information he received from Anna did not overly concern Chen Chen. His strength lay in his aura, not in his troops. No matter how strong the enemy's troops were, he was confident he could handle them. If worse came to worst, he could engage in a war of attrition. His troops were cheap, and he could afford to compete with them. Moreover, once the farmers could change jobs, as the level and number of auras increased, every time he leveled up a farmer, their strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Once he maxed out the aura levels, it would be hard to say who would wear down whom. However, Chen Chen did not let his guard down because the Effect of the blessing of all realms had seemingly caused even SS-level lords to fall, and it was very likely that there were more than just super-tier monsters. Therefore, after leaving the territory, he still needed to be cautious, letting the farmers take the lead in any dangerous situations to avoid putting himself in peril. On Anna's side, seeing Chen Chen say he owed her a favor, she felt a bit puzzled. She couldn't understand why, but she always sensed that Chen Chen seemed very confident. Was he not worried about facing a group of super-tier monsters? After thinking for a while, Anna found it hard to imagine how she would deal with a group of super-tier monsters if it were her. Facing a siege by super-tier monsters, even with 2 angels in her hands, she would undoubtedly perish, even if she summoned 2 more using her twin talent. So, she really couldn't fathom where Chen Chen's confidence came from. But this matter didn't concern her too much. She wasn't very familiar with Chen Chen. If he truly couldn't hold on, she would only consider taking him in after his territory was breached, simply because he seemed like a decent person. Of course, all of this depended on whether Chen Chen could survive long enough to reach her territory. Anna shook her head, not wanting to think too much about it. Looking at the Great Goblin troop card in her hand, she excitedly took small steps to call over the 2 angels. Sister Buyer, Sister Liar, I bought the troop card. The 2 angels, who were carrying a giant log into the territory, immediately dropped the wood upon hearing Anna's words, flapping their wings and soaring into the air, landing right in front of her in an instant. Really, my lord? Liar, who had a relatively lively personality, excitedly picked Anna up when she reached her. Let me see what troop card it is. Anna struggled out of Liar's embrace and held up the troop card, saying, Sister Liar, it's the Great Goblin troop card. Great Goblin? Those filthy green-skinned creatures. Upon hearing it was a Great Goblin, Liar couldn't help but mutter under her breath. However, thinking about not having to do hard labor, she immediately cheered up. Green-skinned creatures have their uses too. These filthy greens are definitely good at hard work. At this point, Liar crossed her arms over her chest and silently prayed. The gods say that every race has its mission, and the mission of the green-skinned is to do hard labor. Ha! Seeing Liar praying, Anna felt a bit confused. Sister Liar, aren't you and Sister Buyer both faithless angels? Yes, Liar replied matter-of-factly, so after I pray, it will be the gods who exploit these greens. If they are unhappy with doing hard labor, they can only go find the gods. It has nothing to do with me. Once they find the gods, they can't come to me anymore. Anna looked at the somewhat quirky Liar, feeling a bit speechless. What gods are you talking about? It's just hard labor. I'm not denying them food. Now it was Liar's turn to be surprised. What kind of devils are you Blue Star people? Just giving them a bit of food makes you feel justified in having them do hard labor? So what? Anna, unashamed, proudly placed her hands on her hips and said, if they don't want to work, there are plenty of greens who will. Since they can endure hardship, they should be made to endure even more. That's their blessing. Wow, you Blue Star people are really terrifying. I suspect you have the bloodline of devils. How can you be so cruel? Watching the 2 playfully tussle, Belle smiled as she lay on the ground. In fact, she and Rail had no objections to Anna's actions. Although their angels would not force others to work, green skins like these generally only had the fate of being purified in front of them. So compared to being purified, these green skins would probably prefer to do hard labor. As Anna put it, this was indeed their blessing. After the playful scuffle, Anna used a troop card to recruit a group of big goblins. Compared to the big goblins Chen Chen had seen, these ones were much weaker, slightly taller than an average person but thinner. However, being a D-class troop, they were more than sufficient for transporting resources. Watching the wood being quickly moved back to the territory by a group of green skins, Anna revealed a satisfied smile. With these green skins, the speed of upgrading her territory would definitely see a significant boost. But when she opened the leaderboard and saw Chen Chen ranked first, she couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Chen Chen was just too abnormal. She couldn't catch up at all. Even if all the green skins worked tirelessly without eating or drinking, once the territory protection time ended, she could only upgrade her territory to level 7 at most, which was nothing compared to Chen Chen's terrifying level 8 territory. It seemed that, barring any surprises, Chen Chen would definitely be the first to receive the reward for the first level 10 territory on the Lord leaderboard. While Anna was checking the leaderboard, another person was also looking at it. Chen Chen. Zhou Hong felt a bit helpless upon seeing Chen Chen on the leaderboard. From the messages in the chat channel, he felt as if a big black pot was being directly dumped on his head. As the young master of Tianhong Group, Zhou Hong knew a bit about the means used against Chen Chen within the group, but the problem was that those things were all done by Zhao Changpeng. Tianhong Group was merely an executor, and it was quite unfair to shift all the blame onto them. Thinking of this, Zhou Hong felt a twinge of regret. If he had known back when Zhao Changpeng signed the contract with the company, he would have had the company refuse it. Otherwise, given Chen Chen's obsession with Shinwei back then, all the equipment he was selling now would have belonged to him. If that were the case, he would definitely be the one at the top of the leaderboard now. Feeling like he had missed out on a huge fortune, Zhou Hong was almost breathless with regret. He tried to leave a message for Qin Shan, hoping to use Shinwei as a bargaining chip to get him to give those 2 purple pieces of equipment to himself, but Chen Shan had yet to respond. Having missed such a large fortune for no reason and ended up with a deadly feud, he couldn't figure out how to balance the books on this one. Fortunately, Qin Shan was undoubtedly doomed this time, otherwise, Tianhong Group might really have some trouble. Zhao Changpeng was truly despicable. Once he returned, he would definitely have the company revise the contract to squeeze out all of Zhao Changpeng's value. Did he really think that just because he came from the Zhao family and Tianhong Group they couldn't do anything about him? He was just an unappreciated Zhao family scion, thinking he could play tricks with Tianhong Group. How naive. Once he got back, he would make Zhao Changpeng understand that such a large enterprise as Tianhong Group didn't just fall from the sky. Glancing at the leaderboard again, looking at that annoying name in first place, Zhou Hong felt a bit nauseated. Now he just hoped that Chen Shen would die before his territory reached level 10, freeing up a spot for him on the leaderboard. Otherwise, his 10th place ranking was really quite precarious. With a somewhat unpleasant expression, Zhou Hong closed the leaderboard and found that his black dragon was actually lying on the ground resting. He immediately shouted, "Why have you stopped again? Hurry up and move the wood back to the territory." The black dragon was clearly still in its juvenile stage, with a wingspan of only about 5 meters. Its deeply sunken eye sockets and the decaying skin around its cheekbones made its head look almost like a skull. Hearing Zhou Hong's urging, it let out a low voice, "My lord, flying consumes too much energy. I'm still in my juvenile stage, and the energy I've accumulated isn't enough to sustain long flights. I can only rest for a while. If you rest, will others rest too?" Zhou Hong showed no sympathy for the black dragon, but instead spoke earnestly, "The ranking of our territory is crucial. Right now, we're only in 10th place. A little negligence could drop us off the leaderboard. How can you rest at a time like this? You must understand, only by being on the leaderboard can we receive better rewards. Once we have those rewards, recruiting another black dragon won't be a problem. By then, won't you have plenty of time to rest?" Zhou Hong's skill in painting a rosy picture was quite proficient, but the cunning black dragon clearly wasn't swayed by this. However, as a unit in the territory, it couldn't defy Zhou Hong, the lord. So, the black dragon stared at Zhou Hong for a long while, ultimately letting out a long breath of dragon fire and getting back up from the ground. "I understand, my lord. However, we black dragons aren't suited for hard labor. If possible, I still hope the lord can try to obtain a unit card. I want to get one too, but where can I find a unit card?" Now, the goblin unit card that Chen Chen sold before was ridiculously expensive. I tried to trade it for that goblin card using that woman as a bargaining chip, and he actually ignored my message. When Zhou Hong said this, there was a hint of anger in his tone. He felt that using Shinwei to trade for a unit card was already a significant concession. It was one thing for Chen Shen not to be grateful, but to dare ignore his message was unacceptable. If he had known Chen Shen's territory location, he would have been tempted to confront him directly. But even if he couldn't take action against Chen Shen, he wouldn't swallow this anger. Once he returned to Blue Star, even if Chen Shen was dead, he would definitely find a way to torment that shameless woman Shinwei. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Watching Zhou Hong complain, the black dragon silently shook its head. This lord was ruthless but lacked cunning, and his methods had significant issues. If everything went smoothly, it would be fine, but if they encountered any danger, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Now, it only hoped the territory could develop smoothly, otherwise, relying on its own strength, if something really happened, it would be hard to protect the territory. Chen Shen had no idea that someone was still thinking about him. However, he did see Zhou Hong's message. This fool had come out and self-exploded, claiming to be from Tianhong Group, and his arrogant tone genuinely made Chen Shen laugh. Originally, after Zhao Changpeng's death, he didn't know who to seek revenge on, but now this guy had jumped out directly. Without a second thought, Chen Shen added this grandson to his enemy list, and when he encountered him in the future, he would definitely make him regret it. As for Zhou Hong's claim that everything was done by Zhao Changpeng and had nothing to do with their Tianhong Group, Chen Shen just smiled and couldn't be bothered to say a word. Shinwei was sent by your Tianhong Group and his belongings were taken by Tianhong Group. Even the Wanjie blessing scroll on him was provided by your Tianhong Group for Shinwei to use. Now, you want to wash your hands of everything with a simple statement that it has nothing to do with you? There's no such good thing in the world. Especially Zhou Hong, as a third-generation descendant of Tianhong Group, he must have been pampered in the group. And his words carried an air of superiority, as if it was a favor for him to speak to Chen Shen. He opened his mouth wanting to take away his goblin unit card. Without any effort, truly lacking any self-awareness, that tone infuriated Chen Shen, and he immediately decided that if he ever caught him in the future, he would definitely slap him in the face, making sure he understood the consequences of pretending to be powerful without any real strength. Before deciding to engage in battle, Chen Shen, just to be safe, summoned 70 more shield soldiers, adding to the 10 he had previously summoned. Now, he had a total of 80 shield soldiers, 20 warriors, and 100 archers at his disposal. With this, Qin Shan's front line was more than sufficient. No matter what unexpected events occurred, these 80 shield soldiers would ensure that the remaining troops could return to the territory safely. Once he confirmed that his preparations were flawless, Qin Shan directly ordered the army to march, with 200 combat units under his command charging deep into the forest. After the goblin hero was slain, the entire goblin camp's strength had completely shrunk. As Qin Shan made his way through, he didn't see a single goblin until he ventured deep into the forest, where he finally spotted a heavily guarded goblin camp. Compared to Qin Shan's territory, this goblin camp appeared much more organized, with wooden walls towering over 3 meters high, and all the surrounding trees cleared away. Not only were there watchtowers on the walls but also several defensive towers. Goblins stood on the watchtowers, and before Qin Shan's army could get close, they had already signaled an alert. With the sound of a dull horn, the arrow towers were immediately filled with goblins armed with bows and arrows. Previously, Qin Shan would have had no effective way to deal with these arrow towers, having to send farmers to endure the rain of arrows to forcefully break down the goblin camp's gates, but now he had archers of his own. In terms of damage, Qin Shan was confident that these goblins were not even worthy of carrying his archer's shoes. So, with a command, his archers stepped forward, standing in the open ground, to shoot at the goblin archers on the arrow towers without needing any cover. Logically, shooting from a lower position to a higher one would disadvantage Qin Shan, but the problem was that his archers not only dealt more damage than the goblin archers, but also, the farmer's archers had a lifesteal aura, meaning that, after taking damage, they could easily shoot an arrow to restore their health completely. Thus, facing the rain of arrows from the goblins, they stood in the open and exchanged fire without any hesitation. Especially with the farmer number 7 equipped with the purple whisperer longbow, every arrow he shot guaranteed the death of a goblin. After just 2 rounds of shooting, the goblins on the arrow tower suffered heavy losses. Woo 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 as another round of dull horn sounds echoed. The heavily damaged goblin archers shrank back behind the arrow tower's arrow stacks, no longer daring to shoot back at Qin Shan's archers. In those 2 rounds of fire, over 20 goblin archers were killed. Qin Shan was originally just 800 experience points away from leveling up, and after collecting the experience from these 20-plus archers, he only needed 400 more experience points for the next level. This also meant that as long as he killed another 20 goblins, he would reach level 7, so he was in no hurry to charge in. He continued to exchange fire with the goblin archers, and whenever a goblin dared to show its head, it was immediately shot down. However, Qin Shan's patience did not mean that the blocked goblins were also patient. As a large number of footsteps echoed from within the goblin camp, the gates quickly opened, and hundreds of goblin cavalry riding on dire wolves charged out. From the red glow in their eyes, it was clear they had been enhanced by the goblin priests. After bursting out of the camp, they charged straight towards the farmer archers, clearly intending to use their cavalry to close the distance and eliminate Qin Shan's archers after suffering losses in the exchange of fire. Qin Shan had no worries about the charge of the goblins. The combat power of both sides was no longer on the same level, and no matter what tactics they employed, it would only lead to their demise. And now they charged out, but it would only lead to their quicker demise. However, to achieve the highest kill efficiency, Qin Shan still mobilized his shield soldiers to stand directly in front of the archers. If all these big goblin cavalry could be taken down, he estimated he would be close to leveling up to 8. As the big goblins charged, the goblin archers on the arrow tower, who had previously been too intimidated to show themselves, stepped out again to shoot a volley of arrows at Qin Shan's archers to cover the big goblin cavalry. However, this time Qin Shan only allowed a small portion of the archers to retaliate, while the remaining archers aimed directly at the charging big goblin cavalry and unleashed a volley. With so many big goblins charging together, the peasant archers didn't even need to aim. As soon as they shot, a big goblin would be hit, and due to the dense formation, some goblins were hit by more than one arrow. Given the defensive power of these big goblin cavalry, even with the support of goblin priests, they could only withstand one arrow at most, so those who were hit by more than one arrow fell dead on the spot. With the casualties from this volley, Qin Shan received notifications of level-ups, indicating that at least 20 big goblins had fallen. The current battlefield situation didn't require much command from Qin Shan, so he simply withdrew his gaze and focused on his attribute panel. 1. Focus Aura. 2. Glorious Aura. 3. Strong Strike Aura. Rare. Focus Aura. Level 1. All allied units' defense increases tenfold. Glorious Aura. Level 1. All allied units' energy recovery speed increases tenfold. Strong Strike Aura. Level 1. All allied ranged units' range increases by 100% after opening the aura options. Qin Shan looked at his familiar old friend, the Focus Aura. With the addition of the Lifesteal Aura, choosing the Focus Aura to increase defense would greatly enhance the standing combat ability of his troops, which would be a decent choice for Qin Shan. Therefore, facing the Focus Aura, his old friend, Qin Shan ultimately decided to choose the Strong Strike Aura instead. The main output point under Qin Shan's command was the peasant archers. Originally, the archers had a range of 300 meters, which doubled to 600 meters. For ranged units, doubling the range meant that what could Originally shoot 1 arrow could now shoot 2, which was no different from doubling the attack power. Moreover, Chen Chen had to face not only ordinary monsters, but also many elite monsters. Among those monsters, any ranged monster could easily exceed the range of the peasant archers, and if such a ranged monster had flying capabilities, Chen Chen would be forced into a passive position of taking hits. Therefore, the strong strike aura was crucial for the already existing ranged units. Chen Chen silently apologized to the focus aura in his heart, saying it wasn't that you weren't good enough, but every time you appeared, I had a better choice, so I could only put you aside for now. Just as Chen Chen made his choice, the big goblin cavalry had already charged in front of the shield soldiers. However, what they didn't expect was that what stood before them wasn't just a line of shield soldiers, but a solid wall. Using the momentum of their charge, these big goblin cavalry struck the shield soldiers with their blades, dealing massive damage, only to instantly receive an equal amount of damage in return. Before they could react, the fully healed shield soldiers struck back and they were wiped out. Some particularly unfortunate big goblin cavalry even struck a vital point on the shield soldiers, but before the shield soldiers could retaliate, they were killed by the thorns counterattack. The highly resilient shield soldiers stood firm, and the big goblin cavalry that charged forward one after another couldn't even shake their stance before all fell down to eye. In just a short while, hundreds of big brother goblins had suffered over half their casualties. Realizing something was wrong, the horn sounded again from the city walls, but this time the command conveyed was for the big brother goblin cavalry to retreat. However, facing the peasant archers who already had ultra-long range, escaping was merely a wishful thought. Just a few waves of arrows, and those retreating big brother goblin cavalry had all fallen. Among these cavalry, the one that ran the farthest barely made it to the territory's gate. After this wave of big brother goblin cavalry was wiped out, the goblins seemed to choose to avoid confrontation. It wasn't until Chen Chen sent peasant warriors to clear the goblin archers on the city walls that any goblin dared to come out and fight him again. It seems they want to have a decisive battle with me, Chen Chen said, looking towards the center of the camp with a smile. Since the Goblin King didn't want to come out, he would go find him. After the battle, thanks to the blood-sucking halo, the peasants under Chen Chen's command were almost unscathed, let alone suffering losses. Such a disparity in strength gave Chen Chen a surge of confidence as he headed straight for the center of the goblin camp. Once he passed through the city walls, it wasn't long before Chen Chen saw a very spacious square at the center of the goblin camp. In the middle of the square, dozens of goblins were guarding the front, and unlike ordinary goblins, these goblins wore exceptionally fine armor, with their weapons gleaming coldly. Compared to them, the previously elite big brother goblin cavalry seemed like mere fodder. Behind these elite goblins stood a dozen goblin priests dressed in robes, each holding a staff embedded with a magic crystal, the size of an egg, clearly containing immense magical power. At the center of these goblins sat a massive goblin, resembling a terrifying demon with 2 enormous tusks, on a throne. This giant goblin, merely sitting, was already 3 meters tall, and sitting at the table, he looked like a mountain of flesh. Upon seeing Chen Chen's arrival, he seemed oblivious, gnawing forcefully on a leg bone of an unknown creature, blood splattering in front of the throne. They've brought out all their resources, Chen Chen thought, seeing these well-equipped goblins and the priests on high alert. He knew this was the last of the goblin camp's strength. As long as he wiped them out, there would only be some miscellaneous troops left. Out of caution, Chen Chen didn't rush to attack but instead threw a probe at these goblins. Goblin guard level, 8 rank, chief strength, 360 agility, 360 constitution, 420 spirit, 220 talent. Skills, Vanguard of the King, life and death, Guardian of the King, live and die together. Goblin elite priest level, 9 rank, chief strength, 120 agility, 110 constitution, 100 spirit, 600 talent. Skills, Bloodthirst, Fire of the Mind, Mind Scream, Spell Dispel, Armor Weakening, Rapid Healing, Fireball, Lightning Strike, Chain Lightning. Goodness, a cluster of chiefs, Chen Chen thought. In other places, a small tribe might have just one chief monster, but in the goblin camp, these chief monsters seemed worthless, appearing in dozens at once, which was truly absurd. Besides their chief status, the skills of the goblin priests nearly dazzled Chen Chen's eyes. One could only say that they were indeed a magic-based profession, with an abundance of skills. However, Chen Chen wasn't too afraid of ranged damage now, so he merely glanced at those skills before withdrawing his gaze. What truly troubled Chen Chen were the goblin guards. Their attributes were not much different from the farmers under Chen Chen's command, but the main issue was their skill, shared life. If Chen Chen remembered correctly, the effect of shared life was somewhat similar to the core skill of a priest, lifelink. The effect of lifelink was to link the health of selected units together, so when one took damage, all link units shared the burden. It was a very powerful skill. The Goblin Guard shared life should link the health of all allied units with the same skill. With dozens of Goblin Guards sharing life plus Goblin Priests healing them from behind, relying solely on the lifesteal aura would indeed be a bit troublesome. Fortunately, Chen Chen still had 100 powerful archers under his command. As long as the healing speed of the Goblin Priests was not higher than the damage dealt by the archers, this shared life could actually accelerate the death of these Goblin Guards. As for whether the healing amount of the goblin priests could possibly exceed the damage of the archers, that was not even worth considering. Not to mention these priests, who were not particularly good at healing. Even if you brought the highest healing priests and paladins together, their healing output would never surpass the damage dealt. After scouting the small monsters, Chen Chen casually sent a probe towards the Goblin King, who was gorging himself. Goblin King level 15 rank, monarch attributes, talent, skills. Evaluation: the natural king of the goblin race, possessing intelligence comparable to humans. Apart from the Goblin Emperor, he is the most esteemed existence among the goblin tribe. Although he has been expelled from the tribe, his strength should not be underestimated. As expected of a super-tier monster. Even though Chen Chen was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the data displayed by the Goblin King, along with the string of question marks. He was currently level 7, the highest among all lords, but this Goblin Lord was level 15, more than double his level. What was even more outrageous was that its quality was actually monarch. It should be noted that the rank of Goblin heroes was only leader, and above the leader rank was the Lord rank. Now, the Goblin King had directly jumped a level to monarch, no wonder it was called a super-tier monster. Looking at the Goblin King's attributes, Chen Chen felt some pressure but was not overly worried. He believed that with the troops under his command, he could definitely defeat this Goblin King. Even if, hypothetically, he couldn't win, it wouldn't matter, he could always retreat and recruit more troops. Usually, it was the monsters that engaged in attrition battles with lords like him, and now if he truly couldn't win, it was time for him to engage in an attrition battle as well. After all, his farmers were cheap to recruit. Even with the job change cost, it was only 110 gold. Just from the recent battle with the big goblin cavalry outside the camp, he had already collected over 100 pieces of equipment. Even if each piece was valued at around 3,000, selling over 100 pieces would be enough for him to recruit a bunch of job-changed farmers. If it came to that, he could simply overwhelm the Goblin King with sheer numbers. Of course, this was just the worst-case scenario in Chen Chen's mind, but he believed that although this Goblin King was strong, it was basically impossible to force him into such a situation. While watching the Goblin King still feasting, Chen Chen was considering whether to launch a surprise attack and have the archers shoot at him when the Goblin King suddenly flipped the table. Despicable humans, how dare you offend the royal family? The Goblin King suddenly hurled the table towards Chen Chen, blood and flesh splattering through the air. After throwing the table, the Goblin King pulled out a massive wolf-tooth club from the ground, pointing it directly at Chen Chen, and shouted sternly, "Now, kneel before your king." Upon hearing this roar, Chen Chen was momentarily stunned, not only because this Goblin King could speak the common tongue of humans, but also because after the Goblin King's shout, he was immediately hit with a debuff. You have been reprimanded by the king, due to the significant level difference between you and the Goblin King. All attributes are reduced by 20%. Is this the skill of a lord-level boss? Just a single shout resulted in a 20% reduction in all attributes, a widespread, indiscriminate debuff. It's no wonder he's a leader-level boss. If an ordinary lord came to challenge the Goblin King, that one sentence could potentially cripple all of the lord's troops. Fortunately, the troops under Chen Chen did not rely on attributes to fight. As long as they couldn't be instantly killed, the farmers could drain the goblins' life with their vampiric aura. While Chen Chen was contemplating this, his archers, at his signal, had already unleashed a rain of arrows towards the goblin guards. Initially, Chen Chen thought that with the bond of life and death, this wave of arrows would yield no results. Unexpectedly, the Goblin King's sudden outburst caught not only him off guard but also the goblin guards, who were unable to react in time. Chen Chen was already prepared for a sneak attack, so as soon as the Goblin King stood up, his arrows were already flying towards them. The goblin guards were in a dire situation. Their attention was drawn to the Goblin King, and by the time they realized they were being ambushed by Chen Chen, it was too late to cast any skills, leaving them to endure the rain of arrows. In an instant, over a dozen goblin guards fell, and this was still due to their sturdy bodies and defensive passive skills. Otherwise, that wave of arrows would have taken down half of them. Useless. The Goblin King shot a cold glance at the goblin guards. He knew that their combat effectiveness had declined after not having fought a tough battle for a long time, but he didn't expect these fools to lack even the most basic combat awareness. It seemed that in this battle, he couldn't count on these useless ones. After being scolded by the Goblin King, the Goblin Guards showed a mix of shame and anger on their faces, but facing the Goblin King, they dared not argue and could only shout loudly, casting the bond of life and death skill onto their comrades. As the skill activated, a faint red glow enveloped all the goblins, as if an invisible chain connected them all. While they were casting their skills, the Goblin Priest also raised his staff, showering the Goblin Guards with countless buff skills as if they were free. Taking advantage of the moment they were casting their skills, Chen Chen ordered the archers to shoot another wave of arrows, but unfortunately, under the effect of the bond of life and death, those goblins hardly lost any health, and with the Goblin Priests healing, the little health they did lose was quickly restored. Seeing the Goblin Guards now nearly at full strength, Chen Chen realized this was likely his first real confrontation. Whether he could take down this goblin camp depended on the outcome of this battle. Chen Chen knew this was a tough fight, and the Goblin King was equally aware of it. After all, they had been driven back to their home, and if they couldn't win this fight, they would truly be exterminated. After the Goblin guards finished using the life and death bond, they immediately charged towards the archers. The humiliation from the previous wave was too great, so they were eager to eliminate this despicable human race that had been shooting arrows at them. The Goblin priest, having released their buffs and skills, also had their hands free and directly targeted the archers with a damaging skill. However, what they did not expect was that the archers, who had been attacking the Goblin guards, realized that under the effect of life and death bond, their attacks were not very effective. Therefore, the archers quickly turned their weapons and set their sights on the Goblin priest. Originally standing on the altar, the Goblin priest had a spell range bonus, and logically, with the archers' range, they should not be able to hit them unless they got closer. But they never anticipated that the archers under Chen Chen's command did not play by the rules. They had doubled their range, and a rain of arrows fell upon them. These Goblin priests did not have the sturdy build of the Goblin guards, and with just one attack, more than half of the Goblin priests fell. If it weren't for the remaining few Goblin priests who quickly cast a shield skill on themselves, they would have likely been completely wiped out. Seeing the Goblin priests under attack, the Goblin King couldn't help but frown. He didn't care if the Goblin guards died, but the Goblin priests were different. Cultivating priests in the camp was too difficult. If all the priests in the territory died, it would take a long time for the camp to recover its strength. With this in mind, the Goblin King, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally chose to take action after waiting for the Goblin guards to charge first. Standing on the high platform like a mountain of flesh, the Goblin King suddenly exerted force with his legs, and relying on the height of his throne, he jumped over 10 meters. Upon landing, the ground was instantly cracked with terrifying fissures. His massive size did not make him clumsy at all. In just a few steps, he quickly surpassed the charging Goblin guards and arrived in front of Chen Chen's formation. Die, the Goblin King roared, swinging his massive wolf-toothed club directly at the shield soldier blocking his path. The shield soldier, with its high resilience, was sent flying like straw by the blow. Fortunately, the shield soldier had a reflection damage effect, and as it flew out, the rebound damage was released. The originally heavily injured shield soldier had already recovered more than half of its health before hitting the ground. Reflection damage? Noticing the sudden wounds on his body, the Goblin King instantly understood that these humans had a reflection damage skill, but it was of no concern to him, so he carelessly struck again. He wanted to see whether their reflection damage came faster or if he could kill faster. The Goblin King charged into the battle formation like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, directly disrupting the formation of the shield soldiers. Due to the vast difference in attributes and levels between the two sides, even using the shield bash skill against the Goblin King could not control him at all. If it weren't for the reflection and lifesteal effects, these shield soldiers would have likely been wiped out in a single encounter. Are super tier monsters this strong? Watching the giant Goblin King rampaging through the battlefield, Chen Chen couldn't help but frown. Although the shield soldiers could still hold on thanks to the reflection and lifesteal, if the Goblin King broke through their lines and targeted the archers in the back, casualties would likely occur on his side. After all, the reflection damage from the Thorn Aura was calculated based on armor, and the archer's defense could not compare to the Goblin King at all. Therefore, the health the archers regained from the Thorn Aura was far less than the damage dealt by the Goblin King. As soon as they were engaged, after at most 3 consecutive attacks, the archers would likely fall, and once the Goblin King found a breakthrough, the entire battle situation would likely collapse immediately. It's a bit overconfident, Chen Chen realized. He had underestimated the super tier monster. This was not a creature they should be facing at their current stage. Fortunately, he hadn't used the skill point he gained from leveling up when he entered, or he would really have to turn and run now. Chen Chen directly opened the skill panel and allocated that skill point to the Thorn Aura. At level 2, the Thorn Aura reflected 200% of the damage, meaning if the Goblin King dealt 100 damage, he would take 200. Even though this 200 damage would be significantly reduced by the Goblin King's defense, the damage caused by the Thorn Aura could still exceed the damage he received, as long as the damage taken and the output could balance out. Relying on the 100% lifesteal from the blood-sucking aura, the farmers could recover their health. To be safe, after allocating the skill points, Chen Chen ordered all the warriors to stand by in place. If the Goblin King showed any signs of breaking through the shield soldiers' encirclement, the warriors would immediately use their charge skill to intercept. The warriors' charge skill had a knockback effect. Although it was difficult to knock back the Goblin King due to his large size, as long as they could make him stop, the shield soldiers could quickly close the encirclement. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had recruited 50 shield soldiers out of caution when he arrived. Otherwise, relying only on the initial 10 shield soldiers, their formation would have been shattered by the Goblin King long ago. While dealing with the Goblin King, Chen Chen also didn't forget about the group of Goblin guards rushing over. However, he had no extra troops available, so he simply sent a team of archers to hold them off. After all, those Goblin guards could never kill the archers, as long as they could hold on. The Thorn Aura could wear down those Goblin guards. As for the goblin priests who were still casting spells to harass them, they had already jumped off the altar and dared not show their faces again, so Chen Chen couldn't be bothered with them. The encircled Goblin King felt increasingly uneasy as he continued to slaughter his way through the crowd. Despite his rampage, it seemed like none of the surrounding enemies had diminished. Moreover, for some reason, the damage from these ants was becoming more painful. Compared to before, the damage he was taking felt significantly higher. If the damage he received earlier was negligible, now it felt like small knives cutting into his flesh. Though not fatal, it was relentless. What troubled him the most was that the damage from these ants was not fixed. Their attack power seemed to spike unexpectedly. That sudden burst of powerful attacks was something even he found hard to endure. If this continued, he might very well be worn down to death here. Realizing something was off, the Goblin King attempted to charge out, but the 60 shield soldiers clung to him like sticky candy, and outside, the waiting warriors were ready. Whenever he had a glimmer of hope to break free, those warriors would swarm him like annoying flies. Even with his size, being hit would cause him to pause for a moment, and then those sticky shield soldiers would rush back in, completely blocking any chance of escape and trapping him firmly in the center. "You damned ants!" The Goblin King, irritated by the shield soldiers, let out an angry roar. Ignoring the constant attacks around him, he raised his mace and slammed it down onto the ground. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the ground was smashed into a massive pit, and the nearest dozens of shield soldiers didn't even trigger the thorn aura's reflection before being turned into meat paste by that terrifying blow. "You have angered me." Standing on the only intact patch of ground in the pit, the Goblin King looked at the surrounding shield soldiers, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The blow seemed to have taken a tremendous toll on the Goblin King. His once massive form appeared to shrink, collapsing as if it had deflated. The goblin, which had seemed like a mountain of flesh, transformed into a terrifying green-skinned creature, all muscle. "You all shall die." The Goblin King issued a death warrant to everyone. After uttering these words, his figure instantly vanished from sight. In the next moment, a shield soldier standing opposite him was sent flying. Witnessing the Goblin King's terrifying speed, Chen Chen was taken aback. However, before he could start worrying, he noticed with some confusion that the shield soldier who had been knocked away didn't seem to have sustained much damage. No, it wasn't that he seemed to be unharmed. He simply wasn't hurt that badly. After the second shield soldier was sent flying, Chen Chen saw clearly that although the Goblin King's speed was fast, the damage was not as high as before, to the point that the shield soldier had his health fully restored before even hitting the ground. "What is this? Is this the second phase?" Chen Chen's expression was somewhat strange. It appeared that the Goblin King's second phase sacrificed strength for a terrifying speed, but the problem was that the farmers under Chen Chen's command were not afraid of speed. These farmers relied on the Thorn's aura for damage reflection. No matter how fast he was, could he outpace the rebound damage of the Thorn's aura? At this moment, the Goblin King was completely oblivious to this fact. In his second phase, his previously normal intelligence had instantly dropped to that of an ordinary goblin. Seeing that his attacks could not kill these annoying ants, he became paranoid, convinced that his attack power was insufficient, and a red mist began to emanate from him. As the blood mist spread, the Goblin King's damage and speed surged dramatically. But at the same time, the damage he received also increased. "Not strong enough, not strong enough." The Goblin King had completely lost his sanity, muttering to himself incessantly, and the blood mist around him thickened, enveloping him in a shroud of red. As the blood mist increased, his speed grew faster and faster, to the point where Chen Chen could barely catch a glimpse of his movements. He could only see the red shadow when shield soldiers were sent flying. However, under the effect of the Thorn's aura, the faster he attacked, the more damage he took, and with the increase of blood mist, his defense was continuously reduced. Before long, the Goblin King's health could no longer hold out. Before the Goblin King died, Chen Chen had been worried that he would transform again, but fortunately, his fears did not materialize. The Goblin King's frenzied attacks ultimately led to his own demise. Congratulations on killing the Goblin King, earning 1,000 experience and 5,000 gold. Congratulations on obtaining the Equipment Destroyer Wolf Tooth Club, Blood Shadow Ring, and King's Crown. Congratulations on acquiring the treasure Greedy Stomach, Fragmented Inheritance Stone, gaining the skill Blood Rage Frenzy, and obtaining the blueprints for Spirit Field *3, Energy Pool *1, and Warehouse *1. Congratulations on killing a Lord-level monster, earning 3 skill points and 10 free attribute points. Seeing the notification pop up after the Goblin King's death, Chen Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had somewhat underestimated the super-tier monsters. The Goblin King's combat power had completely exceeded his expectations. The combat power of the troops under his command was now sufficient to easily defeat any S-tier units, yet before the Goblin King, they had almost no ability to fight back. Fortunately, the effects of the Thorn's aura and the lifesteal aura were powerful enough to prevent the Goblin King from achieving a kill. Otherwise, he would have truly fallen here, with little chance to escape. Just thinking about the terrifying combat power of the Goblin King, Chen Chen felt something was off. The Goblin King was just too strong. Even a level 15 transcendent hero couldn't match such extraordinary combat power. Not too Mention that in the first phase he treated the shield soldiers like balls, and in the second phase his extreme speed was so terrifying that it was hard to follow with the naked eye. Facing such terrifying speed, only with the Halo's support could he withstand it. If it were someone else, even with the same number of S-class troops, they would be killed like dogs. This kind of terrifying speed and combat power was simply not something they should be facing at this stage. Deep doubts arose in Chen Chen's heart. Was the Goblin King really just a transcendent monster? He remembered that a lord had encountered the Goblin King during a monster siege, but his territory was breached because the Goblin King had launched a surprise attack. If the Goblin King had such strength, why would he bother with a sneak attack? He could have easily taken down the territory in just a few moves. He truly didn't believe there was any S-class lord who could withstand the Goblin King's strength. Chen Chen was somewhat uncertain whether it was the Goblin King's strength that was off, but he could only find out when he encountered the next transcendent monster. Therefore, he temporarily set aside his doubts and began to check the equipment dropped by the Goblin King. It had to be said that the Goblin King's drops were truly exaggerated. It was no wonder he was a transcendent monster. Just the experience alone gave him 1,000 points, which was enough to level him up to level 8 with plenty left over. As for the equipment, it was even more generous, 3 pieces of gear, all orange quality. Destroyer Wolf Tooth Club grade, orange type, weapon attributes, strength plus 500, constitution plus 200 skill, power of destruction, attack carries the power of destruction, which can ignore the enemy's toughness attribute. Evaluation, this is a battlefield killing weapon, with all its attributes nearly reaching the peak of orange equipment. Blood Shadow Ring grade, orange type, ring attributes, agility plus 300 skill, Blood Shadow, when your health is below 50%, for every 10% of health lost, your movement speed increases by 10%. Evaluation, this is a ring suitable for desperate situations, though you can also use it to escape. King's Crown grade, orange type, headgear attributes, all attributes plus 100 evaluation, an unremarkable crown that became orange equipment simply because it was worn by the king. 3 pieces of orange equipment, 1 relatively ordinary, and 2 exceptional, especially the Destroyer Wolf Tooth Club, whose attributes were simply off the charts. A full 500 strength bonus, plus an additional 200 points. This was no ordinary club, it was practically a living S-class troop. It should be noted that orange equipment adds real attributes, not just illusory ones like attack and speed. Once the attributes were added, what difference was there between it and an S-class troop? Of course, this only referred to the initial attributes of S-class troops. After leveling up, their attributes would surely skyrocket, which a single piece of orange equipment couldn't compensate for. But even so, the attributes of this equipment were still astonishing. Moreover, it came with a power of destruction that could ignore the enemy's toughness. After seeing this equipment's skill, Chen Chen finally understood why the shield soldiers were being tossed around by the Goblin King. As for the Blood Shadow Ring, its attributes were also quite good, but Chen Chen felt that in his hands, it would probably only serve as an escape ring. After all, if he could lose 50% of his health, it meant the situation was dire, and whether he participated or not wouldn't change the outcome. So, using it to flee was the most appropriate choice. After looking at the equipment, Chen Chen clicked on the attributes of the treasure. Greedy Stomach Ring, orange type, treasure effect. Once equipped, the user will constantly be in a state of hunger. All consumed food can be used to enhance the user's overall attributes. By unleashing a skill, the absorbed attributes can be released in an explosive manner, dealing immense damage, but using the release skill will consume the majority of the user's sanity. Evaluation, this is a stomach from a legendary evil spirit, originally a treasure collected in the Goblin Kingdom, stolen by the Goblin King. Fragmented Inheritance Stone rank? A fact? Evaluation, an inheritance stone from the Orc Kingdom, originally of mythic rank, was chipped off and stolen by the Goblin King. Although he forcibly extracted some power from the inheritance stone at the cost of sacrificing most of his abilities, he also acquired part of the curse of the inheritance stone, leading to a joint manhunt by the Goblin Kingdom and the Orc Kingdom, forcing him to flee the Goblin Kingdom. If the remaining fragments of the inheritance stone can be found, it may be possible to restore its mythic rank. These two treasures left Chen Chen somewhat at a loss for words. From the attributes of the greedy stomach, it was clear that the second stage Goblin King was his normal form. The previous Meat Mountain state must have been due to the attributes absorbed by the stomach, which made his size so enormous. Moreover, the Goblin King's previous powerful explosion should also have stemmed from the power of the stomach. However, this thing was practically useless to Chen Chen. The negative effect of reducing sanity was simply too terrifying. He would rather forego this slight attribute enhancement than dare to use it. As for the inheritance stone, it was even more of a burden. Although Chen Chen did not know how the Goblin King extracted power from the inheritance stone, it required sacrificing one's own skills. Not to mention that Chen Chen did not know this method. Even if he found it, he would not exchange any Halo skills for it. As for finding the fragments of the inheritance stone, the chances were too slim for Chen Chen to hold any hope. Moreover, unlike the greedy stomach, its value was hard to determine. Even if thrown into the trading market, it would be difficult to sell. Therefore, the most likely fate for this item was to be tossed into Chen Chen's warehouse to gather dust. Blood Rage Frenzy Rank Epic Skill Effect, a powerful skill obtained by the Goblin King from the Inheritance Stone. After using this skill, one can infinitely gain speed attributes at the cost of sacrificing health, defense, and sanity. Note, special skill cannot be upgraded. Another piece of trash that can be tossed into the trading market. Chen Chen shook his head at the skill. When the Goblin King used this skill earlier, the shadow was so fast it was invisible. So, it certainly couldn't be said to be weak, but the problem was that it required sacrificing sanity. Chen Chen had always been dismissive of anything that reduced intelligence. No matter how strong it was unacceptable. As for the Goblin Wolf Rider unit card, it was considered a C-rank unit, but Chen Chen couldn't use it. He would ask Anna later if she needed it. If she didn't, it would also be tossed into the trading market. After reviewing the equipment and skills, the main highlight left was the blueprints that Chen Chen was most looking forward to. Although he already had these 2 buildings in his territory, he would welcome any number of such rare blueprints. The last blueprint, the energy pool, was the biggest gain from all the equipment dropped by the Goblin King this time. Energy pool type. Special building effect. The energy-filled pool water allows units to grow rapidly. Construction requirements. Territory level 5, 5,000 basic resources in gold, 10 energy stones, 1 source crystal. The introduction of the energy pool was unremarkable, just stating that it allows units to grow rapidly, but the price of this blueprint was worth more than the combined value of 3 orange equipment pieces because it was a top-tier unit-specific blueprint. It should be noted that all S-class units start in their juvenile phase, and Anna is no exception. Her Seraph is also in a state of energy deficiency. Although leveling up accelerates their growth rate, it is not particularly fast. Normally, those S-class units need to reach around level 50 to grow into their complete forms in a step-by-step manner. The function of the energy pool building is to speed up their growth. With the assistance of the energy pool combined with the growth enhancement from leveling up, those S-class units can reach their complete forms by level 20 at most. This kind of advanced development is something countless lords with top-tier units dream of. It can be said without hesitation that if territorial buildings had ranks, the energy pool would at least be orange, and in the eyes of some lords, they might not even consider trading it for a mythical rank. The only thing that Chen Chen found somewhat regrettable was that the blueprint for the energy pool was too expensive. The current lords had not yet developed and were all poor. Even if they sold their territories, they definitely couldn't afford the energy pool blueprint. So for now, this energy pool blueprint could only serve as a collectible in Chen Chen's hands. However, once he returned, he could throw it onto the trading market at an exorbitant price to pique the interest of others. This way, if those lords weren't working hard enough, it might give them a little motivation. He imagined that seeing this energy pool blueprint appear in the trading market would surely make them happy. After putting away all the equipment, Chen began to understand why the Goblin King was so strong. It was simply because he was rich. One could only say that he was indeed a tough character who escaped from the Goblin Kingdom, as he had so many good things on him. Nothing that dropped from him was below orange quality. This extravagance would make even dragons envious. And it wasn't over yet. Normally, in a proper camp like this, there would definitely be a treasure vault. So after defeating the surviving goblin priests, Chen Chen instructed his archers and warriors to spread out and clear the remaining goblins in the camp, while he himself entered the goblin camp's conference hall with the shield soldiers, who had a relatively slower kill rate. As expected, in the room of the conference hall, there was a dark golden treasure chest. Upon opening it, a long string of prompts immediately popped up before Chen Chen's eyes. Congratulations! You have obtained Return Scroll *3, Recovery Scroll *5, Recovery Potion *10, Blink Belt *1, Disguise Scroll *3, Wine Cellar Blueprint *1, Rum Recipe *1, Energy Stone *10, Source Crystal *10. The items in the treasure chest were quite varied. After a rough count, the ones of higher value were the Return Scroll, Blink Belt, Wine Cellar Blueprint, Rum Recipe, Energy Stone, and Source Crystal. The Return Scroll, needless to say, allows immediate return to the base. Although it is a common item in the game, it is undoubtedly the strongest life-saving tool in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Its value cannot be measured in money, as you can hardly see it in the trading market. No one would sell such a life-saving item unless absolutely necessary. The Blink Belt allows for a teleportation of up to 20 meters in place, which is also a life-saving item, but the teleportation distance is too short and the cooldown time is too long, making it less useful for Chen Chen. As for its value, it probably lies between purple and orange equipment. If someone urgently needs this type of equipment, the price could go up a bit. The Wine Cellar Blueprint and Rum Recipe both enhance attributes. The rum directly increases attributes, while the Wine Cellar slowly enhances the taste and attributes of the stored fine wines. However, the rum adds temporary attributes, so its value isn't too high. When thrown onto the trading market later, it could probably sell for the price of purple equipment. The last Energy Stone and Source Crystal are considered the most core resources in the battlefield of all realms, akin to high-tier materials for gold. They are not currency, but they are absolutely hard currency, especially the source crystal, which is used in many places, whether for upgrading buildings after level 10 or constructing special buildings. It is basically always needed. Therefore, this item is also something that Chen Chen finds beneficial in abundance. Aside from these, the various scrolls and miscellaneous potions are mostly of little use to Chen Chen, so he will keep those with special functions, like the disguise scroll, for collection. As for the potions, they will only end up being thrown into the trading market. Although the process was a bit thrilling, this time eliminating the goblin camp directly led to a bountiful harvest for Chen Chen. In addition to the equipment and items collected, after clearing out all the remaining goblin minions in the goblin camp, Chen Chen's experience points shot up to level 8, 1900/2160, leaving him just over 200 experience points away from level 9. After defeating the Goblin King, Chen Chen also gained 10 free attribute points and 3 skill points. Previously, he had 3 unused free attribute points, and now with these 10 added, he has a total of 13 free attribute points. Unfortunately, these attribute points also do not play a crucial role for Chen Chen, and he is unsure how to allocate them, so as per usual, he decides to hold on to them for now. As for the 3 precious skill points, since Chen Chen leveled up to 8 after defeating the Goblin King and had not yet used the skill points in aura extraction, he suddenly found himself with a surplus, holding a total of 4 skill points. The downside is that Chen Chen has too many aura skills, and even with more skill points, he still can't use them all. After a moment of contemplation, he decides to use the remaining aura extraction opportunity first and then consider which aura to invest points in. However, before extracting the aura, Chen Chen has one more thing to do: check the progress of the Glory Stone quest. The first ring of the Glory Stone quest is to kill a super tier monster. It can be said that Chen Chen's urgency to come and defeat the Goblin King is also related to the tasks of the Glory Road. Glory Road task: kill a super tier creature before level 10, completed. Task reward: ordinary professions of mage, assassin, and priest unlocked. Hidden profession transfer probability unlocked. There is a certain probability of transferring to the corresponding hidden profession during the transfer, but the transfer probability is extremely low. After completing the first ring of the task, the Glory Road unlocked 3 ordinary professions, including the mage. Unfortunately, in the battlefield of all realms, the mage is too weak in the early stages. Their attack range is not as far as that of archers, and during large-scale battles, their damage is not as high as that of the archer legion. For a lord, having archers makes the early stage mage somewhat redundant. Of course, this only applies to the early stages. In the later stages, once mages learn large area damage spells and multi-person magic formations, they will become the strongest killing machines on the battlefield, capable of clearing vast areas with a single skill. At that time, mages will truly be the real mages. However, after some thought, Chen Chen decides to summon a few to use for now. In case he encounters monsters with high physical defense, having mages would be more reliable. Besides mages, he also needs to recruit some assassins. Assassins are absolutely skilled at scouting and ambushing, and if Chen Chen had some assassin units in this battle, it would definitely not be so perilous. As for priests, Chen Chen only glanced at them before looking away. With the lifesteal aura, why would he need a priest? What priest can heal better than a lifesteal aura? With the time spent healing, he could just stab once and regain all the health. Recruiting priests would be a pure waste of gold. After banishing the priest to the cold palace, Chen Chen glanced at the newly refreshed quest on the Glory Road. Glory Road quest: kill 10 super tier monsters of at least your own level. Quest reward: special building Little Wishing Spring. Kill 10 super tier monsters. Seeing the quest content, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit powerless to complain. Did they really think super tier monsters were cabbages? Killing 10 of them? It was only because his territory had the effect of the blessing of all realms and was in a relatively good location. Otherwise, for an ordinary lord, not to mention killing 10 super tier monsters, just finding 10 super tier monsters would be impressive. But complaints aside, Chen Chen genuinely wanted the reward of the Little Wishing Spring. This thing had a very loud nickname in the Lord's world, known as Little God. As long as the conditions weren't too outrageous, any wish made to it would be answered. For example, if Chen Chen wished at the Little Wishing Spring for his next troop type to become a hidden class, then the next farmer transitioning would have a high probability of directly becoming a hidden class. The most exaggerated part was that the wishing opportunities of the Little Wishing Spring refreshed once a day, meaning if Chen Chen was willing, he could gain a hidden class troop type every day. With such a magical effect, the Little Wishing Spring was incredibly desirable for lords. There wasn't a single lord who didn't want one, and Chen Chen was no exception. So, looking at the quest requirements, Chen Chen silently made a wish in his heart, hoping the blessing of all realms would be generous enough to spawn dozens of super tier monsters around him. If that happened, he might complete the quest quickly. After daydreaming for a while, Chen Chen soon snapped back to reality and began a new Halo draw. 1. Focus Halo. 2. Glorious Halo. 3. Wisdom Halo. Focus Halo omitted. Glorious Halo omitted. Wisdom Halo level 1. All units on your side have their spirit increased tenfold. Looking at the 3 halos that appeared this time, all of which were ordinary halos, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He wondered if he had just been lucky in the previous levels, since level 4, every time he drew a halo, there had been rare ones. He had thought he might see a rare halo this time, but unexpectedly, all 3 were ordinary. However, the wisdom halo that enhanced spirit attributes was still quite good. Among his 4 basic attributes, only the spirit attribute had no increase. It's important to note that the spirit attribute not only represented spell attack power but also affected spell resistance, so the higher this attribute, the better. Moreover, since Chen Chen's subordinates could now transition to mages, if they didn't have a high spirit value, their spells would be virtually powerless. Therefore, from any perspective, Chen Chen had to choose the wisdom halo this time. As for the old friend, the focus halo, he could only silently tell himself again, next time for sure. After choosing the wisdom halo, to enhance his spirit attribute, Chen Chen used a few skill points to upgrade the wisdom halo to level 2. As for how to allocate the remaining 3 skill points among the other halos, that left Chen Chen a bit hesitant. For him, the core halos were the lifesteal halo and the thorns halo. However, the 100% lifesteal and 200% damage reflection were already sufficient for now. As long as melee monsters couldn't kill him in one hit, he could wear them down with these 2 halos. If a melee monster could kill him in one hit, then no matter how high the reflection and lifesteal, it wouldn't matter. Chen Chen even considered whether to add the life halo to complement the lifesteal halo and the thorns halo, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Such an extreme allocation could lead to serious trouble if he encountered a powerful ranged monster. Excluding the lifesteal halo and the thorns halo, the second tier consisted of the heavy strike halo and the strong strike halo. The heavy strike aura increases critical hits by 10 times. When fighting the Goblin King earlier, the heavy strike aura played a significant role, if it weren't for the critical hits it occasionally delivered, inflicting massive damage on the Goblin King, he wouldn't have fallen into a state of madness so quickly. The only flaw of this aura is its unstable critical hit probability, which is only 10%. However, as Chen Chen's troop numbers increased, this flaw could be completely compensated for by quantity. After considering for a moment, Chen Chen decided to invest a point into the heavy strike aura, upgrading it to level 2. As for the strong strike aura, both archers and mages now greatly needed increased attack range, so Chen Chen also added a point to it. This upgrade boosted the archer's original attack range of 300 meters to an astonishing 900 meters, doubling the original range. Even a typical sniper rifle has a similar range, making it truly terrifying. Regarding the last skill point, Chen Chen thought for a moment and decided to hold on to it for now, planning to allocate it to whichever aura was needed when he encountered a troublesome monster next time. After completing the upgrades, Chen Chen kept a portion of the archers behind, preparing to send some farmers over later to gather the remaining resources. Besides the items dropped from the kills, there were many basic resources in the Goblin Camp's warehouse, including some high-level resources like iron ore. Night was about to fall, and none of these resources could be wasted. Everything had to be brought back. Returning with a full load, Chen Chen led the main force back to his territory. He wasn't lacking in resources at the moment, so he built the newly acquired spiritual fields, warehouses, and wine cellars. Now, within his territory, there were 6 additional buildings, watchtowers, spiritual fields, wine cellars, houses, lumber mills, and quarries. He was only 4 buildings short of the 10 required for a level 10 territory. However, there was no need to rush. His territory was only level 8, and the amount of basic resources needed to upgrade from level 8 to 9 was 100,000 for each type. Such a massive number would take some time to gather, even with the farmer's collection speed. After reaching level 8, upgrading the territory would also require high-level resources like iron ore. Given such a significant resource gap, unless the leaks in the trading market worked hard, it would be difficult for Chen Chen to upgrade in the short term. Thinking of those leaks, Chen suddenly remembered something. He took out the blueprint for the energy pool from his inventory and set an exorbitant price of 10 million gold coins before listing it on the trading market. Since he was harvesting leaks, he believed in treating everyone equally. It shouldn't just be the low-level players who get cut. He didn't believe that once he listed the energy pool blueprint, people wouldn't be tempted. After putting up the energy pool blueprint, Chen Chen decided to go all out and also listed the greedy stomach and blood rage skill books, pricing them at the same 10 million. It didn't matter if they couldn't afford it, that was precisely the point. People only realize their poverty when they see something they desperately want but cannot afford. If they don't have something they desire but can't buy, how would they recognize their own poverty? And without that awareness, how would they strive for improvement? If they weren't striving, who would he harvest? By listing these items, Chen Chen wasn't expecting anyone to buy them, he just wanted to give everyone a little motivation to work harder. Chen Chen expressed that he was truly worried about everyone's progress. After he listed these items, whether others felt motivated or not was uncertain, but they were indeed provoked. Peng Chuan, what the hell? An energy pool blueprint, an orange-grade treasure, and an epic skill book. Has the trading market gone mad? Zhao Taizhu, where is this going? Is this still the time when we just entered the battlefield of 10,000 realms? Is this what can come out at this stage? Chu Tianming, yes, brothers, you're not mistaken. There are still 37 hours left until the territory protection ends, which means we've only been in the battlefield of 10,000 realms for a total of 11 hours. Durand, my god, this is insane. It's only been a single day. How can there be such a powerful lord? If you come to my territory, I hope you can let me know in advance. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. As long as you don't kill me, anything can be negotiated. Pippin, how do you know it was definitely the lord who got this? What if it's loot from another profession? Su Shan, stop messing around. Those neutral main cities are dirt poor. Any good items belong to those neutral races. How could it possibly be our turn as professionals? Besides, at this stage, there's no way there are such strong professionals other than lords. Just look at the level leaderboard. Is there even one non-lord profession on it? If you're counting on them, you might as well believe I'm the first emperor. Clee Evans, don't fight me for this. I'm claiming this energy pool. Whoever competes with me, I'll kill them. Duan Wei, you're just a useless piece of trash who can't even maintain your rank. If you have the guts, come to the Black Sun Mountains and let me see if I don't beat the crap out of you. Duan Wei and Clee had a bit of a conflict over the leaderboard before. When Duan Wei first made it onto the leaderboard, they had exchanged insults. Now seeing Clee jump out to spew nonsense again, Duan Wei didn't hesitate to retaliate. In no time, the chat channel was filled with their insults. Chu Tianming, the big shots are at it again. Xuewen, both are S-rank lords, one with titans and the other with Hydra. They're both big shots, we don't dare to interfere or ask. Peng Chuan, what big shots? They can't even afford a piece of equipment, just like us, drooling over the trading market. How can they be called big shots? Pippin, I don't know if they're big shots, but I know the ones selling these 3 items must be big shots. Who do you think sold these 3 items? Is it that guy named Chen Chen again? Xuewen, impossible. Although I don't know how Chen Chen got his equipment. Before, these items clearly can only drop from very strong monsters, or even from super tier monsters. With those pathetic farmers he has, do you think he can kill super tier monsters? Su Shan, indeed, I also think it's not him. He has the blessing effect of the 10,000 realms, and every time he finishes farming monsters, he puts up equipment in batches. But look now, there's not a single new piece of equipment added. If it were him, how could there be no new equipment listed? Shinjije, that makes sense. Do you think it's possible that the anonymous person is the one selling it? There are so many people on the leaderboard, and he's the only anonymous one. Isn't it often said that experts usually hide in the shadows? Could he be that expert? Zhao Taiju, a tall guy who hides his head and shows his tail, is obviously not a good person. He might even be a wanted criminal by the Federation. The chat channel quickly veered off topic, shifting from discussing these 3 items to speculating about the identity of the anonymous person. Just then, someone suddenly said something quietly. Xu Xiangdong, the trading market indeed hasn't listed new items, but have you considered this possibility? The reason there are no new equipment listings is that the items he listed before still haven't sold out? This statement silenced the chat channel. Those people opened the trading market and took a look, only to find that there were indeed many items with goblin prefixes still for sale. The attributes of these items were fine. The reason they hadn't sold was simply that everyone was low on gold coins, leading to insufficient market purchasing power. Thinking of this, everyone felt a bit defensive, and then they recalled that the orange equipment just listed might also be sold by Chen Chen, which made them feel even more heartbroken. For a moment, everyone felt a bit disheartened. But when they thought of the equipment in the trading market, their fighting spirit returned. Xuewen, we're all lords. How can there be such a huge gap between people? Zhao Taiju, let's go, damn it, hurry up and get to work. I can't even dream of orange equipment, but I'm determined to get a piece of that blue equipment. Looking at the messages in the chat channel, Anna, who also couldn't afford it, felt a pang in her heart. She was truly envious of the blueprint for the energy pool. She had 2 angels in her territory, and once she could build the energy pool and restore the dual-winged power of those 2 angels, her territory would surely take off. Unfortunately, poverty limited her development. As for the owners of these 3 items, she also leaned towards thinking it was Chen Chen, but unlike their wild guesses in the chat channel, she had Chen Chen as a friend, so if she had questions, she could ask him directly. Brother Chen Chen, is the orange equipment and the energy pool blueprint listed in the trading market yours? Anna, who thought these 3 items belonged to Chen Chen, was clearly much more humble compared to last time. If she could voice chat with Chen Chen, she believed her assassin's voice would have already soared to the heavens. Yes. After receiving Anna's message, Chen Chen, who had no intention of hiding, did not conceal anything and directly replied, "What's up? Do you want to buy it?" For this little girl whose territory level was second only to his, Chen Chen felt she must have some strength. Although he wasn't sure if she had anything good to exchange for the energy pool blueprint, it wouldn't hurt to ask, just in case she really did. "I can't afford it. It turned out that Chun Shen was overthinking. Anna, who had 2 angels, did have some strength, but even with that strength, having just entered the 10,000 Realms battlefield for a little over 10 hours, there was no way she could obtain orange-level items, even if she sacrificed both angels. After all, not everyone was like Chun Shen, who had a cheat. It's fine, you can exchange with other things. Chun Chen was not bothered and replied again, considering I owe you a favor from last time, as long as the value isn't too far off, I'll give you the energy pool blueprint. Chen Chen was still very grateful for the information Anna had shared with him last time, so if there was something of similar value, he was willing to exchange with Anna, even if it meant taking a slight loss. There's nothing of similar value. Just as Anna was about to send this message, she suddenly seemed to think of some brilliant idea, her little eyes darting around. She calculated for a long time, and finally looked up at the sky and murmured, "It seems like I won't lose no matter what." After figuring it out, Anna hesitated for a long time, and finally made up her mind, typing directly to Chen Chen, "I have." Originally, Chen Xing thought Anna had been silent for so long because she had nothing to exchange, and was about to close the chat window, but suddenly seeing Anna say she had something, he was pleasantly surprised. After all, the energy pool blueprint was useless in his hands. His farmer's rank was fixed, and even if he bathed in the energy pool every day, his strength wouldn't change at all. So being able to exchange it for a nice treasure was a good thing. Moreover, since Anna had hesitated for so long, it indicated that this treasure must be very valuable, so Chun Shen eagerly sent a message asking, "What is it? Send me the attributes to take a look." Me. Chen Chen was taken aback for a moment but quickly realized what Anna meant, and replied irritably, "What are you thinking? Just honestly gather resources, and once you have enough, I guarantee I'll sell you the energy pool first. I still want to pull off a trick with empty hands. This little girl is simply daydreaming. I'm serious." Seeing Chen Shen's refusal, Anna hurriedly replied with a message, along with contract attribute. "I can sign a subordinate contract with you. As long as you don't die, I will be your most loyal subordinate. Wherever you point, that is where my blade will strike. I have 2 S-class angel units in my territory. Signing with me will definitely not be a loss for you. And with your strength, you will definitely encounter trouble when you return to Blue Star. Although the Federation will definitely step in to protect you, being under their protection is not free at all. My grandmother is one of the strongest lords of the empire on which the sun never sets. As long as you speak, I guarantee that when you return to Blue Star, no one will dare to disturb you. All I need is a blueprint for the energy pool. Sign with me, brother Chen Chen, and you will definitely gain a lot." Looking at Anna, who was anxiously sending over her talent attributes, Chen Chen knew that this girl really wanted that energy pool blueprint. He hadn't expected that there would be an S-class lord awakening a dual talent, starting with 2 S-class units. That was truly good luck. However, the conditions she offered didn't hold much allure for Chen Chen. First of all, she sent over a subordinate contract, which was somewhat similar to the relationship between ancient kings and their vassals. For the vassal, the king did not have direct command authority, but once a battle occurred, the vassal had to provide full support, and the vassal's combat units had to unconditionally obey the king's commands during wartime. If one were to think in extreme terms, after signing this contract, Chen Chen would have the ability to completely ruin all the units in Anna's territory. From this perspective, Anna's contract was indeed quite sincere. Once the territory migration function was activated, their territories could be moved together. An S-class subordinate lord with dual talents could definitely provide a significant boost to an ordinary lord's power. But for Chen Chen, having a subordinate was of no use. He was the strongest and didn't need help, let alone a subordinate. Instead of wasting time summoning subordinates, he could recruit more farmers. As long as the number of farmers increased, there was nothing he couldn't handle. To take it a step further, if there were issues that farmers couldn't solve, having a subordinate wouldn't help either, since his halo could only enhance his own units, and allies didn't count as his own units. Therefore, this condition was essentially meaningless to Chen Chen. As for the second point about encountering trouble when returning to Blue Star, Chen Chen didn't care either. When the time came, he could just hide in the Federation. Whatever happened, if any extreme trouble came knocking, he could simply return to the multiverse battlefield. After all, once he entered the multiverse battlefield, he could come back anytime. If he hid there and developed for a few years before coming out, no matter who caused trouble, he would ensure they returned to ashes. So this condition also held little appeal for Chen Chen. Moreover, this girl had ulterior motives hidden in her conditions. The subordinate contract stipulated that Anna would only serve him as long as he was alive. This meant that if he died during a monster siege, she could get the energy pool blueprint for free. If he didn't die, then he would be a genius who could withstand the blessings of the multiverse, and at that point, she would be directly clinging to a golden thigh. Not to mention being his subordinate, even being his maid would be a profit for her. Chen Chen felt helpless about Anna's calculations. Seeing Anna's short stature next to the angels in the message, he silently thought to himself, "Serves you right. Using your wits on this, no wonder you can't grow taller." Originally planning to decisively refuse, Chen Chen suddenly felt a stir in his heart when he saw the contract Anna sent along With her 2 angels. He replied directly, if you want a freeload, then just think about it. But if you really want it, I can offer you a loan service. Loan? Anna, who had completely let go of her inhibitions, thought there were only yes or no options with Chen Chen, but unexpectedly, he chose or. What does a loan mean? Aren't we talking about selling oneself? Brother Chen Chen, what does loan mean? Just the literal meaning, Chen Chen kindly replied in the message, explaining. The energy pool can be given to you in advance. It doesn't matter if you don't have money, just keep a record. When you have money, you can pay me back at double the price of the energy pool. How about that? Isn't it very considerate? After sending this message, Chen Chen felt a bit guilty. Borrowing 1 and returning 2 was a bit harsh. However, thinking about the fact that what he was lending was an energy pool, a tool that could significantly enhance efficiency, he instantly felt justified. What loan or not, this was to promote the little rich lady's progress. She had 2 angels in hand. As long as she built the energy pool and let the 2 angels grow, how could she not earn money? So this should be considered angel investment. Talking about loans sounded too harsh. Return 2 items? Upon seeing Chen Chen's message, Anna was instantly stunned. She had previously thought that brother Chen Chen was a good person, but now she only felt that this person was truly a heartless worm. Although getting the energy pool in advance was indeed a good deal, the problem was that this thing was just too expensive. Double repayment was a whole different concept. Take equipment as an example. The current price of the energy pool blueprint was roughly equivalent to 3 powerful orange equipment pieces. Double repayment meant that besides returning the principal of 3 orange equipment pieces to Chen Chen, she also, of course, there is another important reason why Anna could decisively refuse. She truly couldn't afford it. She was well aware of her own capabilities. If she took Chen Chen's energy pool blueprint, her territory would be unable to develop. Everything she had would have to be sent to Chen Chen, and even after sending everything, she might not be able to repay the debt. Rather than live such a life of servitude, she would prefer to forego the energy pool blueprint. After all, that thing wouldn't sprout legs and run away. With the 2 angels around, she didn't believe anyone could gather resources faster than her, aside from Chen Chen. It would be better to save enough money and buy the blueprint at market price later. Why burden herself with such a large debt? As for the idea of taking the items and defaulting on the payment, she hadn't even considered it. If she had the money, she would buy. If not, then so be it. She would never resort to deceitful tactics. Can't afford it. Chen Chen looked at Anna's message, thought for a moment, and began to understand her concerns. After pondering for a while, he edited his message again. How about this? For repayment, you don't need to provide resources, just equipment, blueprints, and various treasures. If it's something you need, you can use it yourself. If you can't use it, then you can give it to me. Besides the energy pool blueprint, I can also give you the energy stones and source crystals needed for the blueprint. I can even extend the repayment period. You can pay it back whenever you want. But one thing, you must prioritize repayment. No matter what good items you get, if they can't be used in your territory, you must send them to me first. Only the items I don't want can you handle freely. However, as a price for such lenient terms, the repayment will change from double to triple, but it will still be interest-free. What do you think? This condition is quite favorable, right? An energy pool that you can build right away. What's the difference from getting it for free? I have to say, looking at the terms Chen Chen sent, this time it was Anna's turn to be deeply tempted. If the conditions would affect her territory's development, she would definitely refuse, but now this condition had no impact on her territory's growth. Well, it can't be said to have no impact at all. Agreeing to this condition basically meant she wouldn't have any spare cash for a long time. However, Chen Chen was already very strong, and he wouldn't be interested in just any trash, so she should still be able to sell regular equipment. In other words, she would still have some small money, but big money was definitely out of the question. Once something good appeared in the trading market, she would be the one who couldn't afford it. But the question was, what could be better than an energy pool, especially one that could be built immediately? So, just tripling the cost was something she could fully accept. Okay. Anna agreed almost without hesitation and eagerly sent Chen Chen a new loan contract. Looking at the new contract Anna sent, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. She truly was a little wealthy lady, not someone like Xiao Changpeng, a poor wretch, could compare to. You see, contracts aren't something you can just verbally agree to. They require a contract scroll to be signed. As a new lord, the few items that could be brought directly from Blue Star were in high demand, and the prices of various contract scrolls were always in short supply. Generally, ordinary people couldn't even buy them. Only someone like Anna, with her substantial wealth, could produce different contract scrolls without batting an eye, and this was one of the reasons Chen Chen was willing to sell to her. After all, if it were someone else, even if Chen Chen wanted to sell, the other party wouldn't be able to produce a contract scroll. Relying solely on verbal promises, Chen Chen didn't have that much confidence. In others, however, looking at the conditions on the contract, Chen Chen made a slight modification to the breach of contract clause, changing the penalty for Anna's breach to automatically sending the coordinates of her territory after the breach. This way, if Anna ever had the intention to default, he could directly go to her place and take everything back. Anna understood Chen Shen's intention, but she had no plans to default, so she naturally had no objections. She made a quick adjustment to the contract details and sent it back to Chen Shen. After the contract was signed, Chen Shen did not delay and immediately sent the energy pool and resources to Anna. Looking at the energy pool blueprint in her hands, Anna felt a bit complicated. As a top-tier Lord of Blue Star, she had a better understanding of the myriad battlefields than an average person. She knew she had to become stronger, even strong enough to surpass her grandmother, if she wanted to escape the small pond of Blue Star and see the outside world. If she could build the energy pool in advance, then with 2 angels she could definitely achieve early development. Only by rolling up a snowball like this could she gain the opportunity for a leap in strength. It was precisely for this reason that she intended to sign a subordinate contract with Chen Shen, but unexpectedly, Chen Shen rejected her desire to be subordinate and instead sent her a long contract. Although a 3-fold repayment was indeed a bit excessive, the issue was that this was an energy pool which could permanently enhance the strength of top lords, allowing them to have the means to develop early. At this stage, selling under such lenient conditions, let alone 3 times the price, even 10 times the price, Anna believed there would be people who would agree without hesitation. Anna did not believe that Chen Shen would not understand the implications here. She knew that the reason Chen Shen set the target so casually was definitely related to the information she had previously revealed about the blessings of the myriad worlds. Sigh, it was originally him who owed me a favor, but now it has turned into me owing him a huge favor. The petite Anna sighed like an adult. It seems I need to quickly send resources to brother Chen Shen. It's really sad. From now on, I will completely become brother Chen Shen's black slave, working for him every day. Although Anna's tone sounded quite tragic, the corners of her mouth curled up when she looked at the energy pool blueprint, making it hard to suppress her excitement. After sending the energy pool to Anna, it was almost dark. After dark, the myriad battlefields would be shrouded in mist. Unless one had true vision units, the visibility would be at most a few dozen meters, making it impossible to go out and hunt monsters. So, seeing the darkening sky, Chen Shen called back the lumberjacks. The mist in the forest was particularly dense, and if they stayed in the woods to chop wood, the farmers might risk getting lost. If they wandered too far from the territory in the black mist, the units could be considered dead by default. Therefore, to be safe, Chen Shen temporarily halted the logging work. Fortunately, although they couldn't chop trees, it did not affect mining. The mist generally filled the outside, while mining usually took place inside the mountain, and since they were digging downwards, there was basically no mist in the mines. After the territory upgraded and expanded, the distance to the mining area was no longer far. Chen Shen bought some torch-like items from the trading market and placed them along the way to the mine, ensuring that mining at night would not be affected. Now, Chen Shen had a total of 150 farmers under his command, some of whom had been with him since he arrived at the myriad battlefields in the morning. These farmers had been working and fighting alongside him, and their stamina was nearly exhausted. Therefore, Chen Shen let the farmers led by Nong return to the houses to rest first, while the remaining newly summoned farmers went to mine. With the resource gathering having a boost, the speed at which hundreds of farmers could mine was absolutely unparalleled. Chen Shen estimated that, at most, within one night he could gather enough basic resources to upgrade to level 9. With a hopeful outlook for the future, Chen Shen, who had fought hard all day, returned to his lord's hall to rest. He originally thought he would surely sleep well, but not long after he lay down, he was awakened by the battle report alert preset on the Lord panel. Your farmers have perished, your farmers have perished, your farmers, what's going on? Chen Shen jolted awake, looking at the message indicated on the battle report. He found it hard to believe. What was happening? They had just mined a bit, how could there be farmers perishing? Moreover, 4 had died at once. He had only lost a dozen when fighting the Goblin King, and now losing so many just from mining. What kind of monster had they encountered? Confused, Chen Shen opened the battle report panel to take a closer look, only to find that there was no combat information at all on the report panel, which meant they hadn't encountered any monsters at all. Another puzzling point was that these deceased farmers had no information other than the death notification. Normally, when troops under a lord are killed, a kill notification would pop up, such as XXX has killed your troops, but now the battle report panel showed nothing but your farmers have died. Such strange battle reports usually only appear when killed by the environment, like falling off a cliff. But the problem was, those farmers were not on the mountain, they were mining at the foot of the mountain. How could they have been killed by terrain? Did they dig up magma? That seemed unlikely. Unable to sleep at all, Chen Shen got up from his wooden bed. He first gathered all his combat troops, then recruited some farmers to change their professions, directly boosting the number of shield soldiers to 100. After recruiting the shield soldiers, Chen Shen also recruited some farmers and changed 50 to mages and 30 to assassins. At this point, he had a total of 300 combat troops, 100 archers, 100 shield soldiers, 50 mages, 30 assassins, and 20 warriors. This powerful lineup was much more luxurious than when he had attacked the goblin camp before, but there was no choice. The deaths of those farmers were too strange, and it was still night. If he took fewer people, he would feel a bit uneasy. Before setting off, Shin took a moment to look at the panels of the mages and assassins. From the attributes, they were not much different from other professions, except that one focused on spirit and the other on agility. Besides attributes, the biggest difference lay in their talents and skills. Mage talent, elemental affinity increases spell damage by 10%. Skills, meditation, light fireball, fire resistance ring, water shield. Assassin talent, shadow servant, reduces presence by 10% in. Shadow skills, stealth, backstab. After reading the mage's attributes, Shin couldn't help but shake his head. Early stage mages were indeed not very useful, with their main damage skill being just a small fireball. However, since Shin didn't rely on the mages for damage, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After gathering the army, Shin directly followed the path formed by the torches towards the mine. The farmers under Shin's command mined in an orderly manner, creating a passage through the entire mountain wide enough to accommodate 3 carts side by side. Thus, as Shin led his troops in, it didn't feel too crowded. However, as they continued deeper, the mine actually became wider, and eventually he saw a large square, as if the mountain had been hollowed out by the farmers. Seeing this square, Shin couldn't help but be astonished. No matter how skilled the farmers were at mining, they couldn't possibly create such a large square. Moreover, it seemed that the square had been repaired, with bright braziers burning around it. This was clearly not the work of farmers, just as Shin was puzzled. The farmers stationed in the square noticed his arrival and hurried over. What's the situation with this mine? Where did this square come from? Also, how could there be casualties? What happened? Shin, filled with questions, asked them all as soon as he saw someone approaching. My lord, this mine was not dug by us. Upon seeing Shin, the farmer seemed to have found his backbone and quickly began to explain. When we dug to this point, we discovered this square, but we didn't find any signs of life around it, so we didn't report it to you. As for the casualties, that was because we encountered goblins underground. The farmer quickly recounted the entire situation to Shin. When they dug to this point, they found that there seemed to be a passageway beneath the mine, but since they hadn't discovered any other creatures, they didn't pay much attention to it. Coincidentally, the appearance of these passages made mining much easier, so they simply continued digging along the passage. Once they reached the bottom, they even discovered a vast underground world. They could cross a stone bridge to enter that underground world, and to explore the subterranean space. Some farmers walked across the bridge into the underground realm. Just then, goblins suddenly appeared in the underground world. Among those goblins were spellcasters who were very familiar with the underground space. Upon discovering the farmers, those spellcasters immediately launched an attack. When they realized their damage was insufficient to kill the farmers, the spellcasters quickly changed their strategy. They abandoned the attack on the farmers, who had crossed the bridge, and began targeting the stone bridge beneath the farmers' feet. The already fragile stone bridge instantly broke apart, and several farmers, who couldn't escape, fell into the abyss below. The farmers didn't know how deep the abyss was. They only knew that after those farmers fell, they never returned. The exploring farmers who had crossed the bridge occupied the stone platform, while the others sent someone back to report to Shin. However, when they returned to the square, they found that Shin had already arrived. Hearing the farmer's explanation, Shin finally understood why there was no kill notification after the farmers died. Falling into the abyss without a source of damage naturally meant there would be no kill notification. However, upon hearing about the goblins, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The blessings of the myriad realms were indeed ruthless. Even mining wouldn't let him be at peace. Shin was 100% certain that among the goblins underground there must be super-tier monsters. Yet, he wasn't overly fearful. With his current combat power, he could easily slay super-tier monsters. Since these goblins had provoked him, it would be better to eliminate them. After making his decision, Shin no longer hesitated and led his troops downwards. It must be said that goblins were indeed skilled miners. Shin walked down the passage for a full 10 minutes before finally arriving at the stone bridge the farmers had mentioned. Initially, Shin thought the underground world described by the farmers was just a larger underground space, but upon seeing the area beyond the stone bridge, he was immediately shocked. This was truly an underground kingdom. Beyond the stone bridge was an incredibly vast cavern. The entire belly of the mountain was hollow, and the peak of the cavern was almost beyond sight. This underground space resembled a vast underground world, except that above this world was not the sky, but rather rock. From Shin's side to the stone platform was about 30 to 40 meters away, and now that the only bridge was broken, it was basically impossible to cross without flying units. Shin glanced down at the abyss beneath his feet. It was bottomless. Judging from the few farmers who had just fallen to their deaths, it seemed unrealistic to climb up from the bottom of the cliff. However, for Shin, it was just a minor inconvenience. After all, this was reality, not a game, and living people could still die from holding in their urine. No bridge? Then build one. The farmers under his command were not idle. Shin directly ordered a team of farmers to return to the camp and bring back several 20-meter-long logs. He then used an orange weapon to repair the logs, working at an astonishing speed, quickly shaping the logs into squares. Using the simplest mortise and tenon structure, he connected 3 logs together, 2 on his side and 1 on the stone platform across the cliff, thus constructing a simple wooden bridge. With this wooden bridge as a fulcrum, he added some square timber, and the makeshift bridge suddenly became wide. Although this wooden bridge was not particularly sturdy, it was definitely safe for crossing. It was just a pity that his current strength was lacking, otherwise, once the mage learned flying magic, they could simply fly over without needing to build a bridge at all. Chen Shan ordered his men to cross the bridge in batches. To prevent the kobolds from causing damage, he specifically left 2 teams of archers to guard both ends of the bridge. Otherwise, if they left and the kobolds came to burn the bridge, it would be quite awkward if they couldn't return. After crossing the wooden bridge, Chen Shen could clearly see signs of life on the stone platform. Some underground plants, which he recognized by name, emitted a faint glow and grew around the path. As he followed the makeshift road, Chen Shen occasionally spotted some underground creatures hanging dead from wooden stakes, clearly the work of the kobolds. From the corpses on these stakes, it was evident that there were quite a few kobolds in the underground world, and they certainly had no shortage of food. Otherwise, the omnivorous kobolds would not have missed out on these corpses. Just as Chen Shen was cautiously exploring and speculating about the situation of these kobolds, the assassin in front suddenly raised an alarm, indicating that they had encountered enemies. Chen Shen had just ordered his troops to prepare for battle when a rain of arrows poured down upon them. Fortunately, the shield soldiers at the front were tough and resilient, with damage reduction, so this wave of arrows did not inflict too much harm on them. However, these kobold archers were clearly not following the rules of engagement. After the rain of arrows, Chen Shen noticed that the shield soldiers who had been hit were suffering from continuous damage. The kobolds had even poisoned their arrows, which was truly malicious. What infuriated him even more was that the underground was too dark for him to see the positions of the kobolds clearly. Luckily, the archers had the eagle eye skill, which provided night vision. Without waiting for Chen Shen's orders, they shot back a wave of arrows in retaliation. Unlike the kobold's arrows, which felt like mere scratches, the farmer's arrows were full of damage, especially the arrows that triggered critical hits. As long as they hit, they could instantly take down a kobold. Therefore, even though Chen Shen couldn't see, the continuous battle reports clearly indicated that this wave of arrows had inflicted significant losses on the kobolds. At this moment, Chen Shen had no time to carefully check the battle reports. He directly ordered the mages to take turns using the illumination spell. As the illumination spell lit up, the entire underground space suddenly became as bright as day. Under the light of the illumination spell, Chen Shen could clearly see that the kobolds who had just endured a wave of arrows showed no intention of fleeing. Not only did they not retreat, but some kobolds in robes, protected by kobold warriors, began to advance forward, clearly intending to use magic to give Chen Shen a baptism. Seeing this scene, Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh in anger. Who did they think they were? Bullying? Although his mage only had a small fireball spell, under the effects of the strong strike aura and critical strike aura, his mage not only attacked from a distance but also hit hard. As long as they could trigger critical damage, even a small fireball spell would be unbearable for anyone. Taking advantage of the fact that the dog-headed mage had not yet entered attack range, Chen Shen directly ordered the mages to strike first, hammering them with a wave of attacks. Except for the one casting the illumination spell, the remaining mages unleashed small fireballs at the dog-headed creatures, who appeared somewhat terrified by the bright light. Boom! In terms of visual effects, the triggered critical hit of the small fireball spell was far more spectacular than arrows, and due to the dog-headed creatures' resistance, a regular small fireball only left a charred mark on them. However, the critical hit small fireball exploded with a loud bang, engulfing the hit dog-headed creature in flames, instantly turning it into a pile of charred remains. The dog-headed creatures, struck so hard, were thrown into complete panic. If the previous arrow damage had only ignited their anger, the current fire damage had instilled sheer terror in them. As dragonkin, they naturally possessed fire resistance. So being killed by arrows was not surprising, but being burned to death was quite abnormal. What kind of enemy was facing them, capable of unleashing such terrifying fireball spells? Just as the dog-headed creatures were in disarray, Chen Shen's second wave of arrows rained down, and with the talent for precise shooting, the archers' attacks were almost impossible to miss. The dog-headed creatures that were hit fell in droves. At this point, the dog-headed creatures could no longer afford to attack. They turned to flee back the way they came. However, under the dual assault of the archers and mages, they had no chance of escape. The group of dog-headed creatures at the front fell in an instant. Realizing they had nowhere to run, a dog-headed creature resembling a leader shouted an angry threat, "Despicable invaders, the dog-headed kingdom will not let you go. When the kingdom's army arrives, all of you will be hanged on the gallows." After issuing this final threat, the dog-headed creature charged at Chen Shen, only to be shot dead in its tracks. Watching the dog-headed creature fall, Chen Shen felt no regret. The dog-headed creatures were bloodthirsty and brutal, merciless not only to their enemies but also to their own kind. The chance of leaving any alive was minimal, so killing them was just killing them. As for the intelligence about the underground world, he would naturally learn it as he fought his way through. However, the mention of the dog-headed kingdom caught Chen Shen's attention. A tribe that could be called a kingdom must have a population of at least several thousand, and normally, such a kingdom would have a super-tier monster stationed there. But Chen Shen no longer believed in normal circumstances. After all, it was said that goblin camps only had leader-level monsters, yet he had still fought a super-tier goblin king. With the blessing of the myriad worlds, no matter the situation, it was best to predict high. If a super-tier monster was expected, then Chen Shen simply assumed that this dog-headed kingdom was indeed packed with super-tier creatures. In any case, it was wise to estimate danger as accurately as possible. Even if it turned out he had overestimated the enemy, he would suffer no loss. Thus, the originally sweeping Chen Shen became much more cautious at this moment. After successfully killing these dog-headed creatures, he gained a significant amount of experience, allowing him to level up to level 9. Therefore, he decided to draw his auras before setting off again. 1. Focus Aura. 2. Glorious Aura. 3. Vitality Aura. Focus Aura, level 1 slight. Glorious Aura, level 1 all allied units energy recovery speed increased tenfold. Vitality Aura, level 1 all allied units health recovery speed increased tenfold. Perhaps due to having drawn too many rare auras before, exhausting his luck, the 3 new auras were still of ordinary level. These 3 auras, 1 for health regeneration, 1 for mana recovery, and a frequently appearing guest, the Focus Aura, which increases defense, are not significantly different for Chen Shen. He could choose any of them, and based on their frequency of appearance, he should have chosen the Focus Aura this time. However, the problem is that Chen Shen is currently in the underground world, where their visibility is illuminated by mages using the light spell. Although Chen Shen has 50 mages who can take turns casting the light spell, if they continue like this, their mana will not be sufficient. Therefore, at this moment, the importance of the Glorious Aura becomes apparent, and from any perspective, Chen Shen can only choose the Glorious Aura now. As for the Focus Aura, Chen Shen thinks he should be used to it by now. After selecting the Glorious Aura, the mana recovery speed increases tenfold. Although the mage's mana recovery speed is not fast, a tenfold increase is not exaggerated. However, considering the mana consumption of the light spell, no matter how they use it, the mana consumed will not recover as quickly. Thus, during the upcoming journey, the mages can maintain the light spell without any burden on their mana. After drawing the aura, Chen Shen headed in the direction the kobolds had come from. He originally thought he might see a city, but to his surprise, those kobolds were actually coming out of a mine, clearly indicating that the terrain of this underground world is not that simple. Upon entering the mine, Chen Shen found it to be a labyrinthine structure, as if it were a three-dimensional maze. As he explored the maze, he discovered many abandoned pits, clearly indicating that this maze was dug out by the kobolds using their strength. It's no wonder they are known for their mining skills. The deeper he went, the more pits he encountered, and he even saw many pits still being excavated. Upon discovering Chen Shen and his group, the kobold miners immediately charged at them with loud howls, only to be turned into experience points for Chen Shen. Even the regular kobold troops were wiped out by Chen Shen. How could these miners, who only knew how to mine, be his opponents? After all, not everyone has cheats. However, although these kobold miners were not very strong in combat, the equipment they dropped surprised Chen Shen. Kobold mining pick grade, blue attributes, increases mining efficiency by 50% with a 10% chance of producing high-grade ores while mining. Evaluation: as one of the fastest mining races, no one understands mining picks better than kobolds. The drop rate for life equipment is already low, and this mining pick's attributes can be considered quite exceptional. For Chen Shen, this item is much stronger than the combat equipment dropped by other kobolds. If all the farmers under him were to equip this mining pick, they would only need half the time to gather all the resources required for him to upgrade to a level 9 territory. After discovering this little surprise, Chen Shen decided not to rush to find the kobold kingdom but patiently searched all the forks in the road. Whenever he encountered a kobold miner, he would immediately kill them for their equipment. In just a short while, he had already obtained dozens of these mining picks. In addition to the mining picks, Chen Shen also stumbled upon another little surprise. Because kobolds are natural mining masters, the resources in the mines they excavate are quite abundant. If he were to mine along their tunnels, not only would the mining efficiency increase significantly, but the probability of producing high-grade ores would also rise dramatically. Feeling somewhat pleased, Chen Shen decided to draw a map of the maze, marking all the mines he encountered. Once he wiped out the kobold kingdom, he could immediately send people over to mine. The fruitful and smooth journey earlier had put Chen Shen in a great mood, even making him find the fierce-looking dog-headed people somewhat charming. However, as he continued deeper into the maze, this good mood quickly vanished. This group of damn dog-headed people had actually set traps in the mine. The two talents known to the world for dog-headed people are mining and trap-making. Every dog-headed person, besides being a master miner, is basically also a master of traps. In the latter half of the maze, Chen Shen finally witnessed the dog-headed people's talent for trap-making. Hidden, disguised, flipped, sliding, overhead, underground, and side passages, various traps emerged one after another, showcasing the diversity of traps. If the traps hadn't dealt much damage, and if he didn't have enough troops to take turns triggering them, his subordinates would likely have already suffered casualties. The sheer number of traps even made Chen Chen feel a twinge of regret for choosing the glorious aura. If he had opted for the vitality aura, which boosts health regeneration tenfold, he wouldn't have feared any number of traps. Of course, it was just a slight regret, as visibility was definitely a higher priority than health regeneration at the moment. However, to be safe, Chen Chen decided to use the skill points he gained after leveling up to 9 and added them to the life aura, which directly increased the physical attributes of the life aura to 50 times at level 5. With a 50-fold increase in stamina, even if the shield soldiers triggered traps, they wouldn't be in life-threatening danger for a short while. Just as Chen Chen had prepared to deal with the traps, trouble arose again. New reinforcements from the dog-headed kingdom were on their way. Perhaps due to the annihilation of the vanguard, the dog-headed people realized Chen's strength and chose not to engage him in direct combat, opting instead for harassment attacks, hitting once and then running away. Relying on his familiarity with the mine, Chen Chen found it difficult to catch them at the moment. Frustrated by the harassment, Chen Chen decided to change tactics, sending ranged units to the front lines, with assassins scouting ahead. Once they spotted the dog-headed people's tracks, the assassins would signal, and Chen Chen would immediately order the ranged units to launch a barrage of attacks in that direction. After a wave of attacks, regardless of the outcome, the assassins would then emerge to finish off any remaining foes. Thanks to the assassins' unique stealth abilities and powerful harvesting skills, as long as they could engage directly, the dog-headed people who came to harass would be lucky to survive half of them. Under Chen Chen's simple and brutal assault, the dog-headed people's casualties began to rise sharply, and it wasn't long before they could no longer bear the losses and ceased their relentless harassment. With the harassment over, Chen Chen, who was burning with anger, didn't bother wasting time recording the mine's location. He hurried along at the fastest pace, and before long, they successfully exited the maze in a straightforward manner. Upon leaving the dog-headed maze, Chen Chen saw a new world. Unlike the sporadic signs of life before, this place was filled with ferns and unknown plants, some even towering like trees. Most astonishingly, at a slight distance, Chen Chen could vaguely see the trace of a river. If one didn't look up, it would be hard to distinguish this as the underground world. At that moment, the hospitable dog-headed people had already prepared their welcoming ceremony, and under the illumination spell, a dense formation of dog-headed people surrounded them in a scattered arrangement. Under the bright light, these dog-headed people, who rarely encountered such strong illumination, became somewhat agitated, causing a slight commotion in the scene. Roar with an angry roar, the chaotic goblins seemed to be suppressed by something, instantly freezing in place. Then, a massive goblin stepped forward. Although it was called a goblin, its appearance resembled that of a lizard man, with a long, lizard-like head atop its body covered in tight scales. From head to toe, it could hardly be said to resemble a dog at all. However, Chen Chen understood that this lizard-like creature was indeed a goblin, as goblins possess dragon bloodlines, making their appearance more akin to dragons than lizards. The more pronounced the dragon bloodline in a goblin, the closer its appearance would be to that of a dragon. Judging by the giant flail held by this goblin, it was clear that its dragon bloodline was quite strong. "Human, you have invaded our goblin world." The goblin swung its flail, threateningly smashing a large rock, and then spoke fiercely, "Kneel and surrender now, and I may forgive your transgressions." Ignoring the goblin's nonsense, Chen Chen knew that while a lord might coexist peacefully with wild monsters, such coexistence meant taking the wild monsters into their territory, essentially becoming their master. Apart from this path, there was hardly any possibility of peaceful coexistence. Lords received rewards for killing wild monsters, and conversely, if these wild monsters killed a lord, they would gain immense benefits. So, surrendering was just empty talk. In situations where they faced overwhelming odds, most lords would rather die than surrender, especially when the one making the demand was a goblin. It was well known that goblins were notoriously cruel and bloodthirsty, and they particularly enjoyed torturing their captives. Instead of killing their enemies immediately, they would inflict various punishments before executing them, making them exceedingly vile. Therefore, Chen Chen couldn't be bothered with its empty threats and instead took the opportunity to cast a detection spell while the goblin was posturing. Dragon Body Goblin Rank. Lord level, 10 talent, Dragon Blood activation skills, Dragon Blood Frenzy, Dragon Vein Power, Dragon Scale Armor, Dragon Breath, Dragon Roar, Charge, Chain Slash. Evaluation, a goblin with a very strong dragon bloodline, inheriting some of the power of a giant dragon. Its entire body is covered in scales, granting it extremely high defense and strong magical resistance. When the power within its bloodline is activated, it can temporarily transform into a half-dragon. Looking at the data of the Dragon Body Goblin, Chen Chen suddenly felt a sense of relief. As expected, the power of the Blessing of All Realms was indeed formidable. A level 10 Lord monster could barely be considered a super-tier monster. After all, not every monster could be as perverse as the Goblin King, who was a monarch level right from the start. The dragon body goblin before him was one level lower than the Goblin King, but that didn't mean its strength was significantly inferior. Dragons were synonymous with power in any world, and the battlefield of all realms was no exception. Any creature with dragon in its name could generally be considered to have its combat power elevated by one level. If the Goblin King had possessed a dragon bloodline, Chen Chen would have been doomed from the start. Fortunately, this dragon body goblin was just a lord monster, so the fight would at most be a minor hassle without any real pressure. Just as Chen Chen was beginning to relax, an older goblin slowly emerged from behind the dragon body goblin. Compared to the dragon body goblin, this older goblin appeared somewhat smaller, but when compared to ordinary goblins, it seemed somewhat tall. Just a bunch of inferior humans. The old dog-headed man's tone was filled with disdain as he looked at Chen Chen, his gaze akin to that of a person observing ants. Sever their heads and offer them to the dragon god. Dragon Pulse Sorcerer rank, Lord level, 10 talent, Dragon Bloodline skills, Arcane Enhancement, Dragon Pulse Breath, Defense Enhancement, Dragon Transformation, Bite. After casually casting a detection spell, Chen Chen's anxious heart finally settled. This dog-headed kingdom was indeed a gathering of extraordinary beings. First, there was a dragon-bodied, dog-headed man, and now another Dragon Pulse Sorcerer had appeared. Although both had the same rank and level, their combat power differed vastly. The dragon-bodied dog-headed man needed to activate his bloodline to harness the power of a dragon, while the Dragon Pulse Sorcerer was essentially a half-dragon. Moreover, the most troublesome aspect of the Dragon Pulse Sorcerer was that such beings inherently possessed the power to control magic, allowing them to cast spells without incantation. Not only were these creatures difficult to defeat, but they also had numerous means at their disposal, making them the least desirable monsters for a novice lord to encounter. With both appearing at once, it was as if they were leaving no escape for newcomers. Fortunately, after defeating the Goblin King, Chen Chen's strength had significantly increased. If he had chosen to fight the dog-headed men before attacking the goblins, it would have been uncertain whether he could win against these two monsters. But now, with just two extraordinary monsters, Chen Chen was determined to show them who the real ants were. The Dragon Pulse Sorcerer clearly held a higher status in the dog-headed kingdom than the dragon-bodied dog-headed man. The latter, who had been trying to persuade surrender, immediately prepared to attack upon hearing the words of the Dragon Pulse Sorcerer. However, Chen Chen had never been one to play passively. After examining the attributes of the Dragon Pulse Sorcerer and seeing that no new extraordinary monsters had appeared on the dog-headed side, he immediately ordered the archers to attack without any regard for martial ethics. The archers, under the effect of the strong strike aura, launched a long-range assault that left the dog-headed men dazed. What was happening? They hadn't even charged yet, and how had a rain of arrows already come raining down? When had the attack range of arrows become so vast? After this wave of arrows, the dragon-bodied dog-headed man, who received special attention, suffered the most. Once the 20-fold attack power of the heavy strike aura was triggered, the attack power was enough to pierce the heavens. If it weren't for the dragon scales reducing some of the critical damage, and the Dragon Pulse Sorcerer, with his rich combat experience, quickly casting a remote displacement spell to evade most of the arrows, this lord-level extraordinary monster could have been instantly killed in a single encounter. Looking at the surviving dragon-bodied dog-headed man, Chen Chen felt a slight regret. The Dragon Pulse Sorcerer had a somewhat similar trait to dragons. The longer they lived, the stronger they became. Observing the old appearance of this Dragon Pulse Sorcerer, Chen Chen knew that this old fellow must have immense combat experience, making it unrealistic to expect to kill him instantly. Therefore, when he decided to attack, he avoided the Dragon Pulse Sorcerer and prioritized focusing fire on the dragon-bodied dog-headed man, thinking that taking down one would be a start. However, he did not expect the Dragon Pulse Sorcerer's reaction speed to be so swift. In the blink of an eye, he not only cast a remote displacement on the dragon-bodied dog-headed man but even had time to cast two magical shields for himself. It can only be said that talking for too long still has some effect. This Dragon Pulse Sorcerer not only had quick reflexes but also impressive combat awareness. Despite his earlier boastful shouts before the battle, once the fight began, he was still prudent enough to shield himself with 2 layers of protection. It should be noted that the Dragon Pulse Sorcerer had dragon scale armor, and in terms of defense, the dragon-bodied dog-headed man couldn't compare to him. Yet, he still remembered to cast 2 layers of shields for himself, a reflex undoubtedly formed through countless beatings. If a younger mage were in his place, they would certainly not have thought to shield themselves so quickly. These people's range is strange. The Dragon Pulse Sorcerer was the first to notice the issue. His response was simple. He raised his staff and pointed it at the sky. Dispel. The illumination spell that had been floating in the sky suddenly vanished, and the underground world, which had just been as bright as day, was instantly plunged into darkness. After a brief moment of adjustment, the goblins, already accustomed to the dark, quickly regained their vision. The Dragon Vein Sorcerer immediately commanded, "Charge while they can't see us. Slay these despicable humans." The dragon-bodied goblin let out an angry roar, nearly taken out in an instant. After years of battling in the underground world, he had never faced such humiliation. At this moment, he only wanted to rush forward and tear Chen Shan and the others to shreds. Watching the dragon-bodied goblin lead the charge, the Dragon Vein Sorcerer first cast a few instant healing spells on him, then followed up with a continuous healing spell, Life Boil. After completing these, the Dragon Vein Sorcerer, still feeling a bit uneasy, decided to cast a remote displacement spell on him as well. It turned out that the Dragon Vein Sorcerer's skills were incredibly precise, for just after he finished the remote displacement, another wave of arrows shot through the darkness, and this time, the focus was still on the Dragon Vein Sorcerer. The human archers, who should have had no visibility in the dark, were surprisingly unaffected, their arrows still striking with high accuracy. If it weren't for the series of cautious actions taken by the Dragon Vein Sorcerer earlier, the dragon-bodied goblin would have been dead again. However, with the Dragon Vein Sorcerer looking out for him, the remaining goblins were not so fortunate. The rain of arrows that poured down could take away most of the health of an ordinary goblin, and if a poor soul triggered a critical hit, the part struck would explode in a mist of blood, taking them out on the spot. This won't do, the Dragon Vein Sorcerer said, his wrinkled face furrowed in concern. The archers' range was simply too far. At this rate, by the time they reached the archers, there might not be many of them left. I haven't written in a long time, and seeing comments again is quite touching. As for the writer's words, I don't know why I can't write anything, so I'll just put it here. Thank you all for your support, especially a friend, Can't Sleep, who watched the ad 3 times and gifted me something. Thank you very much. I won't say more. Today I'll update with 10,000 words. Thank you for your support. After casually using a dispel spell to extinguish the illumination spell that had risen in the sky again, the Dragon Vein Sorcerer then cast a large area silence spell towards Chen Shan's direction, completely cutting off any plans. Chen Shan had to cast illumination spells. Then, watching the arrows continue to rain down, the Dragon Vein Sorcerer thought for a moment and decided to take a bold step, directly casting several earth wall spells in succession. As the earth walls rose, the line of sight between the goblins and Chen Shan was effectively blocked. If the archers wanted to attack again, they would have to choose to throw their shots over the earth walls, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hit anyone at all. These earth walls not only obstructed the enemy's line of sight but also blocked their own side's visibility, which is why such spells were rarely cast on the battlefield. But now, the archers on Chen Shan's side were too far away, and the goblins' ranged units couldn't reach them, leaving them to passively take hits. Therefore, casting the earth wall spell was undoubtedly one of the best choices. Hearing the archers say that earth walls had risen ahead, Chen Shan's expression darkened. First, there was the dispel spell, then the silence spell, and now earth walls. Although the Dragon Vein Sorcerer wasn't high level and couldn't cast any powerful magic, these endless little spells were enough to be annoying. No wonder everyone hated fighting against Dragon Vein Sorcerers. They had too many tricks up their sleeves, and what was most infuriating was that not only did they have numerous ranged options, but they were also incredibly strong in close combat, truly versatile. If they can't shoot, then don't shoot. Do they really think we melee fighters are afraid of them? Chen Shan, who had been simmering with anger in the maze, now snapped. When the shield soldiers raise their torches, we'll use them for illumination in the absence of the illumination spell. As long as we can see the enemy, we can strike at will. Additionally, the mage must pay attention to the duration of the silence spell. Once the time is up, immediately cast the light spell. I refuse to believe that his silence can last indefinitely. Now, the only ones who could see in the darkness, apart from the archers, were the assassins. Therefore, Chen Shan ordered the assassins, in a moment, all of you go to the Dragon Vein Sorcerer. If the light spell still can't be cast, then just entangle him. There's no need to rush to kill him, just make sure he doesn't get a chance to act. However, the Dragon Vein Sorcerer has many tricks up his sleeve. If the situation turns unfavorable, you can retreat immediately. There's no need to fight him to the death. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Chen Shan thought for a moment and decided to send some warriors over to be ready to support the assassins. Once the light spell could be successfully cast, these warriors would immediately rush in to replace the assassins. With the charge skill at their disposal, he didn't believe the Dragon Vein Sorcerer could kite these warriors. Even if he could dodge one charge skill with his abilities, could he really evade all of them? After arranging the tactics, Chen Shan looked into the darkness before him with a fierce determination. Once they returned to their territory, no matter what, he had to get something that provided dark vision. Otherwise, the feeling of not being able to see anything was simply too terrible. Just as Chen Shan was contemplating the dark vision item, the duration of the silence spell came to an end. Unlike the minor dispel spell, the cooldown for silence was quite long. Clearly, with the strength of the Dragon Vein Sorcerer, it was impossible to keep Chen Shan's mages from casting spells for an extended period. To counter the Dragon Vein Sorcerer's dispel, Chen Shan also made preparations. He ordered all his mages to spread out, each standing in different positions, with the farthest mage nearly retreating to the entrance of the maze. Once the silence spell disappeared, Chen Shan instructed 2 mages positioned far apart to simultaneously cast the light spell above their heads. Even if these 2 mages were far from the battlefield, resulting in insufficient brightness, it didn't matter. As long as they could see, a little less brightness was acceptable. After all, no matter how poor the light spell was, its brightness would never be less than that of a torch. For this battle, Chen Shen had already decided that the mages would do nothing but continuously cast the light spell to provide visibility. Watching the two light spells rise into the air simultaneously, the Dragon Vein sorcerer felt somewhat troubled. This human commander reacted too quickly and was quite clever. This dual light spell was indeed a hassle. His dispel range was limited, and he couldn't dispel the light spells in two places at once. Moreover, the other goblin mages didn't have dispel spells, so it was clearly impossible to block the vision of these humans. However, he glanced at the goblin warriors on his side and felt reassured. The dragon body goblins were already closing in on Chen Shen's forces. Even if they regained their vision, what could they do? He believed that with the formidable combat power of the dragon body goblins, as long as they could break into Chen Shen's formation, they would immediately be able to cut through them. Besides, they had a numerical advantage. They were just some relatively strong archers. Once they got close, what kind of waves could they possibly stir? With this thought, the Dragon Vein sorcerer decided to ignore the light spells in the sky, raised his hand to dispel the now useless earth wall spell, and then cast a haste spell on the dragon body goblins. However, after casting the spell, the Dragon Vein sorcerer suddenly felt something was off around him. Relying on his battle instincts, he instinctively cast a reveal spell, and then a dozen figures immediately emerged from the shadows. Assassins? Looking at the assassins who had revealed themselves from stealth, the Dragon Vein sorcerer displayed a hint of disdainful amusement on his face. Did these humans think he was one of those frail, ordinary mages? They actually sent assassins to try to behead him, without even considering why there was no one around to protect him. Although he didn't care at all about these assassins, out of habit as a mage, he chose not to let them get close. Instead, he directly cast a fire dragon spell, the extremely high temperature of the fire dragon instantly engulfing the nearest assassins. When the fire dragon spell dissipated, the Dragon Vein sorcerer was somewhat surprised to find that these assassins had hardly taken any damage. As a lord-level boss, the Dragon Vein sorcerer was very confident in his damage output. Usually, a simple fireball would turn enemies to ash, but now, for safety, he had specifically used the stronger fire dragon spell, and yet they were still alive? This scene completely overturned the Dragon Vein sorcerer's understanding. Weren't assassins supposed to be fragile classes? How could they withstand his fire dragon spell? With a hint of disbelief, the Dragon Vein sorcerer raised his hand again and released a rain of fire spell. The rapidly descending rain of fire enveloped the assassins at the front, causing their clothing to catch fire, yet they showed no reaction. Instead, they accelerated instantly, quickly, breaking free from the range of the rain of fire. The assassins who escaped the fire rain had only slightly damaged clothing, but their bodies showed no harm, as if the fire rain had merely given them a bath. Concerned that these assassins might have high fire resistance, the Dragon Vein sorcerer tested them with Windblade and other spells, but the result was the same. These assassins had such high health that it seemed they hadn't lost any at all. At this point, the Dragon Vein sorcerer had fully realized that something was amiss. It wasn't just the archers that were strange, but these assassins as well. Not daring to let such elusive opponents get close, the Dragon Vein sorcerer cast a lightness spell on himself and, using his exceptionally high agility, quickly distanced himself from the assassins. Watching the approaching assassins, he no longer hesitated and began to continuously unleash attack spells at them. Although these assassins were somewhat odd, they were not immune to damage, they simply had slightly higher physical resilience. He had seen monsters with even higher resilience than them, so as long as he output enough damage, killing these assassins shouldn't be difficult. The only thing that slightly troubled him was the sheer number of these assassins. It must be said that a lord-level boss unleashing full power was indeed terrifying. In just a few seconds, the assassins with a physical resilience of 500 had lost nearly half their health, and they had not had any chance to fight back throughout. If this continued, these assassins would be unable to recover any health and would be beaten to death. Realizing the dire situation, the assassins did not attempt to fight back. Following Chen Shen's orders, they tried to retreat. You think you can run in front of me? Noticing the assassin's intent to escape, the Dragon Vein sorcerer snorted coldly, and countless vines suddenly erupted from the ground beneath the assassins, binding their calves and rendering them immobile. Before the assassins could break free from the vines, the hard ground beneath them suddenly began to soften, quickly transforming into fine, soft sand that trapped them. At this moment, although the vines had fallen away, they were completely unable to escape. With a few small spells perfectly coordinated, the Dragon Vein sorcerer's power was fully displayed. Unless something unexpected happened, these assassins trapped in the quicksand would soon be killed by the Dragon Vein sorcerer. Fortunately, Chen Shen did not underestimate the Dragon Vein sorcerer. In addition to these assassins, he had also dispatched warriors for support. Upon discovering that the assassins were in danger, several warriors charged directly towards the Dragon Vein sorcerer. Mindless brutes. Seeing the warrior class, the Dragon Pulse Warlock's expression clearly showed some displeasure, evidently harboring deep prejudices against warriors. However, as he was currently dealing with an assassin trapped in a quicksand spell, he couldn't spare the effort to deal with these warriors. Instead, he casually raised an ice wall to block their charge. Faced with the ice wall obstructing their path, several warriors showed no intention of stopping and charged straight at it. Crack, crack, crack with a few crisp sounds of shattering. The hard ice wall was smashed to pieces by the warrior's charge. Although the warrior who broke the ice wall came to a halt, the charge of the others was unaffected and they crashed directly into the dragon Pulse Warlock, interrupting his attack. Caught off guard, the Dragon Pulse Warlock stumbled. Although he wasn't harmed, the insult was significant. He used a fire ring to push the warriors away and glared at them in anger. Brutes, brutes, mindless brutes. The warrior class didn't have many flashy skills. Their combat style was basically just charging in with a sword. Most of their skills were either to deal more damage or to ensure they could hit someone. Charge, for instance, was a typical skill designed to hit someone with a short cooldown and immunity to control effects. As long as they locked onto a target, they could reliably charge right in front of it. Moreover, as long as their strength was high enough, they could smash through any obstacles in their path. So, it wasn't just ice walls, even a dirt wall could be broken through by a charging warrior. This was only because the warriors under Qin Shan were relatively low level. Once they reached level 10, they would learn two even more ruthless skills: Battle Roar and Fearless. Battle Roar could break control effects, and Fearless could grant immunity to control skills. Once these two skills were learned, they could charge in and start hacking away, relying on a single strike to break through all defenses. No matter how many skills or spells you add, I only need one sword. As long as I get close, either I kill you, or you kill me, there's no third option. Therefore, professions like the Dragon Pulse Warlock, which had many methods at their disposal, found the warrior class the most annoying. Clearly, this class was quite mindless to the point of being somewhat foolish, yet they were difficult to deal with. As the warrior smashed through his ice wall, the Dragon Pulse Warlock already knew that those assassins were definitely not going to be killed, as these warriors were clearly a bit abnormal. Charge could break through obstacles, but that required a boost from strength attributes. The fact that they could so easily smash through his ice wall and even knock him off balance indicated that these warriors' strength values were certainly not low. If he didn't deal with these stubborn warriors, he wouldn't be able to free his hands to deal with the assassins. Thinking of this, a hint of anger rose in the Dragon Pulse Warlock's heart. He couldn't understand where these human warriors had come from, each possessing such strong power. When it came to dealing with the warrior class, even the Dragon Pulse Warlock had no good methods. Their charge skill was too troublesome. Aside from killing them with brute force, there was basically no shortcut. Just as the Dragon Pulse Warlock was about to make a move, the remaining peasant warriors rushed over. Chen Shen had a total of 20 peasant warriors, and out of caution for the Dragon Pulse Warlock, he had sent them all over. Watching these 20 brutes continuously charging, the Dragon Pulse Warlock felt a bit of a headache. After dodging the first few charges by timing his blinking skill, he was finally hit by one of the warriors while in the recovery phase of his skill. Although the Dragon Pulse Warlock is a warlock, he is essentially a dragonborn, so his physical attributes are extremely high. The damage from charging is nothing to him, but the problem is that his resilience is not very high. After being hit, he stumbles, and then he is continuously charged at, knocked around like a weeble, with no opportunity to unleash his skills. Enough! The enraged Dragon Pulse Warlock uses a fire ring to push all the peasant warriors away. Just as he is about to explode in anger, he hears an angry roar from the battlefield ahead. Instinctively looking up, the Dragon Pulse Warlock is shocked to see a familiar half-dragon figure. How could this be? Seeing this scene, the Dragon Pulse Warlock is somewhat puzzled. The transformation into a dragon form, triggered by the dragon bloodline, is the strongest ability of the Dragon Body Goblin. However, because it is a talent activation, he would fall into a severe weakness after transforming. He would never use this ability unless absolutely necessary. How long has the battle been going on, and he has even bestowed so many skills upon him? How could he start activating the dragon bloodline now? Is this guy really that useless right now? The Dragon Pulse Warlock has no idea what situation the Dragon Body Goblin has encountered. If he knew, he would definitely not be calling the Dragon Body Goblin useless. After getting closer to Chun Chen's troops, the Dragon Body Goblin lunges into the fray. Initially, he thought that once he charged in, he would surely be able to wreak havoc, killing all these useless human beings who only relied on their bows and arrows. However, as soon as he entered, a shield bash knocked him dazed. Due to the Dragon Body Goblin's high resilience, the stun effect of the shield bash hardly affected him. However, the force behind the shield was very real, and he, who had planned to use a series of lunges to slaughter the archers in the backline, was directly knocked down by this shield. After taking a hit from the shield, the Dragon Body Goblin's eyes became much clearer. He looked around at the shield soldiers in confusion. What is going on? Shouldn't he be dominating after coming in? Why are these shield-wielding humans so strong? The Dragon Body Goblin was filled with doubts, but he stood there in a daze, while the shield soldiers did not hesitate. Taking advantage of his moment of confusion, the surrounding shield soldiers swung their shields at the Dragon Body Goblin like they were free to do so. Although the dragon scales provided him with strong resistance to melee damage, the problem is that no matter how strong the resistance, it cannot stop the occasional heavy strike skill. With a 20-fold attack power increase, let alone just having dragon scales, even a giant dragon would not be able to withstand it. In just a moment, the dragon body goblin, who had already lost health, was suddenly left with only a small fraction of his health. Enraged, the dragon body goblin let out a roar, and with the release of dragon might, the surrounding shield soldiers immediately fell into a state of fear. They could not move, and their attack power was reduced by 50%. Seeing that the surrounding shield soldiers were all intimidated by the dragon might released from his roar, the dragon body goblin immediately used the Dragon Blood Frenzy skill. Dragon Blood Frenzy is one of the core skills of the dragon body goblin and the greatest nightmare for enemies. After using Dragon Blood Frenzy, the dragon body goblin gains a continuous lifesteal ability, allowing him to recover a certain percentage of health with each damage dealt. With his already high physical attributes combined with this powerful healing skill, basically no one could kill him. As the Dragon Blood Frenzy was unleashed, the spiked flail in the dragon body goblin's hand immediately glowed with a hint of blood color. Taking advantage of the surrounding shield soldiers still being in a state of fear, the dragon body goblin directly swung the flail at the nearby shield soldiers. After a few muffled sounds, the shield soldiers, whose resilience had significantly decreased due to the shock, were directly sent flying. The blood-colored flail in the hands of the dragon-bodied kobold absorbed a large amount of health from the shield soldiers it struck, directly replenishing the dragon-bodied kobold. Through this health absorption, the dragon-bodied kobold regained a lot of health, but then his health became even lower. All the shield soldiers were imbued with a level 2 Thorn's aura. No matter how much damage he dealt, it was essentially returned double, and compared to the damage dealt by the dragon-bodied kobold, the little health he regained was hardly worth mentioning. Thus, the flail's output ended up injuring the dragon-bodied kobold even more. In a moment of panic, the dragon-bodied kobold found himself in a state of terror. He couldn't understand what was going on with these shield soldiers. It was one thing for them to be strong, but they even had a reflection damage skill. What he found hardest to accept was that the few shield soldiers he had sent flying seemed completely unharmed. At this moment, having used some skill he couldn't comprehend, it was known that with the power of the Dragon Vein, his damage was explosively strong. Even Dragon Vein warlocks dared not take his attacks head on. Yet now, these seemingly weak shield soldiers had withstood his flail while being in a state of shock without a scratch. What kind of monsters were these humans? The dragon-bodied kobold was somewhat confused and bewildered, but one thing he understood very clearly was that if this continued, he would die. Therefore, the dragon-bodied kobold could no longer care about anything else and directly activated his dragon bloodline. With a roar, the dragon-bodied kobold's form began to swell. A normal kobold stood about 1.2 meters tall, but the dragon-bodied kobold reached an astonishing 2 meters, making him a giant among kobolds. At this moment, after activating the dragon bloodline, his size swelled another meter, with 2 sturdy hind legs like stone pillars planted on the ground, and a long tail hanging behind him. Besides his size, the most significant change after transforming into dragon form was the emergence of a pair of wings, signifying that he had fully entered the dragon-bodied state. Once the dragon form was completely activated, the dragon-bodied kobold's health was restored by more than half, and the most troublesome part was that with the addition of wings, he now had the ability to fly. The dragon-bodied kobold exerted force with his hind legs and jumped into the sky. Upon reaching the highest point, he immediately flapped his wings to stabilize himself in the air. Woo-woo! With a low growl, a scorching dragon breath erupted from the dragon-bodied kobold's mouth. The dragon breath, which carried true damage, rained down, and even the shield soldier with the highest constitution struggled to withstand it. Fortunately, the dragon-bodied kobold was not alone. He had many subordinates with him. As the shield soldiers could no longer hold on, they immediately swung their shields to smash into the nearby ordinary kobolds. The health that was about to drop to the bottom was quickly restored by more than half with just one hit, and after another quick recovery, their health was instantly back to full. Due to the cover of the dragon breath, the dragon-bodied kobold did not see the shield soldiers seeking to heal from his subordinates. He only saw those troublesome humans, resembling hedgehogs, fleeing in panic under his dragon breath. Thus, he began to spray dragon breath even more forcefully, wanting to burn all these detestable humans to death. However, in his fervor, he forgot one thing: transforming into dragon form would clear all his statuses, which included not only negative statuses but also beneficial ones. This meant that he no longer had the ranged displacement skill granted by the Dragon Vein warlock. The dragon-bodied kobold, flying in the air and spewing dragon breath, became a large, stationary target for the peasant archers without the ranged displacement status. So, upon discovering that he had no remote displacement, in the next moment, dozens of arrows shot directly at him. Due to his massive size and the fact that he had been flying in the air without moving, not a single arrow missed. They all struck him. Several arrows that triggered the heavy strike aura exploded into multiple bloody holes in his body. The dragon-bodied gnoll let out a terrible scream, and this wave of arrows was so painful that it made him stop breathing fire. Realizing that the remote displacement status on him had disappeared, he recalled the terrifying damage from the archer earlier and suddenly felt a bit panicked. At this moment, he could no longer afford to breathe fire. He flapped his wings vigorously and flew towards the Dragon Vein warlock, hoping to have him cast a remote displacement skill again. However, in his haste to escape, he overlooked the terrifying range of the peasant archers. Before he could fly very far, the second wave of arrows shot over, followed by the third and fourth waves. One had to admit that the defense of the dragon-bodied gnoll in full dragon form was indeed high. The peasant archers already had high attack power, and with the heavy strike aura, the 4 waves of arrows could turn yellow granite to dust, yet he managed to endure it all. Of course, the cost of enduring was that he was shot into a pincushion, and by the end, he could no longer maintain his dragon form, having his health completely drained. After the dragon-bodied gnoll died, the front line was left with a group of miscellaneous soldiers, posing virtually no threat, so Chen Chen directly moved most of his forces to the Dragon Vein Warlock. He wanted to see whether the Dragon Vein Warlock had more skills or if he had more people under his command. The Dragon Vein Warlock knew something was wrong when he saw the dragon-bodied gnoll fall, but he was completely entangled by the peasant warriors and couldn't break free. Compared to assassins, these warriors were much harder to kill. It took a lot of effort to whittle down their health, and with a single charge, they could recover almost all of it. Fortunately, the Dragon Vein Warlock didn't know the term boss, or he would definitely have questioned who the real boss was. As he saw Chen Chen's dark mass of shield soldiers and archers closing in, he lost any sense of luck and directly used his final skill, transforming into a red dragon. Compared to the bloodline activation of the dragon-bodied gnoll, his transformation was more complete. In appearance, he was almost indistinguishable from a young red dragon. However, a counterfeit was still a counterfeit. Even though he possessed the bloodline of a red dragon, he couldn't gain all the powers of a red dragon through transformation. Thus, at first, he could barely hold on with enhanced dragon breath and powerful dragon language magic. However, once the archers joined the fray, he began to struggle. Remote displacement was indeed strong, but it was still a low-level magic and couldn't dodge all attacks, and while his damage was high, he couldn't instantly kill anyone. As he continued to fly in the air, afraid to come down, Chen Chen simply withdrew all melee units, leaving only the archers to exchange fire with him. Since he couldn't cast dragon language magic instantaneously, for every skill he cast, the archers could shoot 3 arrows. No matter how much damage he dealt, as long as the archers could hit 1 arrow, their health would immediately be restored. Even if some archers had bad luck and their arrows were consistently displaced, it didn't matter, there were enough archers to wear him down. In this back and forth, Chen Chen managed to exhaust him to death in the sky at the cost of 13 fallen peasants. After the Dragon Vein Warlock was killed, the remaining gnolls were no longer a threat. Surrounded on both sides, they had no chance to escape. After a massacre, aside from a few who were quick to flee after the dragon-bodied gnoll fell, the rest all turned into experience points for Chen Chen. After just leveling up, Chen Chen's experience points skyrocketed to level 9, 840/2340 after this wave of gains. The reason for this was that the goblins he faced were too low in level, with the highest being only level 7 and many of the smaller monsters not even reaching that. This significantly reduced the experience he could gain. If it weren't for the 200 experience points provided by the Dragon Body Goblin and the Dragon Vein Sorcerer, he might not have even reached 800 experience. Fortunately, while these small monsters were a bit stingy with experience, they were quite generous with equipment. Chen Chen had killed over 300 goblin monsters along the way, resulting in more than 400 pieces of equipment dropping. After excluding dozens of goblin pickaxes he needed for personal use, he still had around 400 left. Selling this equipment would instantly boost the economy of his territory. One must admit, the effect of the blessing of all realms is remarkable. While others struggled to obtain equipment, it seemed to rain down on him like cabbages. Seeing so much equipment every day was almost visually exhausting, truly a cause for concern. Chen Chen made an effort to suppress the corners of his mouth that were trying to curl up. There was no need to be overly excited just yet because the real joy was still to come. The true harvest from this battle was the loot from the Dragon Body Goblin and the Dragon Vein Sorcerer. Although these two were not as high tier as the Goblin King, they were still extraordinary, and in terms of difficulty, the Dragon Vein Sorcerer was even more troublesome than the Goblin King. Moreover, they possessed dragon bloodlines. In this day and age, anything associated with dragons was bound to be exceptional. If they didn't drop some good items, it would be a disservice to their dragon heritage. Chen Chen first looked at the drops from the Dragon Body Goblin, which included 3 pieces of equipment, 2 orange and 1 purple, along with several random blueprints and unit cards. Although the quality of the drops was decent, Chen Chen felt that it somehow didn't quite match his dragon lineage. However, after examining the attributes of these pieces of equipment, he couldn't help but change his mind. These goblins, flowing with dragon blood, truly dropped high-quality items. Bloodstained flail quality, orange type, weapon attributes. Strength plus 300, Constitution plus 100 skills, Dragon's Might, Bloodthirsty Pact. Dragon's Might. When attacking enemies with the flail's enhancement attributes temporarily double. Bloodthirsty Pact, each time you kill an enemy, gain 1% of lifesteal ability, max stackable 20 times. Evaluation, a weapon mutated after being stained with dragon blood, possessing not only the power of dragons but also the ability to siphon life. Dragon Scale Armor quality, orange type, armor attributes, Constitution plus 300, Strength plus 100 skills, Dragon Scale Protection, Dragon Might. Dragon Scale Protection, when Attacked in battle, there is a 10% chance to reduce damage taken by 30%. Dragon Might, armor radiating dragon might suppresses all beings weaker than itself. All attributes of enemies of the same level are reduced by 5% for each level lower, reduced by an additional 5%, max reduction of 15%. Evaluation: armor crafted from the scales shed by a giant dragon, possessing not only strong protective capabilities but also exuding a hint of dragon might. Noble ring quality, purple type, accessory attributes, all attributes plus 50 evaluation, a symbol of goblin nobility, with no additional skills. Among these three pieces of equipment, aside from the noble ring being a filler, the other two were exceptional. Double attribute equipment was rare even among orange gear, and both of these items had top-tier skills. In terms of value, they already surpassed the exceptional wolf tooth club dropped by the Goblin King. Not to mention, just these two pieces of orange gear made Chin Chin feel that the drops were worthy of the dragon body goblin status, especially since they also dropped several blueprints for him: 3 spirit field blueprints, 1 watchtower blueprint, 1 quarry blueprint, 1 smelting plant blueprint, goblin miner unit card, 10 source crystals. The goblins gave 3 incredibly rare spirit field blueprints, which are much scarcer than equipment, while lords can still obtain some equipment. Spirit field blueprints are not something just any lord can acquire. Now, counting these 3, Shin Shen has a total of 7. If he uses them all, that would be 7 acres of land. At this rate, Shin Shen feels he could completely start a farm. He already has the watchtower and quarry blueprints. He can throw these into the trading market later and they should fetch a good price. As for that smelting plant blueprint, it is similar to the quarry's nature, but it enhances the metal resources mined. Whether it's iron ore, copper ore, or even gold ore, as long as it is sent to the smelting plant, one can basically receive a 20% resource bonus. Metals are already considered high-level resources, and since it can also enhance gold ore, the value of this blueprint is hard to determine. One could say it has a price but no market. Unless there are extras, all lords would rather die than sell this thing. Regarding the last goblin miner unit card, although recruiting goblin miners with it does not grant any combat power, this non-combat unit card is even more valuable than a B-grade unit card. There's no helping it, goblin miners are incredibly efficient at mining. This race is a natural expert in mining, and miners have additional bonuses. They can not only locate ore veins but also have increased mining speed and resource yield. Although the farmers under Chin Shan are already skilled at gathering various resources, they are the type that can do everything but excel at nothing. If we only consider mining, farmers wouldn't even be worthy of carrying goblins' shoes. There's no way around it. Racial talents are just unreasonable. The loot dropped by the dragon blood goblins may not be plentiful, but each item is a quality piece. Looking at these exquisite items, Chen Chen is filled with gratitude towards the dragon blood goblins, to the point where he wishes he could pull the goblins up from the ground and kill them again. Safe travels, brother goblin. Chen Chen silently thanked the dragon blood goblin in his heart, then opened the items dropped by the dragon vein warlock. My brother goblin is so generous. You, the esteemed dragon vein warlock, can't be worse than my brother goblin, right? Damn, 3 oranges and 1 purple. The dragon vein warlock surprised Chen Chen right away, with 3 orange items radiating a faint glow lying in his inventory. Quick speaker staff, grade, orange, type, weapon, attributes, spirit plus 400, skills, quick casting, seamless connection, quick casting, reduces casting time by 20% when releasing spells. Seamless connection, reduces the casting time of the next spell by 30% after releasing a spell, not stackable. Evaluation: want to experience the feeling of a turret? Congratulations, you can experience it now, but while turrets are great, be careful of your mana. After reading this equipment, Chin Chen was instantly shocked. He didn't even bother to look at the other items. A double casting time reduction, this is a skill that an orange equipment can have? It's well known that the biggest problem for mages is the long casting time of skills. The more powerful the spell, the longer the casting time. This staff nearly halves the cooldown time. What does that mean? Take the simplest fireball spell. For example, its casting time is 1 second, and now with this staff, you only need 0.56 seconds, 1 by 0.8 by 0.7. This also means that the time it originally took to cast 1 fireball now allows you to cast 2. Now that the cooldown time has been halved, it means that mages can deal double, triple, or even more damage in the same amount of time. After all, excellent mage skills can be linked together. For example, after freezing an enemy, laying down a firewall can deepen the damage. The shorter the cooldown time, the more skills they can link together. As for the requirement that seamless connections need to be made after casting spells to shorten cooldowns, that's not an issue at all. In the mage profession, there are plenty of low-level spells like light that can be cast instantly. Casting a light spell first before unleashing a more powerful spell doesn't hinder their output at all. The mage profession, with the most skills, is only limited by the casting time of their spells. Why is the Dragon Pulse Warlock so difficult to deal with? It's simply because they have no casting time when using low-level spells. Now, this staff has directly removed half of the limitations for mages. A mage wielding this staff can truly be called a cannon. It's just that this piece of equipment is a bit low in level and adds fewer attributes. Otherwise, if it were in the hands of a mage, they wouldn't trade it for any artifact. Chen Shan silently stored this staff away. It couldn't be sold. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he couldn't sell it either. Otherwise, having a cannon mage appear on the battlefield would be terrifying. As for the mages under his command, they currently have too few skills. He would wait until they reached level 10 to see if any of them could transition to a hidden profession. In any case, just based on this piece of equipment, the Dragon Pulse Warlock's status in his heart has already surpassed that of the Dragon Body Goblin. Even if the remaining equipment is trash, he would still acknowledge the Dragon Pulse Warlock as his big brother. Dragon Scale Robe Grade, Orange Type, Armor Attributes, Spirit plus 200, Constitution plus 200 Skills, Spell Affinity, Dragon Scale Protection Spell Affinity, increases damage of spell type skills by 10%. Dragon Scale Protection, when attacked in battle, there is a 10% chance to reduce damage taken by 10%. Evaluation, a robe made from the scales shed by a giant dragon, imbued with a hint of the dragon's spell affinity. Ring of Wisdom Quality, Orange Type, Accessory Attributes, Spirit plus 300 Skills, Mana Control reduces the blue cost required to cast skills by 10%. Evaluation, an excellent mage needs precise calculations of mana, and this can give you a bit more leeway in your calculations. Noble Ring Attributes, slightly after acquiring the Quick Speaker's staff, Chen Shen felt that other equipment seemed a bit lacking. Although the attributes of these two orange items were decent, they clearly paled in comparison to the Quick Speaker's staff. However, while looking at the descriptions of these items, one thing caught Chen Shen's attention. Both the Dragon Body Goblin and the Dragon Pulse Mage had dropped a piece of dragon scale armor, and the descriptions indicated that they were made from scales shed by giant dragons. This left Chen Shen somewhat puzzled. Where did the Goblin Kingdom get so many scales from fallen dragons? Coupled with what the Dragon Pulse Warlock had said earlier about sacrificing to the dragon god, could it be that there really was a dragon in the Goblin Kingdom? Chen Shen shook his head, suppressing the ominous feeling in his heart, and then checked the blueprints dropped by the Dragon Pulse Warlock. Spirit Field Blueprint *3, Quarry Blueprint *1, Minecart Blueprint *1, Mine Tunnel Blueprint *10, Dragon Blood Spirit Rice Seeds *100, Source Crystal *10. 3 Spirit Field Blueprints have come again. Looking at the newly released Spirit Field Blueprints, Chen Shen felt that he might really have to start a farm. Fortunately, this time, in addition to the Spirit Field, he also received 100 Dragon Blood Rice Seeds. Although he didn't know the attributes of Dragon Blood Rice, as long as it was Spirit Rice, it would definitely increase attributes. Moreover, since it had the word dragon in it, Chen Shen felt it couldn't be bad. As for the Quarry Blueprint, there's no need to mention it. The trading market is its rightful place. As for the Minecart Blueprints and Mine Tunnel Blueprints, these things are extremely practical for Chen Shen. The minecarts built from the blueprints not only have a large capacity but also come with an automatic driving function. As long as the route is set, they can travel wherever the mine tunnels are laid. Unfortunately, there are only 10 mine tunnel blueprints, and each blueprint can create 100 meters of track, totaling 1,000 meters. It seems like a lot, but for such a large mine, it's merely a drop in the bucket. He can only hope that he can obtain a bit more of these items later. If he manages to get enough, Chen Shen could even lay tracks directly in his territory. At that point, the farmers would only need to mine, and the mined ores could be dumped into the minecarts to be transported back automatically, achieving an automated mining process that would significantly boost mining efficiency. After collecting the spoils, Chen Shen waited on the battlefield for a while. Seeing that the kobolds had no intention of sending more people, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to return to his territory first. The kobolds were slightly stronger. The fact that the vanguard had 2 lord-level monsters indicated that this kobold kingdom was indeed a gathering of high-tier beings. Moreover, there was an unknown dragon god situation, so Chen Shen was determined to return and fill his territory's population, aiming to recruit a full 800 people. After all, he could build houses, and since he had used up the residential blueprints, he would start with cottages. As for food, he could always purchase it from the trading market. For Chen Shen, problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. Besides, the other lord's troops had not fully matured yet, so they wouldn't consume that much food. Purchasing from the trading market should meet his short-term needs. As for the long-term, it would depend on whether the trading mall sold crop seeds, since in the battlefield of 10,000 realms the most stable food source would definitely come from farming. After returning to his territory, Chen Shen didn't rush to recruit farmers. It was already late at night and there was no need to stay up late grinding kobolds. He decided to sleep first and deal with it after waking up the next day. Before going to bed, Chen Shen took a look at the trading market and found that the equipment he was selling hadn't sold out yet. He couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. It was truly disappointing that even over 100 pieces of equipment couldn't be digested. The fact that only a day had passed since entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms and that he had already sold a lot of equipment was completely irrelevant. What mattered was that the equipment hadn't sold out, so this lord still needed to work hard. With a sense of disappointment, Chen added a few dozen more pieces of equipment, bringing the total number of items for sale to 100. After listing the equipment, he began to buy up goods. As long as the prices in the trading market weren't too high, he bought everything. Whether he would buy too much didn't matter, his territory's population would only grow, so it was better to buy first. After filling up nearly half a warehouse, Chen finally stopped. After purchasing food, he thought for a moment and then posted a purchase order in the trading market, offering high prices for various food seeds, regardless of whether they were spirit rice or not. He wanted them all. After all, he had plenty of spirit fields, and most of them were still idle, so buying any seeds wouldn't be a loss. Growing his own crops was much cheaper than buying food from the trading market. Once he had sorted out the trading market, Chen casually opened the chat channel. He had to admit that there were too many night owls in Blue Star. Even though most people couldn't go out at night, many were still chatting in the channel. Seeing such a lively chat channel, Chen decided to send out a message looking for seeds. As the current top player in both territory and level rankings, his message immediately caused a stir. Zhao Huaid, what the hell? What am I seeing? A living big shot. Yi Chi, boss, have you already acquired the spiritual fields by purchasing food seeds? I'm so envious. Xia Xiaowu, boss, I have some ordinary corn seeds here, do you need them? Huyan, boss, take a look at me. Can you give me some of the junk you don't want? I'm not picky, I'll take anything, please. Fan Jian, this is the life of a boss. While I'm still struggling to build my territory and survive in the wilderness, the boss has already started leisurely planting. Ding Chuhang, that idiot is just a fool who used the 10,000 Realms Blessing Scroll. Once the territory protection time ends, he'll be the first to die. Xiao Xiaozhong, it's really funny, you guys are licking a dead person, you haven't seen any real strong ones. Yen Hongshang, no matter how fast he levels up, it won't matter. Once the territory protection time ends, he'll definitely die. If you ask me, he might as well give us all his equipment for free, then at least we can say something nice about him, right? Dong Lei, exactly, he's about to die and still selling his equipment for such a high price. More ruthless than capitalists, he deserves to be schemed against. Zhou Kun, dude, how come your unit type is farmers and you can level up so fast? Is there some bug or are you cheating? If you're cheating, can you tell me what cheat it is? I want to cheat too. If you don't tell me, don't blame me for reporting you to Blue Star. When Chen appeared, there were both compliments and insults, which truly showed him the diversity of characters. However, he couldn't be bothered to deal with these people, especially the one accusing him of cheating. If I were cheating, would I even talk to you and report me? Do you think this is a game? I really don't know what they think all day. Chen added everyone who insulted him to his blacklist, then casually said it, so that those on the blacklist couldn't purchase the items he was selling, and replied briefly to Xia Xiaowu's message. I'll take any seeds, just send me the consignment information on the trading market, and if the price is right, I'll buy them. After sending this message, Chen waited a while, and when he saw no one else saying they had seeds for sale, he casually turned off the chat channel. Just as he was about to go to sleep, Anna sent him a message in the friend channel. Brother Chen, why are you still awake? I was busy with something just now. Chen replied, then politely asked, why are you still up so late? I owe too many debts, I can't sleep, so I can only stay up late to gather resources. Even through the chat window, Chen could hear the bitterness in Anna's words. Just as he was about to comfort her, he suddenly felt something was off. Wait, how did you go out at night? Brother Chen, your memory isn't very good. I have 2 angel sisters in my territory. Oh. Upon hearing this, Chen was suddenly enlightened. Due to the mist in the 10,000 Realms battlefield, most lords couldn't leave their territories too far at night, but this majority definitely didn't include those with angels. The holy light of angels can dispel all darkness, and this darkness includes the mist of the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Whether it's night or day, the battlefield has no effect on angels at all, and what's more, because angels were originally created as combat weapons, they can completely go without sleep. Thinking of this, Chen couldn't help but drool with envy. The holy light is truly amazing. However, some things are useless to envy. Being able to have the Lord of the Halo, he was already very satisfied, so after a brief moment of envy, he calmed down and asked, alright, so why are you looking for me? It can't be to show off, right? No, I saw the message you sent in the chat channel, so I wanted to ask if you want this item. Along with Anna's message, there was also the attribute information of an item. Spirit Altar. Blueprint attributes, none effect, can consume the same resources as recruitment to resurrect fallen units. Construction requirements. Barracks, basic resources *10,000, gold 10,000, holy lightstone *1, source crystal *1. In terms of blueprint level, this spirit altar blueprint is of a higher grade than the energy pool blueprint Chen sold to Anna before. However, in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the value of items is not solely determined by their grade. The energy pool is highly sought after by all lords with top tier units because it accelerates the evolution of these units. Yet, while the spirit altar blueprint is rarer than the energy pool blueprint, its utility is not as significant, at least not in the early stages. Although the spirit altar can resurrect units, the cost of resurrection is the same as recruiting a new unit. With those resources, why not just recruit a new one instead of spending a fortune to build a spirit altar for resurrection? Thus, while the spirit altar has the ability to resurrect, this ability is not particularly important for lords. Its true function is merely to serve as a safety net. Units in the battlefield of 10,000 realms can potentially grow on their own, such as by learning skills or gaining attributes or talents due to special elements. Only in such cases does using the spirit altar become worthwhile. For example, if Anna's angel quickly evolved to its complete form after using the energy pool, and even advanced from a 2-winged angel to a 4-winged angel due to some special treasures, if that angel were to fall in battle, the only angel Anna could recruit again would be a regular 2-winged angel. In such a situation, Anna would be devastated, which is when the importance of the spirit altar becomes apparent. Of course, this is just an example. After all, Anna's angels come with a resurrection skill, so if one dies, the other can help revive it. Therefore, with 2 angels, it is quite difficult for one to fall. This is precisely why Anna chose to use this blueprint to pay off her debt rather than build it herself. After all, she has a close sisterly bond with her 2 angels, and without the assurance of resurrection, she would never have brought out this blueprint. However, this item may not be as important to other lords, but it is entirely different for Qin Chen, because Qin Chen only needs 10 gold to recruit a farmer, while a job change costs 100 gold. If a job-changed farmer falls, he would have to spend 110 gold to recruit a new one. But now, with this spirit altar, Qin Chen only needs 10 gold to resurrect a job-changed farmer, which is a huge saving for him. So, without hesitation, Qin Chen replied, "Yes, consider this as 1 orange item for you. By the way, do you have any holy light stones? If you do, sell me one as well." In terms of quality, the spirit altar is certainly not inferior to an orange item, but its current actual value is lower than that of an orange item. So, Qin Chen simply made a compromise and counted it as an orange item for Anna. "I have holy light stones too." Seeing that Qin Chen counted it as an orange item for her, Anna was very happy. After paying off this one, she would still owe 8 orange items, which is still a lot, but at least she made a start by paying off part of it that day. However, when she saw Qin Chen say he would also count the holy lightstone as money, she immediately refused without thinking. "You don't need to pay for this, it was dropped together with the spirit altar, so it counts as a set." After sending this message, she didn't wait for Chen to object and directly sent the blueprint and the holy lightstone. Previously, Qin Chen had lent her the energy pool blueprint. Although it contained Qin Chen's investment ideas, she had taken advantage of him, and now charging him for a holy lightstone would indeed be a bit excessive. Qin Chen, who received the items, felt somewhat gratified, although he never expected Anna to repay him. Helping someone who is grateful is certainly better than aiding a thankless person. Moreover, compared to those abstract creatures in the chat channel earlier, Anna's way of doing things felt much more pleasant. Therefore, Qin Chen, who wasn't fond of taking advantage of others, thought for a moment and decided to send Anna the attributes of the kobold miner unit card he had originally planned to throw into the trading market, asking, "Do you want this? I can't afford it." Anna was knowledgeable and nearly drooled at the sight of the kobold miner unit card. However, thinking about her empty pockets, she was instantly brought to tears. Where on earth did Qin Chen get so many good things? Could the effect of the blessing of all realms be that strong? Looking at the kobold miner unit card, Anna even regretted not getting a blessing of all realms scroll for herself when she entered. With such a continuous stream of good items, even if she died later, it would be worth it. But recalling how many geniuses who used the blessing of all realms scrolls had met untimely ends, Anna quickly calmed down. Perhaps what was truly strong wasn't the blessing of all realms scroll, but this brother Qin Chen. "I know you can't afford it, just owe me for now. This unit card isn't that valuable, later, you can just get me something similar." Qin Chen casually sent the unit card to Anna. This time, he didn't even need a contract. After all, Anna still owed him the equivalent of 8 orange equipment pieces. If she repaid those, she wouldn't owe him for this unit card. And if she didn't repay the debt of those 8 orange equipment pieces, the contract would send her coordinates to Qin Chen, who would then come over through the network and take her down along with her angel. However, given the current situation, Anna didn't seem to have any intention of defaulting. On the contrary, she was quite proactive in repaying, even staying up late to grind monsters. This kind of diligent attitude was commendable. If all the players were as hardworking as Anna, he could level up his territory to level 10 just by selling equipment for gold coins. Looking at the unit card sent directly by Qin Chen, Anna hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to accept it. After building the energy pool, she was confident in her strength. It was just a kobold miner unit card, although a bit expensive. She believed she could repay it, so she didn't bother with pleasantries with Qin Chen. As for the debt for the energy pool, that could wait, no rush. After receiving the unit card, Anna sent a few words of thanks, but Qin Chen probably had already gone to sleep as he didn't reply at all. Just when Anna was feeling a bit speechless, a massive earth dragon descended from the sky, followed by a white figure that fell from above. Lord, you haven't gone to sleep yet? The figure that descended from the sky was none other than Rael, one of Anna's angels. The two angel sisters had very clear roles. The more lively younger sister Rael chose to go hunting, while the steady older sister, Belle, was responsible for resource gathering. The S-class units had this particular advantage: most possessed extremely high intelligence, and could independently complete any orders from the Lord. Although Anna had said many times that they could just call her by her name, the two angels still insisted on addressing her as Lord. At this moment, with Rael returning, Belle must have seen her coming back and flew over as well. Upon seeing Anna, Belle couldn't help but frown. Lord, didn't I tell you to come back and rest? Why are you still awake? Originally, Anna was managing the resource collection with Belle, but Belle felt that humans were too fragile and worried that Anna would overexert herself, so she sent her back to sleep. Although this would slow things down a bit, it was better than exhausting the Lord. Belle's tone was gentle, yet Anna seemed to hear reproach in it, which made her smile awkwardly. For some reason, she always had the illusion of facing her mother when she was late coming home. Even though she was already in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, she still couldn't escape her mother's shadow. However, thinking that she had a legitimate reason for not sleeping, Anna quickly became more confident. Sister Belle, I was going to sleep, but I happened to see Brother Chen was still awake, so I gave him the hero altar blueprint. Brother Chen accepted that blueprint, and he considered it as me repaying 1/9 of my debt. Additionally, he gave me a new troop card. As Anna spoke, she proudly took out the Goblin Miner troop card. Goblin Miner? Seeing this troop card, both Belle and Rael looked at Anna with strange expressions. They were familiar with Goblin Miners, even among all the races. In the 10,000 realms, few could surpass Goblin Miners in mining ability. What puzzled them was that she was supposed to be repaying a debt, so how did she end up with another troop card? The straightforward Rael was the first to speak, but out of respect for the Lord, she thought for a moment before tentatively asking, Lord, is this a gift for you? What kind of good fortune is that? Anna didn't understand Rael's meaning and shook her head, saying, Brother Chen wanted to give me money for that holy lightstone, but I didn't take it. He probably felt a bit embarrassed, so he sold me this troop card. I can just pay him back when I have money later. Oh, I see, that's good. Rael nodded in realization, then sighed in relief, saying, if it were really a gift for you, I would have to worry about whether he has feelings for the Lord. In that case, I would need to prepare for a potential merger of territories. Anna slowly typed out a question mark. What was that about? She hadn't even met Chen, so how could he have feelings for her? Online romance was no longer in vogue, okay? Ahem, Rael, don't say nonsense. Belle first reprimanded Rael, then turned to Anna and said, Lord, this Lord Chen seems to be very principled and straightforward, not the type to take advantage of others. If possible, I suggest you maintain a good relationship with him in the future. In my experience, being friends with such people usually doesn't lead to losses. In fact, besides these words, Belle had one more thing she didn't say. Being friends with such people generally doesn't lead to losses, but being enemies with them usually ends badly. Such people are clear about their grievances. Don't be fooled by their generous returns for goodwill. When faced with malice, their retaliation will be even greater. To put it in Blue Star's terms, when such people encounter goodwill, it's like receiving a 1,000-year grace. When they encounter malice, it's like destroying the one who harms them, down to the last detail. Unless you can crush them in one go, just wait. As long as they have the ability, they will eventually retaliate in a big way. So for such people, Belle's advice was to avoid offending them. However, considering Anna's personality, she swallowed the last part back. With Anna's character, unless provoked, it was hard for her to hold grudges, so there was no need to remind her of these things deliberately. Indeed, Rear agreed quite a bit with her sister's words, but this was not because she had the ability to discern other people's personalities. Her agreement with Chen was entirely because Chen had given so much. Brother Chen has so many good things in his hands. As long as we try to keep up with his pace and exchange resources with him, our territory will definitely develop rapidly. Indeed, Brother Chen's development is too advanced, even to the point where no one can afford his things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to sell to me on credit. Anna felt somewhat helpless about Chen's development. With her dual angels, her development speed was already fast enough. Currently, most lords on Blue Star had territories at levels 1 or 2. A small portion reached levels 3 or 4, and only those genius lords with top-tier troops had the chance to elevate their territories to level 5. Yet her territory was already at level 6, and even with Rear's efforts, it had reached level 8. It could be said, without exaggeration, that, apart from Chen, she had already created a significant gap with other lords on Blue Star. If even she couldn't afford Chen's things, then others were even less likely to do so. After a helpless sigh, Anna suddenly realized something was off. She looked at Rear with some confusion and asked, Sister Rear, why do you also call him Brother Chen? Isn't it what the Lord said? In Blue Star, those with money are brothers. Rear's tone was somewhat justified, and she said seriously, he even gave me troop cards so I wouldn't have to carry wood. What's wrong with me calling him brother? With Rear's statement, Anna felt that the logic seemed to make sense. Alright, since you also call him Brother Chen, then you have to work a bit harder. Brother Chen. Chen has the blessing of the myriad worlds, so the difficulty of the monster siege on his territory will definitely be high. Therefore, we need to pay off all our debts to him before the monsters attack his territory. Although I don't know if he can survive the monster siege, I believe that having more resources will give Brother Chen more hope. Anna had always known that the monster siege on Chen's territory would be terrifying, but she had never thought of waiting for Chen to die in the monster siege before defaulting on her debts. She had that thought when signing the contract before because the contract was not fair. Exchanging her loyalty for a contract was essentially not a fair trade, but rather a gamble on whether Chen would die. Now, however, her dealings with Chen were fair transactions. If she still had thoughts of being a deadbeat, it would purely be a matter of her character. With her personality, she naturally couldn't do something so morally low. Moreover, she had always known that in her transactions with Chen, although they were called fair trades, she was the one who benefited each time. Because what Chen gave her were things that could enhance the development of her territory. The sooner she could get her hands on these things, the faster her territory could develop. So, strictly speaking, the earlier these things were sold, the more expensive they could be. Take the Goblin Minor Troop card, for example. Selling the Goblin Troop card now compared to selling the Goblin Minor Troop card a few days later meant several days of development time in between. For the time-sensitive lords of the myriad worlds, even if they had to pay a lot of money to exchange for those few days, it wouldn't be a loss. Therefore, theoretically, the price of the Goblin Minor Troop card sold now should be several times more expensive than later. It's just that everyone is poor now and no one can afford the price, which is why he gave her the troop card at a fair price. But while Chen could give it to her without concern, she couldn't take it for granted. She had taken advantage of the price difference over those few days, and she had to acknowledge that favor. Because of this, she has always been very dissatisfied with those who cursed Chen for selling equipment in the chat channel. Chen's prices for ordinary equipment have always been sold at normal rates, which are already quite cheap at this stage. With these pieces of equipment, those lords with initially poor units could increase their survival rate by at least 30 to 50% during monster sieges. Yet, after buying the equipment, these people still cursed Chen for being heartless, and some even said they would boycott him. Anna simply couldn't understand what those people were thinking. Did they really have to wait until they died in a monster siege to realize the importance of this equipment? Chen had no idea that someone would stand up for him. He was sleeping soundly and didn't wake up until after 7 the next morning. Although he had slept relatively late, adding up his 2 sleep sessions, he had only managed to sleep for a little over half the night. However, with his attributes greatly enhanced, this amount of time was enough to fully compensate for his sleep. If it weren't for his slow adjustment to the biological clock, he could have woken up even earlier. After getting up, he checked the resources of his territory. After a night of hard work by the farmers, he had gathered enough resources to upgrade to level 9. So he directly upgraded his territory to level 9. Then he went to the barracks and filled the population cap of the territory. The population cap at level 9 was 900. Chen left 200 ordinary farmers to gather resources, while the rest were all converted into combat units. After the last battle, Chen realized that archers were the absolute main force for output, so he filled the ranks with 400 archers. Due to the impressive performance of the charge skill, he also increased the number of warriors to 100, while 100 shield soldiers was sufficient, so he decided not to add more. As for assassins, their advantage was high damage, but the problem was that they were not relied upon for damage at the moment, and due to the high-level enemies they faced, the assassin's stealth skill was practically useless against them. Therefore, Chen decided to keep the number of assassins at 20 and did not increase their quota. The same went for mages. At this stage, they had too few skills, and their attack range was inferior to that of archers, putting them in a somewhat awkward position. Thus, Chen did not convert too many, only increasing their number to 80. After completing all the conversions, the total number of combat units under Chen had reached 700. 100 warriors charging together, 400 archers firing in unison, and when the critical hit damage was triggered, the damage output would be terrifying. Chen could hardly imagine it. If he had had this many archers before, even with the remote deviation boost, he believed he could have shot down that dragon-bodied goblin with a single wave of arrows. What nonsense about super-tier monsters he was fighting. Super-tier monsters. Bursting with confidence, Chen had breakfast with the farmers, then built the heroic spirit altar and led all his units towards the mine. This time, he aimed to wipe out the entire goblin kingdom. Since he had left units stationed outside the maze, Chen's journey was very smooth, and he quickly reached the place where he had fought yesterday. After a night had passed, the corpses of the goblins that had died in battle yesterday had been dragged back by the farmers to be used as fertilizer, so apart from some residual bloodstains, there were basically no signs of the battle left. Completely isolated from the surface world, the underground world during the day remained dark, so Chen Chen continued to have the mages use the illumination spell in succession, following the direction the goblin army had come from, and pursued onward. The vastness of this underground world exceeded Chen Chen's expectations. They had been walking along the path for nearly half an hour, and all they could see was a desolate wilderness. Just when Chen Chen began to doubt whether he had taken a wrong turn, a magnificent city appeared before him. Damn, the city walls. Looking at the towering walls of the city, Chen Chen felt a deep envy. Only a territory with city walls could truly be called a territory. Unfortunately, they, as lords, had to wait until their territory reached level 10 to unlock the city wall option, and the default city wall structure was merely a wooden fence resembling a makeshift camp. It was the kind of wall found in a goblin camp. In Chen Chen's view, if it weren't for the attribute bonuses, any high-tier monster could easily kick it down with just a couple of hits. Could that really be called a city wall? Only a grand structure made entirely of earth and stone, like the one before him, could truly be called a city wall. Chen Chen now hoped that after defeating the Goblin King's kingdom, he would obtain a better city wall blueprint. He didn't want to rely on those wooden fences to fend off high-tier monsters when they attacked. After all, once the walls were breached, monsters could enter the territory through the gaps and destroy buildings. Although the damaged buildings could be repaired after they Lord withstood the monster siege, repairing any building costs money. In Chen Chen's mind, the best choice was to keep those attacking monsters at bay before they reached the territory. Looking at the magnificent city wall, Chen Chen felt a bit troubled. Such a high wall must have attribute bonuses, and breaking through it was out of the question, even with the heavy strike aura. So, what lay before Chen Chen was either to create some simple siege equipment to take the city, or find a way to attack through the city gate. What a proper lord's competition turned into an ancient siege. Chen Chen rubbed his chin, feeling that this was a bit tricky, mainly because his development speed was somewhat ahead of schedule. Normally, to reach the point of attacking the Goblin King's city, one would need to be at least level 20 or 30. By that time, either high-tier troops would fly up, or mage units would use powerful magic to directly collapse the city walls, then enter through the breach. At worst, warrior classes could charge in and deal with the walls. But Chen Chen was still not even level 10, and he had none of those means, so this city wall was indeed quite a hassle for him. Just as Chen Chen was feeling troubled while gazing at the city wall, he noticed that the gates of the Goblin King's city had opened on their own, and a rather imposing army streamed out through the gates. Staring at the goblin army that had emerged from the walls, Chen Chen was momentarily stunned. Was this really happening? You ants, are you the ones who killed Eugene and the others? After the goblin army halted, an elder goblin, looking even older than the dragon vein sorcerer from yesterday, stepped forward with a few others and asked. His tone was laced with disdain and confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend how the dragon vein sorcerer and the dragon-bodied goblin had fallen to such weak humans. Ants? Chen Chen instinctively glanced back at his troops, suddenly realizing something. The strength granted by the aura could not be perceived, so in the eyes of these goblins, his combat units appeared pitifully weak, especially since their equipment was all mismatched, a hodgepodge of various items that didn't form a complete set, with many units lacking equipment altogether. Compared to the well-equipped goblin army, which had a significant number of powerful weasel knights, his disorganized army naturally seemed like ants. Chen Chen estimated that it was very likely for this reason that the goblin army would actively give up the advantage of the city walls and choose to come out of the city to engage in a direct battle with him and his companions. This was indeed an unexpected delight. After coming to this realization, Chen Chen felt not anger at being underestimated, but rather a sense of happiness. It was good that they looked down on him. If they didn't, would they have come out from the walls? Although even if they hadn't come out, he would definitely have been able to break in. It would have wasted a lot more time, wouldn't it? The current situation was perfect. They looked down on him. He wasn't angry, and when he eventually killed them, they wouldn't be angry either. It was simply a win-win situation. However, after using the detection spell a few times on the goblins that had come out, Chen Chen discovered that these goblins actually possessed dragon bloodlines, which left him somewhat puzzled. Goblins did have dragon bloodlines, but this bloodline was too thin, and the chance of a goblin awakening the dragon bloodline within them was extremely low. Generally speaking, in a goblin kingdom, having one or two dragon-blooded goblins was already quite good. When he had seen 2 of them yesterday, Chen Chen had already felt some doubt, and now seeing so many more, his confusion only deepened. Thinking back to the descriptions of the 2 dragon scale equipment that had dropped yesterday, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel anxious. Could it be that this damn goblin kingdom really had dragons? Remembering what the dragon lineage sorcerer had said about the dragon god yesterday, Chen Chen suddenly had a thought. He looked at the proud, dragon-blooded goblin and replied in an even more arrogant tone, I come on behalf of the great black dragon king, Nefarious. Those crawlers dared to say that. There is a dragon god here desecrating the great black dragon king Nefarious, so I wield the power of my lord, the black dragon king Nefarious, to send all those who desecrate my lord into eternal darkness. Are you crawlers also accomplices of those desecrators? Upon hearing Chun Shen's question, the goblins immediately fell into a state of chaos. For the vast majority of goblins, dragons were their eternal faith, and now a messenger representing the Black Dragon Lord was saying they were desecrators. How could they not panic? Even the few goblins who had awakened the dragon bloodline were somewhat flustered. One dragon-bodied goblin spoke up with a hint of complaint. Elder, I told you long ago not to call the dragon god outside. It's easy to attract trouble. None of you listened to me, and now, look what's happened. Shut up. The elderly goblin elder who had spoken earlier sternly reprimanded the goblin, and under his powerful presence, he instantly quelled the chaos. Then he looked at Chen Shen and said coldly, I have never heard of the name Nefarious, nor have I heard of any Black Dragon Lord. Moreover, you have no trace of dragon aura on you, yet you dare to impersonate the dragon's kin. You are the true desecrators. After saying this, the goblin elder didn't say much more to Chen Shen and directly ordered the goblin army to attack. Kill these desecrators. There really are dragons. Seeing the goblin's reaction, Chen immediately understood that there was indeed a dragon behind these goblins. After all, given the goblins' fervor for dragons, even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming a dragon's kin, they wouldn't give up. Now that they were so decisive in their attack, it indicated that they had already become kin to a dragon and no longer needed to pursue the elusive existence of a second dragon. Although he felt some trepidation towards the dragon, seeing that the goblins had already launched their attack, Chen Shen didn't hesitate at all and chose to strike. Even if there was a dragon, that was a matter for later. For now, he would first eliminate this group of goblins. Chen Shen ignored the ordinary goblin heads rushing towards him. Under the effects of the thorn aura and blood-sucking aura, those ordinary goblin heads posed no threat at all. So he directly ordered the archers to focus on the few goblin heads that had awakened their dragon blood, aiming to take them down quickly. The arrows shot by 400 archers instantly crossed an extremely long distance, heading straight for the dragon-blooded goblin heads. Faced with the long-range arrow assault, only 2 dragon vein sorcerers reacted in time, casting several magical shields and long-range displacement skills. The remaining dragon-bodied goblin heads had no reaction at all, standing still as targets. The long-range displacement skill was effective against ranged attacks, but unfortunately, the sheer number of arrows coming in was overwhelming. Even if only a small portion hit their targets, it still meant dozens of arrows were focused on them. As a result, 2 unfortunate dragon-bodied goblin heads, being super-tier monsters, didn't even have time to transform into their dragon forms before being taken down by the barrage of arrows. Such violent output left the surviving goblin heads stunned. After all, the dragon-bodied goblin heads prided themselves on their defense, yet in the face of this arrow storm, their dragon scales seemed as fragile as paper, which was truly terrifying. The goblin elder, a dragon vein sorcerer, was the first to react, realizing that these human warriors were not to be underestimated. He immediately ordered all the remaining living goblin heads to transform into dragon forms. After the goblin elder's command, 4 half-dragon forms of dragon-bodied goblin heads appeared in the sky above the battlefield. As for the goblin elder, he chose not to transform but instead joined the ranks of the goblin sorcerers, directing them to unleash all their firepower on the archers, ensuring they wouldn't have a chance to shoot a second wave of arrows. A bunch of fools. Seeing all the goblin heads activate their dragon blood and fly into the sky, the goblin elder cursed angrily. Knowing full well how absurdly strong the enemy's archers were, why would they transform into half-dragon forms and fly up as if afraid they wouldn't be shot at? The stupidity of this group was as if their brains had been eaten by ogres. Get down here quickly. The goblin elder shouted at them to come down while desperately casting shields and long-range displacement skills on them. Sure enough, before the goblin elder finished his scolding, another wave of arrows surged in, targeting the large targets in the sky. This time, their numbers were fewer, but the targets were larger. So even though the goblin elder had exhausted himself to provide them with protection, one unfortunate soul with already low health was shot down. Watching the dragon-bodied goblin head fall, the goblin elder's lips trembled with anger. As a powerful force in the kingdom, he could accept a heroic death in battle, but to be killed by his own stupidity was something he found hard to bear. A bunch of fools, shrink your bodies, lower your stupid heads, blend in with the army, and charge in to kill them. Do you understand? After finishing his scolding, the goblin elder cast a healing spell and then no longer cared about them. He had said enough. If these fools could still be shot down, it would only mean they were hopelessly stupid, beyond anyone's help. Now, he needed to find a way to deal with those archers. The output from those human archers was too terrifying. If they were allowed to continue attacking, no matter how many troops charged in, it would only be sending them to their deaths. However, despite feeling that the output from these human archers was too strong, the goblin elder wasn't overly worried about them. Most ordinary troops had strengths and weaknesses. Generally speaking, the greater the strength, the more pronounced the weakness. In the eyes of the dog-headed elder, these archers must belong to a particularly flawed troop type. Since their range is so far and their output so high, their defense must be terrifyingly low. As long as they can be hit, they would be wiped out in an instant. So what if their range is a bit longer? It was not a problem for him at all. As the oldest and strongest dragon vein sorcerer in the dog-headed kingdom, leading the kingdom's most elite mage legion, he had plenty of ways to address the range issue. Prepare to unleash the Legion Magic ultra-long-range explosive fire spell. I will personally guide it. The dog-headed elder immediately stripped the mage Legion of command and began preparing for a large-scale ultra-long-range spell. To prevent Chen Chen's archers from launching a surprise attack, he first cast several protective spells before using his blood and gritting his teeth to continuously cast several soul chain spells among the mages, linking their health to the nearby knights before he began to guide the spell. Legion magic can coordinate the mana of all mages and then release magic in range far beyond that of individual mages. Generally, this ability can only be mastered by high-level mage legions. Although these elite dog-headed mages had reached level 10, they were still far from high level, and their ability to control such powerful magic was entirely due to the blessings of the dragon behind them. Because of this, the dog-headed elder was fully confident in the ultra-tier magic. No matter how powerful the opponent they faced, their mage legion could turn them to ashes with legion magic, and this time would surely be no exception. So what if the range was a bit longer and the damage a bit higher? He was eager to see, after the mage legion unleashed their legion magic, whose damage would be higher and whose range would be farther. While the legion magic was brewing, it would gather a large amount of magical elements. Although Chen Chen had never seen legion magic, he could tell from the overwhelming momentum that something powerful was definitely being prepared. Chen did not stand idly by, allowing the enemy to finish casting their skills with gentlemanly grace. Upon seeing the commotion, he immediately ordered the archers to fire at that direction. In his view, no matter what kind of commotion was happening over there, the goal was to shoot them all dead. Following Chen Chen's command, 400 archers unleashed a rain of arrows aimed at the mage legion, and Chen Chen initially thought that with the output of 400 archers, they would soon clear everything living over there. However, to his surprise, those fragile mages somehow managed to hold on remarkably well. After 5 waves of arrows, one would expect even the head dragon to be riddled with holes, yet the gathered magical elements showed no signs of stopping. What Chen Chen did not know was that the damage from these waves of arrows had nearly scared the dog-headed elder to death. The soul chain he had just cast was a unique skill of the beastman's special shaman soul walkers. Even though he was a dragon vein sorcerer, this unique skill was not something he could master. The only reason he could use it was due to the blessing of the great dragon. The soul chain skill granted by the great dragon not only had a large release range and linked many units but could also be cast multiple times, linking a significant portion of allied health together. However, due to his low level, even with the blessing, this powerful skill was not something he could easily cast, so each use would cause permanent irreversible damage to his body, meaning it would reduce his health cap. Out of fear of Chen's archers, he reluctantly cast several soul chains in quick succession, only to find that the protective spells he had released shattered completely after just one wave of arrows. If it weren't for the effect of the soul chain, allowing the majority of the tough and resilient weasel cavalry to share the damage, these mages probably wouldn't have even survived the third wave of arrows and would have been shot dead. Yet, even so, after 5 waves of arrows, the health of both the mages and the weasel cavalry was nearly depleted. The dog-headed elder estimated that with at most 2 more waves of arrows, both the mages and the weasel cavalry would fall under the effect of the soul chain. Fortunately, the mage legion had completed their incantation. Feeling the overwhelming magical elements around him, a fierce look appeared on the elder's aged face, which had already loosened scales. It was time for these damned humans to witness the magical power of the dog-headed people. Fireball! With a sharp shout from the dog-headed elder, fireballs the size of basins suddenly floated into the air, then flew at an incredible speed towards Chen Chen's archers. Hundreds of fireballs streaked across the battlefield, illuminating the dark underground world as if it were daylight. Watching these impressive fireball spells, Chen Chen felt a sense of caution. It was too late to bring the shield warriors back to absorb damage, so he decisively ordered the archers to shoot another wave of arrows at those mages. Spells couldn't be intercepted by arrows, but the flight speed of arrows was faster than that of fireballs, so after this wave of arrows was shot, as long as the fireball spells couldn't take out the archers in one hit, the arrows would instantly restore the archers' health. With a worried gaze, Chen Chen watched as the impressive fireballs directly landed among the archers. Boom boom boom! The moment the fireballs struck the archers, they exploded, and with the continuous explosions of the fireballs, the entire archer unit was completely engulfed in the fiery blasts. Ha! Bunch of damned ants! The dog-headed elder looked at the archers engulfed in the fireball spell with some pride. Although they had taken another wave of arrows, he felt no concern. In his view, these archers were doomed and would definitely not have the chance to shoot another wave of arrows. Once these archers were dead, he could continuously use long-range legion magic to turn these damned humans into ashes. Just as the dog-headed elder was about to look away, a wave of arrows shot out from the area engulfed in flames. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Countless arrows slicing through the air made a sound like the shriek of death itself. and in the dog-headed elder's incredulous gaze, they directly fell upon all the mages. This wave of arrows became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The dog-headed mages, whose health had already been pushed to a critically low level, all fell to the ground after being hit by this wave of arrows. Moreover, due to the effect of the soul chain, the weasel cavalry guarding them also instantly lost all their health and collapsed. In an instant, the area around the dog-headed elder was filled with fallen bodies, leaving him standing alone among the many corpses. How is this possible? The dog-headed elder was stunned by this turn of events, losing his ability to think. He looked unwillingly at the place where the Legion magic fireball had struck, and when the flames dissipated, he was shocked to see that the group of archers was standing there completely unharmed. With his extraordinary vision, he even saw that the equipment on those archers was intact. How could this be? The dog-headed elder stared in disbelief at this scene, filled with confusion. No one knew better than him how powerful the fireball spells released by so many Legion mages were. In past battles, even the strongest monsters in the dungeon, the Evil Eye, had lost half their lives to the Legion fireball spells. But now, these archers were completely unscathed. What on earth had he attacked? Were these humans transformed from dragons, just as the dog-headed man was filled with fear and confusion? He saw an archer among the human archers raise a rather uniquely shaped bow and arrow, then directly aim at him. Just as he realized the danger and tried to dodge, the arrow shot from that bow reached him in an instant, accompanied by a rain of arrows. In the previous assault, the dog-headed elder had also linked himself within the soul chain. The reason he hadn't died was not because he had thicker blood than an ordinary dog-headed mage, but because, as a dragon vein sorcerer, he had many life-saving trump cards in his hands. It was precisely because of these trump cards that he could stand where he was now, rather than falling like an ordinary dog-headed mage. However, while those trump cards could keep him alive, they could not restore his health, so he was currently in a severely weakened state. The arrow shot from the Long Whisperer's bow pierced through the shields that the dog-headed elder instinctively conjured for himself, like bursting a soap bubble, and then directly penetrated his body, triggering an armor-piercing effect. Following that was the subsequent rain of arrows, which struck down upon the position of the dog-headed elder, leaving him no chance to escape. As the second in command of the dog-headed kingdom, at times his power even surpassed that of the kingdom's dog-headed elder, yet he didn't even have time to use his final transformation before being shot into a pincushion. In the moment before death, what enveloped his heart was not fear, but despair. Those archers had long ranges, high damage, and formidable defenses. With such a comprehensive troop type, what could the dog-headed kingdom use to fight back? Were they really going to be annihilated today? With endless reluctance, the dog-headed elder took his last breath. Seeing the dog-headed elder fall, Shin Shan also let out a sigh of relief. These dragon vein sorcerers who could use various types of magic were troublesome. If he were to remain alive, who knew what kind of tricks he could pull, so it was better to let him go first. Only dead dragon vein sorcerers were the best dragon vein sorcerers. As for the despair of the dog-headed elder before his death, Shen Shen was unaware. If he had known, he would have surely told the dog-headed elder that he was too early in his despair, for the real despair was yet to come. Those dragon-bodied dog-headed men, after being scolded by the dog-headed elder, began to utilize their high mobility to charge recklessly into the dog-headed army. Since all the output from Chun Chen's archers was focused on the dog-headed mages, these dragon-bodied dog-headed men quickly approached Chun Chen's battle formation. Then, they were met with a group assault from the warriors. Although the individual strength of the peasant warriors was still significantly lower than that of these dragon-bodied dog-headed men, the sheer number of warriors was overwhelming. 150 warriors charged continuously, knocking the 4 dragon-bodied dog-headed men around like bowling pins. Each time they were struck by a charge, before they could even adjust their stance, the next charge would hit them again. In this situation, they had no chance to escape and could only instinctively use their skills, hoping to take down the surrounding peasant warriors in an instant. However, under the effect of the Thorn Aura, their attacks would suffer double the backlash damage. The faster they used their skills, the more health they would lose. Conversely, the peasant warriors surrounding them, under the effect of the Lifesteal Aura, would regain a significant amount of health with each instance of damage they received, and some warriors equipped with gear, due to their overall higher attributes, could even fully recover in one go. The damage from the dragon-bodied dog-headed men felt like nothing against them. These dragon-bodied dog-headed men quickly realized this situation, and thus found themselves in a dilemma. Strike the counterattack is too fierce. They are losing health faster than if they weren't attacking at all. But if they don't fight back, the attacks from these human warriors are enough to inflict fatal damage on them. If they allow this endless charge to continue, they will eventually be worn down and die on the spot. With this thought, a hint of regret surfaced in the hearts of these dragon-bodied goblins. If they had known, they wouldn't have charged so quickly. They should have waited for the goblin army behind them to arrive before taking action. That way, even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, they would at least have a chance to escape, unlike now, where 4 of them face over 100 warriors, leaving them with no hope of fleeing. At this moment, they have already seen the scene of the goblin elder being focused Although they haven't seen the Goblin Elder fall, they know that the Elder won't be able to come to their rescue anytime soon. Therefore, all they can rely on now is the Goblin army behind them. They don't expect this Goblin army to defeat the perverse army in front of them. They only hope that when the Goblins arrive, they can help draw some fire away, giving them a chance to escape. At this moment, these dragon-bodied goblins silently vowed that once they could escape, they would return to the royal city at the first opportunity and seal the city gates tightly, never to come out again. Holding on to infinite hope while waiting for the Goblin army to come to their rescue, the dragon-bodied goblins persisted in a defensive stance for a while, but suddenly felt something was off. Their charge was fast, but the ordinary goblin warriors weren't slow either. Especially those weasel knights, whose mobility was astonishing. During the previous charge, those weasel knights were only slightly slower than them. How could they not have rushed over to save them by now? Confused, the dragon-bodied goblins steadied themselves against the impact of the warriors' charge and looked back at the army behind them, only to feel as if the sky had fallen. They charged quickly, and there were only 4 of them, so Chen Shen directly let them in, allowing the warriors to surround and attack them. However, it was difficult for the goblin army behind to enter. 100 shield soldiers stood like a copper wall at the front of the battlefield, directly blocking all the goblin warriors. This copper wall was not an exaggeration but a realistic depiction. Under the effect of the thorny halo, those powerful weasel cavalry, upon crashing into the shield soldiers' line, were instantly killed on the spot. They could unleash the strongest output of cavalry with their mounts and charging momentum, but with one slash, they ended up killing themselves. After all, they didn't have the robust physique of a super-tier boss. After dealing such high damage, under 200% counterattack, it would be a miracle if they survived. The weasel cavalry, rushing forward one after another, crashed against the shield soldiers' line like waves crashing against rocks at the edge of a cliff, instantly shattering into droplets, unable to stir up any waves. Soon, the ground at the feet of the shield soldiers was covered with the bodies of the weasel cavalry. To prevent these bodies from affecting the goblins' reckless charge, the shield soldiers had to step over the corpses, forcing the battle line forward by several meters. Just as a few dragon-bodied goblins turned to check the situation, the farmer archers who had killed the goblin elder freed up their hands. Since the dragon-bodied goblins were heavily surrounded by the farmer warriors, to avoid friendly fire, they chose not to participate in the assault on the dragon-bodied goblins and instead unleashed a rain of arrows on the front line. When dealing with super-tier monsters, archers needed 4 or even 5 waves of arrows to focus fire on one, which seemed to lack damage. However, against these ordinary goblins, the archers under Chen Chen immediately displayed their terrifying lethality. The dog-headed man struck by the arrows had no ability to react at all, collapsing directly on the battlefield. 4 ordinary dog-headed men, these arrows were like the scythe of death. As the rain of arrows fell in waves, the dog-headed men on the battlefield fell one after another, as if they were being harvested like wheat. At this rate, these dog-headed men's army wouldn't even be able to hold on long enough to provide support. Seeing that the archers had freed up their hands, the more quick-witted dragon-bodied dog-headed men had already thought of the dog-headed elder. Those archers were originally meant to deal with the dog-headed elder, but now they had begun attacking the front lines. However, the dog-headed elder and the elite dog-headed mage group had gone silent. So where had the dog-headed elder gone? After considering the worst possibilities, the hearts of these dragon-bodied dog-headed men sank. Would their entire army be wiped out? Just as these dragon-bodied dog-headed men fell into deep despair, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed across the battlefield. On the walls of the dog-headed king's city, a massive figure appeared. The roar had come from its bellow. Due to the distance, Chen Chen couldn't see it clearly, but upon seeing that figure and hearing the dragon's roar in his ears, he was startled, thinking a giant dragon had appeared, and he instinctively clenched the return scroll in his hand. At this stage, facing a creature like a giant dragon would be a certain death. If the figure on the city wall was indeed a giant dragon, he would have to flee immediately. However, in the next second, after seeing the prompt that popped up on the battle panel, Chen Shen's racing heart finally calmed down. You are affected by the dragon might emitted by the dog-headed king. Due to the level difference being too great, all your attributes are reduced by 20%. Under the dragon might suppression state, there is a 5% chance of falling into a state of fear when attacked by the dog-headed king. Damn it, that scared the hell out of me. After seeing the prompt indicating it was just the dog-headed king, Chen Shen stuffed the return scroll back into his pocket. Although the attribute suppression indicated that the dog-headed king was definitely a monarch-level monster not weaker than the goblin king, as long as it wasn't a giant dragon, he could handle it. What monarch or not, it was all about fighting the monarch. As long as it dared to come down, he would turn that king into a dead dog. While strategically Chen Chen looked down on the dog-headed king, tactically he was very cautious. He immediately ordered the assassins to join the siege against the dragon-bodied dog-headed men, hoping to use the assassins' high critical damage to eliminate all the super-tier monsters before the dog-headed king arrived at the front lines, allowing them to focus fire on the dog-headed king afterward. In addition, Chen Chen even had the mage, who had been idly standing by and only responsible for the illumination spell, joined the front lines to start clearing out the remaining small monsters. Once the front lines were mostly cleared and only the dog-headed king was left alone, even if he came down, what could he do? Chen Shen's decision-making was decisive, but he still somewhat underestimated the dog-headed king. After letting out a roar, the dog-headed king did not choose to walk out through the city gate. Instead, he stood on the city wall and suddenly leaped down with force. As the dog-headed king flew through the air, Chen Shen got a clear look at his figure. Unlike the dragon-bodied dog-headed men or the dragon vein sorcerers, the dog-headed king maintained the most primitive dog-headed man appearance, with fine fur covering his cheeks. The biggest difference between him and ordinary dog-headed men, aside from his astonishing size, was the pair of wings on his back. As he descended, the dog-headed king did not use his wings to cushion his fall. Like a heavy cannonball, he crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust like a shockwave. Along with him, 3 slightly smaller dog-headed men, also with wings, jumped down. However, after the sandstorm raised by the dog-headed king dissipated, the 3 dog-headed men who had jumped down with him vanished without a trace. It's stealth. Chen Shen's heart tightened. He hadn't expected there to be assassins in the dog-headed kingdom. If those 3 assassins were also super-tier monsters, things could get a bit troublesome. In the multiverse battlefield, if there's any profession that excels at slaughtering weaker opponents, the assassin class is definitely among them. Assassins possess stealth skills that allow them to become invisible, and if the attribute gap is too large, even revealing skills might not be able to detect them. Moreover, the high damage and critical hit rates that assassins achieve by sacrificing defense are a nightmare for all fragile classes. A profession as violent as this, used to eliminate weaker foes, is simply perfect. At this moment, Chen Shen's heart sank. Again. After acquiring the Thorn Aura and Bloodsucking Aura, the greatest fear of his farmers was the super high damage that could take them out in one hit. If these assassin skills and critical damage could one-shot a farmer, that would be quite problematic. Concerned about the assassins, Chen Shen momentarily set aside thoughts of the dog-headed kingdom, his gaze constantly scanning the battlefield, eager to find traces of those assassins at the first opportunity. After observing for a long time without spotting any signs of the assassins, a sudden bad premonition arose in Chen Shen's heart. These assassins, they can't be coming for me, right? Upon considering this possibility, Chen Shen was instantly alarmed. He couldn't afford to think of anything else at that moment and immediately allocated all his free attribute points to Constitution, raising it directly to 26 points. After allocating the attribute points, Chen Shen didn't stop there. He immediately added the skill point he had been saving to the life aura. With the life aura upgraded to level 6, the boost to his Constitution skyrocketed to 60 times, turning his 26 points of Constitution into 1560 points, transforming him into a powerful tank that surpassed all farmers. After doing all this, to be safe, Chen Shen equipped the dragon scale armor and noble ring that he had kept in his inventory. Although the attributes from the equipment wouldn't be enhanced by the auras, the raw attributes from the dragon scale armor and noble ring still provided a solid 400 points of Constitution. Moreover, the dragon scale armor had a 10% chance to reduce damage taken by 30%, significantly increasing Chen Shen's chances of survival. Once he donned all this equipment, Chen Shen felt a sense of security wash over him. He felt that, in terms of Constitution alone, he might not even be inferior to the dog-headed king before him. Even if those assassins had violent output, they couldn't possibly take him down in one hit. With the Thorn Aura and Bloodsucking Aura active, as long as they couldn't one-shot him, he could recover his health. Furthermore, Chen Shen still had the Lord's Ring and the Flickering Belt in his possession. The Lord's Ring could absorb one fatal blow. If the dog-headed assassins truly exceeded his expectations, the passive damage absorption of the Lord's Ring would trigger. At that point, Chen Shen wouldn't hesitate for a moment and would immediately use a return scroll to escape. Adventure was fine, but risking his life was not. Although Chen Shen wanted to resolve the issue with the dog-headed kingdom and seize the underground mine treasure in one fell swoop, if the danger exceeded his expectations, he would rather give up the mine. For now. Just as Chen Shen made all his preparations, waiting for the dog-headed assassins to launch a surprise attack, those assassins remained hidden in the darkness, as if they didn't exist at all. Instead, it was the dog-headed king, who had fallen from the city wall, who initiated the attack first. The dog-headed king wielded a weapon resembling a steel fork, pointing it towards the battlefield and shouting, "Earthstab!" As the dog-headed king's voice fell, countless spikes suddenly erupted from beneath the feet of the shield soldiers, propelling them directly into the sky. If it weren't for their high constitution and defense attributes, this single spike attack could have pierced their bodies. And that wasn't the end of it. After releasing the spikes, the dog-headed king began to chant again, then spoke once more, falling stones just as the shield soldiers fell from the spikes, still unsteady on their feet, enormous stones the size of grinding wheels appeared above their heads, crashing down upon them. Wrath of the earth, eruption of fire. Under the continuous incantations of the dog-headed king, the entire battlefield seemed to be struck by a terrifying natural disaster. The ground shook incessantly, and countless flames erupted from the cracks in the earth. aiming to completely engulf the shield soldiers. The relentless barrage of powerful spells inflicted tremendous damage on the shield soldiers. If it weren't for the Weasel Cavalry, who seemed to be infinitely inspired after the dog-headed king's appearance and charged recklessly at the shield soldiers to try and take them down, allowing the shield soldiers to recover a significant amount of health, they might not have survived the dog-headed king's series of devastating spells. Is this really a mage? The dog-headed king's series of actions nearly left Chun Chen dumbfounded. With such a large frame and wielding a trident, one would never guess he was a mage. Moreover, judging by the power of his spells, this dog-headed king was likely not far from being a mid-tier mage, if he wasn't one already. Chen Chen, disregarding the hidden assassins, immediately cast a detection spell towards the dog-headed king. Dog-headed king rank, monarch level, 19. Due to the significant level difference, Chen Chen could only see the level and rank information. From the level, it was clear that this dog-headed king had indeed reached level 19, just one level away from the mid-tier level 20. Realizing his strategic error, Chen Chen quickly adjusted his deployment, instructing the archers to abandon the frontal battlefield and turn their focus towards the dog-headed king. His spell output was simply too terrifying. If he continued to attack recklessly, the shield soldiers would surely suffer casualties. Just as Chun Chen relayed the order, he suddenly felt a cold flash behind him. A sharp blade emerged from the shadows, striking directly at the back of his head. A backstab, a critical hit, and a weak point breach, three core skills of the assassin class combined to unleash an incredibly terrifying output. Chen Chen's health, stacked to the extreme, was instantly halved under this violent assault. The brutal output of the assassin class was on full display at that moment. However, the assassin class sacrifices a significant amount of defense for extreme output, so even though they were super tier bosses, their defense was not much stronger than that of ordinary elite monsters. Therefore, the Thorn's aura, which had an absolute melee retaliation effect, was their greatest nemesis. Thus, after failing to take Chen Chen down in one hit, the retaliation effect of the Thorn's aura was immediately triggered. Under the effect of double retaliation, the massive damage he had just dealt was instantly reflected back at him in double. For an assassin, enduring the damage from their own full-strength attack was already a struggle, let alone bearing the double damage returned. So, under the double retaliation effect of the Thorn's aura, the dog-headed assassin, a full-fledged Lord-level boss, managed to kill itself with just one attack, making it the fastest super-tier boss that Chen Chen had ever encountered or even heard of dying. At the moment the dog-headed assassin perished, Chen Chen, who had lost half of his health, instantly returned to full health. The assassin's violent strike, aside from killing itself, had essentially no effect whatsoever. The effects of the Thorn aura's retaliation and the blood-sucking aura are triggered instantaneously, from the moment the dog-headed assassin launched an attack to him being killed by the retaliation, and finally Chen Chen regaining full health. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Therefore, the two remaining dog-headed assassins hidden in the shadows had no time to react. They only saw their companion strike and immediately followed suit. Then, they met the same fate as their comrade. Three super-tier dog-headed assassins, delivering equally violent damage, facing the same death and experiencing the same timing of demise. Everything happened so quickly that Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback. He only felt the dog-headed assassin attack from behind, and then three corpses lay on the ground in an instant. Looking at the three fallen super-tier boss corpses, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. It was indeed the assassin class. Not only were their attacks unexpected, but their deaths were also surprising. After these three assassins took themselves out, Chen Chen felt a bit relieved. The psychological pressure of having three super-tier assassins lurking in the shadows was immense. If they hadn't come to attack him but instead targeted the archers and mages, with their health and defense, they would have truly been unable to withstand their assassination. Moreover, Chen Chen had no skills to counter invisibility. If that situation had arisen, he would have had no choice but to watch them slaughter his backline. Fortunately, they had murderous intent and aimed to eliminate him to turn the tide of battle, which gave him the opportunity to counter-kill them. Now, the three most threatening dog-headed assassins had fallen, and the four dragon-bodied dog-headed men being besieged on the battlefield had also been continuously killed. So, although the process had some twists and turns, he could finally free his hands to deal with the dog-headed king properly. Under the archer's attack, the once mighty dog-headed king had to stop casting his spells. Even with his status as a monarch-level boss, he dared not face the heavy-hitting archer output head-on. However, compared to the Dragon Vein Warlock, the defensive skills he used were much more advanced. Realizing the terrifying output from the archer, he did not immediately cast a defensive spell. Instead, he first unleashed three tornado skills, which appeared in parallel before him, slowly moving forward. Originally an offensive skill, the tornado was now being used for defense, as all the arrows shot at him by the archer were intercepted by the tornadoes in front of him. After releasing the tornado skill, the dog-headed king began to leisurely cast defensive skills on himself. Magic shield, magic barrier, shield counter, frost armor. A whole array of defensive skills seemed to be cast on him without cost, and soon various colored shields floated around the dog-headed king: white, green, black,
From a distance, the dog-headed king looked like a giant neon light.
After casting all the protective skills in one go, Qin Shen initially thought the dog-headed king would rely on these shields to start casting spells again. To prevent this, he had even begun to mobilize his warriors, preparing to besiege the dog-headed king. However, what he didn't expect was that after the dog-headed king finished casting his protective spells, he did not stay in place. He suddenly pointed his steel fork downwards, and a magic congealed earth dragon shot up from the ground. He directly stepped onto the dragon's head and sped towards the battlefield. Watching the dog-headed king's actions, Qin Shen felt somewhat puzzled. Why was a mage charging into the battlefield? Was he perhaps a melee mage? But to be fair, the dog-headed king was much more robust than Gandalf. If he were a melee fighter, he would definitely be stronger than Gandalf, but in the battlefield of the Myriad Realms, it is rare to find someone who excels in both magic and martial arts.
You, a mage, not using spells and rushing into melee combat, is simply too absurd.
What the hell? Qin Shen was still puzzled when he was suddenly stunned by the scene. Before him, the Kobold King, stepping onto the battlefield, suddenly jumped down from the hovering earth dragon head at a distance of several meters above the ground. In this descent, it seemed that the Kobold King had used some special skill. The shockwave he created upon landing was even greater than the noise he made when jumping down from the city wall. Before the shockwave could dissipate, 3 roaring ice dragons suddenly burst forth from the dust cloud surrounding the Kobold King. The shield soldiers, who were already unsteady under the shockwave, were directly thrown into the air by the impact of these 3 ice dragons. Before they could land, the ice dragon's additional magical properties instantly froze the airborne shield soldiers into ice blocks, which then crashed heavily to the ground. But that wasn't the end of it. Just as those shield soldiers landed, fiery pillars erupted violently from beneath them, shattering the ice crystals on their bodies and inflicting massive damage. After this combination attack, the shield soldiers' health points plummeted, and several who were already low on health were instantly killed by this series of blows. Surprisingly, the Kobold King was not satisfied with this outcome. As the dust cloud around him cleared, he saw that the farmers he had just attacked were still alive. He raised his steel fork again, and suddenly a tornado erupted around him, sweeping away the still burning fire pillars at an astonishing speed in all directions. These fire-laden tornadoes did not distinguish between friend and foe. Any unit caught in them, whether shield soldier or kobold, would instantly suffer massive damage. Compared to the shield soldiers' defenses, the kobolds were much weaker. So in an instant, a large number of kobolds were swept away and killed. The few shield soldiers who had narrowly survived earlier also found themselves unable to heal due to not being able to launch any attacks, and after holding on for a little longer, they too were completely drained of health by the fire tornado. This is well prepared. Qin Shen did not expect the Kobold King to be capable of melee combat, nor did he anticipate that the Kobold King had come prepared. Watching the dozen or so shield soldiers being instantly killed, Qin Shen's expression darkened. He had thought the Kobold King had just appeared on the city wall and, seeing the unfavorable situation, decided to attack. But now, observing his precise damage control and ruthless actions to eliminate his own subordinates to prevent the shield soldiers from healing, it was clear that he had been watching from the city wall for quite some time. Although Qin Shen did not know why the Kobold King did not intervene to save the elder kobolds, it was evident that through his observations, he had not only identified the shield soldiers' weaknesses but had also devised a countermeasure. A clever boss is indeed troublesome. 4. Humanoid monsters. The higher the level, the stronger the intelligence. It is basically impossible to expect them to be as foolish as ordinary monsters and be killed by the thorny halo. Qin Shen let out a long breath and his gaze became resolute. Since he couldn't take shortcuts, he would go for a direct confrontation. Now that all the super-tier bosses had been defeated, the ordinary kobolds were also too intimidated by the indiscriminate fire tornadoes to advance any further. Therefore, the only boss he truly had to face was the Kobold King. As long as he could take him down, all the resources of this underground world would be open to him. He couldn't believe that with over 600 combat units under his command, they couldn't take down a single Kobold King. With this decision made, Qin Shen changed his previously reckless strategy and began to command with more finesse. This time, he would truly treat the Kobold King as a boss to fight. Warriors, shield bearers, assassins, and mages were grouped into teams of 4 to launch a coordinated attack. The warrior was responsible for charging in and drawing attention, the shield bearer absorbed damage, the mage harassed with small fireballs, and the assassin lurked in the shadows. Although the level gap was significant, making stealth risky, it didn't matter. If discovered, they would retreat, and if not, they would strike unexpectedly, inflicting whatever damage they could. The key was to keep the enemy constantly on guard against hidden ambushes. Under Qin Shen's command, the teams never lingered in battle. They would execute their attack and then turn to flee, giving the Doghead King no chance to retaliate. If he attempted to pursue and deal damage, it was futile, as the next team was already charging at him. He could either endure the damage from the 4-man team and forcefully retaliate against the previous group, or he would have to let them go.
After retreating, the battered four-man team would rush back to the Doghead army to recover their health, then immediately return to await the next round of attacks.
Besides these teams responsible for harassment, the real key output that Chen Chen valued was the 400 archers.
Although the Doghead King had excellent
protective magic, he couldn't maintain such a strong defensive posture indefinitely, especially under the harassment of the four-man teams.
The moment he showed even the slightest vulnerability, the relentless archers would unleash explosive damage.
This tactic relied on sheer numbers to overwhelm the enemy, with over 600 damage-dealing classes. Even if it turned into a war of attrition, they would wear down the Doghead King. Faced with Chen Chen's shameless strategy, the Doghead King found himself in a
state of frantic desperation.
His skill damage was high, but he could only hit 2 or 3 targets at most each time, especially when Chen Chen had a surplus of troops. Even if he fought fiercely and took out a few four-man teams, the warriors freed up from those teams would quickly charge in to disrupt his attack rhythm. Then, new four-man teams
would come in to repeat the cycle of attrition.
Although the output from the warriors, shield bearers, and mages wasn't as explosive as the concentrated fire from the archers, the continuous damage under the heavy strike aura still inflicted significant harm on the Doghead King. His health quickly dropped by more than half due to this relentless
attrition.
After several failed attempts to break free from his predicament, the Doghead King realized that if this continued, he would eventually be worn down.
Watching these annoying ants, like cockroaches that couldn't be killed, constantly attacking him, the Doghead King's eyes filled with irritation.
He suddenly raised the steel fork in his hand, completely abandoning defense, and began to chant continuously. Although the Doghead King was a mage, he was not a dragon vein sorcerer, so casting all his skills required
chanting.
Just moments ago, when he released all his skills, his chanting speed was incredibly fast, almost comparable to instant casting. But now, this skill of his had been chanting for several seconds with no sign of stopping, and Chen Chen instantly realized that the Doghead King was about to unleash a powerful spell.
Without hesitation, Chen Chen ordered most of his troops to retreat immediately.
Although he didn't know what skill the Doghead King was about to cast, the fact that he had been chanting for so long indicated its immense power, and Chen Chen wasn't foolish enough to take the hit. However, he didn't withdraw everyone. He left behind a portion of the shield bearers
and the most mobile warriors to continue outputting damage.
This way, no matter what skill the Doghead King unleashed, he would have ample means to respond, and even in the worst-case scenario, it would only result in the loss of some shield bearers and warriors.
As the Doghead King's skill brewed, a massive dark cloud appeared in the sky of the
underground world, with countless lightning flashes resembling thunder dragons flickering within the cloud, emitting dazzling light. After brewing for a full half-minute, the
Doghead King finally unleashed his skill.
The electric light swirling in the dark clouds instantly began to strike down at ground units, and all units within the range of the dark clouds, including the Doghead King himself, became targets of these electric strikes. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning, as thick as a bowl, began to rain down
incessantly. Endless lightning of high-level magic?
Seeing the magic used by the Doghead King, Chen Chen's mind momentarily went blank.
Endless lightning belonged to high-level magic, requiring at least a level 50 mage to cast. The Doghead King was not even at level 20. How could he use such high-level magic? Although Chen Chen could see that the endless lightning used by the Doghead King had been significantly weakened and that he could not control the strike points, even putting himself at risk of being hit, it could barely be considered a poor version of endless lightning. But even if it was a poor version, it was still high-level magic. What gave him the right to use it? Just because he was a king? Chen Chen felt there was something very wrong with the Doghead King being able to cast this spell, but there was no time to dwell on his indignation. Although they were not currently within the attack range of the endless lightning, its range was mobile. While the Doghead King lacked control over the endless lightning, Chen had no doubt that he had the ability to move the magic. Otherwise, summoning such a powerful spell to strike himself would be pure foolishness. Based on the Doghead King's previous performance, Chen did not think he was a fool. He first had the archers shoot a volley of arrows at the Doghead King as a test, but as soon as the arrows entered the range of the endless lightning, they were immediately turned to ashes by the lightning. It seemed this high-level magic was not only powerful in output but also formidable in defense. After the failed attempt, Chen immediately discarded all fantasies and directly commanded his troops to start moving. However, the direction he moved in was not back the way he came. In such a vast wilderness, trying to outrun high-level magic was simply seeking death, so Chen redirected towards the Doghead army, which was also somewhat panicked. However, he did not treat the Doghead army as hostages. From the Doghead King's previous indifference to the deaths of the Doghead elders, it was clear that he was extremely ruthless. He would not hesitate to kill his own people, and taking these ordinary dogheads as hostages would be a joke to him. The reason Chen charged this way was entirely because his experience points were nearly enough to level up to 10. As long as he could kill a wave among the Doghead army, he wouldn't even need to charge in. Just letting the archers rain down a few volleys of arrows would immediately raise his level to 10. According to Chen Chen's speculation, at level 10, he would definitely gain a rare aura, and if he could draw a targeted aura, facing the endless lightning would undoubtedly become much easier. Watching his subordinates rush in to start slaughtering the dogheads, Chen Chen felt somewhat frustrated. Damn it, it had come to this again. Last time, when fighting the Goblin King, he relied on leveling up to draw an aura to cope. This time against the Doghead King, he still had to rely on leveling up to draw an aura. While there were some objective reasons for his lack of preparation and the Doghead King's strength far exceeding that of the Goblin King, the main reason was still that the farmers were somewhat weak. Although the farmers had seen a significant boost in attributes after their job change and their strength had improved tremendously under the aura's effect, the enemies Chen Chen faced were all too abnormal monsters that could not be dealt with at this stage. So even though these farmers, under the aura's influence, were comparable to top-tier units, they still felt somewhat powerless against these monstrous foes. To put it bluntly, if his troops were replaced with S-rank angels, under the enhancement of the aura effect, if he couldn't slap the Goblin King to death, then that would mean the goblin was impressive. Although Chen Chen felt a bit displeased, he had no regrets about his choice. On one hand, top-tier troop cards were too rare. Even if he cleared the entire novice world, the chances of obtaining an S-rank troop card were slim, and that slim chance was still based on the effect of the blessing of all realms. To be honest, Chen Chen had never heard of anyone obtaining an S-rank troop card in the novice world, let alone S-rank. Even the occurrences of A-rank troop cards dropping in the novice world were few and far between. Rather than gamble on such a slim chance, Chen Chen would prefer to honestly follow the farmer class transition route. On the other hand, with the Aura Lord present, he was definitely going to pursue a troop explosion strategy, but high-tier troops occupied too much territory. Population, especially S-rank troops. Not only did they require a large population, but they also needed many scarce resources, making it impossible to pursue a troop explosion route. Even if Chen Chen were given one or two top-tier troops and had to choose between them and the path of glory, he would hesitate. Additionally, there was another very important reason: other professionals, strictly speaking, were on par with the Lord class, just not as strong. However, they also had unlimited growth potential. Every 10 levels, all professionals would undergo a class trial, and upon passing, they would achieve a promotion, gaining new exclusive class skills and a significant increase in attributes. This was also the confidence that ordinary professionals had to compete with the Lord class. Even though those top-tier professionals were just exceptions, only a small number of ordinary professionals with both luck and strength could reach that level. It still indicated that the upper limit of ordinary classes was also very high. And since both were class transitions, Chen Chen's farmers even had to spend an extra 100 gold coins. It made no sense for them to be able to undergo trials while his farmers could not. Once Chen Chen's farmers also had class trials, it would mean that his farmers could also have unlimited growth potential. Chen Chen didn't expect his farmers to reach the strength of the strongest professionals, as long as they had half the strength of those top-tier professionals. Relying on the numerical advantage of farmers in his territory, he could ensure that no one on the battlefield of all realms would be his opponent. If he also factored in the enhancement of aura skills, Chen Chen felt that he could stand before all the races and loudly say, "I'm not targeting anyone, all of you here are trash." As for whether farmers could have class trials, Chen Chen had no doubt. If farmers couldn't have class trials, and the barracks could only produce an E-rank professional, then what would that be called? Human glory? It might as well be called the human sewer. However, what Chen Chen was uncertain about was the form that this class trial would take. Logically, the trial tasks should be completed by the professionals themselves, but since the farmer's class transition was brought about by their own path of glory, he felt that this class trial might ultimately require him to complete the tasks himself. But that was fine. Otherwise, with so many troops under his command, if they all had to do trial tasks one by one, it would be a hassle. Just as Chen Chen was speculating about how the class trial would appear, his farmers quickly gathered enough experience for him to level up. Seeing the moment his level increased, Chen Chen immediately opened the aura page. 1. Durability aura, rare. 2. Speed aura, rare. 3. Tenacity aura, rare. Durability aura, level 1. All allied units' movement speed increases by 100%, and attack speed increases by 50%. Rapid aura, level 1. All allied unit skills are accelerated tenfold. Resilient aura, level 1. All allied units' resilience is increased tenfold. As expected, the 3 level 10 auras are all of rare quality. The durability aura has appeared once before, and its effect is quite clear. From the skill description, it enhances movement speed and attack speed. Originally deemed the most useless skill due to its low values, under 100-fold amplification, this aura suddenly possesses a kind of numerical beauty. The rapid aura reduces skill cooldown times, and unlike traditional cooldown reduction, skill acceleration has no maximum limit of 70% cooldown reduction. Theoretically, you could make the cooldown time approach zero infinitely through skill acceleration, but that remains theoretical. The higher the skill acceleration value, the smaller the returns. Chen Chen only remembers that 100 skill acceleration is equivalent to 50% cooldown reduction, and 900 skill acceleration is equivalent to 90% cooldown reduction. He hasn't calculated beyond that. Cooldown reduction equals 100/100 plus skill acceleration. In any case, this is also a very practical aura. For mages, having this aura combined with the glorious aura is akin to having unlimited firepower. Unfortunately, the mage in Chen Shen's hands is currently too weak, so he can only pass on this aura for now. As for the last one, the resilient aura that enhances resilience is also a good skill. Resilience not only reduces the duration of control skills on oneself but also increases one's resistance to interference. If the resilience is high enough, it can even achieve a pseudo-invulnerability effect. It is not only the core attribute for shield warriors but also has significant effects for other classes. Excluding the skill that Chen Chen directly passed on, the remaining two auras are very helpful for dealing with endless lightning. The strongest aspect of the endless lightning spell is not the direct damage from the lightning but the fact that the lightning strikes can trigger an electrification effect. While in an electrified state, the lightning damage taken will increase, and the most terrifying part is that the electrification effect can stack under the endless lightning state. This means that the damage from the lightning strikes will increase with each hit. If the electrification effect continues to stack, even a dragon could be directly struck down by a single bolt of lightning in the end. With increased resilience, the duration of abnormal states on oneself can be significantly reduced. If resilience is increased tenfold, it's hard to say for other classes, but at least in this weakened version of endless lightning, it would definitely not be easy to strike down a shield warrior who already has resilience bonuses. So, if Chen Chen chooses the resilient aura, he could have the shield warrior withstand the lightning from endless lightning and go in to kill the Kobold King. However, after pondering for a moment, Chen Chen ultimately chose the durability aura. The durability aura is a very comprehensive skill. The movement speed and attack speed it provides can be used not only in battle but also in daily life. With the effect of doubling speed, farmers can save half the time when gathering resources, not to mention the added attack speed boost. Therefore, this is a very versatile aura in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, and because of this, its initial attributes are set so low. When this aura appeared before, if it weren't for the more important value of the lifesteal aura, he would have definitely chosen the durability aura directly. Now, regardless of which aura the Kobold King chooses, it won't hinder his defeat, so Chen Chen naturally won't miss the durability aura this time. After choosing the durability aura, Chen Chen had no intention of saving skill points this time. He directly allocated the skill points gained from leveling up to the durability aura, upgrading it to level 2. Durability aura, level 2. All allied units movement speed increases by 200 and attack speed is increased by 100%. With a doubled movement speed, Chen Chen still couldn't fully guarantee that his army could outrun the endless lightning speed, but if it were tripled, what could a weakened high-level spell do to catch them? The damage from the lightning was hard to withstand, so he wouldn't. Right now, he relied on his high speed to escape directly. If they wanted to strike him, they would have to catch up with him first. The endless lightning wasn't infinite. Once it ended, he would immediately return to fight. He didn't believe that a high-level spell like this could be casually used by the Goblin King, even if he was 2 tiers stronger. The king had to adhere to the basic laws of magic. As long as the Goblin King couldn't cast high-level spells anymore, Chen Chen was sure that with the endurance aura's boost, he would kill him at the fastest speed possible. From the beginning, Chen Chen had spent quite a bit of time slaughtering ordinary goblins and then choosing auras. Based on the endless lightning's movement speed, if the Goblin King wanted to strike Chen Chen dead immediately, the storm clouds would have already caught up with them. However, until Chen Chen finished selecting his auras, the storm clouds remained stationary, showing no signs of movement. This wasn't because the Goblin King couldn't move the storm clouds. As a spellcaster, although this magic was somewhat beyond his control, moving the storm clouds within a range was still possible. The reason he didn't move the storm clouds wasn't due to inability but rather because he couldn't. The Goblin King initially thought that after casting the endless lightning, Chen Chen would either withdraw his entire army from the lightning's range or push everyone forward, gambling on killing him before being struck dead. He would have welcomed either choice. If they chose to retreat from the lightning's range, their movement speed would definitely be slower than the storm clouds, allowing him to easily catch up and strike down those somewhat powerful ants. If they chose to forcefully attack him within the endless lightning's range, he wouldn't be afraid either. Although the endless lightning spell exceeded his control, making it impossible for him to precisely direct where the lightning struck, sometimes even hitting him, he could still exert some influence as the spellcaster. At the very least, he could reduce the frequency of lightning strikes aimed at him. Once his super high resilience effect activated, it would soon be cleared, and without the stacking electric effect, his magic resistance meant that no matter how the lightning struck, it wouldn't cause him significant harm. In contrast, Chen Chen and his group didn't enjoy such treatment. As soon as they entered the storm cloud's range, lightning would continuously strike them. With the stacking electric effect, no matter how many of them there were, they would be struck down before getting close to him. The Goblin King had already anticipated these two scenarios before casting the spell. In his view, Chen Chen had no other choice. However, what he never expected was that Chen Chen chose a third option. He withdrew everyone, but those who were originally by his side continued to attack him relentlessly, putting him in an awkward position. He was currently channeling the endless lightning, unable to defend or dodge during its duration, and could only endure the attacks from these shield soldiers. Although their damage wasn't particularly high, the occasional heavy strike damage was something he couldn't ignore. If he ignored these attacking shield soldiers to let the storm clouds chase after Chen Chan's main force, then without the threat of lightning, the shield soldiers could output damage without restraint and would eventually wear him down. But if he let the storm clouds stay in place, only striking those few shield soldiers, it would waste the skill's duration and also affect the time it took for the storm clouds to catch up with Chen Chan and the others. Therefore, looking at the dozens of shield soldiers who disregarded the lightning damage and persistently slapped their shields against his face, the Goblin King found himself in a difficult position. However, for the sake of his own life, the dog-headed king hesitated for a moment and ultimately chose to first cleave down these shield soldiers. Even though these shield-bearing troops had damage reduction and terrifying lifesteal abilities, with the endless lightning strikes electrifying them, they could quickly stack the lightning damage to a level that could kill them instantly. After all, with the speed of the thunderclouds, catching up to Chen Chen and the others would definitely not be a problem, and even if it took a little time, it wouldn't matter. Once he made his decision, the dog-headed king decided to ignore Chen Chen and the others for now and focused on dealing with the shield soldiers in front of him. Under his full influence, the frequency of lightning strikes aimed at the shield soldiers began to increase, and under the effect of the electrification, the damage jumping from them became increasingly terrifying. Soon, the damage caused by the lightning had already surpassed their lifesteal rate, and just as they were about to be cleaved to death due to their inability to recover health, these shield soldiers suddenly erupted with unparalleled speed, swinging their shields like windmills, frantically slapping at the dog-headed lord. In just a second, the dog-headed king was even struck several times in succession by the same shield soldier. Their health, which had already dropped to the bottom, was instantly restored amidst this frenzied assault. Although these shield soldiers did not inflict fatal damage on the dog-headed king due to his extremely high constitution and resilience, their frenzied attack speed still left him somewhat dumbfounded. Were these really the clumsy shield soldiers? Such a fast attack speed, let alone shield soldiers, even agile assassins wouldn't be able to keep up. Fortunately, this frenzied speed of the shield soldiers only lasted for a short while. Under the stacking effect of the electrification, the lightning damage quickly exceeded their health limits, and a bolt of lightning struck down, directly taking away all their health points. Even the fastest lifesteal rate was useless against such terrifying damage. Seeing these shield soldiers cleave to death, the dog-headed king touched his slightly loosened teeth and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Such a violent attack speed was indeed a bit frightening. If they hadn't died, he suspected that he might be the one to die next. Considering that these shield soldiers only erupted when their health was about to run out, the dog-headed king thought that such a frenzied attack speed should be their dying skill. Although the dying skill was a bit too strong, as a life-saving technique that could only be used when on the brink of death, it seemed somewhat acceptable. It was just a pity that even such a strong life-saving skill could not save them from the endless lightning. Thinking of this, the dog-headed king couldn't help but feel fortunate about his wise decision to use endless lightning, and dealing with these annoying flies in front of him also lifted his spirits. Proudly, he began to manipulate the thunderclouds to move, wanting to catch up to Chen Chen and the others. However, when he looked out over the battlefield, he couldn't help but be stunned. Where are they? Before those shield soldiers erupted, the dog-headed king had been distractedly keeping an eye on Chen Chen and their position. He remembered that Chen Chen and the others were just fighting with his army, so how could they have disappeared in such a short time? Could it be that those shield soldiers had knocked him silly, and a long time had passed? But that didn't make sense. Even if those shield soldiers erupted, they couldn't possibly last long under the endless lightning. Moreover, there was still plenty of time left for the endless lightning skill. It couldn't have been a long time. The dog-headed king instinctively raised his head to look into the distance. Originally, this was just a subconscious action in his confusion, and he didn't expect to find Chen Chen and the others. Then he saw a group of somewhat blurry figures standing at the edge of the battlefield. From the illuminating spells continuously flying from above their heads, those figures were indeed Chen Chen and his group. How did they end up there? The dog-headed king was somewhat puzzled, but soon he gave himself a reasonable explanation. It must be a group teleportation scroll. Thinking of this, the dog-headed king couldn't help but snort coldly. He never expected that these humans actually had such good things, yet after using such a treasure, they still didn't know to run and even dare to stay in place. Were they waiting for his magic to end? However, they were underestimating high-level magic too much. A spell that cost him such a great price was not something that could simply be ended. Since they hadn't left, they might as well not leave at all. The thundercloud formed by the endless lightning rushed towards Chen Chen and his group at an extremely fast speed, and all life along the way lost its existence under the endless lightning. Just as the thundercloud was about to catch up with Chen Chen and the others, Chen Chen led his army to make a turn and ran towards them around the thundercloud, seeking death. Due to the distance, the dog-headed king couldn't discern the speed of Chen Shan and his group, so seeing Chen Shan rushing over, he felt no ripple in his heart. With these humans, they thought they could outrun high-level magic. It was simply wishful thinking. The dog-headed king directly manipulated the thundercloud to change direction and began to chase after Chen Shan and his group, only to find that the thundercloud couldn't catch up. Realizing this, the dog-headed king was instantly filled with terror. No one knew better than him, the user, the movement speed of high-level magic. If even the thundercloud couldn't catch up with Chen Shan, how fast must their movement speed be? Soon, the dog-headed king saw just how fast Chen Shan and his group were moving. They had originally been outside the battlefield, but in just a few seconds, they appeared right in front of him. Damn it, daring to let the thundercloud chase this far, kill him for me. Chen Shan, who had left the thundercloud far behind, originally planned to wait until the endless thundercloud ended before dealing with the dog-headed king. However, he didn't expect this dog-headed king to be so arrogant, letting the thundercloud chase so far. Since it was like this, he couldn't be blamed for not following the rules of combat. Taking advantage of the thundercloud not returning yet, he decided to hammer him first. After all, the thundercloud couldn't catch up with them. They could just finish fighting and run away when the thundercloud came back. No matter how it was calculated, they wouldn't lose out. When he made his move, Chen Shan didn't think he could kill the dog-headed king in such a short time. He just slightly underestimated the 100% attack speed bonus. With 400 archers shooting continuously under the 100% attack speed bonus, the arrows shot out were almost forming a straight line. Unable to dodge, the dog-headed king saw his health drop drastically in the face of such a frenzied attack speed. To make matters worse, as he was using high-level magic beyond his level, after the magic ended, he would fall into an absolutely weakened state, with all attributes dropping by 80%, which made him hesitate about whether to interrupt the magic. But seeing the archer's output was too terrifying, all his life-saving equipment was triggered one after another. If he continued to channel the magic, it was very likely that he wouldn't survive the arrows before the thundercloud returned. Therefore, the dog-headed king couldn't care about the backlash of the magic anymore and immediately interrupted the endless lightning's channeling, wanting to release a displacement or shield spell to save his life. However, every time he released endless lightning, it could solve his opponents, which led him to have never been attacked in a weakened state, making him overestimate his strength after his attributes were reduced by 80%. The moment he interrupted the endless lightning, his attributes plummeted to the bottom. The arrows, which were already terrifying in damage, now had their damage increased significantly, and what made him even more desperate was that the speed at which he could cast spells in a weakened state was far from comparable to usual. Therefore, before he could use any skills, the continuous arrows directly emptied his health. Is this how I die? Looking at the notification of the battle report, Chen Shan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Although the real effect of 100% attack speed bonus was indeed somewhat terrifying, wasn't the Doghead King dying a bit too easily? To be honest, the Doghead King was undoubtedly strong, but throughout the fight, he only showcased magical means, which made Chen Shan feel like something was missing. The Goblin King had a second transformation, and even the non-monarch level bosses like the Dragon Body Doghead and Dragon Vein Sorcerer had second transformations. Why did the Doghead King die so simply? Especially with that trident in his hand, which looked like a melee killing weapon. It seemed he never used it even once, as if it were a staff. Could it be that the Doghead King was really just a mage? Although Chen Shan felt somewhat puzzled, the Doghead King was already dead, and pondering these things was meaningless. The most important thing now was to count the spoils. He ordered his troops to clean up the remaining dogheads while he opened his inventory. It had to be said that the Doghead Kingdom truly lived up to its reputation as a wealthy race, making one envious. Compared to them, the Goblin King was practically a pauper. Excluding the Doghead King, the Monarch-level boss, just the 10 Lord-level monsters from the Doghead Elders dropped 23 pieces of orange gear for Chen Shan. In the novice world of the multiverse battlefield, these top-tier orange items were practically like cabbages in his hands. Among these 23 pieces of orange gear, 10 were armors made from the scales shed by dragons. Although the protective focuses of these dragon scale armors varied, their basic attributes were quite similar, likely crafted by the same blacksmith. The abundance of dragon scale armors also indirectly confirmed Chen Shan's previous speculation that the Doghead Kingdom must have contact with dragons and a close relationship at that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to obtain so many dragon scales. However, the dragons should not be within the Doghead Kingdom. Otherwise, when faced with such a significant crisis, the dragons behind them would surely have appeared. With the confirmation that the dragons were not present, Chen Shan felt a bit more at ease and continued to check the remaining equipment. Strictly speaking, orange equipment attributes were not lacking. It was just that Chen Shan had too many orange items in hand, so among these orange items, there were only a few that caught his special attention. The first was a shield dropped by a dragon body doghead. Among the 20-some orange items, this was the only orange shield. Shield of destruction rank, orange type. Weapon/armor attributes: Constitution plus 400 skill, Destruction Strike. Attacking an enemy will cause an armor breaking effect, increasing damage by 10% for each armor break effect, up to 5 stacks. Evaluation: the best defense is offense, shatter their armor and sever their heads. To be honest, the attributes of this equipment were quite average, even somewhat lacking. When the Destruction Strike stacks were maxed out, it could increase damage by 50%, which sounded like a lot, but the problem was, you had to consider who the damage was being added to. The damage of shield soldiers was already low. Even if you increased their damage by 50%, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Unless this equipment was given to some special hidden class of shield soldiers, otherwise, it can only be considered a very average piece of orange gear. However, for Chen Chen, this equipment could be just right, as the Thorn Aura's counterattack didn't consider the shield soldier's damage but rather the opponent's damage. With a 200% damage rebound from the Thorn Aura plus the 50% damage increase, if the opponent was unaware and swung with all their might, even a slight reduction in health could lead to their own demise. With a single stroke, he killed himself. The scene was simply too beautiful. The reason this piece of equipment caught Chen Chen's attention was that among all the gear, this was the only shield, while the second piece of equipment that piqued his interest was a warrior's exclusive item. Blade of Fury rank, orange type, weapon attributes: Strength plus 300, Constitution plus 200 skill, Blood Fury. The duration of the Fury skill is increased by 100%. In a Fury state, for every 1% of health lost, attack speed increases by 1%. Evaluation: I smell it, the taste of blood. The original duration of the warrior's Fury skill was 3 minutes, but with Blood Fury, the duration was directly extended to 6 minutes. The most crucial part was that under the effect of Blood Fury, losing health would also increase attack speed. If combined with the attack speed boost from the durability aura, the peasant warriors would be swinging their arms like they were on fire. The only slight regret was that, although the peasants had transitioned to the warrior class, they were not true professionals, so they couldn't earn skill points when leveling up, and thus couldn't enhance the duration or reduce the cooldown of the Fury skill through leveling. However, Chen Chen didn't mind this too much. After all, his peasants had never relied on skills to make a living. For them, skill levels were merely embellishments. If they could be improved, that was great, but if not, it was no big deal. There was no need to force it. After a moment of reflection, Chen Chen continued to check the next piece of equipment. The third item, like the first two, was also an exclusive piece, but this one belonged to assassins. Shadow Blade rank, orange type, weapon attributes: Agility plus 400 skills, Shadow Stealth, Shadow Strike. The stealth skill is replaced with Shadow Stealth, enhancing the concealment effect, making it undetectable by means other than counter stealth. Shadow Strike: when attacking from a shadow state, damage is tripled. Cannot stack. With Shadow Break Strike. Evaluation: I come from the shadows, I represent death. This dagger could be said to be the assassin's artifact, as it enhanced the assassin's signature skill, stealth. Even without Shadow Strike, it would still be the best assassin weapon at this stage. Moreover, it came with a damage skill that exceeded that of Shadow Break Strike. With the dual skill enhancement, it could truly be called the dream dagger of assassins. Unfortunately, for Chen Chen, it wasn't of much use. Although he had assassins under his command, they didn't rely heavily on stealth, so he could only say that the attributes were quite good but not suitable for him. However, with the Shadow Strike skill, it could still be used by the assassins under him. When the time came that his assassins no longer needed this equipment and it was time to retire it, he figured there would be someone in the trading market who could afford it. After considering the future path of the Shadow Blade, Chen Chen turned to the last piece of equipment. This was a staff, dropped by an old elder, and unlike the other gear, this one caught Chen Chen's attention purely because its stats were strong enough. Flame Burst Staff rank, orange type, weapon attributes: Spirit plus 500 skills, Fire's Joy, Fire Burst, Fire Penetration. Fire's Joy: when casting fire magic, the level automatically increases by 1. Limited to low-level magic. Fire Burst: all targeted magic will explode upon hitting the target, increasing the damage taken by the target and spreading the damage to nearby enemies. Limited to low-level fire magic. Fire Penetration: all fire spells ignore 20% of the enemy's spell resistance. Evaluation: when you are enveloped by the bursting flames, you will understand that art is nothing but an explosion. Powerful equipment doesn't necessarily have 3 skills, but equipment with 3 skills is definitely strong. One can only say that the Kobold Elder is indeed generous. An item with 3 traits is impressive. If it weren't for the low-level magic restrictions on the first 2 traits, its quality would not be orange but at least epic. If this staff were given to a fire-specialized mage, it would surely show you what true artistry looks like. Although the mages under Chen Chen currently only know a small fireball spell, it doesn't matter. Once the farmers complete their trials and gain new skills, this staff will eventually come in handy. After checking all this equipment, Chen Chen directly distributed it to the professionals under his command for them to use first. As for putting it on the trading market, that can wait. This group of professionals is simply too poor. The orange gear he previously listed on the trading market still hasn't attracted anyone who can afford it. Therefore, these items can only be used for now, and when the market's leaks grow a bit stronger, he can come back to harvest these orange items later. After handling all this equipment, Chen Shen began to examine the main prize from this haul, which was the loot from the death of the Kobold King. First, as a monarch-level boss, even if it wasn't a first kill, he still provided Chen Shen with 3 extremely valuable skill points and 10 free attribute points. Next was the equipment he dropped, the first being the 3-pronged steel fork he had been holding. Punishment fork. Weapon, grade, orange type, weapon attributes, strength plus 500 skills, form transformation, shattering strike, lights punishment form transformation. The magic martial fork has dual forms, switching to magic form increases magic damage by 30%, while switching to martial form increases physical damage by 30%. Form switch cooldown, 60s, lights punishment. The punishment fork carries 30% holy light damage. Shattering strike. When using the magic martial fork to attack, there is a 3% chance to ignore all of the target's defenses. Punishment fork, magic, attributes, spirit plus 500 skills, form transformation, lights punishment, energy overload form transformation, slight lights punishment, slight energy overload, when casting spells, increases spell critical damage by 20%. Evaluation, an equipment crafted by a master blacksmith, imitating the weapon of a legendary judge from the Holy Light Church. Unfortunately, he couldn't grasp the essence, ultimately creating a failed product with dual forms. This was the first time Chen Shen had seen a weapon capable of form transformation. Each form, whether taken individually, is not weak, but the fact that only one form can exist at a time makes it seem a bit flashy. If both forms could coexist, its grade would not just be orange. However, the evaluation stating this is a failed product seems a bit excessive. Both forms enhance output to the extreme, with the ability to ignore all of the target's defenses and a 20% spell critical hit. Just these 2 attributes alone, placed in orange gear, would definitely be T1 level. It shouldn't be considered a failure. This equipment is best suited for a dual specialized professional. Otherwise, it somewhat wastes the dual attributes of the item. Unfortunately, Chen Shen doesn't have such talent under his command, so after some thought, he decided to list it on the trading market. Who knows, there might be a leak that fits perfectly and it could motivate them a bit more. Heart of Elements, Lightning, Grade, None Type, Special Item Skills, Elemental Fusion Attributes, Elemental Affinity. +1, additional lightning element affinity +2 elemental fusion. Can choose to fuse the Heart of Elements with oneself. After fusion, it will transform into elemental bloodline, reducing spell casting requirements by 20% and gaining the ability Elemental Burst. Elemental Eruption, resonating with the elemental bloodline within oneself, allows for the use of magic beyond one's level. After the elemental eruption ends, all attributes are reduced by 80%. Evaluation, this is the heart left behind after the death of an elemental spirit. Upon choosing to merge with it, you will become a half-elemental being. After looking at this elemental heart, Chen Shen finally understood why the dog-headed king lacked transformation abilities. To merge with this elemental heart, he must have completely removed the already thin dragon bloodline from his body. What puzzled Chen Shen was that there was clearly a dragon behind the dog-headed kingdom. Under the circumstances of becoming a dragon subordinate, awakening the dragon bloodline shouldn't be too difficult, at least not for a dog-headed king of his caliber. Why then did the dog-headed king choose to go the long way around and merge with an elemental heart? In terms of growth potential, the elemental body cannot compare to the dragon bloodline, and the dog-headed people's attitude towards dragons should be one of fervent devotion. How could the dog-headed king bear to remove the dragon bloodline? Considering this, and recalling how the dog-headed king had previously stood by while the dog-headed elders perished, Chen Shen felt that the dog-headed kingdom was not as peaceful as it seemed, and that the dog-headed king he had killed was likely an anomaly among his kind. Although Chen Shen's mind instantly conjured up enough material to write a multi-million-word epic about the power struggles of kingdoms, with the dog-headed kingdom now destroyed by him, any grudges or enmities they had were no longer important. However, this elemental heart was indeed a valuable item. Once he had farmers under his command who could change classes to hidden professions like Thunder Mage, he could use this heart for merging. Even if he didn't merge it, this elemental heart was still a high-grade material, useful for crafting equipment or recruiting high-tier troops, making it extremely versatile and far more valuable than orange equipment. Besides these 2 items, the dog-headed king also dropped a piece of quite good orange armor and a dragon tooth horn. Ruler's chestplate grade. Orange type, armor attributes, stamina plus 500, strength plus 200 skill, Ruler's Majesty, when health first drops below 50%, it will quickly restore 20% of maximum health. When health is below 10%, a shield that immunizes against all damage will be generated, lasting for 0.5 seconds. Evaluation, a ruler does not fall to ambushes. Dragon tooth horn grade, orange type. Treasure attributes, all attributes plus 200 skill, Dragon's Roar, blowing the horn will emit the roar of a dragon, causing all units that hear the roar to be affected by dragon might, reducing all attributes by 10 to 20%. Evaluation, a horn made from the teeth of a fallen dragon, the sound it produces carries a hint of dragon might. The attributes of the ruler's chestplate were quite good, so Chen Chen put it on directly. As for the dragon tooth horn, upon seeing it, Chen Chen realized why the dog-headed king could still unleash dragon might despite lacking a dragon bloodline. It was because he had an item on him. However, one thing puzzled Chen Chen. What kind of dragon was behind the dog-headed kingdom? It had lost teeth and scales, and he remembered that dragons typically do not shed teeth. So where did this tooth come from? Was it knocked out by someone? Although Chen Chen was curious about the dragon behind the dog-headed kingdom, now was not the time to investigate. After exterminating the dog-headed people, he immediately began to loot within the dog-headed king's city. At first, there were vast amounts of ore resources and gold coins. Among the ore resources, not only were there ordinary stones and iron ores, but Chen also scavenged a considerable amount of advanced resources like fine iron. In addition, in the goblin's treasury, Chen found some rare resources. He gathered them all together and counted a total of 3 holy light stones, 12 magic crystals, 15 sulfur, 13 mercury, 20 energy stones, and 72 source crystals. With these source crystals, combined with those previously dropped by the Goblin King and the Goblin Elders, the number of source crystals in Chen Chen's hands finally exceeded 3 digits for the first time. As for those rare resources, they had many uses. Not only did high-level buildings require them, but even recruiting high-tier troops needed them. For instance, holy light stones and magic crystals were essential materials for recruiting angels, while sulfur, mercury, and magic crystals could be used to recruit dragons. Of course, these materials were universal. Besides dragons and angels, there were many other top-tier troops of the same attributes that also required these materials for recruitment. Thus, these rare resources were truly hard currency in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. The only pity was that these resources were somewhat too scarce. Even boss monsters did not drop them. Generally, they could only be found by scavenging chests and warehouses. Therefore, even with the effect of the blessing of the 10,000 realms, Chen could not obtain these high-level resources in large quantities. Fortunately, Chen did not need to recruit top-tier troops, so his demand for these resources was not that great. If it was just for building constructions, given his speed in clearing monsters, the high-level resources he scavenged would be more than enough. In addition to resources, Chen also obtained many blueprints and scrolls. Together with the blueprints he had previously obtained from the Goblin King and others, he decided to look at them all together. Blueprint of the Giant Rock Wall *1 Blueprint of the Spirit Field *27 Blueprint of the Eye of Spirit Energy *1 Blueprint of the Blacksmith Shop *1 Blueprint of the Quarry *3 Blueprint of the Lord's Castle *1 Blueprint of the Spirit Spring *1 Blueprint of Automatic Irrigation *1 Blueprint of Underground Water System *1 Return Scroll *1 Blueprint of Golden Barley Wine *1 Recovery Scroll *10. This time, Chen harvest of blueprints could be considered a great success as he obtained a total of 27 Spirit Field blueprints. Moreover, in addition to the Spirit Field, there were even matching blueprints for the Spirit Spring and Irrigation, which meant his territory could really start a farm now. The only thing missing was seeds. The Giant Rock Wall blueprint was the wall blueprint that Chen had been longing for. Looking at the description, the attributes were quite good. It could condense the materials used for building the wall into a whole. The better the materials used, the higher the wall's sturdiness would be, and it should be of the same type as the Goblin King's city wall. Chen decided that when he left, he would dismantle the Goblin city wall and take the materials back. Once his territory reached level 10, he would use these materials to build his own wall. The Eye of Spirit Energy and the Lord's Castle blueprints both belonged to the transformation category. The Eye of Spirit Energy was used to upgrade watchtowers into Eyes of Spirit Energy, which not only had a larger coverage area but could also detect invisible and disguised units, making it very practical for the territory. The Lord's Castle could transform the Lord's Hall into a Lord's Castle, greatly enhancing the defense of the upgraded Lord's Castle and additionally granting the ability to control all functional buildings within the territory. For example, if Chen wanted to sell something in the future, he wouldn't need to go to the trading market. He could directly list items for sale in the Lord's Castle. Of course, this was not the greatest advantage of the Lord's Castle. Its biggest advantage was its luxurious appearance and comfortable living conditions. In simple terms, it looked good and was comfortable to live in. Although these two advantages had no practical value, they provided emotional value to the Lord, which already surpassed that of most buildings. After all, a lord without a castle can't really be called a lord. As for the underground water system, it belongs to the category of living structures. It doesn't have any powerful attributes, but it's an indispensable part of a complete territory. Chen already had a blacksmith shop and a quarry, so there wasn't much to say about those. However, the Golden Ale blueprint surprised Chen a bit because it required spirit wheat among its materials, indicating that the brewed Golden Ale would definitely have additional attributes. Unfortunately, Chen didn't have the brewing materials for now, so he could only store it away for later, planning to brew it once he got some spirit wheat seeds. Besides these items, the biggest gain for Chen was acquiring another return scroll. Previously, he had obtained 3 from the Goblin King, which had already surprised him, and he didn't expect to find another one in the Doghead Kingdom. The return scrolls in the battlefield of 10,000 realms allowed for extremely quick returns, no matter what danger he encountered outside the territory. As long as he tore one up, he had a high chance of saving his life. Now that he had one more return scroll, his life-saving options had increased. Although he might not necessarily use this scroll, it's something you can do without but can't afford to lack. Who knows what one might encounter in the battlefield of 10,000 realms? It's always wise to have more life-saving options when venturing out. After counting these gains, the remaining items like recovery scrolls and various potions were of little use to Chun Chen. He merely glanced at them before tossing them into his inventory, planning to sell them in the trading market later. After gathering all the spoils in the entire Doghead Kingdom, what needed to be dismantled and taken away was taken, and hundreds of ordinary farmers swarmed like locusts, starting to collect everything they could bring back to the territory. The only thing that left Chun Chen feeling a bit regretful was that, based on the equipment information, there should be a pretty powerful blacksmith in the Doghead Kingdom capable of crafting dragon scale gear. Unfortunately, he couldn't find him in the Doghead Kingdom. He didn't know if he had died in battle or simply wasn't there. Otherwise, if he could capture him and bring him back to the territory, his blacksmith shop would have a place to shine. However, the probability of a monster tribe having a living profession was already low, so since he didn't find him, Chun Chen decided not to dwell on it any longer. Just as Chun Chen was scanning the Doghead Kingdom, trying to see if there was anything else worth taking, one of his assassins rushed over to report that a mine tunnel had been discovered within the Doghead Kingdom. A mine tunnel in the kingdom? Chun Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this news. The Dogheads loved mining, but even if they did, there was no need to dig a mine tunnel in the royal city, right? If the enemy discovered the existence of this tunnel, they could directly enter the Doghead Kingdom through it. What would be the point of having walls then? Chun Chen's intuition told him that this mine tunnel must have issues, so he immediately gathered his troops. Aside from leaving a small number of archers behind, the rest followed him down the strange mine tunnel. The mine tunnel underground was built in a very Doghead style, wide, winding, and filled with traps. However, after enhancing the life aura, Chun Chen's army simply plowed through these traps. What traps? Under the 60-fold constitution bonus of the life aura, they were all just clouds. Thanks to the durability aura, after ignoring these traps, Chun Chen's marching speed was very fast. However, there was one thing that puzzled Chun Chen: the direction of the mine tunnel kept extending downward. This was already the underground world, and after walking for so long, it was still going down. Where exactly was this leading? Was it going to send him straight to the Earth's core, only to be met with a wave of magma that would wipe them all out? Although he knew that the world of the battlefield of 10,000 realms was vast, and that reaching the Earth's core wouldn't be easy, the long descent still made Chun Chen feel a bit anxious. Just then, the assassin who had been scouting ahead reported new information, saying that the mine had come to an end. After exiting the mine, Chun Chen discovered that this tunnel actually connected to an underground world. This made the corners of his mouth twitch. What kind of place was the battlefield of 10,000 realms, where the underground world was layered? He had never heard of such a vast underground world in the novice realm of the battlefield before. Unlike the underground world where the dog-headed king resided, this layer of the underground world appeared much brighter. This was not because there were many luminescent plants growing here, but because there were numerous flowing rivers of lava. The red glowing lava flowed slowly through the channels, looking just like real rivers, illuminating the entire underground world brilliantly. Chun Chen was mistaken, but not entirely. This was not the Earth's core, but there was indeed lava. Looking at the scalding lava, Chun Chen instinctively warned his soldiers to be careful. Although he didn't know if his warriors could withstand the damage from falling into the lava, there was no need to risk their lives to find out. Perhaps due to the presence of lava in this layer of the underground world, the plants he could see were very few. However, there were some creatures resembling crocodiles in the lava. After casually ordering the archers to kill 2 of them, he found they were only level 5 and didn't even give experience, so he lost interest in hunting them further. Continuing along the lava river, Chun Chen soon discovered that both the mine and the river led into a massive cave. He initially didn't pay much attention. Such caves were abundant in the underground world, and this one was just slightly larger. Chun Chen thought this cave might just be a passage, and he would quickly exit from another side. However, the moment he stepped into the cave, he received a notification. You have entered the territory of the dragon. Under the influence of dragon might, all your attributes are reduced by 50%. At the moment the notification popped up, Chun Chen froze in place. This time, it wasn't just him being stunned, it was a fear that surged from his bloodline, instantly arising from the depths of his heart. This fear gripped his heart tightly, making him feel as if he would die in the next second. Chun Chen took a deep breath, trying to suppress the fear within him. Only then did he realize that this sudden surge of fear made his body tremble slightly. Is this the might of an adult dragon? Previously, because the dragon-blooded dog-headed people emitted a rather weak dragon might, Chun Chen subconsciously thought that dragon might was merely a status skill that weakened attributes. He never expected that facing a true dragon would be so terrifying. It wasn't just a reduction in attributes, it was a suppression of his bloodline. One could only say that it was worthy of being a top-tier creature. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, far beyond what a dog-headed person with a trace of dragon blood could contend with. As for the dragon troops in the hands of other lords, in front of an adult dragon, they could only be considered as mere cubs that hadn't even grown their fur. Perhaps in the future, the dragons under their command could grow to this level, but for now, they didn't even have the qualification to take a glance at an adult dragon. Chen Chen looked at the combat troops under his command. Although they were gripping their weapons tightly, their slightly trembling forms indicated that they were not in much better shape than he was. In this state, let alone having a 50% reduction in attributes, even without it, they would find it difficult to exert their full strength in the face of a dragon. Fortunately, Chen Chen was not here to slay dragons, so he calmed himself for a while. Once his body returned to normal, he finally raised his head to look ahead. In the center of the cave, there was a massive pool of magma, where the flowing magma from outside seemed to converge. Unlike the relatively calm magma outside, the magma in the pool was exceptionally active, bubbling like boiling water, with countless bubbles bursting and reforming on the surface. The popping sounds of the bubbles, even from such a distance, reached Chen Chen's ears. Clearly, at the center of the boiling magma pool was a stone platform that looked somewhat small, upon which lay a colossal figure. Although Chen Chen was still quite far from that figure, he instinctively held his breath and cautiously observed. Crawling on the stone platform was a red dragon, its dark red scales indistinguishable from the color of the flowing magma. The only difference was that the dragon's scales emitted a faint metallic sheen, forming numerous smooth, dark patterns across its body. From his observation, Chen Chen estimated that the red dragon was at least over 100 meters long, a true behemoth. It was precisely because of its enormous size that the stone platform beneath it appeared somewhat small. What puzzled Chen Chen was that, although the platform seemed cramped for the red dragon, it had nearly retracted its wings and tail to the limit to lie on it. This position resembled a tall person lying on a small bed, or if they didn't curl up, their limbs would hang off the edge, clearly not a suitable posture for rest. Logically, a dragon in the underground world should have no rivals, it could rest wherever it pleased. So why choose such a small platform? It couldn't possibly be to guard some treasure, could it? After this thought crossed his mind, Chen Chen quickly dismissed it. From his vantage point, the entire cave was visible, and apart from the stone platform beneath the dragon, there was nothing but boiling magma, not even a strangely shaped stone, let alone anything else unusual. Thus, the possibility of a treasure being present was quite low. If it wasn't to guard a treasure, then why was it staying here? In addition to this confusion, there was something else that felt very off. To Chen Chen, judging by the size of this red dragon, it had to be an adult. According to Chen Chen's understanding of the five-colored dragons, an adult red dragon would be at least level 80. However, the problem was that in the novice world of the 10,000 Realms battlefield, the maximum level for lords was only 20. Beyond that, they had to roll back to the main world. As for wild monsters, the highest level was only 30. Even if you broke the limit, you could barely reach level 40, which was already the extreme. Therefore, in Chen Chen's original assumption, the dragon behind the Kobold Kingdom should likely be a juvenile dragon, at most a young dragon. Now, placing an adult red dragon of at least level 80 here, what was the meaning of that? Was it reasonable to have an adult giant dragon in the novice world? Were they planning to slaughter the entire novice world? Even though Chen Chen was accustomed to grand scenes due to the blessings of the 10,000 Realms battlefield, the existence of this red dragon still refreshed his understanding. It was simply not a creature that could exist in the novice world. Moreover, Chen Chen was certain that this was not the effect of the 10,000 Realms blessing. The blessing could only allow his territory to descend in places where monsters were relatively strong, not enhance the strength of the monsters. While the proximity of his territory to the red dragon should be the effect of the blessing, the appearance of an adult red dragon in the novice world was definitely not something the 10,000 Realms blessing could take the blame for. As soon as Chen Chen thought of the level 80 red dragon in front of him, he immediately pulled out a return scroll. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Although he was still far enough from the red dragon that it probably couldn't reach him, the dragon's speed could cover that distance in the blink of an eye. If it woke up and took a dislike to him, flying over to swat him dead, who would he turn to for justice? So he had to leave quickly. Not only did he need to leave, but once he got back, he also had to find a way to move his territory. Even if territory migration scrolls were rare, he had to find a way to get one. After all, he had the blessing of all realms on him, and he didn't believe that after killing all the monsters around his territory, he wouldn't be able to loot a territory migration scroll. Once he got his hands on one, he would immediately move his territory as far as possible. Damn it, living next to an adult dragon was just too thrilling. Chen Chen couldn't handle that kind of excitement. Whoever wanted to be neighbors with it could go ahead, but he was definitely leaving. Just as Chen Chen was about to tear open the return scroll to escape, the archer who had been observing the red dragon suddenly reminded him, "My lord, it seems this red dragon is locked here." Hearing this, Chen Chen paused his actions. What do you mean locked? My lord, look at the bulge on its wings. The archer had the eagle eye skill, which gave him much better vision than Chen Chen. So upon hearing the archer's reminder, Chen Chen took a closer look at the red dragon's wings instead of rushing to return. Sure enough, following the archer's indication, Chen Chen saw an abnormal bulge on the red dragon's body. However, the color of that bulge was also a dark red, looking like the dragon's scales. Chen Chen had subconsciously thought it was a scar left on the red dragon, so he hadn't paid it much attention. Now, after being reminded by the archer, he realized that it indeed looked like a chain. One end of the chain was pressed under the dragon's body, leading who knows where, while the other end was embedded in the base of the dragon's wing, firmly locking it in place. If this red dragon was locked here, it explained why it remained on the stone platform. It wasn't that it wanted to curl up on such a small stone slab, but rather because it was imprisoned here, like a prisoner with no other choice. Confirming that the red dragon was locked up eased Chen Shan's mind considerably. It is well known that no matter what kind of creature it is, even a deity, once locked in a cage, they appear more benevolent, let alone a mere red dragon. A locked red dragon was entirely different from a free one. If it were a free red dragon, Chen Shan would have definitely fled at the fastest speed. But if it was a locked red dragon, then it wouldn't be impossible to have a chat. The red dragon locked here must need food and supplies, and he could easily provide those. It seemed that the previous goblins had traded with the red dragon in this way. Although their method was to offer tributes and wait for the dragon's rewards, it was essentially a trade of resources. This kind of trade the goblins could do, and so could he. With this thought, Chen Shan's gaze towards the red dragon shifted from worry to fervor. The red dragon was a treasure trove. Despite appearing to be impoverished while locked up here, Chen Shan knew very well that the dragon's stomach had its own dimensional space. With the dragon's greed, unless it was dead, no one could extract treasures from its belly. An 80-level red dragon, how much treasure could that hold? Chen Shan could hardly imagine, and even if he couldn't exchange for treasures, even if the dragon gave him some shed scales, he wouldn't be at a loss. After all, equipment made from adult dragon scales started as orange gear. For a deal that was bound to be profitable once established, Chen Shan had no reason not to pursue it. The premise of the transaction is to first deal with this red dragon. The chromatic dragons are all insane, and the red dragon is the most severely afflicted among them. Their arrogance and pride are practically etched into their DNA, so when dealing with them, one must first flatter them. Of course, until Chen Shan is certain of the red dragon's attitude, he absolutely will not stand in front of it. Well, even once he knows, it still won't be possible. The red dragon is too dangerous. Even from this distance, he feels a bit uneasy, let alone getting closer. In short, until he has the ability to protect himself, he will never approach the red dragon. Chen Shen called over a farmer mage and taught him the lines to use when talking to the red dragon. To be safe, he also had his troops move a certain distance to bring the red dragon within the archer's attack range. This way, if the red dragon turned hostile, the archers could provide cover, buying him a little time. Chen Shen didn't expect the archers to stop the red dragon's attack. As long as they could slightly distract it, his return scroll would activate, allowing him to bring all his troops back. After making all the necessary preparations, the mage glanced at the massive figure of the red dragon and then approached with a fearless demeanor. As the mage drew near, the sleeping red dragon's nostrils twitched a couple of times, as if it had caught a scent. Then its double eyelids slowly opened, revealing a pair of terrifyingly large vertical pupils that fixed intently on the mage's figure. I smell it, the scent of my kin. Being stared at in this manner by a red dragon put immense psychological pressure on the mage. Fortunately, the mage profession has a higher mental fortitude, allowing for some resistance to the dragon's might. He steadied his mind and, following Chen Shen's instructions, took a step forward, speaking in the most respectful manner possible. Esteemed red dragon, we are adventurers, traveling through the underground world. We never expected to encounter you here, and it is truly an honor to witness your majesty. The red dragon was arrogant and proud. Even by dragon standards, they were an extremely haughty race. Therefore, when dealing with them, no matter what you want to do, you must first flatter them. It can't even be called flattery, because in the eyes of these arrogant dragons, everything you say and praise is merely a fact, a basic description of them. Conversely, if you don't flatter them, it can easily be seen as disrespect, and you might find yourself taken away with a single spit of old phlegm. In short, dealing with red dragons is more difficult than serving an emperor. Chen Shen had no experience in such matters, so he could only teach the mage some pleasant words to choose from. As for whether this would be a bit embarrassing, Chen Shen didn't care. It was all about making money, after all. He couldn't defeat an 80-level red dragon, and he still wanted to extract something from the dragon, so he had to lower his posture. He certainly couldn't let the red dragon recognize him as its father and cry out for treasures. Truly, an honor? The red dragon's voice was deep and hoarse, with an ambiguous tone. As it repeated the mage's last four words, it slowly stood up from the stone platform. With its movement, a series of metallic clanking sounds echoed through the cave. Only then did Chen Shen realize that the red dragon was bound by two chains, each embedded from the base of its wings directly into its body. Although Chen Shen didn't know where the chains were embedded in the red dragon, he was certain that these chains were not simply restraining its wings. Otherwise, with the red dragon's recovery ability, it would have long since broken free and escaped. However, as the red dragon fully stood up, Chen Shen suddenly noticed something was off. This red dragon was larger than he had imagined. Accounting for its wingspan, it was at least 300 meters long. This was not just an adult dragon. It was a mature dragon, at least a level 90 existence. "You ants, what qualifications do you have to stand before me? This is bad." Upon hearing this unfriendly declaration, Chen Shen instantly realized the situation was dire. At that moment, he no longer cared about any negotiations and immediately tore open the return scroll in his hand. Just as he ripped the return scroll, the red dragon raised its long neck and let out a roar. Then it lowered its head and unleashed a breath of fire towards Chen Shen's troops. The reach of this dragon's breath was immense. The archers were a good 500 to 600 meters away, yet the breath descended upon them in an instant. The searing dragon breath far exceeded any magical damage. Even though the professionals under Chen Shen had a 60-fold physical enhancement, they were instantly evaporated under the terrifying breath. Even the shield soldiers with the highest defense could only hold on for an extra second before being turned to ashes. Fortunately, the return scroll activated very quickly. Just as it seemed that the frontline troops were about to be annihilated, the white light of the scroll finally lit up. At the moment the teleportation was about to take effect, Chen Shen, worried that using the detection spell would provoke the red dragon, was directly thrown out. Red Dragon Torrens? Level? Attributes. After returning to his territory, Chen Shen's expression was somewhat grim. He first opened the results of the detection spell he had just used. Due to the vast level difference, the spell revealed nothing but the name. However, looking at the results, Chen Shen couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Damn it, I let this stupid dragon intimidate me. Although the detection spell in the battlefield of 10,000 realms could only detect information about monsters within 3 levels, it had a magical mechanism. For monsters within 10 levels, the spell could see their level, and for monsters within 20 levels, it could see their name. Once it exceeded 20 levels, the detection spell would only provide a prompt indicating that the target was too far above your level, with no further information. Now, since Chen Shen's detection spell could directly see the name of the red dragon, it meant that this dragon, which he initially thought was at least 80 or 90 levels, was actually only at most 30 levels. If it weren't for the red dragon turning hostile, forcing Chen Shen to use the detection spell without hesitation, he might still be trapped in a cognitive bias. No wonder. There was a mature red dragon in the novice world. It turned out to be a severely weakened dragon. It seemed that the chains not only bound its freedom but also inflicted serious damage, reducing its level to below that of a young dragon. As expected of a red dragon, even in this state, it remained so arrogant. At this moment, a killing intent towards the red dragon surged in Chen Shen's heart. He felt he had been kind enough. Upon seeing a locked-up red dragon, he didn't immediately think of slaying it but instead wanted to negotiate a partnership. Yet, without a word, the dragon unleashed a breath of fire. What a face it had. Just then, the delayed casualty report popped up on Shen's panel. He calculated that this breath of fire had directly taken out over 400 farmers, meaning his troops had suffered nearly half casualties. Besides the personnel losses, all the equipment on these farmers had dropped. Fortunately, due to the high attributes of the orange equipment, the farmers equipped with orange gear had all survived the dragon's breath and were brought back by Chen Shen. Otherwise, if the orange gear had dropped, Chen Shen would have been heartbroken. Such a significant loss only fueled Chen Shen's anger. Amidst his fury, he also felt some confusion. Why did this red dragon act like this? He knew red dragons could be insane, but even if you were crazy, you had to have some sense. If it were still at 80 or 90 levels, it could act however it wanted. Not only could it unleash a breath of fire at Chen Shen's troops, but it could even destroy Chen Shen's territory, and he would have to endure it. But the problem is, you're only level 30 now, and you're locked up, so what gives you the right to act so arrogantly? Does this red dragon have no brains at all? The more Chen Shen thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it, this dragon had to be slaughtered. If he didn't take down this red dragon, he feared he wouldn't even be able to sleep well in the future. Chen Shen wasn't someone who held grudges, so he immediately began to prepare for revenge. Judging by the breath attack the red dragon just unleashed, the strength of the professionals under Chen Shen's command was definitely no match for that red dragon. However, he still had 3 skill points at his disposal. If he used them to enhance the strong strike aura and increase the archer's attack range to over 1,000 meters, he could try to stand at the cave entrance and wear down the red dragon with range. But after thinking for a moment, Chen Shen set this plan aside. If it were an adult dragon, there might be a chance to wear it down with range, but a mature dragon had too many tricks up its sleeve. It surely had long-range attack methods, and the archer's attributes were too inferior to compete effectively. Therefore, this clever plan could be kept as a backup but couldn't be the main strategy. If he wanted revenge, the best way was still to enhance the strength of his territory. Currently, Chen Shen had 2 ways to quickly increase his strength. One was to upgrade the aura, and the other was the glory road. As for upgrading the aura, Chen had already reached level 10, and the upgrade speed had slowed down, so relying solely on leveling up for skill points was clearly inefficient. Fortunately, killing a Lord level boss could also yield skill points. A Lord level boss could provide 3 skill points, which was much faster than leveling up. As for the fact that Lord level bosses were relatively rare and hard to find, Chen had no worries at all. He had the blessing of completion, so he wasn't afraid of not finding bosses. He would send out his troops to sweep the area, and with the support of the endurance aura, it wouldn't take long to clear the entire vicinity of his territory. Once he encountered a Lord level boss, he would immediately gather his forces to attack. He didn't believe that after maxing out the aura, he wouldn't be able to take down this red dragon. As for the Glory Road, the second ring task had already been completed, but Chen hadn't claimed the reward yet. Once he received the blueprint for the Minor Wish Spring, the third ring task would refresh immediately. Glory Road task: kill 10 Lord level bosses that are not lower than your own level. Current kill count, 0 out of 10. Task reward: special building, Trial Tower. Once a class has been promoted, it can use the Trial Tower to complete its class advancement and gain new class skills. Note, there is a low probability of directly advancing to a hidden class when completing class advancement through the Trial Tower. The task requirements for the Glory Road were getting higher and higher, jumping directly from any super tier monster to Lord level bosses. If an ordinary Lord were to take on this task, they would probably feel utterly hopeless. The task required killing 10 Lord level bosses, which perfectly aligned with Chen plan to gain skill points. This way, while farming for skill points, he could also complete the Glory Road task, making it a win-win situation. As for the reward for this Glory Road task, Chen was relatively satisfied. He had been wondering how farmers would complete their class advancement, but unexpectedly, the Glory Road task directly gave him a Trial Tower as a reward. With this Trial Tower, farmers would have no significant differences from ordinary professionals, aside from not receiving skill points for leveling up. Moreover, Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the Trial Tower could also allow farmers to advance to hidden classes. Although the probability was still low, it was much better than extremely low. It should be noted that Chen had transferred several hundred professionals, and until now, he hadn't triggered the extremely low probability for hidden classes in the barracks even once. One can imagine just how low that extremely low probability truly was. After obtaining the heroic spirit altar, Chen basically gave up on the hidden class transfer in the barracks. Now that he could also transfer to a hidden class in the Trial Tower, it made Chen feel a bit hopeful. He hoped that the lower probability would have a slightly higher triggering chance. After finalizing his plan, Chen stood before the heroic spirit altar and directly chose to resurrect all the fallen professionals. As Chen gold was deducted, a faint light emanated from the altar, and one by one figures gradually transformed from ethereal to solid. The farmers, resurrected by Chen looked around in confusion, seemingly unaware of what had happened, until they heard Chen calling them down, telling them not to block the altar. Only then did they realize they had come back to life. "Thank you, Lord." After stepping down from the altar, the group of farmer professionals immediately knelt halfway and bowed to Chen in gratitude. "It's nothing." Chen waved his hand, asking them to stand aside. Once all the units were resurrected, Chen waved his hand and ordered them to start clearing the area in all directions of the territory. No matter what living creatures they encountered along the way, they were to eliminate them all. As long as there were no monarch-level bosses, even super-tier monsters should not be spared. With Chen command, hundreds of professionals immediately scattered, and it was easy to imagine that in the time to come, all the monsters around Chen territory would be in for a tough time. Chen did not pay attention to the professionals who were killing on their own. Instead, he took out the blueprint for the small wishing fountain. This blueprint was undoubtedly a treasure, even in the main world. Back when he was on Blue Star, Chen had only heard of such a magical building, and he never expected to have the opportunity to build one himself now. Small wishing fountain. Blueprint construction requirements: territory level 5, magic crystal *10, energy stone *10, mithril *10, source crystal *50. Goodness! Seeing the resources required to build the small wishing fountain, Chen was taken aback. Not to mention the 3 high-level resources, each needing 10, but it also required 50 source crystals. This price was almost equivalent to recruiting an S-level unit. Fortunately, Chen had profited from the Goblin King's castle, otherwise he wouldn't have enough resources to build this small wishing fountain. Although the construction cost of the small wishing fountain was somewhat outrageous, Chen did not hesitate to build it. The high cost had its reasons. The most basic use of the small wishing fountain was to obtain high-level resources, such as energy stones, holy light stones, and magic crystals. The small wishing fountain could produce one of these high-level resources each day, and if one wished for source crystals, it could yield 10 each day. If that wasn't clear enough, Chen could put it another way: an S-level lord, even if he did nothing, could recruit a new S-level unit within 2 months just by using the resources obtained from the small wishing fountain. However, Chen Shen did not lack resources and had no high-level units to recruit. For him, the small wishing fountain had a more important use. Once constructed, the small wishing fountain looked like an ordinary fountain, with water flowing slowly, continuously spraying upwards under an unknown force, and then falling back into the clear pool after reaching its peak. However, it was somewhat strange that the clear and bright pool water seemed like an abyss, unable to reflect any objects. After observing for a while, Chen Shen stood before the small wishing fountain at the wishing spot and began to make today's wish. The first farmer to change classes today will definitely transfer to a hidden class. After making the wish, the previously flowing fountain water suddenly came to a halt, and the pool of water seemed to leak away, starting to decrease continuously. Even the height of the fountain began to slowly lower. As the water level rapidly decreased, the spring water in the wishing pool soon became completely dry. Seeing the water in the small wishing spring vanish entirely, Chen Shen knew that his wish this time had succeeded. The wishing mechanism of this small wishing spring was extremely special. If the wish was successful, the water in the small wishing spring would disappear and then it would gradually accumulate again. Once the spring water was full the next day, one could wish again. However, if the wish exceeded what the small wishing spring could fulfill, the pool water would turn black, and even if the wish was not granted, one could not make another wish that day. Moreover, if the wish was too outrageous, the cooldown time for the small wishing spring would become even longer. Chen Shen had heard that previously, a certain divine being spent a large sum to buy a wishing opportunity from a lord with a small wishing spring, wishing to grow 1 centimeter taller every day, and as a result, the small wishing spring was contaminated and unusable for 30 days. Chen Shen did not know how that situation was resolved, but he only knew that the divine being was nearly killed by the owner of the small wishing spring. Thinking of this widely circulated story, Chen Shen couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, he wasn't short on money, and he definitely wouldn't sell the wishing qualification of this small wishing spring. However, looking at the small wishing spring that had successfully granted his wish, Chen Shen felt a bit hesitant. Which hidden profession should he choose for his first one? To be honest, the professions he currently had, warrior, shield bearer, archer, and mage, were all quite useful. The shield bearer absorbed damage, the warrior controlled the battlefield, the archer dealt damage, and the mage, well, the future looked promising. Oh, right, there was also the assassin. Chen Shen almost forgot about the assassin profession, but the role it could play right now was simply too limited, so it was better not to participate in this hidden profession transfer opportunity. After ruling out the assassin, Chen Shen thought for a moment and also excluded the shield bearer and warrior, as he didn't have high requirements for the shield bearer. As long as he wasn't taken out in one hit, there was no significant need to change to a hidden profession. After all, if an ordinary shield bearer could be taken out in one hit, then even if a hidden profession shield bearer had slightly higher defense, it was still unlikely to withstand the damage. Therefore, there was no need to switch to a shield bearer. As for the warrior, his control skills were currently mostly reliant on numerical advantage, using charges to forcefully break through, which had little to do with the profession. The enemies Chen Shen faced were too advanced. Even a hidden profession couldn't control those bosses, so he ruled out the warrior profession as well. After excluding these professions, the only ones left were the archer and the mage. Logically, the archer should be the main damage dealer now, and he should first switch to a hidden profession of an archer, but after pondering for a while, Chen Shen decided to switch to a mage-type hidden profession first. The archer had a numerical advantage, having one more hidden profession or one less didn't make much difference in output. As for choosing the mage, well, the future looked promising for that path. Of course, that was just a joke. The real reason Chen Shen decided to choose the mage was that he had too many good items for mages at his disposal. The quick casting staff that reduced chant time, the fire-exclusive flame burst staff, and the elemental heart of the lightning system. As long as he switched to a powerful mage and equipped these items, even a novice mage's output could be instantly elevated by several levels. So for his first hidden profession, after some thought, Chen Shen decided to switch to a mage. Once he confirmed his profession choice, he directly called over a farmer and had him enter the barracks to switch to a mage. As the farmer walked into the barracks, the newly transformed mage soon appeared with a new image. The lumberjack's axe in his hand had turned into an ordinary staff, and his coarse cloth clothing had transformed into a fiery red robe. Farmer/flame sorcerer, level 10, rank E, strength 20 plus 800, constitution 20 plus 1200, agility 20 plus 400, spirit 30 plus 600, talent fire element affinity, all fire spell damage increased by 50%. Skills: meditation, light spell, fireball, fire resistance, flame blink, firewall, flame enhancement. Seeing the attributes of the flame sorcerer, Chen Shen felt that his luck was quite good. Although he didn't transition into a powerful hidden magic class, he had just transitioned into a fire-specialized mage that suited him well. Compared to ordinary mages, the attribute bonuses of the flame sorcerer were no different. Both gained 1 point in all attributes for each level up, with the main attribute gaining an additional point. The only difference was that the flame sorcerer's talent changed from element affinity to fire element affinity, which originally enhanced all spell damage by 10%, now increased fire damage alone by 50%. Chen Chen couldn't definitively say whether specialization or general mastery had a higher ceiling, but if it were an ordinary mage, then a general mage would definitely not compare to a flame sorcerer. Besides attributes and talents, the flame sorcerer also had a few more skills than an ordinary mage, including a fire blink for escape, a firewall for defense, and a flame enhancement that could boost the damage of all subsequent spells. All of these were very practical spells, but in Chen Chen's territory, aside from flame enhancement, the other spells probably wouldn't have much use. Therefore, this flame sorcerer, like other mages, also had a promising future. For now, he can only wait to see if there would be any changes after the flame sorcerer's class advancement. After reviewing the flame sorcerer's attributes, Chen Chen directly handed over the flame burst staff to him. As for the thunder element heart, Chen Chen thought for a moment and ultimately decided not to fuse it with the flame sorcerer. Although the thunder element heart had the effect of enhancing elemental affinity, its greatest enhancement was still for thunder element affinity. Thus, fusing it with the fire mage would be somewhat wasteful. After all, this item could only be fused once. So, Chen Chen decided to be cautious and see if there would be any powerful mage classes in the future. After handling the matter of the small wishing spring, Chen Chen first put all the unused orange gear, like the punishing trident, up for sale in the trading market to give the many newcomers a bit of motivation. Oh, wait, so much time has passed, those newcomers should have grown by now, right? Ordinary lords aside, those top-tier S-class lords should be able to afford orange gear. I wonder if any of the newcomers today could bring him a little surprise. However, for Chen Chen, these were all minor matters, so he just thought about it and set it aside. The most important thing for him now was to build his territory. He had obtained so many blueprints from the Doghead Kingdom. If he didn't use them now, when would he? After returning to the Lord's Hall, the first thing he needed to do was to transform the Eye of Spirit, followed by the Spirit Spring, irrigation system, underground water system, and the 27 spirit fields. With sufficient resources, these buildings quickly appeared in Chen Chen's territory. Those 27 spirit fields, although they were of little use given the current lack of seeds, Chen Chen still created them. There was no choice, he had killed too many. Those without intelligence could be used for food, but those that could speak could only be used to fertilize the fields. Otherwise, having so many corpses piling up would also be a problem. So, he directly built all the spirit fields in one go. It didn't matter if they couldn't be planted, being a recycling station was also good. It just happened to enhance the fertility and spiritual energy of the spirit fields, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only thing that surprised Chen Chen a bit was that among these buildings, the blueprint for the Eye of Spiritual Energy turned out to be a high-level structure, costing him 10 source crystals at once. So, after the Eye of Spiritual Energy was constructed, Chen Chen immediately opened its attribute panel. Eye of Spiritual Energy / Tower Traits, Global Observation, Anti-Invisibility, Anti-Camouflage, Self-Invisibility. Range, Territory Range +9 Evaluation. This is a special eye. Once integrated with the territory, the entire territory's vision is under control. After upgrading the tower, the Eye of Spiritual Energy transformed from a tower into an icon resembling an eye floating above Chen Chen's Lord Castle. Looking at this eye, Chen Chen felt it resembled the true sight icon he had seen in games he played before. As for the self-invisibility in the attributes, Chen Chen thought it meant that only he could see this icon. After reviewing the attributes, Chen Chen tried out the observation function of the Eye of Spiritual Energy. He had to admit that this global observation was indeed much stronger than the previous tower. The previous tower could only project an image of what he wanted to observe, while now it had directly upgraded to an immersive AR experience. After using the observation, Chen Chen felt as if he had a god's perspective. As long as it was within the observation range, he could look wherever he wanted and adjust the angle however he pleased, making it incredibly convenient. Besides active observation, the Eye of Spiritual Energy also had a warning mode. As soon as any non-territorial creature entered the observation range, the Eye of Spiritual Energy would send Chen Chen different levels of alerts based on the creature's level, which was also a very handy ability. At the very least, with this ability, Chen Chen wouldn't have to worry about receiving information only after his territory's buildings were destroyed when he went out. After everything was built, Chen Chen began constructing the last building, which was the most important one for him, the Lord Castle. Apart from the Eye of Spiritual Energy, the blueprint that satisfied Chen Chen the most was this Lord Castle. He had to say, the battlefield of all realms was quite intelligent. The blueprint for the Lord Castle allowed him to choose the castle's appearance. Besides the traditional Western-style castle, there were many other types, such as Chinese style, exotic styles, elven tree fortresses, mechanical halls, and even the breeding nests of insectoids, among others. With so many types of castles, Chen's eyes were dazzled, but he only appreciated the styles of other races with a mindset of understanding. As for the type of castle he wanted to build, he had already made plans in his heart. Build the Copper Sparrow Terrace, technology version. For the appearance of the Lord Castle, Chen Chen chose to trust the aesthetics of his ancestors. while for the interior, he chose to trust the technology of future generations. However, for this fusion of technology, the battlefield of all realms charged an extra fee. In addition to the resources originally required for the blueprint, the battlefield also charged Chen Chen for the resources needed for the transformation. But Chen Chen wasn't short on money, it was just a bit of renovation money, so he paid up. As the resources were deducted, a magnificent ancient-style building quickly rose from the ground. After the Copper Sparrow Terrace was completed, it stood 10 zhang high, with 5 floors built on it. All counted, it was about 60 meters tall, and on the rooftop there was a huge copper sparrow decoration gleaming with dazzling light. Chen Chen didn't have much eloquence. Looking at the spectacular Copper Sparrow Terrace before him, he held back for a long time and finally just said, "It's really damn big." If it weren't for Chen Chen's territory being upgraded to level 9, significantly expanding the territory range, building such a large Copper Sparrow Terrace would have truly been a bit cramped for his territory. No wonder the ancients said, lofty and majestic, as high as a mountain, with flowing light illuminating, spreading wings as if to fly. They were absolutely right. The aesthetics of the ancients were indeed commendable. After admiring the exterior, Chen Chen began to walk into the Copper Sparrow platform to experience its internal functions. Upon stepping inside, he, who initially thought the renovation fee for the 10,000 Realms battlefield was a bit exorbitant, instantly felt that the fee was worth it. The technology inside the Copper Sparrow platform, although derived from future advancements, was clearly somewhat outdated. The first piece of cutting-edge technology Chen Chen experienced upon entering was quantum teleportation, which meant he could instantly appear on any floor of the Copper Sparrow platform from the first to the sixth with just a thought. Compared to this technology, any superspeed elevator seemed utterly inferior. Moreover, the smart control system was even more impressive. Any piece of furniture could be summoned at will, and they were all intelligent, high-tech furnishings, making it incredibly convenient. To exaggerate a bit, inside the Copper Sparrow platform, Chen Chen felt like a deity. Whatever he thought of, the platform could make it happen. Furthermore, the technology of the Copper Sparrow platform not only allowed him to control its interior but also integrated other functional buildings within his territory into the control center of the platform. This not only simplified the management of his territory but also saved him a lot of time. Standing on the observation deck of the 6th floor, Chen Chen snapped his fingers to summon a floating beach chair. Lying on it, he gazed at the vibrant scene of life flourishing throughout his territory, and his heart was filled with a sense of satisfaction. This is the life a lord should have. The only regret Chen Chen felt was that, within his territory, he was the only one who could truly be considered human. Thus, looking at the desolate Copper Sparrow platform, he silently decided that when he became invincible one day he would fulfill the late Prime Minister's wish and confine a group of sisters within the Copper Sparrow platform. Now, the farmers were taking care of the tasks within the territory, and the monsters outside were being hunted down by professionals. Chen Chen only needed to wait for news about the monarch-level boss, so he found himself quite free for the time being. However, watching the busy farmers, Chen Chen felt as if he had forgotten something. He instinctively opened his information panel and began to check carefully. Soon, he realized what he had overlooked. He was the first to level up to 10, and as the first in the region, he was eligible to claim the reward for the level leaderboard. However, Chen Chen didn't place much importance on the reward for being first on the leaderboard, so it wasn't until he scrolled down to the notification that he remembered he still had the level leaderboard reward to claim. Yet, he didn't have high expectations for this reward, as the first place reward on the level leaderboard was generally a piece of customized orange equipment. However, such customized equipment rarely provided any significant bonuses to a lord, so typically, lords would give it to their top-tier troops. Customized equipment, even for non-human troops that couldn't normally equip items, like dragons or hydras, could greatly enhance their combat power, but it wouldn't lead to any qualitative change. So, while this reward was decent, it had its downsides. For Chen Chen, this reward wasn't even a cherry on top. It could at most be considered a minor benefit, as he didn't lack orange equipment, and having one more or one less didn't make a significant difference. Nevertheless, since it was free orange equipment, he decided to claim the reward without hesitation. Please select the type of equipment you want to customize. Lord type, enhancing lord skills or territory construction. Capabilities. Customization failed. Please reselect the type of equipment to customize. As expected, it doesn't work. Looking at the failure notification, Chen Chen couldn't help but shake his head. The rewards for the level leaderboard were indeed too lackluster, or rather, strictly speaking, this level leaderboard wasn't set up for them. It was originally meant for ordinary professions, or for those with ordinary professions. Having an orange piece of equipment at this stage can absolutely lead to a qualitative leap in strength, so the rewards from this leaderboard are crucial for them. Unfortunately, the leaderboard does not exclude the Lord class due to the overwhelming power of the Lord profession. It is basically impossible to snatch the top position from them. As Chen Chen knows, over the years, only 2 people have managed to claim the top reward on the leaderboard while being in an ordinary profession. and those two individuals are now significant figures in Blue Star. So, although the ranking is prepared for ordinary professionals, the rewards often end up in the hands of the Lord class. Chen Chen thought for a moment, since Lord equipment cannot be customized, customizing equipment that can enhance his personal strength as a Lord also doesn't hold much meaning. Therefore, he considered it and directly customized a piece of equipment for the Fire Sorcerer. Customization type: Fire Mage equipment. Customization direction: offhand weapon, increases the number of skills, enhances skill power. Customization successful. Equipment has been issued. After Chen Chen proposed the new customization request, the Infinite Battlefield quickly delivered the requested equipment to his inventory. Beginner. Fire Magic Book Rank, Orange Type, Weapon/Offhand Attributes, Spirit plus 300 Skills. Fire Enhancement, Beginner Fire Magic Compendium. Fire Enhancement, increases fire spell damage by 20%. Limit, usable by Mage Profession. Beginner Fire Magic Compendium. The user can release most beginner fire spells through the Magic Book. Evaluation. A magic book specially customized for the mage profession. As an offhand equipment, it is definitely a coveted artifact for most novice fire mages. This customized equipment seems to be quite something. Looking at the attributes of the magic book, Chen Chen realized he had somewhat underestimated the value of the leaderboard's customized equipment. All the attributes of this magic book perfectly matched Chen Chen's requirements, and after adding the fire damage enhancement, it surprisingly included all low-level fire spells. For Chen Chen, this was definitely an unexpected delight. After opening the magic book, he found that it recorded a large number of fire spells, such as Fireball, Chain Fireball, Explosive Flame, Rain of Fire, Path of Flames, etc. As long as it was a beginner fire spell that Chen Chen knew, it was recorded in there. Unfortunately, this magic book is limited to the mage profession, otherwise, Chen Chen could have played the role of a mage as well. Of course, if it weren't limited to the mage profession, it wouldn't be as simple as being orange equipment. After casually flipping through the magic book, Chen Chen set it aside, planning to give it to the fire sorcerer. When he returned, Chen Chen believed that once the fire sorcerer got this equipment, he would definitely become the strongest output in his territory. However, thinking about the fire sorcerer's damage, Chen Chen pondered for a moment and then used skill points to level up the wisdom aura by 2 levels to enhance the spirit attribute. However, Chen Chen's enhancement of the spirit attribute was not solely for boosting the fire sorcerer's output. The spirit attribute not only increases spell damage but also enhances resistance to abnormal states, such as Dragon Might. Since he had already decided to slay dragons, resisting Dragon Might was naturally an unavoidable aspect. Although enhancing the spirit attribute would not affect the attribute reduction from Dragon Might, at the very least, the impact of Dragon Might on their minds would be greatly reduced. Previously, when facing Dragon Might, Chen Chen and his troops instinctively trembled in fear under its influence, so if they were to truly fight a giant dragon, they could only exert 6 or 7/10 of their full strength at most. Now, after a significant enhancement of his mental attributes, Chen Chen believed that when facing the red dragon, again, he would at most feel a bit flustered, but he would definitely not reach the point of fear. At the very least, fighting normally against the red dragon would be no problem. After allocating points to the wisdom aura, Chen Chen still had a few skill points left, so he opened the aura interface to see if there were any auras that urgently needed enhancement. 1. Command Aura, Level 4. All units on our side have their strength increased by 40 times. 2. Agility Aura, Level 2. All units on our side have their agility increased by 20 times. 3. Life Aura, Level 6. All units on our side have their constitution increased by 60 times. 4. Heavy Strike Aura, Level 2. All units on our side have a 20% chance to deal 20 times their attack when attacking. Rare. 5. Lifesteal Aura, Level 1. All units on our side will absorb 100% of the damage Delta's health when attacking. Rare. 6. Thorn Aura, Level 2. All units on our side reflect 200% of melee damage. Rare. 7. Strong Strike Aura, Level 2. All ranged units on our side have their range doubled. Rare. 8. Wisdom Aura, Level 4. All units on our side have their spirit increased by 40 times. 9. Brilliant Aura, Level 1. All units on our side have their energy recovery speed increased by 10 times. 10. Durability Aura, Level 2. All units on our side have their movement speed increased by 200 and attack speed increased by 100%. Rare. Chen Chen scanned through his existing aura skills and found that it seemed like everything needed points, but there was nothing that urgently required enhancement. However, while checking the auras, Chen Chen noticed something odd: the Heavy Strike probability of the Heavy Strike aura had changed to 20% after reaching level 2. If this continued, wouldn't it mean that when the Heavy Strike aura reached level 10, it would have a 100% chance to deal 100 times the attack? It's important to note that skill attacks could trigger the damage from the Heavy Strike aura. By the time the Flame Sorcerer could master forbidden spells, casually casting a Judgment Day would surely be damage that even a deity couldn't withstand. Thinking of this terrifying scenario, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit eager. It seemed that the priority for upgrading the Heavy Strike aura should be raised a little, but for now, it was Better to save these skill points. Although they were unlikely to be needed against ordinary lord bosses, having skill points in hand provided a sense of security. No matter what he did, having the ability to enhance various aspects at any time gave him a bit more confidence. After closing the aura panel, Chen Chen lay back on the beach chair, feeling somewhat regretful. The smart kitchen built into the Copper Sparrow Terrace could basically make anything, but a skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. Everything required raw materials. Otherwise, lying on the beach chair, looking at his territory and enjoying a glass of juice would be quite delightful. Thinking of this, Chen Chen snapped his fingers, and a virtual panel of the trading market immediately appeared before him, then began to automatically search for crop seeds according to his needs. More than a day had passed, and most top lords had developed a bit, so items like seeds were no longer as scarce in the trading market as they had been yesterday. However, upon seeing the prices of these seeds, Chen Chen was shocked enough to sit up straight. No way, have these people gone crazy? Ordinary crop seeds were selling for 100, while attribute-bearing spirit plants were selling for 1,000. The prices didn't seem expensive at first glance, but the problem was that these seeds were sold by the grain. Who sells seeds by the grain? Calculating it this way, the price for seeds to plant an acre of spirit rice was enough to buy a blueprint for a spirit field. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the only thing that remained expensive was the spirit field blueprint, not only because the blueprints were rarer, but more importantly, the inherited attributes of the seeds were constant. After you plant a seed, aside from the crops you harvest, you can only obtain a new seed. Therefore, no matter how many seeds you buy, you can only plant that many crops. Imagining a reality where you plant one seed and harvest a pile is simply unrealistic. Thus, the price of seeds cannot possibly be that high. 100 for one seed is just absurd. Selling at 100 per unit is more reasonable. The price of these seeds seems a bit off. Chen Chen frowned as he flipped through the options and found that all the seeds were priced the same. As he shifted his posture, the beach chair beneath him automatically transformed into a genuine leather sofa. He ignored the change in seating and fell into deep thought. Everyone knew that he was the only one with spiritual fields, so the sudden spike in seed prices must be aimed at him. With this in mind, Chen Chen set some keywords and quickly filtered through the chat channel, soon discovering a clue. After he mentioned collecting seeds last night, a group of people began to sweep the market, buying up almost all the seeds available. Then, starting this morning, that group began to release the seeds bit by bit, but they weren't selling them, they were trying to inflate the prices. Under their manipulation, the already limited seeds saw their prices skyrocket to the situation Chen Chen was witnessing. No wonder that guy named Xia Xiuhu, who initially wanted to sell him corn seeds, suddenly went silent. It seemed he had also been intercepted by this group. Observing their actions, it was clear they were applying economic tactics to the battlefield of all realms. Clowns, Chen Chen scoffed at their methods. To be fair, these people had done their homework on him. They must have known about his blessing in the battlefield of all realms, which only affected monsters that were killed. Therefore, items like seeds, which could only be obtained from treasure chests or warehouses, should be relatively scarce in his possession. However, they misjudged one thing: he was seeking seeds in the trading market not out of urgency but as a precaution. They thought they could manipulate him with seed prices, but the end result would only be that the seeds would end up weighing them down. Moreover, they made another critical mistake. This was the battlefield of all realms, not Blue Star. Even if Chen Chen truly needed seeds, he wouldn't choose to swallow his pride and buy them. Instead, he would lead his troops straight to the homes of those lords. In the battlefield of all realms, the weak have no right to play tricks. P.S. The data for the Halo does not count towards the word count. I don't like to inflate word count with data and settings, so I wrote a few hundred extra words in this chapter. Additionally, this paragraph was originally meant for the author's note, but I found that you hardly read that, so I had no choice but to post it here. Although Chen Chen didn't take these clowns to heart, he quietly noted down the IDs of the most active ones targeting him. He wasn't looking for revenge, he mainly wanted to get to know these people later and have a good discussion about what a free economy in the battlefield of all realms truly means. Since seeds were now unavailable, Chen Chen was too lazy to continue collecting them. With the wolf meat contributed by the goblin tribe and the food he could buy in the trading market, his territory could last for a while, so there was no need to rush. However, because he had missed Anna's message on the equipment he had listed for sale before closing the trading market. This time, Chen Chen specifically checked the listed equipment and unexpectedly found several valuable trading messages, once ranked on the leaderboard and then pushed off. Chris Evans left a message under the punishing trident, saying he had a few items he wanted to trade for this orange gear. Although he didn't leave any information about his items, after all, he was someone who had once been on the leaderboard. Chen Chen thought for a moment and decided to reply to the message, then opened up his friend permissions. Chris seemed very interested in the dual attribute punishing trident, and not long after Chen Chen replied, he quickly received a friend request from him. After adding him as a friend, Chen Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly messaged, "What do you want to trade for this orange gear? Can you send me the attributes?" "Sure, Mr. Chen. Please wait a moment." The other party was quite polite and soon sent over a bunch of item attribute links. However, looking at these items, Chen Chen's expression instantly turns sour. What is this? You send over a bunch of purple gear. What do you mean by that? Don't you know I started out selling equipment? Right now, 99% of the purple gear on the trading market is sold by me. You want to trade these worthless things for my orange gear? Are you sure you haven't eaten too much fried chicken? Feeling a bit displeased, Chin Shen's tone became less courteous. Mr. Evans, do you think I look like someone who lacks equipment? If you can't offer better items for trade, then we'll have to wait for another opportunity to trade this orange gear. After receiving Chen Shen's message, Chris showed a hint of regret. It seemed that Chen Shen didn't know much about his family and didn't have any inclination to cling to them. But then again, a person on the verge of death wouldn't care about the future. However, with such words, it was clear that he couldn't rely on his family's reputation to get this orange equipment from Chen Shen at a low price. Although he felt a bit unhappy inside, Chris didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he continued to use a humble tone and sent a message. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I guessed you probably don't lack equipment, but I've only just entered the Wanjia battlefield for a day, and the best items I have are these. I don't know what you currently need. I'll try to see if I can gather some. Blueprints are a priority. High-tier troop cards, rare items, spirit plant seeds, high-tier resources, these are all good. But I should warn you, if it's only the last two types, the quantity required will be quite large. Seeing Chris's humble tone, Chen Shen, feeling displeased, didn't want to respond harshly and casually sent over a list of what he needed. The items Mr. Chen needs are too high-end. I really don't have any at the moment. However, I do have one blueprint. I wonder if Mr. Chen needs it? After sending this message, Chris bit his lip and reluctantly posted a link to a blueprint's attributes. Ranch blueprint effect can breed low-tier creatures. Originally thinking Chris was wasting his time, Chen Shen perked up upon seeing this blueprint. He thought, of course, these top-tier lords wouldn't be without good items. The ranch blueprint comes with a breeding cycle acceleration buff. With it, as long as Chen Shen can get some wild animals with plenty of meat, his territory will continuously produce meat in the future. For instance, if Chen Shen had a ranch building earlier, he wouldn't have needed to wipe out all the dire wolves in the goblin camp. He could just catch a bunch and put them in the ranch, allowing him to eat them whenever he wanted. Unfortunately, the ranch is just a regular building. It can breed but not tame. If it were a higher tier beast pen building, Chen Shen could easily tame the dire wolves as mounts for his territory. Overall, this is a blueprint that Chen Shen currently needs quite a bit, but its value isn't very high. At the very least, it's far from an orange gear, let alone the top-tier orange gear punishing trident. The blueprint is good, but the price of the orange gear is too high. I have a blueprint for a quarry here. If you need it, we can trade blueprints. Chen Shen now only had the quarry and blacksmith shop blueprints in hand, but the blacksmith shop blueprint, let alone its value far exceeding that of the ranch blueprint, Chen Shen would definitely not easily trade it away. After all, he had basically monopolized the equipment trading in the current market. Selling the blacksmith shop blueprint would only bring him trouble, unless there was something of particularly high value to exchange. Otherwise, even if it rotted in his hands, Chen Shen wouldn't sell it. Quarry blueprint. Looking at the message from Chen Shen, Chris felt a bit tempted. Although he didn't have much in hand, he wanted Chen Shen's orange gear, and he also wanted this quarry blueprint. After pondering for a moment, Chris agreed to the exchange, planning to get the quarry first, and he would think of a way for the orange gear later. After the trade, Chris tentatively messaged, Mr. Chen, may I ask what price you plan to offer for the seeds? Common seeds are 1,000 gold per unit and spirit plants are 10,000 gold per unit. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, a standard unit of seeds is 100 grains. Chris was clearly not satisfied with this price, and he replied jokingly, Mr. Chen, your price is quite different from the trading market. In a good mood after obtaining the ranch blueprint, Chen Shen didn't pay much attention to Chris's reply. While selecting a site to build the ranch, he casually responded, it's just a price inflated by a bunch of fools. Whoever has the money can buy it. Upon seeing Chen Shen's reply, Chris's heart sank. It seemed that the group of hoarding rats had misjudged Chen Shen's demand for seeds, and now they were likely to lose everything. Although the misfortune of those rats had little to do with Chris, if that were the case, his idea of using seeds to leverage Chen Shen would also fail. After all, not everyone could ignore his family like Chen Shen. If Chen Shen really needed seeds urgently, he could forcibly obtain them from those rats and then trade them for the orange gear from Chen Shen. But now that Chen Shen didn't urgently need seeds, things became a bit troublesome. Chris was not someone who would back down when faced with trouble. Since the normal approach wasn't working, he could only resort to some unconventional means. After carefully considering his words, Chris cautiously sent a message asking, Mr. Chen, it's only been a little over a day since we entered the battlefield of 10,000 realms, and everyone is still in the development phase. To be honest, your orange gear seems a bit ahead of its time. I estimate that in the short term, there shouldn't be anyone who can afford the price. After obtaining and repairing the ranch, Chen Shen originally planned to directly close the chat with Chris because he knew Chris wouldn't be able to offer anything good. Although he might still have some better hidden goods, he certainly wouldn't bring them out, and continuing the conversation seemed pointless. However, upon reading this message, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chris was a bit interesting. He actually had the intention of lending. Chen was quite enthusiastic about the idea of investment and lending. As Chris said, at this stage, the orange gear in his hands was too advanced. Most lords couldn't afford to buy it. Even if a small number of top lords could afford it, they wouldn't give up everything just for an orange gear. So for Chen, the best choice right now was to invest in lend, getting one piece now and exchanging it for 2 or even 3 pieces later. Although the interest is slightly high, Chen does not feel that he is being unscrupulous at all. Because in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, time is money, and time is life. Being able to obtain orange equipment in advance and develop quickly, what they save is not just time, but life. The price of life cannot be measured by mere orange equipment. Chen feels that he is doing a good deed, helping the new lords in the battlefield of 10,000 realms to develop rapidly. If you don't believe it, ask Anna. She definitely feels she's not at a loss, but rather thinks she's made a great profit. So this is not high-interest loan sharking at all. It's a win-win situation. Chen wins the interest, and they win time and life. Everyone is happy. Although Chen is very enthusiastic about lending, Chris is not Anna after all. He hasn't dealt with him before, so Chen cannot bring it up himself, lest Chris think he is trying to trick him. Therefore, Chen pretends not to understand and replies, "So, Mr. Evans, what are you trying to say? I mean, have you considered investing?" As he said this, Chris felt a bit embarrassed. As a direct descendant of the Chris family, he was now engaging in some shady dealings, which was truly a disgrace to the family. Investing, in the lending sense? Upon hearing Chris bring up investment, Chen felt a surge of excitement and quickly replied, "It's not impossible, but you know the current price of orange equipment. If we're going to do a lending investment, it will definitely be a bit more expensive than the normal price. However, since our previous transaction was quite pleasant, I wouldn't want to charge you too high a price. How about a 1-to-3 deal? I'll give you the orange equipment, and when it's time to repay, you can return 3 pieces of the same quality orange equipment. You don't have to worry about not being able to repay. I accept everything here except orange equipment. Any blueprints or resources will do, so you can repay with whatever you have at that time. Of course, there's a small issue before the transaction, which is that I need to understand your troop types to determine your repayment ability. If your troops aren't strong enough to ensure repayment, I might not be able to provide you with lending services." Looking at this long string of messages, a question mark slowly appeared on Chris's forehead. What's going on? He just mentioned investment, and suddenly Chen sent him a whole bunch of stuff. Moreover, as far as he knew, wasn't Chen a student? Could it be a mix-up in the chat channel? That shouldn't be the case. Every lord has a regional identifier under their identity, and there aren't many lords in the same region, so the probability of having the same name is almost zero. It's impossible to mistake his identity. But how can he be so professional about lending? What was he doing in school? Chris is a bit confused now, but his troop type isn't a very secret matter, so seeing that Chen wants to know about troop types, he instinctively sent over his Titan image, even though his mind was still a bit muddled. So it's a Titan. Looking at the Titan, which resembled a giant, Chen finally understood why Chris needed the punishment trident so much. Because Titans are a dual cultivation troop type of magic and martial arts. With the punishment trident, he can enhance his magical attacks in magic form when fighting monsters, blasting them from a distance. When the monsters get close, he can switch to martial form to enhance his strength and ignore defenses, directly taking down the stragglers. Moreover, Titans can also use light attributes in addition to their main lightning attribute, so the holy light enhancement of the punishment trident can also be effective for Titans. Therefore, this punishment trident is simply perfect for Titans. In the hands of a Titan, this trident can even exhibit effects comparable to epic equipment, with an incredibly high degree of compatibility. Although Chen saw Chris's need for this equipment, he had no intention of raising the price. Business should be based on integrity. If he said he would return 3 items, then he would return 3 items. As for what effect the buyer could achieve after obtaining the equipment, that was someone else's business and had nothing to do with him. Therefore, Chen quickly sent over the general content of the contract he had previously agreed upon with Anna, with just a slight modification. When Anna repaid, she could directly use the items available in her territory before prioritizing repayment. The reason for this leniency was entirely because he had dealt with Anna before and knew her a little, plus Anna called him Brother Chen every day, making it hard for him to squeeze her too much. But he offered no such courtesy to Chris. After all, he had no relationship with Chris, so why should he give him preferential treatment just because of his bushy beard? Thus, the contract he sent directly stipulated that Chris had to prioritize selecting all items of fine quality or above, and whatever he needed could be used to repay the debt. Anything he couldn't use would be left for Chris, and the contract scroll had to be provided by Chris. Of course, this was just the initial version of the contract, created under conditions of mutual distrust, so Chen left a lot of room for negotiation. If Chris truly had good intentions, a little discussion to modify the contract would be completely fine, even to the point of changing it to Anna's version, which Chen would accept. After all, he wasn't a heartless factory owner who would truly squeeze someone to death. However, after Chris read the entire contract, he couldn't help but frown. But after thinking for a moment, he didn't directly refuse. Instead, he sent a message, "Mr. Chen, I have looked at your terms and there is no problem, they are very fair. However, there is one thing, the contract is a bit troublesome. When I came to the multiverse battlefield, I didn't expect to sign a contract with anyone, so I didn't bring a contract. Scroll with me. How about this? We don't need to sign a contract, and I guarantee with the honor of the Evans family that I will definitely abide by the contract. What do you think?" Upon seeing this, Chen Chen was instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? This guy came here wanting to get something for nothing? In the multiverse battlefield, Chen didn't even fully trust the binding multiverse contracts. When signing a contract with Anna, he even added a clause that would expose Anna's territory if she tried to bypass the contract or default, so he could retrieve his belongings if necessary. But now, Chris actually told him he didn't even want to sign a contract and was just empty-handedly claiming the honor of the Evans family as a guarantee. What a joke. Don't talk about the Evans family. Even if you were the chief of the Blue Star Federation, it wouldn't work. Sorry, Mr. Evans, the contract terms can be negotiated, but the contract must be signed. For someone trying to get something for nothing, Shin Chan replied. Without hesitation, as for the contract issue, you don't need to worry. I have a friend who has quite a few. If you need one, I can get a scroll from her, but you will have to cover the cost of the contract scroll. Upon seeing Chen Chen's reply, Chris's expression darkened. Not to mention he never intended to trade with Chen Chen on equal terms. Even if it were an equal trade, he would absolutely not sign such a harsh contract. If all rare items were to be prioritized for him, then as a direct descendant of the Evans family, wouldn't he be working for Chen Chen? He bought this equipment to develop his territory, not to be Chen Chen's slave. The IT should be known that the Evans family's motto has always been to take what can be seized without spending money. Now, he has abandoned the family's tradition, choosing to resort to deception, even going so far as to use the family's honor as collateral. Chen Chen actually remains so ungrateful. Since that's the case, there's no need for him to be polite with Chen Chen anymore. After all, he is just a dying man. Surely, he can't really think he can survive, right? With this thought, Chris sneered coldly and replied directly, "Alright, it seems Mr. Chen Chen values the contract very much. In that case, let's sign the contract. However, there's no need for limited repayment. I have some confidence in my Titan Giant. How about this? The lending conditions remain unchanged, but the repayment time is set for 10 days later. After 10 days, I will definitely return to you items equivalent to 3 top-tier orange gear. What do you think? 10 days? Upon seeing this deadline, Chen Chen couldn't help but frown. Although obtaining 3 top-tier orange gear in 10 days isn't too unreasonable, he felt that 10 days was a bit too long. He originally released the loan contract to quickly develop his territory, needing various blueprints to enhance it, not really needing 3 pieces of orange gear. Now that Chris has set a 10-day deadline, the loan has completely lost its meaning. In 10 days, at his development speed, he could very well reach level 20 and head to the main world. What use would orange gear be then? Wait a minute. Chen Chen suddenly realized something was off. According to the rules of the 10,000 Realms battlefield, after 10 days, a monster siege would commence. So, setting the repayment time for 10 days later was clearly a malicious intent. This guy is much worse than Anna. Although Anna also wanted to gamble with a contract for her life, she almost laid everything out on the table and even put herself up as a stake. Chris, however, not only set a misleading 10-day timeframe to confuse the monster siege but also wanted to contribute nothing. This clearly indicated he was certain he would die in the monster siege and then he wouldn't have to pay anything. Naturally, Chen Chen wouldn't be polite to someone with such ill intentions. Fine. Since Mr. Evans is confident, then changing the repayment time is not a problem. However, let's skip the 10 days. How about we set it for after my monster siege? Once my monster siege is over, you can repay me. How does that sound? Chen Chen's words almost laid bare Chris's thoughts. If Chris backed off at this point, that would be fine. If he remained stubborn, then he shouldn't blame Chen Chen for being ruthless. His territory was already close to leveling up to 10, and after reaching level 10, he could immediately initiate the monster siege. Once his monster siege was over, if Chris couldn't repay his debt, not only would the punishment fork be forcibly reclaimed, but Chris would also have to continue compensating the remaining debt. Moreover, the most important thing was that at that time, Chris's territory location would be sent to Chen Chen. This location notification would be continuous. Even if Chris moved his territory, Chen Chen would still receive the new territory's location. By that time, Chen Chen would definitely pay him a visit to show him what violent debt collection looks like. Faced with Chen Chen's straightforward words, Chris clearly understood, but he had no intention of backing down. Instead, he felt that Chen Chen was somewhat mysteriously confident. Chris was also very familiar with the 10,000 Realms blessing. In his view, Chen was merely a dying man, naively thinking that a bit of good luck could help him survive the effects of the 10,000 Realms blessing. If that were the case, the 10,000 Thousand Realms Blessing Scroll would still be a taboo in Blue Star. Alright, let's do it Mr. Chen's way. Chris stopped pretending. Just a moment ago, he claimed there was no contract scroll, and now he directly signed a contract according to Chen's wishes and sent it over. You reap what you sow, Chen lamented for Chris, then shook his head and signed the contract. While Chen was lamenting for Chris was not idle either. Looking at the retribution fork that was now in his hands, a glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. This exquisite orange gear was finally his, and what thrilled him the most was that he had not paid any price for it. It seemed that this lucky fellow had quite a few good things on him. With this thought, a ruthless expression crossed Chris's face. Originally hesitating about a certain matter, after communicating with Chen, he made up his mind completely. Tell that Oriental man that I agree to join. I can provide for the Council of Gods. Have him look for that group of rats and say that Chen does not urgently need the spirit plant seeds. Once that group of rats receives this message, they will join as well. And don't go looking for that Miss Anna, she might have a private deal with Chen. If you approach her, not only will she not join us, but she might also leak our plans. Lastly, tell that Oriental man that a contract is a good thing. Have him draft a high-level contract. Anyone who wants to join must sign it to prevent leaks. After arranging everything, Chris looked into the distance with his hands behind his back, his tone slightly regretful. This trick of signing contracts was taught to me by you, but you never expected I would use it against you, did you? Still hoping to wait until the monsters attack the city? With so many good things in your hands, wouldn't it be a waste if you died during the monster siege? The Oriental man Chris mentioned acted quickly. After receiving the message he sent out, he soon sent Chris a confidentiality contract, along with a list. Looking at the list in his hand, Chris took out a scroll. As he looked at the scroll, a hint of pain was evident in his eyes, but in the end, he steeled his resolve and tore the scroll open. Once the scroll was torn, a golden virtual canvas immediately appeared, floating in front of Chris. Using his finger as a pen, he wrote down all the names from the list onto the golden canvas. As he wrote the names, the professionals whose names he inscribed immediately received a notification. An unknown player has established the Council of Gods meeting room. Would you like to join the Council of Gods meeting room? Joining method, anonymous or real name. Note: after joining the Council of Gods meeting room, a confidentiality contract must be signed to ensure that the contents of the Council of Gods meeting room are never leaked. Otherwise, you cannot join. Ha! The jester of the Evans family, what trick are they trying to pull this time? Next to a massive three-headed hellhound, the person who received the notification scoffed, but having already received the council's notice, he chose not to refuse and opted to join anonymously. In another territory, a young man dressed in a tang suit was watching a behemoth carry wood into the territory. After receiving the message, a hint of impatience crossed his face, but he also chose to join anonymously. It's only the second day, isn't the Council of Gods starting a bit early? What are these idiots up to? A little girl in a kimono looked at the pop-up message with a troubled expression, while beneath her, a massive hydra was recklessly spraying venom among the monster horde with its other 8 heads. All the monsters that came into contact with the hydra's venom turned a sickly green. They didn't even have time to approach the hydra before the terrifying toxicity completely drained their health. After Chen hung the orange gear to motivate the Season Lord, she was the most diligent, almost starting to slaughter monsters at the break of dawn, all to gather enough resources to buy the wisdom ring that Chen had. Listed in the trading market, her hydra, with its group attack attributes, was undeniably powerful, and its toxicity was terrifyingly strong. However, its biggest problem was its insufficient endurance. Being still in its juvenile stage, the hydra couldn't spray its venom for long before it had to rest. Relying solely on close combat, the speed of killing monsters would slow down, significantly affecting her development speed. If she had that wisdom ring that could reduce mana consumption, the hydra's endurance would greatly improve. Therefore, for the sake of that wisdom ring, she set off on a frenzied path of competition with her hydra. Originally, she planned to take a bit of a risk and clear out the monster camp in one go, hoping to farm more good items. However, the invitation from the Council of Gods completely disrupted her plans. Looking at the popped-up invitation, the little girl felt a bit sulky but ultimately chose to join anonymously. Little 9, you rest for a bit. When I get back, we'll continue to fight them. There were many other lords who received invitations from the Council of Gods, and the only commonality among these lords was that they all possessed top-tier troops. The Council of Gods was essentially a remote chat room. Everyone who joined appeared in a virtual room facing a long rectangular table. At the head of the table sat a figure shrouded in black mist, while the other lords who chose to join anonymously looked just like him. As the seats at the table filled up, the figure in the main seat spoke with a somewhat authoritative voice. Very well, everyone is here. I hereby declare the council officially open. Alright, Chris, what are you pretending to be, the big bad wolf? 4. After hearing this, one person at the table chose to cancel their anonymity. As the black mist dissipated, a young man in a tang suit casually propped his legs up on the table. Who in Blue Star doesn't know that the Council of Gods scroll belongs to your Evans family? And you're still hiding behind anonymity, looking like a fool. Even Chris, who could maintain humility while wanting to kill Chen Shan, completely lost his composure upon seeing this young man in the tang suit. He fell silent for a moment, before erupting in anger. Damn it, Chu Xiangdong, are you sick? Can you not talk? Can you not talk? After his identity was revealed, Chris had no choice but to cancel his anonymity and show his true form, but his gaze towards Chu Xiangdong was filled with fury. He had specifically asked Zhou Hong to contact others instead of stepping forward himself just to hide his identity and let Zhou Hong take the lead. Although it wasn't a secret that the Evans family owned the Council of Gods, it was information that circulated only among the higher-ups. At this moment, while all those in the council were top lords, most of them were unaware of this fact. As a result, before he even had a chance to speak, his cover was blown by the big-mouthed Chu Xiangdong. Indeed, Chu Xiangdong was a scoundrel. When he studied abroad with them back then, he had no grace at all. Whenever he encountered a problem, he would act like a thug and start fighting. Over the years, Chris had suffered greatly because of him. He originally thought that possessing a titan, a top-tier troop, would allow him to trample Chu Xiangdong underfoot, but who knew that this bastard's troop was actually a behemoth? Although in terms of rank, both titans and behemoths belonged to the S-class, the problem was that behemoths were the kings of the land. Even if titans had comprehensive attributes and a higher growth limit than behemoths, when it came to a real fight, titans, as land units, could only be beaten down by behemoths. Because of this, Chris temporarily set aside his grievances and didn't seek trouble with Chu Xiangdong. He thought he was being magnanimous enough, but now Chu Xiangdong actually dared to jump out and oppose him. Did he think this was still the academy? One day, he would make him die on this battlefield of 10,000 realms. Not talking won't kill you, but it can drive you crazy. Regarding Chris's roar, Chu Xiangdong shrugged nonchalantly, turning to the other anonymous individuals and saying, "Alright, everyone, stop hiding. If you've been brought in by this hypocrite, you must all be top-tier lords. There are only so many top lords in Blue Star. Even if they are anonymous, others can guess their identities. Moreover, since Chris was able to bring you all in, it means he definitely knows your identities. So let's not act like clowns, like Chris here, and have a face-to-face chat." The reason the lords who joined the Council of Gods chose to remain anonymous was simply because, in uncertain situations, they naturally opted for anonymity. Now that Chu Xiangdong and Chris had both cancelled their anonymity, there was no objection from anyone else. As everyone in the Council of Gods revealed their identities, the last person still shrouded in black mist became particularly conspicuous. "Oh, this gentleman is quite shy," Chu Xiangdong remarked, glancing at the last anonymous person with a teasing tone laced with mockery. However, the individual showed no reaction to Chu Xiangdong's taunt, sitting silently as if he hadn't heard a word. "Please excuse us, this friend doesn't like to show his face," said Zhou Hong, one of the invitees, quickly stepping in to explain the situation as he noticed the awkward atmosphere. "Oh, so you must be the anonymous one on the leaderboard," Chu Xiangdong said, somewhat surprised, then looked at the anonymous person with interest. "The Lord system in Blue Star is already quite mature. Even if you remain anonymous, you can't hide your true identity once you go back. So I'm curious, why go to such lengths for an anonymous item? I haven't heard of any new anti-human cults emerging in Blue Star lately. Not all anonymous individuals are anti-human cultists. I simply don't want to expose my identity. After all, not everyone is as high profile." As young Master Chu, the anonymous person finally spoke up, his voice hoarse and deep, clearly disguised. "Oh, you even know me? That makes you even less of a good person." Chu Xiangdong shot a glance at the anonymous individual, silently noting this in his mind. He was now 100% sure that this anonymous guy was no good, and he would definitely take him out if given the chance. But for now, this was just a virtual chat room, and he couldn't do much here, so he turned his attention to the others in the conference room. The scheming Duan Wei, Manager Arnold, the foodie Ling Nai, the violent Yuna, the nice guy Anthony, the glasses girl Xinyu, the poker-faced Chui Yi. Most of them are familiar faces from the leaderboard. Chu Xiangdong scanned the room and suddenly felt something was off. "I say, Chris, did you forget to bring two people, little short-legged Anna and that top-ranked guy Chen Chen?" Before Chris could respond, the fiery Yuna slammed her hand on the table. "Chu Xiangdong, you idiot. If you dare to give others nicknames again, I'll twist your head off." After threatening Chu Xiangdong, Yuna turned her cold gaze to Chris. "Chris, if you have something to say, hurry up. I have things to do and can't waste time watching you all bicker. I didn't even get the nickname wrong. Why are you threatening me?" Chu Xiangdong seemed a bit intimidated by Yuna, so he didn't dare to say much, only muttering softly to himself. Then he looked at Chris and asked with a meaningful tone, "Yeah, I'm also curious why you called the Divine Council so early and even set aside the first and second on the leaderboard. It can't be that you've encountered some insurmountable super-tier boss guarding a treasure and want everyone to team up to tackle it, right?" "There is indeed a treasure, but it is not guarded by a super-tier boss." Chris had already adjusted himself at this point, regaining his usual humble demeanor, and explained with a smile, "Everyone should be familiar with Chen Chen, the first on the leaderboard. The treasures and resources he possesses surpass any boss. I knew you were up to no good, but I didn't expect you really planned to rob someone. But then again, it fits the usual style of your Evans family. Chu Xiangdong sighed, feeling a bit regretful that he had gone too easy on this guy back in school when they had their scuffles. Calling it robbery is a bit harsh, it can only be called a reasonable utilization of resources. Chris was unfazed by Chu Xiangdong's comment and continued in a gentle tone, Chen is too selfish. Even though he has the effect of the blessing of all realms, which guarantees his death, he still refuses to share any of the resources he has. The reason I called you all here is simply that I don't want the treasures in his hands to go to waste. After all, if he dies at the hands of monsters, all those treasures and resources will disappear, leading to a significant waste of resources. So rather than letting these treasures go to waste, it's better to take them into our hands in advance. Only we top lords can make better use of those treasures, which is the best outcome for us and even for the entire Blue Star. After saying this, Chris looked at the varied expressions of the crowd and added, you may not understand the effects of the blessing of all realms, so let me briefly explain. The first effect of the blessing of all realms is to increase the drop rate of monsters to the maximum, which is why Qin Shen has so many pieces of equipment. The second effect of the blessing of all realms is that the monsters around the territory are extremely strong. As for how strong, let me put it this way, everyone who has the blessing of all realms has died, and this everyone does not refer only to us Blue Star people. Even among the myriad races, no one who has received the blessing of all realms has survived a monster siege. Shen might have a bit of luck, but no matter how lucky he is, he can't obtain those talents from the myriad races. Therefore, taking the treasures that are destined to be wasted in the monster siege into our hands and letting those treasures help us grow is not a bad thing. If Qin Shen had enough vision, he should do the same. Unfortunately, he is too selfish, so I had to call you all here. Since he doesn't want to maintain his dignity, we can only help him save face. Damn it, these Angsarians are really shameless, managing to speak about robbery so justly. Chu Xiangdong was almost laughing in anger at Chris. If others don't give it to you just have to rob it, and after robbing it, you still have to say that others don't see the bigger picture. This is beyond shamelessness. But he also knew that the Evans family had always been like this. For such pressure, the only option was to fight if they could, and saying more was useless. So he lazily asked Chris, don't tell me you don't know what it means to kill monsters outside the territory under the effect of the blessing of all realms. And even with the enhanced drop rate effect from the blessings of the myriad realms, ordinary monsters absolutely cannot drop orange gear. The fact that Chen has so many orange items in his hands only indicates that he has killed super tier monsters and not just one. Are you out of your mind thinking you can deal with a lord capable of killing super tier monsters? Chris certainly understood what Chu Xiangdong was saying. If he didn't, he wouldn't be holding a council of gods. He would have gone to deal with Qin Shen himself. The reason he gathered so many top lords was out of caution towards Qin Shen, but it was just a bit of caution. Now that the council of gods had gathered so many top lords, even the strongest super tier monsters could be easily dealt with, and Shen was merely a lord who had gotten a bit lucky. Eliminating him wouldn't be too difficult. Although Chris felt a slight apprehension towards Qin Shen, he couldn't show it at this moment, or else he might scare away the cannon fodder he had worked hard to gather. Therefore, in response to Chu Xiangdong's doubts, he calmly stated, Qin Shen is just a bit lucky. With the high drop rate boost from the blessings of the myriad realms, as long as he encounters slightly easier monsters in the early stages, he can immediately obtain equipment. Moreover, his farmers can normally equip weapons and armor, and everyone knows how low the recruitment cost for his farmers is. So he can completely rely on the advantage of troop numbers and equipment to wear down stronger monsters. He should have stronger troop cards by now. With the gold he harvested from the trading market, he can easily replicate the strategy he used with farmers to kill even stronger monsters. So, I'm not surprised that Qin Shen can snowball, but all of this is just a bit of cleverness and luck. It's nothing like the absolute strength we possess. His little tricks might work against mindless monsters, but once he encounters a wise and powerful opponent, everything will collapse like a house of cards. Ha, cleverness and luck, Chu Xiangdong said, genuinely amused. Do you really think those past geniuses who used the blessings of the myriad realms were fools? If snowballing were that easy, they wouldn't even be able to leave their territories. That's why I say he has a bit of luck, Chris explained unhurriedly. He must have found some treasure right from the start, which is why he developed so quickly. This also indicates another thing, the treasures and top-tier equipment in his hands are likely more than what he has displayed, even more than we can imagine. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. The people present were not concerned about the excuses Chris was making. They stayed to listen to him because they were envious of Qin Shen's treasures, and most of their thoughts were similar to Chris's. Qin Shen might indeed have some strength and could kill super-tier monsters. But so what? With so many top lords united, what could a lord whose initial troop type was farmers do? Therefore, after hearing Chris say that Qin Shen had more and stronger treasures, many people present were clearly tempted. Watching the performance of those present, Chu Xiangdong couldn't be bothered to persuade them further. Forget it, I'm getting tired of stupidity. You idiots can play by yourselves. As for Chris, out of respect for our past as classmates, every year at this time I'll offer you a stick of incense. After saying this, Chu Shangdong's figure faded and disappeared as he directly exited the Council of Gods. After his departure, Yuna's figure also began to fade, and before leaving, she left behind a disdainful remark. Chu Shangdong may be a fool, but he's not wrong. You are all a bunch of idiots. After the two left, Duanwei, Anthony, Xinyu, and Shuihe did not say a word. Their figures simply faded away from the spot, and a small group of others made the same choice. The assembly room of the gods, which had originally held dozens of people, was suddenly reduced to just over 20. The steward Arnold, mentioned earlier by Chu Shangdong, did not leave immediately. Instead, he politely greeted Chris before disappearing. I'm sorry, Mr. Evans, but I also choose to withdraw from this matter. After so many people had left, Chris's expression turned somewhat grim. He scanned the room and said coldly, "Is there anyone else who wants to leave? You can do so now." After he finished speaking, the entire meeting room fell into silence. Clearly, those who remained had thoughts about Chun Chen. Seeing this scene, Chris felt a bit better. Just as he was about to say something, a little girl raised her right hand. She first looked around at everyone without saying a word, then spoke up, I also want to withdraw. After saying this, she didn't wait for Chris to respond and directly vanished from the meeting room. Since the War of the Century, the Lingnai family has completely sided with the East. Even if she doesn't leave, I would advise you to kick her out. Seeing Chris's unpleasant expression, the anonymous person chuckled lightly and continued, and it's a good thing that these people are leaving. The fewer people left, the more treasures we can divide among ourselves. Just a lucky fool. Getting rid of him is a piece of cake for us. You're right. Chris adjusted his mood and said, once we deal with Chen Chen, these short-sighted fools will regret it. Now, since everyone who remains has the same goal, we can discuss how to deal with Chen Chen and the distribution of the spoils afterward. After Chu Shangdong exited the assembly room chat, he felt increasingly disgusted. That damn Evans family only knows how to bully the weak. Their existence is simply a parasite to the Federation. During the War of the Century, the Federation should have crushed these pretentious fools completely. Growing angrier, Chu Shangdong opened the chat channel and sent 2 messages to Anna. Short legs, you should have contact with the number 1 on the leaderboard, Chen Chen, right? This is my territory's location. Help me send it to him and tell him that if anything comes up in the next few days, he can just give me a heads up. I can bring people over anytime. ? Looking at the nonsensical messages from Chu Shangdong, Anna was a bit confused, but when she realized he had called her short legs, she immediately got angry and jumped up to curse back. You idiot, fool, brainless bad thing, who are you calling short legs? Who are you saying is short? Do you believe I'll break your legs and make you shorter than me? Also, what do you mean by that? Is brother Chen Chen in trouble? Is someone trying to make a move on him? Say something. Who exactly wants to make a move? Chu Shangdong watched the barrage of messages in the chat channel and couldn't help but shrink his neck. He had been too angry earlier and accidentally let Anna's nickname slip while sending messages. Now he was in trouble. It wasn't that he was afraid of Anna, mainly, his family had borrowed a treasure from Anna's grandmother and hadn't returned it yet. If Anna really came after him, he would feel embarrassed to fight back, regardless of the outcome. Moreover, due to the confidentiality agreement, he could only say so much. Anyway, he had already passed the message. If something really happened on Chen Chen's side, as long as he told him, he would definitely go over immediately. This wasn't because he had any fondness for Chen Chen, but rather because he found Chris's behavior somewhat disgusting. He wanted the treasure to be obtained through his own efforts. Even if he couldn't seize it, that was fine as long as he could defeat Chen Chen. At most, he would only say that Chris was a tough guy and wouldn't say anything more. After all, the battlefield of the Myriad Realms was a place where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. If you couldn't win, then you couldn't complain about being robbed. But now, Chris couldn't get the equipment and he didn't dare to rob it himself, so he gathered a bunch of useless people to try to deal with others. What the hell was the difference between that and being a thug? Ugh, disgusting. Anna bombarded with messages for a while, and seeing that Chu Shangdong had no response, she knew she wouldn't be able to extract any information. If Chu Shangdong could talk, he definitely wouldn't be playing dead now. However, from Chu Shangdong's words, she still guessed that someone was definitely planning to make a move on Chen Chen, so she opened the chat channel to give Chen Chen a heads up. Just as she was about to send a message to Chen Chen, another message came through. Miss Anna, I just attended a gathering. What kind of gathering, Mr. Arnold? Anna looked at Arnold's strange message, feeling a bit puzzled, but she quickly realized that Mr. Arnold must have some news to share with her. I suddenly remembered an old story, Miss Anna. Arnold didn't respond to Anna's message but instead began talking about something completely unrelated. Before the Century War, various countries held a conference. Do you remember which country didn't participate? Century War? Seeing this almost blatant hint, Anna instantly understood everything. The so-called Century War was when the battlefield of the Myriad Realms first descended. At that time, the Federation had not yet been formed, and the powers on Blue Star were still primarily based on nations. when the Century War first arrived, facing this unprecedented upheaval and out of fear of a certain Eastern power, the countries held a secret conference aimed at sidelining that Eastern power. That Eastern power had quietly developed for hundreds of years, almost to the point of overwhelming the conservatives. And then suddenly this event occurred. They nearly laughed out loud, directly hammering down dozens of factions, almost breaking the foundations of those factions. If they had known what the battlefield of the myriad realms was like, the Eastern power wouldn't have gone all out. They only cleared away most of the hostile forces. It was likely that now, Blue Star wouldn't have any existence of the Federation and would instead be renamed Eastern Planet. So Arnold's words clearly implied that the gathering he attended was similar to the conference before the Century War, and its main purpose was not to deal with him but to deal with Brother Chen Chen. Oh, no, it must be to deal with Brother Chen Chen, because if it were to deal with him, those people wouldn't have invited Arnold. From the messages sent to her by Chu Shangdong and Arnold, Anna speculated that those people must have invited everyone on the leaderboard except for herself and Brother Chen Chen. Some agreed, while others, like Chu Shangdong and Arnold, withdrew. As for the organizer of this conference, Anna would swear on her height that it definitely had something to do with Chris Evans. On Blue Star, apart from the Evans family, very few possess scrolls capable of conducting remote meetings. Coupled with the Evans family's notorious reputation, even if this conference wasn't organized by him, he would undoubtedly be fanning the flames behind the scenes. Damn robber family, you all will eventually be beaten to death. Anna cursed angrily, and then she saw that Ling Nai Janine had sent a message saying she wanted to add Chen Chen as a friend, and asked her to pass it on. Why do I feel like I'd become Brother Chen Chen's agent? Looking at so many people messaging her to find Chen Chen, Anna couldn't help but pout, but thinking of the enormous debt she carried, she instantly lost her temper. Forget it, the world is vast, and the creditor is the greatest. I hope Brother Chen Chen can reduce some of her debt considering how proactive she has been. If that's not possible, maybe he could give her something nice to make her owe a bit more. After all, she's already in so much debt, what's a little more? Brother Chen Chen, I've received news that someone might be targeting you. They should have quite a few people, so be careful. Chen had just relaxed in the Copper Sparrow Terrace when he received a report from the archer saying they had discovered a monarch-level boss. Just as he began to call all his troops back, he received a warning from Anna. Upon seeing this news, Chen Shen's first reaction wasn't anger or worry, but rather surprise that such good fortune existed. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the fastest way to develop a territory is to plunder others, as most resources obtained by all lords are used to build their own territories. The resources that can be released to the outside are merely what remains after they have finished constructing their own lands. By destroying a territory, one can acquire the vast majority of resources from the defeated territory through plunder. Even if plundering isn't possible, simply destroying the territory can yield a lot of resources. It's important to note that the current lords have already developed for some time. They are not like Zhao Changpeng, that poor guy who only leveled up to complete his evolution path without building his territory. The current lords have invested a significant amount of resources into their territories, and once they can be killed, Chen Chen can immediately obtain a massive amount of resources from them, perhaps even enough basic resources to level up 10 times at once. The reason Chen Chen hadn't thought about raiding others' territories before was partly because the time protection for those territories hadn't ended and he was busy dealing with stronger monsters around his territory, wasting a lot of time searching for others' territories. To plunder resources seemed unwise. On the other hand, this was the novice world of the battlefield of 10,000 realms, where the lords were all Blue Star people, and it wasn't suitable to kill anyone on sight, especially since they would eventually return to Blue Star. Although lords could choose not to return, that was still their route. Making their reputation too foul wouldn't be appropriate. But now, these people were actually coming to attack him. Well, if they were coming to attack, then he couldn't be blamed for fighting back. What a group of selfless good people. Just for coming over and saving Chen Chen most of the time, he decided to let them leave peacefully when the time came. Suddenly, Chen Chen thought of something and quickly messaged Anna, saying, "Hey, Anna, go play the role of a traitor and sell my territory coordinates. Remember, make sure to sell them for a high price. If you can sell it for a high price, I can split it with you 50-50. Looking at the territory coordinates sent by Chen Chen, a big question mark appeared above Anna's head. What does this mean? She didn't quite understand. Didn't she just tell Chen Chen that someone was teaming up against him? Why was Chen Chen not trying to find a way to deal with it but instead exposing his territory's location? Faced with the joint attack of so many top lords, Anna never thought Chen Chen could handle it, so she pondered for a while before coming up with a guess. Brother Chen Chen, are you planning to use the dangerous terrain around your territory to trap them? Oh, right, I almost forgot about that. Reminded by Anna, Chen Chen slapped his forehead and quickly took the simple map drawn by the farmers during their land reclamation. After observing for a while, he messaged Anna, saying, "Tell them that when they come to my territory, they must come from the south. That direction is clear, and there are no monsters along the way. It's the safest route. Remember, don't let them wander around. I haven't cleared the other areas yet, and it would be bad if they ran into any danger." In Chen Chen's view, these people were all great benefactors coming to deliver resources to him. If they encountered any super-tier boss on the way and accidentally lost a few more, that would be such a waste. When it became clear that Chen Shan really intended to sell his coordinates, Anna's small eyes were filled with great confusion. She had seen traitors before, but never had she seen a traitor who would end up killing themselves. What on earth was her brother Chen Shan thinking? He couldn't possibly think he could take on Chris and the others, could he? After all, they were the top-tier lords, and all their subordinates were elite units like dragons and titans. If only one or two showed up, she thought Chen Shan might be able to handle it, but if a dozen or even dozens came at once, no matter how strong Chen Shan was, it would surely be a dead end. Originally, they thought finding Chen Shan's territory would require a lot of effort. They could produce a few hidden territory location scrolls that would make it impossible for anyone to investigate, and if those scrolls weren't enough, she could even borrow some from Chu Shangdong and Mr. Arnold. She believed they wouldn't mind helping Chen Shan out. If everything went smoothly, Chen Shan could completely prevent Chris and the others from finding his territory, at least until the monsters launched their siege. Chris and his group would definitely not be able to find it. But now, Chen Shan was actually going to sell his coordinates himself. Was this suicide? Anna expressed her confusion, but after a few attempts to persuade him, she realized Chen Shan was resolute and had to give up. Although she felt that Chen Shan's actions had suicidal tendencies, she was not Chen Shan and could not make decisions for him. Since he insisted on selling, she could only comply. However, once it was confirmed that he would sell, she offered some constructive advice on how to sell the territory for a high price. First, Chen Shan's territory coordinates should be sold, but there was no need to rush. The territory protection time had not yet ended, and even if they sold it, they couldn't come over right now. So not only should they not sell now, but they also needed to hide the location of the territory. To this end, Anna specially sent over 2 territory concealment scrolls. With these scrolls, she could guarantee that before the territory protection time ended, Chris and the others would not be able to locate Chen Shan's position no matter what. Now that they were eager to deal with Chen Shan, the more they couldn't find his location, the more anxious they would become. The more anxious they were, the higher the price they would offer when buying Chen Shan's territory coordinates. In addition, Anna planned to create the illusion of offering a high price for concealment scrolls, then drive up the price of the scrolls. Once the price reached a certain level, she would throw out all the concealment scrolls she had, making a nice profit off these fools. Lastly, this approach had another benefit. If Anna directly sold the territory location, those people might suspect a scam and run around, disrupting Chen Shan's original plans. But if Anna claimed it was for money, that group would definitely accept it. Regarding Anna's suggestion, Chen Shan acknowledged that she was indeed a big capitalist and her approach was professional, so he fully accepted her advice and let her handle it. However, there was one condition: when trading with them, they would only accept blueprints, props, unit cards, and high-level resources, nothing else, like basic resources or territory supplies. Angel Bell was pulled back by Anna to act as an advisor. After watching the entire operation between the two, she fell silent for a long time. Anna, perhaps flustered by her concern, did not realize that Chen Shan's reason for selling his coordinates was that he had great confidence, or rather, certainty, that he could kill everyone who had designs on him. But Belle, as an observer, saw it clearly, especially after Chen Shan stated that he only wanted resources like blueprints and props. She was even more convinced of her thoughts. Chen Shan was absolutely confident he could kill everyone. The reason he didn't want basic resources was that after those people were killed by Chen Shan, he could easily obtain basic resources through territory plundering. For Chen Shan, who had already considered those people dead, it was essentially buying his own things with his own money, which he would definitely not accept. As for the unused blueprints and items, those belonged to the category of goods, and even if the lord died, they couldn't all be dropped. Therefore, being able to loot them through trading was an extra profit for Chen Shan. Before killing them, he had to squeeze out all their remaining value, leaving nothing behind. Even the rope they used to hang themselves was something they had bought at a high price. Thinking of this, looking at Anna, who was excitedly discussing details with Chen Shan, Belle couldn't help but feel that there should be a little tail behind her and that she seemed to be missing 2 horns on her forehead. After imagining this in her mind, Belle suddenly felt that Anna's new image seemed to fit her temperament better. Indeed, her sister was right, their lord truly had a devilish side. Forget it, she shouldn't be disrespectful to the lord. Belle shook her head, dispelling her wild thoughts. At this moment, she felt a bit sympathetic towards those who had designs on Chen Shan. If they knew the truth, Belle thought they would probably never be at peace even if they went to hell. After discussing his requirements with Anna, Chen Shan let her take the lead, as he was busy trying to kill the monarch boss. He had no time to waste on such trivial matters. As for Reina's friend, he added her but asked her to wait a moment. Right now, everything had to wait until he finished off this monarch boss. The monarch level boss discovered by the farmers had no kin, just the one, or rather, to be precise, it was 2 of them. Because these 2 monarch level bosses were a very rare pair of twin bosses. One was a locust tree, and the other was a vine that clung to the locust tree. Both of them were monarch level, and now that they were together, their strength was far beyond that of an ordinary monarch level boss. Chen Shan cast a detection spell from a distance and could only see that one was called Ghost Locust and the other was called Blood-Sucking Vine, together known as Ghost Vine Tree. At level 15, he couldn't see anything else. Before the fight began, the farmers had already tested them. The Ghost Locust dealt physical damage, with branches whipping from above and roots binding from below, and most importantly, it had extremely high defense and health. The damage from the thorn aura was completely negligible against it. Moreover, if that were all, it would be fine, but the more troublesome part was that the blood-sucking vine used magic attacks, and its lifesteal did not trigger the thorn aura's damage reflection effect. During the previous tests, several shield soldiers had been directly bound and drained to death. As for its health, it didn't seem too much, but that didn't matter much because it was attached to the Ghost Locust, and after being attacked, it could transfer the damage to the Ghost Locust. So even if its health bar was low, it couldn't be harmed until the Ghost Locust was killed. Why are the monsters next to this territory getting stronger and stronger? Is the effect of the Blessing of All Realms really that fierce? Even with Chen Chen's strength, seeing these two twin bosses made him feel a bit emotional. Indeed, the stronger the lone wolf, the more powerful it became. Looking at this twin boss, despite having no minions, if you tied together the dog-headed king and the goblin king, both of whom were also monarch-level bosses, they wouldn't be enough to take on this twin boss. No wonder none of the other lords survived the Blessing of All Realms. These monsters were just too ruthless. Chen Chen looked at this twin boss and felt it was somewhat tricky, mainly because the binding play was too perverse, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. No matter how high the damage from the Ghost White Tree is, it doesn't matter. No matter how strong it is, it can't instantly kill a shield soldier. So, the shield soldier can just stand there and let it attack freely. However, although the Ghost Y is a tree, it is not foolish. The clearly evolved Ghost Y, having discovered the powerful rebound effect of the Thorn Halo, directly changed its attack method. Instead of attacking, it began to bind its targets. The binding of the Ghost Y is a continuous damage skill, and the most terrifying aspect of this skill is that its branches will gradually increase in strength over time, causing the damage to rise. Once the power reaches a certain level, it will trigger a strangulation effect, instantly killing any unit bound by it. Coupled with the powerful life-draining ability of the blood-sucking vine, as long as one enters its attack range, they will either be bound and strangled or drained to death by the blood-sucking vine. Chen Chen tried to have the archers launch several long-range attacks from outside the Ghost White Tree's attack range, but the countless branches hanging down and the dense roots underground perfectly countered the archer's ranged capabilities. Whenever an arrow flew into the attack range of the Ghost White Tree's branches, those branches, resembling giant snakes, would leap into the air. Seemingly chaotic, the branches would always accurately hit every incoming arrow, rendering the archers completely unable to hit their targets. No matter how high their output was, they couldn't deal any damage at all. After the archers failed, Chen Chen attempted close combat, but the result was even more disastrous. Although the shield soldiers managed to chip away some health from the Ghost Y due to the rebound effect of the Thorn Halo, this loss was negligible for the Ghost Y. Moreover, with the life-draining effect of the Blood-Sucking Vine, which was a twin boss, the Blood-Sucking Vine could even restore health to the Ghost Y. The little health the Ghost Y lost was instantly replenished. Chen Chen lost several shield soldiers in vain, and in the end, he didn't manage to take down any health at all. Looking at this dual boss that could both attack and drain health, Chen Chen momentarily understood how those boss felt when facing his Thorn Halo combined with the life-draining Halo. This combination was indeed quite shameless. If that's the case, then we'll have to rely on the mages. Fortunately, Chen Chen had enough types of troops. Since the Ghost Y could bind melee fighters and defend against ranged attacks, he felt it was time to let the mages take the stage. Chen Chen wanted to see if the branches that could easily block arrows could also block fireballs. If it could truly defend against magic flawlessly, then he wouldn't say a word and would just leave with his troops. As for the mage's attack range being insufficient and getting bound easily, that was not a problem. Chen Chen, who was used to keeping a backup plan, had reserved a few skill points just for situations like this. With that in mind, he directly allocated the remaining skill points to the Strong Strike Halo. The level 3 Strong Strike Halo increased the range by 300%, bringing the mage's attack range to 600 meters. As a plant, even if the Ghost Y was a Lord-level boss, it would be difficult for it to have such a long attack range. Therefore, the mages could attack recklessly from that distance. Chen Chen handed the spellbook to the fire sorcerer, looking at him with a hint of anticipation. After investing so much, it was finally time to test the results. Rest assured, my lord, I will not disgrace my mission. Seeing the spellbook Chen Chen handed him, the fire sorcerer looked somewhat excited. After equipping the spellbook, the fire sorcerer took a deep breath and raised the flame burst staff in his hand, pointing it at the Ghost White Tree. As the incantation was recited, a fireball quickly formed in front of the fire sorcerer. The fireball spell, which should have been only the size of a basketball, directly expanded to the size of a basin under the effect of the flame burst staff, which increased all fire magic levels by +1. It flew towards the Ghost Sephora tree, glowing with a faint blue light. Accompanying the fire mage in the attack were other mages under Chen Chen's command. Although they only knew a small fireball spell, with the enhancement of the level 4 wisdom aura, even the damage from a small fireball could not be underestimated. The ghost Sephora tree seemed to sense the impending danger as countless branches began to flail wildly, and even the vines attached to it stood upright. Once the fireball entered the attack range of the ghost Sephora tree, sharp whistling sounds accompanied the branches as they accurately struck the incoming fireball. Dozens of small fireballs were directly extinguished by the branches of the ghost Sephora tree. Although those branches were charred by the terrifying heat of the fireball spell, and some were even burned off completely for the ghost Sephora tree, which had so many branches, this loss was negligible. Moreover, those branches had only lost a small part and had not harmed the core at all. What the ghost Sephora tree did not expect was that its originally impenetrable defense would change dramatically after it struck the fire mage's large fireball. Boom! Unlike the other small fireballs, the large fireball from the fire mage exploded violently the moment it was hit, and the terrifying fire damage spread outwards. The explosive damage of the flame burst staff was fully revealed at this moment, as all the branches touched by the flames ignited with blue fire. Squeak! The massive trunk of the ghost Sephora tree began to tremble, emitting a piercing shriek that sounded like an animal's wail. It swung the burning branches, thrashing them against the ground, a motion that, in Chen Chen's eyes, resembled a person engulfed in flames rolling on the ground. And because a portion of the branches had been blown off by the large fireball spell, the previously airtight defense immediately revealed a vacuum, allowing the remaining small fireballs to smash into the trunk of the ghost Sephora tree. If the small fireballs could hit the trunk, taking advantage of the tree's weakness to fire, they would immediately inflict significant damage. But unfortunately, this was a twin boss. Behind the branches of the ghost Sephora were the vines of the blood-sucking vine. Sensing that the small fireballs were about to strike their main body, the vines of the blood-sucking vine immediately leaped from the tree, wrapping around the incoming small fireballs. Perhaps due to the high moisture content within the vines, or perhaps because the blood-sucking vine was a magical creature, the damage inflicted by the small fireball was far less significant than that on the branches of the ghost Sephora tree. After the blood-sucking vines extinguished the small fireball, there wasn't even a trace of charring left on them. However, even though the final attack did not hit the trunk of the ghost Sephora tree, this wave of attacks still caused significant damage, with dozens of branches directly incinerated, and some of the affected branches, although the flames were extinguished in time, became somewhat charred. It is no exaggeration to say that the large fireball spell from the fire mage was very effective, but Chen Chen also knew that this was because the ghost Sephora tree was unprepared for the fire mage, thinking it was just an ordinary large fireball spell, which allowed for such a good effect on the first attack. If it had been prepared, it could have simply used a branch to detonate the large fireball spell from a distance, resulting in at most the loss of one branch. In fact, if the blood-sucking vine had been used to strangle the large fireball spell, given the magical resistance of the blood-sucking vine, the ghost Sephora tree might not have lost even a single branch. Therefore, in the subsequent attacks, the large fireball spell would certainly not have such a good effect. But so what? After acquiring the spellbook, the fire mage had more than just the large fireball spell in his arsenal. After confirming that the ghost Y boss could not withstand fire magic, Chen Chen felt a surge of confidence. Although this round of fireball only broke a few branches of the ghost Y tree and caused no real damage, the fact that it could penetrate its defenses meant that this boss was doomed. Once all the branches were broken, it would be left with nothing but a bare trunk. No matter how much health it had left, it would be of no use. Moreover, the fire sorcerer could cast more than just this basic fire spell. The mages continue to cast fireball, and the archers attack as well, Chen Chen ordered, instructing the ordinary mages and archers to relentlessly assault the ghost Y boss to draw its branch defenses, while he turned to the fire sorcerer to begin casting more powerful spells. After hearing Chen Chen's command, the fire sorcerer thought for a moment and then started chanting the rain of fire spell. The ghost Y boss, having lost some branches to the large fireballs but unable to retaliate due to the distance, was becoming increasingly agitated. If it weren't rooted to the ground, it might have stood up in frustration to lash out at Chen Chen. The ghost Y tree had been rooted for so many years and had seen all kinds of opponents, but relying on its balanced offensive and defensive capabilities, it had always either forced its enemies to retreat or crushed them, turning them into its nourishment. But now, Chen Chen could attack it effortlessly from a distance with the mages. It had seen bullies before, but never one so shameless. Taking advantage of the long attack range to bully an immobile old tree was no different from kicking a crippled person in the leg. It was truly lacking in virtue. The irate old tree began to wildly swing its branches in frustration. But even in such a furious state, when faced with numerous fireball attacks, it did not attack recklessly. Instead, it cautiously separated its branches, using the tips to shatter the small fireballs. This way, even if the fireballs exploded, it could ensure that only the very tips of its branches were lost, avoiding significant damage. However, the attacks launched by Chen Chen were not limited to just fireballs. Just as the ghost Y was swatting away all the fireballs like flies, a magic circle suddenly appeared above its canopy. Then, thumb-sized flames began to fall from the sky like raindrops, directly enveloping the ghost Y. The ghost Huai tree stood dozens of meters tall, with a diameter of about 5 meters, but as the rain of fire was about to descend, the blood-sucking vine coiled around the ghost Huai tree began to move rapidly upward like a giant python. Once it left, the originally 5-meter wide ghost Huai tree was immediately reduced to about 3 meters in diameter. After leaving the trunk of the ghost Huai tree, the massive tendrils of the blood-sucking vine quickly spread out, soon resembling a large net that covered the entire canopy of the ghost Huai tree. Normally, when facing such magical attacks, the best strategy for the blood-sucking vine was to take the initiative. As long as it could attack the enemy, its powerful blood-sucking ability would supply the ghost Huai tree with health, allowing it to withstand even the strongest magical attacks without harm. But now, Chen Chen was playing dirty. There were no enemies within their attack range, so the blood-sucking vine had no choice but to endure this magical attack. Otherwise, when the rain of fire fell, the ghost Huai tree would surely lose a significant number of branches. Most of their offensive and defensive capabilities relied on the branches of the ghost Huai tree, and if those branches were completely consumed, they would find themselves in an extremely dangerous situation. The blood-sucking vine could not stand by and let this happen, so it had to step in. The damage from the rain of fire was not particularly high. Even with the fire sorcerer's talents and equipment bonuses, the power of the rain of fire was definitely not strong. With the magical resistance of the blood-sucking vine, enduring this rain of fire would have no effect at all. But the problem is, the flame sorcerer has the bonus of a critical strike aura, and all the skills he releases have a chance to trigger critical damage, including the rain of fire. Each drop of the rain of fire is considered an attack, and with a 20% trigger chance from the critical strike aura, almost every 4 or 5 drops can trigger a 20-fold attack. The blood-sucking vine, which was originally as steady as a mountain atop the treetops, trembled under this multiplied damage. The continuous rain of fire falling upon it would occasionally ignite a flame on its vines. Although the fire would quickly extinguish under the blood-sucking vine's extremely high magic resistance, the burned areas would turn completely charred once the flames went out. After the rain of fire ended, the originally dark green blood-sucking vine had now turned almost half black, looking particularly disheveled. However, being a Lord-level boss, the blood-sucking vine quickly shed the charred parts after drawing a bit of health from the ghost locust tree, soon returning to its original dark green appearance. It actually has this trick, Chen Chen thought. Observing the blood-sucking vine's operation, which resembled a snake shedding its skin, he felt that this twin lord boss was somewhat overpowered. With strong defense, powerful control, nearly ineffective physical ranged attacks, and a very strong lifesteal ability, they could also transfer health to recover themselves. Such an all-encompassing ability would make it difficult for even an adult dragon to survive if ensnared by them, assuming they could control the dragon. Fortunately, Chen Chen's abilities were even more overpowered. After all, it was just about transferring vitality between each other. He was eager to see whether the ghost locust boss had more health or if the flame sorcerer, boosted by the glorious aura's tenfold mana recovery speed, had more mana. Satisfied with the effects of the rain of fire, Chen immediately ordered the flame sorcerer to increase the intensity and continue casting the rain of fire. Under the relentless assault of the rain of fire, the scene fell into a stalemate. The rain kept falling, the blood-sucking vine braced itself with its vines, and then drew health from the ghost locust tree to recover. However, under the 20-fold critical damage boost from the critical strike aura, the ghost locust tree soon couldn't hold on, and its health dropped to half. At this point, the blood-sucking vine seemed to realize that continuing to endure like this would lead to its demise. After withstanding another wave of the rain of fire, the blood-sucking vine directly fell from the treetop and re-wrapped itself around the trunk of the ghost locust tree. Just as Chen Chen was puzzled whether this maneuver meant giving up resistance, he suddenly noticed that the blood-sucking vine, now re-wrapped around the ghost locust tree, began to burrow into the tree's trunk. Meanwhile, the branches of the ghost locust tree, instead of casting fireballs and arrows at the mages and archers, chose to retract its branches, pulling all its limbs back layer by layer into the ground. At first glance, it looked as if the ghost locust tree had woven a birdcage around itself, completely enclosing itself. Under the cover of the branches, Chen Chen could not see what was happening inside the ghost locust boss, but he knew that this operation by the twin bosses was not a surrender. They must be preparing some big move. Therefore, he ignored what the ghost locust boss intended to do and directly ordered his mages and archers to increase their attack intensity. Without the active defense of the ghost locust tree's branches, the fireballs and arrow rain immediately unleashed their original power. The branches, resembling a birdcage, quickly ignited in flames and were soon shattered by the archer's arrow rain. However, after the branches were completely cleared away, Chen Chen finally discovered that the ghost locust tree and the blood-sucking vine, which should have been wrapped inside the branches, had vanished, leaving only a massive pit on the ground. The tree grew legs and ran away? Chen Chen was somewhat astonished as he looked at the deep pit left behind. Indeed, when pushed to the limit, a person can do anything, and the same goes for trees. He had just forced the tree to grow legs. Although he found it somewhat amusing, Chen Chen's vigilance was at its peak. As a Lord-level boss, the ghost Huai tree and the blood-sucking vine would certainly not escape so easily. Now that they had burrowed underground, they were definitely waiting for an opportunity to attack. With their newfound mobility, they would no longer be passive targets like before. However, Chen Shen was not overly worried. What he found most troublesome about the ghost vine tree were its countless branches that were on guard. Now that it had abandoned its strongest means, relying solely on a blood-sucking vine, it wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Chen Shan ordered his troops to change their positions. The previously distinct groups of different classes instantly mixed together. Since Chen Shen had fewer ranged units, after repositioning, there was roughly one melee unit between every 2 ranged units. The reason for this arrangement was not to have the melee units protect the ranged ones, but to limit the Ghost Y boss's ability to burrow underground again after it appeared. With the enhancement of the basic aura, the strength and constitution attributes of the melee classes had already surpassed 1,000. If a strength-specialized warrior donned equipment, their strength alone would be comparable to an ordinary super-tier boss. As long as the Ghost Y boss dared to show its head above ground, the melee units would seize the opportunity and it would be impossible for it to burrow back underground. At that point, without the protection of its branches and exposed above ground, the Ghost Y would simply be a living target. The Ghost Y boss indeed did not disappoint Chen Shen's expectations. Not long after, Chen Shen adjusted the new formation, a gigantic, twisted vine suddenly burst forth from the ground. Once it emerged, the vine split into several strands, sweeping towards the surrounding farmers, instantly entangling a dozen or so farmer practitioners. After capturing these farmers, the blood-sucking vine, aware of the terrifying damage potential of Chen Shen's troops, showed no signs of stopping. It began to retract underground with the captured farmers. If it could take these farmers back underground with its powerful blood-sucking ability, it would surely be able to replenish a significant amount of health for the Ghost Y after draining their blood. At that time, the Ghost Vine Tree could emerge from the ground among Chen Shen's troops and, with the life force it had absorbed, could instantly grow a portion of its branches. Then, it would be Chen Shen and his troops who would be fleeing. This was the terrifying aspect of plant-based creatures. They lacked mobility but possessed a vitality unmatched by any other organism, along with a powerful regenerative ability that consumed life force. However, while the Ghost Vine Tree and Blood-Sucking Vine had their plans, they clearly did not realize that sometimes the plot does not unfold according to their script, as was the case now. Their plan was to capture the humans and immediately retreat underground, leaving Chen Shen no chance to attack. However, during their retreat, the blood-sucking vine suddenly found that while it had come in fine, it could not go back. The melee units closest to those vines pounced as soon as their companions were swept away. With a 200% speed boost from the durability aura, they almost hugged one tightly. Under their immense strength attributes, being grabbed by the vine felt like a rope tied to a heavy object that was rapidly falling from a cliff, suddenly being stepped on by someone at the edge, halting its descent. In that moment of stagnation, the blood-sucking vine realized something was wrong. It immediately tried to exert force to break free from these melee units. It must be said that the strength attributes of a lord-level boss were still unmatched by any lord, not even by Chen Shen's troops, caught off guard, although its vines were briefly halted by Chen Shen's melee units. In a true contest of strength, even the power of a single vine could not be matched by just one or two melee units. So as long as it was given time to regain its strength, it could easily break free from the grasp of those few melee units and retreat underground again. The problem was that every time Chen Shen faced a boss, he relied on the sheer number of people to bully the fewer ones. One wasn't enough, so he brought in a whole group. The warriors charging in were the fastest to arrive, crashing into the vines. Although the blood-sucking vine, as a plant-type monster, was not affected by that charge skill, the warriors paid no mind to that and showed no intention of delivering finishing blows. Instead, they mimicked the earlier melee units and reached out to embrace the blood-sucking vine's vines. Following the warriors were the fastest assassins, who, under the enhancement of the durability aura, were only slightly slower than the charging warriors. The key point was that under the influence of the Level 4 command aura, their strength attribute had already surpassed their main attribute of agility. So, the moment they wrapped around the vine, they immediately unleashed terrifying power. By the time the slowest shield soldiers arrived, they were astonished to find that there was no room left for them. The vines of the blood-sucking vine exposed on the ground were completely filled with assassins, leaving no place for them to intervene. On average, each vine had over a dozen melee units clinging to it, attempting to twist and shake off the control of these hulking figures. However, after being restrained by dozens of melee units, its originally immense strength now felt somewhat inadequate. It struggled a few times, only to find that not only could it not break free, but those melee units were holding on even tighter. Just as it hesitated about whether to extend a few more vines to sweep away the melee classes that were restricting it, it suddenly realized in horror that those melee classes were actually pulling it outward. The warriors and assassins, holding onto a vine nearly half a meter thick, began to collectively retreat as if in a tug-of-war. Fearing that the vine might snap, Chen Shen was not in a hurry to let the ranged units attack. Instead, he stood there directing all the warriors to exert force in one direction. If the scene hadn't been somewhat inappropriate, Chen Shen, as the commander, might have even felt like shouting orders. With hundreds of warriors and assassins working together, the force was simply astronomical, and the blood-sucking vine could not resist at all. The vine was being pulled upward at an incredible speed. The combined strength of these melee classes left the blood-sucking vine feeling somewhat desperate. It could not put up any resistance. Now, if it wanted to avoid being uprooted like a carrot, it had only one choice left: to sever its own vines to survive, directly cutting off those being pulled out so that its main body would not be uprooted along with them. However, these vines contained the vast majority of its life essence, which was different from ordinary health points. If it were to give up, it would take a long time to recover, so for a moment it hesitated between cutting and not cutting. Yet, just that moment of hesitation caused it to miss the best opportunity. The shield soldiers, who had been on standby, immediately took over upon seeing so many vines being pulled out. The moment they wrapped around it, the blood-sucking vine instantly understood that it had lost all choices. Now, with too many vines caught, even if it wanted to make a decisive cut, it was already too late. After losing all avenues of retreat, the blood-sucking vine became resolute. It no longer hesitated. Its main body directly burrowed up from underground, and the massive vine body instantly appeared on the surface. It was only then that Chen Shen saw the specific appearance of the two bosses after they merged. At this moment, the ghost locust tree was reduced to a massive stump, beneath which lay a dense network of roots burrowing deep into the ground. Above the stump, where the trunk should have been, a thick vine had taken its place. As soon as it broke the surface, the blood-sucking vine immediately split into a dozen tendrils, whipping like whips at the warriors clinging to it, trying to drive them away. However, those warriors paid no heed to the lashes. They thought, "You can hit as much as you want. If you let go, I lose." Anyway, with the thorn aura and blood-sucking aura, no matter how much health we lose from these physical attacks, we can recover even more. So they were in no rush. After taking a hit, they steadied themselves and continued to pull on the vine, vowing not to relent until they had dragged the ghost locust tree's roots completely out of the ground. While they were calm, the blood-sucking vine began to feel anxious. Once its main body was exposed, the ranged units that had been standing by immediately began their assault. Without the ghost locust tree's branches to block them, the arrows from the archers and the fireballs from the mages struck directly at its body. Although the lower level of the swift aura meant the archer's agility wasn't high enough for exaggerated damage, the increased attack speed from the durability aura and the critical damage from the heavy strike aura made a difference. A torrential rain of arrows, mixed with the occasional falling fireball, evaporated a third of the ghost locust tree's remaining health in just a moment. It was only at this point that the ghost locust tree truly realized how terrifying the output could be when Chen Shen's troops unleashed their full firepower. Feeling the health rapidly depleting, the ghost locust tree could no longer afford to care about the blood-sucking vine. It gathered all its roots deep underground and swiftly spread towards the archers. By the time it reached the feet of the archers, dozens of roots shot up from the ground like giant pythons, instantly ensnaring several archers. When Chen Shen had previously sent in shield soldiers to test the waters, it had killed those shield soldiers. Now it wanted to use the same trick to eliminate these archers who were dealing it significant damage. However, it had forgotten one thing: the shield soldiers had high health, and it had taken a long time to increase the damage to reach the killing threshold. It only seemed efficient because it had managed to strangle several at once. Now, although the archers' health wasn't as high as the shield soldiers, under the support of the life aura, they were not so easily strangled. Moreover, it had forgotten something very important. It no longer had a canopy of branches for protection, and the exposed roots were quickly caught by the nearest archer. The archers standing a bit farther away wasted no time aiming their arrows at the ensnared roots. With the precision talent, such a close and stationary target meant that if these archers missed, they might as well give up archery and go back to farming. The concentrated arrows rained down on the ghost locust tree's roots, instantly severing all the roots that had emerged from the ground. Without the ghost locust tree's body to bolster them, the dry roots that had ensnared the archers quickly became weak, and with a slight effort, the captured archers broke free from the remnants of those roots. Having exhausted its last resort, the ghost locust tree appeared somewhat at a loss after its ambush failed. The most helpless part was that, since its body had fused with the blood-sucking vine, and now the vine was firmly held by the warriors, it had no chance to escape. Although it wished to separate from the vine and flee on its own, without its health to support it, the blood-sucking vine couldn't hold on for even a moment. And how could the vine allow it to break free? The stump of the ghost locust tree struggled desperately a few times, trying to shake off the blood-sucking vine and escape underground using the remaining roots. However, the blood-sucking vine, faced with this situation, didn't even bother to attack the warrior holding onto it. It simply retracted its tendrils and tightly bound the stump of the ghost locust tree. Soon, under the combined assault of the fire sorcerer and the archer, both the ghost locust tree and the blood-sucking vine had their health completely drained, and in the end, it couldn't separate from the blood-sucking vine that had fused with it. Congratulations on defeating the Lord-level boss, Ghost Locust Tree. Congratulations on defeating the Lord-level boss, Blood-sucking vine. As the battle report popped up, Chen Shen finally concluded this troublesome boss fight. It must be said that compared to such a troublesome aberrant boss, Chen Shen preferred those that could engage him in direct combat. At least those bosses didn't have so many disgusting tricks, and he could just fight them head-on without having to think about so many flashy tactics for his silent consumption. I still need to complete the unit promotion task as soon as possible. Now, not only did the mages need to be promoted to learn new skills, but even the archers were in urgent need of leveling up. The current output method of the archers was simply too singular. This twin boss was manageable with just blocking, but once the block was broken, the archer could still barely deal damage. However, if they encountered a boss that was completely immune to physical damage, the archer would be completely at a loss. Therefore, Chen Chen had to hurry and promote the archers only after the archers leveled up and obtained the elemental arrow skill. With such an embarrassing situation where they were clearly the strongest output but could only watch, not occur. Besides that, once the territory upgraded, Chen Chen needed to promote more mages. Currently, the magic output was simply too low. If he could have 400 mages this time, even if they all only knew a small fireball spell, he could prevent this wooden boss from even having a chance to use its second phase and turn it to ashes. The means were still not enough, and the output was still not violent enough. While Chen Chen summarized the current deficiencies of his units, he opened the items dropped by the boss. Although these two bosses were a twin entity, they were still counted as two lord bosses, so Chen Chen directly received double rewards, including skill points and attribute points. Originally having exhausted his skill points, Chen Chen now had an additional 6 skill points, which was quite a windfall. Currently, Chen Chen felt that his combat power should pose no pressure against any lord boss, so aside from using 2 skill points to raise the level of the swift aura to an average level, he saved the remaining 4 skill points. As for attribute points, of course, he followed the old rule and saved them for when they were needed. After allocating the skill points, Chen Chen began to check the equipment dropped by this boss. You wouldn't believe it, but despite being a troublesome twin boss, the double drops brought him double the joy. The only regret was that these two bosses were really poor. Not only could they not compare to the rich kobolds, but they were even worse than the impoverished Goblin King. The two lord-level bosses combined only dropped 3 pieces of orange gear for him, which was simply the poorest of the poor. Fortunately, the attributes of these 3 pieces of orange gear were quite good, otherwise, Chen Chen's double joy would have likely turned into double disappointment. Heart of the Ghost Locust rank, orange type, special equipment attributes, increases health limit by 20%. Skill, Heart of the Ghost Locust, rooted in the ground. Heart of the Ghost Locust. When the equipper's constitution attribute exceeds 2000, they can recover 1% of their health per second. Rooted in the ground, when the equipper remains still on the ground for more than 5 seconds, their defense and resilience attributes will double. Once they move, this effect will immediately cease. Evaluation, when you are still on the ground, you will be harder to knock down than a big tree. This is the only orange equipment that exploded from the Ghost Locust tree. Not only does it increase the maximum health, but it also comes with a health recovery skill and a skill that enhances both defenses and resilience. Combined, these attributes and skills can turn a defensive class into an indestructible tank. However, the most precious aspect of this equipment lies not in these attributes, but in its type. As is well known, in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, humanoid units can only equip weapons and armor, while non-humanoid units can wear equipment based on their type. For example, Ling Nai Xinyan's Hydra can hardly wear any equipment except for a collar and rings. Fortunately, it has 9 heads, which means it can wear 9 rings, so it doesn't turn out to be too much of a loss. As for special equipment, it integrates directly into the user's body, so it doesn't count as any type of equipment, and can only be considered special. This means that any unit can use this equipment once they obtain it. To give an inappropriate example, its value is akin to the level less divine gear from previous games. Although each unit can only equip 1 piece of special equipment due to its extremely low drop rate, once a lord manages to obtain a piece of special equipment, even if its attributes are average, it can generally be used until the novice phase is over. Even in the main world, there might not be an opportunity to replace special equipment. Looking at this Heart of the Ghost Locust, Chen Chen vaguely remembers that among this generation of lords, there seems to be one lord whose unit is an S-rank Shin Turtle. The Shin Turtle is known for its incredible defense. If it can obtain this Heart of the Ghost Locust, it could retract into its shell when encountering enemies. At that time, with an 80% damage reduction from the shell, combined with the already high defense and resilience of the Shin Turtle receiving a double boost, Chen Chen feels that even if he were to fight the Shin Turtle, it would take him a considerable amount of time. One can only say that if this equipment falls into the hands of a powerful defensive unit, its effect would be no less than that of a divine artifact. It is indeed a pity to equip it on an ordinary shield soldier, but if sold, no one could afford the price. Therefore, despite the regret, Chen Chen directly equipped it on a shield soldier. Besides this top-notch orange equipment, the other 2 orange items were dropped by the Bloodsucking Vine. Bloodsucking Vine Tail, rank, orange, type. Weapon, attributes, agility plus 500, skills, bloodsucking, bloodburst, bloodsucking. Each attack from the Bloodsucking Vine Tail can steal 10% of health. Bloodburst, sacrifice 50% of current health for 100% agility boost. Duration, 5 minutes. Evaluation, blood drives me mad. This orange equipment has average attributes but comes with an extremely rare lifesteal skill. Just 1 skill is equivalent to a level 10 lifesteal halo of a regular halo talent, not to mention it also has a blood burst skill that provides a 100% agility boost. One can only say that while this equipment appears unremarkable, it is actually top tier. Unfortunately, this equipment has a significant flaw. It is a whip weapon, and such an uncommon weapon has very few units that can use it in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Therefore, even though it is a top-tier orange item, its value is greatly diminished. Chen does not have anyone under his command who can wield a whip, and since he already has a lifesteal halo, he does not need lifesteal attacks. Thus, this item can only be put on the trading market after he returns, hoping someone will offer a high price for it. Symbiotic Vine, rank Orange, type, oddity, does not occupy equipment slot, skills, vine symbiosis, vine control, vine symbiosis. The vine symbiotically grows with the user, consuming health to allow the vine to grow rapidly. The more health consumed, the longer and stronger the blood-sucking vine becomes. Maximum of 4 vines can grow, vine control. The user can manipulate the vines through mental power, the higher the user's mental power, the more precise the control over the vines. Evaluation, if your mental power is high enough, it can completely become an extension of your body. Chen was stunned when he saw this. Equipment, another special item, and it was a symbiotic equipment that didn't occupy an equipment slot. Although these two symbiotic bosses didn't drop many items, the types of equipment were rarer than the last. Could it be that these two bosses were too poor and had no equipment to drop, so under the high drop rate bonus of the Blessing of All Realms, they directly dropped their own bodies? Although Chen was somewhat surprised by the drop rate of 2 special items among the 3, he was the beneficiary, so he quickly pushed the thought aside. The most important thing now was to experience the effect of this symbiotic vine. To be honest, Chen had heard of symbiotic entities in the main world of the battlefield of all realms, but those were generally mechanical symbiotes from the mechanical race. This was his first encounter with a plant symbiote, so he was quite curious about the effect of this symbiotic vine. The symbiotic vine equipment was only the size of a fingernail, looking like a green juju pit. Chen placed the symbiotic vine in the palm of his hand, and after selecting to equip it, the vine began to sprout. Soon, a mini vine only 1 centimeter tall fully formed. The mini vine wrapped around Chen's palm and quickly stopped on the back of his right hand. Then, the mini vine seemed to melt away, directly transforming into a 3-dimensional pattern imprinted on the back of Chen's hand. From the outside, it looked like he had a vine tattoo on his hand. Chen could clearly feel a small life added to the back of his hand. He tried to activate the little vine, and a slender vine immediately shot forward from the back of his hand at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Chen's health was also slowly decreasing bit by bit. Watching the flying vine directly bind the huge stump left on the ground after the death of the ghost Hui tree, Chen felt a stir in his heart. The entire vine began to rapidly retract from the back of his hand, then directly pulled him towards the stump. Wow, Spider-Man! The symbiotic vine truly gave Chen a huge surprise. Although it didn't come with any attributes, the effect of the extending vine was incredibly useful. Chen felt as if he had found a toy he adored. The vine kept flying out and retracting from the back of his hand, and he was lifted up and down along with the vine. During this time, he accidentally fell a few times, but with his high constitution, he didn't care. After getting up, he continued to fly. It wasn't until Chen's health was consumed to less than half by the symbiotic vine that he reluctantly stopped. It must be said that this symbiotic vine was indeed fun. Its function was quite similar to Spider-Man's web, but what made it stronger was that once the vine flew out, Chen could perceive and control it. Just as the equipment evaluation stated, its existence truly felt like an extra limb for Chen. With his current mental power strength, manipulating this vine was very simple. Just a first attempt allowed him to control it as if it were an extension of his body. Currently, the maximum distance the vine could extend was 20 meters, and its strength was also very high, able to withstand several slashes from the strongest warriors, and even the fireball spell from the fire sorcerer couldn't burn it away in one hit. With his current health and recovery speed, he can at most sprout 2 vines. Any more than that, and the rate at which his health decreases would multiply, making it difficult for Chen to withstand such consumption. For Chen, the greatest benefit of this thing is that he no longer has to worry about assassins coming to behead him. No matter how well an assassin hides, a sweep of the vines will generally flush them out, and with the strength of the vines, those assassins won't be able to escape once they arrive. In Chen's hands, this can be considered a natural enemy of assassins, but that's about it. This isn't to say that the symbiotic vines are ineffective. As a symbiotic equipment, there are many things the vines can accomplish. If one can master it skillfully and develop many new uses, it could at least enhance the user's combat power by half. The problem is, as a lord, Chen has never relied on himself in battle, but rather on the troops under his command. Instead of spending time practicing this to improve his strength, he might as well defeat a few lord-level bosses to level up his aura. Therefore, this extremely rare special equipment, aside from possibly being useful in certain special situations, can at most serve as a great toy for Chen. Although he feels it's a bit of a waste, it is indeed fun, and he is reluctant to sell it for resources. After all, 2 out of the 3 orange items are top-tier special equipment, and this value completely matches the strength of this dual-birth boss. Although the quantity is a bit low, the quality fully compensates for the lack of quantity. Moreover, for non-humanoid bosses, equipment drops are not the main focus. Their true value lies in the drops of other special items. Vampire Vine. Seed Spirit Wood Essence *1 Locust Tree Man Unit Card Sprite Unit Card Psycho Rice Seed Defense Tower Tray and Catapult Treehouse Blueprint Wood Crystal *20 Blood Essence Stone *20 Source Crystal *50. In terms of special items, the drop rate from dual birth bosses is quite astonishing. The Spirit Wood Essence is a consumable item that can enhance all attributes of a profession by 10 points. After use, and Chen did not hesitate to use it immediately. The 2 unit cards, the Locust Tree Man belongs to the D-grade unit, tough and durable but slow moving. The unit card's value is average. However, the Sprite unit card is different. Sprites, like the Goblin Miners, belong to the Life-type units, but while Goblins excel at mining, Sprites excel at logging. To be precise, they don't actually log. Instead, Sprites gather wood resources by entering trees and generating wood, which is not only highly efficient but also does not harm the trees. If rare tree species are encountered later on, as long as you have Sprites, those rare species can become your renewable resources. Therefore, even though the Sprites gathering bonus isn't as high as that of Goblins, it doesn't affect their popularity as the most favored life unit among all races. Unfortunately, Chen cannot use the Sprite unit card, otherwise, with Sprites around, the area surrounding his territory wouldn't be so bare. The Psycho Rice has nothing much to say. Chen will plant it in the spirit field when he returns. As for the Tray and Catapult and Treehouse Blueprint, one belongs to a special defense tower and the other is an exclusive resting place for the spirit type, both of which have average value and will be tossed into the trading market later. Among all these dropped items, the one Chen can use and is most interested in is undoubtedly the Vampire Vine Seed. The Vampire Vine Seed is not an ordinary crop but belongs to a defensive facility, so its planting ground is not the spirit field but the city wall. Once the Vampire Vine Seed takes root on the city wall, it can slowly grow by absorbing energy. Once fully grown, the Vampire Vine can increase the wall's defense and can use a binding attack effect from atop the wall. If the city walls were alive, the blood-sucking vines could even repair the walls by draining the blood of the attackers. A wall that wraps around and can suck blood is truly terrifying. With it reinforcing the walls, it's hard to say about those bosses, but for ordinary monsters attacking the city, they could basically leave as many as they came with. This is a good thing. Chen decided to combine it with the giant stone walls. Although the giant stone walls are not alive and don't quite match, it doesn't matter. For now, it will strengthen the defense. Later, when he obtains the blueprint for the living walls, he can directly replace the walls with the blueprint, which will be completely effortless. After categorizing and storing all the loot, Chen began to clean up the battlefield. There was still a bit left of the 2 bosses, the Ghost Sephora and the Blood-Sucking Vine. The essence of spiritual wood contained within these bosses, although it couldn't be extracted, could still be taken back for the spiritual field to digest, significantly enhancing the spiritual energy in the field. Thank you for nature's gifts. Chen expressed his gratitude to the 2 bosses, then instructed his men to hurry and bring the remains back to the fertile land of his territory. He still had to rush to deal with the next Lord Boss. It must be said that the effect of the Blessing of All Realms is indeed fierce. Just as Chen killed these 2 bosses, several of his troops responsible for scouting discovered the locations of several more Lord-level bosses. The number of these Lord-level bosses was almost catching up to the number of elite monsters around other territories. Fortunately, the discovered Lord-level bosses did not include the minions of the Dog-Headed King and Goblin King, nor did they possess the super-tier combat power after the fusion of twin bosses. Therefore, after Chen's army pressed in, they had almost no power to fight back and were directly overwhelmed by Chen. However, just when Chen thought he could slaughter all the bosses and smoothly complete the Glory Road task, he encountered a troublesome monster again. Looking at the countless ant corpses the size of a palm scattered on the ground, Chen couldn't help but frown. Damn it, he had been relying on numerical superiority to bully bosses in the All Realms battlefield for so long, and today was the first time he was bullied by a boss relying on numerical advantage. This is truly upside down. Ever since Chen acquired the Thorn Aura and Bloodsucking Aura, all the small monsters in his eyes were just moving blood bags, not even considered enemies. But now, this Ant Queen had given him a solid lesson, making him realize that sometimes, small monsters can also be quite a headache. Including those 2 twin bosses, this was the last Lord-level boss that Chen needed to deal with for his task. Upon seeing that this boss was a queen ant with a colony, Chen felt confident. With the Thorn Aura and Bloodsucking Aura, these little ants were not a problem at all. They were just relying on their numbers, let them bite at will. With the Thorn Aura, Chen felt that he didn't even need to lift a finger to directly kill these little ants. At the beginning, things indeed went as Chen imagined. Although those ants were a bit larger and more numerous, under the effect of the Thorn Aura, they basically died in proportion to their numbers. The shield soldiers stood amidst the dense swarm of ants, allowing them to attack, and the damage they dealt was even less than what the shield soldiers could recover. If it weren't for the sake of time, Chen even thought that just one shield soldier could directly wipe out this Ant Queen. Just when Chen thought this Ant Queen might be the weakest Lord-level boss he had encountered, the Ant Queen showed him what a powerful mother was. Realizing that the soldier ants couldn't deal with the shield soldiers, the Ant Queen directly dispatched fire ants that could spit flames and blood-red bow-backed ants that could attack from a distance. In terms of output, fire ants and blood-red bow-backed ants were not particularly strong. Chen felt that their output could at most be compared to that of sea-level troops of the same rank, but the sheer number of them was overwhelming. The damage dealt by tens of thousands of fire ants and blood-red archbacked ants was terrifying. Chen watched as the shield soldier's health plummeted like a fountain. If it weren't for Chen sensing the danger and quickly ordering the fire sorcerers to cast a firewall to block the battlefield, intercepting the subsequent attacks from the ranged ant troops and pulling back the frontline units, the shield soldiers and warriors trapped in the ant swarm would have been completely annihilated. That wasn't even the most troublesome part. The real issue was that when Chen withdrew the melee units and relied on the lifesteal aura to trade blows from a distance, the unyielding ant queen began to switch her troops, directly sending out a type of self-destructing flying ant. These thumb-sized flying ants, with wings, swarmed towards Chen, and as they got closer, they detonated spontaneously, causing damage comparable to a mage's fireball. These fast-moving flying ants could only be slightly hindered by the fire sorcerer's firewall. The small fireballs from other archers and ordinary mages were practically ineffective. Chen was left in a mess from this wave of explosions, and he had no choice but to temporarily retreat from the battlefield. After several rounds of probing, Chen completely lost his temper. The Ant Queen not only had a variety of tactics but also fought in an extremely sneaky manner. As soon as Chen moved a little farther away, she would immediately withdraw her ant army back to the nest, giving him no chance for any ranged attrition. And as soon as he got close, she would instantly unleash the self-destructing ants, forcing Chen to retreat again. Chen had no idea how many self-destructing ants were in that ant nest, but after several rounds, over 10,000 self-destructing ants had already exploded, showing no signs of a shortage in troops. He even began to doubt whether the Ant Queen would ever run out of troops, because from her attacking style he could vaguely see a hint of the insect race's battle tactics. In the battlefield of myriad realms, the insect race had always been a dominant force. Aside from their infinite evolution, what was most troublesome was their vast shared gene pool. No matter what enemy they faced, they could always find a counter from the gene pool and then breed a batch of battle-ready soldiers. Now, Chen felt that this Ant Queen had a very insect-like vibe. Her troop changes were too rapid, and the number of troops was too great. Even if the underground ant nest was vast, the possibility of accommodating hundreds of thousands of such large ants was slim. Therefore, Chen speculated that those self-destructing flying ants were likely the battle soldiers that the Ant Queen had just bred during their fight. If that were the case, it would be nearly impossible to exhaust the number of self-destructing ants, because the Ant Queen's breeding relied on the energy from the ant race's energy pool. If it came down to a war of attrition, who knew how much energy was stored in their energy pool? It was possible that the battle could drag on until tomorrow without a resolution. And Chen clearly wasn't going to waste so much time on a mere lord-level boss. This novice world is getting deeper and deeper. First, there was a mature red dragon, and now a suspected insect race lord-level boss. Chen pondered, stroking his chin. Although the Ant Queen was somewhat troublesome for him, he had no intention of giving up, because anything related to the insect race, even if this Ant Queen wasn't entirely an insect, would surely drop some exclusive insect-related items upon her defeat. As one of the overlords of myriad races, anything associated with the insect race was bound to be valuable. However, because the insect race was so powerful, even in the main world, very few blue star people could kill them. So for Chen, this Ant Queen, related to the insect race, was indeed a rare opportunity, and he would not let this chance slip away. Moreover, this Ant Queen was just a minor inconvenience for him, if he truly wanted to resolve it. He had plenty of ways to do so. After reaching level 10, each kill of a lord-level boss only granted Chen 500 experience points, while the experience required to level up from 10 to 11 skyrocketed to an exaggerated 10,100 points. Nevertheless, after defeating 9 lord-level bosses and their minions, along with the experience gained in the Cobalt Kingdom, Chen successfully reached level 11. Unfortunately, the Ant Queen's spawn units were more than 3 levels above him, which meant Chen couldn't gain any experience from killing them. Otherwise, with so many ant soldiers, each giving him a bit of experience, he could have easily reached level 14 or 15 by now. Currently, Chen had a total of 25 skill points and 1 opportunity to draw a new aura. To be honest, he had never been this affluent in skill points before. Originally, Chen planned to kill the last lord-level boss before returning to his territory to draw a new aura and carefully consider which auras to upgrade for dealing with the red dragon. However, it seemed necessary to draw the aura in advance. Chen opened the talent selection and directly initiated the level 11 talent draw. Soon, 3 talents appeared before his eyes. 1 focus aura, 2 order aura, 3 elemental aura, water focus aura. Level 1 increases the defense of all allied units by 10 times order aura. Level 1 increases the spell resistance of all allied units by 10 times elemental aura. Water. Level 1 increases the water and water-derived, including but not limited to ice, magic attributes of all allied units by 200%. Note, elemental auras share levels regardless of type. Chen Chen stared at the three newly drawn auras in silence for a long time. To be honest, he really wanted to choose the focus aura this time, but given the situation he was facing, it seemed that the order aura was more suitable. Among these three auras, the elemental aura was the least desirable. Those who previously had the aura talent often referred to the elemental aura as the trash of the pollution talent draw pool because there were many auras of the same type and their effects were all the same. It could only increase a single magic attribute by 20% when maxed out, aura skill max level 10, which was indeed a bit too lackluster. Even with Chun Chen's 100-fold aura attribute increase, the elemental aura's level 1 could only boost magic attributes by 200%, making it seem rather mediocre. For Chen Chen, the only advantage of the elemental aura was that auras of the same type could share levels. The so-called shared levels meant that if Chen chose the water elemental aura and leveled it up to max, then when he later drew another elemental aura, like the fire elemental aura, it would already be at max level, saving a lot of skill points. Of course, Chen Chen definitely wouldn't choose the elemental aura now, not to mention the water elemental aura. Even if he had the option, he wouldn't choose the fire elemental aura due to its underwhelming attributes. However, in Blue Star, people have speculated about the elemental aura, believing that not only are these elemental auras almost identical in attributes, but they can also share levels clearly belonging to the same series. So, if one were to gather all the different elemental auras, could these different elemental auras possibly be combined into a higher quality all-attribute elemental aura? Many people found this hypothesis quite plausible, but the problem was that there were at least 7 known elemental auras, and ordinary people with the aura talent could only obtain a draw opportunity for an aura talent every 5 levels. And it wasn't guaranteed that they would draw an elemental aura each time. Unless someone with the aura talent went mad, it was absolutely impossible for them to choose to gather elemental auras to gamble on. An unknown possibility, therefore, this conjecture has never been verified. For Chen Chen, there may be a chance in the future to gather all the elemental auras. But for now, his choice can only be between focusing on the focus aura or the order aura. To be honest, the focus aura is indeed impressive. After the increase in defense, when facing powerful bosses, the troops under Chen Chen can undoubtedly hold out longer. As long as they can withstand the attack, his troops can restore their health through the lifesteal aura. The problem is that the focus aura only enhances physical defense, while the powerful bosses Chen Chen is currently facing mostly use magic. For instance, the endless lightning from the dog-headed king before, and the breath of the red dragon later, even the self-destructing flying ants sent by the ant queen now, mostly deal magic damage. So it's not that he doesn't want to choose the focus aura, it's just that the order aura is clearly more applicable. Sorry, my good brother, next time for sure. Looking at the all too familiar focus aura, Chen Chen felt like a scumbag, once again uttering the words next time for sure, and then decisively chose the order aura. After selecting the order aura, Chen Chen showed no intention of saving skill points and directly upgraded the order aura to level 5. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, all troops, except for some special types, inherently possess magic resistance. Now that the mage's defense has increased 50-fold, if he encounters the dog-headed king's endless lightning again, the troops under Chen Chen can completely bathe in the lightning. Even against the red dragon's breath, the shield soldiers can withstand it head-on, and there will no longer be a situation where they get melted upon first contact. As for the self-destructing flying ants, which also deal magic damage, Chen Chen looked towards the ant nest and sneered, "Come on, show me another explosion." This time, Chen Chen ordered his entire army to charge forward. After numerous battles, the coordination of his farmer-class troops had become quite proficient. The front line was responsible for dismantling the ant nest, while the back line dealt damage. As long as the front line wasn't wiped out instantly, this formation was enough to push through all enemies. Faced with Chen Chen's momentum, the ant queen remained unfazed. While Chen Chen was extracting his talents, she had already amassed a large number of self-destructing flying ants. So, upon seeing all of Chen Chen's troops approaching the ant nest, she immediately dispatched all the self-destructing flying ants. Tens of thousands of self-destructing flying ants launched a suicide attack towards the farmer class, aiming to blow up all of Chen Chen's troops right there. As the self-destructing flying ants dove down like miniature bombers, an incessant series of explosions erupted among the farmer's formation, and the flames from the continuous explosions instantly enveloped all of Chen Chen's troops. For a moment, all that could be seen on the battlefield was the fire from the explosions, and Chen Chen's troops were nowhere to be found. Just when the Ant Queen thought this wave of attacks would bury all of Chen Chen's forces, the neatly arranged shield soldiers emerged from the flames, almost unscathed. Behind the shield soldiers were warriors, assassins, mages, and archers. When all these troops stepped out, the Ant Queen finally realized that the previous wave of attacks from the self-destructing flying ants had caused no damage at all. The 50-fold increase in magic resistance had negated most of the damage from the self-destructing flying ants. If it weren't for the sheer number of them, the shield soldiers wouldn't have even lost a layer of skin. As a highly intelligent being, the Ant Queen looked at this scene in confusion. Clearly, the shield soldiers had been blown away before. How could they suddenly not be affected by the explosions? Could it be that these humans have a gene pool, and they went back to debug their genes? Considering this possibility, the Ant Queen sent out melee ant soldiers again, fantasizing that these humans would be torn
to shreds under the attack of the ant soldiers. However, the sight of the ant soldiers collapsing in droves shattered the Queen Ant's illusions completely. These humans were not retreating to adjust their genes. They were, damn it, using cheats. As a highly intelligent and emotionless being, the Queen Ant was now driven to the brink of cursing. A group of humans was actually able to fill in their shortcomings faster than the insect race, which had a gene pool. Were they even real humans? The Queen Ant was baffled by the evolution speed of these humans. It frantically searched its gene pool, trying to find a way to counter these humans. However, its gene pool was incomplete, and it was merely an ant race that had not fully evolved. Faced with Chen Shen's nearly unbeatable tactics, no matter how much it searched, it could not find any effective means to counter them. Even if it did find something, Chen Shen would not give it any opportunity. The insect race had too many methods, and Chen Shen was worried that the Queen Ant might come up with some trick. Therefore, after his troops withstood the onslaught of the self-destructing flying ants, they directly began to break through the ant nest. With the powerful force of the level 4 command halo, the hard ant nest seemed like a pile of sand before the shield soldiers and warriors, and soon a wide passage was excavated. During the digging process, palm-sized ants surged out like a tide, a dark mass of ants, waving their fearsome mandibles, creating an impressive momentum due to their sheer numbers. However, under the dual effects of the thorn halo and the blood-sucking halo, these seemingly terrifying waves of ants were mostly killed by the thorn halo's counter damage in a single encounter, rendering them ineffective as any form of obstruction. Even when the occasional ranged ants appeared, they had no space to output damage under the concentrated fire of the mages. After all, with the increased magic resistance, the fire sorcerers could easily cast spells right under the feet of the shield soldiers and warriors, completely unafraid of friendly fire, resulting in an extraordinarily high monster-killing efficiency. Yet, as he watched the ants continuously die, Chen Shen's expression showed no joy. This wave of monsters was truly a loss beyond measure. He couldn't tell if these ant soldiers were too low in level or if they were considered summon creatures because they were birthed by the Queen Ant. In any case, killing them yielded no experience rewards or equipment rewards for Chen Shen. It was all for nothing. If he killed the Queen Ant and it didn't drop anything good related to the insect race, he would truly be at a loss this time. Just as Chen pondered whether to turn the Queen Ant into a specimen to display in his territory if it didn't drop anything valuable, the ant nest was finally breached by the shield soldiers and warriors. A plump Queen Ant, about the size of a calf, was writhing and frantically laying eggs. Countless ant eggs, the size of rice grains, were expelled into a small energy pool as it moved. Once those eggs fell into the energy pool, they quickly rotted into miniature soldier ants in just a moment. However, as these miniature soldier ants crawled out of the energy pool, their size increased with each step they took. Once they completely left the energy pool, their size transformed into the palm-sized soldier ants that Chen Shen had seen. Energy pool, at least intermediate level. Chen Shen's eyes widened as he gazed at the milky white water in the pool. From the almost transformative speed at which the soldier ants changed in the energy pool, Chen Shen could conclude that the energy pool was at least of intermediate level. The so-called intermediate energy pool was just a term. Its true name should be the source energy pool or the source of life. It belonged to a higher tier of energy pools, which is why most people habitually referred to it as an intermediate energy pool. It was quite similar to a primary energy pool, as both served to accelerate the growth of troops. However, the difference was that the energy from a primary energy pool could only allow troops to grow to the limits of the novice world. Take the dragon unit as an example. After obtaining the intermediate energy pool, no matter how much energy you expend, the energy pool can only elevate them to the young dragon stage at most. This does not mean that the growth limit of dragons in the novice world is just the young dragon stage. Rather, it indicates that the items produced in the novice world can only support their growth up to this point. Once they reach the young dragon stage, no treasures from the novice world can accelerate their growth any further. If one wishes to grow quickly afterward, they can either rely on time, allowing the dragons to live for hundreds or even thousands of years to grow slowly, or they must leave the novice world and head to the main world. When Chen Shen previously painted a grand vision for Anna, suggesting that her angels grow to their complete form, he was referring to the complete form that represents the limit of the novice world. However, this intermediate energy pool is different. It allows dragons to grow to their mature stage. In other words, this thing is not something that should appear in the novice world. It exceeds the standard. Stop it. Just as Chen Shen was still in shock, he noticed that the Ant Queen, realizing she might have no way out, actually spat out a mouthful of acid toward the energy pool. Without any hesitation, Chen Shen immediately ordered the shield soldiers to block in front of the energy pool. With the speed boost from the durability halo, several shield soldiers rushed to the front of the energy pool in an instant, raising their shields to block the acid spat out by the Ant Queen. The shields in the hands of the shield soldiers immediately began to emit white smoke upon contact with the acid. Except for the shield soldier holding the orange-grade destruction shield, the shields of the other soldiers were actually melted away by the viscous liquid.
A few drops of acid splashed from the shields and fell into the energy pool, also producing a puff of white smoke, evaporating a small portion of the milky white liquid inside the energy pool. Damn it, hurry up and kill it. Seeing the small portion of white liquid evaporate, Chen Chen felt an unbearable pain. The most valuable aspect of a normal energy pool is the energy pool blueprint obtained after destroying it, but this one is different. The intermediate energy pool can increase the energy concentration of the pool water by throwing resources into it. The water in a normal energy pool is no different from that in a primary energy pool. Both are transparent liquids like pure water. As the energy accumulates, the color of the energy pool will change towards white. Judging by the fact that so many ant soldiers have hatched from the ant queen and the pool still maintains its milky white color, the energy in this pool must have been accumulating for at least 100 years, and during that time, the ant queen certainly did not stop adding resources. Given the richness of this pool water, it could easily nurture several mature dragons. In terms of value, this milky white energy pool water even surpasses the energy pool itself. And now, the ant queen actually wanted to destroy his pool water. This is simply unforgivable. With the attacks from Chun Chen's troops, the nearly defenseless ant queen could not fight back at all, nor did it have any desire to retaliate. Instead, it struggled to move its body, trying to completely destroy that pool of water. However, with shield soldiers and warriors blocking in front of it, the energy pool, which was so close, felt like an insurmountable chasm to it. It wasn't until the archers focused their fire and shot it dead that it managed to spit out another mouthful of acid into the energy pool. Only after watching the Ant Queen take its last breath and the battle report panel pop up with the news of the Ant Queen's death did Chen Chen finally relax the tension that had been hanging in his heart. If that pool of energy liquid, accumulated over 100 years, had been completely evaporated by a mouthful of acid from the Ant Queen, he would have been so distressed that he wouldn't have slept well that night. Fortunately, the Ant Queen was too fat, making it difficult to turn around, and with the constant interference from the warriors, this precious pool of energy liquid was ultimately preserved. After the Ant Queen's death, Chen Chen didn't even pay attention to what the Ant Queen dropped. He immediately rushed to the front of the energy pool to check its attributes: source of life, belonging, unowned, type. Special building, attribute, contains life force pool water, allowing organisms to achieve cross-tier evolution. The higher the biological tier, the slower the evolution speed. Current energy status, high. Indeed, it is a mid-level energy pool. After seeing the attributes of the source of life, Chen Chen finally relaxed his eager heart. The novice world actually has treasures of this level. However, looking at the energy pool's abundant energy status, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit pained. The energy levels of the energy pool are divided into 5 levels: low, medium, high, abundant, and perfect. The Ant Queen, that spendthrift, just birthed hundreds of thousands of ant soldiers in one go, which must have consumed a large amount of energy. Otherwise, the original energy level of the source of life might have been abundant. The Ant Queen actually used his energy pool against him and wasted so much of his energy. It was truly ungrateful. If he had known there was a mid-level energy pool in the ant nest, Chen Chen definitely wouldn't have conducted so many tests. He would have directly spared no expense to raise the halo level to eliminate the Ant Queen at the first opportunity and then reclaim the energy pool. Of course, such thoughts are just wishful thinking. Not to mention he lacks foresight abilities. Even if he had them, directly breaking through the ant nest isn't realistic. If he truly displayed unmatched strength, the Ant Queen would surely destroy everything at the first opportunity. By then, what he would see might not be this energy pool, but rather a shattered fragment of the energy pool or the energy pool blueprint. After relaxing his mood, Chen Chen scanned other areas of the ant nest, hoping to see if there were any treasures of this level. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he only found a completely damaged gene chamber. This thing should be related to the insect race and is quite valuable, but its value lies not in its practicality, but in the ability to decipher the insect race's genes from it. As one of the overlords of the myriad races, and a race known for its devouring, they have many enemies among the myriad races. Therefore, if this thing were sold in the main world of the myriad realms battlefield, it would definitely fetch a good price. Of course, it would also offend the insect race, so it's hard to say whether this thing is good or bad. However, since this thing is damaged now, Chen Chen doesn't have to consider so much. The insect race places great importance on this item. Once they confirm that the danger is insurmountable, the first thing they destroy is the gene chamber. However, if it weren't for the Ant Queen destroying the gene chamber, Chen Chen's energy pool might not have been preserved either. So, trading this thing for an energy pool isn't something Chen Chen would regret. After confirming that there were no treasures in the ant nest, Chen began to check the items dropped by the Ant Queen. Screeching Tower Blueprint, Energy Extraction Chamber, Insect Race Teleportation Device Blueprint, Miniature, Ant Nest Troop Card, Fungal Cluster, Heart of the Ant Queen, Attributeless Energy Crystal *50, Source Crystal *300. The items dropped by the Ant Queen are not many, and there isn't even a single piece of equipment, but the value of these items is the highest among the many monarch bosses Chun Chen has killed. The Screeching Tower is a characteristic defense tower of the insect race, with the greatest advantage being its ability to attack in groups. However, for Chen Shen, its value isn't very high. With his current combat power, the role of such an output-type defense tower is almost negligible, so this item is destined to be thrown into the trading market. However, due to its group attack characteristic, selling an orange-grade item in the novice world shouldn't be a problem. The blueprint for this screeching tower, which is worth as much as an orange-grade item, is actually the least valuable among these dropped items. The energy extraction chamber, in its true form, is the large ant nest beneath Chen Shen's feet. Its function is to convert all resources thrown into the energy extraction chamber into energy, serving as a high-level supporting structure for the intermediate energy pool, which can accelerate the accumulation of energy in the pool. As for its value, well, in this novice world, selling it is out of the question. He can only wait until he returns to the main world to sell it. The Zerg teleportation device, as the name suggests, is a characteristic building of the Zerg. It can open 2 teleportation gates, allowing troops to be quickly transported to their destination. As for the micro-teleportation device, the maximum coverage distance of the teleportation gate is 50 kilometers. Whether it covers the underground world or reaches Chen Shen here, it's not a problem at all. The Ant Nest troop card is also an exclusive troop type of the Zerg, with a troop card level of A. The nest itself has no combat power, and the troops it hatches are only D level. However, the reason it can become an A-level troop card is mainly because the troops it hatches are akin to summoned beings, not restricted by the population of the territory. This means that if needed, one can directly spawn troops without limits like the Ant Queen, overwhelming all enemies with a sea of insects. Of course, all of this is predicated on having sufficient energy. Zerg troops are known for their high energy consumption. If one wants to spawn troops without restrictions and does not use the energy from the intermediate energy pool, even someone like Chen Shen, who is quite wealthy, wouldn't last long. Nevertheless, as an A-level troop card, this Ant Nest's price is certainly not comparable to just a couple of orange equipment pieces. As for the final items, the fungal cluster and the Ant Queen's heart, these two are considered the most valuable among the dropped items. The fungal cluster is a weakened version of the fungal blanket. It can convert all types of biological corpses into life energy that enhances species evolution. For Chen Shen, its most useful aspect is that it can merge with plant life. He might consider merging it with the blood-sucking vine seeds later to see if it can allow the blood-sucking vine to evolve again under life energy. The Ant Queen's heart, on the other hand, is a Zerg converter. After using it, any item can be transformed into the corresponding Zerg life form, but it cannot obtain the Zerg gene pool. It can only gain the ability for the race to evolve infinitely. When Chen Shen saw any item, the first thing that came to his mind was the giant stone wall. He hadn't started building yet. He wondered if the wall could be considered any item. Currently, the defensive items are the blood-sucking vine and the fungal cluster. If he could transform the giant stone wall into a life form that can evolve infinitely, wouldn't that mean that as long as the wall's level is high enough, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger? The wall itself could annihilate all enemies. The more Chen thought about it, the more promising it seemed, though he was unsure if the Ant Queen's heart could transform the wall. However, it should be fine, right? After all, this item is considered a treasure among the Zerg, and with all the strange biological buildings the Zerg has, a biological wall shouldn't be a problem. After counting all the spoils, Chen Shen looked at the intermediate energy pool with a bit of worry. This thing is not a blueprint but a finished product, and normally, there are only 2 ways to bring it back to his territory. The first method is to directly destroy the energy pool. With Chen Shen's drop rate, it would definitely not be a problem to obtain the blueprint for the energy pool, but the result would be that all the energy liquid would vanish. This method is definitely out of the question. The Ant Queen only consumed a little energy, and it pained Chen Shen enough. Now, asking him to destroy all the energy liquid, such a luxurious waste, he wouldn't do it even if it killed him. The second method is to use a high-level building relocation scroll, which would allow him to move the energy pool along with the water back to his territory. The migration scrolls are quite rare. Chen Shen had killed so many monarch-level bosses, and he hadn't seen even a low-level migration scroll, let alone a high-level one. If he couldn't move this energy pool by the time he reached the main world, it would be quite amusing. But right now, Chen had no other options. The energy pool was too far from his territory. Even if his territory reached level 20, its range couldn't expand to this location. For now, he could only hope to either obtain or buy a high-level territory migration scroll later. Otherwise, forget it. Chen Shen was reluctant to think further. He decided to send a few troops to guard the area, lest something else occupied the energy pool. As for now, his Glory Road task was complete, and he needed to focus on setting up the trial tower. Once his troops completed their advancement, he would have a good talk with that rude red dragon. Chen repaired the ant nest and left 1 or 2 of each troop type to guard it. With their strength, any ordinary super-tier boss would be dead on arrival. If something truly formidable came along, they would need to bring the entire army over, otherwise, it wouldn't matter how many were stationed there. To be honest, Chen Shen only had 1 microportal on hand, which he needed to open in the underground world to deal with the red dragon, just in case something unexpected happened. Otherwise, he would have considered opening the portal here. After leaving some troops behind, Chen Chen returned with his army, planning to see how simple it would be for the troops at the trial tower to level up. If it was easy, he would send a batch of advanced troops over to swap defenses. Upon returning to his territory, Chen Chen immediately claimed the trial tower from the Glory Road. Since the trial tower was a reward building and not a blueprint, it didn't require any resources to construct. Chen Chen just needed to choose a suitable location and place it down. The terrain didn't need to be considered at all. He directly selected a wide open space to the left of the barracks and placed the trial tower there. As he adjusted the virtual image of the trial tower and confirmed the placement, a wooden tower with 8 peaks and 4 corners suddenly rose from the ground, standing over 50 meters tall. From the 4 corners at the top of the tower, chains hung down directly to the underground. This trial tower had a total of 13 floors. Wait, 13? After counting the floors of the trial tower, Chen Chen suddenly realized something was off. Logically, each floor of the trial tower provided 1 trial, and at level 100 the tower should offer 10 trials, meaning it should only have 10 floors. So what did this 13 floors mean? Was the trial not based on the number of floors? Or could the trials go all the way to level 130? Were there even practitioners of such high levels in the main world? Looking at the 13-floor trial tower, many doubts arose in Chen Chen's mind. Unfortunately, the trial tower didn't come with a manual, only an option to enter the first floor trial, so his questions remained unanswered for now. However, these matters weren't important at the moment, so Chen Chen quickly pushed them aside and tentatively sent an archer to the trial tower. The first floor trial of the trial tower requires 100 gold coins. Do you wish to spend 100 gold coins to start the trial? Looking at the prompt that popped up from the trial tower, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. The buildings that came from the Glory Road really demanded a lot of money. They had charged him 100 during the job change, and now the trial tower wanted another 100. Moreover, it seemed that 100 gold coins was just the price for the first floor trial. The cost might increase for the subsequent trials. This trial tower was even more ruthless than the job change hall. Although he couldn't help but complain a few times in his heart, the wealthy Qin Shing still chose to start the trial without hesitation. Not to mention 100 gold coins, even the gold needed to promote all 701 combat units was just pocket change for him at this point. After Chen Shun chose to initiate the trial, the archer standing at the trial tower seemed to be teleported inside, his figure disappearing directly in front of the tower. Once the archer entered the trial tower, the first floor of the tower seemed to light up, emitting a faint glow. However, just a few dozen seconds later, this glow dimmed, and the archer who had entered the tower walked out. Why is it so fast? Did he succeed or fail? Chen Chen, somewhat puzzled, immediately opened the archer's attribute panel. Peasant/sniper archer level, 11 rank, D strength, 42 constitution, 42 agility, 64 intelligence, 42 talent, ranged strike, basic range increased to 600 meters. When attacking targets beyond 500 meters, for every additional 100 meters, damage increases by 10%, maximum 200%. Skills: Eagle Eye, Silent Arrow, Vision Enhancement, Elemental Arrow, Charged Shot, Precision Strike, Weak Point Break, Hiss. He advanced again. Looking at the archer who had been promoted to rank D, Chen Chen couldn't help but gasp. Just one professional trial had directly elevated the archer by 1 rank. If this continued, wouldn't it mean that by level 50, all the peasants under him could be promoted to rank S units? Thinking of this, Chen Chen felt it was somewhat unlikely. The current rank of the peasants was low, so a faster promotion was somewhat normal, but as their ranks increased later on, the rate of promotion would surely slow down. No matter how powerful the trial tower was, it couldn't so easily elevate ordinary units to rank A or above. Waking up from his daydream, Chen Chen took a rough look at the sniper archer's attributes and felt that his luck was quite good. Or rather, the low probability of the trial tower was much more reliable than the extremely low probability of the promotion hall. His units had only undergone their first promotion and had successfully transitioned into a hidden profession. The sniper archer not only possessed an ultra-long range and increased damage at range but also had Charged Shot, a damage skill that could be charged, along with Weak Point Break and Precision Strike, skills that enhanced damage. One could say that the sniper archer was the sniper among archers, unmatched in targeted kills. Normally, a typical sniper archer would focus on maximizing their range to unleash their damage potential, but with Chen Chen's strong strike aura, there was no need to worry about range at all. What ranged strike? That was all just normal attacks. Would you like to set the sniper archer as the main hidden profession? After setting, when the archer is promoted to a hidden profession, there is a high probability of directly transitioning to a sniper archer. Originally, Chen Chen felt regretful. Although the sniper archers suited him, their numbers were too few. If they could scale up, the combat power of the archers would surely undergo a qualitative change. Unfortunately, the promotion to hidden professions was somewhat low, and there were countless hidden professions for archers. Even if hidden professions were released later, the likelihood of encountering a sniper archer was too low, making it nearly impossible to form a small team. But now, this prompt from the trial tower instantly made his idea of forming a sniper-archer team seem possible. Shin Chen carefully examined the prompt and the explanatory information beneath it. He had to admit that the trial tower was incredibly considerate. As long as a hidden class had appeared in the trial tower, he could set it as a priority class for job change. Moreover, he could set a quantity, and once the number of that job class reached the required amount, the priority job change would be cancelled, followed by a prompt allowing Chen Chen to set a new hidden class or directly cancel the priority setting. After seeing this feature, Chen Chen instantly felt that the 100 gold coins he had just spent were somewhat worth it. Not only did it provide a path for promotion, but it also offered value-added services. This trial tower was far more understanding than the job change hall. Chen Chen thought for a moment and temporarily set the number of sniper archers to 20. With the output of the sniper archers, as long as the boss wasn't too overpowered, 20 people focusing their fire together would surely take it down. If 20 people couldn't kill it, then having more probably wouldn't help either. After setting the sniper archers, Chen Chen began to inquire how they passed the trial. According to the sniper archer, his trial inside the tower was to defeat an opponent of equal strength, but under the enhancement of Chen Chen's aura, the so-called equal strength was nothing but a joke. The archer who was his opponent had just knocked an arrow when the sniper archer shot an arrow at him, and the opponent didn't even have time to react before being shot into a beam of white light. When he realized he was dead, the archer's eyes were filled with confusion. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a fair match? Naturally, the sniper archer wouldn't explain this to him. After hearing the completion prompt of the trial, he directly exited the trial tower, taking only half a minute, most of which was spent waiting. After confirming the trial method, Chen Chen began to let all the troop types start their trials. Although the trial tower was efficient and could accommodate 10 troop types for trials simultaneously, Chen had so many troop types under his command that the trials still required some time. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Chen returned to the Copper Sparrow platform to handle his messages. His friend Ling Naijian had already sent him a bunch of messages, and now Chen Chen finally had the time to reply to her. Ling Naijian, who was busy fighting monsters with the Hydra, had long set Chen Chen as a special contact. Upon receiving Chen Chen's message, she immediately said excitedly, "Little Joe, hurry up and put in some effort to kill this ugly guy. The big boss has replied to us." Hearing Ling Naijian's words, the Hydra perked up as well, its 8 heads spraying venom at a strangely shaped crocodile in the swamp like a machine gun. The venom, which was originally known for its toxicity, erupted with the power of arrows, piercing a large hole through the crocodile's head. Once the crocodile was dead, the somewhat exhausted Hydra tore the corpse into several pieces with just a few bites and completely swallowed it. "Leave me a little." Seeing that the Hydra had finished eating the crocodile, Ling Naijian, who was replying to Chen Chen, suddenly panicked. She quickly tapped the Hydra's head beneath her with her hand, and said somewhat aggrieved, "I've never eaten such a big crocodile before." All of the Hydra's heads turned to look at Ling Naijian, confused. "Didn't you say this was an ugly guy? Why do you want to eat it now? It's just a bit ugly." "It doesn't mean it's not tasty. There are many ugly guys on our blue star that are delicious." Thinking about how the meat of that big crocodile might be very tasty, Ling Naijian felt more and more aggrieved. "No, you have to spit some out for me." The Hydra, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of helplessness in its 18 eyes. It had never seen a human so obsessed with food. Over the past 2 days, no matter what it killed, she insisted on saving a bit to taste. If it weren't for its intervention, the humanoid goblins would have ended up in her pot. To be honest, the Hydra began to suspect that this somewhat silly and adorable lord might possess a trace of gluttonous blood. She had reached the point where she would want to taste even a pile of dung to check its saltiness. Therefore, when Reina Makoto asked it to spit out the crocodile meat, it had no doubt about her seriousness, because it knew that if it dared to spit, this foodie lord would truly dare to eat. "You should reply to the message from the financier first. There should still be crocodile monsters in this swamp. I'll make sure to save some for you when we encounter them later." As an S-rank unit, the human common language was not difficult for the Hydra, but the Hydra clan was generally taciturn, rarely speaking. However, now that Reina Makoto was staring at it with such intent eyes, it felt compelled to respond, so it explained in a cool voice. Worried that it couldn't divert Reina Makoto's obsession with crocodile meat, it added, "Didn't you say that many of those who want to deal with the financier are top lords? I remember that dragon meat seems to be quite delicious." Sure enough, upon hearing about something tasty, Reina Makoto was instantly swayed. Reluctantly, she shifted her gaze away from the Hydra and didn't forget to add, "Next time we encounter such an ugly thing, you must remember to save me a bite." Seeing that Reina Makoto's attention had finally shifted and she began to reply to Chen Chen's message, the Hydra finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, it thought its lord was quite good. She had a nice personality, foresight, and ambition, and she was willing to work hard. Although this ambition and effort were all aimed at getting to eat more and better things, that didn't matter. What was important was that she truly put in the effort. Therefore, the small flaw of her intelligence dropping sharply when food was involved was not a big deal in its eyes. After all, As long as it was there, as long as the Lord didn't make foolish mistakes in major matters, they could still survive on the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Now it just hoped that the Lord's luck could be a bit better so they could survive longer in the battlefield of 10,000 realms.
You said you know who wants to kill me?
Chen looked at Reina Makoto's message, somewhat surprised. Were those people so careless in their actions? It wasn't strange that news of their intention to unite against him had leaked out, as they might have contacted too many people. But now, even the specific personnel had been revealed. Wasn't that a bit incompetent? Didn't they have any preventive measures? Didn't anyone understand the simple principle that if secrets weren't kept, harm would come? Originally, Chen just thought these people were a bit wicked, but now he began to feel they were somewhat incompetent. Were they really not afraid of him? Hiring people to ambush them? It's not that I know exactly who they are. I don't recognize many of those people, but I do know the approximate number. Reina Makoto quickly replied, explaining, when they called people over, they actually signed a confidentiality contract, but the penalties for that contract aren't too severe. My unit is the Hydra, and as long as I pay a small price, I can bypass this contract. Hydra? Upon hearing that Reina Makoto's unit was the Hydra, Chen suddenly realized. The Hydra's innate ability seemed to be death substitution. When it received fatal damage, it could transfer all the damage to one of its heads, allowing it to withstand an attack that would normally be lethal at the cost of just one snake head. In addition to offsetting damage, the Hydra's death substitution cost can also be actively used, such as substituting for the Lord to bear damage or negative status effects. The ordinary contract penalties in the battlefield of 10,000 realms also count as a type of negative status for the Hydra. Therefore, Reina Makoto only needs to transfer the contract penalty to the Hydra to achieve a no-damage breach. However, this kind of breach also has its limits. If the penalty for breaching is severe enough that the Hydra cannot withstand it, then after transferring the penalty, not only will the Hydra die on the spot, but Reina Makoto, as the Lord, will also suffer the full penalty, rather than the reduced one from the Hydra. Thus, for lords who possess the Hydra unit, as long as they customize the breach penalty to be severe enough, they will have no way to breach the contract. Moreover, in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, besides the Hydra's death substitution, there are many similar breach methods. It is precisely for this reason that Chen has such distrust in contracts. Every time he establishes a contract, he adds a clause about the breach penalty being known to the other party's territory. Because compared to the contract penalties, he trusts his own strength more. Whoever dares to breach, he will go directly to their door for a pleasant offline exchange match. However, when he heard Reina Makoto say that the contract penalties were not too severe, Chen felt something was off. Not to mention that top lords like Reina Makoto find it hard to completely hide their unit information on Blue Star, even if we assume she is hiding it well and no one knows her unit is Hydra. But did the initiators of this coalition not consider that someone might possess a unit or means to evade penalties? Chen shook his head, feeling this was unlikely. Even the most foolish people wouldn't be so mindless. Therefore, he speculated that this not-so-severe penalty was likely intentional on their part. However, he was somewhat puzzled by their purpose in doing so. Did they deliberately let others leak information about how to deal with them, and then what? When he hired someone to ambush them, would they then counter-ambush and kill all the people he hired? But for them, wouldn't that be too risky? Chen put himself in their position and thought about it. Facing an unknown enemy with a vast fortune in hand, why would he actively leak information about how to deal with him, allowing the enemy to spend wealth to hire others for protection? Was it that among the people he wanted to hire, there were their own people arranged, and then they would coordinate from within and without? That shouldn't be the case. The contract scrolls serve as the basic credit assurance method in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Although there are many evasion methods, most of these methods are not replicable, and there won't be too many people who possess such means. Additionally, the breach conditions of the combat contracts are certainly customized to be extremely harsh, so the number of people who can breach is even fewer. Wars between lords are not like ancient city defense battles, where hard power is all that matters. Relying on one or two spies would be completely ineffective, so planting spies is unlikely. If not planting spies, then it means they have absolute confidence in their own strength, simply wanting to call more people and then kill everyone, thus gaining more resources. Thinking of this, Chen once again dismissed his speculation. Not everyone can cheat, and even those with confidence wouldn't be inflated to that extent. Chen thought, feeling that this initiator was a bit strange, coming towards him while indirectly leaking information, as if worried he would be easily killed, leading him to find people to deal with their alliance, practically betraying his own side. Wait, betraying his own side? Chen suddenly thought of something. What if this person wasn't coming for him? Or rather, what if he was coming for everyone? The man first formed an alliance to deal with himself, then leaked the information to him, prompting him to organize another group to counter his alliance. This way, both sides would end up fighting, and regardless of who won, the top combatants would inevitably suffer heavy losses. The person behind this had grand ambitions. Chen squinted his eyes. He seemed to have guessed the identity of some behind-the-scenes figures. If nothing unexpected happened, that group of alliance members was definitely being used as pawns by him. Thinking of this, Chen quickly sent a message to Ling Naijian, who signed the confidentiality contract with you. Confidentiality contract? Ling Naijian was puzzled as to why Chen was asking about this instead of inquiring about the alliance that wanted to kill him. However, she had already decided to share the information with Chen, so she didn't hesitate. She looked down at the Hydra and said, Xiaojiu, are you ready? The Hydra, already prepared, responded. And then along with Ling Naijian, sent out the message. A faint light flashed across the scales of one of the Hydra's heads, and then that head seemed to suffer a heavy blow, becoming somewhat listless. However, this slight listlessness did not have a significant impact on it. The Hydra's recovery ability was incredibly strong. Even if one head was severed, it could slowly regrow, let alone just a bit of listlessness. This showed that the person behind the scenes was afraid that Ling Naijian would not disclose the information, and the punishment stipulated in the contract was light enough for even one of the Hydra's heads to endure. It was the anonymous person on the leaderboard who sent me the contract. The anonymous person, it really is him. There was no surprise in Shen's eyes. Previously, Anna had mentioned the matters concerning Chu Xiangdong and Arnold, and then he added those people as friends. After connecting with them, both Chu Xiangdong and Arnold had told him that the anonymous person seemed to have some issues and advised him to be cautious. Especially Chu Xiangdong. This guy had a very sensitive nose and directly suspected that this anonymous person might be someone from an anti-human organization. Now it seemed that Chu Xiangdong's intuition was indeed correct. Chen also inquired with Chu Xiangdong and Arnold about whether their confidentiality contract punishments were similarly lenient, and the result was that both Arnold and Chu Xiangdong faced significant penalties for their contracts, while only Ling Naijian's contract punishment was relatively lenient. This confirmed it was definitely the work of an anti-human organization, and there should be someone among this group who knew Ling Naijian very well. The so-called anti-human organization refers to some Blue Star organizations that regard alien races as their faith. When Blue Star first joined the Myriad Realms battlefield, there was no novice world at all. Entering the Myriad Realms battlefield meant facing other races, and the humans of Blue Star had not yet connected with the human alliance, making their situation extremely difficult. From the excellent qualities of humanity, during tough times, in addition to heroes, there would inevitably be traitors. These anti-human organizations are the traitors among the people of Blue Star. They believed that the people of Blue Star were too weak and that only by siding with the strong races of the Myriad Realms battlefield could they hope to survive. Thus, they began to worship the powerful alien races, intending to eliminate all the resistors on Blue Star and lead the entire Blue Star to align with the strong races they believed in. Because Blue Star was in a difficult situation at that time, such cults sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Exterminating one would lead to the emergence of another. The strong individuals of Blue Star not only had to fight in the Myriad Realms battlefield but also had to deal with these anti-human organizations. That period could be considered the darkest moment for Blue Star, as those strong individuals were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the person in charge of Blue Star at that time was Dongdi, who was not only tough but also incredibly resilient. After the sacrifices of several generations, Blue Star managed to create a novice world, and later, after paying some price, established a connection with the Human Alliance, gradually gaining some qualifications for survival in the Myriad Realms battlefield. After that, Blue Star directly established the Blue Star Alliance and began to strike hard against all anti-human organizations, quickly reducing them to silence. It is worth mentioning that during the peak of the chaos caused by these anti-human organizations, no alien races paid them any attention. They were purely one-sided in their belief in the aliens. At that time, when encountering other races on the battlefield of the Myriad Realms, those races showed no intention of treating them differently. Upon sight, they would kill. However, as Blue Star solidified its position on the battlefield and nearly cleared out those anti-human organizations, the alien races began to contact those cults instead, not only offering some privileges but even providing resources as needed. It must be said, this is truly ironic. Nevertheless, Blue Star is the home ground of the human race, and even with the support of alien races, those anti-human organizations were gradually cleaned up. After all, Chen hadn't heard any news about anti-human organizations for many years. Now it seems this group has resurfaced? Chen was not surprised by the emergence of anti-human organizations, although there is no longer any space for cults. In Blue Star, there are still countless people who ally with alien races for reasons of hatred, profit, power, and various other motives. These people have always kept a low profile, acting alone without forming any organizations, making it difficult for the Blue Star Federation to capture them. Now, they actually dare to cause trouble in the novice world. This must not be the work of a single person. The fact that they can defy the established rules and connect with each other suggests that this group of rats is planning something big again. After sorting out all the connections, Chen didn't pay much attention to these anti-human organizations. What organization could withstand a single arrow from his archer? However, he needed to keep an eye on that anonymous person when they met. Again, not because he feared any underhanded tactics, but because Chen Chen wanted to see if he could extract some information from him. If he wasn't careful, he might end up getting shot by the archer's arrow. And being anonymous? To guard against these anti-human organizations, the Blue Star Federation has advocated for real name registration for many years. If you don't cause trouble, it's fine. At most, you'll be treated as a wanted criminal by the Federation. But once you cause trouble, isn't that just asking for trouble? After keeping the anonymous person in mind, Chen Chen glanced at the list of alliances sent by Ling Nai. Jin Yin. When he saw that Zhou Hong and Chris were both on it, he couldn't help but smile broadly. He had long wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with Zhou Hong, a direct descendant of the Tianhong group, but had been struggling without his territory coordinates and couldn't spare the time, so he had to keep this matter to himself for now. As for Chris, he had previously wanted to take advantage of his orange gear and was planning to find Chris to settle the score after the monster's siege ended. Now, he didn't even need to go. The two enemies had come knocking at his door, which was simply a double blessing. As for whether these two, as organizers, were being coerced or had any collusion with those anti-human organizations, it didn't matter to Chen Chen. What mattered was that he knew they were both going to die. In a good mood, Chen Chen didn't forget to thank Ling Nai Jinin, who had provided him with the information, and directly sent a message asking, "Thank you for your reminder. Is there anything you need?" This favor from Ling Nai Jinin was neither too big nor too small, but since she came with good intentions, Chen Chen would agree to her requests as long as they weren't too excessive. Of course, if she wanted orange gear, that was out of the question. What kind of goodwill could be worth an orange gear? Fortunately, Reina Mayumi didn't have any intention of asking for too much. When she saw Chen Chen asking if she needed anything, she didn't engage in pleasantries and directly stated her request: "If you want to find someone to deal with them, count me in. As for the price for my help, we can discuss that slowly. However, I have a small request. Could you leave me some of the corpses of those top-tier units that were killed? Just helping out is fine, I have my own plans. As for the corpses, I can save you some. What do you want? Anything edible will do." Chen Chen looked at Reina Mayumi's decisive reply with some surprise. Wasn't her unit the Hydra? He hadn't heard of the Hydra having a devouring ability. Your Hydra can evolve by consuming corpses? Upon hearing this, Reina Mayumi ignored the innocent-looking Hydra and nodded heavily, replying, "Yes, but I don't need too much. Just a little will be enough." Just a little? Chen Chen was even more puzzled. What kind of devouring ability did this Hydra have that it could evolve with? Just a little? Although he was somewhat confused, asking further would invade her privacy, so Chen Chen didn't press the issue and promised her that once he got the corpses of those top-tier units, he would definitely send her some. After all, although those units were top-tier, as units, their bloodlines didn't have any special effects. Moreover, the current Lord's units were mostly a bunch of underage little cubs with not much energy. Even if taken to enrich the fields, they wouldn't significantly enhance the spiritual energy. Since Reina Mayumi wanted them, giving her some wasn't a problem. After agreeing to save some of the top-tier unit meat for Reina Mayumi, when Chen Chen learned that she wanted to buy his wisdom ring but didn't have enough resources, he generously gifted her the wisdom ring and even thoughtfully provided her with a premium orange gear that could speed up mana recovery and increase poison damage. Then, as a gesture of reciprocity, Reina Mayumi gave him a double repayment IOU contract that she personally signed. Holding the wisdom ring, Reina Mayumi looked somewhat bewildered. Didn't she tell Chen Chen that her resources were insufficient and wanted to trouble him to keep the wisdom ring for her for a while? How did she suddenly end up with such a large debt? The Hydra looked at Reina Mayumi's bewildered expression with some helplessness. When Chen Chen agreed to give her the top-tier unit meat, her IQ had directly dropped to a negative number. Plus, that Lord's ability to paint a rosy picture was indeed impressive. With just a few words, he had tricked her into taking on debt. However, her Lord wasn't really at a loss. Equipment emphasizes compatibility and rarity, and accessories are considered one of the rarer types among ordinary equipment. Swapping two pieces of orange equipment of different types for one piece of orange accessory equipment wasn't too much of a loss. Moreover, the other party hadn't insisted on it being orange gear. As long as the value was similar, anything could be used for the exchange. Even if the value wasn't enough, they could add a piece to make up the difference. With such lenient conditions, exchanging two pieces of orange gear for double the price wasn't too much of a loss. Furthermore, there was a very important point: obtaining orange equipment now versus later was a completely different concept. Having these two pieces of orange gear while still weak would undoubtedly allow for faster growth. If this was taken into account, then her Lord not only wasn't at a loss but actually gained something. One had to admit that while that Lord could indeed be a bit of a trickster, he wasn't a bad person and didn't let her Lord suffer losses. As for her Lord feeling a bit of pressure after taking on debt, that wasn't a big deal. As long as there was food later, she would forget all the pressure. These top-tier lords are truly something else. They have the guts to owe, the courage to take on debt, and the ability to repay. If it weren't ordinary lord, not only would he hesitate to take on debt, but even if he dared, Chen Shen wouldn't be willing to lend him anything. After all, if he couldn't repay, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. After putting away the IOU, Chen Shen felt a bit emotional. He had so many orange-tier items in his possession that he was tempted to give them all away, making all the top lords shoulder debts to work hard for him. But that thought only flashed through his mind before he dismissed it. It's not a business to push. If someone really wanted a particular piece of equipment, they would come to him. Otherwise, if he went out promoting, it would make those people feel like he was trying to scam them, and then they might default on their debts. He certainly didn't have the time to chase after each one for repayment. After resolving the matter with Ling Naijian, Chen Shen opened the trading market and decided to list some of the orange-tier items he had obtained from raiding the lord-level boss. Of course, he didn't put up that little sprite troop card. Anna was already preparing to become a traitor, and he figured that under her operation, she should be able to sell the territory for a good price after the betrayal. Originally, Chen Shen had told Anna they would split the territory sale price 50-50, but upon seeing that sprite troop card, he suddenly felt that Anna might not handle the money from selling the territory well. So, he planned to give the sprite troop card to Anna and manage the money and resources from the territory sale himself. Besides this reason, there was another important reason. The sprite troop card had certain strategic value. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best to keep it in the hands of their own people. Giving it to Anna would pose no problem, but if it fell into enemy hands, they could use it to develop their territory and become a nuisance, which would be quite frustrating. After listing the orange-tier items, Chen Shen casually swept through the basic resources in the trading market. With the mining pick and cart, the farmer's mining speed had significantly increased. Coupled with the ore resources raided from the Doghead Kingdom, they were basically not lacking in ore resources for a level 10 territory. However, for a lord, having more basic resources is always better. As for the wood resources, since the trees were getting further away, the time taken to transport them back to the territory was also increasing. Additionally, the farmers only had some basic axes without any attribute bonuses, so even with the farmers' resource bonuses, they were still a bit short on wood. But that was fine. If there wasn't enough work, they could just throw money at it. Chen Shen had traded so much equipment and exchanged so much money. Wasn't it all for now? Seeing ore? Buy. Seeing wood? Buy. In just a short while, the basic resources that had just filled the trading market were once again running low due to Chen Shen's purchases. Just as he was enjoying the thrill of spending money, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Territory resources are sufficient. Do you wish to upgrade to a level 10 territory? After upgrading, a monster siege will commence in 10 hours. Note 1. Upgrading to a level 10 territory during the territory protection period will lift the protection early and greatly increase the difficulty of the monster siege. Note 2. During the monster siege, all low-level monsters participating will be raised to the same level as the lord and have their attributes significantly enhanced. Note 3. Successfully surviving the monster siege will greatly increase the rewards. This sudden prompt caught Chen Shen off guard. Previously, he had always manually upgraded his territory. Why was there a prompt this time? Was there something different about starting a monster siege during the territory protection period? Chen Shen felt a bit puzzled. Under normal circumstances, all the lords would initiate the monster siege 10 days after entering the 10,000 Realms battlefield. At that time, regardless of whether your territory had been upgraded to level 10, the monsters surrounding your territory would launch an attack. However, by that time, the monsters around the territory would have been mostly cleared, so as long as the lord had a decent troop strength, surviving the monster siege wouldn't be too difficult. Although some lords might upgrade their territories to level 10 before the 10 days were up to start the monster siege, that usually happened around 7 or 8 days later. Even the fastest lords would take at least 5 or 6 days. For someone like Chen Shen, who opened the monster siege without even taking 2 days, it seemed unprecedented in the history of Blue Star. Previously, when Chen Shen was worried about the monster siege, he feared that the Red Dragon Underground would break free from its restraints and join the siege, so he hadn't planned to rush to upgrade his territory to level 10. But now, seeing the second note stating that some monsters would be upgraded to his level, Chen Shen immediately made a decision. Now, he would upgrade his territory to level 10 immediately. Forget about the Red Dragon. Since the monster siege would start in 10 hours, he would first go and slay that Red Dragon. If it was resurrected by the effects of the 10,000 Realms blessing to join the siege, he would just slay it again. The main reason Chen Shen chose to upgrade his territory immediately was that during the monster siege, all attacking monsters would be upgraded to his level. In the novice world, upgrading before level 10 wasn't difficult, it was just a matter of killing. If the levels were the same, normal experience would be gained. If he exceeded the monster's level by 1, the experience would be halved. If he exceeded by 2 levels, he would only receive a small amount of experience, and if he exceeded by 3 levels, he wouldn't gain any experience at all, and the drop rate of the monsters would significantly decrease. Conversely, if he killed monsters of a higher level, he would receive extra rewards, but if he exceeded too many levels, it would trigger the experience compensation mechanism. This mechanism meant that if he exceeded too many levels, the expected experience rewards would be drastically reduced and he would receive compensation in terms of drop rates. To be honest, Chen felt that this experience compensation wasn't worth it. It wasn't because he had the 10,000 realms blessing that he said this. Even without it, for an ordinary lord, leveling up several levels in a row was more beneficial than gaining a few pieces of orange equipment. Therefore, this mechanism in the novice world gave Chen the impression that it didn't encourage the emergence of strong individuals who could fight beyond their level but rather fostered those who could quickly clear out mobs, becoming large-scale killing machines. The faster you killed, the quicker your level would rise and the more corresponding rewards you could receive from the 10,000 realms battlefield. If you were always keen on challenging higher levels, unless you were someone like Chen, you would definitely not be able to match those lords who continuously slaughtered monsters of the same level in terms of level. What puzzled Chen the most was that this experience compensation mechanism seemed unique to the novice world. There were no such restrictions in the 10,000 realms battlefield. The rules there were that the more fiercely you killed and the stronger you became, the faster your level would rise. For these reasons, Chen always felt that there was something wrong with the novice world, but logically, it shouldn't be the case. The qualification for the novice world was said to have been exchanged for resources from the human alliance by the sages. The human race's situation in the 10,000 realms battlefield wasn't too favorable, so under these circumstances, the strong members of the human alliance shouldn't be trying to undermine their own people, right? Chen couldn't figure out any clues regarding this matter. The historical records of Blue Star regarding the human alliance had always been vague, so he had no idea what considerations led them to grant the qualification for the novice world, let alone speculate on their intentions. Chen shook his head, temporarily abandoning his thoughts on this issue. For him, the most important thing right now was to level up after reaching level 10. The way to gain experience remained the same as before. All one had to do was to kill monsters of the same level like crazy. However, there was a significant problem. The experience required to level up after level 10 increased dramatically. The experience needed to go from level 10 to level 11 was nearly equivalent to the total experience required to go from level 1 to level 10. Such a massive experience requirement made the leveling speed for all players slow down considerably after level 10. Even for someone like Chen, who was exceptionally skilled, there wasn't much he could do about it. No matter how quickly he killed monsters, finding them still took time. Even with the speed boost from his durability aura, which increased his monster killing speed, reaching level 20 would likely require a substantial amount of time. Now that the monster's siege had raised all monsters to his level, this was undoubtedly a good thing for him. He wasn't afraid of the monsters becoming stronger. What he feared was that if the monsters were too low in level, they wouldn't provide him with any experience. If those goblins and kobolds remained at their original levels, he would gain no experience from killing them. But now, even without considering other monsters, just the kobolds and goblins that had been raised to his level would, after a wave of the monster siege, conservatively allow Chen to level up at least 3 times. So, upon seeing note, he decisively decided to upgrade his territory to level 10 ahead of time. After deducting the resources, Chen immediately received a prompt indicating the upgrade was successful. Your territory has successfully been upgraded to level 10. Territory protection has ended early, and the monster siege will arrive in 10 hours. The difficulty of the monster siege will increase significantly. The unique building, Hero Altar, has been unlocked. After the monster siege, you can construct the Hero Altar and recruit heroes. For every 10 levels your territory increases, you can recruit 1 hero. Since you have initiated the monster siege early, the monster army will randomly match a foreign lord using a siege order as the commander. All siege monsters will be under the command of this lord, so please prepare accordingly. 3 consecutive prompts appeared. If the first 2 were within Chen's expectations, the third one surprised him a bit. What did it mean to match a foreign lord? Could the monster siege actually have someone commanding it? A monster army under command and one that fought independently were 2 entirely different concepts. It was like Chen's monster siege, where the attacking side had a lineup of super bosses like the Red Dragon, Kobold King, Goblin King, Twin Ghost Tree, and Ant Queen, and yet they were also given an additional commander. Chen couldn't even imagine how pleased the foreign commander would be upon seeing their sides line up. With such a luxurious formation, combined with the original combat power of the foreign lord's territory and an unspecified increase in the difficulty of the monster siege, it was bound to be significantly tougher. The difficulty of the monster siege was indeed somewhat outrageous. Looking at the prompts, Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Thankfully, he had made a small adjustment. Otherwise, facing this difficulty, even the strongest lord would just be waiting for death. But now, he could let the foreigners see what a non-local could do. He hoped they wouldn't cry when the time came. Just as Chen was reflecting on the difficulty, the news of his early Initiation of the monster siege began to be announced in the chat channel. Lord Qinchan's territory has been upgraded to level 10. The territory protection time has ended early and the territory will initiate the monster siege in 10 hours. This announcement was sent 3 times in the chat channel, each one bolded and pinned to the top. Anyone in the chat channel would certainly see this message at a glance. Moreover, unlike before, these 3 messages did not just appear in the regional channel for Qinchan and his group, they appeared in all chat channels across the novice world. In other words, the entire novice world could see the news of Qinchan's early upgrade to level 10 and the initiation of the monster siege die in the Qinchan region. Things were relatively fine. They could always see the regional leaderboard and knew that Qinchan was selling off a large amount of equipment, using the money from these sales to continuously sweep up basic resources. So, while they were inevitably shocked that he could elevate his territory to level 10 so quickly, they were somewhat mentally prepared for it. However, those outside of Qinchan's region were a bit confused. Each region's leaderboard was independent, and they couldn't see the rankings from Qinchan's side. All they knew was that it was only the second day of entering the 10,000 Realms battlefield, and the territory protection time hadn't even ended yet. How could someone have reached level 10? This was ridiculous. Wasn't this cheating? The news of Qinchan's territory reaching level 10 directly ignited the entire novice world. Zhuajing, huh? Did I miss something? Did I just see someone reach level 10? I'll go back to sleep for a bit first. Goo. Chuan Xiangjie, friend, you're not dreaming, someone really did reach level 10. And you're still sleeping? Zhuajing, ugh, don't mention it. My exclusive unit is an A-grade koala dragon. It's strong, but it sleeps way too much. After working for half a day, it can sleep for a whole day. I only have 2 koala dragons, and they're both asleep. If I don't sleep, I have nothing to do. Dabaojiu Wui, what's going on? It's only the second day. How could someone have upgraded their territory to level 10? How could it be so fast? Boer, I remember the fastest record in the novice world was still Senior Qin 6 days, right? Zhao Shun, you're not mistaken. These records were set by countless geniuses. Reducing it by an hour is already quite difficult, and now it's been shortened by several days. Are you kidding? The resources from our entire region combined wouldn't be enough to upgrade to level 10. Xiao, I can tell you clearly, it's not enough. Basic resources are definitely not a problem, but upgrading to a level 10 territory also requires various high-level minerals. Most importantly, it needs 500 source crystals, which can only be dropped by high-level bosses or monsters above level 10. Right now, only the top lords have a bit, and even if we pooled together all the resources from our entire region, we couldn't gather 500 source crystals. Fang Yingbo, I get what you mean, someone must be cheating. Tu Ming Zhao, I asked a friend in the East District, and this guy is indeed a cheater. He was tricked by the 10,000 Realms blessing at the start, and not only did he not die, but he also took the top spot in both leaderboards in the East District. Now he's the first to upgrade his territory to level 10. What else could it be if not cheating? Hu Qianming, 10,000 Realms blessing. Damn, this guy is a real big shot. He's made history by surviving the deadly start of the 10,000 Realms blessing. Tu Ming Zhao, I can only say he's creating history for our blue star. Other races also have people who can survive at the start, but to truly make history, we'll have to see if he can survive this monster siege. If he really can, then he'll be truly impressive. Even people from other races will have to look up to this big shot when they hear about his achievements. Anonymous, no one can survive the 10,000 Realms blessing, he's no exception. He's just a dead man. Guchuan Zhangmu, what the hell are you? I've asked everyone I know, and no one knows about you. You're here stirring up trouble every day. What do you want? Anonymous, a bunch of garbage who have forgotten their ancestral glory. When we meet, you'll know who I am. Tianyi Yuli, glory my ass, a bunch of fools swept into the trash heap of history. Do you really think we can't guess your identity? You're just the number 1 on the territory leaderboard. If you have the guts, cancel your territory's concealment effect and let me see if I won't take your head off and kick it like a ball. Ruan Jingshon, listening to the tone of this conversation, it really sounds like your group of nationalist scum from Sakura District. These anonymous guys can't really be from an anti-human organization, can they? Do they even dare to show their faces? Tu Mingzhao, I asked people from other districts, and they also have anonymous individuals on their leaderboards. It's just that there aren't as many anonymous ones in other districts, so they aren't as high profile as here. Tu Mingzhao, these people are no good. I think there's a high probability they are from an anti-human organization. They've been hiding for so long, and now that they dare to come out, they must have some confidence. Everyone, be extra careful. Also, if you find any news about their territory, please inform me directly. I'll bring people to deal with them. Ruan Jingshon, as expected of the social butterfly Mingzhao, you know so many people. By the way, when you go to deal with these guys, make sure to let me know. I also want to see what an anti-human organization looks like. Perhaps due to the excessive activity of these anonymous individuals in the Southeast District, the original discussion about Chun Chen immediately shifted to denouncing them after their appearance, quickly overshadowing the news of Chun Chen upgrading his territory to level 10. In other districts, however, the attention on Chen Chen's upgrade was quite high, and what they were most concerned about was whether Chen Chen could successfully survive this monster siege. If he really could, that would be the moment to ignite everyone's excitement. Unlike other districts, while the East District was also fervently discussing Chen Chen's upgrade to level 10, very few of the top lords in the East District spoke up. Those who knew Chen Chen were sending him messages of blessing, hoping he could survive this monster siege. Meanwhile, those who didn't know him were frantically connecting with each other. When Chris saw that Chen Chen had initiated the monster siege, he felt as if the sky had fallen. His breakdown wasn't because he had to return 3 orange gear pieces to Chen Chen if he survived. He had never thought Chen Chen could survive the monster siege, so he hadn't cared about that at all. What truly made him feel like the sky was collapsing was that he had just convinced everyone to unite against Chen Chen. During the discussions, they had even argued for a full hour over the distribution of loot after Chen Chen's death. As the initiator, he had even preemptively invested some resources to appease those lords who were unhappy with the distribution, barely reaching a result that satisfied everyone. Then, suddenly, Chen Chen initiated the monster siege. If Chen Chen died in the siege, what would all their discussions have been for? Moreover, he had invested so many resources and that extremely precious Divine Assembly scroll. Wouldn't that all be for nothing? Just thinking about that possibility made Chris feel like he could swallow Chen Chen whole. Chen Chen could die, but he must die at their hands. They could not allow him to die in the monster siege, wasting all the equipment and resources in his possession. However, right now, Chen Chen's territory was using a territory concealment scroll, and the divination scrolls couldn't locate Chen Chen's territory at all. After using several divination scrolls with all results failing, Chris was on the verge of madness. He had invested so much. Chen Chen had to die at their hands, and he wouldn't accept any other outcome. With bloodshot eyes, Chris began frantically messaging Zhou Hong and the anonymous individual, urging them to think of every possible way to find Chen Chen's territory and ensure they killed him before the monster siege began. Initially, Chris had only messaged them out of desperation, never thinking they could actually come up with a solution. But after he had berated them for quite a while, the anonymous individual suddenly sent a message saying he could find Chen Chen's location, but there would be some cost. At this moment, Chris was like a gambler who had pushed all his chips onto the table, but unlike ordinary gamblers who only faced the outcomes of winning or losing, Chris was confronted with a dealer who had no intention of starting the game and was ready to flip the table and run away. Faced with this situation, he found it even harder to accept than an ordinary gambler. Damn it, he had put all his chips in, and regardless of the outcome, there should at least be a result. If the dealer just flipped the table and ran without playing, then his chips would have been wasted. Therefore, after receiving the message from the anonymous sender, he did not hesitate for a moment and directly asked, "What's the cost?" "What cost?" "Well, it's quite expensive," the anonymous sender replied, feeling a bit of a headache. The plan had been set up well, intending to incite a conflict between the two sides, and no matter who lost, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. But that wasn't the most important part. The crucial thing was that as long as there were casualties on both sides, the conflict would become irreconcilable. In this way, it would be incredibly easy for him, hidden in the shadows, to stir up their relationship. He was confident that as long as they started fighting, he could ensure they wouldn't be able to stop. After formulating the plan, the anonymous sender was brimming with confidence. So what if the Eastern District was weak? As long as he had wisdom, even the strongest would only be played in the palm of his hand. The fools from other districts executing missions had no idea of the power of wisdom, they only knew brute force. The anonymous sender had even anticipated their tragic fate, but that was fine, only if they all failed would the higher-ups realize his importance, and perhaps then he would be entrusted with even more significant tasks. However, what the anonymous sender never expected was that his plan was about to be thwarted before it even began. That bastard Chen Chen had actually leveled up to 10 ahead of time. Like Chris, the anonymous sender also did not believe that Chen Chen could survive the monster siege. If Chen Chen died during the siege, what would happen to his plan? So, in terms of urgency, he was even more anxious than Chris. Therefore, he completely ignored Chris's curses and frantically thought of every possible way to find Chen Chen's territory. Because Chen Chen was too low-key, he hardly interacted with anyone except for selling equipment, so if anyone could find out Chen Chen's territory location, the anonymous sender believed it could only be 1.5 lords. One of them referred to Anna. Many people knew that after Anna and Chen Chen communicated through the trading market, Chen Chen's energy pool level was taken down. So, unless something unexpected happened, Chen Chen must have had a transaction with Anna. And now, the value of the energy pool was not something Anna could provide, so if she could obtain it from Chen Chen, it must mean they had some connection, even if it wasn't a close one. There had to be some special transaction. If anyone in the myriad battlefield knew Chen Chen's territory location, Anna would definitely be one of them. As for the half, it referred to the person he had arranged, Reina Janine. However, he knew Reina Janine too well. This fool cared about nothing but food. Even her reason for entering the myriad battlefield was to eat more things she had never tried before. So even if she could extract the territory location from Chen Chen, she definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Thus, the only option left for the anonymous sender was to find a way through Anna. Although it was somewhat difficult, he still felt there was hope. After all, everyone knew that Chen Chen was basically equivalent to a dead man. In this situation, as long as he offered a high enough price, even if Anna had a good relationship with Chen Chen, she couldn't possibly give up her benefits for a dead man, right? Worried about being rejected by Anna, which could lead to an irretrievable situation, he did not contact her directly. Instead, he sought out Arnold first, offering benefits in hopes of persuading Arnold to approach her indirectly. However, to his surprise, things went unexpectedly smoothly. After accepting the benefits, Arnold quickly responded, saying that Anna could provide the location of Chen Chen's territory, but only if he paid first, and it had to be a substantial amount. The ease of this situation left the anonymous one somewhat incredulous, to the point where he suspected it might be a trap. But now he had no choice but to inform Chris of the news. Little did he know that while he was questioning his life choices, Anna was also feeling a bit down. According to her original plan, she intended to gradually release the news, thereby increasing the value of the concealment scroll, making a profit from it first, and then pretending that the scrolls were insufficient, logically selling the location of Chen Chen's territory. However, when Chen Chen suddenly upgraded his territory to level 10, it completely disrupted her plan. But there was nothing she could do. After all, she was just an employee. Since the boss's plan had changed, she had to adjust hers as well. So she simply cut through the chaos and jumped straight to the final step, starting to sell the location of Chen Chen's territory. As for whether Chris and the others would suspect it was a trap, Anna felt that it didn't matter. As long as they couldn't let go of their greed and wanted Chen Chen's equipment and resources, even if they guessed it was a trap, they would never give up. At most, they would just be a bit more cautious during the transaction and make the contract more stringent. But that was fine, the location she provided was genuine, so even if the contract was harsh, it wouldn't matter. Moreover, there was an added benefit. The shorter the time, the more urgent they would be, which would allow her to demand a higher price. Anyway, she had already sharpened her scythe for harvesting. If she didn't take a good cut this time, she would be letting down the surname Elizabeth. The news from Anna? Can it be trusted? Chris was initially surprised to see that the source of the anonymous person's information was Anna, then he realized it made sense. Apart from Chen Chen himself, it was likely only Anna who could obtain the location of Chen Chen's territory. However, he still had some doubts about the authenticity of this matter. I don't know, the anonymous one honestly expressed his speculation. I think there's a high possibility she would sell Chen Chen's territory location, but she agreed too readily, which makes me think there might be a problem. Not necessarily. As the anonymous one began to doubt Anna, Chris instead started to strategize for himself. As far as I know, Anna and Chen Chen didn't have much interaction before. They probably met in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Even if there was some friendship, it couldn't have been deep, so as long as the price is right, it wouldn't be strange for Anna to sell out Chen Chen. Moreover, as far as I know, Anna seems to have helped Chen Chen acquire concealment scrolls. The reason Chen Chen's territory couldn't be divined is definitely closely related to Anna. I originally thought Anna was helping Chen Chen, but now it seems she was just looking to sell the location of Chen Chen's territory for a good price later. The more Chris spoke, the more reasonable his logic seemed. He snorted coldly and continued to message, "What good people can there be in the sun never sets zone? She can sell out Chen Chen, I'm not surprised at all. This fits their character." After finishing his self-strategy, Chris finally asked, "What price does she want?" "She wants half the total value of Chen Chen's territory and resources or treasures, and she only accepts payment up front." "How much?" Chris was stunned upon reading this line. This fool, has she gone crazy from poverty? Chris found it hard to imagine how that little short-legged person had the audacity to demand half and to require payment up front. Had her brain gone haywire? "I know you're anxious, but please don't rush." The anonymous speaker, unable to see Chris's expression, could guess a bit from his tone that he was worried about the conversation falling apart, so he quickly reassured him, "I know the price she wants is outrageous. But at this moment, the higher the price, the more it shows she really wants to sell Chen Chen." "That won't do." Chris, not caring whether Anna was genuinely trying to sell Chen Chen, replied directly, "Do you know what half means? Not to mention whether we can afford it right now. Just this price alone is impossible. We fight to the death and still have to pay for valuable teleportation scrolls. What does she think we are? Her slaves? You tell her this price is absolutely impossible. I'd rather not go kill Chen Chen than work for her for nothing. I've already said, don't rush." The anonymous speaker looked at the agitated Chris and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The heir of the Evans family, with such little composure, was indeed quite embarrassing. No wonder he was not valued in the Evans family before. With this temperament, if he were the head of the Evans family, one couldn't expect much from him. Usually, for such a useless teammate, the anonymous speaker would definitely tell him to get lost, but now, since he still needed Chris to contribute money and effort, he could only try to calm him down. Since Anna has quoted a price, it means there is something to discuss. What price she offers isn't really important, these things can be negotiated slowly. She definitely knows this price isn't realistic, she just wants to raise her bargaining chips. So as long as we can negotiate slowly, the price isn't a problem. Negotiate slowly? How do we negotiate? Her price shows no sincerity at all. What else is there to talk about? Chris, who was always the one taking from others, felt robbed by Anna this time, which made him a bit defensive and unable to listen to anything. Since she is willing to quote a price, that shows her greatest sincerity. The anonymous speaker was also a bit annoyed with this useless teammate and bluntly replied, "If you're willing, then use another Divine Council scroll to bring her in for a slow negotiation. If you're not willing, then there's no need to say anything more. I'll just refuse her outright. And your previous investments will be for nothing." Seeing this, Chris fell silent. If he had been told earlier that to kill Chen Chen he needed to provide 2 Divine Council scrolls and let Anna take advantage of the situation, he would definitely have refused. But now, having invested so much, if he just gave up, not only would he gain nothing, but all the efforts and resources he had put in would also go to waste, making it hard for him to let go. So after a long silence, he finally suppressed his anger and replied, "You can talk to her. If she still has that attitude, then there's nothing more to say. If she's willing to make concessions, then I can provide another Divine Council scroll. Also, no matter what conditions she proposes, I can't bear the cost alone. Everyone involved has to contribute proportionally or they can just be kicked out." "Alright, I'll go talk to her." The anonymous speaker felt a sigh of relief as Chris finally softened his stance. This fool had finally come around, otherwise, if he really gave up in anger, it would have been hard to resolve the situation. To make up for his earlier firmness, he reassured him again, "Don't worry, if the negotiation really falls apart, we won't get anything, and she won't get anything either. If it were before, it wouldn't matter to her if she got nothing, but now she has already sold Chen Chen. Compared to us, she clearly hopes for Chen Chen's death more, so she will definitely make concessions." "You're right." Chris suddenly became excited and quickly replied, "I'll use this reason to negotiate with her later. If she dares to ask for too much, I'll just reveal this matter to Chen Chen. I want to see if she can accept such a split." What a complete fool. The anonymous was so infuriated by Chris's message that she rolled her eyes. She couldn't accept a split, but you could? After investing so many resources and bringing in so many people under the name of the Evans family, if this doesn't work out, your loss would definitely be much greater than that little short-legged one. Using this reason to negotiate, are you going to negotiate or provoke her? You seem normal usually, but now that something has come up, your foolish nature is showing. No wonder you were easily provoked by that scheming Duanwei in the chat channel, biting like you had rabies. It turns out this guy is just a useless fool who can only rage ineffectively. Luckily, I will be present at this negotiation, otherwise, I would really be afraid it would fall apart in the end. I'm going to find Anna to talk now. You prepare the scrolls for the Council of Gods. Also, you don't need to involve the others for now, this negotiation only needs the 3 of us. After sending this message, the anonymous hurriedly closed the chat channel, fearing Chris would say something stupid again. Soon, the 3 people with their own agendas met in the Council of Gods. Anna, who was doing spy work for the first time, felt a bit anxious, but as a child raised in a big family, the more anxious she felt inside, the calmer she appeared on the surface. She glanced around the environment of the Council of Gods and then said, somewhat dissatisfied, "So this is the legendary space of the Council of Gods. It doesn't seem that impressive. Our Evans family's Council of Gods doesn't need your evaluation." Chris had regained his composure, at least on the surface. He said coldly, "What do you want? You can state your conditions now. My requirements are very simple." Hearing Chris invite her to state her conditions, Anna instantly perked up and directly listed her prepared demands. 5 scrolls for the Council of Gods, 10 territory concealment scrolls, 20 cards for sea level or above troops, 20 advanced building blueprints, 20 special items, 1,000 units of ordinary seeds, 100 units of spirit plant seeds, 200 source crystals, 20 of each type of advanced crystal, and finally, just gather 100 ordinary scrolls like contract scrolls. Oh, right. Anna seemed to remember something and added, also, skill books. I assume you don't have anything too good, so I won't limit the quality, just 100 of any will do. Question mark. Hearing Anna list her conditions as if reading from a script, Chris was once again thrown off balance. Are you crazy? Why don't you just go rob someone? Don't talk nonsense. Anna flashed her cutest smile, but her words were cutting. Robbery? Extortion is much faster for making money. Anna's outrageous demands not only threw Chris off but even the anonymous beside her found it hard to accept. Miss Anna, are you here to negotiate or to stock up? It's just a territory coordinate. You offer such ridiculous conditions, don't you think you're going too far? Not at all. Anna glanced at the partially hidden anonymous, pouted, and said, compared to the wealth of Brother Chen Shen's territory, what I'm asking for is just a drop in the bucket. If you don't agree to this plan, fine, let's go back to what I said before, I only need half. Half is also acceptable. The anonymous figure stopped Chris, who was about to speak, and said in a somewhat sinister voice, but you must participate in the attack on Chen Shen's territory, and it's definitely impossible to pay up front. No one can come up with that much, even if everyone pooled their resources together, it would still be the same. So, you'll have to wait until after the battle to receive your share. For the anonymous figure, while the resources from Chen Shen's territory were important, what mattered more was inciting these top lords to turn against each other. Therefore, he could certainly agree to half the terms, but whether Anna would actually receive the promised half of the resources after Chen Shen was killed was another matter entirely. He didn't believe that the other lords would just sit back and let Anna take away so many resources. If Anna agreed to this condition, she would probably be the next to die after Chen Shen's territory fell. As for the contract, all the contract scrolls were issued by him, and the penalties for breach of contract were determined by him as well. In any case, he had no intention of taking action. At worst, he would set the breach conditions a bit harsher to fool Anna. As for the others, that was none of his concern. Do you think I'm as foolish as Chris? Anna scoffed at the anonymous figure's proposal. After the battle, Sister Belle already said that Brother Chen Shen plans to eliminate all of you. Although she doesn't know where Brother Chen Shen gets his confidence, she believes that he will survive the effects of the blessing of all realms, and he must have some trump card in hand. While Chris and the anonymous figure thought Chen Shen was doomed, Anna believed it was this group that was doomed. They were talking about after the battle. What after the battle? They even wanted to paint a grand picture for her. The grand picture Brother Chen Shen painted was already enough for her. Thinking of the enormous debt she carried, she felt she had been too lenient and should have doubled the price. I'm here to sell coordinates, not to negotiate joining you. Either give me half, or we'll go by my previous terms, and I only accept payment up front. When I see the resources, I'll give you the coordinates. If there are no resources, then there's nothing to discuss. Anna didn't want to keep dragging this out with the two of them, so she revealed her trump card directly. I might as well tell you, the concealment scrolls for Brother Chen Shen's territory were provided by me. Although I don't have many concealment scrolls, holding out for 10 hours is definitely not a problem. Nowadays, besides me, no one can obtain the coordinates for Brother Chen Shen's territory. You have no choice. Upon hearing this, Chris and the anonymous figure exchanged glances. They had previously speculated that the anonymous scrolls for Chen Shen's territory might have been provided by Anna, aimed at driving up the price of Chen Shen's territory, and it seemed their suspicions were confirmed. If that were the case, it meant Anna selling Chen Shen's territory was not a trap, but rather that she had long harbored ill intentions towards Chen Shen, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to obtain the coordinates so quickly. This little shorty was indeed cunning, first selling concealment scrolls to Chen Shen for a profit, and now selling the coordinates of Chen Shen's territory to them. It was simply a double profit. Although they had some internal grumbling about Anna, the two were now basically certain that there was no trap in Anna betraying Chen Shen. However, they still found it hard to accept the price Anna had set. She wasn't just selling out Chen Shen, she was clearly extorting them. She casually mentioned tens or hundreds. Did she really think everyone was like Chen Shen? Calling him Brother Chen Shen on the surface while secretly plotting to sell him for a good price. Once it was confirmed that Anna was the one causing trouble, Chris became less polite. Little shorty, it seems the sunless zone is still the same as before. What's it to you how the sunless zone is? You, a mixed blood from the Evans family, have no right to comment. Hearing the term little shorty, Anna got angry, but it had to be said that as a little princess of the Elizabeth family, Anna was quite aggressive, directly throwing out the term mixed blood. The so-called mixed blood refers to the rumors that circulated in the upper circles claiming that Chris's mother was pregnant on the battlefield of the Myriad Realms, which cast doubt on Chris's lineage. To put it bluntly, he could be considered a bastard. However, given Anna's upbringing, she would never stoop to such vulgarity, so she used mixed blood as a substitute. As long as the meaning was conveyed, that was enough. This matter was the biggest scandal of the Evans family and the most vulnerable point in Chris's heart. Therefore, upon hearing Anna's words, he was instantly ignited with rage. You little short leg, you're asking for death. Chris glared at Anna with bloodshot eyes. He wanted to hurl vicious insults back at her, but out of respect for the Elizabeth surname, he ultimately refrained from saying anything too harsh. There is a difference among the powerful. Compared to the Elizabeth family, which stands at the pinnacle of Blue Star, the Evans family was still somewhat inferior. Although there were no rules in the battlefield of the Myriad Realms, the long-standing caution towards the Elizabeth family made him hesitate to utter anything too offensive. His face shifted from red to white, then from white to black, changing like a revolving lantern, but in the end, he swallowed his anger and said fiercely, anyone who wants to extort the Evans family, I tell you, it's impossible. You will give me this territory coordinate whether you want to or not. Otherwise, I will directly reveal your dealings with Chen Shen to him. I want to see if, after knowing your true colors, he will still allow his territory position to become a bargaining chip for you to sell him out. I believe that at that point, to avoid giving you an advantage, he will definitely choose to sell his position proactively. I would rather buy from him than accept your extortion. Suit yourself. Chris initially thought that after saying this, Anna would surely be furious, perhaps even a bit flustered. Instead, she remained remarkably calm. It's laughable, this territory position was originally meant for Chen to sell, after all. I'm just working for him, and you're trying to pressure me by bringing my boss into the negotiation. I'm afraid you might just drive the price higher. But you all need to think clearly, with Chen's wealth, he basically lacks nothing. When the time comes, if he casually throws out a price, I fear you won't be able to bear it. Anna looked at the two, her smile making her eyes nearly squint into slits. Also, when you go to find Chen and then come back to me, the price won't be the same as it is now. As she threw out her bargaining chip, Anna showed no reaction, which made Chris and his companion feel uneasy. They were uncertain whether Anna's indifference was feigned or if she truly had confidence. Faced with this situation, the two found themselves in a dilemma. To be honest, buying his own territory position from Chen was indeed a last resort. In their view, if Chen's territory position were to leak, it would lead him to a dead end. The idea of going to him to buy his territory position to kill him was indeed somewhat absurd. Thus, while Chris spoke harshly, it was merely a tactic to drive down the price. Moreover, even if Chen were to adopt a fish die, net break mentality and choose to sell his territory position, if he were to casually set a price that they couldn't afford, what would they do then? They couldn't possibly go back to Anna, could they? The two, unable to make a decision, disregarded everything and directly used the friend information feature in front of Anna to plot frantically. However, their thoughts had some discrepancies. The anonymous person's idea was to cut through the chaos and settle things with Anna, then directly gather forces to attack Chen's territory. Chris, on the other hand, was adamant about not accepting Anna's extortion and wanted to first inform Chen, then see what the situation was. Before deciding, after discussing for quite a while, Chris was ultimately persuaded by the anonymous figure who said that after annihilating Chen's territory, they could also take down Anna's territory on the way. No matter how much they gave her now, they would be able to get back double later. Chris thought this made sense. The anger he had bottled up inside him transformed into a killing intent at that moment. What did it matter if the Elizabeth family was involved? This was the battlefield of all realms. Not only could they kill Elizabeth's people, but they could also take down those from the Eastern University. Moreover, Chris was thinking beyond just this. He believed that if they could successfully conquer Chen and Anna's territories, those who had tasted the sweetness of victory would definitely not choose to back down. At that point, he could lead these people to continue plundering. For instance, Arnold, who was in the same sunless zone as Anna, that foul-mouthed Duan Wei, and his dearest classmate Chu Shangdong, who still wanted to offer him incense. He was curious to see who would end up offering incense to whom. After reaching an agreement, they finally sat down to seriously discuss the price with Anna. There was no way around it. Although they had accepted the idea of buying Chen's coordinates from Anna, their wallets were not on board. Not everyone was like Chen, who had an abundance of resources. These so-called top lords were living quite frugally, hoarding everything for themselves. Even if they pooled their resources together, they couldn't come up with what was needed. So, the negotiation was not about how much Anna wanted, but rather how much they could offer. After a lengthy negotiation, Chris produced the last two remaining scrolls from the Council of Gods. They had a few more items like other scrolls, and after some discussion, they managed to gather a total of 120 items, mostly consisting of contract scrolls. As for the rest, it was rather meager. They didn't have a single unit card for troops, as everyone was lacking in that regard, and anyone who had one would use it immediately. They couldn't even hope for building blueprints, managing to scrape together only 5, all of which were for ordinary buildings. They managed to gather 11 special items, 10 useless skill books, and various high-grade crystals, which totaled only 30, while they had just 110 source crystals. Among these resources, the only slightly abundant items were spirit plant seeds and ordinary seeds, but together they only amounted to 300 units. To satisfy Anna, even the anonymous figure bled heavily, pulling out a few point-to-point teleportation scrolls, which were their means and confidence to gather people to attack Chen's territory. The price was exorbitantly high, but at that moment, they could only use it as a bargaining chip for Anna. Although this still fell far short of Anna's demands, she knew this was already their limit. A bunch of paupers, Anna muttered under her breath as she looked at the final tally presented by the two, causing Chris and the anonymous figure's blood pressure to spike. They had emptied all their resources, yet she still complained about their poverty. Was that even human? Alright, let's settle for this. Knowing that further negotiations would yield no more benefits, Anna directly agreed to their offer. However, upon seeing those teleportation scrolls, Anna's heart stirred slightly, and she then spoke up. You also know that I have made significant sacrifices in this matter, so I have an additional condition. You made a sacrifice? Chris was almost laughing in anger at Anna now. What sacrifice? She had only provided a territory coordinate and extorted so many resources. The ones who truly sacrificed were them. He had initially thought they would profit from annihilating Chen Chen's territory, but now, before they even saw any, well, they had already emptied themselves out, and she was still talking about sacrifices as if she had it tough. Anna paid no attention to Chris's reaction, and said directly, "This time I've completely offended Brother Chen Chen. If he doesn't die, he will definitely come to seek revenge on me. Therefore, the contract must include a clause: if you fail to kill Brother Chen Chen within 10 hours, you must send me your territory coordinates and personal locations. That way, if Brother Chen Chen comes to retaliate against me, I can at least provide him with your locations to ease his anger." When Chen Chen signed the contract with her, demanding the disclosure of territory locations in case of breach, Anna had already guessed that he must be planning to come and beat her up for defaulting. However, she had never considered being a deadbeat, so she didn't take it to heart. But now that these people were attacking Brother Chen Chen's territory, even if he was confident he could kill them all, with so many people, there was no telling who might have some life-saving items. If a few of them really managed to escape, it would be quite troublesome for Brother Chen Chen to track down their territory coordinates one by one. So she simply stipulated their territory coordinates in the contract. That way, with teleportation scrolls, even if they ran away, Brother Chen Chen could visit them one by one in no time. 2. Prevent them from abandoning their territories and fleeing. Anna also requested their personal locations. After all, these people all believed Brother Chen Chen was doomed, so she boldly stated it, knowing they wouldn't refuse out of overconfidence. "Don't worry, Brother Chen is definitely dead, I assure you." Sure enough, upon learning that Anna's additional condition was this, Chris agreed without any hesitation, so quickly that the anonymous bystander couldn't even stop him in time. After Chris agreed, the anonymous didn't dare to backtrack, but he looked at Anna's somewhat smug smile and felt that something was off. Yet, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what the problem was. It couldn't be that Brother Chen really had the confidence to kill them all and had teamed up with Anna to set a trap for them, right? Thinking of this, the anonymous couldn't help but laugh at himself. That joke was indeed a bit cold. They had gathered most of the top lords from the Eastern District. Even if it was just Brother Chen, he couldn't possibly stop them, no matter how many people he brought. Well, regardless of whether there was a problem, as long as they had enough people and strength, even if there was a conspiracy, they could crush it with sheer power. After both sides reached an agreement, they didn't sign the contract immediately because so many resources couldn't just be covered by Chris and his companion. They needed to call everyone into the Divine Assembly to discuss it again before they could concentrate all the resources and sign the contract with Anna. Anna couldn't be bothered with them and simply left a message saying to come and sign the contract after they had discussed it, then exited the Divine Assembly. She was eager to split the spoils with Chen Chen, so after exiting, she immediately opened the chat window with him. "Brother Chen Chen, I've already sold the location of your territory." After sending this message, Anna directly sent Chen Chen the total amount of resources she extorted from Chris and the others. As the little princess of the Elizabeth family, Anna was quite principled in her dealings. Chen Chen entrusted everything to her, even if he might not care for their meager resources and hadn't signed any contract with her. She didn't betray his trust. The amount of resources she sent was exactly the same as what she discussed with Chris and the others, and even though among these resources were the high-grade crystals she needed most for recruiting angel troops, she didn't take a single one for herself. Hiss, this girl is ruthless. Chen Chen looked at the resource list, completely stunned. He had considered the possibility that Anna might embezzle a little, but with the fairy troop card in hand, no matter how much Anna embezzled, as long as this troop card was revealed, she would have to return everything with interest. However, upon seeing this resource list, he instantly understood that Anna probably hadn't embezzled at all. As a market tycoon who had long monopolized the sale of equipment, no one knew better than him just how poor these lords were. The meager resources they offered under the orange equipment posts were so little that Chen Chen felt inclined to give them a bit of charity. Given how poor this group was, it was astonishing that Anna had managed to extract so many resources from them. Chen Chen felt that this was no longer just drawing their blood, but rather cutting into their flesh. He estimated that Anna had probably taken most of their wealth. They might still have some hidden treasures, but those could no longer be obtained through trade and would only be seen if they were killed. Indeed, such matters were best left to professionals with capital. Just a territory coordinate had left them utterly impoverished, showcasing her expertise. Moreover, the most considerate part was that Anna had added their coordinate information to the contract. Although this information came with conditions, for Chen Chen, those conditions were as good as non-existent. As long as they dared to come, there were only two outcomes: either they would die here, or they would escape using life-saving means. As for those who managed to escape, once Chen Chen was free, he would definitely go door to door to settle accounts. It must be said that Anna truly understood him. This condition was just perfect. You keep the holy lightstones, leave half of the source crystals, and check if there's anything else you can use. If there is, keep it. If not, just send everything else over to me. Also, here's this for you, and I'll send you 10 units each of crystal, mithril, and sulfur later. If you have any other crystals you can't use, you can supply me a bit. If not, it's fine to owe me. In a great mood, Chen was unusually generous this time, not only leaving her some crystals needed for recruiting angels but also directly giving the fairy troop card to Anna without asking her to make up the price difference. Having cooperated with Anna several times, they had already established a preliminary trust, so investing in some unused items to help her summon the next pair of angels sooner was also a good thing for Chen. Of course, there was one main reason for this. Anna had become a pauper, with no more profits to squeeze out, and he needed to make her pay off the debts for those few orange items quickly, so she could take on another wave of debt. Anna was unaware that Chen was already preparing to have her bear the next wave of debt. Upon seeing the crystal information and the fairy troop card sent by Chen, she was immediately moved to tears. It was indeed her brother Chen who not only had many good things, but also thought of her needs. She decided that once she summoned the new angels, she would work twice as hard to pay off her brother Chen's debts as soon as possible. After chatting with Anna for a bit, Chen closed the chat window. Of course, he hadn't given Anna the troop card yet. It was impossible to pay. First, he would only send her the promised items after she sent over the materials. This had nothing to do with whether he trusted Anna or not. Human nature could not withstand tests. If you gave someone an opportunity, what if they really got tempted? It would be quite awkward if they turned against you later. After ending the chat, most of the professionals under Chen had also completed their job transitions. All the professionals had been promoted to the second tier, gaining not only a portion of core skills but also unlocking several hidden professions. Counting the previous sharpshooter, there are a total of 8 hidden classes. Since the archer class has the highest number of variants, 5 out of the 8 are sharpshooter hidden classes. Among the remaining 3, one is a shield warrior, whose advanced class is the indomitable shield. This class has the talent unyielding as a mountain, which greatly enhances the defensive attributes and resilience of the shield warrior. The new skills, in addition to the essential taunt for shield warriors, include rock-solid will and absolute defense, which are exclusive skills that enhance defense and recovery. Furthermore, there are control and damage reduction skills like disarm, block, and intimidating roar. Overall, the indomitable shield not only significantly boosts the defense and survivability of the shield warrior but also provides many control options, essentially transforming him from a mere punching bag into an annoying tank. Although hidden classes do not have a clear hierarchy on the surface, there are indeed strengths and weaknesses among them. The sharpshooter is already considered a decent hidden class, but compared to the indomitable shield, it clearly falls short. Therefore, Chen did not hesitate to set the indomitable shield as the priority hidden class for the shield warrior's advancement. Compared to the indomitable shield and the sharpshooter, the remaining 2 hidden classes seem somewhat weaker. One is the assassin's infiltrator, and the other is the mage's spellcaster. The infiltrator class can greatly enhance the assassin's stealth abilities, but it is not particularly useful, so Chen ignored it. The spellcaster hidden class for mages is more interesting. It can significantly reduce the cooldown time of low-level spells, and even high-level spells have corresponding cooldown reductions. If the spellcaster has enough mana, they can seamlessly chain various low-level spells. Strictly speaking, this class is not weak. It could even be considered somewhat strong. However, the problem is that Chen has the rapid aura that increases skill speed, so why would the spellcaster class compete with the 100-fold enhanced rapid aura? Of course, in the late game, when casting forbidden spells, the cooldown reduction from the spellcaster might be needed, but for just a few seconds of cooldown reduction, wouldn't it be better to choose a mage class that increases critical damage? As for the fact that Chen does not yet have the rapid aura, he did not care at all. It has already appeared in the aura options, so how could he be afraid of not selecting it? Just look at how many times the focus aura has appeared. Could he really be worried about a rare rapid aura not showing up? Therefore, Chen directly passed on the spellcaster and did not set it as a priority hidden class for advancement. After completing the class advancements in the territory, Chen sent a team of farmers who had completed their class upgrades to replace the team of farmers stationed at the ant nest, allowing them to return for their own advancements. Excluding the few stationed farmers, there were just under 700 combat classes and a total of 8 hidden classes emerged. Chen estimated that this so-called low probability should be around 1%, barring any surprises. If that's the case, such a low probability cannot be 1 in 1,000, right? A 1 in 1,000 probability, with 700 classes advanced and not a single hidden class appearing, is even lower than a card drawing game. Oh, card games have guarantees, so that's fine. Thinking about it this way, Chen suddenly felt that the probability of hidden classes appearing in the advancement hall was indeed quite unfriendly to him, as a non-lucky player. In comparison, the 1% probability from the trial tower seems more reliable. After completing the class advancements, Chen prepared to start building the city walls. Once the territory reached level 10, many functions after level 10 would not be unlocked if there were no monster sieges, such as the hero altar and the world channel. However, ordinary buildings like city walls were not included. After all, without city walls, how could one resist monster sieges? Therefore, after the territory reached level 10, Chen directly unlocked the city wall construction. Moreover, the unlocked city wall construction came with a non-tradable blueprint that had no additional attributes meant for beginners to build city walls. The so-called city wall in that blueprint referred to the kind of wall Chen had seen outside the goblin camp. To put it nicely, it was called a city wall, but to put it bluntly, it was just a wooden fence. Naturally, Chen would not choose this thing, so he directly destroyed the ordinary blueprint meant for helping beginners. The giant rock wall he had treasured for so long was now ready to be put to use. As a rare-level city wall blueprint dropped in the Doghead Kingdom, the material requirements for the giant rock wall were fixed, but the materials themselves were not. As long as it was stone, it could be used as construction material for the giant rock wall. However, the better the materials used, the sturdier the constructed wall would be. Chen was well prepared for this. He had the farmers dig up a lot of high-quality lava stones from the lair of the Red Dragon, and he even had some farmers continuously resurrect to mine many lava stones infused with dragon essence from the Red Dragon's cave, all for the purpose of building the wall now. As Chen chose to add the material named Dragon Breathstone, the giant rock wall quickly began to rise from the ground. Along the edge of Chen territory, a dark red city wall over 30 meters tall directly surrounded his territory. Chen stood on the wall and observed. The walkway on top of the wall was about 15 meters wide, which was roughly equivalent to an ordinary two-way four-lane road. This meant that 4 cars could race side by side on this wall. Of course, in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the style of the city wall was not important. What mattered were the attributes of the wall. Giant rock wall armor type, city armor 10000000 attributes, sturdy city armor, dragon breathstone sturdy city armor, reduces physical damage by 50%. Dragon Breathstone, when constructed with Dragon Breathstone materials, the giant rock wall has a built-in 50% magic damage reduction. Evaluation, due to the addition of a large amount of precious Dragon Breathstone during construction, the giant rock wall, which originally only had physical defense capabilities, not only greatly increased its defense but also gained the effect of magic damage reduction. 1 million armor. Chen looked at the string of zeros behind armor 1 and felt a bit dizzy. He knew the quality of Dragon Breathstone was high, but he didn't expect that adding it would yield such a good effect. Armor is different from defense. It is somewhat similar to the health points of a shield. For a city wall, it can basically be considered as the wall's health points, except that the wall has no life, so it manifests as armor value. Generally, a city wall of ordinary quality only has an armor value of 100,000, with an attribute of only 30% physical damage reduction. Now, this giant rock wall not only has 1 million armor but also has 50% immunity to both physical and magical damage. It should be noted that city armor is a very unique type of armor. It differs from the equipment armor worn by professionals and has its own unique calculation method. All city armor units have a 30% damage reduction against piercing and magical attacks. Now, with the additional attributes of sturdy city armor and dragon breathstone, with 1 million armor, even if Chen led an army to attack it, it would take quite a while to break the wall. Of course, city armor is not without weaknesses. It suffers an additional 50% damage from siege-type attacks, such as siege engines and various siege machinery, which are very effective at breaking through city armor. Gently stroking the city wall, which felt as solid as a massive rock, Chen silently praised the Doghead King in his heart. Your city walls are truly impressive. However, there was still room for improvement. After a moment of thought, Chen took out the blood-sucking vine seeds. As he clicked to plant them on the wall, a green hue began to spread across the crimson wall. Yet, compared to the towering structure, the newly planted blood-sucking vine, only a few meters long, seemed rather insignificant. Chen didn't mind. Once the seeds took root, he took out a fungal cluster and chose to merge it with the rooted blood-sucking vine. After the fusion, the blood-sucking vine seemed to be stimulated, growing rapidly, its original light green color transforming into a deep green, even showing signs of turning black. In just a short while, the vine grew from over 5 meters to more than 40, and the number of tendrils increased from 1 to hundreds, the long vines cascading down the wall as if alive, swaying gently in the breeze, creating a rhythm akin to breathing. This was far from the blood-sucking vine's limit if it could be provided with a large number of biological corpses to devour. With the digestive capabilities of the fungal cluster, it could completely cover the entire wall in a short time. However, Chen was not in a hurry for the blood-sucking vine to grow. Instead, he took out the most precious item he had obtained from the future, the Ant Queen's heart. Whether the massive rock wall could transform into a growing wall depended on whether the Ant Queen's heart could turn it into a living entity. As Chen used the Ant Queen's heart, the massive rock wall was not directly transformed. Instead, a prompt appeared before him, giving him a choice. Detected that the giant high wall has an associated insect-type plant life form. Would you like to transform it together? Such a good thing? Faced with this prompt, Chen hesitated not at all and chose to transform it together. The moment he selected the transformation, the Ant Queen's heart in his hand passed through his palm and merged into the wall. Soon, the rhythmic movement that had only been in the blood-sucking vines leaves gradually spread to the massive rock wall, which was entirely made of stone, now seemingly breathing with life, beginning to tremble gently. As the trembling continued, the already deep green blood-sucking vine began to change color again. The dark green that had just transformed was now gradually turning the same red as the wall, and as the color changed, it seemed as if the wall was devouring the blood-sucking vine, slowly merging it into itself. Unbeknownst to him, the wall's color also shifted from its original dark red to a bright red. And more strangely, when Chenshin bent down to touch the wall, he found that the once hard stone texture now felt somewhat like touching flesh. Watching the entire wall, stretching for dozens of miles, gradually take on a fleshy texture, Chenshin couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth have I transformed this into?" Perhaps due to the wall's immense length, the transformation continued for several minutes before finally stopping. Once the transformation was complete, Chenshin eagerly checked the new wall's attributes. Flesh wall status, juvenile, can evolve, armor, 100000 health, 100000 attributes, adaptive power, enhanced wall armor, life. Devouring, blood absorption adaptive power. The flesh wall has the ability to adapt its size, automatically expanding its area as the territory grows. Enhanced wall armor. The flesh wall possesses 50% physical immunity and magical immunity. Life devouring. The flesh wall will absorb the life of any enemy that approaches it, merging them into its body. The life forms that are devoured will provide evolutionary energy to the flesh wall. Blood drain. The flesh wall can quickly repair the damage it has sustained by absorbing the enemy's blood, as well as replenish its own lost blood. As long as there is blood, the wall will not break. It really has become a flesh wall. Chenshin couldn't help but gasp as he looked at the attributes of the flesh wall. How did this solid rock wall transform into such a bizarre thing? This insect race's creation is truly sinister. However, at this moment, Chenshin also realized that he seemed to have underestimated the value of the queen ant's heart. This heart, which can transform any object into a life form, is probably quite a rare treasure even among the insect race. The flesh wall, converted into a life form, appeared much weaker compared to the previous solid rock wall, with its armor dropping from 1,000,000 to 100,000. Yet, it gained a unique life value inherent to living beings, and now, in its larval state, it could completely evolve to gain armor and life. This means that the original 1,000,000 armor would not be its limit. Just this point alone has already surpassed the original solid rock wall. Most importantly, in addition to the original solid rock wall, it also integrated the effects of blood-sucking vines and fungal clusters. Life devouring and blood drain not only allowed it to evolve and self-repair but also gave it the ability to attack actively. A wall now possessing the ability to attack actively is indeed quite perverse. To test its devouring effect, Chenshin had a warrior go out of the city to catch a wild wolf. These wild wolves were too low in level to provide anything for Chenshin, so he had left them outside as spare food. Now, they were just perfect as test subjects. The wild wolf's attacks could hardly break the warrior's defense. It was grabbed by the scruff of its neck and then thrown directly onto the flesh wall. Normally, a wild wolf should fall off after being slammed onto the wall, but at that moment, as soon as the wild wolf touched the flesh wall, it was as if countless small hands had grabbed it, fixing it in midair against the wall. The terrified wild wolf struggled desperately on the wall, but there was no sign of it breaking free. As it struggled, the flesh wall seemed like a swamp, slowly pulling the wild wolf in. Well, it wasn't just as if it was grabbed by countless small hands, it was indeed countless small hands. At the last moment before the wild wolf was completely devoured, Chenshin finally saw what had grabbed the wild wolf. Countless tentacles, each about the size of a finger, merged into the wild wolf's body, holding it tightly before dragging it bit by bit into the wall. This scene was truly horrifying, causing Chenshin's sanity to plummet. Fortunately, this flesh wall was his own, otherwise, if he were caught by this thing, even if he could eventually break free from those tentacles, he would be left with a lifelong shadow. However, compared to its terrifying nature, the devouring ability of the flesh wall seemed a bit weak. The tentacles were too small, and the devouring speed was too slow. Perhaps a slightly stronger creature could break free directly. But thinking that this thing was only in its larval stage, Chenshin felt somewhat relieved. As it gradually evolved, the devouring and grabbing abilities of the flesh wall would surely see a significant enhancement. Now, Chenshin only hoped for one thing, that this thing wouldn't suddenly evolve to have tentacles hundreds or even thousands of meters long, or that would be a bit too Cthulhu-like. Besides its apparent attributes, the thing that satisfied Chenshin the most was that after evolving into a life form, the flesh wall no longer had a city gate, or in other words, the flesh wall had gates everywhere. The flesh wall can freely change its form. For it, the city wall is its body. It can easily transform a vertical wall at a 90-degree angle into a slope, allowing the troops on the wall to charge down. It can also split the wall in the middle, creating a wide path to serve as a city gate. One must admit, the living wall is quite convenient. Living wall? Chenshin suddenly paused. His aura effect adds aura effects to all units on his side. Previously, the wall was just a building and not considered a unit, so it couldn't benefit from the aura. Now that the wall has become a living entity, can it receive the benefits of the aura? Thinking of this, Chenshin's heart raced. He tentatively included the wall within the coverage of his aura, and instantly, several prominent halos appeared beneath the wall. Seeing these halos, Chen Chen gasped, "Damn, this is too overpowered." The wall having an aura is indeed a bit excessive, but after carefully checking the specific attributes of the flesh wall, he found that the attributes weren't too outrageous after the aura enhancement. Since the flesh wall is a special creature and has no attributes, most aura effects do not apply to it. Chen Chen roughly counted and found that only the life aura, vampiric aura, thorn aura, and order aura were effective. Well, even so, it was still quite overpowered. With the enhancement of the life aura, the health of the flesh wall directly became 6 million, and with the order aura, the already high magic damage reduction of the flesh wall could probably withstand forbidden spells now. The most ridiculous part was that with the enhancements of the thorn aura and vampiric aura, the flesh wall now had a 200% reflection damage effect and a 100% lifesteal effect. How could it be fought against? The current attributes of the wall had reached a point that made Chen Chen's scalp tingle. He simply couldn't think of any creature that could withstand these attributes and dismantle the flesh wall. Moreover, since the tentacles of the flesh wall were now too small, Chen Chen still didn't know if it was truly unaffected by the durability aura. If its tentacles could also receive the enhancement of the durability aura, then it would be nearly impossible to break this wall in the future. Just as Chen Chen was shocked by the flesh wall enhanced by the aura, Chris and the others finally finished their negotiations, gathered all the supplies, signed a contract with Anna, and obtained Chen Chen's location. After receiving the supplies, Chen Chen didn't hesitate and directly sent all the resources he promised Anna to her, then waited for Chris and the others to arrive. Now that the wall had his aura enhancement, as long as they didn't fly directly over the wall, Chen Chen figured that even if he did nothing, this group of people probably couldn't break his wall. However, out of respect for Chris and the others, Chen Chen decided to stay in the city to wait for them, lest they see the situation and run away, which would be troublesome. Chen Chen originally thought that since they had already obtained the location of his territory and had teleportation scrolls, they should be able to appear outside his territory soon. However, he didn't expect to wait a long time in his territory without seeing a single figure. Just as Chen Chen began to doubt whether this group would come, Chris and the coalition encountered a bit of a troublesome situation. After Chris and the others paid the supplies, Anna kindly informed them of the warning Chen Chen had given her. However, even though Anna wrote this information in the contract to prove she wasn't deceiving them, the suspicious Chris and others, after intense discussion, still believed it was very likely a trap set by Chen Chen. Although Anna did not deceive them, it was very likely that she had been deceived by Chen Chen. After all, Chen Chen had already suffered once because of a woman, and this time he might have learned his lesson, setting a trap for Anna on purpose. Therefore, after discussing for most of the day, they made a wise decision to resolutely avoid the southern part of Chen Chen's territory and instead take the opposite route, attacking his territory from the north. To be safe, they even specifically set the teleportation location far away from Chen Chen's territory. This way, even if Chen Chen had some trap laid out, as long as they were far enough away, they would be able to discover it and avoid it in time. After teleporting near Chen Chen's territory, the group found the surroundings calm and peaceful, and they were overjoyed. It seemed that Chen Chen must have set some trap in the southern part of his territory, which was why this area appeared so tranquil. However, what they did not know was that in the direction they were heading, there was a creature filled with distress. A pure white young steppe cloud deer was fiercely gnawing on a camphor tree as thick as a bowl. With just one bite, the hard camphor tree was easily chewed in half, as if it were made of straw. But it was not trying to eat the camphor tree, it seemed to be throwing a tantrum, kicking the fallen tree away with its front limbs. The tree flew sideways with terrifying force, smashing several ancient trees in the process. From the immense power it displayed, the seemingly half-grown young steppe cloud deer was at least at the level of a super-tier boss. Yet, despite being a super-tier boss-level creature, the young steppe cloud deer was feeling quite irritable at that moment. What the hell is going on in this cursed place? Is there no place for deer to stay anymore? Originally, the young steppe cloud deer had made its nest near Chen Chen's territory, living a comfortable life eating tender grass, drinking dew, robbing ants, and bullying trees every day. However, after Chen Chen arrived, its life took a turn for the worse. The steppe cloud deer's innate ability was to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Ever since Chen Chen's territory descended, it had felt a faint sense of danger lingering in its heart. Although this sense of crisis was not very strong, and it had grown accustomed to staying there, it was somewhat reluctant to move even though the feeling made it uncomfortable. Just one day later, this sense of crisis suddenly surged. Its ability to seek fortune and avoid calamity told it to run quickly. If it didn't, it would die. This sense of crisis escalated to the highest level when it encountered several bipedal creatures wielding weapons. At that moment, the feeling of danger brought by its ability felt like a butcher's knife hanging over its neck, as if it would fall at any second and directly sever its little deer head. Being just a young deer, it had never seen such a scene, and frightened, it didn't even dare to return to its nest, bolting away instead. After running for a while, the terrifying sense of crisis gradually faded from its heart. Finally, the settled steppe cloud deer let out a sigh of relief, and seeing that the surrounding environment was relatively safe, it decided to build a new nest there, thinking that since it was already there, it might as well make itself comfortable. However, just as it finished building its nest, that faint sense of crisis returned. Although this feeling was not as strong as before, it increased little by little over time. What annoyed it even more was that with the emergence of this sense of crisis, it felt as if this space was also beginning to impose some kind of restraint on it. Smack! The indignant step-cloud deer suddenly shook its head, its tender antlers crashing into a tree like a battering ram, breaking it in half. Then, it viciously gnawed at the fallen tree, quickly reducing the trunk to a mangled mess. After venting, Bu Yunlu's mood improved slightly, but it still had to run away. The memories in its blood told it that any stubborn creature that did not heed the talent for seeking fortune and avoiding disaster ended up dying a miserable death. It was still young, with plenty of good days ahead, and it did not want to die now. After all, considering Bu Yunlu's lifespan, if it died now, it wouldn't even qualify as dying young, it would merely be considered a premature death. Bullying a deer, just wait until I find out who you are. When I grow up, I will definitely gnaw on your head. Bu Yunlu was filled with deep resentment towards the culprit that forced it to move for the second time. This forced relocation not only meant giving up the new nest it had painstakingly built, but more importantly, it could no longer raid the ant nest. Originally, the reason it didn't run too far was that it stopped to build a nest just outside the range of its sense of danger, partly because it felt a bit reluctant to leave that big ant behind. It thought that if it stayed close, once the crisis passed, it could find another opportunity to raid the big ant. Now, being forced to leave again, no matter how reluctant it was, it had to try to run farther away. Who knew when it would encounter the big ant again? How about I raid it one last time before I leave? A thought crossed Bu Yunlu's mind, and a hint of hesitation flickered in its big, watery eyes, but soon that hesitation disappeared. I'll do it. As the saying goes, he who is capable will possess the treasures of heaven and earth. Bu Yunlu believed it was that capable. 1. After all, this was the last time. Bu Yunlu wasn't afraid of the big ant turning hostile. This time, it would gather a bit more energy, raid, and then run away. That clumsy ant wouldn't be able to catch up anyway. After making the decision, Bu Yunlu exerted a bit of strength in its limbs, and its body leaped into the air. Moments later, as its momentum slowed and its speed decreased slightly, a thin layer of ice suddenly appeared beneath its feet. Stepping on this ice layer, it once again propelled itself forward. At a glance, it seemed as if this half-grown fawn was running in the air. As Bu Yunlu's speed increased, it transformed into a streak of pure white light, darting through the forest at a speed that almost left an afterimage. With its incredible speed, Bu Yunlu quickly arrived outside the ant nest, but upon seeing the nest, it hesitated to enter. After entering this area, the sense of danger that had once hung over it like a sword ready to fall had vanished, replaced by a faint sense of danger similar to what it felt outside. It was precisely because of this that Bu Yunlu had the audacity to run all the way to the ant nest. However, upon arriving at the ant nest, that originally mild sense of danger unexpectedly intensified, as if some terrifying creature was hidden within. Bu Yunlu, which had been familiar with the sense of danger from the ant nest after visiting every 10 days or so, now felt a significant difference in this sense of danger compared to before. While the sense of danger from the big ant was heavy, the current sense of danger from the ant nest was not as intense, yet it seemed to contain something unknown. This unfamiliar change made the timid little deer hesitate. The first time it had come to the ant nest, Bu Yunlu had tested the waters several times before daring to rush in, ensuring it wouldn't die before it dared to raid that big ant. Now that the big ant in the nest had been replaced by something else, it couldn't help but feel a bit scared. However, sensing the mixed fortune and misfortune within the ant nest, it knew the energy pool must still be there. It had just changed owners. Finally, the little deer stomped its foot hard. This was the last time. Since it was already here, it had to go in and take a look. After all, this sense of danger wouldn't be fatal. At most, it would just get a beating. It had been roaming this area for so long. How many beatings had it taken? Aside from that big lizard it dared not provoke, there was nowhere it couldn't go. After spending a long time building up courage and preparing herself mentally, the little deer finally trembled as she approached the ant nest. However, her walking speed was so slow that even her limbs barely touched the ground. In this posture, she could immediately bolt at the slightest hint of danger. Fortunately, there was nothing terrifying inside the ant nest. Once she entered, the little deer cautiously peeked her head out to observe, only to discover that the few bipedal creatures she had seen before were indeed inside the nest. Oh no! The little deer's clever mind quickly pieced everything together. Those bipedal creatures had killed the big ant. Thinking of the scene where the big ant had been beating her, the little deer felt increasingly terrified of these creatures that posed a deadly threat. However, it was a relief that these bipedal creatures, like the big ant, relied on numbers to bully others. With just these few bipedal creatures, they didn't seem very strong. After repeatedly observing and confirming that there were only these few bipedal creatures in the ant nest, the little deer ultimately decided to go for it. It was just a matter of stealing a bit of water. Could they really kill a deer? Anyway, after this theft, she would run away and never come back, so she wouldn't encounter these bipedal creatures again. No matter how terrifying they were, she wouldn't be afraid. Having made up her mind, the little deer acted decisively. She unleashed several spells in an instant, first freezing the farmer in place, then erecting several thick ice walls to completely isolate him. The reason she used only control spells instead of damaging skills was that, in her simple moral view, stealing was acceptable, but killing was not. The inherited memories in her bloodline told her that if someone had something you didn't, taking it was called equitable wealth, but if you killed after stealing, that was called robbery. Robbery was the act of a bandit, and her clan, the Steppe Cloud Deer, never acted as bandits. So not only this time, but even when she had come to steal from the ants before, she had never killed any of them. Each time, she rushed in, drank water, and then bolted away at lightning speed, even if it meant getting hit while drinking. Well, if you're stealing from someone, getting hit is quite normal. It must be said that the Steppe Cloud Deer's principle of robbing without killing was indeed a fortunate misstep. With the enhancement of the Order Halo, they were not afraid of damaging spells, but these control spells were genuinely a bit challenging for them. Under the high magic resistance granted by the Order Halo, the ice blocks that trapped them quickly shattered, but behind those ice blocks were still several thick ice walls. Although the Steppe Cloud Deer was just a half-grown cub, her bloodline level was extremely high, and the spells she used were not something the Goblin King could compare to. Thus, even the warriors' charges could not break through the ice walls immediately, they could only helplessly strike the walls with their weapons. Although they were breaking the ice walls quickly, the little deer's spellcasting speed was even faster. With only a few of them, it was clearly impossible to break through the ice walls in a short time. Seeing that these bipedal creatures were trapped, the little deer felt much more at ease. After confirming that they couldn't get out, she cautiously tossed a few more thick ice walls over before running to the energy pool and taking small sips. The energy in the intermediate energy pool was extremely refined, and even with the little deer's bloodline level, she couldn't drink too much. So after just a few sips, she stopped. For a pool of a few square meters, her few sips barely showed any signs of reduction. However, the little deer still felt a bit fearful of the people behind these bipedal creatures, so feeling guilty about her theft, she thought she had drunk a lot. Originally planning to eat and take more to store energy in her body, the little deer reconsidered and ultimately gave up on the idea of packing some to take away. The beings behind these bipedal creatures are too formidable, even the giant ants have been killed by them. If I drink too much and provoke him, it would be terrible if he starts hunting me down across the world. With this thought, Bu Yunlu stopped drinking, elegantly lifted his head, and prepared to flee. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a stronger sense of danger approaching. Bu Yunlu was startled and could no longer care about being graceful. He bolted towards the ant nest's exit. Just as he stepped out of the nest, he collided head-on with a team of professionals coming to replace the guards. Both sides were momentarily stunned upon seeing each other. The troublemaking Bu Yunlu reacted quickly, instantly realizing that reinforcements from those bipedal creatures had arrived. Without a second thought, he abandoned any idea of casting spells and took off running. Once he started to run, the newly arrived farmer professionals also reacted. The sharpshooter archer, without any hesitation, raised his bow and shot an arrow at Bu Yunlu. At such a close distance, Bu Yunlu had no chance to dodge and was hit directly by the arrow. Ouch, that hurts. Bu Yunlu cried out, having never been hit so hard in this chaotic place. Fortunately, his defense was high enough. The sharpshooter only left a scar on him without piercing through his body. After being injured, Bu Yunlu's speed skyrocketed. Already incredibly fast, he now left behind afterimages. And even the sharpshooter, who could attack from a great distance, could only manage to shoot a few arrows before helplessly watching Bu Yunlu, who was running and crying, dive into the forest. After escaping the ant nest, Bu Yunlu ran for a while before stopping. In just that short time, the wounds on his body had already begun to scab over. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his injuries healed completely. Looking at his wounds, Bu Yunlu, with tears in his eyes, grew angrier and decided to move away immediately and never return to this wretched place again. Those bipedal creatures hurt him too much. If there were more of them, they might even kill him. It was just a matter of stealing something, yet these people were so ruthless. Bu Yunlu sniffled and licked his wounds a few times. The wounds, which healed extremely quickly, soon formed scabs and fell off. However, although the wounds healed quickly, the fur that had been lost in those areas would take time to grow back. Now, his body had patches of missing fur here and there. If someone who didn't know better saw him, they might think he was a mutated cicada. This made Bu Yunlu even more furious. He snorted a few times and decided to find that equally detestable big tree. He was about to leave, never to munch on thorny leaves again, but before he went, he wanted to take a few good bites out of it. What was wrong with a deer eating a few leaves? Every time it used branches to hit him, he had to eat a hearty meal in return. After all, he had already taken a beating today, so he wasn't afraid of taking another one. With a mindset of not fearing the boiling water, Bu Yunlu quickly arrived at the location of the ghost locust tree. There, he saw that what should have been a big tree had now turned into a deep pit, and the thorny locust tree was not only gone but even its roots had been dug up. Was it that group of bipedal creatures again? Seeing this scene, Bu Yunlu trembled slightly. These Bipedal creatures were too brutal, they had wiped out all the neighbors in this area. At that moment, he suddenly understood where the earlier feeling of danger, as if a butcher's knife was at his throat, had come from. It's turned out that the bipedal creatures were sweeping away the strong around. If he hadn't run earlier, he would surely have died. Thinking about how he had dared to snatch something from that bipedal creature, Bu Yunlu was instantly frightened by himself. Would he come to hunt him down? Thinking of this, Bu Yunlu dared not stay for a moment and began to run wildly towards the north. Food was no longer important, escaping was the priority. Just as Bu Yunlu was sprinting northward, Chris and his group were being teleported to the same direction. Surrounding Chen Chen's territory were monsters, and the reason they felt a sense of calm was that Bu Yunlu, as a high-level boss, had scared off the ordinary monsters with its oppressive presence. Thus, it was only natural that they encountered Bu Yunlu. When Bu Yunlu saw them, it was momentarily stunned. How come there were bipeds here, too? However, unlike the bipeds it had encountered before, these ones did not evoke any sense of danger. Bu Yunlu looked at the group of bipeds, noticing the large lizards and titans among them, and felt a bit curious. But at that moment, it was busy fleeing for its life, so despite its curiosity, it had no intention of engaging with them. It merely paused to glance a few times before preparing to leave. However, as Bu Yunlu turned to go, Chris and the others were not about to let it escape. The moment they spotted Bu Yunlu, someone immediately cast a detection spell. Bu Yunlu, feeling slightly displeased by this impolite action, snorted but did not bother to argue with the group as it was too anxious to run away. It's a super boss. Due to the vast difference in strength between the group and Bu Yunlu, the detection spell only revealed its name and level. Even so, they instantly guessed Bu Yunlu's identity as a transcendent boss. At this moment, Chris's group consisted of 24 people, all of whom had either S or A grade troops. Their powerful units and sheer numbers gave them immense confidence. The transcendent boss they would have previously hesitated to provoke was now hardly worth their concern. With so many top-tier troops, what was a mere transcendent boss? They could easily wipe it out. The effect of the blessing of all realms is indeed strong. It's rare to encounter a transcendent boss outside, yet here we can stumble upon one so casually. Chris looked at Bu Yunlu with a fiery gaze, sharing the same thoughts as the others. After all, with so much top-tier combat power gathered, it was impossible for them not to take down a single transcendent boss. This boss seems to be in its juvenile stage, yet it's already a transcendent boss. Its bloodline must be unique. Killing it will surely yield good loot. At this point, Chris seemed a bit dazed. No wonder Chen Chen could drop so many good items. It turns out the monsters around his territory are all of this level. If I had known, I would have asked my family for a blessing of all realms scroll. The anonymous figure offline finally revealed his true identity. He was not very tall and wore a kimono, with a long katana at his waist and unique wooden clogs on his feet. Such a retro outfit made it clear at a glance that he was from the Sakura district. At this moment, the anonymous figure looked at Chris, who was completely blinded by greed and couldn't help but frown. Although their group was indeed strong when gathered, it shouldn't inflate their egos to this extent, right? Did he really think that the talents who had previously used the blessing of all realms were useless? Moreover, his troop was the extremely rare Minotaur, which had a certain level of precognition regarding danger. Based on the information relayed to him by the Minotaur, the creature before him, which looked like a half-grown fawn, seemed somewhat off. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary complications, he advised, our main goal is to deal with Chen Chen. Killing the boss can wait until after we've taken care of him. It seems you Sakura Island folks have really had your spines broken by the Eastern powers. At this moment, Chris had become so arrogant that he didn't even care about the anonymous. He sarcastically mocked the anonymous and then said, it's just a Chen Chen, when can't we kill him? But if this boss runs away, it will be hard to find. After saying this, Chris greedily glanced around the environment again. But you are right about one thing, after we kill Chen Chen, we can stay here for a while and properly clean up these super tier bosses. The anonymous turned pale at Chris's words. As the most fervent nationalist, this statement undoubtedly touched his sore spot. However, seeing Chris's inflated demeanor, he knew that if he dared to retort and say something like mixed blood, Chris would definitely turn against him. Therefore, for the sake of his grand plan, the anonymous forcefully swallowed his anger. At this moment, he regretted not being more resolute in bringing that useless Zhou Hong over. If the three of them, the initiators, had united against Chris, even he wouldn't have been able to oppose them. Unfortunately, Zhou Hong discovered a secret realm, and believing that Chen Chen was doomed, he only contributed some resources and signed a contract without coming over himself. Had he known Chris would become this arrogant, he would have done everything to bring that fool Zhou Hong along. Among this group, the most clear-headed anonymous was left speechless, while the others, like Chris, were emboldened by their numbers and decided to take action without much discussion. Just as Bu Yunlu turned to leave, Chris didn't hesitate and ordered Titan to throw a lightning bolt. The fleeing Bu Yunlu was stunned by the lightning. With its defenses, it didn't take much damage. However, this lightning, while not very harmful, was extremely insulting. Bu Yunlu looked at the group, tilting its head, trying to figure out how they dared to attack it. Seeing Booyaloo standing still, Chris mistakenly thought it was stunned by the lightning and was overjoyed. This boss has low resistance. It's easy to kill. Let's finish it quickly. As soon as the others saw Chris had taken action, they immediately followed suit. The flying bone dragon and ghost dragon unleashed their attacks, hitting the dazed Booyaloo with a blast of cold breath, thoroughly washing it from head to toe. Then, other ranged units began their assault, with some top-tier support units immediately casting numerous debuffs on Booyaloo. To be honest, if it were just an ordinary super-tier boss, with their luxurious lineup attacking together, it would likely have no chance to fight back and would be beaten to death. So their arrogance was not without reason. But the problem was, Booyaloo was a fierce character that could drink water in front of the Ant Queen, and gnaw on blood-sucking vine leaves in front of the twin ghost Sephora tree. Therefore, it was not an ordinary super-tier boss but a genuine lord-level boss. The damage Chris and his group dealt was enough to take away half of an ordinary super-tier boss's life, but for Booyaloo, it merely woke it up. Still dazed, Booyaloo was met with a mouthful of spit from the bone dragon and ghost dragon, instantly infuriating it, forced to abandon its lair twice, and after being beaten by the feathered archer while sneaking a drink from Chun Chen's energy pool, it had already been holding back a huge amount of anger. It simply didn't dare to return for revenge because Chen Chen was too terrifying. And now, it clearly had no intention of dealing with these weak bipedal creatures, yet they dared to attack it first. As a top-tier lord-level boss, although the steppe cloud deer was young, it was not without its temper, and at this moment, it was completely ignited by the anger within. Yo! The steppe cloud deer let out a light and agile call, and with this sound, all the negative states attached to it were instantly cleared. Moreover, after this call, Chris and the others were immediately suppressed by 10% in all attributes. Then, the steppe cloud deer jumped up lightly, stepping on the shattered ice, and landed in front of the bone dragon, using its tender antlers to charge at the bone dragon with all its might. Compared to the bone dragon, the steppe cloud deer seemed like a tiny creature, but this little creature's impact directly scattered a large portion of the bone dragon's bones, and the originally somewhat imposing bone dragon suddenly had a large gap appear on its body. This is a lord-level boss. The anonymous observer, who was constantly monitoring his own status, was instantly frightened out of his wits upon seeing the unique attribute suppression status of the lord-level boss on him. With their lineup, they could fight against a chief-level boss or even a lord-level boss, but a lord-level boss was simply not something they could handle at this stage. Wasn't Chen Chen's territory too dangerous? Shouldn't this be a monster that newbies could face? The anonymous observer was filled with fear and regret, but now that fool Chris had already made a move, there was no turning back. Watching the furious steppe cloud deer almost dismantle the bone dragon, he had no choice but to send his minotaur subordinates charging in. Otherwise, if the front line was wiped out, they would have no good outcome either. Fortunately, this lord-level boss was still in its juvenile stage, and its strength didn't seem very strong. Even the unique attribute suppression of the lord level only had a 10% effect. Thinking of this, the anonymous observer's heart stirred slightly. If they could really withstand it, did that mean there was a chance to kill it? The steppe cloud deer frolicked in the sky as if it were a mischievous child dismantling a large figurine, with bones continuously falling from above. The poor bone dragon desperately dodged but could not escape the extremely fast steppe cloud deer. Soon, half of its bones were dismantled. If it weren't for the fact that it was flying in the sky using magic, it would probably have fallen from the sky by now. The ghost dragon watched from the side, trembling in fear, not daring to entertain any thoughts of helping, afraid that the steppe cloud deer would remember that it had also been scorched by dragon breath earlier. As for the royal griffins and other flying units that came to support later, they lowered their heads in tacit agreement. This has nothing to do with us. It was that bone structure that sprayed you earlier, and now that you are fighting it, you can't fight us anymore. Among the top-tier units, except for a few that were truly brainless, most had intelligence. The Lord had indeed sent them to attack the steppe cloud deer, but they had to see if they could win first. Given the steppe cloud deer's momentum, dismantling the bone dragon was so effortless, dismantling them would be even easier. So they decided to observe for a while, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. As for now, as long as the bone dragon had its head intact, it wouldn't die. Since the steppe cloud deer wanted to dismantle it, let it dismantle for a while. After all, the bone dragon had plenty of bones, and it wouldn't reach the head anytime soon. Otherwise, if they went up, they wouldn't be as resilient as the bone dragon. Fortunately, the reinforcements arrived quickly, allowing the bone dragon to escape from this miserable situation. Although the anonymous observer's minotaur was the last to set off, it had the charge skill and was the first to arrive on the battlefield. Watching the steppe cloud deer joyfully dismantling the figurine in the sky, the minotaur snorted a puff of air from its nose, then used all its strength to slam the totem pole into the ground. After the totem pillar smashed into the ground, a faint red light immediately flickered to life. As this red light flashed, the minotaur's body suddenly sank, its feet leaving 2 deep impressions in the earth. Meanwhile, the flying units in the sky seemed to be weighed down by some heavy force, their bodies abruptly dropping downwards. The steppe cloud deer, which had been happily dismantling things in the air, suddenly felt a weight pressing down on it. This inexplicable increase in gravity nearly caused it to plummet from the sky. Frustrated by the interruption, The steppe cloud deer glanced around and quickly spotted the minotaur and the totem pillar it had planted in the ground. As the totem pillar continued to emit a red glow, the surrounding gravity kept increasing. Under this indiscriminate gravitational force, the severely damaged bone dragon soon could not withstand the pressure and fell from the sky. The other flying units did not hold on either. After the bone dragon fell, they followed suit. In an instant, the vast sky was left with only the steppe cloud deer, and what was worse, below on the battlefield, top-tier units had already surrounded the area. Once the steppe cloud deer could no longer bear the gravity and fell, it would be met with a joint assault from dozens of top-tier units. This setup was originally meant for Chen Shan, but it seemed the steppe cloud deer was the one to enjoy it first. The steppe cloud deer was nearly jumping on the shattered ice in the sky. It did not possess the ability to fly, at least not at this moment. With the bone dragon in the air, it could attack freely, leaping without worrying about falling. But now that the bone dragon had fallen, if it continued to jump around in the air, it would look foolish. So, it glanced at the minotaur on the ground and prepared to jump down. This minotaur was making it quite unhappy. The gravity released by that broken pillar was not a problem for it, but the sudden weight imposed on it reminded it of the invisible restraints that had been placed upon it not long ago. What frustrated it even more was that it had been dismantling things just fine, and this stupid bull had pulled down the bone structure. Now, it didn't even need to dismantle it. The bone structure was already on the verge of collapsing, with no target left. To vent its anger on, the steppe cloud deer decided to focus on the minotaur. Since it wouldn't let it dismantle the bone structure, it would go down and dismantle it instead. With its eyes solely on the minotaur, the steppe cloud deer paid no mind to the top-tier units around it and jumped straight down from the sky. Boom! The immense gravity on the steppe cloud deer, combined with the stomp skill it used upon landing, unleashed a destructive force that was completely disproportionate to its small body. A powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending all nearby units tumbling. Almost all of the minotaur's strength came from the earth, so this shockwave had little effect on him, aside from obscuring his vision. As the shockwave surged, he cautiously looked towards the direction of the steppe cloud deer through the dust, fearing it might take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Knowing that he had already drawn the steppe cloud deer's ire with the gravity coverage, he anticipated that if it attacked, he would be the target. However, despite his caution, he still underestimated the speed of the steppe cloud deer. In the swirling dust, he only saw a flash of white light, and then a small deer with its head lowered suddenly appeared right in front of him, charging straight towards him. Watching this seemingly harmless little deer collide, a flicker of panic flashed in the minotaur's eyes. In a rush, he raised his arms to shield himself, pressing his body firmly against the totem pillar. Just as the little deer leaped up and crashed into his crossed arms. Boom! With a muffled sound, the minotaur felt as if a mountain had crashed down on him. His once incredibly hard arms felt as if they had been broken. And this was after he had leaned against the totem pole, transferring most of the damage and impact to it. Otherwise, this blow would have taken half his life. The totem pole, as the minotaur's accompanying artifact and part of his innate abilities, bore most of the damage without much issue because, at the moment it was embedded in the ground, it merged with the earth. Thus, the force it received was mostly dispersed into the ground. However, the final victim, the earth, suffered greatly. After absorbing all the damage, the once solid ground instantly developed several cracks. If this continued, the originally hard land would surely turn to sand. Bai Yunlu was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected this foolish bull to withstand her charge. Although she could tell that the minotaur's ability to nearly take the hit unscathed was entirely due to the totem pole behind him, Bai Yunlu didn't care. After taking a beating and being inexplicably provoked, all she wanted was to vent her anger on someone else. It didn't matter who she hit, as long as she was the one doing the hitting. So when she saw the minotaur using the totem pole to absorb her attack, she felt not anger but rather joy, because that meant she could charge at him a few more times. With a light step, she instantly vanished from her spot and quickly charged toward the minotaur again. Chris and the others, who were a bit farther away, could only see a streak of white light, like a shooting star, repeatedly crashing into the minotaur. With such high-frequency collisions, even with the totem pole absorbing the damage, the minotaur began to struggle. He was soon left with blood pouring from his mouth and nose, but he had no way out. If he dared to step away from the totem pole, the suddenly appearing Bai Yunlu could easily crash into him, who would be without the totem's protection and suffer fatal damage. Where were his teammates? Help him out. The minotaur looked around at the top-tier units with a dazed expression. Weren't they supposed to come to his aid? Why had he become the one needing rescue? And what were the other units doing? Why weren't they stepping in? If they didn't act soon, he would be crushed to death. Just as the minotaur was feeling a bit desperate, a trident suddenly shot out from the side, directly blocking Bai Yunlu's charge. Caught off guard, Bai Yunlu crashed directly into the trident. It was hard to say whether it was the Titan's bad luck or Bai Yunlu's misfortune. The weapon form of the punishing trident had a 3% chance to ignore defense, and at that moment, this strike just happened to trigger the effect of ignoring defense. The trident pierced through Bai Yunlu's body, leaving 3 deep wounds on her shoulder blade. If one were to say the Titan was unlucky, it was indeed unfortunate that he triggered the 3% chance all at once. But if one were to say he was Lucky, it was because Bai Yunlu, who had only been venting her anger without any real intent to kill, was now directly enraged by this hit. After breaking free from the trident, Bai Yunlu turned to look at the 3 blood holes on her shoulder. This injury was far more severe than the superficial wounds left by the sniping archer before. However, this time she didn't cry. Instead, her once clear and bright eyes now glimmered with a hint of darkness. At that moment, she had completely lost her playful spirit. She extended her tongue and gently licked the 3 wounds to stop the bleeding, her cold gaze sweeping over all the units present. For some reason, at the moment when Bu Yunlu's gaze changed, Chris and the others inexplicably felt that the atmosphere on the battlefield had shifted. After injuring Bu Yunlu, they felt a glimmer of hope for defeating him, and thus they were all in an excited state, completely oblivious to the change in atmosphere, except for the Anonymous. At this moment, the Anonymous was only focused on a single message that the Minotaur was desperately transmitting to him through telepathy: run away. The Anonymous didn't know why the Minotaur was shouting this in his heart, but knowing that the Minotaur had a certain ability to foresee danger, he chose to believe without hesitation. He didn't even bother to inform Chris and turned to flee towards Chen Shen's territory. Watching the Anonymous take off running, Chris felt a bit puzzled, not understanding what this self-proclaimed warrior was thinking. But when he turned back to look at the battlefield, he instantly understood why the Anonymous had fled. As Bu Yunlu's gaze turned cold, all the top-tier units present felt a bad premonition, and in just a moment, that premonition became reality. Bu Yunlu, now serious, no longer approached but raised his head and let out a long cry. Compared to the previous call that dispelled negative states, this cry was more muffled and cold. After this cry, the temperature on the battlefield began to gradually drop, and some of the more sensitive units felt their fur standing on end. Just as they were trying to comprehend what this drop in temperature meant, a strange breeze suddenly swept across the battlefield, but in an instant, this breeze turned into a howling cold wind. As the biting chill spread, the howling cold wind quickly gathered, forming tornadoes that swept everything in their path. These ice storms, carrying a bone-chilling cold, surged across the battlefield like massive columns of smoke, moving at incredible speed, and anything caught in their path, even stones, would be instantly frozen to shatter. After the ice storms formed, Bu Yunlu's figure quietly vanished into the storm, the white figure that was already inconspicuous in the cold wind completely lost to sight. All the top-tier units could sense the immense terror contained within these tornadoes. Watching the ice storms sweeping towards them, they immediately wanted to escape the attack range of the tornadoes. However, completely captivated by the tornadoes, they failed to notice that Bu Yunlu's figure had already concealed itself within the cold wind. Just as they were about to scatter, Bu Yunlu's figure suddenly appeared from the sky and, like before, stomped down hard towards the ground. The difference this time was that the stomp raised a wave of chilling shockwaves instead of harmless dust. In the instant the shockwave spread, all the top-tier units were frozen, even the magical Colossus, which had complete immunity to magic, was no exception. Although the freezing lasted only a brief moment for the Colossus, the approaching tornadoes still swept it in. As for the other units, aside from a few lucky ones who happened to be out of the ice storm's path, the rest were all caught in the tornado. Once swept into the tornado, all the units immediately triggered the freezing effect, and a dozen top-tier units turned into ice sculptures of varying sizes within the tornado. As these ice sculptures continuously thawed and refroze, immense damage emanated from them. The remaining lucky survivors, witnessing this scene, showed no hesitation and turned to run towards their lord. What a load of nonsense, they can't do anything at all. Not to mention they are only a few levels now. Even if they were to level up by 10 more, they would still only be able to flee in the face of this little deer. They don't know that the steppe cloud deer once drank its water and ate its leaves in front of the Ant Queen and the Ghost Sephora dual bosses. Otherwise, they would surely understand why the Ant Queen and the Ghost Sephora boss allowed the steppe cloud deer to steal. It's not that they don't care, it's just that they really can't defeat it. It's worth mentioning that the half-damaged bone dragon and the severely injured minotaur were not swept away by the tornado. At this moment, one was carrying a huge totem pole, using both hands and feet to escape into the distance, while the other dragged its half-destroyed body, using its wings as a crutch, rolling and crawling away from the battlefield. The steppe cloud deer glanced at the direction in which these troops and those lords were fleeing, a hint of hesitation flashing in its eyes, but in the end, it let them go. The direction they fled was the territory of that terrifying bipedal beast. The steppe cloud deer was unsure if there was any connection between them. After all, they were all bipeds. The steppe cloud deer worried that if it chased after them to wipe them out, it might provoke the terrifying bipedal beast. If that beast came after it with others, it would be troublesome. Anyway, the big guy that had harmed it was still in the tornado. As long as that big guy with the steel fork was there, the other bipeds were not important to it. If they ran away, so be it. The steppe cloud deer withdrew its gaze and refocused on the tornado. Since they had already fled, none of those caught in the ice storm could survive. Some of the troops swept into the tornado had special escape methods. In the moment of thawing and being frozen, some powerful troops seized the opportunity and used escape skills to blink out. However, under the steppe cloud deer's watch, as those troops escaped the tornado, its figure would instantly vanish from the spot, and the next moment it would appear right beside those troops. With a simple charge, those struck would immediately be frozen, then once again knocked back into the tornado by the steppe cloud deer. With each collision, those caught in the storm quickly exhausted all their means, leaving no possibility of escape. Watching the health of these top-tier troops gradually dwindle, the steppe cloud deer's figure vanished once more, then charged into the ice storm, crashing into the Titan. The Titan, repeatedly frozen and thawed in the ice storm, was now somewhat disoriented. After emerging from the tornado, it took a while for it to gradually regain its senses. However, before it could figure out how it had escaped, a tender deer hoof suddenly enlarged in front of its eyes and then kicked hard at its face. The moment it was kicked, the Titan's body froze again, but because the steppe cloud deer did not use its full strength, it quickly thawed due to its high resilience and magical resistance. Then it saw the steppe cloud deer kick at it again. Let you poke me with a dung fork, let you poke me with a dung fork, still poking, still poking. The steppe cloud deer kicked while muttering. The Titan, already battered by the ice storm, had little health left, and now being repeatedly tormented by the steppe cloud deer, its health was soon completely drained. However, after its death, the punishment steel fork that Chris had borrowed from Chen Chen dropped out. Treasured item? Just a moment ago, it had been called a dung fork, but now, after this dung fork fell, the steppe cloud deer tilted its head to examine it and immediately stowed the punishment steel fork away. Although it couldn't use this fork, it could clearly sense that it was a treasured item, and who would ever say no to more treasures, as its tongue curled around the punishment fork. The originally massive fork quickly began to shrink, eventually becoming no larger than a grain of rice, which it swallowed into its internal storage space. To its surprise, after fighting with this group of weak bipedal beasts, it had such an unexpected gain. The mood of the steppe cloud deer improved significantly, and even the 3 bloody holes in its body didn't hurt as much anymore. Soon, other top-tier troops swept up by the tornado began to fall one after another, but what disappointed the steppe cloud deer was that these troops seemed a bit poor, dropping nothing but scrap metal, leaving it with nothing to collect. Chen Chen was unaware that the punishment fork he had originally planned to retrieve along with the principal and interest was now completely lost. At this moment, he was somewhat shocked, looking at a few farmers who had returned from the ant nest, incredulously asking, "What did you say? You were robbed by a deer? And a fawn at that?" Chen Chen was truly at a loss for words. He had no idea what Chris and his group were doing. He had waited in the territory for quite a while but had not seen them arrive. Instead of Chris, he received bad news. According to the returning farmers, a half-grown fawn had actually run to drink from his energy pool. From what these farmers said, this fawn was most likely a monarch-level boss. Fortunately, the little deer was quite considerate and didn't damage the energy pool, just took a few sips before running off. Otherwise, with just the few farmers left behind, they would have been unable to stop a monarch-level boss. What puzzled Chun Chen was where this monarch-level boss had come from. To complete the Glory Road task, he had basically turned the area around the territory upside down, and it had taken him a long time to gather 10 monarch-level bosses, yet he hadn't seen any fawns. Now, just as he had taken down the ant nest, it had come sniffing around. How cunning. Unfortunately, the farmers said that the fawn had been shot a few times by the sniper bowman as it ran away. He wondered if those arrows would scare it off. If it could come to steal water once, it could come a second time. Once it got used to stealing, he could set an ambush and surely turn that water-stealing fawn into jerky. Was it really that easy for Lord Chen to have things stolen from him? Now, it had even been stolen right under his nose, as if he were digging a hole on the head of the Tai Sui. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's resentment towards Chris and the others deepened. He had given them the coordinates over half a day ago. They should have crawled over by now, yet there was still no sign of them. If he hadn't stayed in the territory waiting for them, how could he have been robbed by a fawn? Now, it was highly likely that he wouldn't be able to catch the little deer. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so he decided to place the blame squarely on Chris and the others. When they finally arrived, he would make sure they knew what kind of luck Lord Chen had after waiting for so long. Just as Chen Chen was filled with resentment, Chris and the others, having abandoned their troops, finally escaped the battlefield. At this moment, the group was in a dire state. The lords fared a bit better. Those who hadn't personally entered the battlefield were merely a bit flustered, but nothing more. However, those troops who had retreated from the battlefield were in a much worse situation. The Minotaur, carrying the totem pole back, was practically running on all fours, spitting blood as he ran, but he didn't care at all. He was only concerned with whether he could run fast enough to surpass his teammates. In fact, during the run, he even cursed his race for revolving 2 hands. If he had 2 hooves instead, wouldn't he be able to run faster? In comparison, the one who fared worse was undoubtedly the bone dragon, which had been dismantled by the steppe cloud deer from the very beginning. Although the Minotaur had also been beaten, at least he still had his limbs intact. Spitting a bit of blood didn't affect his ability to escape, but it was different for it. Being nothing but a skeleton, it was not good at running away. However, after being stripped of most of its bones by Bu Yunlu, it was fortunate to still be alive, let alone able to use magic. Moreover, while trying to escape, it feared drawing Bu Yunlu's attention, and even if it could use magic, it wouldn't dare to.
Thus, the skeletal dragon, already clumsy on its legs and now missing a large part of its body, could only drag itself back with its relatively intact bony wings flapping awkwardly on the ground. Its flapping resembled rowing a boat on land, which looked particularly comical. But the skeletal dragon did not find its posture funny at all, nor did it feel miserable. No matter how bad things got, it was still alive, while those who fared worse were still over there with Bu Yunlu, exposed to the wind. The group had been running for an unknown amount of time when Chris suddenly stopped, his face pale as he said, "My Titan is dead." Upon hearing this, the others also halted, though they had mentally prepared for the loss of the troops left behind. Confirming the casualties still brought a sense of desolation. Recruiting a top-tier troop was incredibly difficult, and even with one, they would need to work hard for a long time to gather enough resources. Now that their top-tier troop was gone, it would be nearly impossible for them to recruit another one on their own. For them, having a top-tier troop meant they were top lords. Without those troops, they were even inferior to ordinary ones. They had come here to rob Chen Shen to speed up the development of their territory, but now they hadn't even seen Chen Shen, and their greatest reliance was gone. Even if they managed to kill Chen Shen later, it wouldn't necessarily make up for their losses. After all, without troops, what use was it to have orange gear? Were they supposed to fight monsters while carrying orange gear themselves? The Anonymous One felt a sense of relief at this moment. When the Minotaur told him to run, he thought the Minotaur was doomed, but unexpectedly, he managed to escape. Although the Minotaur was seriously injured, it didn't matter. With its physique, it would recover from this injury in no time. Looking at the dejected Chris and the others, the Anonymous One's mind stirred slightly. He considered directly killing these half-disabled top lords, but soon dismissed the thought. Although killing them would earn him some merit and resources, it would completely derail his plan. He couldn't jeopardize his strategy for such trivial gains. Resisting his greedy thoughts, the Anonymous One looked at Chris, whose face was ashen. He not only refrained from complaining about Chris's insistence on provoking Bu Yunlu but also spoke to comfort him. "This is just a small accident, there's no need to be so downcast. Your top-tier troop may have perished, but that doesn't mean you can't recruit again. Don't forget why we came here. Chen Shen's territory is upgrading so quickly, he must have a large amount of high-level resources. As long as we kill him, we can definitely obtain the resources needed for you to recruit troops again." At this point, the Anonymous One kindly reminded him, "Don't forget, our contract states that if we suffer any losses while attacking Chen Shen's territory, we can receive compensation. Once we take down Chen Shen's territory, you can choose the resources from his territory first." The compensation clause in the contract was something the weaker lords had insisted on adding, and originally Chris had disagreed, but under the Anonymous One's persuasion, he reluctantly agreed to include it, and now, this clause that he had been unwilling to add at all back then had directly become his last lifeline. A glimmer of hope suddenly sparked in his desperate eyes. That's right, there must be many top-tier resources in Chen Shen's territory. Even if we don't use anything from his territory to trade, we can still gather enough resources. By then, I will definitely be able to summon another Titan. Are we really going? One of the lords was frightened by Bu Yunlu, and at this moment, he was faintly considering retreating. Shen's territory was simply too terrifying. Anyway, his troops had not suffered any losses, so why not just go back? Go back? Impossible. Before the Anonymous One could speak, Chris was already anxious. Chen Shen's territory is right in front of us. Now you say to go back, what about our losses? Are you going to compensate? If it were before, this person might have felt intimidated in front of Chris, but now that Chris's Titan was gone, he naturally felt much less apprehensive towards Chris, so he said bluntly, "The monsters near Chen Shen's territory are too strong. What if we encounter another monarch-level boss? That damned deer didn't chase us, but that doesn't mean all monarch-level bosses are so merciful. With just the few of us left, if we encounter another monarch-level boss, let alone our troops, even we ourselves would be doomed. There won't be any monarch-level bosses." As the atmosphere grew tense, the Anonymous One stepped in to ease the situation. Chen Shen's territory is right in front of us. If there were still monarch-level bosses, after his territory's protection ends, his territory would have been breached by the monarch-level bosses long before we arrived. If we come all this way and do nothing, just slink back. Can you all accept that? After saying this, the Anonymous One noticed that the person's expression had softened a lot, and continued, "The contract we signed is to breach Chen Shen's territory. Now that we haven't even seen Chen Shen's territory, if you just withdraw, then the losses will probably have to be borne by you. Moreover, don't forget, there is another clause in the contract with Anna, which states that if we fail to breach Chen Shen's territory, then the location of our territory will be given to Chen Shen. Do you really think that? If you give up, Chen Shen won't retaliate against you? What if he doesn't care about his own territory and directly comes to retaliate against you? With only you left, do you really have the confidence to withstand Chen Shen?" As the Anonymous One spoke, everyone fell silent. Although everyone knew that Chen Shen was doomed, they still had some apprehension towards Chen Shen, who had survived under the blessings of the myriad worlds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered so many people to attack Chen Shen's territory.
If it were truly as the anonymous one said and Chen Chen was determined to fight them to the death, they really weren't sure if they could defeat Chen Chen. Looking at the crowd that had fallen into silence, the anonymous one revealed a smile that suggested everything was under control. Chen Chen's territory is right in front of us. As long as we breach his territory, we can not only recover all our losses but even make a huge profit. Such great benefits, how can they be obtained easily without taking some risks? Now that the risk has passed, what remains is opportunity. Are you really willing to just give up like this? The strength of monarch-level bosses far exceeds the current stage. It's normal that we can't defeat them, but surely you don't fear even Chen Chen, do you? Chen Chen only has some farmers at his disposal. Even if he has some other troop cards, their rank definitely won't exceed sea level, and we still have 11 top-tier troops left. Dealing with Chen Chen is more than enough. After the anonymous finished speaking, regardless of what these people thought in their hearts, at least there were no opposing emotions on their faces. They could dismiss the anonymous motivational speech as nonsense, but there was one thing the anonymous said that was undeniably true: no one was willing to give up the wealth of Chen Chen's territory. Therefore, even the person who initially wanted to back out fell silent, no longer mentioning the idea of retreating. Once the emotions of the crowd were stabilized, the anonymous felt a slight sense of relief. This group of misfits was truly difficult to manage. Perhaps if they were taken individually, they could barely be considered elites, but when gathered together, they were nothing but a bunch of useless teammates. The inherent flaws of the Blue Star people, it seemed, could not be changed, no matter the time. The anonymous, filled with disdain for the crowd, did not show it on his face. He quickly allowed everyone to rest for a moment before heading directly towards Chen Chen's territory. However, unlike the relaxed departure when they first arrived, the group now was filled with anxiety, fearing they might encounter another monarch-level boss. What they did not know was that Chen Chen had already cleared the area around his territory, so the closer they got to Chen Chen's domain, the safer they became. Although they found it strange that the situation, which should have been more dangerous the closer they got, had reversed, the fact that they encountered no monsters along the way still eased their minds. Without any monsters in sight, their pace was quite fast, and soon Chen Chen, who was staying in the territory, observed their arrival through the eye of spiritual energy. They finally arrived. Chen Chen, who had been waiting anxiously, felt a bit excited upon seeing the group. After waiting for so long, he even thought this group was trying to play some kind of war of attrition with him. If it weren't for his intention to capture them all, he would have already gone to the underground world to deal with the Red Dragon. Now it seemed that this group was not playing any tactics but had simply been delayed by some minor issues. Being late, who hasn't experienced that? The magnanimous Chen Chen instantly decided to forgive them and thought he would give them a quick end later. However, after seeing the appearance of this group through the eye of spiritual energy, Chen Chen's expression turned somewhat surprised. The number of people matched what Ling Naijianin had said, a total of 24, but the number of their troop types was somewhat off. Normally, an S-class troop starts with 1, and an A-class starts with 2. Yet, the total number of troop types accompanying this group was only 11, and the number of lords had already exceeded twice that of the troop types. Moreover, the strangest part was that this group looked particularly disheveled, especially the bone dragon dragging its wings on the ground. If it weren't for its slightly larger size, it looked no different from a bone dog. Fortunately, Chen Chen had known in advance that this group was coming to attack him, otherwise he would have mistaken them for refugees. What on earth did these guys encounter? Chen Chen pondered, stroking his chin. He remembered that there weren't any particularly strong monsters around the territory, and he had directed this group to come from the south. Why did they come from the north instead? Damn it, too clever for their own good. Chen Chen quickly figured it out and looked at the approaching group with some exasperation. They didn't take the safe route he provided, and instead, they got beaten up by a wild monster. No wonder they looked so miserable. Luckily, there were no casualties, otherwise the losses would have been Chen Chen's resources. However, if this group had been at their peak, their combat power should have been decent. Only a monarch-level boss could have beaten them up like this. If that were the case, after understanding the grievances with Chris and the others, he could conveniently help them take revenge and look for that monarch-level boss. Since they were all fellow Blue Star people, there was no need for them to thank him for such a small matter. Chen Chen was just a kind-hearted person who was always willing to help. Chen Chen waited so long in his territory for this group of people to arrive. As a representative of hospitality, he naturally couldn't just sit in his territory waiting for them to come. He had to go out and greet them, fulfilling his duty as a host. However, he didn't intend to make a big deal out of it, so he casually brought along 200 farmers and headed outside the territory. Since all the trees around the territory had been cut down by the farmers, the view was quite open. Even though Chris and the others didn't have the eye of psychic energy, they could see the very conspicuous city wall in Chen Chen's territory when he noticed them. His territory has actually built a city wall? Due to the distance, they didn't see the bloody side of the wall, so although they felt a strange discomfort upon seeing it, they were so shocked by the grandeur of the wall that they didn't think much further. They simply thought how wonderful it would be if such a magnificent wall belonged to them. Soon, they realized that this wasn't just a pipe dream. After killing Chen Chen, there was a good chance they could obtain the blueprints for the wall by plundering his territory. Moreover, if Chen Chen could afford to build such a luxurious wall, just how many resources must he have in his territory? With this thought, the gazes of the crowd towards the wall shifted from envy to greed. As for Chen Chen's strength, these people had completely disregarded it until now, because under normal circumstances, no matter how great the opportunity, it was impossible to improve significantly in just 2 days. Furthermore, Chen Chen's initial unit was the weakest, the farmer, so in their eyes, even if he improved a lot, he would at most be on par with them. Even after suffering a major loss at the hands of the steppe cloud deer, they still had a top-tier unit left. 11 against 1. The advantage was on their side. What was there to worry about? At this moment, Chris and the others looked at the city wall, wishing it would just split open, allowing them to rush in and kill Chen Chen. Holy crap, it really opened. As Chris and the others stared in disbelief, the wall, which was over 30 meters high, actually split open in the middle, creating a wide passage. Such an inhumane situation left everyone dumbfounded. What was this, an intelligent wall? Just as they were astonished, Chen Chen, leading 200 combat units, walked directly out through the opening in the wall. He actually dares to come out? Seeing Chen Chen take the initiative, Chris's expression was even more surprised than when he saw the wall split open. In his view, Chen Chen must have already discovered them, so the best course of action for him would be to hunker down in his territory, relying on its defenses while they tried to break in. Now, he was abandoning his defensive advantage and coming out. Wasn't that asking for death? With this thought, Chris looked suspiciously in Chen Chen's direction. Did he think he couldn't hold out, so he came out to surrender? Unlike Chris, whose mind was completely muddled, the Anonymous felt a sense of foreboding rise in his heart when he saw Chen Chen come out. He knew Chen Chen couldn't be a fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to upgrade his territory to level 10. Chen Chen must be aware of the advantages of staying in his territory, and he certainly knew he had no chance of surrendering. Yet, even so, he still came out, which meant he was either seeking death or had some confidence in dealing with them. The Anonymous didn't think someone would bring an army when seeking death, so he believed Chen Chen must have some assurance to dare to come out, filling him with unease. He instinctively pulled a scroll from his inventory and discreetly hid it in his wide sleeves. After doing this, he turned to look at his Minotaur, his eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. The Minotaur knew what the Lord wanted to ask, but his ability to sense danger was on a completely different level compared to Bu Yunlu, or rather, the two were not even in the same league. So when Bu Yunlu saw the farmers, he immediately sensed that these seemingly weak farmers were not ordinary. He could even perceive the danger lurking behind them. But for the Minotaur, it was different. In his eyes, the troops led by Chen Chen were just a bunch of feeble farmers, and even in his severely injured state, he could sweep them away single-handedly. Therefore, the Minotaur carefully sensed for a while but failed to detect any danger. He then nodded vigorously towards the Anonymous, indicating, "Trust me, there's absolutely nothing to worry about." After receiving the Minotaur's response, the Anonymous felt much more relaxed, but out of caution, he still tightly gripped the scroll in his hand, showing no intention of putting it away. Chen Chen, I didn't expect. As soon as Chen Chen brought the farmers to face them, Chris opened his mouth to mock, but was directly interrupted by Chen Chen casting a spell. Shut up, who is that Anonymous? Chen Chen had no intention of wasting words with him and directly asked the question he was most concerned about. You? Originally sensitive after Titan's demise, Chris felt even more displeased when Chen Chen ignored him outright. Chen Chen, let me tell you. So you are the Anonymous? Before Chris could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again by Chen Chen casting a spell. Although no one answered his question, everyone except Chris turned their gaze towards the man dressed in traditional Sakurajima samurai attire, so Chen Chen instantly understood that this was the one who had been pulling the strings behind the scenes. Upon seeing the samurai outfit, Chen Chen felt a wave of relief. It turned out to be the remnants of the Sakurajima restoration movement. If it was them, then he wouldn't be surprised by anything they did. Yes, it's me. Seeing that Chen Chen had locked onto him, the Anonymous did not hide. He stopped the furious Chris, whose face was flushed with anger, and said, Lord Chen, are you coming out of your territory to surrender to us? Talking nonsense in broad daylight, I just wanted to confirm who you are, so I don't accidentally kill you. After confirming who the Anonymous was, Chen Chen felt much more at ease. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about accidentally killing him, especially since Chen Chen still wanted to extract some information from him. At that moment, Chris, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't contain himself any longer. He shouted angrily, arrogant. After finally managing to say a complete sentence, Chris did not feel the satisfaction of releasing his emotions. Instead, he felt somewhat at a loss. Why hadn't Chen Chen interrupted him this time? Are you done? Chen Chen glanced at him and then directly asked a question that struck at the core of his being. Where is my punishment trident? This question left Chris speechless. He hesitated 2 or 3 times before finally forcing himself to say, what's yours is yours, since I bought it, it's mine. You Didn't blow it out, did you? Ever since he hadn't seen Chris's Titan earlier, Chen Chen had a bad premonition. Now, seeing Chris stubbornly holding his ground, that bad feeling surged to its peak. This guy really did blow his trident. How useless could he be, unable to even keep hold of an orange item? Chen Chen instantly felt a bit depressed. He had originally planned to reclaim everything, but now he was losing an orange item for no reason. Why waste so many words with him? Just kill him. Someone shouted, wanting to send troops to kill Chen Chen, but in his frustration, he raised his hand and had a sharpshooter shoot him an arrow. Although the sniper archer only inflicted superficial wounds on the steppe cloud deer with several arrows, it only indicated that the steppe cloud deer had exceptionally high defense, not that the sniper archer's attack power was lacking. With that one arrow, the man hadn't even finished his sentence before he was shot to pieces. After the arrow struck, there was not even a large piece of his body left. The man who was attacked stood behind Chris, and at the moment of his explosion, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, covering Chris completely. Seeing a piece of some unknown organ fragment land on his shoulder, still slowly writhing and contracting, Chris felt nauseous but dared not vomit. He only felt a wave of urgency to urinate, and soon his groin became somewhat warm. Although these lords had received training, their usual training was nothing this brutal. Moreover, since they had mostly been involved in battles with troops, they rarely participated in frontline combat, so such a horrific scene instantly terrified most of the lords. Quick, let the troops block him, he has powerful ranged attacks. The Anonymous was the first to react. After shouting, he sidestepped and hid behind the Minotaur. At that moment, he regretted it deeply. Had he known Chen Chen had such powerful ranged attacks, why had he been so arrogant? He could have just sent the troops to kill him instead of chatting with him. Fortunately, Chen Chen hadn't intended to attack him directly. Otherwise, if that arrow had come for him, he truly worried whether the Minotaur, who was not particularly agile, could react in time to block it. Thankfully, realizing this was not too late, since Chen Chen hadn't killed him, the next to die would be him. As the Anonymous fantasized about other top-tier troops rushing in to take down Chen Chen, the archers Chen Chen brought began to wreak havoc. After advancing to D rank, not only did the hidden class sniper archer gain a significant boost in power, but those ordinary archers also saw their basic attributes rise, making them no weaker than the sniper archers. If the sniper archers were allowed to fully utilize their advantages, they would certainly outclass the others. But in this small-scale battle, there was no difference between them and the sniper archers. Those top-tier troops, whom the Anonymous had high hopes for, hadn't even begun to act before being shot down by an arrow. The royal griffin, which had narrowly escaped from the steppe cloud deer, flapped its wings vigorously to take flight, only to be struck in the head by an arrow, not even triggering the heavy strike aura, relying solely on basic attack power. That arrow completely drained its health. As an A-rank troop capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, the royal griffin crashed to the ground. As soon as it took off, unable to rise again. At the moment it hit the ground, other troops also had their health completely drained, with the most tragic being the bone dragon. Although skeletal creatures had a strong evasion against arrows, they couldn't withstand the barrage aimed at their heads. The massive dragon head was shattered into pieces. Even the phantom dragon, which could completely immunize against physical damage, was taken away by elemental arrows. All their skills became useless against the archers' overwhelming attacks. A group of super troops, all at least A rank, couldn't even last a few seconds under the saturation assault of hundreds of archers before being completely wiped out. After their demise, the lords followed suit. If even S-rank troops couldn't withstand the attack, the lords were even more helpless. After one round, only Chris and the Anonymous, whom Chen had deliberately spared, remained standing on the battlefield. Due to the rapid turn of events, the Anonymous, hiding behind the Minotaur, hadn't even realized what had happened. He only felt that something was off, as the battlefield had inexplicably fallen silent. When he bravely leaned out, he discovered the battlefield was in disarray. All the lords who had come with them were already on the ground. As he instinctively turned his head, he realized that the Minotaur, who had been protecting him, was now riddled with arrows, looking like a porcupine. It was only then that the report of the Minotaur's death finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Are they all dead? The Anonymous stared at the pop-up battle report, unable to believe it was true. He had merely shrunk his head back. How could everyone be dead by the time he came out again? Although they were left with only 11 combatants, they were all top-tier units of a rank or above. Even a lord-level boss couldn't kill that quickly, could it? Was he under an illusion? How could this be possible? Unlike the Anonymous, who was hiding behind the Minotaur, Chris had witnessed everything but still couldn't understand how his side had been wiped out. He only saw arrows flying in, and then his people fell one by one. The royal griffin was headshot, the bone dragon was shot down like a dead dragon, the Cyclops was shot into a one-eyed giant, and the gargoyle behemoth was reduced to fragments. Clearly, their side had the top-tier S-rank units, yet in front of Chen Chen's archers, the situation seemed reversed, as if Chen Chen's archers were the S-rank units and they were the worthless trash units. However, at this moment, Chris finally understood how Chen Chen had survived under the effect of the blessing of all realms. With such output, even a lord-level boss couldn't withstand it. Suddenly, Chris felt a sense of relief. He didn't even care about his soaked pants anymore. Damn it, someone was cheating. How could they play like this? So weak? Chen Shen looked at these top-tier units that had been almost instantly killed, feeling somewhat surprised. He had thought these so-called top-tier units would last longer, but they fell so quickly, and aside from the archers, the other units hadn't even had a chance to strike. But thinking about it, the archers who had successfully advanced to D rank already had basic attributes that were not inferior to those low-level top-tier units, not to mention they had attack effect auras as bonuses. Moreover, the most important point was that Chen Shen had over 100 archers. What Chris and the others thought was 11 against 1 had instantly turned into over 100 against 11. With overwhelming advantages in attack, numbers, and levels, it would be a real problem if they didn't wipe them out in one encounter. Especially since none of these so-called top-tier units had even grown. After nearly annihilating the opposing side, Chen Shen walked over slowly, feeling somewhat disheartened. A group that couldn't withstand even one wave of attacks had wasted his time waiting. But then again, he had finally activated his cheat and had worked so hard to deal with the Lord-level boss. If he couldn't take down this group in one go, it would be too unfair to his efforts. What frustrated Chen Shen a bit was that this group of poor fools didn't even have a single life-saving item, dying just like that. If any of them could have escaped, it would have shown they had something on them. Instead, they proved their utter poverty with their deaths. When he reached Chris and the Anonymous, Chen Shen looked at the Anonymous slightly moving right hand and said without looking up, "Why don't you try using the scroll in your hand and see whether your escape scroll activates faster or my archers kill you faster?" Upon hearing this, the Anonymous, who had been ready to crush the scroll in his hand, froze in place. The reason he hadn't dared to use the scroll was that the archers had been aiming at him. He had originally planned to use the scroll to escape when Chen Shen came over, taking advantage of his distraction, but unexpectedly, Chen Shen had seen through his intentions directly. Looking at the Anonymous player frozen in place, Chen Shen scoffed. He was an experienced player with the return scroll, and in front of the red dragon, using the return scroll was no different from the Anonymous player using it to escape. He could see through his intentions. Therefore, he had several archers trained on the Anonymous player without letting up. As soon as he made a move, they would shoot him dead. Playing with scrolls to escape in front of him was truly like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. At this moment, seeing the Anonymous player scared stiff, Chen Shen didn't pay him any mind and decided to leave him hanging for a while. He turned his attention to Chris, noticing his dripping wet pants, and couldn't help but frown. Was this guy a bit too cowardly? Was this the courage of a so-called scion of a prominent family? Chen shook his head. It seemed that Blue Star had been at peace for too long. Even the disciples of these prominent families had lost their training in a war environment. So, tell me, who let my retribution trident get away? It was a deer. From the moment Chen Shen ruthlessly shot everyone dead, Chris knew that the person in front of him was ruthless. Therefore, he was very clear about his own fate, and compared to his previous terrified demeanor, he now appeared somewhat indifferent. He recounted the encounter with the little deer and then spoke. Although it's still just a little deer, its bloodline should be quite special. It's a very strong Lord-level boss. It used Ice Storm to engulf most of our troops, and my Titan was no exception. If nothing unexpected happened, that retribution trident should have fallen into its hands as well. Another little deer? Hearing that it was another little deer, Chen Shen instantly felt frustrated. He can almost be certain that this little deer was probably the one that had stolen water from his energy pool. Otherwise, how could there suddenly be two Lord-level deer bosses in this area? What was up with this little deer? First, it stole from his energy pool, and then it intercepted his orange gear, specifically targeting him, right? Wait a minute. Chen Shen suddenly realized something was off. He looked at Chris with suspicion and asked, "Since that little deer is so strong, how did you manage to escape?" According to the farmers, that little deer was extremely fast and had strong defenses. Even the sniping archers could barely break through its defenses without triggering critical damage. Moreover, it possessed such powerful area spells, leaving it with basically no weaknesses. If that were the case, how did Chris and the others escape? Since the little deer could kill a group of top-tier troops, logically, it should have been able to wipe out the rest as well. After all, in terms of speed, these lords were not even worthy of carrying the little deer's shoes. So how did they evade the little deer's pursuit? We don't know either. Chris shook his head directly and said, "After we witnessed the true power of that little deer, we ran straight towards your territory. As for why it didn't chase us, I'm not very clear on that. However, I was worried about my Titan, so I glanced back a few times while running. When that little deer saw us fleeing, it seemed to consider chasing us, but for some reason, it gave up later." When Chris looked back, he clearly saw that the little deer had a heavy killing intent in its eyes when it looked at them. However, in the end, the little deer did not act on that killing intent and silently let them go. Chris did not believe that the little deer couldn't chase them. After all, a Lord-level boss that could casually use such a powerful area spell definitely had many more tricks up its sleeve. It would have been incredibly easy to hunt down a group of defeated soldiers like them. The reason it didn't pursue them could only be that it had some consideration for not wanting to kill, and it was certainly not because it couldn't take down these fleeing individuals. So it didn't chase you just because it saw you running towards me? Chen Chen rubbed his chin, uncertainly thinking, wouldn't this little deer be afraid of him? Although this guess seemed a bit absurd, the more Chen Chen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. That little deer was the boss near his territory. Logically, farmers searching for the Lord Boss around wouldn't be able to miss it unless it was actively hiding from those farmers. Moreover, during the ant nest incident, although the little deer had sneaked a drink from the energy pool, it hadn't harmed any farmers. Even when the sharpshooter arrived and shot it a few times, it didn't retaliate at all. It's worth noting that, according to Chris's description of the little deer's combat power, it could easily have wiped out that team of farmers left behind, as well as the later sharpshooters. After all, from Chris's described scene, although the little deer had some pacifist tendencies and didn't attack them first, it wasn't completely harmless either. After being attacked, it immediately gave those top-tier soldiers a good beating. First, it avoided its own farmers and didn't retaliate against the sharpshooters who harmed it. Then it let Chris and his group escape towards his territory. The more Chen Chen thought about it, the more he felt that the little deer might be able to sense some of his strength, which made it wary of him. Although Chen Chen's guess had some errors in the process, the conclusion was basically correct, so he began to find the little deer quite interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a peculiar monster around my territory. He wondered if it would show up during a monster siege. If it did, he might spare its life. With its cleverness, perhaps he could keep it as a pet in his territory. Chen Chen shook his head, feeling a bit inflated, actually starting to consider raising a lord-level boss. Putting this matter aside for the moment, Chen Chen seemed to remember something and casually asked, by the way, which of the dead is Zhou Hong? Zhou Hong didn't come. He found a secret realm near the territory. Chris was now basically answering whatever he was asked. He knew that with his personality, he couldn't withstand Chen Chen's torment. Rather than waiting to be beaten, it was better to honestly confess everything. That way, he could at least have a quick end. He felt there were already enough people, and it didn't matter whether he came or not. After all, he was the initiator and had invested a lot of resources, so he wouldn't lose out on anything. That's why he went to explore the secret realm. Zhou Hong didn't come? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but perk up. After asking for so long, he finally heard some good news. Of course, he didn't think it was a good thing that Zhou Hong didn't come. Rather, it was good news that Zhou Hong had discovered a secret realm. The lords who came were all a bunch of poor folks. Aside from the anonymous person holding an escape scroll, the rest didn't even have a single life-saving item. If it weren't for the fact that killing them could yield a lot of resources from their territories, Chen Chen felt that killing them would be a waste of his time. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, there are many types of secret realms, such as adventure cabins, where one can enter and obtain a certain amount of high-level crystal resources by defeating specific monsters, and experience treasure chambers, where one can refresh monsters of the same level and gain higher experience rewards than in the wild after defeating them. In addition, there are some more special secret realms, like temples and underground caves, where the situations inside are not fixed. Upon entering these types of secret realms, one might encounter pure traps or even bosses that exceed the current tier. In short, the specific situation inside depends on luck, but one thing is certain: these types of secret realms often yield many special building blueprints that are hard to find outside, as well as some rare items and particularly valuable equipment. But no matter what type of secret realm it is, for professionals like them, it is a rare opportunity. Although this opportunity may come with some risks, as long as they can successfully navigate the secret realm, they can generally reap substantial rewards. Unexpectedly, this young master from Tianhong Group seems to have a bit of luck on his side. Fortunately, he will soon have the coordinates of his territory. When the time comes, he must properly thank young Master Zhou for discovering a secret realm for him. As for now, there's no rush. Anyway, regardless of the type of secret realm, with Zhou Han's black dragon, it's impossible to break through in a short time, so let him explore slowly. That arrogant red dragon has already waited too long for him. If he doesn't go and slay it soon, Chen Chen fears it might get anxious waiting. So, as for Zhou Hong, it won't be too late to go after slaying the red dragon. Do you have any last words? Having asked all the necessary questions, Chen Chen didn't plan to keep Chris around any longer. However, considering how cooperative he had been, Chen Chen generously gave him a chance to leave a last message. Last words? Chris, who had been calm as still water, suddenly felt panic when he realized he was really going to die. He thought he could face it with indifference, but now that death was imminent, he was filled with fear. He looked at Chen Chen with pleading eyes and trembled as he asked, "Can I still live? I'm willing to give you all my resources. Please, spare me." Before Chris could finish his sentence, the hidden assassin lurking nearby, at Chen Chen's signal, swiftly slit his throat. "I asked for last words, not for you to make wishes here." Chen Chen shook his head as he looked at Chris's fallen body, then walked towards the anonymous figure. "So, what's it going to be? Are you ready to die directly, or do you want to go through the process and say a few things before you die?" Unlike Chris, the anonymous figure holding an escape scroll had the right to choose death because as long as he crushed the scroll in his hand, Chen Shen would either have to let him go or kill him. Torture wouldn't apply to him, at least not at this moment. Moreover, members of such anti-human organizations are different from pampered young masters like Chris. Even if torture were an option, Chen Shen doubted whether his unprofessional methods could extract anything useful from this guy. The anonymous figure nervously swallowed, and to avoid misunderstanding from Chen Shen, he slowly extended the hand hidden in his sleeve, holding up the scroll to indicate he had no intention of using it, then asked the same question as Chris, "Can I still live?" Yo! Hearing the anonymous figure say this, Chen Shen couldn't help but look at him in surprise. It was quite rare to find someone with a soft heart in an anti-human organization. "I just want to live." Joining the cult was like that, and it's the same now. The anonymous figure looked sincerely at Chen Shen, trying to explain, "I'm different from Chris, I'm very useful. I can help you. Just spare my life and I'll do anything you ask. I thought everyone who joined the 10,000 Races cult would be brainwashed. I didn't expect there would still be smart people like you." Chen Shen didn't believe a word of the anonymous figure's claims, but that didn't stop him from chatting with this guy. No matter what he said, even if it was misleading information, it would be useful for him, who knew nothing at the moment. "First, tell me your name, and what race you belong to." "My name is Chung Quanilong. As you can see, I'm a member of the restoration organization of the Great Sakura Empire. The reason I got in touch with the 10,000 Races is mainly because my father is a member of the cult and I had no choice." A hint of resentment appeared on Chang Quanilong's face, seemingly harboring deep grievances against his father. "As for the cult behind me, it's the Faceless God cult." "Oh, the ancient god's lackey, the Faceless clan." 4. The Faceless Ones. Chen Shen had some understanding. This was a rather peculiar race, whose innate abilities were primarily based on mimicry and transformation. Their unique talent allowed them to become any race, from the smallest insectoid to the largest dragon. Although this transformation was merely superficial and did not grant them the abilities or talents of those they imitated, once they completed the transformation, even ordinary detection spells could not discern their true identities. However, this race had some issues with their mentality. They were not weak among the myriad races, at least much stronger than the Blue Star people, yet they constantly proclaimed themselves as followers of ancient gods, often demanding sacrifices. Unfortunately, their so-called ancient gods had never responded to them, leading many races to believe that the ancient gods they worshipped were likely non-existent, and thus they were mocked with the term dogs of the ancient gods. Despite their mental quirks, their strength was formidable, and combined with their talent for infiltration and their penchant for stirring up chaos, they had always been the vanguard in infiltrating the Blue Star people. After years of dealing with them, the Blue Star people had developed some useful tricks to identify the Faceless Ones. While these tricks did not guarantee a 100% success rate, they were definitely effective. Now, faced with a follower of the Faceless Ones, and uncertain if he was disguised as one, Chen Shen immediately employed this little trick. "Say, the ancient gods are dogs." It was clear that Qingguan Ichiro was also aware of this trick. Faced with Chen Shen's pressure, he reluctantly spoke up. "I really am not a faceless one." "Cut the nonsense, say the ancient gods are dogs." Chen Shen interrupted him directly. Saying this did not necessarily mean he wasn't a faceless one, but not saying it definitely meant he was. For normal people, this childish interrogation would be ineffective, but the problem was that the Faceless Ones were not normal. Their entire race had been fanatical followers of the ancient gods since birth, and their ultimate goal was to please that possibly non-existent ancient god. Forcing them to insult the ancient gods was more unbearable than killing them, so the Faceless Ones, who had been rampant on the Blue Star, suddenly saw their numbers plummet after being subjected to this question, dwindling to the point of near invisibility. Unexpectedly, among the anti-human organizations that had emerged, there were still followers of the Faceless Ones, indicating that some anomalies of the Faceless Ones could evade this divine interrogation. "The ancient gods are dogs." Faced with Chen Shen's insistence, Qingguan Ichiro ceased to argue. After a moment of silence, he finally complied with Chen Shen's request and said this phrase, then he defended himself. "I really am not a faceless one. There may be faceless ones in the cult, but I don't know who they are." "All right then." Chen Shen looked somewhat regretful. It was a pity that Qingguan Ichiro was not a faceless one, otherwise, killing an alien would have unlocked the merit system in advance. "If you're not, then what do you want? You're hiding like rats in the sewers. Why have you suddenly emerged now?" "Because the Blue Star people are about to be exterminated." The previously timid Qingguan Ichiro suddenly became assertive at this point. "Do you think the Blue Star people have survived in the myriad worlds battlefield for so many years because of their own strength or the protection of the human alliance?" "Wrong, neither. It's because other races wanted to wait for the Blue Star people to develop a bit before striking, just like raising pigs. Now the pigs are fattened, and it's time to slaughter them. I can tell you directly, it's not just us here taking action, the main world is also encircling the Blue Star people. Compared to those strong races, the Blue Star people are pitifully weak. They have no chance of survival." Chen Kuani looked at Chen Xing and said with a hint of seduction, "But Chen Shen, you are different. Your strength is so formidable, there's no need to accompany the weak Blue Star people to their doom. If you're willing, I can recommend you. I guarantee those strong clans will accept you. Go to hell. Chen Chen kicked Chung Quanyi over, furious that he was still trying to deceive him even as a captive. He didn't believe a word of Chen Quanyi's talk. Raising pigs was not a concept that existed on the battlefield of the myriad realms. When weak clans were discovered, the only choice was to wipe them out and destroy their world. After all, in this hellish place of the myriad realms, no one knew if someone from a small clan might rise up. If you didn't destroy their world, it was possible that someone from that small clan could emerge and bring great trouble to your race, even potentially annihilating your world in return. Therefore, the idea of raising a tiger to ward off disaster was something even the top-tier strong clans wouldn't dare to do lightly. The races that opposed the Blue Star people were mostly only mid-tier at best. They thought they could play at raising pigs without even looking in the mirror to see if they were worthy. This was something no one would believe, except for those brainwashed fools in the Myriad Clan's church. As for whether the Blue Star people were facing a crisis, that was possible. However, Chen Chen felt that the reason for this situation was likely due to some issues with the combat power of the Blue Star's higher-ups, or perhaps problems within the alliance protecting the Blue Star people. He couldn't guess the exact reason for now, but it definitely had nothing to do with what Chung Quanyi said. This trash, dependent on the lower-tier races of the myriad clans, really thought he had jumped out of the well and could see everything. Little did he know, he had jumped into a box prepared by others, and what he could see was only what the box's owner wanted him to see. Chen Chen was too lazy to say anything more to Chang Quanyi. This guy pretended to be very clear-headed, but in reality he was the most severely brainwashed. The saddest part was that someone like him would never know anything correct about other races. Even if Chen Chen kept asking, all he would get were distorted answers, things that even Chang Quanyi himself didn't know were true or false, and asking wouldn't serve any purpose. If you want to live, it's simple. I'll let you go back. Once my territory passes the monster siege and officially levels up to 10, unlocking the regional restrictions, you can call over all the members of the anti-human organizations from other regions. At that time, I'll kill them and you can live. Chen Chen had never trusted Chen Quanyi even a little, and now he was even more certain that his views were correct. The clarity was an act, the fear of death was an act, and the resentment towards his father was also an act. But one thing Chen Chen could be sure of was that as long as he let Chen Quanyi go back, he would definitely find a way to bring over the members of the anti-human organizations from other regions. However, Chen Quanyi's reason for gathering people wasn't because he was afraid of death, but because he definitely wanted to kill Chen Chen. Someone like him, a mentally aberrant alien, would never allow himself to harm the alien races he yearned for in the main world, so he would do everything possible to eliminate Chen Chen in the novice world. Given the powerful strength Chen Chen had just displayed, he felt that Chen Quanyi might even gather all the members of the anti-human organizations to set a deadly trap for him. But for Chen Chen, it didn't matter what trap it was. The more people that came, the better. If they all came, it would be convenient for him to catch them all at once. As for whether Chen Quanyi could guess his plan, it didn't matter. Whether he guessed it or not, Chen Chen believed that Chen Quanyi would definitely not let this opportunity slip by. This group of fools, endowed with extreme nationalist and alien believer buffs, might have a bit of brains, but certainly not much. Upon hearing Chen Chen's request, Chen Quanyi Lang's eyes flickered momentarily. He was somewhat uncertain about Chen Chen's intentions, but he felt that Chen Chen seemed a bit too arrogant. His archers were indeed strong, but he wouldn't think that just by gathering some powerful archers he could become invincible. Chen Quanyi Lang's mind raced with thoughts, and soon he realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since Chen Chen was so arrogant, he absolutely couldn't let this chance slip away. However, worried that Chen Chen might become suspicious, he didn't agree outright but instead said with a troubled expression, "That might be quite difficult. They all have their own tasks, and it's not easy to gather them. Whether it's easy to gather them or not is your problem." Chen Chen saw that Chang Quanyi Lang was looking for a way out, so he didn't mind cooperating a bit. In any case, if you can't gather anyone, you'll have to die. Alright. Chen Quanyi Lang put on a serious expression as if he had made a significant decision, his face resolute like a ship burning its boats. "I will definitely try my best to gather as many people as possible." Chen Chen let Chen Quanyi Lang go, but before that he kindly helped him with a security check, asking him to take out all the items in his inventory for temporary safekeeping. After all, he needed to teleport back, and it would be troublesome if he caused a teleportation accident due to carrying too many items. What? Teleportation won't have accidents? How could that be? If Chen Quanyi Lang dared to say otherwise, the sniper archers would immediately show him what a teleportation accident was. As for leaving all his items behind, Chen Quanyi Lang would need something to lure the members of the anti-human organizations from other regions, but Chen Chen didn't care about that. Fishing requires bait, but what he was playing now was lure fishing. Throwing out Chen Quanyi Lang as a fake bait was enough. Whether this fake bait could bring in some catch was not important. Anyway, Chen Quanyi Lang's territory was firmly in his hands. Even if he couldn't bring anyone back, Chen Chen could retrieve this fake bait. He might not profit, but he absolutely couldn't suffer a loss. After letting Chung Quan Lang go, Chen Shen began to tally his gains. With so many lords, and all relatively far apart, relying on teleportation to plunder resources back was indeed not very cost-effective. Therefore, Chen Shen chose to destroy all the territories instead. Congratulations, you have obtained Contract Scroll *3, Warehouse Blueprint *1, Quarry Blueprint *1, Wood *13200, Stone *8960, Gold Coins *23,000, Equipment, Hardwood Bow, Wooden Armor. Damn it, a bunch of poor fools, all of them poor fools. Chen Shen destroyed more than 20 territories in succession, and most of the loot consisted of basic resources. Some provided over 10,000, while others only a few thousand. Fortunately, the combined total from over 20 lords gave him nearly 300,000 in basic resources. Coupled with the gold coins they dropped, his basic resources and gold coins should not be lacking in the short term. In terms of blueprints, the most common drop from these lords was the warehouse blueprint, a building that everyone had in their territory, and its drop rate was quite high. After a round of destruction, he directly obtained 17 warehouse blueprints. If he didn't mind the warehouses taking up too much space and being unsightly, Chen Shen could easily build all these warehouses. Besides that, the only thing that satisfied Chen Shen was that this group of people had also dropped a lot of seeds. Perhaps they thought these seeds weren't very valuable, or maybe they wanted to plant these seeds after obtaining the Spirit Field blueprint from Chen Shen's territory. In any case, the ordinary seeds and Spirit Plant seeds combined totaled a whopping 5 million units. With these seeds, filling Chen Shen's Spirit Fields would be no problem. In a virtuous cycle, unless Chen Shen expanded his army on a large scale again, he would definitely not lack food. There were still a few rare resources left, but it was really just a little. With so many lords combined, they had only dropped 17 rare crystals for him, which was not enough to recruit even one top-tier unit. So, when Chen Shen called them poor wretches, he was not wronging them. Of course, the main reason they were so poor was that they had too little time to develop. Otherwise, as top lords, they could have produced much more. But since they were so eager to rush to their deaths, Chen Shen couldn't stop them, so a little less was fine. After all, it was delivered right to his door, so why not take it? After collecting all the resources into the warehouse, Chen Shen shook his head at the corpses of the top-tier units that had been dragged back. These units hadn't even grown yet, and even if thrown to the flesh wall, they wouldn't contribute much energy. Therefore, he generously tossed all the non-humanoid ones to Ling Naizhanin, while the remaining humanoid ones were casually thrown to the flesh wall for digestion. You wouldn't believe it, but with the flesh wall, the ability to digest corpses in Chen Shen's territory had taken a leap forward, making it feel like home for the guests, ensuring that no one left disappointed. After handling these trivial matters, Chen Shen began to prepare to take action against the Red Dragon. He was curious to see if this locked-up Red Dragon could still be as arrogant after having its head chopped off. After the territory reached level 10, the population cap increased again. To be safe, Chen Shen decided to recruit another 100 farmers. As for their professions, he thought for a moment and decided to maximize the output of archers, so he simply converted all the newly recruited 100 farmers into archers. To his dismay, the 100 archers he recruited again still failed to trigger a hidden profession in the class change hall. Fortunately, during the promotion, luck struck and he ended up with 2 sharpshooters, which made up for some of the loss. Now, the combat units under Chen Shen had reached a total of 800. Except for a few stationed at the ant nest, the rest were all in front of him. To be honest, 800 people wasn't that many, but when 800 armed men stood neatly in front of you, it was quite a spectacle. Looking at the neatly arranged units, an infinite sense of pride surged in Chen Shen's heart. This time, he had to let that Red Dragon know who was in charge in this area. Nearly 800 professionals, under Chen Shen's lead, headed straight for the mine. To speed up their journey, Chen Shen also raised the durability aura to level 5, and with a 500% speed boost, he quickly arrived outside the Red Dragon's cave. Feeling the faint dragon might emanating from the Red Dragon's cave, Chen Shen thought for a moment and didn't rush to build the Zerg teleportation device. Although the mature Red Dragon was powerful, it was still under level 30. He wanted to test if he could kill it directly. If he could, it would save him a precious Zerg teleportation device. If the Red Dragon's strength exceeded his expectations and he couldn't kill it outright, he could still build the Zerg teleportation device later. At that time, even if he had to continuously use a swarm resurrection tactic, he would still grind the Red Dragon down today. After entering the Red Dragon's cave, Chen Shen followed the pre-planned strategy, first raising the Strength Command aura and the Agility Swift aura to level 6, then using 8 skill points to max out the Heavy Strike aura, making its effect 100 times attack damage. As for the remaining 9 skill points, Chen Shen temporarily kept them in hand. He wanted to see if his professionals could withstand the Red Dragon's attacks. If they could, he would save the skill points for flexibility. If the Red Dragon's damage was too high, he would consider raising the Life aura and Order aura accordingly. Oh, right, there are my own attributes. Chen Shen almost forgot about himself. After Killing so many Lord-level bosses, he had accumulated over 100 reward attribute points which he had been saving. Now that he was about to face the Red Dragon, there was no need to hold on to those attribute points any longer. Chen Shen glanced at his attribute panel and directly raised his constitution attribute to 100 points. As a lord, he didn't often need to fight, so prioritizing his survival was essential. After raising his constitution to 100, Chen Shen still had 62 free attribute points left. He thought for a moment and decided to allocate 20 points to each of the other attributes, raising them to over 40 points. This way, his attributes wouldn't seem too unbalanced. After adding the attribute points, Chen Shen confirmed that he hadn't overlooked anything and then led his army into the Red Dragon's cave. This time, Chen Shen was not only seeking revenge but also wanted to use its head to complete his Glory Road task. The new Glory Road task required him to kill an epic level boss, and whether he could successfully complete it depended on how formidable the Red Dragon's head would be. Sensing another creature intruding into the cave, the Red Dragon Torrens opened its eyes in annoyance. Ever since it failed to kill that group of humans tainted with its kin's aura, the cave had been restless. Those humans carrying pickaxes kept running into its cave. They didn't approach it directly but kept hammering away from a distance, seemingly mining the ores in its cave. The Red Dragon Torrens could not tolerate such behavior. Even though it was imprisoned here, this was still its lair, and everything within the lair, even a single stone, should belong to it. How could it allow other creatures to steal under its nose? Therefore, even though these farmers didn't affect it, it still unleashed a breath of dragon fire, turning those farmers to ashes. Then, it was as if it had poked a hornet's nest. Those farmers with pickaxes began to swarm into its cave one after another. It killed one, and before long, another would come. It kept killing, and those farmers kept coming, as if they could never be exhausted. Growing somewhat weary of the slaughter, the Red Dragon decided to cast a barrier spell to keep those farmers out. However, this only provided a brief respite, as those farmers actually used their pickaxes to smash through the barrier it had set up. Finally, the increasingly annoyed Red Dragon found itself at a loss for how to deal with these relentless, fearless farmers. It could only set up a soundproof magic array, pretending those farmers didn't exist. After all, they were just a bunch of worthless stones. Let them mine as they pleased, as if it were a gift from the Great Torrens. Fortunately, after a while, it seemed the farmers had mined enough and all retreated, allowing Torrens' lair to regain its peace. However, the tranquility in the lair didn't last long before another creature intruded. This time, Torrens was thoroughly enraged. Again, it's you. Upon opening its eyes, Torrens immediately spotted Chen Chen among the crowd. It knew that Chen Chen was the leader of these humans, and its anger intensified. You little ant, how dare you come back? Driven by a fit of rage, Torrens stood up from the stone platform. Last time, it had overlooked this human, allowing him to escape with an item, which led to the subsequent harassment by so many humans. This time, it absolutely could not let him go. You won at percent and, in its fury, Torrens did not use its dragon breath directly but began to chant a dragon language spell. It intended to seal off the space here. This time, even if this human had some spatial items, he would never escape. Again, after Torrens released the dragon language magic, a prompt immediately popped up on Chen Chen's panel. The current space has been sealed. All space-related items and skills are ineffective. Is this to prevent me from escaping? Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle as he saw Torrens cast a space-sealing spell right away. It seemed that this Red Dragon held a deep grudge over his last escape using the return scroll, and this time it directly sealed the space. Unfortunately, it was mistaken this time. He wasn't here to negotiate but to slay the dragon. So this time, it wasn't him who should run, but, well, it was trapped and couldn't escape, so it would have to die here. Chen Chen silently estimated the distance between himself and the Red Dragon, realizing it seemed a bit far. He then quietly spent 2 skill points to raise the Strong Strike aura to level 5. With the range increased 5-fold, not to mention archers, even a mage with a short range could easily hit the Red Dragon from here. As for Chen Chen himself, he stood at the back of the ranged troops, at the edge of the entrance. After all, the Red Dragon only sealed the space magic, not the space itself. While he couldn't escape using space magic, he could still run away on foot. Standing there, if the battle turned unfavorable, he could immediately leave the Red Dragon's space sealing range, create a Zerg teleportation portal, and engage in a war of attrition with the Red Dragon. Normally, such tactics wouldn't work against a Red Dragon, but who knew the Red Dragon was trapped? In any case, he was taking advantage of its lack of mobility. After confirming the strategy, Chen Chen directly commanded the melee classes to charge in. Whether they could slay the dragon without taking damage today depended on whether the melee classes could hold their ground. Under the enhancement of the durability aura, the shield soldiers, who should have been very slow, dashed forward as if they were on a whirlwind, reaching the magma pool in front of Torrens in just a few breaths. Such high speed left Torrens stunned. It had seen fast creatures before, but it was the first time it encountered humans moving this quickly. What was up with these ants? It distinctly remembered that this group of ants didn't have such outrageous speed last time. just as Torrens was in a daze, the melee class's actions in front of the magma pool refreshed its understanding once again as they boldly charged across the scorching magma pool, relying on their extremely high speed. Although the magma in the pool was in liquid form, it was still melted stone with a density much higher than that of ordinary liquids. Theoretically, as long as one was fast enough, it was entirely possible to run on the magma without sinking. However, the problem was that while the magma had a high density, it also had a high temperature. Especially in the magma pool where the red dragon resided, the temperature was frighteningly high. Even ordinary fire magic couldn't compare to the damage from this magma. Stepping on it was essentially equivalent to enduring several high-level fire attacks. Therefore, watching these human ants' actions, Torrens even had a moment of doubt, wondering if these humans possessed the bloodline of dragons, otherwise how could they have such high fire resistance? However, while these humans surprised Torrens, it showed no hesitation in dealing with the shield soldiers and warriors charging towards it. For Torrens, it only needed to manipulate the magma pool with magic to pull these melee classes into the magma one by one. But it was too lazy to bother, and after being disturbed by the miners for so long, it felt a surge of anger that needed to be vented. So, facing these farmers rushing towards it, it directly used the simplest and most brutal method to vent its anger. Dragon breath. Asa breath of dragon. Fire erupted, all the melee classes charging in were enveloped within it. Under the cover of the dragon breath, the originally crimson magma began to turn somewhat transparent, showing faint signs of vaporization. Clearly, compared to the magma, the temperature of its dragon breath was higher, and the damage it inflicted was more terrifying. Torrens felt that under its dragon breath, these shield soldiers and warriors would surely melt away just like last time. Once these melee classes were dealt with, he would then take care of those ants standing at a distance. Those who thought they were safe standing far away, believing they had been locked down, were underestimating him, the red dragon Torrens. Once these were melted, Torrens suddenly realized something was off. Why were these ants covered by his dragon breath still alive? Wait, what were those things charging towards him, all glowing red? Torrens looked incredulously at the group of ants below. Not only were they not dead, but they were also charging at him, braving the dragon breath. His dragon breath, enveloping them, seemed to have inflicted no damage on them aside from the impact. In a daze, Torrens instinctively stopped his dragon breath. What was going on? He was sealed here, stripped of most of his power, yet these ants before him were not the strong opponents he had faced before. Even if his strength had diminished, it still far exceeded that of these ants. Logically, with a single breath, they should have melted away just like last time, so how could they be completely unharmed? Could it be that after being sealed for so long, his power had declined? The fact that this breath had caused no casualties made Torrens doubt his dragon lineage. He even began to question whether he was about to die and should return to the dragon tomb, which would explain the weakness of his breath. In contrast to Torrens's doubts about his dragon lineage, Chen felt much more at ease. The breath was indeed the strongest attack method of the dragon race. At the beginning, Torrens's breath damage was still very high. Chen could clearly see that, aside from the indestructible shield, the health of the remaining units was dropping rapidly, causing him to hurriedly upgrade the Order Aura twice to stabilize their health. The 7th level Order Aura increased magic resistance by 70 times, allowing the melee units to withstand Torrens's dragon breath. Although they were still losing health, the rate of loss posed no immediate danger. Once they got close to the red dragon, a single strike would be enough to restore their health completely. For Chen, as long as the melee units could endure without being instantly killed, it meant he could win this battle. After confirming that the front line could hold, Chen did not rush to let the archers attack. Even those goblins had ranged protection skills that could negate most ranged attacks. The red dragon surely had such abilities, and its means of ranged defense would only be more numerous and stronger. Although the archers had already leveled up, they were still far from being able to compete with the red dragon's skills, especially since it was likely a powerful red dragon that had descended from level 80. Even if it was now below level 30, the abilities it possessed were unmatched by any current stage boss. In Chen's worst-case scenario, the archers would likely only have one chance to strike. After that, once the red dragon sensed the terrifying damage from the archers, it would undoubtedly seal off all their output methods. Therefore, the first attack was likely to be the only effective one, and it had to maximize its impact, either directly focus fire to kill it or cripple its wings, rendering it immobile. To ensure that this attack's output was maximized, Chen even went so far as to promote an additional 100 archers, all for the sake of delivering a decisive blow at a critical moment. Of course, if the attack doesn't go smoothly and the archers are completely ineffective, Chen has a backup plan to send the archers into melee combat to die, and then he will return to the territory without reviving these archers, instead recruiting farmers and promoting some melee units to go in and fight hard. While formulating the plan, Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. High-level mages are indeed powerful, with so many means at their disposal, each one not so easy to deal with. If it were a clumsy black dragon that relied solely on physical strength and couldn't use magic, Chen wouldn't need to consider any plans at all. He could easily shoot it into a porcupine in no time. But when faced with a skilled magical red dragon, there's no way around it. In front of a high-level mage, low-level archers are merely toys. They have plenty of ways to make the archers mere decorations, at least until the archers learn the Dispel Arrow skill. The Dispel Arrow is a devastating skill for archers against mages, allowing arrows empowered by it to ignore magical interference. Once this skill is learned, although the mage remains a mage, it won't be so easy for them to ride on the archers and do as they please. Unfortunately, the Dispel Arrow is a core skill for archers at level 30, and the only way to learn it early is through a skill book, which Chun Shen's farmers cannot use. So for the time being, the archers can only rely on their brute force damage. Fortunately, brute force is sufficient. 500 archers with absolute violent output can take down this red dragon if given the chance. Chun Shen, who considers the archers as his trump card, certainly won't let them act so easily. He needs to seize this opportunity. After all, at such a distance, even with the archer's skill acceleration, arrows take time to fly. Therefore, it's best to strike when the red dragon is using large-scale dragon language magic, as only then will it be unable to use protective magic. As for the mages, they can act now, but to avoid drawing the red dragon's attention, Shen Shen deliberately pushes them forward, making them wait until they are within the normal attack range of a mage before striking. He plans to temporarily hide the archer's ultra-long range trump card. Normally, the red dragon would never expect that low-level archers could shoot so far, so it is unlikely to be on guard against archers at such a distance. This way, when the ambush happens, the red dragon will be even less prepared. The red dragon Torrance has no idea that the cunning human in the distance has already laid out a clear plan for it, and at this moment it is still deeply engulfed in self-doubt. 4. Torrance, part of the reason it is dazed on the battlefield is that it has been imprisoned for too long, causing its mind to become somewhat unclear. Another part of the reason is its confidence in its own defensive capabilities. As a natural overlord, a dragon can easily forge orange-grade equipment from just a shed scale. Their defensive power is evident. It can be said without hesitation that what they have on them is not just scales, but pieces of orange-grade defensive gear. With this powerful armor, combined with their innate defensive bonuses, for a normal professional to slay a dragon, the best method is to find the weak spots not covered by dragon scales and attack those weaknesses. Otherwise, forcing an attack on the areas covered by scales may result in failing to even break through the defense. Because of its confidence in its own defensive power, Torrance, despite sensing that warriors have already charged to the stone platform beneath it, remains unconcerned. It was merely its strength that had been stripped away, not its dragon scales. Just based on these ants, even if it stood there motionless and allowed them to attack, they would never be able to break through its defenses. Thus, in its subconscious, it did not regard these humans as opponents, but rather as a group of annoying ants, unworthy even of inflicting pain, let alone harming it. However, in the next moment, a charging warrior struck it awake with a single blow. Under the 100-fold attack bonus of the heavy strike aura, Torrance dragon scales were as fragile as paper. With a swift slash, the warrior's long knife sliced through Torrance's chest, leaving a wound half a meter deep as easily as cutting tofu. Torrents of dragon blood gushed from the wound, instantly drenching the attacking warrior. The searing dragon blood, with its potent corrosiveness, caused damage values to float up from the warrior. However, under the powerful magic resistance of the Order aura, these floating numbers were all single digits, and the damage was still less than what he could recover. Caught off guard by such a heavy blow, Torrance was instantly awakened. It had no time to think. The combat instincts honed through years of slaughter prompted it to react correctly in an instant. It instinctively flapped its wings and leaped, dragging the long chains behind it as it flew into the air, distancing itself from the warriors on the stone platform. Hovering in the air, Torrance's eyes were filled not only with anger and killing intent but also with confusion and disbelief. It could not understand why these humans could so easily slice through its scales. This situation was as unbelievable to it as a human being cut open at the artery by a mantis wielding a big knife. The massive Torrance fully spread its wings, hovering in the air, almost completely obscuring the stone platform that was dozens of meters wide in the lava pool. Compared to its soaring in the sky, the warriors on the platform appeared as tiny ants. Yet, it was these ants that forced it to fly away from the platform. Ants, you have angered me. Torrance cast a healing spell on itself, temporarily stopping the bleeding from its wound. With its powerful recovery ability, even without this healing spell, its wound would heal quickly. However, with the spell, the recovery process would undoubtedly be accelerated. At this moment, although Torrance was still puzzled about how these humans withstood its dragon breath and broke through its defenses, it no longer wished to think. What it needed to do now was to kill all these ants. Although it did not know why its dragon breath had failed, it did not matter. It had plenty of means. Since these ants dared to injure it, it would use the most brutal methods to crush them all. The ones who stepped onto the stone platform were all melee classes, and among them, even the relatively versatile assassins had no good ranged attack methods. Therefore, once Torrance took to the air, they immediately lost most of their attacking capabilities. Fortunately, Torrance was still connected by two chains, one end within Torrance's body and the other in the center of the lava pool. Since they could not attack the Torrance in the sky, they decided to pull on the chains and drag it down. Seeing the long chains that Torrance was dragging, a warrior immediately jumped into the lava pool, running towards the chains.
Foolish creatures. Torrens first exhaled a breath of dragon fire at the approaching mage, finding it ineffective soon after, and casually cast a
spatial cage, imprisoning the mage who kept bothering it.
Although the spatial cage was a mid-tier spell, due to the special nature of its spatial attributes, low-tier mages had no chance of breaking it at all. After being locked in the spatial cage, these mages basically went offline, so Torrens sealed them off and no longer paid attention to them. Instead, he looked disdainfully at the warriors rushing towards the lava, truly believing that some strange means of injuring themselves could allow them to contend with him, even daring to try to pull him down. What arrogance!
Although Torrens found the foolish actions of these warriors somewhat
beneath his notice, he had no intention of simply watching. He flapped his wings forcefully, and the previously calm lava pool suddenly surged with a massive wave, sweeping directly towards the warriors running on the
lava.
After the wave of lava passed, all the warriors who had been standing on it were sent crashing into the lava pool. However, upon falling into the lava, these warriors were not melted. Instead, they swam through it as if it were water, enduring the high temperature of the lava as they made their way towards the chains. Seeing this scene, Torrens instantly understood that it was not his dragon breath that was the problem, but rather that these ants had somehow gained an extraordinarily high resistance to fire. Under this fire resistance, neither the lava nor his dragon breath could effectively harm them.
Was this the confidence these ants had to challenge him?
A cold glint flashed in Torrens' eyes. As a mature dragon, he had ample time to learn magic throughout his long life, and due to his attributes, fire magic was his strongest.
However, that did not
mean he was incapable of other types of magic.
Since fire magic was ineffective, he would let them taste the flavor of other magics.
Even though Torrens had been stripped of most of his power, as a mature dragon, he did not need any chanting time to use low to mid-tier magic. As he summoned the magical elements, the air in the dragon's lair became dry. Soon, countless stones the size of millstones appeared out of thin air above the lair, covering the entire area of the lava pool, and then, like raindrops, they began to rain down densely upon all the melee classes. The millstone-sized stones, accelerated by magic, carried immense weight and power.
Even a lord-level boss would be severely injured after taking this enhanced version of the falling rock spell.
However, this wave of falling rocks was not particularly effective against these melee classes. The shield soldiers who were hit simply stood their ground, raising their shields to withstand the damage from the falling rocks. Although the massive stones carried some physical damage, as a magical skill, the falling
rocks primarily dealt additional damage from earth magic.
Therefore, for the shield soldiers with extremely high magic resistance, the damage from the falling rocks could basically be ignored.
As for the warriors' response, it was even simpler.
Relying on their own violent output and the high attack speed bonus provided by the durability aura, they struck with a single blow the moment the boulders fell, cleaving the falling rocks
in half.
Thus, they found it easier to deal with the falling rocks than the shield soldiers did.
Is earth magic ineffective too?
Torrens began to sense that something was amiss. It seemed these humans had not only specifically enhanced their resistance to fire magic but had also increased their resistance to other types of magic. However, he did not believe these ants could enhance all their magical resistances in such a short time. Since earth magic was ineffective, he would try wind magic. Torrens directly terminated the maintenance of the falling rock spell and began to gather wind magic power anew.
Countless pale blue wind blades slowly
took shape, and soon thousands of wind blades the size of doors coalesced in front of Torrens.
Even more terrifying was that after Torrens stopped controlling them, these wind blades continued to gather. With a gentle
flick of his dragon claw, the formed wind blades seemed to receive some command and immediately shot forth. The dense blades of wind quickly descended, cutting everything in their path in half. Even the stone platform that Torrens had previously occupied was cleaved, leaving a pit several meters deep where the wind blade struck. As for the hard boulders formed from earth magic moments ago, they were effortlessly shattered into
pieces by the wind blades. However, despite the terrifying power of these wind blades, they seemed ineffective against melee classes. The razor-sharp blades couldn't even cut through their clothes, let alone inflict any harm. Is wind magic useless too?
Torrens, who had already tried earth and wind magic without success, stubbornly resorted to ice and lightning magic, even employing the rarer dark and light magic.
Yet, aside from
blocking the warriors charging towards the chains, there was hardly any effect.
After exhausting all magical options, Torrens' expression darkened.
It had intended to crush these ants with magic, but was taken aback
by their high resistance to all forms of magic. Ants, I admit you possess some strength.
Since Chen Shan led his troops into the dragon's lair, this was the first time Torrens spoke to them with a serious demeanor. Though even now, its tone remained laced with arrogance.
You are now worthy of me,
Torrens Lango, personally granting you death. Since magic had failed, Torrens had no choice but to take matters into its own hands. It wanted these humans to understand that the true strength of a dragon lay not in its magic, but in its inherently powerful physique.
Out of caution for the human's ability to breach its defenses, Torrens, despite its
boastful words, acted with great care. Before attacking, it summoned a blizzard to strike the melee classes below. Although even Torrens' ice magic would be significantly weakened in this lava-filled environment, it
didn't care. The blizzard was merely to freeze these humans for its speed. Freezing them for just a moment would be sufficient. The blizzard blanketed most of the dragon's lair, momentarily transforming the hot cavern into a somewhat cooler place. Although the blizzard evaporated into gas upon hitting the ground due to the extreme heat, the snowflakes continuously striking the melee classes still managed to freeze them for a brief moment. As the blizzard intensified, Torrens, hovering in the air, displayed an unexpected speed for its massive size. With a gentle flap of its wings, its enormous form darted into the blizzard like a hunting falcon. Strangely, despite its size and the violent movement, it made no sound. Under the cover of the swirling snow, Torrens, the colossal red dragon, resembled a reaper hidden in the shadows, launching a death sentence upon the unsuspecting melee classes below. With a corrected attitude, Torrens showcased its unparalleled combat skills and extremely cunning tactics. As one warrior at the edge of the stone platform was frozen in the relentless snowfall of the blizzard, Torrens silently extended its claws, slashing diagonally towards the warrior's shoulder. The dragon's claws were sharper than any divine weapon, and based on Torrens's experience with the frail physique of humans, this strike would surely cleave the warrior in two. Ignorant ants, your greatest honor in this life is the death bestowed upon you by me, Torrens Lango. Torrens's claws glimmered with a cold light, slicing swiftly into the warrior's shoulder. However, the confident Torrens immediately sensed something was off the next moment, not only because its claws hadn't pierced the warrior's body, but more troublingly, it felt a sharp pain in its own dragon claw. A bit panicked, Torrens instinctively retracted its forepaw, only to discover that a wound had inexplicably appeared on it, with dragon blood dripping steadily to the ground from the injury. Reflective damage effect? The well-informed Torrens recognized the reflective damage effect at a glance, but it was puzzled as to whose reflective damage could be this strong. The effect seemed to exceed the damage of its own attack. At this point, although Torrens felt a bit of trouble, it still considered the issue not too serious. For a dragon's physical constitution, the damage to a human was lethal, but for itself, it was merely a trivial scratch. Moreover, the dragon's body possessed unparalleled recovery abilities, allowing it to heal minor wounds in moments, while these humans lacked such strong recovery capabilities. Killing them would just require a bit more effort. So, although Torrens was somewhat displeased that it had to sustain some injuries to deal with these humans, it still felt that things were under its control. Looking at the already healed wound, it once again extended its claw towards a frozen warrior. This time, however, it did not stop after one attack but executed 3 rapid strikes in quick succession. Then, after 3 bloody wounds appeared on its forepaw, the warrior still stood there unharmed. At this point, Torrens had completely realized something was wrong. Hitting 3 times in a row, even the black dragon known for its defense would have left 3 scars on its body. Yet these humans remained completely unscathed? With some suspicion, Torrens slowed its attacks and observed carefully, soon discovering that the warriors were not uninjured. After its attacks, they had indeed sustained a terrifying injury, but as soon as a wound appeared on Torrens's forepaw, those warriors' injuries healed instantly. Lifesteal? Torrens's enormous vertical pupils nearly bulged out. Having traversed the battlefield of countless realms for so long and participated in innumerable wars, it had seen all kinds of scenes, but it had truly never witnessed anything like this. It had seen lifesteal effects, it had seen reflective damage effects, and it had even seen the combination of lifesteal and reflective damage concentrated on one individual, but such a powerful combination of lifesteal and reflective damage, let alone seeing it, it had never even heard of it. Moreover, they also possessed extraordinary magical resistance that could ignore its dragon breath. With such a triad of comprehensive protection, those races with only one ability, like vampires, wouldn't even dare to dream of such a scenario. Oh, right, besides defense, they seem to also have the offensive power to break through its defenses. Now it seemed that both attack and defense were covered. But such an all-encompassing and superlative ability was a bit too outrageous. What exactly was the situation with these humans? Torrens was now completely bewildered. Had it been sealed for too long? What was the situation outside now? Had humans become this powerful? Weren't they low-tier beings? Why did they have no weaknesses at all? Faced with such comprehensive abilities from these farmers, Torrens was utterly stunned, but its rich combat experience reminded it that this was not the time to be dazed. Now in its heart, the ranks of these humans had been elevated from mere opponents to formidable rivals, so Torrens would no longer harbor any careless thoughts about this battle. Torrens flapped its wings and flew back into the sky. The blizzard that had once obscured the entire dragon's lair was directly blown away by the sweep of its wings, and the lair, filled with lava, regained its previous heat. As Torrens soared into the sky for the second time, it was completely devoid of any mood for bravado. What it had thought were just a group of easily extinguishable ants had unexpectedly brought it such great pressure. If it were an ordinary red dragon, it might have truly faced defeat this time, but fortunately, it was anything but ordinary. It was the great Torrens, a powerhouse among red dragons, a being that instilled fear even in its kin, even though its current strength had been diminished to the point of being weaker than a young dragon. Its abilities were beyond what these humans could imagine. Close combat ineffective? Magic immune? Today, it would let these humans know that some magic could ignore magical resistance. %@ and asterisk. Torrens looked down at the melee classes and began to chant dragon language magic once more. However, compared to the previous magic that sealed the space, this time the incantation took longer and the power it was brewing was even greater. As it uttered each deep dragon language syllable, the once stable space within the lair began to emit subtle ripples. Under the influence of these ripples, gaps in space, about the size of a palm, occasionally appeared in the air, revealing only darkness through the cracks. What it was releasing now was the unique magic of the space system, the space turbulence. Once the magic was fully unleashed, countless spatial rifts would appear in the area designated by Torrens. These randomly appearing spatial rifts could ignore all magical defenses. Unless there was a method to counter the spatial rifts, any creature would be sliced in half by the razor-sharp gaps. Watching the gradually appearing spatial rifts, there was not only satisfaction in Torrens' eyes but also a hint of desolation. In its prime, even magic of this level could be cast effortlessly, but now it had to rely on dragon language to strengthen its control over the space system to cast this spell. Fortunately, the power of the space turbulence, which could only be unleashed through the dragon language, would not be diminished at all. Once the space turbulence fully manifested, all these humans below would perish within it. Just as Torrens' dragon language magic reached a critical moment, Chen, who had endured a barrage of attacks, finally seized the opportunity. Fire the arrows. The archers, who had long been poised for action, immediately shot their arrows at the red dragon upon Chen's command, and they did not shoot just one wave. Under the 250% attack speed bonus from the durability aura, almost as soon as the first arrow flew, the next was already knocked on the bowstring. In that moment, the army of 500 archers seemed to unleash the might of 1,000 troops, with a rain of arrows flying towards the red dragon in an unending stream. Having acknowledged these humans, Torrens was indeed wary of the archers who had been waiting at a distance, but just as Chen had thought, no matter how cautious it was, it never expected these archers could launch an attack from such a far distance. Therefore, its vigilance was merely to guard against the archers suddenly advancing. At this moment, the archer's sudden strike caught it off guard. Its dragon language magic had already reached its conclusion, and if it were to interrupt now, not to mention the damage from magical backlash, it simply wouldn't have time to use protective magic. Therefore, although it felt a vague sense of unease in its heart, it still steeled itself to release the spatial turbulence. At this moment, it could only choose to take a gamble, betting that its dragon scales could withstand the attacks of these archers, betting that they could not break through its defenses. But unfortunately, it lost the bet. Compared to the massive size of Torrens, the arrows shot by the archers were as insignificant as toothpicks. However, these tiny arrows, upon striking its body, directly blasted out gaping wounds the size of bowls. Hundreds of terrifying blood holes concentrated around its wings and neck, especially at the neck, which was targeted the most. The flesh and blood that exploded there nearly exposed its dragon bones, and this was still due to the 50% reduction in all attributes from the dragon's might. If it weren't for the suppression of the dragon's might, this wave of attacks could have easily taken Torrens down. Roar with a painful dragon's roar, Torrens was forced to interrupt the casting of the spatial turbulence. The backlash from the magic immediately added several more wounds to its body. With its wings nearly pierced through, Torrens could no longer maintain its flying posture. Its massive body fell directly from the sky, crashing heavily onto the stone platform, its powerless wings sinking like rags into the magma pool. Seeing Torrens fall, the melee classes on the stone platform rushed forward without a moment's hesitation, weapons in hand. In the face of Torrens' inability to resist, the fastest warrior charged in without any pause, slashing down several times at an incredible speed. "Get away, you ants!" Just as its bones seemed about to be severed, Torrens, jolted awake from the excruciating pain, roared in anger. Its dragon tail swept across, directly sweeping away all the nearby warriors in an unstoppable manner. Given the vast disparity in size and strength between the two sides, even the most resilient of the unbreakable shield was sent flying. Normally, under the sweeping power of the red dragon, even the strongest mountain giant would lose half its life, but those melee units swept away by Torrens' tail suffered no damage at all, aside from being thrown away. Watching those melee classes quickly scramble up from the magma pool, a hint of despair appeared in Torrens' eyes. What kind of freaks are these humans? Facing the arrows that continued to rain down on it, Torrens strained its strength and cast a spatial displacement spell. All the arrows that flew toward it seemed to hit a refracted space, flying directly to the side of Torrens. However, Torrens knew that this situation could not last long. Those melee classes would soon charge again, and the archers would certainly not foolishly remain in one place to shoot. Moreover, those mages that it had kept isolated on the side, the low-tier mages who should never have been able to break the spatial prison, for some reason were close to breaking it now. It seemed that all that awaited it was a dead end. In such a desperate situation, Torrens fell silent for a moment. As the great red dragon, Torrens Lango would rather die standing than kneeling. Torrens forced itself to rise from the ground. At this point, it was too weak to spread its wings. The dragon blood flowing from its body had stained the entire stone platform a deep crimson, but it paid no mind to that. It looked up at the cave above, seemingly reminiscing about its past glory in the skies, but soon, the nostalgia in its eyes turned into fierce determination. even in such dire straits, it wanted these humans to know that to kill Torrens Lango would require a price of blood. Even if it had committed a grave mistake, the reason it was ultimately sealed here was not without cause. As Torrens' gaze turned fierce, its heart began to pound violently, a dull sound echoing with each heartbeat, resonating throughout the dragon's lair. With the emergence of this sound, the chains that had bound it began to shake rhythmically in sync with the beat. This scene gave Chen Shen the impression that the iron chains embedded in Torrens' body seemed to be locking away its heart. The bizarre sight filled Chen Shen with a sense of foreboding. It wasn't as if he hadn't let you strike. You had used all your skills, right? Why are you dying so quickly and pulling this nonsense again? You're a red dragon, surely you don't have a second transformation? Looking at the red dragon's stance, Chen Shen felt that it was likely about to transform. Although he had no idea what else a red dragon could turn into, he thought this was a bit excessive. You're a dragon, if you can't win, do you really need a second transformation? Shouldn't you have a bit of dragon dignity? Moreover, the key point is that this is a novice world. Even if it has been weakened, a mature dragon is still a bit outrageous. Now it actually has the ability for a second transformation. Where's the justice in that? Chen Shen, who had painstakingly hidden a move that almost took down the red dragon, was indignant about this transformation, but unfortunately, the course of events does not shift according to personal will. So, even though Chen Shen was reluctant to see it, the red dragon ultimately transformed. The chains that spread from Torrens seemed to be corroded by it, gradually changing from a reddish-brown to black, as if this black transformation were a virus, rapidly spreading along the entire chain towards the other end beneath the magma pool. The dragon blood that had been flowing on the ground now seemed to be attracted to something, beginning to flow back towards Torrens. At that moment, a wisp of black mist, seemingly representing ominousness, seeped from Torrens' heart. This black mist appeared to have a devouring quality, as all the dragon blood flowing back became its nourishment. As the dragon blood was gradually consumed, the black mist began to swell, quickly spreading over Torrens' entire body. Under the consumption of this black mist, all the flesh and blood on Torrens began to wither, and then bone spurs, birthed from the black mist as if they had absorbed Torrens' flesh and blood energy, began to erupt from its body one after another. Soon, Torrens transformed from the originally majestic red dragon into a grotesque monster shrouded in black mist, covered in bone spurs. As for the injuries caused by the archer earlier, Torrens now had no flesh or blood, so there was naturally no talk of any wounds. Torrens suddenly flapped its wings and flew upwards. Now reduced to mere bony wings, its flying ability was surprisingly stronger than before. As it soared to the highest point, two chains that had completely turned black were suddenly pulled taut. The original Torrens seemed to be very wary of being entangled by the chains. It not only paid close attention to its altitude while flying but even subconsciously avoided the warriors when they thought pulling the chains couldn't affect it. Roar, however, the current Torrens seemed to have lost its previous caution. After the chains were pulled taut, it let out an excruciating roar, yet it showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it continued to exert all its strength to fly upwards bit by bit. As it flew, the two chains became increasingly straight until, after reaching a certain limit, a crisp cracking sound suddenly echoed from beneath the magma pool, and the two chains, stretched to their limits, flew back towards Torrens. However, these flying chains did not crash into Torrens. Instead, they slowly coiled around its wings like two living serpents. After breaking free from the chains, Torrens seemed to complete the final piece of the puzzle. The black mist that had shrouded him suddenly ignited, black flames enveloping his entire body in an instant. Humans, kill me, or let me destroy this world. The corrosion of the black mist stripped Torrens' eyes of all emotion, replaced only by a bone-chilling coldness and a piercing intent to kill. Those eyes were like the merciless edge of a blade, robbing all warmth and hope from life. With Torrens' declaration, an announcement echoed throughout the entire novice world. The world boss Abyssal Dragon has appeared. Defeating the Abyssal Dragon will grant world-class rewards, while failing to defeat it will result in the slaughter of all living beings in the world. World-class boss Abyssal Dragon. This prompt did not appear in text form but was announced in the ears of all players. Hiss, looks like we've really messed up. Chen Shen gasped. What on earth is a world boss? He had never heard of such a thing, and how could it be announced to the entire world? This is too high profile. At that moment, Chen Shen suddenly remembered something. When he previously used the detection spell to check Torrens' information, there seemed to be a few question marks after his name. At the time, Chen Shen thought it might just be Torrens' full name or a hidden title, so he didn't pay much attention. Now that he thought about it, those question marks must have hidden Torrens' identity as a world boss. This was a bit troublesome. He had originally thought he had pushed Torrens to the second phase, but it turned out he had directly driven him into madness. Looking at Torrens' current state, after saying that line, he had basically lost all rationality. If nothing unexpected happened, his soul should have been completely eroded by that black mist. If one were to be optimistic, the previous Torrens could be considered dead at Chen Shen's hands, but now there was a glaring problem. The new Torrens seemed much stronger than before. Watching Torrens, standing in the air engulfed in black flames, Chen Shen couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, whoever made the mess should clean it up. If he didn't completely resolve the Abyssal Dragon here, once it emerged from the underground world, the first unfortunate one would still be his territory. So after sighing, Chen Shen silently opened his skill panel and spent all his remaining skill points. There was no turning back now. Today, even if the Dragon God came, Chen Shen could only find a way to keep it here. The news of the world boss suddenly appearing not only shocked Chen Shen but also left others bewildered. Zhang Jinrui, what's going on? What is a world boss? Zhao Taizhu, I don't know. I've never heard of it. Tai Yueha, no idea +1. I've never heard of a world boss in the novice world. Can someone in the know share some information? Xu Shangdong, even those in the know are confused. This boss has me stumped. I can assure you, this thing has never appeared in the Blue Star world before. Yang Jingxi, wow, it's the great Xu Shangdong. Xu Shangdong, stop with the great stuff, man. Let's quickly find a way to track this world boss and see if it's easy to deal with. If it's tough, I can just wait to die with you. Li, why is everyone so pessimistic? It's just a boss. You all are top-tier lords. Can't you handle one boss? Duan Wei, it's just a boss, huh? You really have no idea what you're talking about. Do you know what a voice announcement means? A boss with this kind of profile, anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't think it's easy to deal with. Anthony, this boss appeared too early. If it had shown up a little later, we could have handled it together. Lu, Han, what if this world boss is weak? After all, this is a novice world, not the main world, and how strong can a boss that appears this early really be? Walker, I also think this boss might not be that strong. How could a boss that we all can't defeat suddenly appear in a novice world? Zhang Jinrui, indeed, I think you all are worrying too much. We don't even know if this boss is in our region. Duan Wei, have you all lost your minds? Didn't you hear the announcement saying the boss is going to slaughter all living beings in the world? If it's not strong, how can it slaughter? With spit? Reina Makoto, I wonder if the world boss is tasty. Yuna, eat, eat, eat. You little foodie only know how to eat. Have you ever thought about what to do if you can't defeat it? Zhou Hong, ha, it'd be best if we all die together. Xu Shangdong, oh, isn't this Zhou the young master? I thought you were hiding under the covers, wetting your pants, but I didn't expect you to show your face. Reina Makoto, you bad thing, why didn't you go? My black dragon barbecue, boo-hoo-hoo-ana, it's okay, little Reina, I've already got his coordinates. When Brother Chen Chen comes back and kills him, you can just ask Brother Chen Chen for a black dragon tail. Reina Makoto, I want to eat dragon wings. I want to know if roasted dragon wings taste different from roasted lizard. Xu Xiangdong, you eat lizards too? Little foodie, confess honestly, do you have blood ties to our Guangdong province? Reina Makoto, my grandmother is from Guangdong, so what? Lei Yuxuan, wait, what's going on? The people who disappeared from the leaderboard weren't pushed down, they were eliminated? Tai Yueha, who did this? Was it the top of the leaderboard, Brother Chen Chen? That's too ruthless. Zhou Hong, you lowlifes just wait, when the world boss comes, you all will die. Xu Shangdong, a dog without a home shouldn't bark, just wait to die in your territory. Still, as a classmate, I'll offer incense for you every year. The news of the world boss's appearance directly shocked many people, including those top lords who rarely spoke on the leaderboard. At this moment, they couldn't help but start chatting in the regional channel. Currently, the opinions in the chat channel are roughly divided into two categories. One believes that since it is a boss that slaughters all living beings, this world boss might be very strong enough that they all can't defeat it together. The other opinion is that this world boss won't be too strong. After all, it's unlikely for a novice world to have an unbeatable boss. Both viewpoints have their supporters, and it's hard to say which side has more backing. However, among the top lords, aside from Reina Makoto, who is carefree, and Anna, who is backed by a powerful figure, the others generally hold a pessimistic attitude. But since the announcement only mentioned the appearance of the world boss without giving a location, after discussing for a while in the chat channel, they left behind a message saying that if anyone discovers the boss's whereabouts, they must report it in the chat channel before dispersing. Just as the discussion in the chat channel was heating up, a poor little deer stood frozen in place. Because it wasn't a professional, it didn't hear the announcement about the world boss, but the sense of crisis brought by the instinct to avoid danger had already made its first stand on END.at. This moment, the little deer's eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. In order to escape the sense of crisis brought by the need to avoid danger and seek fortune, it kept moving northward, feeling the restraints on its body and the sense of crisis gradually weakening. Just as it was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden and overwhelming sense of crisis completely engulfed it. Unlike before, this time the danger surged from all directions. No matter which way it turned, the feeling of crisis showed no signs of diminishing. The little deer instantly understood that this crisis had completely locked onto it. In other words, this danger was coming for it. Originally, when the little deer sensed that the source of this crisis was in Chen Shen's territory, it thought it was because it had killed those two-legged beast's subordinates, angering Chen Shen and prompting him to seek revenge. It felt so wrong that it was on the verge of tears. Those two-legged beasts had attacked it first, and when it retaliated, it hadn't even used much force. Why would they still lock onto its position for revenge? That two-legged beast must have been too petty. After feeling wronged for a while the little deer suddenly sensed that something was off. Upon careful reflection, it realized that this sense of crisis filled the entire world. No matter which direction it moved, the feeling of crisis was almost the same, because this sense of crisis was not only targeting it but also the entire world. After coming to this realization, the little deer not only didn't feel happy but instead cried even louder. This situation was recorded in the bloodline crisis it inherited. There were ruthless individuals who wanted to destroy the world. No wonder it felt that danger was everywhere. The world was about to end. With its meager strength, how could it possibly survive? Alone? It would be strange if it didn't feel a strong sense of crisis. Tears streamed down the little deer's face. This damned world really gave no leeway to deer. First, it was driven out of its nest, and before it could find a new place to settle, now it was being asked to die. This deer life was too difficult. It was still young, not yet an adult, and it didn't want to die. But right now, it had no choice. There were only two paths before it: to seek death or to wait for death. Seeking death meant heading towards the source of the world ending crisis to see if it could resolve this nascent crisis. As for waiting for death, that was simple. It could just run towards the direction it originally intended to go. Relying on its innate ability to avoid danger and seek fortune, it should be able to survive for a while, living until this world was destroyed by that ruthless individual, dying along with it. With tear-filled eyes, the little deer glanced at the direction of Chen Chen's territory and then at the direction it originally intended to go, feeling momentarily indecisive. However, after hesitating for a while, the little deer decided to trust its innate ability to avoid danger. According to its instincts, if it just walked away, it would essentially be walking into a dead end. But if it went to the place where the world-ending crisis was budding, there was a glimmer of hope for survival. That world-destroying ruthless individual should not be very strong right now. Perhaps it had a chance to eliminate this crisis in its infancy. A glimmer of hope was better than having no hope at all. Its ability to avoid danger had never been wrong, and it wouldn't fail this time either. With determination, the little deer wiped away its tears and headed straight towards Chen Chen's territory. This time, to reach the location of the world-ending crisis in the shortest time possible, it exerted almost all its strength to hurry along. Its white figure, moving at an extreme speed, almost transformed into a dazzling streak of light. Yet, it still felt it wasn't enough. Every so often, it would activate its innate skill, disappearing from its spot, only to reappear moments later, having crossed a great distance. Under its full-speed journey, a streak of intermittent white light appeared on the ground inside the dragon's nest. In order to deal with the newly emerged world boss, the abyssal dragon Torrens, Chen Chen directly used up all 5 remaining skill points. Now the heavy strike aura has been fully upgraded, and in terms of attack, Chen Chen is no longer lacking. Therefore, looking at the black flames of the abyssal dragon, Chen Chen simply maxed out the order aura, raising it to level 10, with 100-fold magic resistance. As for the remaining 2 skill points, to be safe, Chen Chen allocated them to the life aura, enhancing his constitution to an 80-fold effect. The boosts he gained from investing in aura skills were all 10-fold increases, and now he had used up all the remaining skill points, making his defense significantly stronger than before. Although Torrens had darkened into the abyssal dragon, its original strength was already close to the limits of the novice world. Even if it had darkened, it couldn't truly be 10 times stronger, right? Watching Torrens float quietly in the air, as if familiar with its own body and seemingly absorbing something, Chen Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, the mage was still trapped in the spatial cage and hadn't come out yet. Since the abyssal dragon was willing to wait, it would be better to wait until the mage came out before attacking together. The abyssal dragon, perhaps having absorbed enough unknown substances or growing a bit impatient, suddenly launched an attack just as Chen Chen was about to continue waiting. After shrinking in size, the abyssal dragon's speed was even faster than before, and the black flames in the air were still burning as its massive form appeared on the stone platform. With a sharp dragon tail crashing down heavily, several shield soldiers on the stone platform were smashed into it like nails. After this attack, although the shield soldiers embedded in the stone platform suffered almost no damage, black flames identical to those on the abyssal dragon began to burn on them. This black flame clung to the shield soldiers like a festering sore, trying to burn everything about them. Unfortunately, after Chen Chen had increased his magic resistance to 100-fold, the seemingly terrifying black flames inflicted minimal damage on the shield soldiers. Even as the stones beside the shield soldiers melted into liquid and they crawled out of the pit, they showed no signs of discomfort. Seeing the shield soldiers emerge from the pit, their bodies engulfed in black flames, Chen Chen was startled and quickly checked their status. Soon, he discovered a negative status beneath the attributes of the shield soldiers. World-burning demon flame, units attached by the demon flame will be continuously burned. As long as the dragon lives, the flame will not extinguish. Damn, what a domineering skill. After seeing this status, Chen Chen was indeed shocked. An everlasting demon flame? This skill is too ruthless. As long as the dragon is alive, the flame can keep burning. If an ordinary unit is ignited by the dragon and lacks a skill to extinguish the flame, it is basically doomed. No wonder it is named after world destruction. This demon flame is indeed fierce. Fortunately, Chen Shen had just decisively maxed out the order aura, and the once terrifying damage from the demon flame now only dealt single-digit damage to the shield soldiers. Even without considering the self-recovery ability of the shield soldiers, it would take several days for the flame to burn a shield soldier to death. After losing all emotions, the abyssal dragon seemed like a pure war machine. Seeing that the demon flame had almost no effect, its gaze showed no fluctuation. The next second, it reappeared in front of a shield soldier, directly grabbing it with its dragon claws, attempting to see if it could crush the shield soldier to death with sheer grip strength. However, its luck wasn't too good. This time, it had caught the only indestructible shield among the shield soldiers. The indestructible shield, significantly enhanced in defense, faced the abyssal dragon's immense grip without any pressure and even thought about pulling its arm out to give the abyssal dragon a taste of its own medicine. Chen also had no intention of passively taking hits. Watching the abyssal dragon that had already attacked, he directly ordered the archers to launch a covering strike. The abyssal dragon had merely lost its sanity, not its memory. As it watched the rain of arrows approaching, it glanced at the indestructible shield, which had sustained several cracks from its claws but showed no signs of breaking. It tossed the shield aside and suddenly flapped its wings to evade, successfully dodging the barrage of arrows. Chen Shen squinted at the abyssal dragon, which was constantly dodging. From its movements, he seemed to sense something amiss. Compared to the previous Taurans, the abyssal dragon was undoubtedly much stronger and faster, but the problem was that, unlike the versatile Taurans, the current abyssal dragon seemed to lack any flashy techniques. Aside from the world-burning flame, which was countered by the order aura, the methods displayed by the abyssal dragon so far appeared to be limited to physical attacks. Even when faced with the archer's shots, it did not use any magic to interfere or block but chose to evade directly. This abyssal dragon couldn't possibly be devoid of magical abilities, could it? Chen Shen, who had various violent enhancements, had always despised opponents with flashy techniques. His troops had high ranks and relied solely on attributes and attack bonuses. When facing opponents with flashy techniques, he found himself at a disadvantage in skills. If long-range output was neutralized and he couldn't close in for melee, he would be left in a position where his strength was rendered useless. However, if he encountered an opponent without flashy techniques, like this dragon, even if its attributes and abilities had multiplied compared to before, without its previous magical capabilities, it would merely be a pawn to him. After observing for a moment and confirming that the abyssal dragon indeed lacked any spells and could only rely on speed to dodge, Chen Shen's lips curled into a smile. So you really can't use magic, huh? Then let's see what cruelty feels like. Under the relentless pursuit of the arrows, the abyssal dragon darted through the sky like a stray dog, constantly changing its form without a moment's pause. It was left with only its instinct to kill. It hadn't lost its memory. It still vividly remembered how the archers had nearly killed it before it transformed. Although it was now stronger, it knew better than to withstand the archers' attacks head-on. Compared to before, the abyssal dragon's speed had increased significantly. Due to its rapid flight, the blazing black flames on its body almost left a black trail in the sky. With such extreme speed, it dodged the vast majority of arrows, and even the few it couldn't avoid, it managed to evade through a sort of flickering ability, teleporting short distances randomly. If the abyssal dragon still had its previous rationality, it would undoubtedly feel quite frustrated, as it was being hit both before and after its transformation, and now it was taking even more damage than before. What was the point of transforming then? Fortunately, this frustration wouldn't last long, as the so-called mid-tier low-tier mage's impenetrable spatial cage was finally broken by Chen Shen's mage. With their exit, the abyssal dragon's escape was officially over. Due to the long attack range, the abyssal dragon was given time to evade. Chen Shen considered this and slightly adjusted his tactics, splitting the 200 archers into two directions to gradually close the distance. From afar, it could dodge, but once they got closer, the arrows would arrive in an instant, and he wanted to see how it would evade then. As for the remaining 300 archers, they couldn't move. Chen Shen needed to keep them at the cave entrance. If they all got too close and gave the abyssal dragon a chance to escape through the cave, it would be troublesome. As the 200 archers gradually closed in, arrows began to hit the abyssal dragon sporadically, and once the mage broke free from his seal, its evasion days were officially over. In terms of remote control, the mage was undoubtedly a master, throwing various slowing and freezing spells at the abyssal dragon as if they were free. Under the immense mental boost from the wisdom aura, even though the abyssal dragon had extremely high magic resistance and tenacity, its movements were inevitably affected. Meanwhile, the archers, bolstered by the durability aura, were drawing their bows so hard that they almost created phantoms. The moment the abyssal dragon paused for even a second, hundreds of arrows would rain down upon it. It must be said that compared to its previous red dragon state, the current abyssal dragon was significantly stronger. Just a moment ago, a single wave of arrows had incapacitated the red dragon state of Torrens, yet now the abyssal dragon had endured 5 waves of arrows and still retained half of its health. Upon reaching half health, the abyssal dragon entered a berserk state. It hovered in the air, its black flames swelling instantly, and a black fire ring erupted like a nuclear shockwave, melting all attacks directed at it and spreading in all directions. The overwhelming black fire ring extended far and wide, even reaching Chen Shan and the 300 archers left at the cave entrance. Any unit covered by the fire ring was ignited by the black flames, instantly acquiring a burning negative status. And that wasn't all, as everyone fell into a burning state. Wisps of black smoke seemed to come alive, drifting from Chen Shan and the others, ultimately merging back into the abyssal dragon's body like swallows returning to their nests. As this black smoke was absorbed by the abyssal dragon, its health surged, little by little. There was no helping it. This world-ending shock skill relied on the magic flames to heal. The higher the damage from the magic flames, the more it healed, but the exceptionally high magic resistance of Chen Shan and his group made this potentially lethal skill appear somewhat ineffectual. Truly powerful, Chen Shan couldn't help but exclaim deeply as he watched the abyssal dragon unleash its 360-degree ultimate move at half health. Not only did it have such a wide-ranging attack, but it could also heal itself by burning its enemies. If they were to attack it in the wild, even if they could leverage their numerical advantage and fearless warriors to whittle down its health after it unleashed such a wave of fiery impact, they would likely face total annihilation. What was even more terrifying was that it could heal itself after dealing damage. After wiping them out, it could restore its own state. Where could one find reason in that? One could only say, as expected of a world boss with voice announcements, it truly possessed the ability to slaughter the entire world. Of course, since no one on Chen Shan's side had fallen, he was unaware that the abyssal dragon also had the ability to transform the dead. Any unit that died from the black flames would be converted into abyssal creatures. These creatures might not be very strong, but their most troublesome aspect was that they would burn with the black flames of the abyss, effectively igniting everything in their path. This was the abyssal dragon's means to slaughter the world's beings and even pollute the entire world. Unfortunately, this ability was practically useless in front of Chen Shan. After his moment of reflection, he glanced at the double-digit burning damage floating above him and shook his head. The abyssal dragon was purely a numerical monster, and encountering him was indeed a stroke of bad luck for the abyssal dragon. After this wave of world-ending shock, Chen Shan ordered an intensified effort to quickly take down the abyssal dragon. To prevent it from pulling any more tricks, after releasing its skills, the abyss dragon, whose health had not recovered, instantly fell into a state of lethargy. Faced with an almost continuous barrage of ranged attacks, it was already in a passive state of being beaten. And at this moment, it completely lost the ability to fight back. No matter how it tried to dodge, it could only slightly slow down the rate at which its health was depleting. Just as the abyss dragon was being unilaterally beaten, a cute little deer suddenly charged in, even causing it to momentarily lose control and crash into Chen Shan, who was hiding at the back of the crowd. Ouch, damn it, Chen barely had time to exclaim a national treasure, and in an instant he was sent flying, the immense impact from the deer embedding him into the cave wall. Chen Shan never expected that someone would ambush him from behind. Crawling out from the wall, he looked dazedly at the adorable little deer. What's going on? What's going on? Like Chen Shan, the little deer that had stopped thanks to the crowd also had this question floating in its mind. Wasn't it said that there were world-ending tough guys here? Where are the tough guys? Bu Yunlu glanced around the dragon's lair, and with its instinct for avoiding danger, it quickly determined that the unfortunate creature being shot at like a hedgehog seemed to be the world-ending tough guy this time. Wait, where are the so-called world-ending tough guys? How come they are being beaten by a group of bipedal beasts? And what's up with this group of bipedal beasts? How did they end up here, and why are they beating this world-ending tough guy? Moreover, the strangest thing was why it felt somewhat familiar with these bipedal beasts. Bu Yunlu was momentarily stunned, but soon recognized them through their uniform attire and the sense of crisis that felt like a knife at its throat. These were the bipedal beasts that had killed all the strong ones in this circle, right? Now they could even kill world-level strong beings? Bu Yunlu felt that its talent for avoiding danger might have led it into a trap. There was indeed a world-ending crisis here, but it had nothing to do with it. It had rushed over with all its might. It wouldn't be coming to deliver itself to death, would it? Wait, the bipedal beast I just knocked away. Just as Bu Yunlu thought of this, a grinning bipedal beast appeared in front of it. Great, I was just looking for you, didn't expect you to come right to me. Did you steal the water from the energy pool? And that punishment trident, was it also intercepted by you? Hearing Chen Shan's words, Bu Yunlu fell silent for a moment, then slowly lowered its head and spat the punishment trident onto the ground, subsequently emitting a tender voice. Can we make peace? Upon hearing this tender voice, Chen Shan's eyes lit up. A communicable neutral spirit beast. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, besides the aggressive, ordinary monsters, there are also some extremely special beings. These monsters do not belong to the indigenous creatures of the battlefield, so they do not pose a strong threat to professionals. Players in the battlefield generally refer to these types of beings as neutral spirit beasts. These spirit beasts are absolutely the best companions for professionals because they can be transformed into pets or guardian beasts for lord professions. However, due to their scarcity, they are quite hard to encounter. Previously, when Chen Chen saw the deer drink water and then run away without attacking Chris and the others, he speculated that it might be a neutral spirit beast. Now, hearing it speak voluntarily, Chen Chen had completely confirmed its identity. Moreover, judging by its tender voice, it was clearly still in its juvenile stage. Shouldn't he hurry to take it? No, he should quickly bring it back to the territory and give it a warm home. Boo. Yunlu didn't know what Chen Chen was thinking. It only knew that after it spat out the punishment trident, the sense of crisis brought by these bipedal beasts immediately diminished by more than half, as if these bipedal beasts no longer had any killing intent towards it. This immediately relieved it. These bipedal creatures not only outnumbered those before, but their strength seemed to have increased as well. When those bipedal creatures armed with bows and arrows aimed at it just now, it could clearly feel its death omen star flashing wildly, without needing the talent for fortune-telling to remind it. Clearly, the bipedal creatures with bows before could barely break through its defenses, but now, it inexplicably felt that if it took a few more arrows, it might just die. These bipedal creatures were terrifying. No wonder even world-destroying beasts were being held down and beaten by them. Fortunately, they seemed to be reasonable and had no intention of killing it. It was just that the way this human looked at it was so strange. Ahem, this friend, little dear. First of all, thank you for returning my punishment trident. Chen Chen cleared his throat, trying to appear friendly, then pretended to look troubled and said, but you returned it a bit late. That friend whose trident you took, his equipment was borrowed through a high-interest loan. Because you took the punishment trident, he couldn't repay the debt in time, and now he's dead. Question mark. Though little deer was suddenly filled with question marks. Having never interacted with humans, it clearly didn't understand what had happened, but its talent for fortune-telling told it that something bad seemed to have occurred. What does high-interest loan mean? Seeing the little deer was even more innocent than he had imagined, Chen Shen's smile became even friendlier. He briefly explained to the little deer. It means borrowing one piece of equipment and returning 3. Borrow 1 treasure and return 3 treasures? The little deer's small eyes flashed with great shock. Then why did he borrow? That's not important. Chen Chen waved his hand dismissively, skipping over that unimportant detail, and continued, what's important is that he is now dead. However, even though the person is dead, the debt cannot disappear. He can't repay the debt, so it falls to you, who took the punishment trident, to repay it. Now, besides this punishment trident, you also need to provide 3 pieces of equipment of the same quality to settle the account completely. Oh, right, you also drank the water from my energy pool without permission. Besides those 3 pieces of equipment, you also need to return the water from the energy pool, so we can settle the accounts. Taking advantage of the little deer's ignorance of loans, Chen Chen subtly changed the concept of borrowing 1 and returning 3 into borrowing 1 and returning 4, meaning the little deer not only had to repay Chris's debt but wouldn't even get back the principal. I have to repay? The little deer, initially shocked, instantly became alert. It stared warily at Chen Chen and said, I have no treasures, and they attacked me first. I only took their treasures. This can't be blamed on me, and I didn't borrow from you, so this loan of yours can't make me repay. There's no way around it. We lenders never make losing deals. If a person is gone, then the debt is recognized by the item. Since you took this punishment trident, then you must repay the debt. Chen Chen felt a bit regretful. He hadn't expected this little deer to be not as foolish as it looked. It was right, in principle. This debt shouldn't fall on it. But the problem was that the principal was now in Chen Chen's hands, so whoever he said should repay, must repay. I'm actually a very reasonable person. I know he attacked you first, so I won't hold his death against you. Otherwise, besides the treasures I just mentioned, you would also have to repay a life. In this day and age, there are very few lenders like me who are reasonable, so hurry up and say thank you. Thank you. The little deer was just small, not foolish. At this point, how could it not see that Chen Chen was trying to extort it? It widened its eyes, originally wanting to say that this had nothing to do with it, but after seeing the bow and arrow in the archer's hands, it smoothly said, thank you, but I don't have any treasures. No treasures is not a problem. Chen Chen smiled upon seeing that the little deer was so perceptive. I support working off debts. As long as you work, you can repay the debt. Just 3 pieces of orange equipment. With your esteemed status, you only need a short amount of time to clear the debt. Of course, during this period, there might be a little bit of interest. At this point, Chen Chen gestured with his hand in a way that resembled a fingertip universe, then comforted, but it's okay, for you, this is not a problem at all. I won't give you work. The little deer shook its head without hesitation. Although it couldn't understand the traps in Chen Chen's words, its innate ability to avoid danger was frantically warning it that this was a big pit, and once it jumped in, it wouldn't be able to get out. After refusing, worried that it might anger Chen Chen, it quickly added, but I know where there are treasures better than this fork. I can take you to steal them and we can split them. My half can count as repaying the debt, okay? Oh, this little deer was quite the treasure hunter. No problem, providing force is also within our business scope. Just as you said, as long as you provide the coordinates when we steal the treasures, we'll split them evenly. Chen Shen agreed with a smile, truly not expecting this little deer to bring him some surprises. Not only could it become the guardian beast of the territory, but it also knew so many boss locations. Now, he was even less likely to let it go. As for its proposal, Chen Shen naturally couldn't agree. He wanted the treasures, and he definitely couldn't let the deer go. A young deer running around outside was too dangerous. It was better to settle in his territory. Unfortunately, he currently didn't have a guardian token, so he couldn't force the little deer to stay. Otherwise, his attitude wouldn't be as polite as it was now. Because of this, Chen Shen didn't outright refuse but agreed to the little deer's conditions. As long as it was willing to return to his territory, things would be easier. He had plenty of ways to keep increasing its debt. He didn't believe that this greedy little deer, which would rather take a beating to drink a few sips of water, could resist drinking from the energy pool or eating the spiritual plants grown in the spiritual fields. And even if it could resist, that was fine. Chen Shen only mentioned the interest on 3 pieces of equipment, but he never said that the 3 pieces of equipment had no interest. So when the repayment was delayed, a little late fee would be quite reasonable, right? The little deer didn't know Chen Shen's malicious intentions. Hearing that he agreed so easily, it was overjoyed. This bipedal creature was indeed a bit too terrifying. In just a short conversation, its ability to avoid danger was constantly giving it warnings. If it had an alarm for its ability to avoid danger, it would definitely be ringing non-stop right now. This was the first time its ability was so frantically alerting it, so it was genuinely a bit afraid of this bipedal creature. Fortunately, he agreed to its conditions. After stealing the treasures from that group of guys, it would quickly run far away and never see him again. As for those who were to be robbed of their treasures, they could only count themselves unlucky. After all, they weren't good things, they were just eating their grass. This time, it would take this bipedal creature over there, not only to eat their grass but also to pull out their roots. Just as the terms were finalized between one person and one deer, the deep abyss dragon, which had been under fire for a long time and whose health had plummeted, entered its final explosive phase. However, this explosion was not to kill enemies but to escape. The abyssal dragon knew that as long as it couldn't achieve a one-hit kill, continuing to persist would only lead to its demise. After trying many attack methods without being able to kill the warriors under Chen Shen's command, it decided to flee. The abyssal dragon had appeared to annihilate the world, not to engage in a death struggle with Chen Shen. Therefore, when its health dropped to the critical point, it unleashed a wave of black flames and flew towards the cave entrance. Facing the attacks of 300 archers might lead to its death, but staying put would certainly result in its demise. The closer it got to the cave entrance, the narrower the passage became, leaving it with almost no room to evade. This was also why it hadn't fled directly at the beginning. Now, with no choice left, it unleashed all the black flames towards Chen Shen's direction. Under the cover of the black flames, the archers were not harmed, but the arrows they shot melted away in the black flames. Chen Shen, who had long been prepared for this, was not surprised at all. He immediately ordered the archers to convert their arrows into elemental arrows and activated a powerful skill that had been reserved for a long time, ready to shoot it back. Suddenly, a white light appeared and crashed violently into the flying abyssal dragon. Compared to the massive size of the abyssal dragon, the figure transformed into white light seemed incredibly small. As soon as they made contact, the tiny figure was sent flying, yet under its impact, the rapidly flying abyssal dragon seemed to hit the brakes and came to a halt. What are you, a cow or a deer? Why are you so reckless? Chen Shen stared in disbelief at the little deer that had been knocked away. A tiny creature dared to confront such a large abyssal dragon and actually forced it to stop. What kind of deer was this? However, Chen Shen had no time to worry about the little deer now. He quickly glanced at the little deer that had fallen to the ground, engulfed in black flames, before hastily shifting his gaze away. Since the little deer had created such a great opportunity for output, he needed to quickly take down the abyssal dragon. Otherwise, the little deer didn't have their high magic resistance, and if it got burned by the demonic flames, it would be troublesome. Therefore, instead of having the archers use repelling arrows, Chen Shen changed his mind and ordered them to initiate rapid fire. With a 250% attack speed bonus from the durability aura, the archers were already shooting quickly. Now, with rapid fire activated, their bow-drawing hands left behind after images, and the arrows they shot lined up in straight lines at such a high shooting frequency, continuously piercing into the abyssal dragon. The stunned abyssal dragon had no room to evade at such a close distance, and under the rapid fire enhancement, it was hit by thousands of arrows per second, taking every single one without exception. With the heavy strike aura's 100-fold critical hit bonus, it was not just left with a sliver of health. Even at full health, it was in grave danger. In just a moment, its health was completely drained, and it fell heavily from the sky. Congratulations on defeating the world boss, achieving the title of World Guardian. Congratulations on defeating the legendary monster, Abyssal Dragon, level +3. Congratulations on defeating the Abyssal Dragon. You have received congratulations after killing the Abyssal Dragon. A long string of notifications popped up instantly, granting him an achievement and even allowing him to level up 3 times on the spot. However, Chen Chen had no time to look at the notifications. He merely glanced at them and hurriedly ran towards the direction of the step cloud deer. Equipment and achievements wouldn't run away, but there was only this one deer. He couldn't let it die. Just as he was about to check on the step cloud deer's injuries, the news of the world boss being killed was once again broadcasted to everyone through voice announcements. The world boss has been defeated and you have gained a temporary status, World Guardian. The world boss has been defeated. The announcement was the same as last time, continuously broadcast 3 times, but the difference this time was that the death of the world boss also granted them a temporary buff. World Guardian, experience drop plus 25%, attributes of professionals and their affiliated units plus 5%, health recovery plus 5%, luck plus 1%. Temporary boost lasts for 3 days. These 3 announcements, combined with this powerful temporary buff, instantly ignited the previously quiet chat channel. Yu Yaozong, what the hell? What's going on? How long has this world boss been around and it's already dead? Is this even worthy of being called a world boss? At this rate, even a super tier boss would be tougher to beat. When Shentao, which big shot killed this world boss? Can someone explain what happened? Li, what happened to those big shots? Who just said the world boss was so strong? How can such a strong world boss die so quickly? Lu Han, it's indeed a slap in the face. Just now, they were so confident about how strong the world boss was, and now it's dead like a stray dog on the street kicked to death by someone. How can that be called strong? Walker, you know, this boss actually gives a pretty decent temporary attribute. Too bad I didn't encounter this world boss, otherwise, I might have snagged a bonus. The face-slapping ridicule made Duan Wei unable to hold back any longer. Looking at the foolish comments from these people, he directly started to vent in the chat channel. Duan Wei, are you blind? Can't you see how strong that status is? Killing a stray dog on the street can grant such a strong buff to everyone in the world, right? Do you really not think at all? Li, then how do you explain the world boss being killed in such a short time? Duan Wei. Absolute kill, no solution. Li's words left Duan Wei speechless. Rationally, he believed that a boss with such a reputation couldn't be weak, otherwise, it wouldn't be announced worldwide, nor would it grant such a powerful buff to unrelated people after being defeated. All these signs indicated that this world boss must be very strong, likely possessing the power to destroy the entire world. But no matter how rationally he analyzed it, he couldn't escape the fact that this boss died so quickly. After all, if this world boss were truly strong, it couldn't possibly die so fast. Duan Wei's mind was racing, and he even began to doubt himself. Could it be that this world boss was really weak? Zhang Jinrui, that's quite normal. Maybe this world boss is growth-oriented and was killed before it could grow. That's also a possibility. Zhao Taiju, brother, you make a good point. I think it could be that way too. After all, we haven't done anything, yet we get such a strong status. If it were too weak, that wouldn't make sense. Li, then how do you explain the world boss being killed in such a short time? Zhao Taiju, no, sis, can you stop arguing? Didn't we just say it could be a growth-oriented boss? Chu Shangdong, besides a growth-oriented boss, there's another big possibility. Someone hacked and killed this boss. Zhang Jinrui, hacked? No way, big shot, don't joke around. The battlefield of all realms isn't a game. Where would the hacks come from? Chu Shangdong, when a person is several levels stronger than everyone else, isn't that just like hacking? Chu Shangdong, if you don't believe it, just look at the level leaderboard. I almost got scared to death when I leveled up 3 times on the spot. Amy, really a big shot? Who are you talking about? It can't be the top of the leaderboard, Chen Chen, right? But didn't someone say his initial unit is the most ordinary farmer? Yu Wenchuan, wow, it really is. Chen Chen is already level 14. There's no way he actually killed the world boss, that's just too impressive. Yin Zitsong, just lucky, he probably encountered a weak world boss at the start. If I had met it, I would have leveled up 3 times in a row. Duan Wei, some people are really fearless in their ignorance. They dare to talk big when they haven't encountered anything. Yin Zitsong, even if he did encounter it, so what? My initial unit is also B-level. If he, with a starting unit of a farmer, can do it, why can't I? It's just that he got a life unit at the start, so his gathering speed is a bit faster. What's so great about that? Yin Zitsong, and they all claim to be S-level unit professionals, really have no shame. Anthony, to be able to upgrade his territory to level 10 in such a short time with a farmer as his initial unit, no matter how he did it, he is undoubtedly a big shot. Unfortunately, he will have a hard time surviving this monster. Siege. Chu Shangdong, stop talking nonsense. What the myriad races can do, we can do too. Just because the myriad races can't do it, doesn't mean we blue star. People can't. You guys are just scared and bent the knee for no reason. Chu Xiangdong, Anthony, you better stop spouting nonsense like this in the future, or don't. Blame me for chasing you down and cursing you out.
Anthony, mature for his age, has always been the nice guy who doesn't offend anyone, so when Chu Xiangdong scolded him, he just smiled and didn't take it to heart. Deep down, however, he didn't believe Chen Chen had any hope of surviving the monster siege. The reason? Probably. Just as Chu Xiangdong said, if the myriad races can't do it, why can the Blue Star people? If the Blue Star people were really that strong, they wouldn't have been at the bottom of the myriad races for so many years. With that thought, Anthony looked into the distance with a complex expression and finally shook his head. Silently, Blue Star has no future. Similar chats to those in Chen Chen's regional channel were happening across all channels in the novice world. Aside from not discussing who killed the world boss, the rest of the discussions were quite similar. After asking who killed the world boss, the one thing that left everyone puzzled was what exactly this world boss was, how it could be announced so grandly yet die so quickly. If you say it's weak, it had a world announcement when it appeared, and gave everyone a powerful buff upon its death. But if you say it's strong, it was killed in no time, looking like a stray dog that could be kicked to death by anyone. This contradictory situation left everyone confused. After discussing for half a day, people felt the most reasonable explanation was that this world boss was likely a growth-type boss, weak in the early stages but strong later on. Then, before it could grow, it unfortunately encountered a professional and was kicked to death like a stray dog. This conclusion was accepted by most, as they thought it was the most reasonable. After all, if it weren't like this, it couldn't be that a super strong person just easily took down a powerful world boss, right? As a newly promoted super powerhouse, Chen Chen had no time to pay attention to the discussions in the chat channel. He didn't even look at Anna's messages and rushed straight to the front of Bu Yunlu. Bu Yunlu had just been knocked away, crashing heavily against the cave ceiling, leaving deep cracks in the stone walls. However, it was mostly unscathed. Being used to taking hits, it was quite tough. Now, aside from spitting out a bit of blood and struggling to get up, it didn't have any major issues. Seeing the little deer, which was almost unharmed, Chen Chen felt relieved and couldn't help but marvel. As a mere lord-level boss, it had dared to collide with an epic-level boss and emerged relatively unscathed. What kind of bloodline did this little deer possess to be so formidable? After the astonishment, Chen Chen's resolve to take the little deer back only strengthened. A fighter with such a powerful bloodline would be a great loss not to have by his side. Chen Chen discreetly took out the guardian token and held it in his hand, then smiled and asked, "Little deer, I see you're injured quite badly. How about coming back to my territory? I can help you heal your wounds. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after a nap," the little deer replied honestly, its youthful voice carrying a hint of sincerity. When it saw the world-destroying lizard charging at it, it knew it was no match for the creature, but realizing that letting it escape would lead to danger, the little deer charged headfirst without hesitation. Thanks to its talent for avoiding calamity, it knew it wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger, so although it looked a bit worse for wear after the collision, it hadn't sustained any severe injuries. As for why it was now lying on the ground unable to get up, it was purely because it had been frightened by Chen Chen's archers. The talent for avoiding calamity hadn't deceived it. Those bipedal creatures wielding bows and arrows were indeed much stronger than before. Even with its hardest antlers, it had failed to leave a scratch on that massive lizard. However, under the arrows of those archers, the lizard seemed to be made of clay, disintegrating into bone fragments, especially the terrifying sight of arrows raining down in a nearly straight line, which had a tremendous impact on the little deer's innocent heart. Fortunately, this bipedal creature had reconciled with it, otherwise, the little deer felt it would have nightmares about that terrifying endless rain of arrows. "No, your situation is serious, you have internal injuries. If you don't take care of it properly, it could lead to major problems," Chen Chen said earnestly. "Just so happens I have an energy pool. Come back to my territory with me and drink some of the pool water to recover. By the way, it's the same kind you stole last time." The little deer was about to explain that it had the talent for avoiding calamity and was well aware of its own condition, but upon hearing Chen Chen mention taking it back to drink from the energy pool, it swallowed its words. With a somewhat dazed expression, it said, well, I do have a little internal injury. If I could drink a couple of sips of the energy pool water, it would definitely help me recover faster." Heaven knows, Bu Yunlu had never lied in its life, and now, for the sake of drinking Chen Chen's energy pool water, it was stuttering for the first time. However, the little deer, extremely nervous about lying, overlooked a crucial point. Chen Chen had only said he would take it back to drink the energy pool water, not that he would treat it to a drink. Since the little deer didn't ask this question, Chen Chen naturally wouldn't bring it up. Once it drank, who would pay for the water? That would be up to Chen Chen to decide. The poor stepdeer, having lived alone since childhood, was never taught not to eat things given by strangers. At this moment, it had no idea of the malice hidden in Chen Chen's heart. It simply thought this was a really generous biped, allowing it to drink from the energy pool. As for the frantic warnings of good fortune and avoiding misfortune, it believed it was just startled by the archer, which was why its talent reacted this way.
After all, such a generous biped couldn't possibly harm it. Watching the naive little deer clearly lacking in social experience, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. But soon, he brushed the guilt aside. The multiverse battlefield was so dangerous, and the little deer could easily encounter peril on its own, so it was better for it to come with him. After all, he wasn't trying to harm it, he was just looking for a warm home for it. Since that's the case, let's not delay. You can come back to the territory with me? Okay. Just after Chen Chen finished this mental preparation, the little deer, which had been frantically warning of good fortune and avoiding misfortune, suddenly stopped for some unknown reason. After agreeing to Chen Chen, the little deer looked at him with a hint of surprise, not understanding why this was happening. However, it quickly pushed the thought aside, believing that the biped was a good person and would definitely not harm it. Now, it was considering that it had just drunk from the energy pool and hadn't fully absorbed it yet. Would it be a waste to drink again now? But if it didn't drink now, would the biped still let it drink after it had a good sleep and healed? Should it store the energy for later absorption? If it had known that this biped was so kind, it wouldn't have stolen the pool water before. It had really taken a beating for nothing. But if he let me drink, shouldn't I drink a little less? This stuff is so precious. What if I drink too much and seem a bit rude? With its mind swirling with chaotic thoughts, the steppe deer didn't notice that it had unknowingly followed Chen Chen all the way back to his territory. The dazed little deer only snapped awake to its talent of good fortune and avoiding misfortune. When it reached the outer wall of Chen Chen's territory, it looked at the wall, which seemed to be made of flesh and blood, and felt an inexplicable terror fill its heart. This wasn't because the blood and flesh wall had any malice towards it, it was purely the fear of a powerful alien lifeform that its talent sensed, creating a deep-seated fear of alien beings. Perhaps to others, this was just an ordinary wall. Even if they could see its flesh and blood nature, they wouldn't think much of it. But the steppe deer was different. Under the influence of its talent, its perception was incredibly sharp. It could clearly sense just how strong this wall was under Chen Chen's aura. Seeing the little deer's reaction to the wall, Chen Chen could basically confirm that it must have some enhanced perception talent, so he smiled and reassured it, "Don't be afraid. It was transformed by the insectoid life device. It's just a biological creation. It's not a complete life form yet, and without my command, it won't actively attack any creature, so you don't need to worry about it." The little deer looked at the towering wall, cautiously swallowing. Was it really safe with such a massive blood and flesh wall? Why did it always feel like this wall would eat it? Moreover, the pressure from this wall was even stronger than that of the world-destroying great lizard. What was up with this biped? Why was there such a terrifying thing in its territory? At that moment, the little deer suddenly felt less inclined to visit Chen Chen's territory. But thinking of the energy pool water, it hesitated again. The biped had invited it to drink water. How could it possibly harm it? Besides, it couldn't fight him anyway. If he wanted to harm it, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Thinking of this, the little deer suddenly felt enlightened. The two-legged beasts were so strong and had no ill intentions towards it. So what was there to be afraid of? If the sky were to fall, there were two-legged beasts to hold it up. After coming to this realization, the little deer felt much happier. Having been frightened all day by its talent for avoiding danger, it returned to its true nature. After receiving Chen Chen's permission, it filled with fear of the flesh and blood wall, hopped and skipped to the city wall, then curiously stretched out its hoof to poke at the wall, wanting to confirm whether it was made of flesh or stone. Watching the little deer, which for some reason had suddenly become a bit carefree, Chen Chen silently sighed. With this personality, it wouldn't be surprising if it got tricked 800 times a day on Blue Star. However, thinking of its tender voice, Chen Chen felt somewhat relieved. After all, a young steppe cloud deer, if compared to humans, was probably equivalent to a 4 or 5-year-old child. Although it had lived a long time and seen a lot, making it much smarter than human children of the same age, it was still a young one. Expecting it to be as cunning as an adult was clearly unrealistic. Moreover, due to its own powerful combat ability, it could almost be considered among the top tier in the novice world. So aside from getting a little beaten up when trying to steal something, it probably hadn't suffered any losses, making its simplicity quite normal. Chen Chen watched as the little deer poked at the city wall while trembling in fear, and couldn't help but shake his head before snapping his fingers. In the next moment, the city wall in front of the little deer began to shrink, retreating to the sides and opening up an incredibly wide passage. The little deer, which had been cautiously poking at the wall, wanting to see what was so magical about this biological creation that exerted such powerful pressure on it, was suddenly startled by the parting wall. Its fur almost fluffed up in an instant, and it instinctively vanished from its spot, reappearing directly behind Chen Chen the next moment. With the talent for avoiding danger, the little deer rarely encountered anything that could scare it, but just today, it had been startled twice. The first time was by the world boss, and the second time was by the suddenly moving wall, which was a novel experience for it, though it wasn't one it particularly wanted. Fortunately, having established that Chen Chen wouldn't harm it, the little deer quickly realized that the wall had opened up a passage like a door. Seeing this, the little deer was filled with envy. If only this flesh and blood wall were its. Previously, the nests it built were usually in caves, which became very damp whenever it rained, and sometimes heavy rain would flood the inside. If it had a door that could open and close by itself, the cave would be so much more comfortable. Unfortunately, this wall was too large for it to steal, and the two-legged beast was a good person, so it couldn't steal from him either. However, having just touched it, the wall seemed to be alive. The little deer peeked out from behind Chen Shen, sneaking a glance at the wall, and thought mischievously that if that were the case, cutting off a piece to take back might also keep it alive. If that were true, could it have such a door that opened and closed automatically in the future? Chen Shen looked at the little deer hiding behind him, feeling quite awkward. To be honest, he hadn't intended to scare the little deer, he just wanted to demonstrate the convenience of the flesh and blood wall, not expecting it to be so sensitive and get frightened. However, looking at the little deer, whose eyes were darting around as if it were plotting something mischievous, it was clear that it had already recovered from its fright. Therefore, he felt it unnecessary to comfort it further and instead ordered his subordinates to carry the corpse of the abyssal dragon back to the territory first. For dragons of this caliber, aside from the items they drop, their own bodies are also rare spoils of war. Whether it's dragon blood, dragon meat, or dragon scales, all can be considered treasures, especially since this was a transformed abyssal dragon, making it even more valuable. Not bringing it back to Skin and Deb 1 would indeed be a disservice to its identity as an abyssal dragon. Although there was nothing particularly special left in the territory, to avoid scaring the little deer again, Chen Shen decided to let his troops carry the abyssal dragon's body ahead, and only after they entered would he bring the little deer in last. Once they entered Chen Shen's territory, the little deer didn't even bother to look at the slowly closing city walls behind it. Instead, it suddenly closed its eyes and gently sniffed the air a few times. After a moment, when it opened its eyes, they were filled with delight. I think I smell food. Strictly speaking, the little deer had lived quite well over the years, always approaching houses with good food to nibble a bit. Although it inevitably faced beatings and even expulsions, for the little deer, this was hardly a big deal. For the sake of delicious food, what's a little beating? The little deer had long since gotten used to it. The only thing that made the little deer unhappy was that this world was too barren, with delicious food being far too scarce. Having stayed in the novice world for so long, it had encountered only a handful of plant-type monsters, and the most troublesome part was that the plant-type monsters that could become bosses were generally quite strong. The twin ghost Sephora tree was the only one it could provoke. Thus, even though the twin ghost Sephora tree had thorns and the blood-sucking vine would drain its blood while it nibbled on its leaves, it still occasionally wandered over to munch on the blood-sucking vine's leaves. This wasn't entirely due to its gluttony, but rather because there was simply too little edible food in this world. Those ordinary plants contained far too little energy for its tier, hardly qualifying as food, serving only to barely stave off hunger. Unlike those carnivorous monsters, it couldn't directly eat other monsters without worrying about food issues. So, over the years, aside from occasionally nibbling on a few leaves of the blood-sucking vine, it generally remained in a state of hunger. Therefore, upon arriving in Chen Shen's territory, it immediately caught the scent of the spiritual plants being cultivated there. It couldn't even bother to greet Chen Shen, instinctively following the direction of the fragrant aroma, leading it to Chen Shen's spiritual field. Dragon blood rice, golden jade rice, yellow dragon millet, jade corn, green river bamboo. At this moment, the seedlings in the spiritual field had just begun to sprout, most of them looking quite similar. If Chen Shen were to come and look, without checking the panel data, he certainly wouldn't be able to tell which was which. However, the little deer was well acquainted with these spiritual plants, naming them one by one. The little deer wanted to give itself a kick to see if it was dreaming. How could it possibly dream of so much delicious food at once if it wasn't? But soon, it realized that this was definitely not a dream. Who dreams of seedlings? They must dream of mature crops. Looking at these spiritual plants still in their seedling state, it only knew about them through its bloodline inheritance but had never eaten them before, and it was practically drooling. It wished that these spiritual plants could mature right away so it could take a few bites. To be honest, if it weren't for remembering that these belonged to someone and that the bipedal creatures treated it quite well, it might not have been able to wait for the seedlings to mature and would have gone straight for them. Seeing the deer's reaction, Chen Shen's lips curled up again as he knowingly asked, "You like to eat these things, huh?" Hum. The deer nodded repeatedly without any guard, its eyes filled with anticipation as it looked at Chen Shen. "When these ripen, can I have a little? Just a tiny bit is enough for me to taste. By the way, you like treasures, right? I could steal a bit and trade it with you, how about that?" No, it's not something particularly precious. If you want to eat it, feel free." Chen Shen was particularly generous at this moment, but after saying that, he pretended to be troubled and said, "However, these crops will take a few more days to mature. If you want to eat them, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here and wait for a while." That's fine. I can wait, no matter how long." Seeing Chen Shen agree, the deer nodded eagerly. At this moment, its eyes were filled with admiration for Chen Shen. Not only was he exceptionally strong, but he could also grow spirit plants. To it, he was like a generous and magnanimous, wealthy friend. So, let alone waiting a few days, it wouldn't mind staying here. It's settled. Watching the deer's reaction, Chen Chen knew that even if it was just for these spirit plants, it wouldn't leave, and he felt a sense of calm wash over him. For him, this was undoubtedly the best outcome. After all, keeping it here was just the beginning. They would be together day and night in the future. It was naturally better to win it over with feelings than through coercion or temptation. As for a few tricks, that wasn't really a problem. After all, people know to cultivate feelings when pursuing a girl, and once a deer chooses to become a guardian beast, there's no turning back. So compared to dating, being a guardian beast was undoubtedly much more important. If you don't give a few gifts to cultivate feelings, why would it stay to be your guardian beast? Fortunately, this was a naive little deer that hadn't seen much of the world. If it were an adult boss, it would probably see through Chen Chen's intentions at a glance. At that point, let alone getting close, it might not even talk to him and could just run away. Indeed, being a bit simpler is better. Come back to the Copper Sparrow Terrace with me. I'll find you a place to stay. Looking at the deer, which was full of spirit plants, Chen Chen called out to it, preparing to give it a room on the Copper Sparrow Terrace. As long as it was willing to stay, it definitely wouldn't leave in the future. Oh, knowing that no matter how much it looked at the spirit plants, they wouldn't mature in the short term, the deer reluctantly withdrew its gaze. It was only at this moment that it had time to carefully observe Chen Chen's territory. For a deer that had always been wandering in the wild and had never seen such creations, it felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Its basic state at this moment was, wow, so many houses. Wow, such amazing automatic watering. Wow, such a tall tower. This state of shock continued until it saw the Copper Sparrow Terrace. It wasn't that it was no longer shocked, but it felt that this house was a bit too beautiful. Do I have to live here? Chen Chen nodded and led it into the Copper Sparrow Terrace, saying, there are many rooms inside, and the layout can be changed freely. You can pick one you like later. Oh, the deer nodded, not daring to speak too loudly, thinking about the stone cave it used to live in, and then looking at this magnificent Copper Sparrow Terrace, its eyes were filled with envy. The territory of a two-legged beast was truly beautiful. If only it could have such a lovely territory too, with beautiful houses and so much delicious food. Just thinking about it made it happy. But soon, the deer shook off this thought because it knew practically that it couldn't build houses or grow those crops. Even if it were given these things, they would quickly die, so it was enough to just admire them. Fortunately, it has now met a generous bipedal creature, and the little deer feels that its luck today is truly good. After following Chen Chen into the Copper Sparrow platform, the little deer paused for a moment, tilting its head in confusion as it said, something seems off here. The restraints on me seem to have disappeared. Restraints? Since the little deer had never mentioned this before, Chen Chen was somewhat unclear about what it meant by restraints. It's the restraints imposed on me by this world. The little deer did not hide anything from Chen Chen and directly explained the sense of restraint it had previously felt, although it remained somewhat cautious and did not reveal anything about avoiding danger. Knowing where the limits of such restraints lay, the little deer had originally planned to wait until after touring Chen Chen's territory before going out to hide, waiting for this inexplicable sense of restraint to pass before returning. However, it was unexpected that after stepping into the Copper Sparrow platform with Chen Chen, this inexplicable sense of restraint actually vanished. Chen Chen asked about when the sense of restraint had appeared and its approximate distance, quickly realizing that it was likely due to the monster's siege. Any creature within a certain range of the territory would be affected by this, and once the monster's siege began, they would be forced to attack Chen Chen's territory. The little deer simply had a more sensitive perception and noticed this sense of restraint. What surprised Chen Chen was that upon entering the territory hall, this sense of restraint could actually be eliminated. If that were the case, once the monster siege began, as long as the little deer stayed in the Copper Sparrow platform, it would not be affected by the siege? This was something he had never heard of before. In fact, it was normal for Chen Chen not to have heard of this because generally speaking, bringing neutral creatures back to one's territory, especially to the Lord's Hall, was a very dangerous thing for both the neutral creatures and the Lord. After all, in the core area of the territory, if either side harbored ill intentions, the other would suffer greatly. So, as long as one wasn't foolish, neither the Lord nor the neutral creatures would typically do such a thing. But Chen Chen and the little deer were different. One was bold and skilled, and the other was just bold. They completely disregarded this matter. One dared to lead, and the other dared to follow, and the person and the deer casually walked into the Lord's Hall. Even at this moment, neither of them realized anything was amiss. Chen Chen shared his speculation about the monster siege with the little deer and then reminded it that when the siege was about to begin, he would inform it, and to prevent any accidents, it should stay in the territory hall and not go out. Monster siege? The little deer showed a thoughtful expression, as if it had heard this term in its inherited memories. After a brief contemplation, it quickly found information about the monster siege in its mind, so this world has been chosen as a lost battlefield. Realizing this, the little deer suddenly understood why this world had been so quiet for so long and how so many unfamiliar bipedal creatures had suddenly appeared. They were outsiders here for trials. If that were the case, would this bipedal creature leave after a while? The thought of returning to the cave to eat ordinary grass after Qin left made it feel somewhat dispirited, and even the amazing technological wonders within the Copper Sparrow platform could not capture its attention. Seeing the little deer suddenly become listless, Qin was puzzled, but he assumed it was unhappy because it couldn't go out during the monster siege, so he didn't think much of it and directly arranged a sunlit room for it on the top floor, changing the room's style to a natural one that it liked. I have to say, the technological version of the Copper Sparrow Terrace is indeed powerful. In the room, you can change the style to whatever you want. After the style of Bu Yunlu's room was changed, it looked no different from the vast grasslands. Even more astonishingly, after transforming 3 walls into transparent ones, Bu Yunlu lay in the room, overlooking the spiritual fields within Qin's territory, basking in the sun, almost reaching the peak of enjoyment. Judging by Bu Yunlu's appearance, Qin felt it should be quite satisfied with the room, yet for some reason, despite being very pleased, Bu Yunlu seemed even more dejected at that moment. Unable to understand, Qin granted it a visitor's permission, telling it to come find him if it needed anything, and then returned to his own room. Now that Bu Yunlu had come back, he should check the contents of the notifications regarding the Abyssal Dragon's death. As a world boss, the Abyssal Dragon definitely had some prestige, and just the notifications alone had bombarded Qin with a ton of information. The first notification was the achievement reward for defeating the world boss. It was Qin's first time receiving such an achievement. From the message Anna had sent him earlier, it seemed that the effect of the World Guardian was quite good. It should be a valuable asset if nothing unexpected happened. World Guardian, experience drop plus 50%. Attributes of the profession and its affiliated units plus 10%, health recovery plus 10%, luck plus 2%, with an additional skill, Guardian of the World. Guardian of the World. Absorb 1 unlimited damage, can be actively triggered, or automatically triggered when receiving lethal damage, and after the skill is triggered, can ignore any restrictions and instantly return to the territory. Cooldown, 10 days, evaluation, you give the world goodwill, and the world will surely bestow you with grace. Upon seeing the attributes of the World Guardian, Qin couldn't help but whiten his eyes. The effect of this achievement was too strong. Not only were the additional attributes double those of Anna and the others temporary ones, but it also came with an extremely powerful life-saving skill. With the Guardian of the World skill, Qin could basically act recklessly. Even a level 100 Supreme being wouldn't be able to kill him under the protection of the Guardian. Of course, this only meant he had the qualification to escape from Supreme Beings. If he truly angered those powerful figures, they could still chase him back to his territory and give him a slap, and he wouldn't be able to avoid death. So, strictly speaking, this only provided him with a safety net in front of anyone, not the strength to provoke the powerful. However, a permanent 50% experience boost, along with a 10% increase in all attributes and health recovery plus a percentage increase in luck, this achievement was simply too enticing. If Anna saw the attributes of this achievement, she would probably be drooling with envy. Qin, feeling somewhat satisfied, chose to activate this achievement. With this achievement, no matter who he faced, he would have a chance to save his life. This was beyond just being good, it was a lifeline. The second notification was a direct level increase of plus 3. To be honest, Qin had thought that the Red Dragon's rank might be very high, but he never expected it to be a legendary level boss. What surprised him even more was that after defeating a legendary boss, the reward was not experience, but a direct level increase of plus 3, which was incredibly appealing to him. Aside from these 2 notifications, the rest were the dropped items from the Abyssal Dragon. Qin had killed so many Lord-level bosses and had seen quite a bit, but this time the equipment dropped by the Abyssal Dragon still broadened his horizons, as it dropped 2 pieces of legendary tier equipment. Eternal Protection tier, legendary type, armor attributes, stamina plus 20%, spirit plus 20%. Special effects, Eternal Protection, Eternal Holy Shield, Eternal Rhythm. Immortal's Aegis provides a shield equal to 50% of the user's maximum health. While the shield exists, damage taken is reduced by 30% and critical damage is immune. After the shield is broken, movement speed is increased by 50%. Immortal's Holy Shield applies a shield to a teammate equal to the user's defense value. When healing that teammate, the user also receives an equivalent healing effect. Immortal's Rhythm, while the shield exists, healing effects are increased by 75%. After the shield is broken, the user can immediately recover 80% of their lost health. Evaluation, friend, with me behind you, do not worry at all. At the legendary tier of equipment, the attached attribute bonuses have become percentage increases, which means that as long as you can obtain legendary equipment, you can use it indefinitely. If you can't Find better equipment to replace it. You can use legendary tier equipment until death. This Immortal's Aegis is clearly a priest's divine gear, but unfortunately, Chen Chen has not yet recruited a priest class, as the priest skills are ineffective against strong bosses and unnecessary against weak ones. Therefore, before level 20, Chen Chen is unlikely to recruit a priest. Thus, for this not-so-useful legendary equipment, Chen Chen didn't think twice and directly equipped it. The pure white robe is adorned with several gilded patterns, making Chen Chen look exceptionally elegant. One must say that the appearance of this legendary equipment is indeed good, and Chen Chen is quite satisfied with his new look. Strength is temporary, but looking good is a lifelong matter, at least for the aesthetic value of this legendary equipment. Chen Chen is very pleased. Besides this robe, the other piece of legendary equipment is an extremely exaggerated two-handed axe. Ogre's Rage Axe tier, legendary type, weapon attributes, strength plus 20%, agility plus 20% special effects, shattering power, Ogre's Hatred, Ogre's Fury shattering power. The attack of the Ogre Battle Axe ignores 50% of the target's defense. Ogre's Hatred, each attack with the Ogre Battle Axe adds a stackable hatred mark to the target, with each mark increasing damage by 10%. Maximum 20 stacks. Ogre's Fury, once the hatred marks are fully stacked, the next attack of the Ogre Battle Axe will detonate the marks, instantly killing the enemy. Legendary and above targets cannot be killed, instead dealing 200% additional true damage. Evaluation: Legendary Blacksmith Ogre forged this legendary axe fueled by his own anger after failing to break through to demigod due to a friend's betrayal. A legendary piece of equipment that guarantees 100% kill. This already has the initial form of a rule-based equipment. 4. Bosses below legendary tier. This is undoubtedly a massive weapon. No matter how much health you have, you will die after 21 strikes. With the super high attack speed bonus from the durability aura, this axe can kill a boss below legendary tier in just a few seconds in the hands of a warrior. This thing is indeed terrifying, and Chen Chen feels that there may not be many pieces of equipment in the legendary tier that can compare to it. Looking at this equipment with exaggerated special effects, Chen Chen hesitated for a moment but decided to store it in his inventory first. For the output capability of his army, having or not having this axe doesn't make much difference, but if someone else takes it and uses it against him, that would be a big problem. So it's better to keep it in the inventory for now, and when a hidden warrior class that fits this equipment appears later, he can give it to them. Right now, giving it to them wouldn't yield particularly good results. In addition to these two legendary pieces of equipment, the Abyssal Dragon also dropped several rare orange accessory items. However, with these two legendary items in hand, Chen Chen felt somewhat inflated and looked down on these orange items. Among these orange items, there was one that was quite suitable for that kid Chu Xiangdong. Crown of the Hercules grade, orange type, accessory attributes, strength plus 300 special effects, glory of Hercules, crown balance glory of Hercules. The attack of the wearer deals an additional 10% damage based on strength attributes. Crown balance, the wearer's speed receives a 20% boost from strength attributes. Evaluation: this was once the crown of an ultimate power holder, though he was far from a deity. Chu Xiangdong's unit was the behemoth, the king of land combat, almost synonymous with strength on the earth. However, compared to its strength, it was clearly somewhat lacking in speed. Although it was only a slight deficiency, it did not affect its combat power on the ground, but it had a significant impact on its monster farming speed. This piece of equipment not only perfectly compensated for the behemoth's speed shortcomings but also increased its output by 20%, making it tailor-made for it. Chen Chen didn't believe that Chu Xiangdong could resist taking this equipment when he saw it. Just right, Chen Chen hadn't sold him anything yet, so giving him this item would allow him to reap some benefits and conveniently have him write an IOU, instantly gaining another worker. As for the other orange equipment, there were some with decent attributes, but Chen Chen wasn't very familiar with the others and didn't know their units, so he simply tossed them into his inventory without further thought. For the items dropped by the Abyssal Dragon, equipment was not the most valuable thing. Among the pile of equipment, not a single item bore the dragon character, clearly just treasures carried by the red dragon Torrens. Among these items, the truly valuable ones were the remaining special items. Torrens treasure map type, map evaluation. Before being imprisoned, Torrens, already tainted by the aura of the abyss, sensed his fate. Therefore, he buried all his treasured treasures in the former dragon's lair. Want my treasure? Go search in the main world. Note: the dragon's treasure is extremely dangerous. It is recommended to go after level 80. Phantom Cave Key Type Miscellaneous Evaluation. This seems to be a key to open the entrance of a small secret realm, which appears to be usable with a certain map. Upon seeing these two items, Chen Chen instantly understood that they were part of a set. At the same time, he realized he had underestimated Torrens. He originally thought that two legendary items were enough to prove the wealth of the Red Dragon, but it turned out that he had hidden all the good stuff. This was like the wallet that Blue Star people carried when they went out, filled with small change, while the real wealth was kept at home. But It must be said that the Dragon Clan truly lives up to its reputation as a symbol of wealth. Just carrying a bit of equipment could yield 2 legendary items. This level of wealth almost made Chen Chen think about going around looking for dragon lairs to rob. Fortunately, Chen Chen obtained the map to Torin's treasure. Although there would surely be traps, since it had been certified by the multiverse battlefield, it meant there must be treasures inside. Once he reached the main world, Chen Chen would definitely take the time to check it out, especially since it was suggested to be above level 80 to enter the dragon's lair, to see just how dangerous it could be. After putting these 2 items away, Chen Chen looked at the next item, but when he saw the grade of this item, he couldn't help but be stunned. Throne of the King's grade, mythical. Upon seeing the grade of this equipment, Chen Chen was truly shocked. Aside from being ambushed by the passive use Multiverse Blessing Scroll, this was his first time encountering a mythical grade item. Throne of the King's rank, mythical type, special item effect. The God Lord can summon the kings to the Divine Hall, and the kings can also actively request to enter the Divine Hall. The God King has absolute control over the Divine Hall. The maximum number of kings is 12. Evaluation: the place summoned by the God Lord, the hall for the kings to pay their respects. This item. Looking at this item, Chen Chen couldn't help but frown. At first glance, this item seemed quite underwhelming for a mythical rank, and upon closer inspection, he found it really was quite underwhelming. How could this even be considered mythical rank? The Throne of the Kings was very similar to the Divine Council Scroll that Chen Chen had previously obtained from Chris, the only difference being that the Divine Council Scroll summoned phantoms, while the Throne of the Kings summoned real people. Could this attribute really be classified as a mythical item? Oh, the Divine Council Scroll is also a mythical rank scroll. So that's fine then. With this thought, Chen Chen instantly felt relieved. For some reason, in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, items that could recruit others together had inexplicably high ranks, and he really couldn't understand what made this thing so precious. In Chen Chen's view, the item's function was simply to allow trading with designated individuals anytime and anywhere without needing to return to the territory. Besides that, it had a somewhat special function, which was to pull others in and give them a buff or something. Other than these, Chen Chen really couldn't think of any other special uses for this so-called Throne of the Kings. But at least it was a mythical level item, so perhaps it would have some other clever uses. He would just have to wait and see when he tried it out later. Chen Chen shook his head, put the item away for now, and then he discovered the next item, which was also of mythical rank. Stone of Flight Restriction rank, mythical type, special item effect. In a certain area, all units are prohibited from flying. Units that rely on their own flying abilities, such as birds and dragons, are not included in the flight restriction. Evaluation: stop flying is prohibited. Here. Upon seeing this item, Chen Chan's eyes instantly lit up. Although the name Stone of Flight Restriction was plain and unremarkable, its effect was quite straightforward and brutal. It prohibited flying. Compared to the Throne of the Kings, this item clearly better matched the identity of a mythical rank item. Although it couldn't restrict units that could fly on their own, how many races in the myriad realms could actually grow wings? As long as this Stone of Flight Restriction was placed in the territory, it could basically nullify 99% of the units in the myriad realms that relied on special abilities to fly. Moreover, Chen Chen was also considering a question. The flesh wall was transformed from stone into a flesh creature, so for it, this special item, the Stone of Flight Restriction, should theoretically also be usable as a devouring evolution item. Therefore, if the flesh wall were to devour the Stone of Flight Restriction, could it evolve the ability to restrict flight? With this thought, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel invigorated. As far as he knew, there were some top-tier lord walls in the battlefield of 10,000 realms that possessed special effects like flight restriction and magic restriction. If the flesh wall could evolve such effects, wouldn't that mean that in the future, the flesh wall could also grow to the level of those walls? With this idea in mind, Chen Chen hesitated not at all and immediately communicated with the flesh wall while holding the Stone of Flight Restriction. Although the flesh wall only had the simplest form of intelligence, it could instinctively discern what was possible and what was not. After a brief communication, the flesh wall provided an answer. It could evolve the ability to restrict flight, but it required a lot of energy to do so. After receiving this accurate response, Chen Chen directly tossed the Stone of Flight Restriction to the flesh wall for it to devour. As for the energy, monsters were about to attack the city soon. Was he really worried about not having enough energy? Once those attacking monsters arrived, there would be plenty of energy for it to devour. As long as it could digest it, there would be as much energy as it needed. After giving the Void Stone to the flesh wall, Chen began to check the remaining items to see if there were any mythic-level artifacts. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he found nothing. However, even so, Chen couldn't help but feel a bit envious. This damn dragon was truly overflowing with wealth, just a sealed dragon could possess such riches. Once he returned to the main world, he definitely had to find a few dragons and rob them fiercely. It was such a waste for so many good things to be hoarded in their lairs. Among the remaining items, although there were no mythic level ones, they were still all good items. Advancement Stone. Dragon Blood Grass Seeds *100 Flame Sword Blueprint Dragon Hunter Crossbow Blueprint Dragon Breath Wine Brewing Recipe True Side-Eye Skill Book, Dragon Breath Tower Blueprint, Abyss Crystal, Attributeless Crystal *200 Source Crystal *1000 Dragon Blood *50 Dragon Scales *100 Looking at these items, Chen sighed again. The products of the Red Dragon were definitely top-notch. None of these items were subpar. The Advancement Stone's function was to elevate equipment below orange grade by one tier, essentially making it a customizer for orange gear. Dragon Bloodgrass was a spiritual plant, but unlike ordinary spiritual plants, it had a tier and was a rare spiritual plant. In terms of value, the spiritual plants currently in Chen's territory were like E-grade troops, while Dragon Bloodgrass was equivalent to A-grade troops. The attributes provided by both after consumption were not even in the same league. However, for Chen, the attributes it provided were not the most important. The most important thing was that the little deer sleeping upstairs would definitely like this item. With this, it would be even more reluctant to leave. Dragon Breath Wine was a premium grade beverage brewed from Dragon Bloodgrass. As for the attributes of this Dragon Breath Wine, they could only be known after it was brewed. The Flame Sword and Dragon Hunter Crossbow were both equipment blueprints, and naturally, what the Red Dragon carried was not ordinary. Both were legendary grade equipment blueprints, but unfortunately, the required materials were too rare, with many materials Chen had never even heard of. Moreover, crafting legendary equipment required a high level of skill from the blacksmith. At least an epic level blacksmith was needed to forge them. Currently, there wasn't even an ordinary blacksmith in Chen's territory, let alone an epic one, so these items could only be temporarily stored and gather dust. The Abyss Crystal had a simple and brutal effect. Using it would grant plus 100 to all attributes. To be honest, when Chen saw this item, he was silent for a long time. He had worked so hard to level up to over 10, killing so many Lord-level bosses, and finally managed to raise his highest constitution attribute to 100. Yet, this damn stone could increase all his attributes by 100. This was truly the world of top-tier troops, and it was somewhat demoralizing. Although he felt a bit disheartened, Chen still used the Abyss Crystal immediately. Doubling all attributes was simply too tempting. The Dragon Breath Tower was also a good item, a group damage defense tower that ignored defenses. Its only flaw was a slightly slow attack speed, but that didn't detract from it being a top-tier defense tower. Unfortunately, it couldn't benefit from the aura, making it somewhat of a useless item for Chen. Selling it to someone else should be quite good. As for the attribute-less crystals and source crystals, the former could replace any crystal, while the latter could be used for anything. The Red Dragon was truly generous, giving so many at once. If this were given to Anna, it would be enough for her to recruit several pairs of angels again. As for materials like dragon blood and dragon scales, there's no need to elaborate. The scales and other materials that Chen manually peeled off the giant dragon can only be used as consumables to enhance equipment quality, while these attribute-laden materials can be directly used to forge equipment, and the equipment crafted from them starts at orange quality. The two are not even in the same league. Lastly, there's the skill book for the Eye of True Sight. This item is considered an upgraded version of the detection skill that comes with being a professional, but it is not a common item. Rather, it is an extremely precious epic grade skill book, with very few possessing this skill across the entire Blue Star. Faced with this skill, Chen did not hesitate for a moment and clapped his hands to learn it immediately. After organizing all his gains, Chen not only confirmed that the dragon race was indeed wealthy but also reaffirmed his intention to raid the dragons in the multiverse battlefield. This race is just too damn rich. After all, their possessions were all stolen. If he didn't take the opportunity to rob them in a black-eat-black scenario, it would be utterly unjust. After sorting out the items, Chen looked at his status bar. Killing the legendary creature not only leveled him up 3 times on the spot but also provided him with 10 skill points and 50 free attributes. Besides these, Chen's main gain was a golden skill point. Golden skill point can be used after a skill reaches max level to break the skill level limit. This golden skill point was something Chen had never heard of before. According to the description, it could allow a max level skill to level up again, which meant that his already maxed out heavy strike aura could be further enhanced using this golden skill point. If that were the case, then the effect of this skill point was indeed quite outrageous. Feeling somewhat tempted, Chen tried to apply it to the already maxed out heavy strike aura, but the prompt he received indicated insufficient usage conditions. He then tried to upgrade the similarly maxed out order aura, but again received the same prompt about insufficient usage conditions. After several unsuccessful attempts, he felt a bit helpless, and he couldn't waste the seemingly precious golden skill point on skills that weren't maxed out. Therefore, it had to be temporarily set aside until he could ask someone and figure out how to use it. As for the 3 chances to draw new auras gained from leveling up 3 times, Chen wasn't in a hurry to draw them. He thought he would consider what means he currently lacked before deciding. For now, he would first plant the newly acquired Dragon Blood Grass. Dragon Blood Grass status Seedling maturation time, 30 days. Looking at the maturation time of the dragon bloodgrass, Chen Shen couldn't help but frown. The higher the tier of a spiritual plant, the longer the maturation time. To be fair, a maturation period of 30 days for a spiritual plant of this level is definitely not long, but for Chen Shen, 30 days was enough for him to go back and forth in the novice battlefield dozens of times. Therefore, looking at this maturation time, he felt it was unbearably long. If he had to wait like this, when would it ever mature? Chen Shen was originally in such a hurry to grow the dragon bloodgrass, partly to lure the steppe cloud deer, and sure enough, just as he was troubled about where to find some plant-based treasures to shorten the growth time of these spiritual plants, the steppe cloud deer, which should have been resting in the copper sparrow tower, appeared before the spiritual field, drawn by the scent. Is this dragon bloodgrass? The steppe cloud deer stared wide-eyed, looking at the seedlings in disbelief. Yes, Chen Shen nodded. The dragon bloodgrass seeds are in the seedling state, so it was not surprising that the steppe cloud deer recognized them. Since the steppe cloud deer showed no signs of rejection towards the territory, Chen Shen felt there was no need to use any tricks on it. Seeing the little deer staring in wonder at the dragon blood grass, Chen Shen casually handed over the remaining seedlings and said, "Try it, see if it's good." The seedling state of the dragon bloodgrass had no additional attributes, but for the little deer, there was still an energy level. Eating the seedlings directly could still allow it to taste the flavor. No, the little deer shook its head repeatedly without thinking. It took the seedlings from Chen Shen's hand and seriously planted each one in the spiritual field. It wasn't that the little deer was being polite. A half-grown fawn never knew what politeness was. It wouldn't refuse anything, not even the energy pool, if Chen Shen offered it. The reason it refused was that it believed it could have a nice meal once the dragon blood grass matured, and then leave the roots to grow back later for another meal. So, eating these seedlings directly felt like a waste. As for whether Chen Shen would let it eat the dragon blood grass in the future, it had no worries at all. The biped was so generous that even the water from the energy pool could be given to it. What was a little dragon bloodgrass in comparison? Anyway, it could run fast. And in the future, it could just run to more places to help the biped find more treasures it liked. At worst, it would just get beaten a few more times, something it was already used to. The steppe deer had no idea that it had already begun to see Chen Shen's territory as half a home. Originally, it had come to Chen Shen's territory to drink from the energy pool, but after being here for so long, it hadn't even mentioned it once. To it, Chen Shen, this biped, was very generous. Since that was the case, it might as well wait until it absorbed the energy it had previously stolen before drinking again, thus saving waste. The sight of a little deer holding seedlings in its mouth was quite incongruous, making Chen Shen unable to suppress a chuckle. However, from this action, Chen Shen could also see that under his generous display, the little deer had developed a sense of belonging to the territory. This way, when he later obtained the guardian token and invited it to become a guardian beast, it would be less resistant. For such a simple little deer, if he had to use forceful means to compel it to become a guardian beast, Chen Shen would feel a bit guilty. So, it would be best if it could agree voluntarily. Seeing the little deer so enthusiastic about planting, Chen Shen didn't disturb it. He placed the remaining dragon blood grass seedlings beside the spiritual field for it to slowly enjoy the fun of planting, then return to the copper sparrow terrace to handle the accumulated messages. During the time he had killed the abyssal dragon, Anna had sent him several messages in a row. It seemed that with the power of 4 winged angels greatly increased, she had made quite a few gains. Chen Shen quickly skimmed through Anna's messages and, after some thought, did not reply directly. Instead, he sent Anna an invitation to the Throne of Kings. After telling Anna to accept the invitation, Chen Shen directly entered the Throne of Kings. Once he entered the space of the Throne of Kings, he couldn't help but be stunned. In his original imagination, the Throne of Kings should just be a conference hall, at most with a few exaggeratedly styled seats. After all, it was named the Throne of Kings, and it was of mythological grade, with no practical use. If it didn't have some flashy appearance, it would really be a letdown. However, upon entering, Chen Shen found that the Throne of Kings was completely different from what he had imagined. It was not the conference hall he envisioned but rather a fragmented little world. Although this little world was severely incomplete, with only a castle-like building and an empty courtyard remaining, it was still a world looking at the edge of the world that seemed to be torn apart, and the scars like cracks remaining on the ground. Chen Shen felt a slight confusion in his heart. Could this be the Throne of the Kings forged from a shattered small world? However, feeling the castle that was completely integrated with the entire world, Chen Shen dismissed this guess. This Throne of the Kings did not seem to be forged. It felt more like a function inherent to this residual small world after the entire world was torn apart. If that were the case, then the origin of this Throne of the Kings would be quite questionable. After carefully sensing the specific situation of the throne, a chilling guess suddenly emerged in Chen Shen's mind. The essence of this thing couldn't possibly be fragments of a shattered divine kingdom, could it? The reason this thought suddenly popped into his mind was partly due to the title of Divine Lord in the item description, but more so because his control over this world was simply too high. The phrase absolute control in the item description was indeed a bit too absolute. To test his thoughts, Chen Chen gazed at the barren land in the courtyard. As his mind turned, a green plant suddenly sprouted from the ground. This plant grew at an astonishing speed, reaching several dozen centimeters in height within just a few breaths, and then it bloomed a vibrant flower. This flower, in terms of touch, fragrance, and even the vitality felt when tearing off a petal, fully proved that it was a real flower, not an illusory projection. This meant that within the throne of the kings, Chen Chen could rely on the power of this world to create life. This ability, no matter how one looked at it, was definitely not something a mere small world should possess. Watching the flower turn to ashes again as his thoughts shifted, Chen Chen felt a bit complicated. If this throne of the kings was indeed a fragment of a divine kingdom, then its mythological rank was not high at all. It even seemed a bit low. In legends, this was the foundation for becoming a deity. Although Chen Chen did not know if one could truly become a deity in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, this thing was somewhat beyond his reach at this stage. It was likely that he would have to wait until level 80 or even higher for this divine kingdom fragment to truly come into play. However, when he later brought people to the throne of the kings, he would need to be cautious about selecting targets to pull in. Otherwise, possessing a fragment of a divine kingdom, even if it was just a suspected possession, would inevitably attract a multitude of powerful beings who would stop at nothing to seize it. Fortunately, the uniqueness of the throne of the kings could only be known by its owner, so as long as he did not directly pull in some top-tier powerhouses or perform any miraculous acts of creating life in front of others, there would be no risk of exposure. Therefore, as long as he did not bring in any strong individuals, there would be no problem, and he did not need to be overly cautious. Chen Chen took a step forward, and in the next moment his figure appeared directly inside the castle. Once inside, it somewhat matched Chen Chen's imagination. 12 floating chairs were arranged on either side of a long table, and behind the chairs were giant humanoid sculptures symbolizing the status of the seats. Behind the main seat stood a majestic figure of a god king leaning on a giant sword. From these sculptures, it could be seen that the red dragon Torrens had likely never entered the throne of the kings. Otherwise, given the red dragon's pride, the figures behind these seats should have been replaced with dragon forms instead of humanoid sculptures. After taking a glance and confirming that he had no impression of these 13 statues, Chen Chen focused his mind and directly erased these statues from this world, leaving only the imposing floating chairs in their place. Just as the traces of the throne of the kings were wiped away, a small figure slowly emerged from the air. After the appearance of this figure, Chen Chen realized that his absolute control over the throne of kings was limited to this world. He could not fully control outsiders. Perhaps it was because this was a broken world. The controller of this tool, Chen Chen, could act against others, but his absolute control over outsiders could only suppress them, without being able to restrict their departure. This meant that anyone who entered the throne of kings could leave this world at any time if they sensed something was wrong. Chen Chen didn't mind this too much. He never intended to use this thing as an offensive tool, so not being able to kill others through the throne of kings didn't affect him much. Anyway, he had already set the conference hall as an independent space, and as long as he didn't permit it, no one could leave the conference hall to see the outside world. For now, he would treat this fragment of the divine kingdom as a large real-time chat room. As for its future uses, he would wait until he reached level 50 or even higher to decide. Brother Chen Chen, Anna, after gazing at him, immediately called out sweetly upon seeing Chen Chen, though her voice, while sweet, carried a hint of awkwardness. Speak properly. Chen Chen shook his head, pointed to the seat on his left, and said, "Come sit here first." This long table had some spatial properties. Anything placed on it could be reached from any position. Anna had gathered quite a few things, so Chen Chen simply let her sit at the table first, and they could put everything on it later. Okay. Anna giggled, her voice instantly shifting from sweet to crisp. Being familiar with the situation, she showed no signs of embarrassment. However, when she turned to look at the seat behind her, her smile instantly turned into a daze. No, who made this seat? Why is it so high? The base of the seat was almost at the height of her head. How was she supposed to get up there? Jump? Or climb? After pondering for a while, Anna decided to climb up. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but secretly teased Chen Chen in her heart. No wonder brother Chen Chen came in so early. It seemed he must have climbed up here alone. But Anna didn't care. She had thick skin and wasn't afraid of embarrassment. She directly reached out to grab the floating chair, preparing to climb up. However, just as she grabbed the floating chair and was about to exert force, the chair surprisingly lowered itself. Watching the chair descend to its lowest point, Anna instinctively turned to look at Chen Chen, only to find him looking at her with a helpless expression. To be honest, if this world was truly a fragment of the divine kingdom, Anna would undoubtedly be the most unremarkable king in history, even wanting to climb to her own seat. Did she really think that the position he pointed out was just a casual indication? That gesture essentially bound Anna to the seat he indicated. To put it in a more dramatic way, Anna was the first king under the deity. After the binding, she had significant authority within the throne conference room. At the very least, it was no problem for her to directly move to her throne. Even if she wasn't skilled at this moving function, as long as she focused her thoughts, the throne could change shape. or lower in height according to her wishes. Yet, Anna, whether lost in thought or simply slow, didn't realize she had already bound herself to the throne. Watching Anna, who was sitting on a throne almost touching the ground like a good child, waiting for him to help her raise the throne, Chen Chen couldn't help but remind her as he manipulated the throne to rise. This is your exclusive throne. Feel it carefully, you can control it yourself. My exclusive throne. Anna originally thought that this thing could only be manipulated by Chen Chen. Hearing Chen Chen say this, she immediately perked up. Following his advice, she focused on feeling it, and soon her eyes lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Wow, it can actually transform." Sitting on the throne, Anna looked like a child dwarfed by the tall seat. She stretched her arms out to the sides, unable to touch both armrests at the same time. Fortunately, the throne could change shape freely, and under her control, the imposing metal throne quickly transformed into a smaller plush seat, even changing its color to a cute pink. While adjusting the throne's shape, she discovered another surprise. Under her mental command, the throne could do much more than just float in the air. After giving it instructions, it could even sway back and forth like a rocking chair. Lying on the pink throne and feeling the relaxation from its gentle rocking, Anna seemed to rediscover the childhood joy she had long missed, her eyes squinting with laughter. Knock knock. Chen Chen lightly tapped the table twice, his face dark with concern. Looking at Anna, who was lost in enjoyment, he suspected that if he didn't wake her up, this little girl could play here all day. It was truly a pity. This was the hall for the God Lord's Assembly of Kings, yet Anna was treating it like a rocking chair. If the thrones of the kings had consciousness, they would surely think this was their darkest day. Chen Chen had originally planned to pull Chu Xiangdong and the others over for a chat after finishing with Anna, but now it seemed better to bring them all in together. After all, Anna was still a cute little girl. While it was a bit out of place for her to treat the throne like a rocking chair, it was still a pleasant sight. But if a burly man were to come in, that would be a different story altogether. Hearing Chen Chen's reminder, Anna, who was immersed in the joy of her rocking throne, suddenly realized that this was not an amusement park but Chen Chen's conference room. Even with her big heart, she felt a bit embarrassed. Reluctantly, Anna stopped the swaying throne and quickly took out a pile of props to place on the table, changing the subject. Brother Chen, do you see anything here that you need? After saying this, she glanced at the 12 thrones and curiously asked, Brother Chen, what kind of prop is this? Is it expensive? Is there more? Can you lend me one? Anna initially wanted to say sell me one, but remembering that she still owed Chen Chen a large sum of money, she quickly changed sell to lend. She really liked this prop, and if it wasn't too expensive, she would want to buy one on loan. The mythic level prop, the Thrones of Kings, there is only this one. Chen Chen, who was selecting props, didn't even look up, and with just one sentence, he dashed all of Anna's hopes. ? Upon hearing the words mythic level prop, Anna's face went blank. This broken thing? A mythic level prop? Although she really liked all the functions of this throne, it was just a rocking chair, and it was absurd for it to have a mythic grade. Forget it, she couldn't afford it, and even if she could, she definitely wouldn't buy it. After all, debts must be repaid. Unless she went crazy, she would never take out a loan for a rocking chair, and buying it was out of the question. She might as well come over more often to enjoy Chen Chen's Thrones of Kings. You know, this mythic level prop really had something to it. Just sitting for a little while, she felt as if the fatigue of the past few days had been purified by the throne, all swept away. I've granted you access. In the future, when I'm not here, you can come in and play by yourself. And since you are the first king, you have high authority here. Other kings will have to notify you in advance if they want to come in, except for me. Chen Chen seemed to guess what Anna was thinking. While selecting props, he conveniently granted her a permission. For him, fragments of the divine realm were likely something he wouldn't touch until reaching level 80. Before that, the Throne of Kings was merely a simple multiplayer trading hall. Since Anna treated this as a playground, he might as well let her enjoy it. After all, activating the Throne of Kings incurred no cost, and in such a favorable situation, Chen Chen naturally wouldn't be stingy. Of course, his generosity was also related to the props Anna had brought out. Void War Bao Territory Control Hub Sleeping Murtis Tavern. Blueprint. Chen Chen selected 4 usable items in total, among which the Void War Bao was a top-tier orange equipment. Its special effect allowed arrow shot to traverse space directly to the target, unimpeded and unavoidable, making it a perfect match with the sniper Bao. The Territory Control Hub could integrate the management functions of the entire territory, serving as an enhanced version of the Territory Controller, directly compatible with the Copper Sparrow platform. Although it wasn't particularly precious, it was quite practical. For Chen Chen, the tavern blueprint, needless to say, would allow him to build a tavern once he had a chef, enhancing the taste and attributes of food. However, the attribute enhancement wasn't high, so this blueprint was also not very valuable, but it was useful for Chen Chen. As for the last item, the Sleeping Murtis, it was a rare spirit plant. Once matured, the Murtis fruit could significantly enhance healing effects. While this effect was of little use to Chen Chen, he figured that Little Deer would likely appreciate it. What puzzle? Chen Shen was that the item prefix for this murtis included the word sleeping. Logically, spirit plants only had a category name as a prefix. How did this one end up with a verb? Although Chen Shen was somewhat confused, he didn't dwell on it. The spirit field was a one-click, foolproof planting method. As long as the spirit field had sufficient spiritual energy, any murtis would thrive once planted. The void Warbow was already an orange item, and Chen Shen considered the remaining 3 items as one orange item. He had to admit that after acquiring the energy pool and 4 angels, Anna's strength had dramatically increased. This was the first time Chen Shen had seen someone other than himself produce orange equipment. Moreover, besides these items, Anna had even brought out a precious C-class troop card, indicating that the monster tribes she had cleared were not just 1 or 2. His investment had indeed paid off. After returning 2 pieces of orange equipment, Anna's debt was reduced to 7 pieces. However, Chen Shen had specifically summoned her to the Throne of Kings, clearly not just for the trivial matter of taking Anna's items. After Anna retrieved the remaining items she didn't want, Chen Shen directly pulled out a pre-prepared form filled with the equipment and items in his warehouse, excluding those for personal use and those he deemed unsuitable for circulation. The rest, including equipment that had never appeared in the trading market, were all listed on this form. Each item on the form was marked with a conspicuous price, followed by a line indicating the interest required for loans. Chen Shen pushed the form toward Anna and, like a vendor selling small goods, said enthusiastically, "Here, take a look and see if there's anything you need." Seeing such a long form that Chen Shen had produced, Anna was completely stunned. She knew Chen Shen was wealthy, but she hadn't expected him to be this rich. On this form, there was a huge pile of orange equipment, not to mention other blueprints and props that were even more precious than orange equipment. Previously, Chen Shen had always thought that the dragon was wealthy and wanted to rob the dragon, but now, looking at the table presented by Chen Shen, Anna felt the same mindset as him, except that what she wanted to rob was not a dragon, but Chen Shen. How could a person be this rich? Just for an orange equipment, the Liar sisters, along with the 2 new angels, almost risked their lives, yet Chen Shen now had dozens of orange equipment to show for it. Is this even human? How can the gap between people be this vast? Even Anna, who usually had no cares in the world, fell silent for a long time after seeing this table. After a while, she finally managed to tear her gaze away from the table. There were simply too many good things on it that Anna truly wanted, but debts must be repaid. Even with the energy pool and 4 angels, it would still take her a considerable amount of time to pay off the remaining debts for the 7 pieces of orange equipment. If she borrowed more, she would truly be in debt for a lifetime. Moreover, while these items had excellent attributes, they couldn't bring about a qualitative change in her strength like the energy pool could. Thus, with a look of poverty in her eyes, Anna reluctantly said, "Brother Chen Shen, I won't take it. I really can't afford it." "It's okay if you can't afford it." Chen Shen was definitely a qualified salesman. He didn't treat his client any differently because of their poverty. Instead, he pulled out another pre-prepared table and enthusiastically introduced, "How about a long-term loan? Use it first, pay later, no collateral needed, flexible borrowing and repayment, you have full control. If you can't pay now, you can pay later. If you can't pay in the novice world, you can pay in the main world. Long-term loans, you deserve it." Anna looked at Chen Shen with a face full of question marks. On one hand, she felt that the first powerhouse of the East District, likely the strongest in the novice world, was acting like a third-rate salesman, which was quite disillusioning. On the other hand, she thought Chen Shen was probably crazy to dare offer long-term loans in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. He was truly one of a kind. Not to mention the possibility of falling in the battlefield. Just entering the battlefield meant everyone's positions were random, and whether they could meet again in the future was uncertain, let alone repaying the loan. Offering loans like this, wasn't he afraid of losing everything in the end? With this thought, a sudden idea popped into Anna's mind, and she weakly asked, "Brother Chen Shen, do you think you won't survive the monster siege and want to leave me some inheritance?" Now it was Chen Shen's turn to be full of question marks. He indeed had the heart to offer benefits, but the idea of leaving an inheritance was purely overthinking. Ever since he learned that the anti-human organization had started causing trouble, Chen Shen had intended to distribute some benefits. After all, they were backed by other races, and now that they were moving, who knew what the situation would be like in the main battlefield of the 10,000 realms? Therefore, it was necessary to provide some benefits to these top lords he knew to enhance their strength. After all, while he couldn't help everyone, it was no problem to lend a hand to those around him. Besides this reason, there was another less important reason. After killing the Abyss Dragon, he had directly leveled up 3 times. If during the monster siege, the Abyss Dragon helped him level up another 3 times, he would likely reach level 20 in no time and gain access to the main world. Once in the main world, aside from a few skills that were strong enough to ignore equipment attributes, the remaining low-level orange equipment would definitely depreciate significantly due to their low added attribute values. Chen Shen couldn't possibly stay in the novice world just to sell these items at a high price, so rather than taking them to the main world to sell at a lower price, it was better to use them for high-interest loans to these new lords in advance. Of course, the latter is a secondary reason and not important. His true purpose is to assist his fellow compatriots from Blue Star, promoting their rapid development, so they can have a foothold in the present and look forward to the future through these equipments. As for the issue of depreciation, that is not important at all. However, even though he does not value these equipments, he still needed to clarify things, so he did not argue but instead smiled and said, "As long as you sign the contract, you can treat it however you like. This price is extremely fair. Once we reach the main world, you can repay me 1-for-1, ensuring that no one is cheated, and this time it's not just for you. It's just that our relationship is good, so you get to choose these equipments first. After you're done, others will have their turn." 1-for-1 seems fair, but there's a small detail Chen Shen didn't mention. Once they reach the main world, the equipment that these borrowers need to repay must either be of the same level as what Chen Shen had at that time or be something that Chen Shen would approve of. Otherwise, they would have to repay according to the actual value of the orange equipment, with 2 pieces for 1 or even 3 for 1. However, Chen Shen is not a devil who engages in contract fraud, so these terms are all written in the loan agreement. As long as the contract is signed, these can all be seen. Chen Shen has always emphasized fairness and transparency in his business dealings, never engaging in petty contract fraud. Regarding Anna's concern about being too far away to communicate once they reach the main world, that is also not a problem. With the presence of the royal throne, he wouldn't fear distance. If the royal throne could not summon other kings just because of a little distance, then it wouldn't deserve to be a mythical great item. As for whether someone would default and refuse the royal throne summons, that is also not a big issue. There are contract scrolls that can check the location of the defaulting party at any time. Unless that person dies in the main world, Chen Shen will eventually have his day to collect the debt. 1-for-1. Anna looked at Chen Shen, who seemed desperate for money, and immediately concluded that her brother Chen Shen was definitely not kindly trying to leave them any inheritance, but rather he had too many orange equipments piled up in his hands and wanted to sell some off. However, since that's the case, taking some equipment doesn't seem like a bad idea. The debts that couldn't be repaid in the novice world could still be repaid in the main world. With her dual-born talent and her top-tier angel class among S ranks, what could a little debt possibly mean? As long as she works hard enough, she will eventually pay it off. After coming to this realization, Anna immediately became less polite. She picked a Holy Light attribute judgment staff for Belle, a Rage attribute greatsword for Rail, and in addition, she took 2 pieces of orange armor and an orange ring. In just a short while, she had directly increased the debt from 7 pieces of orange equipment to 12, and among those 12, the 5 newly selected pieces were debts that could only be repaid after reaching the main world. But Anna didn't care at all. She was a top-tier lord, and a little debt was nothing to fear. After Anna finished selecting her equipment, Chen Shen brought in a few more people, including Ling Nai, Janine, Chu Xiangdong, Arnold, and Yuna. Faced with the crown of Hercules, Chu Xiangdong showed no hesitation at all, even signing his name without finishing reading the contract. In his words, facing this top-notch orange equipment, any hesitation for even a second would be disrespectful to the comparison. Besides him, the others also selected a few pieces of equipment and blueprints for resource-enhancing buildings. It's worth mentioning that Yuna's class is an S-rank succubus, so she directly took the rare bloodthirsty whip weapon, the Bloodvine Tail. After collecting a pile of IOUs, Chen Shen had used up 5 of the 12 slots for the kings, and regarding the remaining spots, he originally planned to bring in top-tier lords like Duan Wei, Shin Yu, and Cui He, who had made it onto the leaderboard and received guarantees from Chu Xiangdong. As a result, they were not very trusting of Chen Shen since they had never dealt with him before, so they declined his invitation. Faced with this situation, Chen Shen naturally would not push to pull people in, so after saying a word to others, he exited the Throne of Kings. Since the Throne of Kings was considered an independent small world, unless he actively expelled them, others could stay here after he left. Seeing that they seemed to have something to discuss, Chen Shen did not drive them away but left the place for them to use as a meeting room. Of course, their discussion was not meant to be behind Chen Shen's back, it was just that Chen Shen did not want to get involved in their small matters. He made an excuse about needing to prepare for the monster siege and slipped away. After Chen Shen left, Chu Xiangdong looked at the Hercules crown in his hand and sighed silently. He knew this guy was impressive, but he didn't expect him to be this impressive. Dozens of pieces of orange equipment, along with other rare blueprints and items, made this novice world feel like a free market for him. That guy Duan Wei usually looked sharp-tongued and cunning, but when it came to critical moments, he made the wrong choice. He hoped that when Duan Wei realized what he had missed, he wouldn't regret it too much. Since this gentleman doesn't want to get involved in these trivial matters, let's talk among ourselves. Chu Xiangdong collected his thoughts and looked at Anna and the others, asking, "You should have all received the news, right?" Those anonymous individuals are in various major regions, and if nothing unexpected happens, it should be those anti-human organizations resurfacing. These flies, we need to find a way to manage them, or something will definitely go wrong. Chu Xiangdong had some official background at home. Although he usually didn't have much of a formal demeanor when it came to serious matters, he spoke with the authority of a bureaucrat's son. Right now, we can't manage it, Anna shrugged and said. I asked Brother Chen, and if nothing unexpected happens in our major region, there should only be one member of the anti-human organization, Inagai Aikiru. This guy's territory coordinates and personal location information are all in Brother Chen's hands. The only reason he's still alive is that Brother Chen wants to use him as bait, but regardless of the outcome, he's doomed. As for other major regions, we can't go there now. Even if we wanted to manage it, we couldn't. The Eastern District had always been a forbidden area for cults. Even though many members of those anti-human organizations hated the Eastern University the most, very few dared to come this way, so the number of anti-human organization members in the Eastern University was the least, and Anna had nothing to worry about. It's precisely because our major region only has Inagai Aikiru that I find it troublesome, Chu Xiangdong said with a worried expression. Even if they are wary of the Eastern District, the entire major region shouldn't only have Inagai Aikiru. The emergence of this situation only indicates that they have mobilized all their manpower to other regions. These bastards are preparing to do something big. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, killing and plundering others was always the fastest way to grow. However, because the basic political situation of the Blue Star Federation had already been established in the novice battlefield, everyone chose to develop independently, and there were rarely those who relied on others to plunder their way to success. Even if there were, they would be attacked by everyone. But now, if those anti-human organizations concentrated all their members and chose to conquer a major region, then once those people's territories reached level 10 and unlocked inter-regional communication, it would definitely lead to big trouble. After all, those who were developing steadily could not compare to those who were robbing and plundering. If they really gathered together, it would indeed be a huge problem. With Mr. Chen's support, our development speed won't be any worse than theirs. Moreover, their numbers definitely won't be too many. I think they are just some minor issues. Arnold furrowed his brow, his fingers lightly tapping on the table as if he were contemplating something very important. After a long while, he hesitantly said, actually, compared to them, I'm more worried about Anthony. Anthony? Upon hearing Arnold's words, the others immediately cast surprised glances at him. What's wrong with him? To be honest, although Chu Xiangdong had just scolded Anthony not long ago, he merely disliked Anthony's personality and held no prejudice against him. In fact, when Chen mentioned bringing someone in earlier, he had even recommended Anthony to Chen, only for Anthony to choose to decline. So, hearing that Anthony might be in trouble, Chu Xiangdong was undoubtedly the most surprised of them all. When I was on Blue Star, helping Miss Anna handle matters in West District 13, I discovered that the Anthony family seemed to have made some deals with some people of hidden identities. Arnold thought for a moment before speaking. I initially intended to casually check the identities of those people, but just as I began my investigation, the few individuals I was tracking all met with accidents. If nothing unexpected happened, it should have been the Anthony family that took action. However, since I was busy helping Miss Anna at the time, I didn't spend time investigating what the Anthony family was actually doing. In hindsight, this matter feels very off. After hearing this, Chu Xiangdong's expression darkened. The Anthony family's reaction is a bit too extreme. As a family that had existed since before the War of the Century, the Anthony family held significant influence in both the political and local spheres of District 13. Their strong reaction indicated that the identities of those mysterious individuals were certainly something they wanted to keep hidden, and the fact that they would directly silence their own people suggested that these individuals' identities were extremely unsavory. Under normal circumstances, they might have thought that the Anthony family had committed some serious violations, but at this juncture, with the sudden emergence of an anti-human organization, they couldn't help but think more deeply. If the Anthony family encountered problems, things would become very troublesome. The trouble referred to here was not limited to the novice world but extended to the main world as well. After all, the Anthony family also had powerful figures in the main world. And this was just what Arnold had discovered. What about other families that he hadn't uncovered? If the Anthony family allied with these people, along with those reckless anti-human organizations, would they still be able to deal with them? Moreover, would the main battlefield also face issues aside from the novice battlefield? The more Chu Xiangdong thought, the worse his expression became. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the once stable Blue Star, which had been peaceful for many years, was likely on the brink of a major event. Alright, stop overthinking it, it's useless to worry. Anna was the first to recover from her anxiety. She tapped the table and said, as long as Brother Chen is here, the novice world is unlikely to face any problems. Even if something unexpected were to happen to him, with the equipment and resources he has provided us, we would be more than capable of competing with anyone in the novice world. So, I believe there's no need for everyone to worry about the novice world. As for the main world, worrying about it is pointless. After saying this, Anna continued, now, everyone take out the high-grade crystal resources you don't need and see if there's anything you require. Let's do some exchanges. This way, we can recruit the next high-tier unit more quickly. I think the reason Brother Chen Shen hasn't asked us for high-grade crystals is that he wants to leave them for our development. The others did not refuse Anna's suggestion and exchanged some high-grade crystals for recruiting top-tier units. Although they didn't have many in hand, the exchanges clearly allowed them to significantly shorten the time needed to recruit the next exclusive unit. After exchanging the crystal stones, Anna thought for a moment and tossed the sea-level troop card that Chen Shen didn't want to Yuna, who was developing the slowest, allowing her to speed up her progress a bit. Others, seeing Anna's actions, also exchanged the resources that Chen Shen had left behind, forming a small offensive and defensive alliance in Chen Shen's throne room. However, after the exchange, Zhu Shangdong thought for a moment and asked Anna, can we ask Big Brother Chen Shen for a favor and have him bring in Shoujiao, Joshua, and Tu Mingzhao? These three won't be a problem for sure. If we can bring them in, we can respond in advance if anything happens in other regions. No, Anna decisively rejected Zhu Shangdong's suggestion and said, Big Brother Chen Shen summoned us here to exchange resources, not to use this place as a conference room. His allowing us to stay here to discuss matters is his kindness, but we can't ask him to bring others in under the guise of helping. I will talk to Big Brother Chen Shen about this, but I won't ask him for help. Whether to bring people in or not should be decided by Big Brother Chen Shen himself. I don't understand, Miss Anna. Isn't that the same thing? Arnold asked, somewhat confused. Moreover, we need to ensure that other regions won't have problems, which is important for everyone. It's not the same, Arnold. Anna said seriously, this item belongs to Big Brother Chen Shen, not us. Since he didn't stay, it means he doesn't want to participate in this matter. Therefore, who should be brought in or not should be decided by Big Brother Chen Shen, not us demanding him to decide in a half-request, half-coercive manner. This is very important. And one more thing, ensuring that other regions won't have problems is important for everyone, but this everyone does not include Big Brother Chen Shen, so we have even less right to ask him to help us with anything. After all, he has already helped us a lot. Hearing Anna's explanation, the others fell silent for a moment, but in the end, they said nothing. After discussing some details, they exited the throne room and began to work hard on their development. Back in his territory, Chen Shen could roughly guess what Zhu Shangdong and the others wanted to discuss, but he felt that what they were discussing was really not a big deal, just some troublemaking anti-human organizations. Anyone who dared to show their face could be crushed. To hold a special meeting to discuss that group of trash was simply a waste of his life. However, Zhu Shangdong and the others were different from him, so putting a little pressure on them to motivate them to work harder was also good. If they could solve it easily without him having to intervene, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome. But if they couldn't handle it, it wouldn't be too late for him to step in. Moreover, with Inagai Aikiru as bait, it was possible that this group would come looking for him first, in which case Zhu Shangdong and the others might not even have a chance to act. After returning to his territory, Chen Shen found that the little deer had already finished planting all the dragon blood grass. However, after planting the dragon blood grass, it chose not to return to the comfortable room in the Copper Sparrow Terrace but instead lay contentedly beside the spiritual field. Although it was just a half-grown little deer, at that moment, its gaze at the dragon blood grass resembled that of an old farmer looking at his crops. Chen Shen shook his head, amused, and walked over, asking, "What are you doing lying here?" "It smells good here," the little deer replied without lifting its head. "Your field is amazing. As long as you plant it, these seedlings can survive. Is this a privilege for us outsiders?" Chen Shen casually took out the sleeping myrtle from his inventory and asked, "Do you want to plant this?" "Myrtle?" The little deer looked at the spirit plant in Shen's hand, a hint of confusion in its eyes. "This myrtle seems a bit off. It appears to carry some life energy." The curious little deer searched through its inherited memories for a moment and soon revealed a look of surprise. This myrtle, could it be that it has given birth to a fairy? Fairy? Chen Shen, who was quite lacking in knowledge in this area, did not hide his ignorance and directly asked, "What is a fairy?" "Fairy? I don't really know how to explain it." Chen Shen's question left the little deer momentarily speechless. Although it knew what a fairy was through its inherited memories, it didn't know how to describe it. After thinking for a long time, it simply stated what it knew. "Anyway, fairies can make myrtles grow faster, and the fruits will taste better. As for what it is, I can't really say. You'll understand when you see it." After saying this, the little deer showed no intention of being polite with Chen Shen. It directly took the myrtle from his hand and skillfully planted it in the spirit field. Sleeping myrtle status, seedling, weak, maturity. 30 days from the attributes of the myrtle, it seemed to be no different from other spirit plants, the only difference being that it had an additional weak status in the status bar. As for the fairy mentioned by the little deer, it was completely unnoticeable from the status bar. However, Chen Chen did not question the little deer. After all, as a lord-level boss, their inherited memories could sometimes be more reliable than the panels from the myriad battlefields. Watching the little deer, which was almost drooling with happiness after planting the myrtle, Chen Chen thought for a moment and decided to take advantage of its good mood to tentatively ask, "Little deer, do you want to stay in my territory?" Hearing Chen Chen's probing question, the little deer was slightly taken aback, then turned to look at Chen and said with some confusion, "I'm not leaving?" Chen felt a bit helpless. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to stop beating around the bush. "What I mean is to stay here as a guardian beast." Guardian beast, huh? As a steppe cloud deer with inherited memories, the little deer clearly knew what a guardian beast was. After hearing Chen Chen's invitation, it fell into deep thought. Becoming a guardian beast meant it would be permanently bound to Chen Chen's territory. Given Chen Chen's strength, staying in his territory would be quite good, and there were so many delicious things here, it would definitely be better than wandering outside. However, what made it hesitate was that in its inherited memories, choosing to become a guardian beast meant it would often face battles, and most of those enemies were quite strong. Many powerful steppe cloud deer had died in battles, and the deaths were often quite tragic. To be honest, the little deer was a bit scared. Although there weren't many delicious things in this small world, it was safe here. There were no particularly strong enemies. Once Chen Chen and the other outsiders left, this place would return to peace, as long as it could endure. Until then, whether it chose to stay in this small world or leave after growing up, it wouldn't face too much danger. On one side was safety, and on the other was delicious food. The little deer found it quite difficult to make a choice. Usually, when faced with such dilemmas, it would rely on its talent for seeking fortune and avoiding danger to help it decide, but now, knowing that one option was dangerous, that talent was of no help. Let me think. The little deer looked at the abundant delicious food in the spirit field, and then thought of those deceased, miserable ancestors. For such a significant life decision, it was indeed difficult for it to provide an answer in a short time. "It's okay, you can think about it slowly." Seeing the little deer so troubled that it started to dig the ground with its hooves, Chen Chen chuckled and did not rush it. "Just let me know when you've made a decision." "Oh." The little deer nodded glumly. Watching Chen Chen's departing figure, it felt even more restless than in the morning. Unfortunately, there were no trees in Chen Chen's territory for it to vent its frustration, and while the spirit plants in the spirit field could provide some release, it couldn't bear to waste them. So, it could only anxiously pace in place. Just as Chen Chen was about to return to the copper sparrow platform, the increasingly agitated little deer suddenly transformed into a flash of white light and disappeared from its spot, reappearing right in front of Chen. "Chen, wait." The little deer looked at Chen Chen, steeling itself, and said, "I've made up my mind, I want to stay." Just moments before Chen Chen was about to enter the copper sparrow platform, the little deer suddenly realized that in this small world, it would take at least hundreds of years to mature. If Chen Chen took the energy pool with him when he left, it might take even longer. During such a long time, if it could only survive on ordinary grass and trees, it might have been able to endure if it had never seen the spirit plants in Chen Chen's territory. But now that it had seen so many delicious things, the little deer felt it would surely go mad from hunger if it had to go back to eating grass. Faced with the choice of starving to madness or possibly being beaten to death in the future, the little deer thought for half a second and gave its answer. It would rather be beaten to death than starve to madness. "Have you thought it through?" Chen Chen looked at the little deer, unusually sincere this time. "If you choose to stay in my territory, you won't be able to leave in the future." "I've thought it through." As if to prove its determination, the little deer nodded vigorously and said, "However, if I become a guardian beast in your territory, my strength will drop back to the newborn stage. At that time, I won't be able to help you fight, and you'll have to protect me." In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, once a pet or guardian beast becomes a professional, regardless of the creature, its strength will significantly decrease. However, this reduction only affects the surface-level strength and rank. It does not impact the bloodline. As long as the rank is raised, they can still possess their previous strength without any suppression. So for Chen Chen, this was not a problem at all. Not to mention the boost from his halo effect. Even if the little deer dropped back to level 1, its strength would only be stronger than before. Just considering the existence of the energy pool, Chen Chen could freely let it drink, treating it like water. In such circumstances, even without the halo effect, it wouldn't take long for it to regain its monarch level strength. Therefore, he gently patted the little deer's head and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, your strength won't decrease. And there are enough people in our territory. We rarely fight, so we won't need you." Used to being hit on the head, the little deer was slightly unaccustomed to being patted for the first time. Although it didn't quite understand why Chen Chen said its strength wouldn't decrease, since he said it wouldn't need to fight, it decided not to worry about it. With its talent for avoiding danger, it could discern whether Chen Chen was lying to it. Since it felt no reaction from its talent, it meant he was telling the truth. With that, it had no more concerns. Before making the decision, the little deer was anxious to death, but now that it had made up its mind, it felt completely relaxed. Not used to being patted on the head, it vanished again, and the next moment it appeared in front of the spirit field, lying beside it and happily gazing at the spirit plants. Unlike before, when the little deer looked at these spirit plants, it was merely anticipating when it could eat them. But now, after agreeing to Chen, rounding it off, all these spirit plants belong to it. This one is its, this one is also its, and that one over there is too, they are all its. Looking at these spirit plants that belong to it, the little deer's eyes squinted with joy. Just a moment ago, it was still conflicted before agreeing to Chen, but now, seeing these spirit plants that belong to it, it instantly felt that agreeing was the right choice. Having so many delicious things of its own, even if it were to be killed later, it would accept it. Watching the delighted little deer, Chen was equally happy. He truly hadn't expected to persuade the little deer so easily. One could only say that children are easy to deceive. Just a bit of food and they follow you. With the strength of a lord-level boss at such a young age, if the little deer grows up with its fierce bloodline, it could completely become a stabilizing force in Chen's territory. As for the guardian token, it was not a problem for Chen at all. During a monster siege, the points exchange would be activated, and there would be an option to exchange for guardian tokens. Chen believed that with the intensity of his monster siege, exchanging for a guardian token would definitely not be an issue. Since the little deer had already agreed to join, Chen, who did not have a guardian token, was starting to feel a bit impatient for the upcoming monster siege. However, before that he still had some things to do. When he previously told Chu Shangdong and the others that he needed to prepare for the monster siege, it wasn't entirely an excuse. Path of Glory task: kill an epic boss at least 10 levels lower than yourself. Current kill count 1 out of 1. Completed. Task reward: integrated soldier farmer, exclusive soldier class talent. Integrated soldier farmer: in times of war, a soldier; in times of peace, a farmer. The integrated soldier farmer talent allows soldiers to unlock dual panels. All soldiers can retain their resource specialization talents after class change, and the original resource specialization talent, under the enhancement of integrated soldier farmer, has its effects significantly boosted. Resource specialization: when harvesting resources, all resource output increases by 100%. Chen was already accustomed to the high difficulty and generous rewards of the Path of Glory tasks, but when he first saw the reward talent for this 4th ring task, he was still astonished by it. The initial talent of farmers resource specialization had an effect of increasing all resource output by 50% when harvesting basic resources. Now, not only had the increase in resource output changed to 100%, but even the basic resource limitation in the description had disappeared. Although this was just a few words of change, for farmers, this alteration could not simply be described as an enhancement. It was a complete transformation, a leap to greatness. The original farmer talent could only provide bonuses on some basic resources, gaining enhancements only on basic materials like basic wood and basic stone, and had virtually no use for high-end resources such as amethyst, gold ore, mithril, and other high-quality woods. Therefore, farmers had a significant gap in value and level compared to gathering classes, like wood-specialized elves or ore-specialized goblin miners. But now, with a 100% resource output increase across all categories, farmers could directly step into the T0 ranks of gathering classes in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. In terms of resource gathering, not to mention being stronger than them, even Chen, who was somewhat comparable, had never heard of such a thing. Moreover, the talent of integrating soldiers and farmers has a very bugged aspect, which is that it allows combat professions to possess the talents of farmers. For Chen, this is not just about saving some population by changing them into combat professions. The most important thing is that they can serve as gathering units with D-grade or even higher attributes. The attributes of D-grade units are worlds apart from those of E-grade units, and naturally, their efficiency in gathering is vastly superior. And this is only speaking of D-grade. If in the future the farmer's grade reaches its peak, then Chen can only ask one question: have you ever seen S-grade gathering units? It can only be said that the exclusive unit reward given by the Path of Glory is indeed impressive. Chen silently claimed the reward and then changed the original 200 ordinary farmers into combat professions. However, this time he did not focus on archers, but chose to change them into mages. The damage of mages has already increased, but their numbers were a bit too few. Previously, they had been trapped for half a day by the Red Dragon Torrents with just one spatial cage, which was somewhat unworthy of their mage status. Therefore, Chen directly transformed all 200 farmers into mages, raising the number of mages to 280. Perhaps the agreement with the little deer to join the territory brought Chen good luck. This time, the class change and advancement resulted in 4 hidden professions, one of which was the lightning elementalist that Chen was most in need of. The overall panel of the lightning elementalist looks similar to that of the fire elementalist, the only difference being that the lightning elementalist spells are inclined towards the lightning element, with this lightning elementalist, the lightning elemental heart that Chun Chen had been keeping, appearing in chapter 46, finally found its purpose. After merging with the elemental heart, the lightning elementalist not only gained a significant damage boost and a 20% reduction in casting requirements, but, more importantly, he also acquired the ability for elemental burst, allowing him to cast spells beyond his level like the dog-headed king. Although casting beyond one's level can only be done with one skill before entering an 80% reduction in all attributes, for a lightning elementalist blessed by a halo, one skill is already enough to clear the field, and there's no need to worry about what happens after that. Besides this lightning elementalist, the remaining 3 hidden professions were all arcanists. Arcanists are a very special hidden profession. As a hidden profession, they are not particularly rare, and compared to other hidden professions, they are not very powerful either. Their only advantage over ordinary mages is their mastery of all types of spells. They don't even have the basic damage increase from spell affinity. However, compared to other professions, they possess the strongest growth potential. With mastery over all spell types, arcanists can easily handle spells from various schools, and their ability to combine and fuse spells allows them to deal damage far exceeding that of other spellcasting professions, even without damage enhancement. From what Chun Chen knows, among the strongest mages on the battlefield of all realms, almost half are arcanists, and it is said that when arcanists reach their growth limit, they can even possess the power to slay demigods. Chen Chen does not know if his farmer arcanists can grow to that level in the future, but he certainly will not miss out on such a highly growth-oriented profession. Therefore, he directly set the priority for class changes to arcanists. After the mages completed their class change, Chen Chen took another look at the tasks generated by the Path of Glory, and when he saw the new task, he almost burst out laughing. Path of Glory quest: kill a legendary level boss that is more than 10 levels above your current kill count, 0 out of 1 quest reward. War Academy, miracle building. How should I put it? The previous task in the 4th ring required killing an epic level boss, but anything above epic also counted as completing the task. So after defeating the red dragon Torrens, the task was completed. Now, this new task requires him to kill a legendary level boss, and if nothing unexpected happens, the target will once again fall on Torrens. Torrens is truly a good dragon, knowing that the task is difficult. Dying once isn't enough, and he even comes back a second time to offer his head to help complete the task. It's really touching. This time, Chen Chen decided that if he killed Torrens again, he wouldn't skin it or pull out its tendons. Instead, he would directly throw it to the wall of flesh to be devoured. In a sense, this would preserve its whole body. While Chen Chen patiently waited, time passed quickly. Soon, with the arrival of the monster siege time, a large-headed figure, accompanied by hundreds of powerful troops, suddenly appeared in the mist outside the city. I can't believe I'm actually entering a low-level world. The rigid mode of the battlefield of 10,000 realms. It seems there really is a loophole. The creature that appeared in the mist resembled a goblin, with a frail body dragging a massive head. Upon seeing the prompt information from the battlefield of 10,000 realms, it let out a strange laugh. Let me see who the unlucky one is this time. The large-headed creature chuckled as it opened the detailed prompt of the battlefield of 10,000 realms. After reading the prompt, its laughter became even more smug. It's actually the Blue Star human race. Poor lowly creature, I hope you won't despair. This world is the Blue Star novice world. Your target is the human Lord Chen Chen. Please command the monster army to destroy his territory. Warning, this siege task is extremely difficult. Please proceed with caution. Extremely difficult? It actually reminds me that the difficulty is extremely high. Seeing the warning message pop up from the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the large-headed creature laughed as if it had seen something amusing, shaking its head with glee. You should be warning that lowly creature, not me. For him, I am the difficulty. Destroy the territory? I'm not just going to destroy his territory, I want to annihilate every territory I encounter. I want to rip the brains out of these lowly creatures and turn them into my nourishment for growth. The large-headed creature first let out a domineering declaration, then its frail arms suddenly reached for its own crown. Pop! A light sound came, and the skull on the large head was surprisingly pulled open like a can. As the skull was opened, the white and red brain was instantly exposed to the air. Then, the brain, as if it were a living thing, jumped out of the skull. Once the brain was fully revealed, it was clear to see that long, thin nerves had grown beneath it, resembling tiny legs. In addition to those 8 nerves, there were also 2 nerves connecting to the eyes, standing naked on the shoulders of the large head, dragging 8 long nerves and 2 eyes, looking just like a giant cockroach. After jumping out, the brain waved its long nerves, as if retrieving an item from an inventory, and soon a tall 8-armed Naga commander's corpse fell to the ground. The body of the 8-armed Naga lord stood over 3 meters tall, making the earlier big-headed goblin look like a dwarf in comparison. After the 8-armed Naga lord appeared, the brain beneath the goblin's head seemed to exert itself like 8 legs, then leaped directly from the goblin's body onto that of the 8-armed Naga lord. Once it landed on the Naga lord's body, the brain scurried up like a real cockroach, quickly reaching the top of the Naga Lord's head. As two nerves extended from the brain, the crown of the Naga Lord's head popped open like a can, revealing an empty skull inside. The brain made a gentle leap akin to a diver and fell directly into the skull. As two eyeballs filled the Naga Lord's eye sockets, the brain extended a nerve, closing the crown of the Naga Lord's head as if shutting a door. With the crown closed, the eight-armed Naga Lord, who had merely been a corpse, suddenly seemed to come to life, regaining vitality, while the goblin's body beside him collapsed like a straw man that had been drained of support. This body is so much more comfortable. It's countless times better than this stinking goblin corpse. The revived eight-armed Naga Lord let out a satisfied sound, then kicked out, and the goblin's body, under the Naga Lord's overwhelming strength, was instantly reduced to a mist of blood as if struck by a meteor. This brain, which resembled a living creature, belonged to a unique race in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, known as the Brain Clan. They were considered a mid-tier race in the battlefield, but other races generally referred to them as the Brain-Eating Clan. Their true form was just a brain without a body, yet they could acquire a body by devouring the brains of other creatures. The previous goblin and the current eight-armed Naga Lord were merely the bodies left behind after being consumed by this brain-eating clan. What made this race particularly domineering was that after consuming the brains of other creatures, they not only gained the ability to control that creature's body but could also utilize the innate abilities of those creatures while in control. It is no exaggeration to say that a significant part of the brain-eating clan's strength relied on the power of their bodies. The loophole mentioned earlier referred to using a weak body to initiate a monster siege. He believed that this way, the battlefield of 10,000 realms would misjudge his strength, thus assigning him a weaker opponent. For this brain-eating clan, initiating a monster siege was not merely about killing targets and plundering territories for rewards. His true goal was to reach a weaker world, hold off on launching the monster siege, and during that time, eliminate and plunder all the lords he could encounter in that world. In doing so, the resources he could obtain would far exceed the rewards from normally breaching a territory. Let me see what this unfortunate soul is really like, to be so unlucky as to encounter the esteemed Lord Brainy. The Brainy controlling the eight-armed Naga Lord's body casually opened the details of the siege. Blessing of the battlefield of 10,000 realms? Super difficulty monster siege? Initially indifferent, Brainy paused upon seeing this information. Another fool challenging the blessings of the battlefield of 10,000 realms? Every year there are these clueless idiots. It seems this time, the esteemed Lord Brainy won't even need to exert himself, just these native monsters can easily wipe out this ignorant lowly human lord. After seeing the blessing of the battlefield of 10,000 realms, Brain Dodo became more relaxed. For a novice lord, the blessing of the battlefield of 10,000 realms had long become an insurmountable mountain. Not to mention the lowly blue star human race, even among their own medium races, and even high races, it was impossible to overcome this blessing of the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Let me see who my teammates are this time. With a beaming smile, Brain Dodo, in a light and cheerful mood, began to summon his teammates, which were the monsters he would command in this monster siege. As Brain Dodo chose to summon the monsters, an almost endless army of goblins surrounded a terrifying greenskin covered in explosive muscles. It seemed that due to a greedy stomach from chapter 27 being burst by Chen Shen, the Goblin King appeared in the second stage form that Chen Shen had seen, but without the attribute bonus from the stomach. The Goblin King looked significantly weaker, nearly an ordinary lord-level boss. Green-skin goblins? Brain Dodo looked at these foolish goblins and frowned slightly. Although the goblin race was not considered too low-tier compared to the blessing scroll of the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the strength of the goblin race was somewhat lacking. However, after he looked at the specific information of the goblin army, he suddenly felt relieved. So there is a lord-level boss. No matter what monster, having a lord-level boss versus not having one is definitely two different concepts, especially since this goblin army also had a goblin hero. Although the goblin hero's rank was not very high, a boss that could enhance the entire group was still very useful in large-scale battles. Logically, the first army to be summoned should be the monsters closest to the target territory, so Brain Dodo looked at the Lord-level Goblin King and became slightly more cautious in his attitude towards Chen Chen. To be able to upgrade the territory to level 10 while being blocked by a Lord-level boss, it seemed that this human lord had some strength after all. But that was quite normal. After all, he was a lord capable of initiating a siege with monsters of super-tier difficulty, so having some strength was to be expected. Brain Dodo paid a little more attention to Chen Chen, but just a little. A lord-level boss didn't indicate much, and besides, how strong could a low-tier human race really be? With just a slightly more serious attitude, Brain Dodo was originally prepared to continue summoning monsters when he suddenly noticed an option under the monster information panel: full power state. Full power state, a unique difficulty enhancement for monster sieges under the effect of the battlefield of 10,000 realms blessing scroll, allowing monsters to recover to their peak state. Note: strength exceeding the limits of the novice world is not counted. What is this full power state? Although it was only his first time using a siege scroll to match opponents, as a medium race, Brain Dodo was not unfamiliar with the specifics of siege scrolls. However, this full power state option was something he had never heard of before. This made him feel a hint of confusion. What was the situation with this human lord? First, the battlefield of 10,000 realms issued a warning saying the difficulty was extremely high, and then it provided him with an option that clearly enhanced the strength of the monsters. What kind of difficulty was this human lord initiating for the monster siege? At this moment, Brain Dodo had already vaguely sensed something was off, but the confidence given to him as a medium race made him instinctively ignore this bad feeling. No matter how wrong this human race was, it was still just a low-tier race. Not to mention that his side had so many monsters. Even without them, he was confident he could break through the territory of this low-tier race in a one-on-one duel between lords. So putting aside the strange feeling, Brain Dodo directly chose to activate his full power mode. The Goblin King, originally a muscular figure, began to swell as if inflated, transforming from a green-skinned muscle man into a mountain of green flesh. In just a short while, the transformed Goblin King, both in momentum and pressure, was significantly stronger than before. If Chen Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this as the complete form of the Goblin King after devouring food with its hungry stomach. Under the extreme difficulty enhancement, even after losing its stomach, the Goblin King was still elevated to its peak state as if it had won, thanks to the battlefield of all realms. Feeling a slight sense of crisis from the now formidable Goblin King, Brain Dodo was very satisfied with this situation. After all, these were his teammates in the siege, and the stronger they were, the better. He wished their strength could break through the skies, so he wouldn't even need to lift a finger during the siege. After casting a satisfied glance at the vigorous goblin army, Brain Dodo chose to continue summoning monsters. Soon, a large army of dog-headed men appeared in the mist. Compared to the goblin army, the strength of the dog-headed men was evidently weaker, so upon their appearance, the goblin army was directly forced to retreat to the side. Another lord-level boss? And there are more than a dozen lord-level bosses? Looking at this larger and stronger army of dog-headed men, Brain Dodo couldn't help but feel even more satisfied. With these two armies combined, if they were to attack his territory, even without intelligent life coordinating the command, he would likely be unable to withstand their assault. If he couldn't handle it, then this lowly human territory would definitely be even less capable. Previously feeling something was off, Brain Dodo had now completely forgotten that strange feeling. With the cooperation of these two armies, he dared to fight even against the territories of immensely powerful high races, let alone that of a low race. Indeed, using the blessing scroll of all realms in the battlefield of all realms was akin to seeking death. Brain Dodo sighed slightly in his heart, and then he saw a solitary tiger-shaped boss walk up to him. Holy Light Tiger? Another lord-level boss, and it's a lone one. Good, this human lord will die. Overjoyed, Brain Dodo hadn't finished his sentence when he saw yet another solitary lord-level boss approach him. Why is there another one? At this moment, the excitement on Brain Dodo's face had begun to freeze. The appearance of two consecutive solitary lord-level bosses clearly exceeded his expectations, and it didn't stop there. Soon came the fourth, the fifth. Watching the rare solitary lord-level bosses appear, one after another as if they were attending a meeting, his expression began to subtly change. This isn't right. Nervously, Brain Dodo stuttered as he spoke. As his side's lineup grew stronger, his anxiety intensified. By the time he saw the 13th lord-level boss, the excitement that had once been on his face had completely vanished. He was not a fool, so upon seeing such a luxurious lineup on his side, he felt no excitement at all. Instead, he was enveloped by a deep sense of fear. A slightly stronger monster lineup might just mean that this human lord was overestimating himself by using the blessing scroll of all realms to summon powerful monsters, but a lineup this extravagant, he could realize that something was amiss, even if he were a pig. A total of 15 lord-level bosses, such a terrifying lineup under his command, not to mention going to fight the top races in the myriad realms, even against the elite races. They would have to kneel and call him grandpa, begging him not to kill them. But the crux of the problem is that this terrifying army was not brought by him. It was originally near the territory of this human lord. To have upgraded his territory to level 10 surrounded by so many terrifying monsters, and to have initiated a monster siege in advance. If this human lord had no issues, then Brainy would have to eat his own brain. Stay focused, Brainy silently encouraged himself. Although this human lord was a bit strange, with such a powerful lineup gathered on his side, if they charged together, he might not be able to kill all the lord-level bosses on his side. At that time, while he dealt with these lord-level bosses, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to break into his lord's hall. With this thought, Brainy regained his composure. The advantage is mine. A mid-level race against a low-level race. I can't lose the face of my brain race. Although he had built up a lot of psychological fortitude, Brainy still felt inexplicably anxious. He instinctively looked back. There won't be any other lord-level bosses, right? When he saw that the back was empty, Brainy felt a lot more at ease. If it was just these Lord-level bosses. Then the fact that this human lord could upgrade his territory to level 10 might mean he had some means to avoid the development of these lord-level bosses, or perhaps the area outside his territory was too vast, causing these bosses not to notice him. In any case, facing this human lord was not without a chance. Don't panic, the problem isn't that big. Thinking that this human lord might be quite average in strength, Brainy felt that possibility was quite high, and he immediately felt much safer. After all, how could a low-level human possess such terrifying strength? It seemed he had just been scaring himself. However, while Brainy was frantically building up his confidence, he had no idea that an enormous shadow loomed above him. As he gathered his forces, that massive figure slowly descended without making a sound. Just as he had finally persuaded himself to muster his courage, Brainy suddenly felt something was off. Above his head, he instinctively looked up, and when he saw that enormous dark red figure, he froze in place. The natural pressure brought by the mature dragon plunged Brainy into boundless fear, and in that fear, his thoughts came to a complete standstill, as if he had turned to stone. Fortunately, this dark red demon dragon was his teammate, and the even stronger dragon might did not affect him. Otherwise, Brainy might have collapsed to the ground like those ordinary goblins and dog-headed men. This is also my teammate? Brainy's expression was on the verge of tears. He held back his emotions and cautiously clicked on the monster information for this demon dragon. Abyss. Demon dragon rank, legendary level 30. After seeing these three pieces of information, Brainy felt darkness clouding his vision. The heart he had been holding in suspense finally died. He finally understood why there was a special note in its full form, stating that its strength exceeded the limits of the novice world and was not counted within it. He had originally not paid attention to that note. After all, in the novice world, how could there be strength that exceeded the limits of the novice world? That was simply a joke, but now he was completely clear that this note was specifically targeting this abyss dragon. Although the appearance of this abyss dragon was somewhat strange and its race was something that now Duo had never heard of, just looking at its size, it had to be at least a mature dragon. The peak strength of a mature dragon starts at level 80 if it were to restore its power to level 80, not to mention being the lord of the novice world, even this novice world wouldn't be able to withstand its havoc. But even at just level 30, as a legendary tier giant dragon, it shouldn't appear in this novice world. The appearance of the abyss dragon shattered all of Naudwadwa's hopes. All the mental preparations he had made before vanished with the legendary status of the abyss dragon. How could a lord who could upgrade their territory to level 10 under the watchful eyes of a legendary dragon and a dozen lord-level bosses be weak? No matter how much he tried to prepare himself mentally, he couldn't deceive himself anymore. At this moment, now Duo was very confused. What the hell was going on in this low-tier race's novice world? Why was there a legendary tier giant dragon? And why, despite the presence of a legendary giant dragon, had this new lord not died but instead initiated a monster siege? What the hell was going on with this human lord? Now, Duo was completely on the verge of breaking down. On one side was the legendary giant dragon and a dozen lord-level bosses, and on the other was a mysterious lord who could survive under the hands of a legendary giant dragon and a dozen lord-level bosses while initiating a monster siege. This was completely a battle of gods, and he was just an ordinary middle-tier race lord. Why was he dragged into this struggle among the strong? I won't bug out anymore, can you let me go back? As a strong individual among the middle-tier races, now, Duo had always been confident in himself. He had always believed he had an infinite future, and it wasn't impossible for him to lead his race into the ranks of top-tier races someday. He had completely fallen into despair. He regretted why he had been so reckless, why he had used that siege scroll. Now he wished he could travel back in time and strangle the smug version of himself who had thought about using the siege scroll. But now, he had no way out. Once the siege was initiated, there were only two outcomes: either break through this human lord's territory or die in this siege. Realizing he had no way out, now Duo forced himself to stay focused. This mysterious lord might be very strong, but they also had a chance. The Abyss Dragon, as a level 30 legendary boss, theoretically had already reached the limit of the novice world. Therefore, no creature should be stronger than it. That mysterious human lord shouldn't be, right? Although he questioned this in his mind, now Duo still had some confidence in this legendary dragon. Thus, he felt that the most important thing for him was to preserve his life. As long as he could hold on until the Abyss Dragon destroyed this human lord's territory, he still had a chance to survive. Thinking of this, now Duo instantly regained his spirit. If it came to survival ability, their race was definitely among the best. As long as he switched bodies, no one would be able to find his original form. However, if that were the case, then this conspicuous 8-armed Naga leader's body couldn't be used. Otherwise, if he was focused down, he would definitely be the first to die. Originally planning to showcase the abilities of the 8-armed Naga leader in this siege battle, now Duo now had completely abandoned that idea. Without hesitation, he opened the crown of the 8-armed Naga leader and jumped out from inside. The body of the 8-armed Naga leader was retracted, leaving only a brain behind. It fell directly to the ground. It glanced around and then disregarded the powerful monarch-level boss, choosing instead an inconspicuous direwolf. Climbing onto the direwolf's head, brain duo extended a nerve from beneath its brain, which traced a circle around the direwolf's skull before precisely slicing it off as if it had been cut by a scalpel. The exposed brain of the direwolf seemed to feel pain, letting out a soft whimper, but under the suppression of brain duo's special ability, it was unable to resist. "It's okay, it won't hurt for long," brain duo said, looking at the whimpering dire wolf. It directly extended 2 nerves into the dire wolf's brain. These 2 nerve tendrils acted like straws, and as they wriggled, the dire wolf's brain was quickly devoured, resembling jelly being sucked up. Once it had drained the dire wolf's brain duo jumped into the dire wolf's skull, and soon the previously dead dire wolf opened its eyes again. Brain duo moved slightly within its new body. Although it was quite dissatisfied with the dire wolf's physical strength, survival was the priority, and it couldn't afford to think too much about it. After a brief period of familiarization, brain duo stepped lightly and quickly approached the goblin priest. But as a survival expert, it cleverly kept a bit of distance from the goblin priest. From its current position, it appeared to be the goblin priest's mount, protecting the goblin priest in front, but upon closer inspection, one would find that it was still quite far from the goblin priest. This way, even if there were large-scale attacks from within the city targeting the goblin priest, it wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. This was just its initial plan. Once the fighting began and if the battle became intense, it would move a bit closer, find a higher ground, and while lying down pretending to be dead, quietly direct the situation. In any case, it was certain that it wouldn't expose itself during this siege. With the abyssal dragon and a host of monarch-level bosses present, its presence wouldn't tip the scales. Whether it acted or not would have no impact on the overall situation. After all, with the abyssal dragon around, capturing this human lord's territory should be a piece of cake. As for the possibility of failure, brain duo quickly shook its head, dismissing that thought. There was no way they couldn't take it down. With the abyssal dragon, the ceiling of combat power in the novice world, how could they possibly fail to conquer a novice territory? After reassuring itself, brain duo was soon convinced, and under this mindset, its gaze towards Chen Chen's territory inevitably revealed a hint of greed. Even low-level races can have geniuses. This human lord named Chen Chen might just be a super genius among low-level races. Such individuals often surpass their own limits, and if it could consume his brain, its own strength might rise another tier. With this inexplicable hope, brain duo felt a bit excited as it initiated the monster siege. The monster siege began in the late night. Due to the pervasive fog obscuring visibility, Chen Chen couldn't determine the situation outside. However, judging by the constantly swirling fog, the attacking monsters should have begun to gather. To prevent the fog from affecting visibility while defending the city and to reduce the defensive area, Chen Chen deliberately ordered the flesh wall to retract significantly. At this moment, the open space in front of the flesh wall, due to the territory's characteristics, was completely free of fog. As the time officially reached the monster siege's time node, a prompt immediately popped up before Chen Chen. The monster siege has begun, and this siege will last for 12 hours. Please protect your lord's hall and endure for 12 hours during the monster siege. Chen Chen couldn't help but curl his lip at the prompt. This battlefield of 10,000 realms is a bit unintelligent. Isn't there an option to annihilate the enemy? Who does it look down on? Enduring for 12 hours? He doesn't have that much time to waste on a monster siege. He might as well ask them if they can last for 12. Better ask if they can last for an hour. 12 hours is just too long. Just as Chen Chen was complaining, a horde of goblins charged out from the mist and directly pounced towards his territory. The monster siege occurs in waves, and the process is fixed. Even if Brainy Duo is in command of the siege, all they can do is decide from which direction the monsters attack and slightly adjust the order of the boss appearances. It's impossible to change the siege process, and the thought of overwhelming all the monsters at once is simply out of the question. Seeing that the specific process of the monster siege hadn't changed much, Chen Chen felt a bit relieved. The high difficulty of the monster siege prompt had kept him worried, fearing that even the siege process would change. If all the monsters rushed in at once, it would indeed be a bit troublesome for him. Now that the process was confirmed, he could finally use the 3 reserved opportunities for aura extraction he had been holding on to and draw 2 of them. Watching the grotesque goblins rushing towards the city wall like a tide, Chen Chen casually tossed a true side-eye to check the data before retracting his gaze. Just a bunch of cannon fodder. He didn't even let the archers shoot. These cannon fodder couldn't even break through the defenses of the flesh wall, which could gradually devour them to replenish some evolution energy. If he let the combat units take action, it would be like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, too wasteful. While waiting for the goblins to charge in, Chen Chen took the opportunity to open the aura options. 1. Focus aura. 2. Devout aura. 3. Elemental aura. Earth. Focus aura. Level 1 increases the defense of all allied units by 10 times. Devout Aura, level 1 increases the healing effect of all allied units by 10 times. Elemental Aura, Earth, level 1 increases the Earth magic attribute of all allied units by 200%. Among these three auras, the Devout Aura has a good effect, enhancing the healing effect of all units. For an ordinary lord with the aura talent, this is basically a must-have aura. Unfortunately, for Chen Chen, this aura is not very useful. On one hand, he hasn't recruited any priests yet, and on the other hand, with a 100% lifesteal effect, his current healing effect is already sufficient, even somewhat overflowing. Choosing the Devout Aura would be of little significance, making it somewhat redundant for him at the moment. As for the Elemental Aura, which can enhance the Earth magic attribute by 200%, this magic attribute includes not only damage but also the strength of Earth control skills. Overall, it's still quite good, but it's not yet the time for mages to truly stand up. Therefore, while this aura is also decent, its significance at this stage is similarly not very high. After pondering for a moment, Chen Chen decided to choose the Focus Aura. Although it doesn't have a significant advantage over the Earth Elemental Aura, it doesn't fall short either. Moreover, it has appeared so many times. Under these circumstances, Chen Chen felt it was reasonable to choose the Focus Aura. Furthermore, with the flesh wall benefiting from the aura's enhancement, its already high defense would be even more formidable. Chen Chen truly couldn't imagine what creature at this stage could break through its defenses. After choosing the Focus Aura, Chen Chen thought for a moment and decided not to activate the Focus Aura specifically for the flesh wall, but instead to let the Focus Aura cover all his units. The damage reflection of the Thorn Aura depends on the damage dealt by the enemy. The lower the enemy's damage, the lower the damage that can be reflected. From this perspective, enhancing defense with the Focus Aura slightly conflicts with the Thorn Aura. Chen Chen had not chosen the Focus Aura before partly for this reason, but now that his troops had reached max level with the Heavy Strike Aura, they no longer relied on the Thorn Aura for damage. Moreover, after increasing defense, it only slightly reduces the burst damage of the Thorn Aura. If the battle continues, the total reflected damage of the Thorn Aura will remain unchanged. Therefore, adding the Focus Aura does not have a significant overall impact. After enhancing the first aura, Chen Chen began to choose the second aura to extract. 1. Devout Aura. 2. Resilience Aura, Rare. 3. Elemental Aura, Earth Devout Aura, Level 1 Slight Resilience Aura, Level 1 All Friendly Units Resilience. Increases tenfold. Elemental Aura, Earth, Level 1 Slight. Faced with these three aura options, Chen Chen did not hesitate at all and chose the Rare Resilience Aura. With this aura, his troops could almost ignore most direct control skills, especially the shield soldiers, who already had a significant resilience bonus, making them a formidable wall in the front line. After selecting the two auras, Chen Chen thought for a moment and decided to keep the last aura he obtained at level 14. The current auras were already sufficient to deal with the monster siege, so he wanted to save the effect of the remaining aura to see if there would be any changes in the final wave, allowing him to make a targeted aura choice. Previously, he hoarded skill points, and now he was directly hoarding auras. Chen Chen felt that his days were slowly getting better. During the time Chen Chen was extracting auras, the goblins, led by the goblin cavalry, had also rushed to the flesh wall. Faced with the towering wall, breaking through it was certainly impossible for them, so their choice was to form a human wall, using their companions' bodies as ladders, stacking up little by little. However, they did not notice that just as they leaned against the wall, having just built part of the human wall, countless tiny tentacles suddenly emerged from within the flesh wall. These tentacles integrated into the goblins' bodies, tightly gripping those goblins pressed against the wall, and began to drag them into the wall bit by bit. It was only on the overcrowded goblin-human wall that these devoured goblins, aside from those squeezed at the bottom, who noticed, were almost completely unaware of any anomalies, continuing to stack towards the flesh wall. Chen Chen had been observing the flesh wall, so standing on the wall, he had a clearer view than the crowded goblins below. One by one, the goblins pressed against the flesh wall seemed to sink into a swamp, being grabbed by the blood and flesh tentacles and pulled into the wall. These goblins relied on the wall, but they could never have imagined that this seemingly rock-formed wall was actually a living creature that could eat people. Watching those goblins being pulled into the flesh wall, even though it was crafted by Chen Chen himself, he found it somewhat horrifying. The attack method of the flesh wall was indeed a bit too disturbing. The speed of the flesh wall's devouring was not particularly fast, but there were simply too many goblins pressed against the wall, continuously rushing to their deaths. As they were devoured one by one, the kill reports on Chen Chen's side were being refreshed at a very high frequency, showing no signs of stopping. Chen Chen glanced over the battle report and was about to look away when he suddenly sensed something was off. Wait, where's my equipment? After killing so many goblins with the wall of flesh, he hadn't seen a single piece of equipment drop, which was clearly strange. He thought he might have misread it and quickly flipped back through the report, only to find that despite the numerous goblins he had slain, not a single piece of equipment had dropped. Under the dual effects of the blessing of all realms and experience compensation, these low-level monsters were supposed to drop equipment almost 100% of the time, and some even dropped 2 pieces at once. When Chen Chen had previously swept through the goblins and dog-headed men, he had collected so much equipment that it nearly filled a dedicated storage room. He could almost monopolize the entire equipment market, relying on these vast amounts of common gear. If he weren't afraid of the prices of common equipment crashing, he could have dumped a small portion of it into the trading market, driving the prices down to wooden levels. However, Chen Chen would never engage in such self-destructive behavior. It wasn't that he feared the consequences of retribution or gratitude, it was simply that if the equipment prices were driven to the lowest point, those lords capable of obtaining equipment would be in dire straits. After working hard to acquire gear, they would find it selling for just 1 gold coin each in the trading market, making their development nearly impossible. So even though many people constantly berated him in the chat channel for being cold, heartless, selfish, and lacking compassion, Chen Chen had never paid them any mind. He had always maintained the prices of common equipment at a relatively low level, allowing any lord in urgent need of common gear to buy a piece with just a little effort over half a day. If they wanted equipment but were unwilling to put in even that much effort, then he didn't mind lending a hand to those novice lords at the bottom. But he never intended to raise a bunch of useless individuals. Those who only thought of getting something for nothing would meet there. And even in the main world, it was better for them to die in the novice world, at least it wouldn't aid the enemy. Now, in Chen Chen's warehouse, the quantity of common equipment was so vast that he couldn't sell it all. Even if he received more common gear, it wouldn't be of any use to him. However, just because it was useless to him didn't mean he could just give it away. What do you mean by taking my equipment? Moreover, this siege wasn't just against ordinary monsters, there were many bosses and even that abyssal dragon. Surely they wouldn't drop no equipment at all, right? Feeling that something was amiss, Chen Chen began to quickly search through the battle report and soon he discovered a special notification. Due to the effect of the blessing of all realms, this monster siege will not drop equipment. Normally, thus the equipment drops during the siege have been cancelled. As compensation, all lords will receive 10 times the points for every monster killed. Chen Chen stared at the first half of the notification, pondering for a while before realizing what it meant. The blessing of all realms had caused all the equipment on these monsters to be dropped, resulting in the resurrected monsters having nothing good to drop for him, so they simply cancelled the equipment drops altogether. Chen Chen had to admit that he found the blessing of all realms to be rather petty. If these monsters had no equipment, couldn't they just pull some from elsewhere? If common equipment was hard to come by, they could at least get some decent gear. He wouldn't mind if low-level monsters dropped orange gear or bosses dropped legendary items. However, even though there were no equipment drops, converting the compensation into points meant Chen Chen wouldn't be at a loss. The items that could be exchanged from the monster siege and the blessing of all realms were incredibly diverse, ranging from common equipment to orange gear and even legendary items for ordinary lords. Exchanging equipment drops for double points during a monster siege is not a loss. However, for Chen Chen, due to the blessing of the myriad realms enhancing his drop rate, it roughly translates to a 5-fold point drop, meaning he wouldn't be at a loss. So even if he had to give up the legendary equipment that the abyssal dragon might drop with a 10-fold point drop, he would still be profiting. Wait, the abyssal dragon, legendary level? Chen Chen suddenly seemed to recall something. If he remembered correctly, the point drops in monster sieges are based on the monster's tier. Ordinary monsters yield 1 point, elites 10 points, bosses 100 points, leaders 1000 points, lords 10,000 points, and monarchs 100,000 points. The highest known is the monarch level boss, as no one has ever encountered anything beyond that. Even if someone did, they certainly wouldn't be able to keep their territory. So, what people currently know is that a monarch level boss gives 100,000 points. However, if we calculate this further, an epic level boss should yield 1,000,000 points and a legendary one should be 10 million? His 10 million? When Chen Chen calculated the legendary tier, he couldn't help but gasp. If 10 million points are multiplied by 10, does that mean that just by killing the abyssal dragon, the points could exceed 100 million? This astronomical figure left Chen Chen somewhat stunned. To be honest, he had never played a game with such high stakes before. Starting with over 100 million points seemed a bit exaggerated. The point exchange in monster sieges is unlocked by tiers. Previously, the highest record on Blue Star only unlocked items at the million tier level, with corresponding exchange items being orange gear. But now, if he could really obtain 100 million points, wouldn't that mean that after the monster siege, he could possess a divine artifact? A divine artifact. Thinking of the words divine artifact, Chen Chen's eyes lit up. At this moment, looking at the monsters besieging the city, his heart was filled with fervor. These aren't just monsters, they are clearly walking points. Torrens, I beg you, you must come for this monster siege. My divine artifact, this time it will fall into your hands. Just as Chen Chen gazed passionately at the goblins below, those goblins forming a human wall finally sensed something was off. They didn't realize something was wrong because they noticed goblins being devoured by the flesh wall. Instead, they found that the human wall just wouldn't stack up. Logically, a 30-meter-high city wall could be built up with just a few hundred people, allowing them to step on the human wall and directly attack the top of the wall. But now, thousands of people had already filled in, and the stacked human wall was still only this high. Even the goblins in charge of directing the attack, no matter how foolish, could sense that something was amiss. Once they realized something was wrong, the goblin commander quickly ordered everyone building the human wall to temporarily retreat. Then he discovered that the goblins under his command, who had gone in fine, were now unable to return. After dispersing the human wall, the goblin commander finally noticed that those goblins pressed against the city wall seemed to be caught by something, continuously wailing and struggling as they were dragged into the wall to be devoured. Previously, due to the goblins' shrieks during their charge, these suppressed wails had gone unheard. Now, with the human wall dispersed, these piercing cries sounded particularly jarring beneath the quiet city wall. Watching the tragic sight of the goblins being devoured by the wall, the goblin commander shivered, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. What the hell is this? Isn't it just a city wall? Why can it devour living beings? Can't you be a little more foolish? Watching the frightened goblin commander begin to gather ranged troops to prepare for a concentrated attack on the city walls, Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Let the flesh and blood wall devour you, you might live a little longer. Now that you aren't coming forward to deliver yourselves to death, there's no need to keep you around. Chen glanced at the archers beside him, just about to give the order to attack, when suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he hurriedly turned off the enhancements of the heavy strike aura and the long-range aura. This time, the monster's siege was commanded by intelligent beings from other races, and Chen didn't know what race the lord belonged to, nor what abilities this lord possessed, nor whether this lord had any means to escape the monster's siege. Therefore, Chen decided to hold back a bit of power for now, lest he scare off this lord who had come to his doorstep. After all, with the strength of the combat units under his command, dealing with these goblins wouldn't be affected by the presence of these two auras. After the goblin commander noticed something was off with the flesh and blood wall, he speculated that the city wall was likely a living entity. Thus, he directly summoned a large number of goblin priests and goblin archers, intending to focus fire and kill this living wall. From a tactical standpoint, the goblin commander's choice was not wrong. However, unfortunately, their strength was simply too far behind Chen. The ranged troops had just been summoned and hadn't even had the chance to strike before. Arrows rained down from the wall like a torrential downpour. Under this rain of arrows, the newly summoned ranged troops of the goblin commander fell as if they were being harvested like wheat, and terrifyingly, this rain of arrows showed no signs of stopping. Although there were only a few hundred arrows at a time, with the extremely high attack speed bonus, it truly fell continuously from the city walls like raindrops. Wherever the arrow rain fell, goblins immediately collapsed, and in just a short while, a large swath of the dark goblin army was completely wiped out. However, such heavy casualties were no longer a concern for the goblin commander. For the specialized battlefield snipers, the goblin commander was incredibly conspicuous among the crowd. Almost the moment Chen ordered the attack, the newly equipped Void War Bow sniper shot an arrow directly at the goblin commander. Faced with the targeting of the sniper using the Void War Bow, the goblin commander had no room to react. Almost the instant the arrow left the bow, he was struck. Even without the enhancement of the heavy strike aura, the fully enhanced sniper dealt explosive damage. The goblin commander couldn't even let out a scream before collapsing. From the blood-red damage number that floated from him, it was clear that this arrow had dealt enough damage to take the goblin commander down at least several times over. Among the goblin priests, the brainy Dodo saw the goblin commander fall to a single arrow and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly lowered his head and quietly hid behind a group of goblin priests. Indeed, he had guessed correctly, this human lord was truly powerful. That goblin commander was a leader-level monster, yet he had fallen as easily as a wild dog to a single arrow. No, he was even less than a wild dog, as a wild dog wouldn't die immediately from a single arrow. At the very least, it would whimper a few times. But this goblin commander didn't even make a sound before dying. It was genuinely terrifying. The strongest body he could possess was merely a leader-level 8-armed Naga commander. Although it was somewhat stronger than the goblin commander, it was still limited in strength. Looking at the damage spilling from the goblin commander, Dodo was utterly certain that this arrow could not only kill the goblin commander but could also kill him. Fortunately, he was cautious and did not reveal himself directly. Otherwise, if he had stepped out like a fool, swaggering around to command, he might have ended up being kicked to death like a stray dog by the roadside, and it wouldn't just be one goblin commander but himself as well. Thinking of this, Brain Dodo instinctively shrank his body a bit to hide better. This human lord was simply too strong, not only possessing such powerful output but also having walls that could devour nearby creatures. Moreover, he was certain that this human lord must have hidden means. Not only were there many troops on the walls that had not yet attacked, but even the most important defensive towers in the territory had not begun to fire. This indicated that the human lord had certainly retained many strategies to deal with the monster siege. Fortunately, he still had an abyss dragon, a powerhouse in combat. He believed that no matter how many hidden means this human lord had, they would definitely not be a match for the abyss dragon. Once the abyss dragon appeared, he was sure that this human lord would be in despair. However, before that, he needed to probe the hidden means of this human lord to avoid any unexpected situations. It was just a wall, after all. It couldn't stop the monster armies attack. Brain Dodo was not like those foolish monsters. The moment he saw the wall, he had already completed his deployment. He would let this human lord know what the art of command was. Once the wall was breached, no matter what hidden means he had left, he would have to use them all. Otherwise, before the abyss dragon appeared, the monster army would break through his territory. Calculating the time, his carefully arranged boss should be making an appearance soon. With this thought, Brain Dodo glanced at the front battlefield, confirming that Chen Chen had no intention of charging out, and then quietly withdrew from the battlefield, moving in another direction through the mist. Watching the goblin army fall one after another, still rushing forward to their deaths, Chen Chen sensed something was off. Knowing they were marching to their doom yet continuing to charge forward for their heads was quite common for ordinary monster sieges. However, Chen Chen's monster siege was not ordinary. It was commanded by intelligent beings. In this situation, unless the commander was as foolish as the monsters, it was impossible to send troops to their deaths knowing it would have no effect. After all, these monsters were his forces. Although slightly weaker, it was still a waste to send them like this. As for the possibility that the commander was a fool, Chen believed it was basically impossible. This was not because there were no foolish races in the Myriad Realms battlefield, but because, if this commander were truly a fool, he should be standing on the battlefield without a care, commanding the army's attack and then getting shot dead by a sniper, rather than hiding in the shadows, quietly directing the monster army without showing any trace of himself. Excluding the possibility that the commander was a fool, Chen thought that this commander was making the goblins charge to their deaths either because he had given up on the first wave of offense, wanting the goblins to die quickly to hasten the second wave of the monster siege, or Chen looked at the territory where only monsters were charging from the front, while other directions remained eerily quiet. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could this guy be trying to create a diversion? A feigned frontal attack to draw his attention, making him gather his forces to the front while deploying heavy troops from other directions, intending to break through his walls while his defenses were weak elsewhere? With this thought, Chen expression turned somewhat strange. He had to admit, there was indeed a possibility, and it was quite high. After all, facing such high city walls, there aren't many tricks that can be employed in a siege, and the methods available for that foreign race to choose from are limited to these. Therefore, Chen felt that he was likely playing a feint. But the problem is, for a feint to work, it needs to create pressure on oneself. He couldn't possibly think that sending these constantly dying goblins would allow him to concentrate all his forces on the front line, could he? With this level of attack intensity, the goblins below were falling like wheat being harvested. Chen even considered pulling back some of his forces, let alone gathering troops from other directions. Playing tactics in the face of absolute strength. Was this guy overthinking it? Seeing that there were no issues on the front line and with a mindset of watching the show, Chen went to the back wall of the territory, wanting to see what the commander of the siege was planning, whether he intended to abandon the first wave of attack or if he truly wanted to employ some flashy tactics. Not long after Chen arrived at the back wall, there was indeed movement. A gigantic wild boar suddenly emerged from the mist. Unlike the clamor of the front line, this wild boar made no sound upon its appearance. Following it were only a goblin hero and a small number of goblin priests, all striving to maintain silence. Once the wild boar boss appeared outside the territory, the goblin hero and the group of goblin priests immediately began to bestow various enhancement skills upon it. Although the goblin hero and goblin priests were of a lower tier, meaning the effects of their skills would be significantly reduced, the sheer number of enhancements they applied quickly piled up. In just a moment, the wild boar boss was covered in a multitude of buffs. To prevent Chen from having time to react, the wild boar boss, after receiving its enhancements, did not pause for a moment and started running straight away. The wild boar boss was enormous, standing over 10 meters tall. When it emerged from the mist, it could still manage to keep a low profile, but as it began to run, the commotion became substantial. Fueled by a berserk state, its eyes bloodshot, it charged like a heavy war chariot. With each of its massive limbs hitting the ground, a tremor could be felt through the earth. The wild boar, towering at over 10 meters, charged towards Chen city wall with an unstoppable force. The Boar King, an old acquaintance, Chen said with a hint of a smile as he looked at the gigantic wild boar. Previously, to complete the Glory Road task and collect skill points, he had cleared the surrounding Lord-level bosses, and this Boar King was one of the 10 bosses he had slain. It is no exaggeration to say that this Boar King was the largest among the many Lord-level bosses he had encountered. In its presence, the high resilience of shield warriors seemed to vanish, and Chen frontline soldiers were like paper, all sent flying. one can only say that being large has its advantages. At least in terms of strength and impact, no Lord-level boss could compare to it. Thus, using it as a battering ram to break the city was, indeed, a good choice. Its size was half the height of the city wall, and with its two massive tusks resembling battering rams, once it reached full speed, it would undoubtedly smash through the 30-meter wall with the aid of its charging skills. To avoid drawing Chen's attention and to prevent the Boar King from being stopped, the commander had even arranged a feint, hoping to catch Chen off guard with the sudden appearance of the Boar King. This way, even if Chen did not pull back his forces, he would not have time to stop the Boar King's charge. I have to say, although the tactics of this siege commander are somewhat flashy, the plan is still quite good. As long as he can get the Boar King to charge and smash through Chen's city walls in the subsequent siege, he just needs to gather heavy troops and break in through this gap. Chen will definitely find it difficult to defend a wall that has a breach. At that point, he will be overwhelmed by the massive army of monsters. However, all of this is predicated on the assumption that Chen is an ordinary lord, but unfortunately, he is not an ordinary lord. What the siege commander does not know is that this Boar King boss is not only the largest among the lord bosses he has encountered, but also the one that dies the most miserably. Its massive size, super strong defense, and monotonous attack methods combine to make the Boar King the best live target. The archers under Chen don't even need to aim, they wouldn't miss even with their eyes closed. Thus, the dignified lord-level boss, the Boar King, could not last as long against Chen is the Dragonblood Sorcerer, a lord-level boss, and this is still because it is a lord-level boss with higher defense and health bonuses. Otherwise, a monster like it, which is simply tough-skinned and meaty, wouldn't even have the chance to charge into Chen's formation before being shot dead. Now, that commander wants to use the Boar King to break through his city walls, which is somewhat presumptuous. However, looking at the Boar King boss charging in like a heavy truck with astonishing momentum, Chen did not order the archers to shoot. Instead, he let it charge straight in. He wanted to see which was harder, the wall of flesh or the Boar King's head, under the dual enhancement of the Resilience Aura and the Focus Aura. As a lord-level boss, the Boar King, although its abilities are quite singular, has truly mastered its specialization. With its massive size and unparalleled charging ability, it can unleash terrifying, destructive power. In this regard, it is very much like an enhanced version of a warrior. No matter what opponent it faces, it just charges. If one charge doesn't kill, it will charge again. In short, very few things can stop its charge. After being enhanced by numerous states, the Boar King has now basically entered a state of frenzy. Its speed, which was already very fast, is now even quicker than when Chen saw it before. Such a massive size combined with such speed makes the Boar King look like a rampaging little mountain, hidden in the mist. Watching the Boar King charge wildly, my duo instantly felt that this was a sure win. The Boar King was the first boss he carefully selected. Its size alone was half the height of the city wall. As long as it can charge and maximize its speed advantage, he believes that this mere 30-meter city wall in Chen's territory can definitely be broken by the Boar King. Even if this wall has some strange ability to devour living things, it still cannot change its fate. Originally, my duo was most worried that the Boar King might be blocked by some means during the charging phase, so he employed a feint strategy. Now he feels that this is completely unnecessary. The noise from the Boar King's charge is so great, yet there is still no reaction from the city wall. He believes that the wall behind it likely has no defensive power at all. This human lord must have paid a great price to have such powerful archers, and that price might just be the limited number of troops in his territory. He thought, after all, just a rookie lord, no matter how strong, could not be strong too. The point of defying the heavens. After coming to a realization, Brain Dodo felt much more relaxed. He watched the charging Boar King. As long as it could break through the city wall, the rest would be simple. He believed that with just those few archers, that human lord would definitely not be able to hold them off. By that time, there would be no need for the abyssal dragon to intervene. He could rely on the remaining lord-level boss to conquer this human genius's territory. Human genius, how wonderful! A glimmer of anticipation appeared in Brain Dodo's eyes. For the Brain Clan, the greatest enhancement came from various geniuses, as they were easier to invade due to their lower levels, and with high growth potential. If utilized well, they could provide the Brain Clan with a new future. So at this moment, Brain Dodo was already somewhat impatient to devour Chen's brain. Under Brain Dodo's gaze, the Boar King, moving faster and faster, relied on the inertia and the impact from its charge. At the moment it approached the city wall, it suddenly lowered its head and rammed into the base of the wall. The Boar King, confident in its own strength, clearly intended to use its powerful impact to directly lift the entire section of the wall. Boom! At the moment the Boar King collided with the wall, a thunderous sound erupted, and then the Boar King, moving at high speed, was directly bounced back even faster. However, unlike its approach, where it ran into the wall, it now flew sideways through the air as it was sent flying back. Bang! After flying several dozen meters, the Boar King crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly under its weight. How tragic! Chen stood on the city wall, looking at the Boar king that had fallen to the ground, feeling almost unable to watch. Under the tremendous impact, the boar king's two massive tusks had completely broken off, and one of the broken tusks had unfortunately pierced into its eye, nearly impaling half of its head, causing blood to flow continuously from its head. But that wasn't the worst part. The most tragic aspect was that the blood flesh wall had the thorn halo enhancement, with a 200% return damage. Even with armor reduction, this blow essentially amounted to the boar king dealing a heavy blow to itself. Chen Shen had always been curious about the outcome of using one's spear against one's shield, and upon seeing the boar king, he instantly had the answer. The shield couldn't withstand it. After taking a heavy hit from itself, the return damage left it covered in wounds, with the most severe one on its abdomen completely tearing its body apart, slippery intestines flowing out with the blood. At this rate, if it weren't a lord-level boss, just the blood loss could have costed its life. As for the blood flesh wall that it crashed into, it was basically unscathed. Not only was it unharmed, but Chen Shen standing on top didn't even feel a tremor. The boar king seemed like an ordinary piglet crashing into a tall stone wall, achieving nothing but its own demise. The boar king had almost proven with its life just how tough the blood flesh wall was under the enhancement of the resilience halo and focus halo. However, looking at the large intestine sliding out, Chen Shen couldn't help but send a message to the foodie Reina Makoto. Do you want to eat the pigs? Large intestine as thick as a bucket? Yes. Upon seeing the food, Reina Makoto almost replied instantly, but after responding, she seemed to realize something and asked, a large intestine as thick as a bucket? After their meeting at the Throne of Kings, Chen Shen had basically figured out who had eaten the items he sent to Reina Makoto. Seeing her reply now, he thought she didn't like eating pig offal. And just as he was about to say he would get her something else, Reina Makoto's messages came pouring in like a machine gun. Does that mean you have a 10-meter tall pig over there? Brother Chen Shen, no. Dad Chen Shen, please be sure to leave the pig brain for me. If possible, I also want the pig ears and the pig tail. Of course, if you could leave the pig heart for me, that would be the best. And the pig knuckle too. Am I asking for too much? Whoa, but I really want to eat it. I beg you, Dad, as long as you can leave me more of this pig, you can make me do anything. Chen Shen looked at this series of messages feeling somewhat strained. Pig head, pig brain, pig tail, what is all this? He thought that eating large intestines was already quite an acceptance level, but compared to this true foodie, he felt a bit like a small fry. As for Ling Nai Jinyan's shameless remarks, Chen Shen didn't take them to heart at all. He had already seen it when he was at the royal throne. This little foodie was very much like Xiao Lu, both obsessed with food, but Xiao Lu's eating was somewhat motivated by the desire to enhance her strength. As for Ling Nai Jinan, although her talent was also related to eating, Chen Shen was very sure that she was purely satisfying her cravings, completely unrelated to her talent. Because of Xiao Lu, Chen had some goodwill towards this easily deceived, no, purely food-loving girl, so a few scraps of offal or something like that were not a problem for him. Once he gave her these things, he could go back to her territory and pick up some items. After all, Ling Nai Jinan had said he could do anything, so taking a few things from her wasn't too much, right? Of course, he wasn't deceiving the little girl. It was just common courtesy to reciprocate. If he didn't take something, he was afraid Ling Nai Jinan would feel bad, and it would be worse if he felt guilty later. To prevent Ling Nai Jinan from feeling guilty, Chen Shen decided he must pick up more items. These were all things beyond the debt, so he could take them freely. Sigh. Chen Shen silently sighed. In this day and age, there really aren't many good people like him who think of others. Just as Chen Shen was signing various unequal treaties with Ling Nai Jinan using the corpse of the wild boar king, the brain duo hiding in the mist was completely dumbfounded. What did he see? A wild boar king that big just bumped into a city wall and got itself half destroyed? Brain duo was shocked. He understood, but he didn't comprehend. This wasn't an ordinary wild boar, this was a monarch-level boss. He could understand not breaking the city wall and getting counter-damaged, but what was up with the injuries on the wild boar king? It used its head to crash, not its belly, so how did it even burst its intestines? And what the hell was this city wall? With such a fierce impact from the wild boar king, it almost killed itself. Why couldn't it break through, not even leaving a small gap? What on earth was this city wall made of? Heavenly steel. At this moment, Brain Duo was completely in a daze. The result of the wild boar king's crash had directly stunned him. Just as he was lost in thought, Chen Shen on top of the city wall had also finalized the terms with Ling Nai Jinan. Looking at the wild boar king that was still slowly recovering from its injuries, Chen Shen no longer waited. Taking advantage of its still unhealed state, dozens of arrows shot out simultaneously, accurately piercing its throat and completely draining its remaining health. Then, the vines that sprouted from Chen Shen's wrist shot out, directly wrapping around the wild boar king's corpse. The wild boar king, dozens of meters high and weighing several tons, was directly pulled onto the city wall under Chen Shen's immense strength boost. Looking at the wild boar king's corpse, Chen Shen opened the battle report panel with a slight sense of regret. Due to his level having increased significantly, the power gap between him and these low-level monarch bosses was no longer substantial, so killing them no longer granted him skill point rewards. But it doesn't matter anymore, there's still a deep abyss dragon ahead, and the 10 skill point rewards on it are definitely not going to escape. I just don't know if killing it this time will grant another golden skill point. Although Chen still hasn't figured out how to use the golden skill points, anything that can only drop from killing a world boss must be something good. It would be great if I could get another one. Brain Duo watched this horrifying scene, completely numb. What a joke, at most a little bit. What kind of monster siege is this? They can't even break the city walls. What are they attacking for? These city walls not only devour nearby units but are also so strong that even the Boar King can't break through. Trying to use ranged attacks can't even compete with Chen archers. Brain Duo simply couldn't think of a way to breach Chen city walls. Playing tactics is a method for ordinary people, but this human lord before him is anything but ordinary. Tactics are of no use to him at all. Right now, his only hope is the deep abyss dragon. Nothing else can be relied upon. After his plan failed, Brain Duo simply gave up, no longer directing the monster siege. He let them attack freely from all directions, just trying to preserve some of the monster's attributes and sending the weaker bosses to their deaths first. This way, by the last wave, he could gather the strongest power and strive to break through Chen's territory under the leadership of the deep abyss dragon. After Brain Duo gave up, the monsters besieging the city, now unrestrained, surged in number, with goblins flooding the mountains and fields, howling as they charged towards Chen's territory. Behind them, more goblin archers and goblin priests lined up to attack the city walls. Compared to when Chen attacked the goblin camp, the number of goblins now was clearly many times greater, but unfortunately, in the face of absolute quality, no matter how many there are, they are just cannon fodder. Facing these irrational ordinary goblin monsters, even the archers, who were busy shooting them down, were overwhelmed. Chen simply let the mages join the fray. In terms of area damage, the mage is second to none. No one dares to claim the first spot. Although the mages under Chen were only in their teens in levels, they already exhibited the aura of a true mage. Walls of fire and rain of fire appeared directly on the battlefield. Although these two spells didn't deal high damage, the problem was that these goblins weren't strong either. These two spells, usually used for attrition and control, were perfect for slaughtering weaklings at this moment. Any goblin that stepped into the range of the fire walls and fire rain would basically last less than a second before being turned to charcoal. The fire walls and fire rain on the battlefield were like a chasm for these goblins. Stepping in meant certain death. In addition, some mages using lightning magic were casting chain lightning spells, with the bouncing chain lightning among the goblin horde resembling the finger of death. Any goblin struck by the chain lightning would instantly have their health emptied. A single chain lightning could take the lives of dozens of goblins. Among these mages, the one with the highest killing power was undoubtedly the Fire Warlock. As a warlock, most low-level spells were instant for him, and the beginner fire magic book allowed him to master all low-level fire spells. Therefore, at this moment, he transformed into a spell machine gun, unleashing various fire spells madly onto the battlefield. With the enhancement of the explosive wand, all his spells would explode upon hitting their targets, allowing him alone to clear a large area of the battlefield, leaving the mages standing beside the Fire Warlock with no chance to ACT.AS for the goblins charging forward. They didn't even see what was attacking them. All they could see was a sea of red on the battlefield, and then they were instantly drained of all their health in the exploding flames. With the fire sorcerer's frenzied spellcasting speed, even with the level 1 Glorious Halos boost, his mana was somewhat insufficient. Therefore, at the beginning, after casting a few spells, he had to pause for a moment to let his mana recover before casting again, which greatly affected his output efficiency. After witnessing this scene, Chen, who had plenty of skill points at hand, directly upgraded the Glorious Halo by 2 levels. With a level 3 Glorious Halo, the mana recovery speed increased 30-fold, allowing the fire sorcerer to go from empty to full mana in just a few breaths, making it no problem for him to continuously cast low-level spells. With these fully powered mages joining in, the goblins attacking the city were no longer dying in small groups. Instead, every goblin that stepped into the mage's attack range would instantly perish. In just a short while, tens of thousands of goblins had fallen outside Chen's territory. With such a large number of goblins, even with his current massive experience requirements, the 50% experience boost from the World Guardian allowed Chen to level up by more than 2 levels, bringing him to level 16. They really are taking good care of me, Chen mused, stroking his chin as he looked down at what seemed like an endless sea of goblins, feeling a bit emotional. If he remembered correctly, in a normal monster siege, a wave would only have a few thousand monsters at most, but here, the first wave had already surpassed 10,000, and there was no sign of the goblins stopping. Truly, it was a high difficulty level. Fortunately, this was a good thing for him. The worst among these goblins were elite-level big goblins, with each goblin worth 10 points, and with the 10-fold boost from the Blessing of all realms, a big goblin was worth 100 points. Therefore, in just this short time, the points Chen had gained from these goblins had already surpassed 1 million. Coupled with the points from the previous kill of the Boar King, Qin Shen's points skyrocketed to an exaggerated 2 million. For Qin Shen, this was not a monster siege, it was clearly monsters delivering points to him. He wished the monsters would never stop, allowing him to farm points vigorously. Although Qin Shen's thoughts were good, the world battlefield clearly wouldn't grant him infinite monster spawns. After killing over 10,000 goblins, a tiger-shaped lord-level boss appeared on the battlefield. Once again. Unfortunately, it was just an ordinary lord-level boss, and under the concentrated fire of archers and mages, it died even more miserably than the Boar King. As Qin Shen dragged this dark tiger boss back to his territory, the first wave of the monster siege officially came to an end. With Qin Shen's powerful strength and the intentional control of monster strength by Brainy, the first wave of the siege seemed quite bland and ended without any waves after the Boar King's death. After each wave of monster sieges, there would be a brief pause. This pause was partly for the attacking side to regroup the monsters and partly to give the defending lord some breathing and recovery space. Naturally, Qin Shen, who had suffered no losses, didn't need any recovery, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't control the monster siege. So after the first wave of the siege, looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, Qin Shen decided to send out the melee troops that had been idle to collect the bodies. Watching the melee troops continuously throw the corpses onto the wall of flesh, Qin Shen felt somewhat helpless. If it weren't for the timing of this monster siege happening at night, he would have taken these melee troops to directly wipe out those attacking monsters. What one wave, 2 waves, there should only be one wave in a siege, 1 wave to wipe them all out. Unfortunately, it was night, and with the fog outside, even if he wanted to break out, it wasn't very realistic, so he could only wait slowly. While waiting for the second wave of monsters to attack the city, Qin Shen opened the points exchange panel. The monster siege points exchange is unlocked according to the number of points. Below 100,000 is one tier, 1 million is another, 10 million is yet another, and so on. If the points are insufficient, you won't even have the qualification to view higher level rewards. At this moment, Qin Shen's points had reached over 2 million, unlocking the million level rewards. After opening the exchange panel, a massive array of orange level items instantly appeared. Qin Shen didn't pay attention to those orange equipment and directly clicked on the category for guardian beasts. Soon, a large number of exclusive items for guardian beasts appeared on Qin Shen's panel. Besides the guardian token, there were also some strange equipment and special items. Naturally, Qin Shen skipped over the equipment, but looking at those special items, he couldn't help but feel a bit tempted, originally just wanting to exchange for a guardian token. After carefully examining for a while, besides the guardian token, he also set his sights on another item. Guardian token can transform a neutral creature willing to join your territory into a guardian beast of the territory. Exchange price 1 million Nirvana Pearl can cause the guardian beast to undergo nirvana to its initial state, slightly enhancing the guardian beast's qualifications and innate abilities after nirvana. Exchange price 1.5 million. The quantity of guardian tokens is extremely rare, with an exchange price of 1 million, which Qin Shen found reasonable. However, the Nirvana Pearl, which could enhance the qualifications and innate abilities of the guardian beast, surprisingly only required 1.5 million. This left Qin Shen somewhat puzzled. Items that can enhance qualifications and innate abilities are very rare in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Just enhancing one aspect can fetch a sky-high price in the main world. Now, this Nirvana Pearl only costs 1.5 million points, equivalent to the price of a top-quality orange equipment. Wasn't this a bit too generous? Qin Shen looked at the Nirvana Pearl that had been exchanged and pondered for a moment before quickly forming a guess. The reason the Nirvana Pearl was priced low should be related to the Nirvana process itself. The battlefield of 10,000 realms is fraught with danger, and everyone is eager to elevate their strength to the highest level. It's not easy to tame a guardian beast, which is considered a top combat force in the territory. Who would dare to let a guardian beast undergo nirvana? Not everyone is like him, able to encounter a formidable deer in its juvenile stage. Most other lords can only tame adult guardian beasts, and once they undergo nirvana to return to their initial state, for those lords, the guardian beast would essentially be rendered useless. After all powerful exotic beasts have shockingly long lifespans, and long-lived species share a common trait: their growth period is equally lengthy. For an average lord, if they don't have an energy pool, once the guardian beast undergoes nirvana back to its initial state, it might take until the lord dies of old age before they can see it mature again. Moreover, asking an adult exotic beast to undergo nirvana is simply unrealistic. To enhance a bit of qualifications and innate abilities, they would have to give up all their strength to undergo nirvana. Unless they were out of their minds, they would never do that. However, for Qin Shen, this wasn't much of a problem. Firstly, the deer was already in its juvenile state, and undergoing nirvana a bit more wouldn't have a significant impact. Secondly, its strength would naturally decrease after becoming a guardian beast. Since it was going to drop anyway, It was better to drop it all the way down and simultaneously enhance its qualifications and innate abilities. After all, with the Halo's support, even if the Beyondir's strength dropped to the bottom, it would still definitely be a top combat force in his territory. Slightly lowering its strength wouldn't have any effect at all. After obtaining the Guardian token and the Nirvana Pearl, Chen Shen directly returned to the Copper Sparrow platform. On the Copper Sparrow terrace, Bu Yunlu lay in a high room, watching the battles in Chen Shen's territory through the glass. The extraordinary combat power of those archers and mages made the little deer envious. The two-legged beasts' subordinates were so strong. They shot down such large pigs in just a few shots. If only it had such strength, then when it went out to steal, who would dare to hit it? Whoever dared to hit it would get a beating. But as it watched, the little deer suddenly sensed something was off. Wait, if the two-legged beast's subordinates were so strong, what did it need to do? The little deer thought carefully. Compared to the two-legged beast's subordinates, aside from being a bit faster, it seemed to be inferior in every other way. Moreover, it ate a lot and drank well. If that was the case, what did the two-legged beast need it for? The two-legged beast wouldn't abandon me, would it? With this thought, the alert little deer perked up its ears. This didn't seem impossible. The two-legged beast might be waiting for it to grow up to help him fight others, but the problem was that it would take a long time for it to grow up. The two-legged beast might not be able to wait. Oh no, the two-legged beast might not know this. If he found out, he would definitely abandon it. What should I do? Originally sprawled out comfortably on the soft cushion, the little deer suddenly jumped up. It looked at the powerful troops under Chen Shen, its eyes filled with confusion. How about I trick him a bit, not tell him this, and while he hasn't reacted yet, become his guardian beast first? The little deer racked its brain for a while before barely coming up with a good plan, but after thinking of this plan, it felt a bit guilty. The two-legged beast had been so good to it, and it wanted to deceive him. Wasn't that too much? Wanting to stay in Chen Shen's territory while feeling guilty, the little deer fell into a more tangled situation than before. After a long while, it finally mumbled dejectedly, "At worst, I won't drink from his energy pool anymore, and I'll eat a little less. I'll just eat one blade of grass from him each day. No, half a blade of grass will do. If I eat a little less, he won't be able to drive me away, right?" Bang bang bang. Just as the little deer was in turmoil, a sudden knock on the door startled it. After all that mental preparation, the courage it had finally mustered dissipated at the sound of the knock. Isn't the two-legged beast fighting monsters? Why is he here now? He can't have already figured it out, can he? The little deer, who had been battling internally for a long time, didn't notice that the first wave of monsters had already ended. Hearing the knock, it clearly looked a bit flustered, and only when the second knock sounded did it react, jumping over in a panic. Is there something going on? The little deer wasn't good at hiding its emotions. Its worries were almost all written in its eyes. Seeing the little deer looking somewhat guilty, a big question mark appeared in Chen Shen's mind. What was going on with this little deer? Had it done something bad? Was this little deer a troublemaker, breaking things in the Copper Sparrow Terrace? But if the Copper Sparrow Terrace was damaged, he would receive a warning, and he hadn't received any alerts about it. Looking at the little deer, whose fur was standing on end from nervousness, Chen Shen thought for a moment and decided not to ask too much. It was just a small matter. If it wanted to say something, it would, and if it didn't want to, there was no need to pry. The urgent thing now was to trick it into signing in to his territory first. I exchanged for the Guardian token, and I also got a Nirvana Pearl. This thing can slightly enhance your aptitude and talent abilities. Do you want to use it? So soon? The little deer was bewildered. Although it had thought it would be best to become the guardian beast of Chen Shen's territory as soon as possible, it never expected it would happen so soon. The speed of the biped was just too fast. It hadn't even decided whether to deceive him yet. Chen Shen looked at the little deer, whose eyes were filled with conflict and hesitation, and suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Oh no, this little deer wouldn't be having second thoughts, would it? The guilty look from earlier, combined with this hesitant expression, clearly indicated it was about to back out, but it was too shy to say so. No, he had to quickly persuade it to use the token. No, he couldn't just persuade it. Chen Shen suddenly realized he didn't know why the little deer was having second thoughts. The more he urged, the more it might backfire. The best approach now was to say less, and while the little deer was still too shy to back out, he should decisively use the token. By the time it became the guardian beast of his territory, it would be too late for it to regret dealing with such an inexperienced little creature. Required this kind of strategy. Just look at how many naive college students have been taken advantage of by ice cream scammers without saying a word. The little deer would surely be the same. It had just agreed, and it wouldn't want to back out immediately. Chen Shen, whose moral bottom line was quite flexible, was different from the innocent little deer. He felt no hesitation about deceiving the little deer, let alone any psychological burden. So he directly began to PUA, no matter what, if you promise someone, you must follow through. Since you've agreed to join the territory, I will definitely get a guardian token for you at the first Opportunity. I can't delay even for a second when it comes to keeping promises. Oh. The little deer nodded softly, completely unaware that its thoughts were entirely different from Chun Shen's. It wasn't swayed by the PUA at all. After hearing that Chun Shen would get a guardian token for it right away, it suddenly felt a bit guilty and lowered its head, not daring to look at Chun Shen. Out of guilt, the little deer, which had already decided to become Chun Shen's guardian beast first, found it impossible to just agree to it while looking at the guardian token. But Chun Shen didn't care about that. With the idea of cutting through the chaos, he noticed the little deer wasn't responding and directly held the guardian token in front of its eyes, then said, "If you have no objections, I will use the guardian token now. This thing is very expensive, and it's a one-time consumable. Even if you don't agree, once it's crushed, it can't be restored." Wait a minute. The little deer instinctively interrupted Chun Shen upon hearing this. It looked up at him, hesitated for a while, and finally couldn't hold back, saying, "Our bee and deer clan takes a long time to grow up. I know, right? For a strong-blooded race like yours, it's normal to take a bit longer to grow." Chun Shen was a bit surprised, not understanding why the little deer suddenly brought this up. He looked at it curiously and said, "If your long-lived kind reached adulthood at the same time as us humans, that would really be unreasonable. What I mean is, if I become the guardian beast of your territory, I might not be able to help you much." Since it had already said this, the little deer no longer hid its feelings. After it spoke these words with its head down, the tension it had felt immediately relaxed. However, out of disappointment, its perked up ears and tail drooped down listlessly. In its view, having made its intentions so clear, the biped would surely not want it anymore. But the biped had been so kind to it, it really couldn't bear to deceive him. Otherwise, when the biped found out it had lied, how heartbroken would he be? Forget it, at worst, it could just return to the stone cave to graze. After all, it had lived like that before, and a deer wouldn't starve to death. But I really don't want to leave. I want to stay here with the two-legged beasts and enjoy the delicious food. Bu Yunlu didn't know why, but it felt a deep sadness in its heart. Perhaps it was because it had been wandering for too long without meeting anyone so kind, or maybe it was because it would never have the chance to eat good food again. Thinking about returning alone to that stone cave, Bu Yunlu inexplicably felt like crying. But why would it cry? Wasn't it only supposed to cry when it was hurt? Just as the little deer was lost in thought, a familiar large hand suddenly rested on its head. "I thought you were regretting your decision, but it seems you're just worried about holding me back," said Chun Shen. With a warm smile, the little deer instinctively looked up and saw Chun Shen's gentle expression. "Don't worry, once you come to my territory, you will never be the weakest one. Besides, my territory is so vast that even if you can't do anything, it won't be a problem to take care of you." Chun Shen felt a twinge of guilt looking at the tearful little deer. With a hint of teasing, he added, "Besides, I've planted so many spirit herbs in my territory. If you don't come, who will eat them when they ripen? Don't think too much. I'm going to use the guardian token now. Once you join the territory, I'll give you a surprise." Aha! The little deer looked at Chun Shen's warm smile and, for some reason, suddenly felt more comfortable being patted on the head. After Chun Shen's reassurance and using the guardian token along with the Nirvana Pearl, the little deer successfully joined Chun Shen's territory. Compared to before, the little deer, which was already in its juvenile stage, showed almost no change in appearance after using Nirvana, except for becoming slightly shorter. If one had to point out a difference, it was that the little deer seemed to have become whiter than before. Its originally snow-white fur now shone so brightly it almost looked like it was glowing. Curious about Bu Yunlu's attributes, Chun Shen casually opened its panel. Yodo race, Bu Yunlu status, juvenile affiliation, guardian beast of the unnamed territory, strength 580, constitution 580, agility 580, spirit 580, talent, lucky star, good fortune and avoiding calamity, lucky star. As a blessed cub, Yodo inherently possesses a luck attribute with a high bonus in terms of fortune. Good fortune and avoiding calamity, the innate talent of the Bu Yunlu clan. Relying on this ability, they can sense most dangers and traps. Skills: riding the wind, treading air, ground leap, form gathering, and dissipation. Ice storm, riding the wind. The Bu Yunlu clan has a natural wind attribute bonus, greatly enhancing their movement speed. Treading air, with the wind attribute's enhancement, Bu Yunlu can walk on air, and as they grow, this ability will increase accordingly. Ground leap, Bu Yunlu possesses a spatial attribute, allowing them to perform short-distance spatial shuttling while running on the ground. Form gathering and dissipation, when gathered, they take form, when scattered, they become mist. Bu Yunlu can transform into clouds and appear anywhere, and while in this form, they are unaffected by any control effects and can clear all negative states. Ice storm, Bu Yunlu can summon several frigid tornadoes, and all enemy targets caught in the storm will face a freezing judgment, which is an absolute freeze that cannot be completely evaded by any resilience or magical resistance. Hiss. After reading the little deer's attributes, Chun Shen couldn't help but gasp. After becoming a guardian beast and using the Nirvana Pearl, it still had over 500 in all attributes. What kind of bloodline did this Bu Yunlu have? Its attributes were too terrifying. It should be known that in the S-class soldier juvenile stage on the battlefield of the myriad realms, one can possess an initial attribute of 500. However, those soldiers are creations of the battlefield, they may not even be considered living beings. Moreover, this is the battlefield of the myriad realms, a place for slaughtering humans. Bringing a winged dragon cub to the battlefield is indeed a bit too abstract, and the battlefield of the myriad realms would not allow such a thing. Therefore, the so-called juvenile stage of those S-class soldiers is basically close to or can be considered the adolescent stage. But the steppe cloud deer is different. As a true living being, it has a juvenile stage. As a top-tier treasure capable of improving qualifications and talents, the Nirvana Pearl has almost returned the steppe cloud deer to its newborn state to maximize its potential. To put it more plainly, this little deer has just been born not long ago and already possesses 500 in all attributes. And that's not even the most outrageous part. The most outrageous part is that the steppe cloud deer can actually have two initial talents at the same time. As for the lucky star talent, Chen Shen was unsure about its exact nature because luck has always been a mysterious existence in the battlefield of the myriad realms. It seems to have little effect on drop rates and such, so most people cannot determine its specific function. However, equipment that can increase luck is extremely rare in the battlefield of the myriad realms and is in high demand. Even a piece of trash equipment that can add a little luck can be sold for an exorbitant price. Chen Chen is currently unclear about the reason for this, but he is certain that this lucky star talent, which has a high enhancement for luck, must be a top-tier talent. The other talent, which avoids misfortune and attracts good fortune, made Chen Chen immediately realize why the little deer was able to run away from him at the beginning. With this talent, it is likely that as soon as he thought about clearing the nearby boss in his territory, it could already sense the danger. What surprised Chen Chen was that the little deer's ability to avoid misfortune could even sense monster sieges and world bosses. This talent is indeed a bit too strong. If it weren't for the world boss later forcing it to return to check the situation, it's likely that by the time Chen Chen left the novice world, he wouldn't have been able to find any trace of the little deer. Although this talent does not enhance the little deer's combat power, in terms of survival ability, no other talent can compare to avoiding misfortune. This can no longer be considered just a talent. Chen Chen feels it can be regarded as a divine ability. Looking at the final skills, Chen Chen no longer wanted to say anything. A bunch of powerful passive skills, along with a few core skills for escaping. It's no wonder it could run around stealing things. If it wanted to leave, who could catch it? Now it seems that in the dragon's nest of Torrens, the little deer was not afraid of him killing it. It was simply timid, afraid that he would chase it all over the world, which is why it reconciled with him. Otherwise, with its abilities, if it truly wanted to run, he would most likely, no, not most likely, but definitely wouldn't be able to keep it. Thinking of this, Shin Shin couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't forced the little deer but had used a gentle approach. Otherwise, if he had pushed the little deer too hard and it really ran away, he would have had no way to stop it. As for why the newborn little deer has so many skills, Shin Shin felt no surprise at all. People have two talents, so what's wrong with having a few more skills? Moreover, is this even considered many? After clicking on the ellipsis behind the skills, that was what could truly be called many. A whole bunch of small skills were densely arranged on the new panel, so many that the attribute panel couldn't accommodate them, forcing them to hide those small skills with ellipses and give them a separate panel. One can only say that top-tier bloodlines are impressive. A person is already standing on Rome at birth. Chen Shen looked at the attributes of the little deer, then glanced at the farmers who had worked hard to level up to 16, struggling to advance twice, their basic main attributes barely surpassing the little deer's initial stats. He couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. The gap between living beings can sometimes be so vast that it feels hopeless. Even if the farmers have the trial tower to grow, it would likely take a long time for them to catch up to the little deer's basic attributes. Moreover, as the guardian beast of the territory and having regressed, the little deer's growth rate would be very fast in the early stages, especially with the effect of the energy pool. Its attributes could quickly soar, although it wouldn't immediately regain its previous strength, surpassing the basic attributes of an average super-tier boss would definitely not be a problem. So, for the farmers under his command to catch up to the little deer, it seemed they still had a long way to go. Fortunately, the little deer was the guardian beast of his territory, so its strength was not a concern for Chen Shen. In fact, he hoped it would become even stronger. How are you feeling? Is there anything you're not used to? Chen Shen asked, looking at the little deer curiously observing its own body. After using the Nirvana Pearl, although it had weakened significantly, making the little deer feel somewhat uncomfortable, it also seemed to have shrunk a little, which felt quite novel to it. Thus, it was almost spinning in circles, excitedly experiencing this completely different sensation. Hearing Chen Shen's question, it finally stopped its excitement and began to sense the changes in its body. After a while, it tilted its head and said with some confusion, "I feel much weaker than before, but it seems like I'm a bit stronger too, and the ability to avoid misfortune seems a bit different now." Weaker and stronger? Chen Chen was somewhat puzzled, but he quickly understood what the little deer meant. Weaker referred to its current state compared to before, while stronger likely referred to its strength compared to when it was younger. If that was the case, then the 580 points of basic attributes meant that 500 points should be the little deer's original basic attributes, and the 80 points should be the changes brought by the Nirvana Pearl. The increase in initial attributes indicated that the attribute points gained after the little deer's growth would also correspondingly increase. It seemed that the attributes of the Nirvana Pearl were quite good. As for the talent of avoiding misfortune, it should have been enhanced somewhat under the effect of the Nirvana Pearl. Thinking of this, he asked, what specific changes have occurred with the ability to avoid misfortune? It seems like I can actively use it? The little deer also seemed unable to fully grasp the changes in its new talent. Tilting its head, it carefully sensed for a while before uncertainly saying, I think I can determine what I can do and what I can't do. But this ability to determine things is different from my perception of danger. This perception is very weak, so it probably can't discern anything important. What can you determine that you can do and what you can't do? Chen Chen felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. The little deer's description made him increasingly feel like it was targeting him. If the little deer had this talent before, it probably wouldn't have been so easily deceived by him. Could it be that after being tricked once, its subconscious evolved this skill? Ahem. Chen Chen cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. It's fine, if you can't discern, then we won't worry about it. I told you before that after joining the territory, I would give you a surprise. Do you remember? I remember. The little deer nodded without hesitation, looking at Chen Chen with some anticipation. Its body and attribute abilities had regressed, but its mind certainly hadn't. It definitely remembered what was just said. Then you need to be careful not to break my copper sparrow terrace. Chen Chen looked at the little deer's expectant gaze and couldn't help but smile. After snapping his fingers, colorful halos immediately appeared beneath the little deer's feet. With the enhancement of the halos, the little deer, whose perception was incredibly sharp, almost instantly sensed the change within itself. Feeling its newfound strength, the little deer thought it could poke a hole in the sky. What is this? The innocent little deer was completely stunned by this great power. After becoming the guardian beast of Chen Chen's territory, it had already seen the halos beneath Chen Chen's feet, and it was very curious about these glowing things. However, Chen Chen had just asked it a question, and it hadn't had the chance to inquire about this matter yet. At this moment, with the halos enhancing its own feat, the little deer, who had never seen much of the world, felt a bit overwhelmed. It's just a little boost in status. Seeing the little deer's shocked and filled eyes, even Chen Chen, with his temperament, felt a bit proud. He reached out and rubbed the little deer's head, saying, I told you, after coming to my territory, you definitely won't be the weakest one. As for these halos, they're just to give you some self-defense capability, not to make you fight. When I told you to fight if you wanted to and not to if you didn't, I wasn't lying to you. Of course, if someone comes to attack our territory, you still have to step in. Chen Chen's words were not meant to deceive the little deer. Originally, he planned to bring the little deer over to serve as a stabilizing force for the territory, so its actions usually didn't matter. However, if there were opponents that the farmers couldn't handle coming into the territory, then the little deer's presence would be very important. Hearing Chen Chen's words, the little deer, coming back to its senses from the shock, said firmly, I can fight. It was just afraid of being hit, not afraid of fighting. Although it didn't particularly like violence, that didn't mean it wouldn't hit others. Everyone else in the territory was working hard, so how could it just stay there? It wanted the bipeds to know that it, the little deer, wasn't just eating for nothing. After being enhanced by the halos, the little deer was bursting with confidence. It now felt that even if the world-destroying giant lizard from before came back, it could still beat it down. No, it shouldn't say it felt, it should say it could beat it down. The little deer carefully sensed its current strength and thought it still wasn't inflated enough. With its current power, how could that giant lizard possibly defeat it? How dare it hit it so hard? It was only because it died early, otherwise, it would have ended up with a head full of bumps. Alright, if you want to fight, then fight. Looking at the little deer brimming with fighting spirit, Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He could see that the little deer wasn't the type to enjoy fighting and killing, it had a talent for avoiding danger. Generally, if there was any slight danger, it would dodge. If it could. Unless there was no way to avoid it, it rarely took the initiative to face danger, so it wasn't very enthusiastic about fighting. Now, with this fighting spirit, it was likely that it was a bit dazed by the power. But it didn't matter, as long as it didn't dislike fighting, he could let it be a fighter later. With its strength, it should be able to quickly deal with any boss they encountered in the future. Chen Chen felt no guilt about using child labor. Instead, he encouraged, just in time, the second wave of monsters is about to attack the city. Do you want to try out your current strength? Sure. The little deer had no idea of someone's sinister intentions. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, it immediately nodded eagerly. It was terrifyingly strong now, and it was going out to beat people. Those monsters dared to come and attack its home, it was going to beat them all to death. The little deer following Chen Chen out of the Copper Sparrow Terrace was bouncing with excitement, clearly thrilled by the powerful boost of the halo. Especially after leaving the Copper Sparrow Terrace, it ran joyfully. It kept stepping on the several halos beneath its feet, even though it knew that the halos would move with it and it could never actually step on them. Still, it was completely absorbed in the activity, and with the Endurance Halo's enhancement, it transformed into a white shadow as it ran, which was already incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the little deer, fixated on stepping on the halos, could circle around him several times. As it realized it couldn't step on the halos, it began to see if it could shake them off. Thus, the little deer, which had been running in circles around Chen Chen, started to flicker. It continuously alternated between the skills of gathering shape and dissipating energy, its figure instantly disappearing from one spot and reappearing in another, then disappearing again, then reappearing. Whether the little deer managed to shake off the halos, Chen Chen didn't know, but it certainly shook off his sight, as in front of him, at most, there could be 7 figures of the little deer appearing simultaneously. Although Chen Chen understood that this was due to the little deer's excessive speed, leaving behind afterimages during the brief pause when the skills were activated, he truly couldn't distinguish which was the afterimage, or perhaps they were all afterimages? Chen Chen himself could also benefit from the halos enhancement, and since most of the attribute points he gained from defeating the boss had been allocated to himself, his attribute values were not low. Even he couldn't clearly see the little deer's shadow. Now, he could only say that his future opponents were in for a treat. He wondered if they had ever faced the Flash. If not, the little deer could give them a free experience. Just as Chen Chen mourned for his future opponents, the white light that had been circling around him suddenly charged straight at him. The pressure from the extreme speed made Chen Chen feel a bit startled. Would this reckless little deer knock him flying again? Fortunately, the little deer had good control, or perhaps this wasn't its top speed, as it easily came to a stop, precisely halting not far in front of Chen Chen. I'm running so fast right now. The speed boost could only be truly felt when running, so the little deer, which was simply frolicking out of joy, hadn't noticed anything amiss until it started running faster and faster. Most of its abilities came from its bloodline, so after its strength diminished, its wind control ability also weakened significantly. Therefore, even though the halo had enhanced many of its basic attributes, its speed should logically not be faster than before. Moreover, its mana felt off. Both the skills of dissipating energy and gathering shape consumed a lot of energy, and if used frequently in a short time, the mana cost would gradually increase. So unless it was during a fight, the little deer would generally wait a while before using these 2 spells again after casting them. But now it found that after using its spells, its mana instantly returned to full. The speed at which it consumed mana while using skills was completely outpaced by the speed at which its mana recovered. The Halo's enhancement isn't just about basic attributes. It had to be said that having a real living being in the territory felt quite nice. When he had previously enhanced the farmers with halos, they had shown almost no reaction, as if this skill was naturally meant to provide such boosts, leaving Chen Chen with no sense of accomplishment. Unlike the little deer, which not only looked at him with 2 pairs of big, shocked eyes but also sincerely exclaimed how amazing it was, the emotional value was simply off the charts. How many halos do you see beneath your feet? 13. When it was just having fun, it had already counted the halos beneath its feet, so the little deer didn't hesitate at all and instantly provided the answer. These 13 halos each represent a type of ability. Chen Chen pointed at the halos under the little deer's feet and explained all the abilities of the halos to it. To let the little deer experience the strongest state of the halos, he also activated the heavy strike and strong strike halos that he had previously turned off for the farmers. So at this moment, the little deer was in a full state with 13 halos. Can it also increase defense? Upon hearing about the effect of the focus halo, the little deer's eyes lit up. Having gotten used to taking hits, its primary concern was defense. The little deer, who hadn't yet fully embraced its identity change, thought that if its defense increased, it would mean that when it went to steal things in the future, others wouldn't be able to hit it as hard. With this thought, the little deer lowered its head, raised a hoof, and without any hesitation, bit down on its front leg. Ouch! The little deer looked up with teary eyes, and the circle of bite marks on its leg was particularly obvious, showing just how much force it had used. However, it had long lost the habit of crying out when it got hit, so now it just looked at Chen Chen with a pitiful expression, as if to say, wasn't it supposed to strengthen its defense? Why did it still hurt so much? Oh no, I got carried away by the power and turned into a silly deer. Chen Chen slapped his forehead, feeling quite helpless. The little deer had acted too quickly, he didn't even have time to stop it. The focus halo did increase defense, but the problem was that the focus halo was only level 1. The little bit of defense it added couldn't compare to the attack power added by the halos. How could it not hurt when it bit down so hard? Fortunately, when it attacked itself, it didn't trigger the heavy strike halo, otherwise that bite would have surely left a ring of holes on its leg. If it had triggered the thorn halo as well, Chen Chen didn't even want to imagine how beautiful that scene would be. Looking at the little deer, who seemed so wronged, Chen Chen sighed silently. Well, he had tricked it into coming over, and no matter how silly it was, he could only coax it. Chen opened his attribute panel and looked at the 13 skill points he had left. He casually added 3 points to the focus halo, raising it to level 4. Alright, now it shouldn't hurt as much when you bite yourself. After saying this, fearing that the little deer would take another bite, he quickly added, but don't bite yourself anymore. The second wave of monsters is already attacking the city. If you want to test it out, go find them, don't keep torturing yourself. The little deer obediently nodded. It wasn't stupid, it had just bitten itself to confirm its defense, and now that it was confirmed, who would bite? Themselves again? These bipedal creatures were so foolish. Forget it, considering that the bipedal creature had given it delicious food and such strong halo enhancements, it wouldn't bring this up. The rather magnanimous little deer moved like lightning, instantly appearing on the city wall. Outside the territory, a massive army had gathered, but this wave of monsters included not only dog-headed people and goblins, but also mixed troops like boar-headed half-orcs and jungle archers. Among these mixed troops, the most eye-catching were undoubtedly the harpies hovering in the sky. The dark mass of harpies nearly obscured half the battlefield's sky, and within Chen's territory, the air was filled with the noisy sound of flapping wings. In addition, at the back of the battlefield there were dozens of catapults and several large battering rams, which looked like the handiwork of the dog-headed people. He didn't know how the multiverse battlefield had provided them with such equipment. As Chen stepped onto the city wall and saw the scene before him, he suddenly felt a bit unsettled. This damn battlefield of 10,000 realms, did they secretly adjust the difficulty for him? How come the last wave only had ordinary goblins, and this wave turned into a large mixed army? Not only are there air forces, but they even quietly brought in a batch of siege equipment. If it weren't for the fact that there was no water next to his territory, would this battlefield of 10,000 realms even be able to conjure up a navy for him? With such a comprehensive mixed army, a normal lord would definitely die in droves. Damn this battlefield of 10,000 realms, is it trying to wipe him out completely? The sudden increase in the difficulty of the monster siege made Chen unable to help but complain. There was a group of harpies around his territory, but he could be sure that their number definitely did not exceed 50. But now, looking at this dark and oppressive scene, Chen felt that the number couldn't be less than 10,000. The battlefield of 10,000 realms really has no shame playing with exponential increases, huh? Fortunately, he had opened up a bit, otherwise with so many harpies, let alone shooting arrows from the sky, even if they were to defecate from the sky, they could drown his territory. Moreover, it wasn't just the number of harpies that increased, the number of boss-level monsters had also significantly risen. With just a glance, Chen could see many large creatures among the densely packed monsters. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, strong beings are not necessarily large, but large beings are definitely strong. These creatures, towering several meters high, Chen didn't even need to use his true sight to know that they were all at least boss-level monsters. It seems this second wave of siege is serious. From the small monsters to the bosses, everything has been enhanced across the board. Chen scanned the battlefield but did not see the figure of the siege lord, yet he was certain that this enhancement definitely had his shadow. Otherwise, even if the battlefield of 10,000 realms increased its forces, it wouldn't be so targeted, suddenly pulling out so many flying units and siege equipment. It was clearly aimed at his walls. The siege equipment causes siege damage, with extra damage to the flesh and blood walls. Although with the enhancement of the focus aura, Chen was sure that the flesh and blood walls could withstand it. There was no need to endure if he could avoid it. The flesh and blood walls also needed energy to repair themselves. With that energy, wouldn't it be better to save it for his evolution? Therefore, he had to destroy these siege machines at the first opportunity. If it were before, Chen might have to activate the strong strike aura or send out melee units to destroy those siege machines, but now it was different. Now he had the little deer. Looking at the restless monster army, Chen pointed at those siege machines and said, "Little deer, can you destroy those catapults? I should be able to, right?" The little deer nodded uncertainly. To be honest, seeing such a large army of monsters was quite an eye-opener for it. It had been wandering around the novice world for so long, encountering quite a few monsters, but it was indeed the first time it had seen such a massive and dense gathering of creatures. Looking at the endless sea of dark monsters, the little deer couldn't help but sneak a glance at Chen. Did these two-legged beasts break some heavenly rule? Why are so many monsters coming to attack him? No, it seemed they weren't here to attack the two-legged beasts, they seemed to be targeting the territory of the two-legged beasts. The little deer suddenly realized, looking at the siege machines Chen pointed to, that these monsters' target was not the two-legged beasts, but the territory of the two-legged beasts. They wanted to destroy the delicious food it had planted. This cannot be allowed. A sharp alarm rang in the little deer's mind as it looked at the monsters outside the city, its eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. No one can touch its food, no matter how many of them there are. With its anger reaching a peak, the little deer raised its head and unleashed a series of ice storms, but after casting the skill, the little deer couldn't help but freeze in place because there should have originally been several tornadoes, each hundreds of meters high. At this moment there was surprisingly only one, and its height was merely a few meters. Compared to before, the terrifying tornado had directly turned into a mini tornado. Although this mini tornado caused explosive damage, any monster caught within its wind range didn't even have a chance to freeze. They were directly thrown out with their health completely drained. However, compared to the original ice storm, this attack range was simply too narrow. After staying for a while, the little deer quickly reacted. Its ice storm ability also stemmed from its bloodline, and now that its strength had diminished, although its base attributes had increased, making the damage of the ice storm not decrease much and even increase significantly, its control ability had dropped considerably, which was why the ice storm had turned into a mini storm. Not only was there only one mini storm now, but its movement speed had also slowed down quite a bit. To reach the siege equipment in the back row, it would still take a considerable amount of time. Forget it, since the ice storm wouldn't work, it would just go down itself. Watching the slow movement of the mini storm, the impatient little deer simply decided to take matters into its own hands. The little deer leaped off the city wall, and as its figure disappeared into the air, the next moment it appeared directly beneath the city wall. Now, although the little deer had seen a significant reduction in most of its skills, its base attributes were much stronger than before. Moreover, it still had the durability halo, heavy strike halo, and focus halo, a series of additional bonuses. Therefore, as it fell onto the battlefield, it was like a miniature dump truck charging straight towards the siege equipment without any evasion, sending everything in its path, whether ordinary monsters or boss-level creatures, flying away. Chen stood on the city wall, only seeing a dazzling white light streak across the battlefield. Wherever this white light passed, all the monsters along the way were sent flying. The little deer, relying on its super strong impact ability, carved out a blank line, devoid of monsters amidst the dense tide of creatures. Its speed was so fast that it left Chen astonished. The monsters it had knocked away hadn't even landed yet, and its figure had already traversed a good portion of the battlefield. The little deer proved to Chen with its strength that it was indeed not just a freeloader. This made Chen feel that bringing it into his territory was truly a great deal. However, while Chen felt gratified watching the little deer display its might from the city wall on the other end of the battlefield, now Duo looked at this beautiful sight on the battlefield with a rather grim expression. What the hell is this thing? Now Duo, hiding in the mist, looked at the white light that pierced through the battlefield, his expression quite complex. Originally, when he saw that the second wave of monsters attacking the city actually had an option to replenish troops, he was quite happy. In fact, to counter Chen impenetrable city wall, he had even prioritized replenishing many flying units and siege equipment. He thought that with so many troops providing cover, the siege equipment and ranged units would surely achieve some results. However, after the appearance of this white light, his happy mood vanished instantly. Due to the distance being too far, he couldn't see what exactly had fallen from the city wall. He could only instinctively feel that it should be a creature, not an attack. But the problem was, what kind of creature could have such speed and such strong impact? Now Duo had seen fast creatures before. During his time with the Brain Clan, he had even seen the Aurora Rabbit, which was known as the fastest among low-level monsters. But the problem was, even if the Aurora Rabbit exerted all its strength, it couldn't catch a glimpse of the figure of this white light. What on earth was this human lord about, and why did such strange things keep popping out? With a sullen expression, now Duo watched the straight line drawn by the white light, rushing unabashedly towards the siege machinery. He knew that if he didn't do something soon, the siege equipment he had acquired at great cost would surely be lost. So, he gritted his teeth and directly began summoning a lord-level boss. He didn't need the lord-level boss to attack the city, he just needed them to defend the siege machinery. The white light moved so quickly that, logically, its strength shouldn't be that formidable, right? 2. Lord-level bosses might not be able to catch it, but they should be more than enough to block it, right? Although reason told now Duo that there was definitely no problem, for some reason, he couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding in his heart. At this moment, the little deer, charging wildly on the battlefield, was filled with excitement. The aura of the two-legged beast was truly impressive. With so many monsters, not a single one could stop its charge. Just a moment ago, a seemingly tough armored rhinoceros had blocked its path, but it was smashed to pieces in an instant. The feeling of crashing through everything in its way was far more exhilarating than using spells. When the little deer finally noticed there were no monsters in front of it and came to a stop, it had already pierced through the entire battlefield, leaving a straight path behind. The crowded tide of monsters hadn't even had time to fill the gap it had created. Hee, the little deer chuckled proudly. It was indeed powerful now. Looking back at the gap, slowly being filled by the tide of monsters, the little deer didn't mind at all. If it got blocked, it could just charge through again later. It turned its gaze to the trebuchet in front of it. These massive machines looked like giant crossbows, but instead of crossbow bolts, they held iron balls filled with oil. These hollow iron balls, when launched, would ignite the oil inside due to the flames burning at the top of the trebuchet. When the burning iron ball struck the city wall, the immense impact would deform the ball, causing the burning oil to spill out. At that point, the trebuchet would not only deal impact damage to the wall, but the continuously burning oil would also inflict significant fire damage. If it were an ordinary city wall, a couple of rounds of bombardment from these dozen trebuchets would be enough to break through a section of it. Now, having witnessed the strength of Chen city wall, now Duo directly supplemented nearly 100 of these trebuchets. Since the damage from the Lord-level bosses couldn't break through this strange wall in one go, he would wear it down bit by bit. With dozens of trebuchets continuously firing, he believed that even if Chen's wall was tough, they could gradually create a breach. This was precisely why the second wave of monsters surrounded but did not attack. They were waiting for the trebuchets to smash a gap in Chen's territory. Once that happened, they would swarm in, and with the harpies from above joining the assault, even if the troops in Chen's territory were formidable, it would be impossible to eliminate them all in a short time. For the sake of these trebuchets, he even thought of hiding many ambush troops near them. As soon as Chen could no longer withstand the relentless bombardment and sent out troops, he would let the ambush troops spring forth and devour all the forces Chen dispatched. Strictly speaking, now Duo's plans and arrangements were quite comprehensive, but he never expected that a creature like the little deer would suddenly burst onto the scene, instantly piercing through the entire battlefield. In such a short time, there was no chance to mobilize the ambush troops, and even the harpies couldn't provide support in time. Thus, he could only grit his teeth, change his plans, and release the second wave of siege bosses ahead of schedule. The little deer had no idea how many arrangements Brainy had made in secret. It tilted its head, looking at the massive object wrapped in iron blocks. If it were in the past, it would have definitely thrown an ice storm at it, sweeping all those catapults away. But now, the only two words in the little deer's mind were, crash it. The little deer shook its head and then lowered it, charging straight at the catapult. Boom! With a loud bang, the little deer transformed into a streak of light directly passing through the catapult, which then collapsed halfway. The streak of light turned back, and the remaining half also instantly crumbled. In just a breath's time, the catapult that Brainy had spent a great deal of effort to replenish was rendered useless by the little deer. Looking at the completely wrecked catapult, the little deer wrinkled its nose in dissatisfaction. It could have been faster. Originally, it thought crashing into the iron block would hurt a bit, so it didn't dare to use too much force, but it turned out that the iron block wasn't as hard as it imagined. Or rather, could it be that its defense was much stronger than before? Remembering what Chen had said to it at the end, the little deer couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. The two-legged beast was really great. It had actually strengthened its defense a lot. After realizing this, the little deer felt quite pleased. Having someone to look after it felt good. Now that it understood its defense had significantly increased, it became a bit reckless. A white streak of light began to flicker continuously on the catapults, and with its flickering, one catapult after another started to be rendered useless. Just as the little deer was having a blast dismantling them, countless branches suddenly shot up from the ground, weaving together to form a cage that instantly trapped the little deer inside. The sudden turn of events startled the little deer, and it instinctively used its shapeshifting skill, causing its form to dissipate from within the cage. After its form disappeared, the cage made of branches suddenly closed in, as if it had collapsed, instantly crushing everything inside into powder. Appearing on the other side, the little deer looked at the closing cage with lingering fear. It was fortunate it had escaped, otherwise, well, it seemed like it wouldn't have been a big deal even if it hadn't escaped. Although the cage looked fierce, it still had a long way to go to strangle it. Even when it was previously trapped by this cage, it only felt a bit of pain, let alone now that its defense had increased so much. However, looking at this method, the little deer felt a sense of familiarity. It instinctively turned its head and, sure enough, spotted a familiar figure. Big Wood. The little deer looked at the ghost locust tree covered in vines, suddenly feeling excited. It had thought the ghost locust had been killed by the two-legged beast, but it turned out it was still alive. If that was the case, it could eat the blood-sucking vine leaves again. Although the leaves of the blood-sucking vine weren't particularly tasty, it had been a long time since it had eaten them, and it was feeling quite nostalgic. However, looking at this ghost locust tree, the little deer felt that something was off. It sniffed a few times and then frowned. Although this tree looked like big wood, the smell felt somewhat different. Its keen senses detected that this ghost locust tree seemed to be just a simple energy copy. A bit puzzled, the little deer dashed towards the ghost locust tree to verify its guess. Sensing danger, the ghost locust tree's branches began to lash out wildly, but their speed couldn't match that of the little deer. The moment those branches came down, the little deer had already dashed far away, so those fierce branches could only strike futilely against the ground. Relying on its super-fast movement speed, the little deer charged right up to the ghost locust tree's main body and opened its mouth to take a bite of the blood-sucking vine leaves. However, after just one bite, it spat the leaves out immediately. Phew, so disgusting. The texture of the blood-sucking vine leaves tasted like rotten wood. As soon as it entered its mouth, the little deer promptly spat it out. This bite confirmed for it that the large wooden figure in front of it was fake. It looked just like the ghost locust tree, but in reality, it should have been transformed from energy. Although it could still gain energy from eating it, such a disgusting thing was something the deer would never touch, no matter what, because it had paused after biting a blood-sucking vine leaf. The blood-sucking vine seized this perfect opportunity. While the deer was spitting out saliva, the vine's tendrils, like poisonous snakes, instantly bound the deer's 4 legs. Meanwhile, the ghost vine tree, which could only strike at the air, also seized the moment with perfect timing, dozens of branches crackling as they lashed out at the deer. Having been beaten for being greedy more than once or twice, the deer was quite experienced in such matters. Feeling the branches about to hit it, it skillfully lowered its head, preparing to endure this wave of punishment before using its shapeshifting ability to escape. Crack crack crack, the branches of the ghost locust tree, strong enough to break steel, struck the deer with a fierce wind, producing terrifying explosive sounds. Hey, that doesn't hurt? After enduring this wave of hits, the deer, which had originally planned to escape using its shapeshifting ability, suddenly sensed something was off. In the past, when the large wooden figure struck it with branches, it had hurt a lot, almost worse than a whip. Sometimes, when it had eaten too much and provoked the ghost vine tree, it had even been beaten to the point of being bloodied. It had relied entirely on its strong recovery ability to withstand the ghost vine tree's damage. Because it had hurt so much, it rarely ran towards the ghost locust tree unless it couldn't resist its cravings and sneaked over to nibble a few leaves. But now, the strikes from the ghost vine tree seemed not to hurt much at all. The pain felt more like someone was whipping it with a blade of grass, somewhat painful, but not much. Was the large wooden figure not using its full strength? The deer curiously turned its head to observe and then saw the ground littered with broken branches. Well, the large wooden figure had indeed used force, and it had struck hard. It remembered the last time the ghost locust tree hit it so hard was when it accidentally bit off a section of the blood-sucking vine, and in retaliation, it had broken many branches just to hit it. It was that time that it had been beaten to the point of being bloodied, causing it to avoid sneaking over to eat leaves for half a year. Now it seemed that this counterfeit large wooden figure had come out swinging. But unfortunately, after being empowered by the bipedal beast's aura, it could no longer harm it at all. The bipedal beast was truly impressive. Now, with such a stark contrast, the deer once again realized how strong the aura bestowed by Qin Shen was. The large wooden figure that had once made it flee in panic could now barely even break its skin. Its true form had already been killed by the bipedal beast. Otherwise, it would have to come over every day to nibble on its leaves. The deer, which had always maintained a cautious instinct, felt its confidence rise significantly after having its strength validated by a former opponent. Originally planning to use its shapeshifting ability to escape, it now had no thoughts of fleeing. It glanced at the blood-sucking vine that had bound it, then exhaled a breath of frost, freezing all the tendrils that were struggling to burrow into its flesh and suck its blood. After being frozen, the tendrils lost their original strength and the deer merely shook its body, causing the tendrils that had been wrapped around it to shatter into chunks of ice, falling to the ground. Just as the deer was shaking off the tendrils, the ghost locust tree, which had broken its own branches, also gave up on the futile strikes and turned to attack with its roots. Countless thick roots burst forth from the ground, twisting and intertwining like tentacles, forming even thicker roots. The blood-sucking vine began to exert its strength, its main stem moving rapidly, resembling a giant green python, once again coiling towards the little deer, intending to restrain it again after it had just escaped. However, the little deer completely ignored it, lowering its head and shooting forward, its tender antlers aimed directly at the body of the ghost locust tree. The body of the ghost locust tree was harder than iron, and with the astonishingly defensive blood-sucking vine wrapped around it, the ghost locust tree did not even attempt to defend itself. Faced with the little deer's charge, the blood-sucking vine lifted its main stem that was coiling towards the little deer, then enveloped the little deer within. Under normal circumstances, the little deer's impact would surely be intercepted by the blood-sucking vine, and then the main stem would wrap around the little deer, waiting for the roots entangled by the ghost locust tree to come back and ensnare it again. In the double strangulation, unless the little deer used its ability to disperse and escape again, it would only meet a fate of being strangled to death. However, they were completely unaware of the little deer's current basic attributes. In the face of the blood-sucking vine's entanglement, the little deer charged forward recklessly, and the main stem of the blood-sucking vine that was coiling towards it not only failed to stop the little deer but was instead pushed forward by it. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood-sucking vine that was struck against the ghost locust tree, along with the body of the ghost locust tree, was forcefully knocked into a large hole by the little deer, while the little deer itself passed through the body of the ghost locust tree and appeared on the other side. The body of the ghost locust tree was left with a hole shaped like a little deer where it had been struck. Foolish tree, you think you can bind me again? Looking at the hole it had created, the little deer revealed a smug smile. It was no longer the same as before. It was impossible to bind it again. For the little deer now, crashing into the ghost locust tree was no different from crashing into a catapult. Both were things that could be shattered in one hit, the only difference being that the ghost locust tree was a lord-level boss with more health, so it needed to crash into it a few more times compared to the catapult. But that was fine. The little deer was now best at charging. Here comes the little deer. Watching the enraged ghost locust tree mobilize all its branches and roots, densely sweeping towards it, the little deer showed no fear and continued to charge towards the body of the ghost locust tree. Unlike before, when all the branches chased after the little deer but could not hit it, now the little deer charged directly into the sky full of branches, choosing to confront them head-on. But the result was the same. The branches were smashed into countless splinters by the little deer, and it continued to charge straight into the body of the ghost locust tree, leaving another transparent hole shaped like a little deer on its massive trunk. The excited little deer seemed to have found the same joy it had when dismantling the bone dragon, transforming into a streak of light as it swiftly darted around the ghost locust tree, quickly creating holes all over the trunk. Just as the little deer was having a great time crashing, a sudden roar of a beast echoed from not far away. The little deer instinctively turned its head and saw a giant bear of earthy yellow color in the distance, slamming its paws forcefully against the ground. As the giant bear's paws struck the earth, the little deer felt the air grow heavy, and then a tremendous gravity suddenly descended. The battlefield where it was fighting the ghost locust tree sank several centimeters as a whole. The ghost locust tree, already riddled with holes from the little deer's charges, could no longer withstand the pressure of this gravity and collapsed entirely. The giant bear's gravity strike had not even targeted the little deer yet, it had already taken out its ally. Watching the collapsing ghost locust tree, the little deer's expression instantly turned fierce, as this familiar feeling of gravitational pressure reminded it of some unhappy memories when it was dismantling the bone dragon before. It was having a great time until a force of gravity pressed down on it. Now, while it was dismantling the ghost locust tree, it encountered another troublemaker that could use gravity. However, unlike that bull-headed monster, this clumsy bear's gravity was evidently much stronger. Even the other boss of the Lord level couldn't withstand its gravity attack when severely injured. Thinking of this, the little deer looked at the giant bear with a somewhat dangerous gaze, but before it could explode in anger, the giant bear struck again. After pulling its palm out of the ground, countless sharp earth spikes erupted from the battlefield, instantly covering the entire area. This kind of large-scale attack method was definitely a killing weapon on the battlefield, but it had no effect on the agile little deer. Sensing the subtle magical fluctuations underground, just before the earth spikes burst forth, the little deer braced itself against the gravitational pressure and jumped into the sky, stepping on the shattered ice. Not a single earth spike could touch it. However, the giant bear's attack was not over. After forcing the little deer into the air, countless boulder-sized meteors, burning with flames, fell from the sky, directly enveloping all the space above the little deer. Above were the meteors, below were the earth spikes, and there was also a high-intensity gravitational field covering the battlefield. This set of attacks from the giant bear almost sealed off all escape routes for the little deer. Yet, facing such a powerful offensive, the little deer showed no signs of distress, but the onlooker, Brain Dodo, was the first to break down. "Damn it, stupid bear." Watching the meteors summoned by the giant bear, Brain Dodo was furious. In order to ensure cooperation between the bosses, he first summoned the twin boss, the ghost locust tree, and then had the gravity-capable Earth Bear coordinate with the ghost locust tree to try to limit the little deer's speed and kill it in one fell swoop. This stupid bear was dawdling. By the time it finally arrived at the battlefield, the ghost locust tree was almost dead. If it could kill that little deer, taking its time would be fine, but after it entered the scene, it directly took out the half-dead ghost locust tree and then summoned such a large-scale meteor shower. Why did he summon the ghost locust tree and this stupid bear to the battlefield in advance? Wasn't it to protect those siege machines? As a result, this large-scale meteor shower directly covered most of the siege machines. The meteors didn't care whether you were an ally or not. After this wave of meteors, at least 80% of the remaining siege machines would be scrapped. This speed was much faster than dismantling that silly deer. He even suspected that this stupid bear was an undercover agent sent by the human race. This was just too foolish. Brain Dodo looked at the grand meteor shower with a somewhat despondent expression. What was the point of this? Even if this wave of meteors could take out that little deer, the siege machines would be mostly destroyed, and trying to break through the human lord's city walls with the remaining siege machines would probably not even create a gap before the monster siege ended. Moreover, he was skeptical about whether these meteors could even take down that seemingly freakish little deer. As it turned out, his doubts were not unfounded. Although the giant bear's gravity was powerful, making it difficult for the previous little deer to move freely within this gravitational field, for the current little deer, it was a piece of cake. The little deer was very angry at the giant bear's impolite triple attack. Before the meteors even fell, its figure vanished into the air, and after 3 consecutive flashes, it appeared directly above the earth bear's head. The somewhat silly earth bear looked up at the little deer floating in the air, momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to understand why the little deer, which had just been in the gravitational field, suddenly appeared above its head. But before it could figure it out, the little deer's hoof came crashing down. "Let you use gravity. Let you use earth spikes. Let you throw meteors." Compared to the massive earth bear, the little deer seemed like a tiny speck. However, this tiny speck, after stepping on the earth bear, made it seemed as if it had been struck by a meteor, causing it to stumble and fall to the ground. Roar the earth bear, reacting a beat too late, fell to the ground and immediately fell into a rage. It opened its massive mouth, dripping with blood, and lunged at the little deer. The bear's head was almost as large as the deer's body, and if it managed to bite down, it could easily take off half of the deer's body. Yet feeling the foul breath of the earth bear, the little deer showed no signs of worry. "You dare to roar at me? In the face of the Earth Bear's dual attack of biological and sonic waves, the increasingly furious little deer condensed a block of solid ice beneath its feet and shoved it directly into the bear's mouth. "Let you roar at me, let you roar at me, let you roar at me," the little deer muttered as it stomped on the block of ice in the bear's mouth. With each stomp, the ice began to spread and freeze the bear's body, centered around that block of ice. The faster the little deer stomped, the quicker the Earth Bear froze. With its attack speed enhanced by the durability aura, in just a short while, the Earth Bear was completely encased in ice, frozen into a sculpture that appeared to be roaring with its mouth wide open. This freezing was not ordinary. Under the influence of the little deer's innate ice magic, it froze from the inside out. In other words, the Earth Bear had been completely frozen through, turned into a solid block of ice from the inside out. With one final forceful stomp, the frozen Earth Bear sculpture cracked open a seam, and a series of cracking sounds echoed from the fissure, which quickly spread across the entire ice sculpture. Crack with a sharp sound, the ice sculpture of the Earth Bear shattered into dozens of varying-sized ice chunks, each containing a part of the bear's flesh and blood. In that moment, the little deer displayed its ferocious side as a steppe cloud deer. The heavily armored Earth Bear, upon being approached, had no chance to retaliate and was taken down by a single set of skills. Just then, the meteor shower that the Earth Bear had summoned began to fall, with countless meteors crashing to the ground, igniting sparks and creating shockwaves, making the little deer standing on the ice chunks appear godlike. Brain Duo watched the scene before him and painfully closed his eyes. This meteor shower was far stronger than he had imagined, even carrying fiery impacts. As a result, the remaining siege vehicles were all completely destroyed. However, even if they weren't destroyed, it wouldn't matter. That little deer was incredibly sinister, a lord-level boss. It had been taken down by a single skill. If it weren't for the fact that the Brain Clan couldn't dream, Brain Duo would even doubt whether he was dreaming. Fortunately, Brain Duo had gained some insights after the little deer made its move. At the very least, he knew that the deer's freezing skill seemed to resemble true damage, and the damage was particularly explosive. Even lord-level bosses couldn't escape it. So when the abyssal dragon made its appearance, he had to ensure that the dragon paid close attention to that little deer. Even if it couldn't take it down directly, it must not be allowed to approach the abyssal dragon. As for now, Brain Duo glanced at the chaotic battlefield and couldn't help but curse the foolish bear again in his heart. It came in with a wide area attack, leaving ordinary monsters with no chance to assist, resulting in two lord-level bosses being easily taken down. Without the catapults, those ground units were basically useless. Even the charge-capable lord-level boss, the Boar King, couldn't do anything to the walls, let alone these ordinary little monsters. Now, he could only hope that the Harpy could perform a miracle, otherwise, the second wave of the siege would likely turn into another feast for that human lord to harvest points. What a shame to have a siege turn out like this. Thinking of this, Brainy shot a resentful glance at the little deer, wondering where this monster-like fawn had come from and how it could be so strong. The little deer was unaware that someone was secretly hating it. After dealing with the two bosses blocking its catapults, it originally intended to continue completing the tasks assigned by the bipedal beasts and dismantle those siege engines. However, when it turned around, it found that all the catapults had been smashed by falling meteors. Staring at the devastating scene, the little deer was momentarily stunned. Was this stupid bear really that foolish? How could it have smashed all its own things in one go? Dozens of catapults would have taken it some time to dismantle, but now they were all destroyed at once, saving it quite a bit of trouble. The catapults, already filled with oil, ignited into flames after being struck by the fiery meteors. Even those that had narrowly escaped being hit, merely affected by a bit of flame, began to burn. Given the situation, it was only a matter of time before the remaining catapults were completely destroyed by fire. Watching the brutal battle unfold, the little deer suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had it known this would happen, it would have kept the stupid bear around. The bear clearly didn't seem very smart. If it had fought with it a bit longer, taking it around the battlefield, perhaps all those monsters behind would have been wiped out by it. The bear's wide area damage was incredibly useful. At least until the little deer regained its former strength, it was unlikely to clear out a large area like the bear could. It was truly a pity to kill it outright. With some regret, the little deer glanced at the bear's body, now in dozens of pieces, before retracting its gaze. Its task had been completed ahead of time by the bear, and the surrounding monsters had also been cleared out by it. Now, being deep in the battlefield, it found itself somewhat idle, watching the dense army of monsters surge towards Chen Shen's walls after the catapults were destroyed. The little deer thought for a moment and decided not to return to its territory just yet, opting instead to wander around the battlefield. However, its leisurely stroll was a misfortune for the monsters below. They were charging forward when a flash of light passed by, and they were instantly drained of health, flying into the sky. Many of the monsters that were struck didn't even see what hit them before they died. As the little deer frolicked on the battlefield, many airborne monsters appeared, and it was fortunate that they were forced to attack under the command of the siege. Otherwise, in the little deer's rampaging state, these monsters would have surely fled. Brainy merely glanced at the little deer's rampage before looking away. The ground battle was no longer Important, those non-flying monsters could never break through the human lord's walls, so it didn't matter whether they lived or died. For the second wave of the monster siege, the most crucial factor was still the harpies. For Brainy, as long as they could cross over Chen Chen's territory walls, even if it was just a simple crossing, it would be considered a significant victory. After all, they had been sieging for so long, and aside from the walls, they hadn't even seen what the situation was like within that human lord's territory. It would be too embarrassing to admit. The harpies, who were highly anticipated by Brainy, did not mindlessly rush in. Instead, they first ascended in the air, planning to take advantage of their height to attack the archers on the walls. Although the harpies had weak attack power, their sheer numbers overwhelmed the battlefield, and a rain of arrows poured down densely upon Chen Chen's head. Used to washing others' hair, it was Chen Chen's first experience of being on the receiving end of such an arrow shower, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. After casually flicking away an arrow that had lodged itself in his clothing, he sighed silently in his heart. These harpies were being quite shameless. He had intended to play a game of shooting back once they got closer, but this group had the audacity to attack from a height, not giving him a chance to retaliate. Since that was the case, he decided to stop pretending. Chen Chen snapped his fingers, and the strong strike aura instantly enveloped all the troops. Originally, aside from the sharpshooters, all the other archers who were enjoying the arrow shower immediately opened fire. Although the number of archers on Chen Chen's side was small, with only a few hundred on the front wall, under the enhancement of the endurance aura, while the harpies shot one arrow, Chen Chen's archers could shoot 2 to 3 arrows in return. Even though the harpies' arrows could not break through the farmer's defenses, as soon as a farmer archer shot an arrow, a harpy would fall in response. With such a vast disparity in strength, the harpies seemed to plummet from the sky, one by one. In just a few dozen seconds, the dark mass of harpies in the sky was significantly reduced. Realizing the dire situation, the harpy leader let out a sharp cry, and all the harpies flew back into the air, attempting to create distance to evade the archers' attacks. However, under the super long range of the strong strike aura, all their efforts were in vain. No matter how high they climbed, they could not escape the arrows of the farmer archers. Seeing that her kin had already suffered over half their losses, the anxious harpy leader became frantic. She no longer cared about the farmers and decided to charge through the rain of arrows, leading her kin towards Chen Chen's territory. However, as they got closer, the archers on other sections of the wall, who had not yet attacked, began to fire at them as well. With the farmers on other sections joining the attack, the flying harpies began to fall in droves. Tens of thousands of harpies, without even touching Chen Chen's wall, were shot down directly. As for the melee monsters below, since the archers had no time to deal with them, they managed to approach the wall smoothly. Unlike the unprepared goblins, this time the dog-headed army brought simple siege tools, and as ladders were placed against the wall, the dog-headed men began to climb up rapidly. However, before they could reach the top, the warriors on the battlements charged down the ladders. Chen Chen, forced to unleash the strong strike aura, was somewhat exasperated, so he decided to stop pretending altogether. Aside from retaining the heavy strike aura, he ordered all the warriors to unleash their full firepower. Once the farmer warriors descended from the wall, they took down the dog-headed men one by one, with hardly any surviving to endure a second attack. Even to save time on collecting corpses, they used their right hands to slay the dog-headed men while their left hands grabbed the bodies to feed the flesh and blood wall. Besides them, the assassins, who had been relatively inconspicuous, finally made a small showing this time. Stealthily lurking in the shadows, they were like reapers of death. Every strike they made resulted in a monster falling. Due to their high agility, their killing speed was even faster than that of the warriors who fought openly. However, they only dealt with the monsters close to the wall, as anything further away was left to the mage, who had also taken action. On the vast battlefield, only the mage truly reigns as a god. Unless the mage is specifically targeted by the enemy, all other classes are merely crawling at the mage's feet. Moreover, the mage on Chen Chen's side has received super enhancements, so as they unleash their power, the various schools of magic on the battlefield begin to shine once more, and the monsters attacking the city start to fall in droves. Compared to the large-scale destructive capabilities of the mage, even if warriors and assassins join forces with archers, the three classes combined cannot kill monsters as quickly as the mage can. Watching the masses of monsters fall below, Chen Chen's mood brightened considerably. The second wave of the siege is about to end. Sharing the same sentiment was Brainy. However, compared to Chen Chen's relaxed mood, Brainy's feelings were much worse at that moment. The good news was that the harpy had once again tested a bit of Chen Chen's abilities with her life. The bad news was that it was really just a bit. In Brainy's hands was a small green notebook, originally meant to jot down Chen Chen's hidden tactics in case he forgot, but now, as the second wave of monsters approached its end, he tossed the notebook aside. From the scattered cover of the notebook, it was clear that there wasn't much written inside. 1. This human lord has a very strong deer. 2. This human lord has a skill that enhances the archer's range. And then, that was it. That's right, it only contained these two sentences. With so little information, why even bother with a notebook? As long as he wasn't suffering from dementia, remembering these two sentences should be no problem, so he simply threw the notebook aside. What a useless tactic, that soldier from the warrior race is just an idiot. Brainy, having tossed the notebook away, was somewhat exasperated. He shouted angrily, I shouldn't have eaten that soldier's brain in the first place. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, strength is paramount. What good is a tactic? After 2 rounds of probing, Brainy had only managed to uncover this much, and he directed all his frustration at the soldier whose brain he had consumed. After all the tactics he had mastered originated from that devoured soldier, so now that he had lost, it was only natural to blame him. After clearing out the mediocre tactics and formations from his mind, Brainy decided to stick to his own style, which was to go all in with Chen Chen. Originally, based on the number of Lord-level bosses on Brainy's side, he could have initiated several waves of monster sieges, gaining a substantial reinforcement of troops with each wave, effectively maximizing his forces. However, Brainy was no longer willing to probe further. After 2 consecutive failures, he believed that the soldier's theories were all nonsense. In his view, on the battlefield of 10,000 realms, if you are strong, you can eliminate others. If you are weak, you can only be killed by others. No matter how many tactics you uncover through probing, if you can't win in the end, what use is it? So he directly initiated the final monster siege, betting everything on this wave of monsters. Although compressing all the monsters into one wave would result in a significant loss of troops, he had already realized that ordinary monsters could no longer pose any threat to Chen Chen's territory, so whether he lost a few or many made no difference. Rather than letting these monsters die in batches, it was better to go all in and bring out the abyssal dragon early. Would you like to initiate the final monster siege early? Yes. Brainy, already a bit carried away, couldn't be bothered with the details and directly initiated the final monster siege. Just as Brainy chose to start the last wave of monster siege early, Chen Chen also received a notification. The final monster siege has begun. Please defend carefully. Friendly reminder, this wave of monster siege has been activated in advance. All monsters below the Lord level can earn points 10 times over, and there will not be more than 3 boss monsters above the Lord level appearing on the battlefield at the same time. Why is this guy losing his composure so quickly? Looking at this prompt, Chen Chen couldn't help but stretch lazily. As dawn was approaching, if the commander on the opposite side didn't deploy all his forces soon, then after daybreak, it would be his turn to take the initiative. What surprised him, however, was that he initially thought the commander on the opposite side was someone who understood strategy. Although he didn't seem to know much, the fact that he was using some simple tactics indicated that he was a tactical player. People like this should be quite steady. Why did he suddenly lose his composure? But this was also good. He could directly initiate the final battle, saving himself a lot of time instead of waiting until dawn to charge out. Since this was the last wave of the monster siege, Chen Chen didn't bother to hide anything anymore. He recalled all the troops that had been cleaning up the battlefield and feeding the wall of flesh. Then let the wall of flesh slowly expand outward and devour the corpses left on the battlefield. It must be said that the wall of flesh was much faster at actively expanding and consuming corpses than those troops feeding it. As the wall of flesh expanded outward, the corpses in its path were almost instantly devoured and digested. With the wall of flesh's consumption and digestion, Chen Chen soon received a prompt. The evolution of the wall of flesh is complete, basic attributes have increased, and the special ability derived from this evolution is no-fly zone. There was nothing much to say about the increase in the wall of flesh's attributes. Chen Chen just took a brief look at its no-fly zone effect. The no-fly zone effect derived from the wall of flesh, which had consumed the no-fly stone, was similar to the original no-fly stone effect. Both prohibited units that relied on non-self abilities to fly, but the difference was that the original no-fly stone's effect was limited to a fixed area, which did not distinguish between friend and foe. Now, however, the no-fly zone effect of the wall of flesh completely covered Chen Chen's entire territory, and most importantly, the no-fly effect controlled by the wall of flesh could target individual units. This meant that in Chen Chen's territory, only his own units could rely on spells and energy to fly. All other units that entered his airspace would immediately crash unless they were flying with wings. Unfortunately, having only one no-fly effect could not completely restrict all flying units. For instance, the harpies from earlier were unaffected by the no-fly effect. To truly achieve a complete no-fly effect in his territory, it would be best to obtain a gravity stone for the wall of flesh to consume later. Only by stacking the no-fly and gravity effects could he truly achieve a no-fly effect for all units. Unfortunately, both the gravity stone and the no-fly stone were mythic level items, which were not easy to obtain. Although he could likely exchange for a gravity stone with the massive points earned from this siege, he clearly wouldn't give up a divine artifact just to get this worthless item back. The second wave of monster siege provided him with a massive amount of experience, directly raising his level to 17, but that was about it. He couldn't gain any experience from monsters that were 3 levels higher than him, and in the later stages, only those small bosses and leader-level bosses could provide him with a bit of experience. Chen Chen didn't mind this too much, as there would likely be an abyss dragon in the final wave of the monster siege. Having already killed it once, Chen Chen was quite experienced. This level 30 legendary boss was likely to raise his level by 3. Once he defeated this legendary dragon, his level would directly reach the maximum of 20 in the novice world, making any additional experience useless to him. However, after leveling up 3 times, combined with the opportunity to draw a halo he had saved from level 14, he could draw a few halos while waiting for the last wave of monsters to attack the city. But just as he was about to draw the halos, he seemed to think of something and quickly waved over the curious little deer that was staring at the flesh wall devouring corpses. "What's up?" The little deer bounced over, its body seemingly having a self-cleaning ability. After killing several rounds on the battlefield, the little deer had no blood or even a speck of dust on it. "It's nothing, just borrowing your luck for a bit." Although most halo draws had similar effects, the little deer was a lucky star. What if borrowing its luck allowed him to draw a powerful explosive halo? With that thought, Chen Shen reached out his sinful hand and rubbed the little deer's head vigorously several times. The little deer was a bit confused by the petting. It didn't understand what the bipedal creature was up to. Watching Chen Shen mumble to himself, it just assumed the bipedal creature was being silly again. It shook its head vigorously, straightening its ears that had been bent by Chen Shen's rubbing, and then went back to watching the flesh wall devour corpses. This massive creature made of flesh was truly impressive. It had eaten so much and could still keep going. Although its way of eating was a bit strange, it had an abundance of food. The little deer, which had always struggled to eat much, was quite envious of such a big belly. So, the little deer watched the monotonous devouring process of the flesh wall with great interest. Chen Shen ignored the little deer that had run off. After rubbing the little deer a few times, he silently prayed for the little deer's lucky star to bless him, then decisively opened the halo draw. 1 Vitality Halo, 2 Elemental Halo, Fire, 3 Devout Halo. Vitality Halo, Level 1 increases the life recovery speed of all allied units by 10 times. Elemental Halo, Fire, Level 1 increases the fire spell attribute of all allied units by 200%. Devout Halo, Level 1 increases the healing effect of all allied units by 10 times. Feels useless, Chen Shen said, shaking his head at the 3 ordinary halos. He had originally thought the little deer's lucky star would bring him good fortune, but unexpectedly, all 3 were ordinary halos. It seemed that its lucky star could only benefit itself. Disappointed by the failed luck borrowing, Chen Shen found that all 3 halos were quite similar, merely embellishments that wouldn't significantly impact his strength. However, after pondering for a moment, he ultimately chose the Fire Elemental Halo. The mage class had gained some footing, and fire spells were recognized for their large area and high damage. Moreover, in previous battles, the mage had proven how effective fire spells were in large-scale combat, so enhancing fire spells was a good idea. After selecting the level 14 Halo, Chen Shen casually clicked to draw the level 15 Halo. Unlike ordinary Halo draws, every 5th level Halo option guaranteed a rare one. So even though he couldn't borrow luck from the little deer, Chen Shen still had some expectations for this Halo draw. Even if he didn't get a good Halo, having the previous rapid Halo would be nice, as it could perfectly complement the newly drawn Fire Elemental Halo. As Chen Shen looked on with anticipation, the 3 halos slowly popped out from the draw. 1. Rapid Aura, Rare, 2. Eternal Aura, Special, 3. Burning Magic Aura, Rare, Rapid Aura, Level 1 Slightly, Eternal Aura, all units on our side, attributes cannot be weakened by any means from the enemy. Special Aura, no level, cannot be upgraded. Burning Magic Aura, Level 1 when our units are attacked, they burn the attacker, dealing damage equal to 100% of their mana. Group damage only takes effect once? Chen Shen looked at the second Eternal Aura, a question mark slowly appearing above his head. What the hell is the Eternal Aura? How could a Lord Aura have such a domineering skill? There are quite a few lords who have obtained the Lord Aura talent in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, but he had never heard of any Eternal Aura, and isn't it common for other people's aura skills to be divided into ordinary and rare levels? What's up with this special tier? Could it be that this aura skill is so rare that no one has ever drawn it, or is it a unique skill belonging to him as the mutated aura master? Looking at this aura, Chen Shen fell into deep thought. Attributes cannot be weakened by any means. How should this skill be interpreted? Previously, when he fought against the abyssal dragon, under the influence of the dragon's might, all units on Chen Shen's side had their attributes reduced by 40%, which meant that during the battle with the abyssal dragon, his damage was almost halved overall. He was able to kill the abyssal dragon entirely because his side's values were high enough and the heavy strike aura was powerful enough, allowing him to withstand the negative state of having all attributes reduced by 40% and still take down the abyssal dragon. Now, with this aura, all attributes are constant, and Chen Shen doesn't even need to play any tricks. He can directly unleash all his output and crush it with raw damage, making it understand what true values are. As for the dragon race, effects of dragon might are almost commonplace in the main world. Nearly any powerful boss would possess such a comprehensive weakening state and skill. Some specialized weakening mechanisms can even reduce your overall attributes by 99%. The most disgusting part is that these suppression skills cannot be exempted. Everyone can only endure the state of having their attributes significantly weakened and struggle to fight those bosses. Therefore, although this eternal aura cannot be upgraded and cannot receive the 100-fold amplification from the Aura Master. For Chen Chen, this is definitely a powerful skill. To draw this Aura skill at level 15, Chen Chen felt he was, indeed, quite lucky. Besides this Aura Master skill, the Burning Magic Aura also looked pretty good. He didn't expect that this non-lucky guy could also turn things around. Wait a minute. Chen Chen seemed to think of something and looked up at the little deer. Based on his experience, it's very hard for a non-lucky guy to turn things around unless a lucky one comes to lead. Hiss, rubbing the little deer really works. Chen Chen didn't expect that rubbing the little deer would actually be effective. The lucky star truly lives up to its name. Next time there's a lottery, he must rub it a few more times. As for now, after selecting the Eternal Aura, Chen Chen closed the Aura interface. There's a saying that too much is as bad as too little. Having already drawn an Eternal Aura with the little deer's luck, it would be a bit rude to draw again, so he decided to wait until tomorrow to draw again. While Chen Chen was drawing the aura, on the other side of the battlefield, Brain Dodo was looking grimly at the city wall that was cleaning up the battlefield. This human lord indeed had some hidden things. He truly did not expect that the wall capable of devouring life could actually move on its own. It seemed that it should be a living organism similar to the Zerg. If that's the case, then it's not surprising that this living wall is so strong. After all, the Zerg is a top-tier race, and it's normal for their things to be a bit stronger. However, this novice world surprisingly still has remnants of the insect race, and this human lord has actually stumbled upon them. This human lord is indeed a lucky guy. After discarding the mindset of the soldier race, his logical ability seems to have declined a bit. At this moment, upon seeing this living wall, he immediately concluded that Chen Chen's strength must be greatly related to the legacy of the insect race. What a lucky fellow, but your good fortune ends here. Looking at the terrifying figure of the abyssal dragon that completely obscured the sky above, his confidence surged once again. What does the legacy of the insect race matter in front of this level 30 legendary dragon? Even the true insect race could only close their eyes and wait for death in such a situation, let alone a lowly human who has merely obtained the legacy of the insect race. Watching the living wall that had almost devoured all the corpses on the battlefield, he snorted coldly. The means of movement of this wall had been hidden by that human lord all along. Now, revealing it was likely because the final battle was about to begin and he felt he had no way to deal with that wall, so he became reckless. But it was clear that this human lord was celebrating a bit too early. He withdrew his gaze from the abyssal dragon and maliciously looked towards Chen Chen's territory, wondering if this human lord could still smile upon seeing this terrifying abyssal dragon. Chen Chen didn't know if he could still smile upon seeing the abyssal dragon, but he was currently quite happy because after devouring the corpses on the battlefield, the blood wall had evolved once again. However, this time it was a normal evolution. Aside from a significant enhancement in basic attributes, the devouring speed and tentacle length had also increased a bit, but no special attributes had evolved. Even so, Chen Chen felt very satisfied. The blood wall's small tentacles, which were only a few centimeters long, had now extended to over 10 centimeters. The third wave of monsters would definitely be numerous, and after devouring them, the blood wall would surely evolve one or two more times. By then, the tentacle length might extend to several dozen centimeters, allowing it to directly pull in any enemy that dared to approach. Moreover, aside from the evolution of the blood wall, he had accumulated enough points. Redeeming legendary items should not be a problem now. However, he temporarily refrained from opening the point redemption, as he wanted to wait until he had wiped out the last wave of siege monsters before making a unified exchange for the final tier. Otherwise, if he saw a good legendary item now and, in his impatience, spent all his points, he would have nowhere to cry when the divine artifact came out and he couldn't exchange for anything good. So, to resist temptation, he simply chose not to face it. As long as he didn't look, he wouldn't be tempted. After redeeming the divine artifact, if he had leftover points, he would then choose to redeem legendary items. However, thinking about the divine artifact beckoning to him, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. As the time approached, he had the blood wall shrink back to its previous size. Now, everything was ready, just waiting for the final wave of monsters to arrive. The idle little deer also sensed Chen Chen's anticipation. It trotted over to his side and mimicked his serious expression. Chen Chen was prepared, and on the other side, Brain Dodo was also ready. As the time came, he directly initiated the monster siege. The third wave, the final wave of the monster siege, saw the number of monsters double, with hundreds of thousands of them slowly emerging from the mist. Standing on the city wall, Chen Chen looked out, and all around him was a sea of dark monsters completely surrounding his territory. This wave of monsters made the attacking creatures appear somewhat crowded, and the harpies flying in the sky occasionally had a few fall to their doom due to lack of space to flap their wings. However, since they could fly at any time, they always managed to flap their wings just in time before hitting the ground, allowing them to take to the air again. So, although the scene looked a bit chaotic, it at least avoided any casualties before the battle even began. Yet, even with the situation being this chaotic, Zhuang Duo still showed no intention of launching an attack. Since the abyssal dragon was a legendary level boss and could only appear last, Zhuang Duo, who had no confidence in the lord level bosses, decided to send them to their deaths first. Once they were gone, and the abyssal dragon made its appearance, he would then send in the army of monsters to fight alongside the abyssal dragon, maximizing the effectiveness of these ordinary monsters. Calculating in his mind, Zhuang Duoduo directly dispatched 3 Lord-level bosses to charge towards Chuncheon city walls. If they could inflict some casualties, that would be ideal. If not, their deaths would allow the abyssal dragon to appear sooner. Watching this unusual move, Chen Chen felt a spark of realization instead of confusion. This is solid, the abyssal dragon is really here. In the final wave of the monster siege, perhaps due to the overwhelming number of Lord-level bosses, the opposing attacker could only send 3 bosses of Lord level or above each time. Normally, he should have sent smaller monsters to assist the Lord-level bosses in the attack, maximizing their power. But now, he had sent 3 Lord-level bosses alone, clearly intending for them to die. The fact that he could so boldly send Lord-level bosses to their deaths indicated that he must have a trump card in his hand that he believed was sufficient for victory. With this trump card in play, he treated these powerful Lord-level bosses as burdens, wanting to get rid of them quickly so that the trump card could appear sooner. Among the monsters surrounding Chen Chen's territory, the only creature that could inspire such confidence in the opposing commander was the abyssal dragon. Old friend, I've missed you so much. With the existence of the abyssal dragon in this monster siege almost confirmed, Chen Chen finally relaxed the tension that had been hanging over him. The monster he most hoped for in this siege was indeed the abyssal dragon. His level, his glory quest, and even the points for exchanging mythical items all depended on it. For Chen Chen, the importance of this abyssal dragon was unparalleled. Anyone else could come, but it could not be absent. Alas, the battlefield of the myriad realms was too small. With so many ordinary monsters added at once, couldn't they just replicate a few more legendary level bosses? If 10 or 8 abyssal dragons came down at once, would he still have to worry about points for the monster siege? Chen Chen shook his head, casting aside his unrealistic thoughts, and looked at the 3 Lord-level bosses charging towards him, wanting the abyssal dragon to appear sooner. As well, he showed no mercy and ordered the archers to focus fire on these Lord-level bosses, taking them down first. However, besides these Lord-level bosses, the smaller monsters also needed to be cleared out, lest they become a nuisance when the abyssal dragon appeared. So, it was time to let the opposing side see just how far the range of the strong attack aura truly extended. Watching those monsters lingering at the edge of the battlefield, thinking they were at a safe distance, Chen Chen chuckled lightly and instructed the mages to unleash their full power without holding back. As Chen Chen gave the order, the walls of the city were suddenly illuminated by the flames of spells. Since this was the last wave of monsters attacking the city, Brainy had to participate. At this moment, he was not hiding in the mist but had taken control of a harpy's body. Flying in the air, he had a clear view of the situation in Chen Chen's territory, and he could see that at this moment, the walls in all directions of Chen Chen's territory were glowing with magical light. This left him somewhat puzzled. What was this human lord thinking? Why was he allowing the mages to start casting spells now? The 3 Lord-level bosses he had sent out were all charging from the front. If the intention was to attack those 3 Lord-level bosses, it would be sufficient for the mages on the front wall to take action. Why were the walls in other directions also glowing with magical light? Although he didn't quite understand Chen Chen's intentions, Brainy, who placed great importance on Chen Chen, didn't think he would make useless moves. Therefore, looking at these flames, a sense of foreboding began to rise in his heart. Before he could think much more, this ominous premonition suddenly became a reality. The fireballs that had been conjured, trailing long tails of flame, were heading straight for him? Watching the massive fireball that had flown across most of the battlefield, Brainy was so shocked that he forgot to flap his wings. It wasn't until he started to fall from the sky that he reacted, instinctively flapping his wings to stabilize himself. However, as he steadied himself in the air, he looked at those fireballs with disbelief in his eyes. Damn it, whose fireball can fly this far? What about your range limit? Your mana control? Your elemental decay? Damn it, if fireballs can fly this far, are you even following the basic rules? With such a long spell range, even a dragon couldn't achieve that. Faced with Chen Chen's ultra-long range, Brainy was once again thrown off balance. This human was playing by his own rules. What kind of troops did he command? Were they all mages? But this was a novice world where the highest level was only 20, and to become a mage, one would need to start at level 60 or 70. How could they possibly appear in a novice world? But if they weren't mages, then why could these novice mages cast spells so far? It couldn't be that every one of his troops had a divine artifact, but the likelihood of that happening was even lower than a bunch of mages appearing in a novice world. Just as Brainy was cursing in frustration, watching the massive fireballs coming towards him, a terrifying thought suddenly struck him. Since their fireballs could reach this far, did that mean their other spells could also reach this far? With this thought, Brainy's heart raced, and he immediately disregarded his frustration, instinctively flapping his wings frantically to distance himself from the densely clustered harpies. The moment he left, a sudden wave of elemental energy surged through the sky, followed by countless fire rains descending, engulfing all the harpies in front of him. If he had run just a second slower, he would have been the next roasted harpy. Watching the harpy engulfed in flames scream as it fell from the sky, ultimately being burned to a crisp by the fire rain, Brainy couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Just one step away. If he had run a bit slower, he would have surely met the same fate. Although losing his body wouldn't mean death, looking at the terrifying fire damage, if he had truly failed to escape the fire rain's range, his true form would certainly not have emerged unscathed. Thinking of this outcome, Brainy's body instinctively trembled. He raised his eyes to the battlefield, where spells were wreaking havoc everywhere. He had originally planned to wait until the abyssal dragon appeared to launch a joint attack with the third wave of siege monsters. But now they were almost all falling in droves of those mages. Not only do they have an extremely long spell range, but their damage is also not diminished in the slightest. Almost no unit struck by their spells can escape unscathed. If this continues, the army of siege monsters may very well be wiped out before the abyssal dragon appears. The abyssal dragon can only emerge after all the lord-level bosses have fallen. And even if the lord-level bosses are focused on by archers, with their attributes and health, it will definitely last longer than these ordinary monsters being harvested by the mages. Moreover, in this wave of monster siege, there are still 11 lord-level bosses. Even if we remove the last 2 that can appear alongside the abyssal dragon, it still means that 9 lord-level bosses must die before the abyssal dragon can take the field. But now, looking at the speed at which these ordinary monsters are falling, how could they possibly last until all these lord-level bosses are defeated? At this thought, Brain Dodo felt a pang of regret. He knew that the human lord had a skill that increased the range of archers, but he never expected that this range-increasing skill could also amplify the mages. He was even more surprised that the range boost from that human lord could reach such distances. Looking at the attack range of those mages, it was at least 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary mage. Such a range was indeed comparable to that of a sorcerer. This range, which completely exceeded normal imagination, turned all of Brain Dodo's plans into bubbles. Now, the lord-level bosses, which should have been a powerful force, had become a burden to the offensive. In his anxious heart, Brain Dodo couldn't care less about friend or foe. He wished that the 3 lord-level bosses being focused on could die instantly, so that the abyssal dragon could appear sooner. However, because Chun Chen had not activated the heavy strike aura, those lord-level bosses, although losing health rapidly, could still hold on for a while longer. At the very least, compared to the ordinary monsters being attacked by the mages, they could clearly last a bit longer. Just as Brain Dodo was burning with anxiety, a fireball spell, unknown from where it flew, suddenly struck a harpy not far in front of him. The fireball exploded instantly, engulfing dozens of harpies in the vicinity. Watching the harpy right before his eyes being blown to pieces by the fireball, Brain Dodo felt a chill run through him. Just a moment, if that fireball had been even slightly off, or if that harpy hadn't instinctively shielded him due to the siege rules, then the one hit by that fireball would have been him. At that moment, Brain Dodo suddenly realized that no place on the battlefield was safe anymore. His current form was just an ordinary harpy. If he continued to daze on the battlefield, one careless hit from a spell like that would surely mean his death. Brain Dodo quickly scanned the battlefield and soon saw, in a corner, thousands of goblin mages gathering together, intercepting all the spells, flying towards them with their own magical skills. Compared to the chaos wreaked by other skills, the area occupied by the goblin mages was like a pure land on the battlefield. It's the goblin mage corps. Brain Dodo was instantly overjoyed at this sight. Yes, there were mages on his side too, and they were a very powerful mage corps. He remembered that this goblin mage corps had about 4,000 members, with an average level of around 14, and their leaders were a group of powerful goblin dragon blood sorcerers who also mastered legion magic, although their spell range and power might not compare to those mages. In the territory of the human lord, that human lord could only muster a few hundred mages at most. If they were distributed across the walls in all directions, the number of their mages would be even fewer. On the other hand, they had a full 4,000 legion mages at their disposal. The human lord could bombard with mages, but my sword was not without its advantages. With this thought in mind, now Duo immediately flew down to the ground, casually grabbing a regular goblin. He didn't even bother to check the goblin's strength and directly pried open its skull. After devouring the goblin's brain, he took over its body and charged towards the goblin mages. The situation on the battlefield was too dire. He could no longer afford to be beaten. Those who knew about their siege knew they were attacking, while those who didn't might think they were just offering their heads. This situation had to change immediately, and the only thing that could change it was the Goblin Mage Legion. Yes, now Duo was ready to give orders to the Goblin Mages to suppress the human lord's mages on the walls. As long as they could suppress those mages, the monster army would immediately gain a breather. As for how long they could breathe, he didn't care much. The priority was to change this passive situation of being beaten. As for the rest, with so many monsters in this siege, what if there were monsters capable of suppressing those mages' output? Because he never expected that Chun Chen would have such a long-range advantage. Now Duo, after suffering such heavy losses, found the situation reverting to what he wanted, a swarm of monsters charging towards Chun Chen's territory. Moreover, looking at the current situation, those monsters, originally under Now Duo's orders to stay away from Chun Chen's territory, could only remain at a distance on the battlefield. leading to their passive beating. Whether they would have the chance to rush into Chen Chen's territory was still uncertain. Although the current situation of the monster siege was largely due to Chen's overwhelming strength. With such a large monster army, they could have at least reached Chen Chen's territory with 1,000 troops, even if they changed commanders or had no commander at all. At the very least, they could force out Chen Chen's heavy strike aura. However, under Naoduo's command, not only were the first 2 waves of siege opportunities wasted, but by the time the third wave was about to begin, the monster army had already lost a significant portion, and with such great losses, he had gained almost nothing. In fact, if he were to be honest, his previous probing had already revealed that Chen's range exceeded that of ordinary people. If he had continued probing, discovering that Chen Chen had an exceptionally long range that he didn't intend to conceal should not have been a problem. Therefore, whether he maintained the original probing plan or directly committed all his forces without probing, he could have made it a bit troublesome for Chen Chen, who only had 1,000 troops. Yet, he neither chose to attack directly nor managed to stick to the probing, and when he finally thought of going all in, he wanted to reserve strength for a joint attack with the abyssal dragon, only to be turned into a target by Chen Chen's long-range firepower. It must be said that Naoduo had a knack for consistently choosing the most incorrect option, which, in a way, could be considered a rare ability. However, Naoduo never thought these issues were related to his decisions. He believed that the current situation was entirely due to the human lord being too disgusting and having too many tricks. He might not even realize that his eagerness to have the Goblin Mage Legion suppress Chen Chen's mages stemmed from his fear of Chen Chen. He was worried about what other means Chen Chen might have, concerned that Chen Chen would find a way to deal with the abyssal dragon. It was precisely this subconscious apprehension that caused him to lose his composure, wanting to save as many ordinary monsters as possible to relieve some pressure from the abyssal dragon. In other words, deep down, he was no longer so confident that the abyssal dragon would definitely breach Chen Chen's territory. Otherwise, with the strength of the 8-armed Naga leader's body in his inventory, he could easily find a place with fewer monsters to hide, and he would have a good chance of surviving until the abyssal dragon appeared. However, filled with urgency, he had no time to calm his thoughts, so he was completely unaware of this and charged straight into what he thought was the safest spot among the Kobold Legion's mages. Looking at the Kobold Legion still passively intercepting spells, he directly asked the leading Dragon Pulse sorcerer, "Can we directly attack those mages on the city wall, so they can't cast spells anymore?" "Not enough range," the Dragon Pulse sorcerer replied, his eyes lacking the vitality they had when he fought Chen Chen in the underground world, appearing somewhat numb. While casting spells, he mechanically answered, "Their spell range is too far. We can only attack them if we use ultra-long-range Legion spells. But Legion spells require guidance. If we use ultra-long-range Legion spells to attack them, there will be no one to defend against their attacks. If that's the case, we would be killed before we could even cast the Legion spell," he countered. "What about your 4,000 mages? Can't you split into 2 groups?" Brain Dodo asked, somewhat confused. "One group defends against their spells, and the other organizes an attack. Can't that work?" "No," the Dragon Pulse sorcerer immediately replied. "Their spells are too powerful. For any one of their spells, we need to use dozens of our own spells to defend. If we split our forces, we won't be able to hold the defense." Hearing this, Brain Dodo's heart sank. He looked up at the 3 Lord-level bosses whose health was nearly depleted. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, "If I can protect your safety, can you attack them?" "Yes," the Dragon Pulse sorcerer nodded. "The attack range of the Legion spell can completely cover the city wall. If you can protect us, then our attacks can definitely hit the mages on the wall." "Good." Brain Dodo nodded vigorously at the Dragon Pulse sorcerer's response. The 3 Lord-level bosses were now on the brink of death, and once they fell, Brain Dodo could send new Lord-level bosses into battle. Initially, he had planned to let the weakest Lord-level boss die first, saving the strongest for a final push alongside the abyssal dragon to maximize their combined strength. But now, he couldn't afford to think that way. If all the ordinary monsters were dead, and only 2 stronger Lord-level bosses remained, what use would that be? So after asking the question, Brain Dodo made a decision. For the next wave of Lord-level bosses, he would send out the 3 strongest ones first to protect the Kobold Legion mages. As for the rest, he would deal with it after the ordinary monsters stabilized their position. At this moment, Brain Dodo had completely abandoned his plan, taking it step by step. Seeing that the 3 Lord-level bosses had already fallen, he no longer hesitated and directly chose to summon the Queen Ant, the Kobold King, and a creature that looked very much like a brown beetle. This time, Brain Dodo did not send them to die. Instead, he brought them close to the Kobold Legion mages. Upon discovering the emergence of a new Lord-level boss, the archers on the city walls immediately unleashed a rain of arrows. The Ant Queen, with a movement speed that was practically non-existent, instantly lost a significant portion of her health. The dog-headed king and the massive brown beetle, although able to block some of the arrows due to their defensive measures, could not avoid losing a lot of health either, as the archers on the walls were using elemental arrows. Witnessing this scene, Brain Dodo quickly ordered the dog-headed king, who possessed the strongest magical abilities, to cast a spell to protect the ordinary dog-headed mages. Hearing Brain Dodo's command, the dog-headed king raised the punishment trident, similar to the one he had fought with Chen Chen, and pointed it towards the sky. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning struck the punishment trident held aloft by the dog-headed king, making it seem as if he was summoning the lightning himself. Brain Dodo was momentarily stunned by this sight. I told you to use magic to protect those dog-headed mages, not to harm yourself. What do you mean by summoning lightning to strike yourself? Looking at the dog-headed king, whose health had plummeted due to the lightning strike, Brain Dodo was about to ask a question when the punishment trident in the dog-headed king's hand seemed to be charged with energy, emitting dazzling lightning. The dog-headed king thrust the trident, flickering with lightning, forcefully into the ground, and the lightning on the trident shot up into the sky as if drawn by some force. As this bolt of lightning exploded in the air, dark clouds quickly gathered above. Unlike the high-level magic of endless lightning strikes used by the dog-headed king before, this time the dark clouds were not only filled with lightning but also accompanied by howling winds. High-level magic thunderstorm? Brain Dodo, being knowledgeable, immediately recognized the spell once it took shape. He truly did not expect the dog-headed king to give him such a huge surprise. It was a surprise so great it felt like a shock. He found it hard to understand how a low-level lord-level boss could use high-level lightning magic. There was a two-tier difference between them. How could this be unleashed? What kind of place is this? It was one thing for that human lord to be a bit insane, but how could these monsters be so abnormal? Brain Dodo was completely bewildered by the scene before him. He found it difficult to comprehend how a low-level lord-level boss could release high-level magic. If it had just cast a mid-level spell, he wouldn't have been so shocked. This newbie world is completely insane, Brain Dodo muttered, and thinking of that legendary abyss dragon, he suddenly felt relieved. Damn it, there are even legendary monsters here. What's the big deal about having another low-level boss that can cast high-level magic? It's just that in other newbie worlds, they can sweep all the lords. There's no shortage of things here that can sweep other lords. After calming himself down for a while, Brain Dodo finally settled. Under the effect of the thunderstorm spell, not only could the archer's arrows not reach them, but even the spells from the opposing mages were all blocked. For a moment, the battlefield on Brain Dodo's side was significantly safer. However, the effect of the dog-headed king's spell was a bit too good. It not only blocked the attacks from Chun Chen's side but also intercepted their own attacks. Regardless of whose attack it was, as long as it entered the thunderstorm area, it would be obliterated by the raging thunder. As for ordinary monsters trying to use the thunderstorm as cover to reach Chen Chen city walls, they might as well forget it. The thunderstorm did not discriminate, not to mention those ordinary monsters. Even the dog-headed king would be struck down to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Therefore, once those ordinary monsters stepped into the range of the thunderstorm, they would surely die as swiftly as if they were hit by Chen Chen's mages. Naiduo did not send the dog-headed king to kill his own people, so it was impossible for Naiduo to let ordinary monsters withstand the thunderstorm attack. The current situation, although it seemed to be at a stalemate, was complicated by the fact that Naiduo had sent out more than just the dog-headed king as a monarch-level boss. After the dog-headed king temporarily stabilized the situation, Naiduo's gaze shifted directly to the beetle-like boss. Naiduo recognized this monster. This monarch-level boss was called the Mirage Beast, which usually liked to dwell underground and only appeared when it rained. Therefore, Chen Chen had never encountered this monster while clearing the monarch-level bosses around his territory. As a monarch-level boss, the overall attributes of the Mirage Beast were not particularly strong, but monsters with weaker attributes typically possessed very powerful special skills, and the Mirage Beast was no exception. Compared to other monarch-level bosses, the Mirage Beast's strongest ability was its ability to exhale mist. The mist from the Mirage Beast could not only obscure vision but also create illusions, affecting any unit with weak mental strength. Originally, Naiduo planned to save the Mirage Beast for last, allowing it to use its special abilities to assist the Abyss Dragon, to avoid it being overwhelmed. However, since Chen Chen's range was so far, he had no choice but to bring out the Mirage Beast first. At worst, he could let the dog-headed king and that Ant Queen go to their deaths first, especially the Ant Queen, which was indicated to be very strong. Naiduo had initially thought it would provide some surprises, but it turned out to be a useless monarch-level boss that couldn't even move. Once the dog-headed king's thunderstorm ended, the first to die would be this useless creature. Unable to see the specific attributes of these siege monsters, Naiduo, observing the Ant Queen's clumsy appearance and noting that it had taken the most damage from Chun Chen's archers, immediately prejudged the Ant Queen as a waste among the boss ranks. Perhaps this Ant Queen had some special abilities, but with its clumsy movement, it was clearly of no use in this siege, so it would be better to let it die directly. After pondering for a moment, Naiduo ordered the Mirage Beast to start releasing mist to conceal the dog-headed army. As for the useless Ant Queen, Naiduo casually gave it an order to protect the dog-headed army and then ignored it. Under Naiduo's command, the mist exhaled by the Mirage Beast began to spread across the battlefield. However, due to the Mirage Beast's limited abilities, it was clearly impossible to cover the entire battlefield with mist. It could only protect the area around the dog-headed army. Although sending the Mirage Beast to the base of Chen Shen's walls would likely allow it to obscure all of Chen Shen's walls, causing all of Chen Shen's troops to lose sight. It was unrealistic to send the Mirage Beast there under the powerful output of Chen Shen's forces. Therefore, he could only let the Mirage Beast protect the dog-headed mage army first. In this way, since the Mirage Beast's mist would not obstruct their line of sight, the dog-headed mage army could fully cast spells within the mist. Once the magic was prepared, he would let the dog-headed king in the thunderstorm and directly launch an attack. Now, with the dog-headed king's thunderstorm for defense and the Mirage Beast's mist for protection, as long as the dog-headed mage army was ready with their group magic, they could begin the attack and everything would be fine. However, this meant that there would be no monarch-level bosses to die. The dog-headed king could unleash high-level magic, which was more important than he had imagined, so he couldn't let it die easily. The Mirage Beast could cooperate with the Abyss Dragon, so it was best to keep it as well. Should he then throw that useless Ant Queen into the thunderstorm, electrocute it, and then summon a new monarch-level boss, letting those bosses die one by one? Thinking of this, Brain Duo instinctively turned around and looked at the Ant Queen. Holy crap! As he turned back, he was instantly shocked because right behind him appeared countless flying ants, densely filling the entire sky, completely covering the area above the dog-headed mage legion. At first glance, it looked as if the dog-headed mages had a gigantic black umbrella hovering over their heads. What was going on? Where did these flying ants come from? Brain Duo was stunned by this exaggerated scene. His gaze quickly scanned around, and then he noticed the Ant Queen lying on the ground, like an unwearied breeding machine, frantically producing flying ants. The flying ants that were being produced seemed to swell like they were being blown up, and in an instant, they grew to the size of a fist. The countless flying ants he had just seen all came from this place. Seeing this scene, Brain Duo was completely dumbfounded. Is this new world for beginners too brutal? Isn't she the Ant Queen? Why does her ability look so much like that of a Zerg? It was reasonable for the Ant Queen to summon her minions, and it was also reasonable for her to breed ants, but to produce so many at once was just too unreasonable. No, you're just an Ant Queen, not a Zerg. How can you breed in such large numbers? Moreover, what was that faintly visible pool in the void? Why did the newly emerged flying ants immediately mature? After passing through that pool, Brain Duo was now completely unable to understand what was going on in this beginner world. The Ant Queen's strong breeding ability and unique breeding method looked so much like the legendary Zerg. The dog-headed king, who could cast high-level magic, the rarely seen mirage monster in the main world, plus the seemingly Zerg-like Ant Queen. Was there not a single normal monster in this world? These few monsters, no matter where they were placed, could easily crush all beginner lords. Why were they all appearing together? Oh, right, let's not forget about that abyssal dragon, a level 30 legendary boss. As long as its attributes and skills weren't particularly weak, then this combination could easily wipe out Brainwood's beginner world. The World Blessing Scroll, is its effect really that fierce? This combination is clearly aimed at world destruction. Now, dealing with a beginner lord, isn't the world battlefield being a bit excessive? At this moment, even though the human lord opposite was Brainwood's opponent, he couldn't help but silently mourn for him for a moment. Of course, it was just for a moment. Shortly after, his mood became excited. If such a powerful combination was coming to deal with him, that would be too much, but if they became his teammates, that would be fantastic. Brain Duo had never thought that these lord-level bosses could be this strong. Had he known this, he wouldn't have rashly set a plan for the lord-level bosses to die. After all, with the strength displayed by these lord-level bosses, if paired with auxiliary troops like the dog-headed Mage Legion, it shouldn't be hopeless to confront that human lord's territory head-on. How could he have fallen to the point of only being able to defend against the siege monsters from this direction? Fortunately, it wasn't too late to wake up. Now, although the siege monsters from other directions couldn't be saved, the siege monsters on this battlefield, under the protection of the dog-headed Mage Legion, hadn't suffered too heavy losses. Their total numbers still added up to several tens of thousands. They might not be able to play a significant role, but it wouldn't be a problem for a few cannon fodder to draw the attention of that human lord. As for the dog-headed Mage Legion, as the main force in this battle, they could output with peace of mind. In short, with 3 major bosses protecting him, he had nothing to worry about. As the thick fog gradually spread, the brainy Duo felt the time had come and directly ordered the Doghead King to terminate the Lightning Storm skill. Now, that human lord could not see them, while they could see that human lord. Even if they randomly threw skills, the flying ants in the sky, like a dome, could block the damage, so they were not afraid of the blind strikes from the human lord after losing sight of their target. Previously, those human mages had recklessly output their spells, relying on their long range, while their side was unable to fight back. Now it was the Doghead Legion's turn to strike them, and they could not retaliate. The situation had reversed. Thinking about how they could let the Doghead Mage Legion attack them without restraint while they could not fight back, Duo felt a surge of excitement. He originally wanted the Doghead King to cast another high-level magic attack on the mages on the city wall, but after giving the order, he found that the Doghead King appeared very listless, even struggling to lift that steel fork. The weakness period of using high-level magic beyond rank? Seeing the Doghead King's state, Duo instantly understood the reason. For some reason, even though their combat power had been weakened, he still felt a sense of relief. He thought, how could there be monsters in the novice world that could recklessly unleash high-level magic? If that were the case, he would have to be a legendary boss, not just a mere Lord-level boss. Realizing this, Duo suddenly sensed something was off. When did Lord-level bosses become merely small? Any of these bosses, even the Boar King that had previously killed him, would definitely not be able to defend against an attack on their territory. But now, perhaps because it was too easy for that human lord to kill Lord-level bosses, he had developed a mindset that Lord-level bosses were weak. And he was indeed somewhat influenced by that human lord. After adjusting his mindset, Duo did not care about the weakened Doghead King. Since the Ant Queen and the Mirage Monster had more people than the Doghead King, and since he would be weakened after casting magic, it was better to let him go to his death. Duo directly ordered the weakened Doghead to head to Qinshan's city wall and attack Qinshan's territory alone. Then he watched as the Doghead mages began to brew their long-range legion magic, feeling quite pleased. However, for some reason, after everything was set up, Duo felt like he had overlooked something very important. What is it? Duo furrowed his brow, trying to think, and then he saw a white figure from Qinshan city wall, like a streak of light, rushing towards them. Not good. Just as the Doghead King released high-level magic, Qinshan had already noticed the movement over here. With the lightning storm in place, the output from the archers and mages was completely blocked by this high-level magic. Originally, Qinshan planned to send melee units to withstand the lightning storm and chop the Doghead King to death, but he found that after the lightning storm, a strange mist had actually begun to rise on the front battlefield. What kind of boss is this? Qinshan frowned as he looked at this boss. To be honest, he had never seen a boss that could release mist. From the looks of it, it seemed to be a lord-level boss as well. It's that stinky beetle with the shell. Upon seeing the mist rising on the battlefield, the little deer immediately became very angry, clearly having a grudge against the Mirage Monster. Do you know this monster? Seeing the little deer's attitude, Qinshan became curious. Wasn't the little deer always just a thief? Logically, it shouldn't have any interaction with this monster, especially since the little deer had always been the type to recognize both eating and fighting. It steals and gets beaten, and it feels that it deserves it, so it continues to steal. Even when it gets beaten without stealing anything, it won't hold a grudge against those monsters. At most, it will just complain in its heart or wait until it has the strength to steal from them as revenge. A monster that can make the little deer so furious is indeed rare, Qinshan thought. Of course I know it, the little deer said angrily. I encountered it when I went to steal fruits from a big monkey's house. It was also there to steal fruits. I thought, since we were both there to steal, we should be on the same side. So I helped it lure that big monkey away, thinking I would steal after it was done. But that stinky beetle has no sense of rules. After it finished stealing the fruits, it even gnawed the fruit tree down, not only leaving me with nothing to eat, but also using its skills to confuse me for a while so that the big monkey wouldn't chase it, which got me beaten up badly by the big monkey. The little deer had been rampaging through the novice battlefield for so long, yet it had never seen such a rule-breaking creature. Not only did it eat someone else's fruits, but it also destroyed their fruit tree and then turned around to betray its benefactor. It was truly despicable. The little deer, which had never suffered such a big loss, remembered this Xianxiao until now, only because the Xianxiao had been active underground for years, and the little deer had never encountered it, resulting in no opportunity for revenge. Now that it saw the Xianxiao actually appearing in the monster siege, it was so angry that it proactively declared, I want to kill it. In such thick fog, can you find it? Qinshan wasn't worried about the little deer getting hurt. With all its auras maxed out, the little deer was in full power mode. Not to mention just a Lord-level boss. Even if an abyssal dragon appeared, it would never be able to harm it. He was only concerned that the fog was too thick and connected to the outside fog. If the little deer got lost and only found its way back after everything was over, it would be even angrier. It's fine, its fog is different from the outside fog. This fog doesn't affect me, the little deer said confidently. We steppe cloud deer also have spells to manipulate clouds and fog. In this regard, not many races can compare to us. Not only can I see through this big beetle's fog, but I can also disperse it. Seeing the little deer's confidence, Qinshan stopped saying more and just reminded, if you find something wrong, stay put and don't run around. I'll send someone to help you, and I'll make sure to leave that big beetle for you. Don't worry, nothing will happen. After leaving this sentence, the little deer directly disappeared from the city wall and charged towards the direction of the Xianxiao. Watching the little deer sprinting much faster than before, Qinshan couldn't help but chuckle. After the endurance aura was applied, it was the first time the little deer ran at such a speed. It seemed that the big beetle-like Lord Boss had really provoked the little deer. And the little deer wasn't lying. The fog on the battlefield began to dissipate after it swept through. Seeing the thick fog parting to create a path, Qinshan thought for a moment and directly sent out the warriors and assassins. With the endurance aura's boost, the speed of the warriors and assassins couldn't be considered slow either. Qinshan sent them out to follow the path opened by the little deer, and once they found the little deer, it would be responsible for dealing with the Xianxiao while the warriors would clear out the dog-headed mage.
If they liked to use spells to intercept, then since that was the case, he would use spells too, directly sending melee units over. He wanted to see if the warriors and assassins could still intercept them once they got up close. After seeing that white light, Brain Duo instantly remembered something it had overlooked. Since the third wave of monsters began their siege, he had not seen that little deer. He thought the little deer's outburst came at a cost, so in the face of danger, he instinctively ignored it. At this moment, seeing that beam of white light, he suddenly recalled the fear instilled by the little deer. Previously, the two carefully selected, incredibly powerful Lord-level bosses were no match for the little deer. Now, he had 3 bosses, 1 dealing damage and 2 providing support, yet the only damage dealer was still in a half-damaged state. How could they fight like this? Now Duo instinctively turned his gaze to the Mirage monster, hoping to see if this relatively rare Lord-level boss had any good ideas. However, the Mirage monster was also blinking its little eyes, looking at him with a hint of fear, clearly wanting to know if he had any good plans. After locking eyes, both the man and the Mirage monster simultaneously thought, it's over. Unlike now Duo, the Mirage monster was even more terrified at this moment. It knew it had a grudge against the little deer and even understood that the little deer had been searching for it for revenge. Although it didn't know why the little deer had become so fast and seemingly much stronger, it was clear that the little deer was charging towards it in a furious manner. Normally, upon seeing such a violent little deer, the Mirage monster would have fled immediately. But now, under the influence of the monster's siege, it couldn't even entertain the thought of escaping. However, not being able to run away didn't mean it couldn't hide. The terrified Mirage monster, disregarding the mist on the battlefield, suddenly opened its 2 shell-like wings, resembling beetle wings, and plunged them into the ground. If it could just buy itself a little time, it could successfully burrow underground. Yet, it had underestimated the little deer's speed. Just as it inserted its shells into the ground and hadn't even gathered strength, a streak of light came crashing towards it. Bang! The Mirage monster was sent flying, and the shell that was hit shattered into several pieces. Before its body even landed, the little deer, transformed into a streak of light, chased after it and knocked it away again before it could touch the ground. Watching the Mirage monster being knocked around like a ball in the air, now Duo swallowed hard. Previously, he thought the 2 Lord-level bosses were somewhat useless since they couldn't even handle the little deer. But now, facing the little deer directly, he realized just how terrifying it truly was. Just moments ago, the little deer had dashed past him, yet he hadn't seen its figure at all. It was as if the massive Mirage monster standing before him had suddenly vanished. By the time he spotted the Mirage monster again, it was already soaring in the sky. If that kind of speed were directed at him, he probably wouldn't even have time to react before meeting his end. The little deer was clearly venting its anger, sending the Mirage monster flying without holding back, but it wasn't delivering fatal blows, just repeatedly preventing it from landing. Now Duo watched the toy-like Mirage monster, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. However, what made his scalp tingle even more was that during the little deer's relentless assault on the Mirage monster, the dog-headed king had actually died. Receiving the notification, now Duo instinctively turned to look at the dog-headed king, only to see a group of warriors wielding long knives stepping over the dog-headed king's corpse, advancing towards him. Behind these warriors, there were also some assassins fading into the air. Compared to the dog-headed king, these human warriors appeared somewhat shorter. Even the fallen body of the dog-headed king towered over these standing human warriors. Yet, it was these relatively shorter warriors who had managed to kill the dog-headed king in such a short time. Against the backdrop of the dead dog-headed king's body, these blood-soaked human warriors rushed over with a terrifying sense of oppression. Isn't that a monarch-level boss? Brain Dodo watched this scene, feeling a mix of heart palpitations and confusion. This was a monarch-level boss. Even in its weakened state, it was still a weakened monarch-level boss. How could these dozens of warriors, along with a few assassins, have killed the dog-headed king as if they were slaughtering dogs? Moreover, there was still the mist from the Mirage monsters. How did they manage to get through? Thinking of this, Brain Dodo looked up and noticed a path devoid of mist where the little deer had charged through. Suddenly, he realized that these human warriors had come along with that fawn. They followed this path and then killed the weakened monarch-level boss. Although Brain Dodo was somewhat shocked by the strength of these warriors, he had no time to dawdle. Watching the human warriors rushing toward him, he quickly dispatched another monarch-level boss. In a sense, the death of the dog-headed king wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It had already entered a weakened state, and now he could send out a fully powered monarch-level boss. If these human warriors could kill a weakened monarch-level warrior, surely they couldn't take down a fully powered one, right? As Brain Dodo dispatched the new boss, a pumpkin-headed warrior wielding a massive hammer suddenly appeared on the battlefield. This pumpkin head was over 3 meters tall, standing out among the monsters like a crane among chickens. Where its head should have been, there was instead a gigantic pumpkin, with its facial features carved into the surface of the pumpkin. In its hands, the pumpkin-headed monster held a long-handled hammer that was taller than itself, with a hammerhead the size of half a normal person's body, making the long-handled hammer appear extremely terrifying. Upon seeing this pumpkin-headed warrior, Brain Dodo's heart leaped with joy. Although he didn't
know the origins of this pumpkin-headed warrior. As a monarch-level boss with such a formidable appearance, it would surely be able to block those ordinary warriors without any problem. With hopeful eyes, Brain Dodo watched as the giant hammer-wielding warrior with a pumpkin head slowly positioned itself in front of the peasant warriors. The leading warrior paused for a moment upon seeing the pumpkin head, then raised his hand to direct the other warriors behind him to bypass the pumpkin head and go after the dog-headed mages, while he himself stepped forward to charge directly at the pumpkin head. This warrior was the first one appointed by Chen Chen as a warrior manager, and his name was naturally not a secret. According to Chen Chen's naming convention, he was called War One. The weapon he wielded was the orange-grade berserker blade dropped by the dog-headed king, which had the special effect of doubling the duration of the berserk skill, and in a berserk state, for every 1% of health lost, he would gain 1% attack speed. War One, holding the berserker blade, immediately activated the berserk skill. In this state, he would sacrifice some defense and resistance in exchange for a significant increase in damage, clearly determined to quickly kill this pumpkin head. However, the pumpkin-headed warrior's attack range was much longer due to its massive hammer, and before War One could strike, the pumpkin head swung its hammer down directly onto him. The hammerhead of the pumpkin-headed creature was already half the size of his body. Logically, after taking such a blow, he would either be dead or sent flying. However, under the effect of the resilience aura, Johnny seemed to be rooted to the ground. Such a terrifying giant hammer only caused his body to sway slightly. After the strike, a terrifying damage value floated up from both Johnny and the pumpkin head almost simultaneously. However, in addition to that damage value, a green number representing recovery also floated above Johnny, which restored his lost health back to full. After one blow, the only one injured was the pumpkin head wielding the hammer. Johnny, already accustomed to such situations, showed no change in expression. Seizing the moment while the pumpkin head was retracting its hammer, he dashed in front of it and, in just 1 second, unleashed 4 consecutive slashes. As massive numbers floated up, the pumpkin head's health dropped significantly. Before the severely injured pumpkin head could react, a faint figure emerged from the air behind it. Holding the shadow blade, Ingi dealt 5 times the damage. Through the shadow break and the assassin's backstab damage bonus, delivering a single strike that surpassed the warrior's 4-hit combo in damage. And it didn't stop there. Thanks to his extremely high attack speed bonus, he quickly followed up with 4 more strikes after the shadow break, leaving the pumpkin head unable to turn around in time to avoid the full brunt of those 4 backstab damages. In just one encounter, the pumpkin head lost 1/10 of its health under the combined assault of Zhang-Yi and Ying-Yi. This was still without Chun Chen activating the heavy strike aura. Otherwise, this round of attacks would have been enough to instantly take down the pumpkin head, a lord-level boss. Yet, even so, the sight of the pumpkin head losing 1/10 of its health left now Duo dumbfounded. What was going on? Were these two human beings also lord-level bosses? Why was their damage so high? And what about that giant hammer of the pumpkin head? Was it made of paper? When it struck that human warrior just now, why did he only sway a little? Watching this scene filled with confusion, now Duo didn't notice that an assassin had suddenly appeared behind him, casually delivering a strike that completely drained his health. As now Duo fell, terror filled his heart. Fortunately, his body's health bar was independent. As long as he wasn't attacked directly, he wouldn't take damage. So, this strike only cleared the health of his body. To be safe, after falling, now Duo pretended to be dead, not daring to make any moves to switch bodies at that moment. Lying on the ground, he saw those warriors and assassins taking down the dog-headed soldiers almost one by one. The dog-headed mages seemed as fragile as chicks under the blades of these humans, and in just a short while, a large number had already fallen. Only those dragon vein sorcerers could escape momentarily due to their numerous skills, but it was only for a moment, as the human warriors quickly caught up with their charge skills, dealing just a few more strikes. Those dragon vein sorcerers, which had once given Chen some trouble, fell just like ordinary dog-headed soldiers. Even the powerful ant queen couldn't escape the clutches of these humans. They paid no attention to the ants spawned by the queen and just hacked away at her. The flying ants summoned by the queen would drop dead after just one bite. In no time, a thick layer of flying ant corpses piled up beneath the feet of those human warriors. At this rate, the death of the ant queen was only a matter of time. Lying on the ground pretending to be dead, now Duo was filled with confusion. Wasn't it said that humans are a low-level race? Where exactly is the low-level aspect of this human lord's strength? In the perspective of Brain Dodo, these human soldiers seemed like invincible war gods, fast, high in output, and strong in defense. Most importantly, they appeared to possess both counterattack skills and lifesteal abilities. All the monsters, even the lord-level boss, were no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered under their hands. Brain Dodo cautiously extended an eyeball from the corpse of the dead dog-headed man, and he watched as those human warriors endured the overwhelming attacks of the black flying ants, hacking the writhing ant queen to death blow by blow. Meanwhile, the pumpkin head that had just been dispatched behind him was not faring any better. It was quickly losing health under the combined assault of Battle 1 and Shadow 1. As a lord-level boss, the faster it lost health, the more skills it could trigger, and the more skills it had, the fiercer its counterattacks would be. However, since these human soldiers possessed counterattack and lifesteal abilities, this meant that the fiercer its counterattacks became, the faster it would lose health. After careful observation, Brain Dodo discovered that the damage inflicted by those two human soldiers was even less than the counterattack damage it received after attacking. Thus, the time it survived after emerging was actually shorter than that of the Ant Queen. Unlike the Ant Queen, which was brutally hacked to death, this imposing pumpkinhead was essentially killed by its own reflected damage. At this moment, among the Lord-level bosses dispatched by Brain Dodo, aside from the Mirage Monster still being mercilessly beaten like a toy by the little deer, the rest had all perished. Although the Mirage Monster was still alive, it clearly had no strength left to control the mist. Once the mist dissipated, the long silent human mages struck again. This time, without the dog-headed man mages to block their spells, they immediately fell in large numbers under the magical attacks, just like the monsters in other directions. At this rate of casualties, the complete annihilation of these ordinary monsters was likely just a matter of time. I'm tired, let it be destroyed. Brain Dodo, whose emotions had fluctuated too much, had become numb. He didn't even look, casually dispatching two Lord-level bosses before continuing to play dead. Whatever happens, he didn't care anymore, and of course he couldn't care less. Lying there pretending to be dead, if anything dared to jump out now, it would immediately become truly dead. Sometimes, it wasn't that he wasn't trying hard enough, but rather that the enemy was just too perverse. Taking a moment to glance, the good news was that the two newly appeared Lord-level bosses were ranged monsters, and their attacks wouldn't trigger the counterattacks of those human soldiers. The bad news was that they had just appeared on the battlefield when dozens of warriors charged in and struck them in the face. Forget it, I won't watch anymore. They're doomed. Once these human soldiers got close, the ensuing scene would undoubtedly be extremely brutal, and Brain Dodo felt there was no need to watch any further. However, while the human forces were distracted, Brain Dodo quietly jumped out from the damaged shell and, taking advantage of the nearby shell that had just died, pried open its skull before parasitizing inside. For the Brain Clan, parasitism had become instinctual. Without the protection of a shell, it felt as unsafe as a human. Without clothes, he still wanted to survive until the abyssal dragon appeared, so to be safe, he decisively switched to a new host. Now that the ordinary monsters had mostly been wiped out, and the Lord-level bosses couldn't hold out much longer, the only thing he could rely on was the abyssal dragon. Soon, as the new Lord-level boss was violently killed, Brain Dodo released another Lord-level boss. However, unlike the previous numbness, this time, there was a glimmer of expectation in Brain Dodo's eyes when he released the Lord-level boss. But what he anticipated was not what this Lord-level boss could achieve. What he truly looked forward to was the death of this Lord-level boss. Now, there is only one remaining Lord-level boss that hasn't appeared. As long as this Lord-level boss is defeated, the abyssal dragon can emerge alongside the remaining Lord-level boss. With this thought, now Duo subtly shifted his gaze, casting a resentful look at the Shinchao. This useless creature, unable to fight, yet still alive for so long. If others won't kill you, can't you just take your own life? If it weren't for this waste still being alive, the abyssal dragon would have already appeared. Complaining about the Shinchao, now Duo fixed his eyes on the newly emerged Lord-level boss, hoping that these human soldiers could quickly take it down. This time, his expectations were not in vain. Shen's troops were as powerful as ever. After the new Lord-level boss appeared, the battlefield was almost cleared, and as soon as it emerged, all firepower was unleashed upon it. It was almost killed instantly by the overwhelming damage, without even having a chance to unleash its skills. A dignified Lord-level boss, reduced to such a tragic fate, was indeed quite pitiful. But now Duo did not mourn for the Shinchao for even a moment, because the next to appear would be the pinnacle of the novice world, the strongest boss, the abyssal dragon. At the moment the Lord-level boss fell, now Duo instinctively held his non-existent breath, and with a trembling heart he summoned his last hope, the abyssal dragon. Roar! With a roar that shook the heavens, the abyssal dragon made a grand entrance, enveloped in black flames. No longer constrained by the cramped underground space, it appeared even more massive. After appearing above the battlefield, it suddenly flapped its wings and swooped low over the battlefield, igniting black flames wherever it passed. The soldiers under Shen were almost instantly set ablaze. However, the black flames clearly did not distinguish between friend and foe. After igniting the human soldiers, a layer of black flames covered Naudwood's shell. World-burning demon flame, units touched by the demon flame will be continuously burned. As long as the dragon lives, the demon flame will not extinguish. Time-limited demon flame, after the monster siege, the black flames will automatically extinguish. Upon seeing the state caused by the black flames covering him, now Duo was first startled, then overjoyed. This is it. This dragon actually possesses such a domineering skill. With this world-burning demon flame, what can the humans use to resist the abyssal dragon's attacks? As long as the dragon lives, the black flames will not extinguish, meaning that once ignited, the demon flame cannot be put out. As for extinguishing the flames by killing the dragon, that is even more impossible. A level 30 legendary boss, what can he use to kill it? This human lord is doomed. Although now Duo wanted to see Chen Chen's expression upon seeing the abyssal dragon, he had no time to observe Chen Chen now, as he needed to escape from this ignited shell before the flames reached his true body. The damage from the demon flames was too high. If he didn't leave the shell soon, the flames would burn his true body. Just as victory in this monster siege was within reach, dying at the hands of his own people would be utterly ridiculous. Feeling somewhat smug, now, Duo spotted a patch of ground that wasn't engulfed in flames, released the body of the 8-armed Naga commander, opened its skull, and with a spring he instantly landed on the 8-armed Naga commander's body. After the abyssal dragon appeared, Chen Chen's expression was indeed not very good, but the reason for his displeasure was not because of the abyssal dragon, but because the alien commander had yet to show any signs of appearing. Chen Chen was quite certain that this alien race was still alive, because there would be a special prompt after killing an alien, and he had not received any notification so far. Moreover, after defeating an alien, one could also unlock the merit leaderboard, so Chen Chen was very sure that this guy was still alive. Now that the battlefield had been mostly cleared and the abyssal dragon had appeared, he had neither seen the alien nor any of its troops. Initially, Chen Chen was very cautious about the alien, worried that it might have some special means or that it would be scared off by his own strength and flee. Therefore, he had been very restrained. Even his strongest skill, the heavy strike aura, had not been bestowed upon his troops until now for this reason. The result was that the alien had not appeared. Was it because it had no special abilities? It couldn't be that it had already run away, right? As the commander of the monster siege, the alien not only could unlock merits for him in advance, but its own point value was also very high. If it managed to escape, he would suffer a huge loss. Fortunately, Chen Chen had not received any notification that the alien had left the battlefield, which eased his mind a bit. He casually bestowed the heavy strike aura on all his troops and then ignored the rampaging abyssal dragon in the sky, instead continuously scanning the battlefield with his gaze, trying to find the trace of the alien. There were not many monsters left alive on the battlefield, and since it had not managed to escape, it should not be too difficult for him to find it. Sure enough, under Chen Chen's careful observation, he quickly spotted something, a brain-like object flying up. Upon seeing that brain, Chen Chen was shocked. What was this thing? Was this the alien? How could a single brain become a race? There were too many races in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. The term 10,000 races was merely a vague reference. In fact, besides the existing races, the battlefield of 10,000 realms often saw many strange new races emerging. So although Chen Chen was aware of many races, he had never seen such a bizarre one before. Under Chen Chen's gaze, the brain directly peeled open the skull of an 8-armed Naga commander and skillfully drilled into its head. Then Chen Chen saw that the 8-armed Naga commander, which had been standing there like a corpse, was now able to move. So it's a parasite. No wonder I couldn't find it. Seeing the 8-armed Naga start to move, Chen Chen suddenly realized, if a brain had become sentient, that would indeed be a bit horrifying, but if it was a parasite, then it seemed quite normal, right? In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, there were quite a few parasitic races. Textbooks practically had a plethora of them. Although this race looked a bit terrifying, once Chen Chen confirmed its race, he was able to accept it. Always hiding, it seems it has no means left. Chen Chen shook his head and withdrew his gaze from it, then assigned a sniper archer to keep a close watch on it, ensuring it wouldn't escape. After finding this alien, Chen Chen finally had time to look at the abyssal dragon rampaging in the sky. To be honest, when he first saw the giant dragon, he was truly awed, not just by its dragon might, but also by the oppressive feeling emanating from the dragon as a top predator, which made Chen Chen feel breathless. Even now, he could clearly remember the heart-pounding and fearful sensation he felt under the dragon's pressure. But that was all there was to it. After killing the abyssal dragon, that heart-pounding fear existed only in his memory. At this moment, looking at the giant dragon soaring through the sky, Chen Chen not only felt no tension or fear, but instead thought it resembled a giant moth. Indeed, after gaining strength, one could face everything with calmness. Just as Chen Chen was feeling a bit emotional, the little deer also noticed the appearance of the abyssal dragon. Originally, the little deer was happily battling the mirage monster, and with its incredible speed, the mirage monster was like a ball with no power to resist. Even worse, the little deer had no intention of killing it outright. Every time it collided with the mirage monster, it would hold back a bit of its strength to let it live a little longer. But upon seeing the abyssal dragon appear, the little deer's heart suddenly tightened. This big lizard was actually alive again? Thinking of the terrifying world-destroying lizard, the little deer, which had already vented most of its anger, no longer cared about the mirage monster. It suddenly slammed the mirage monster to the ground, this time with no reservations, directly taking half of its life. Before the mirage monster could react, the little deer's figure arrived like a shadow, and with one hoof, it crushed the remaining half of the mirage monster's life. As it approached death, although the mirage monster's eyes were filled with fear, there was also a hint of relief. Before it completely died, only one thought remained in its mind: in the next life, I will never provoke a young one again, especially a deer. The little deer didn't know what the mirage monster thought in its final moments. It didn't have time to care. Seeing the abyssal dragon flying towards Chen Chen's territory, in a moment of panic, it instinctively charged forward again. With a loud bang, after a muffled sound, the place where the dragon and deer collided was left with only the little deer standing somewhat dazed in midair. The little deer had prepared itself to be knocked away again, but this time the result completely surprised it. It was not the one being knocked away, but that big lizard instead? After a moment of shock, the little deer was filled with excitement. That big lizard couldn't even defeat me. Realizing this, the little deer had no intention of delivering a finishing blow to the abyssal dragon. It directly turned and ran, sprinting towards Chen Shen's direction. It wanted to share this good news with the bipedal beast, to let it know that the little deer was now very powerful and that it hadn't wasted its food. The abyssal dragon, which had been knocked away, was completely unable to stabilize itself. After flying far back, it crashed heavily to the ground, crushing all the corpses it hit along the way into a meat paste. Perhaps the impact was too severe, as the abyssal dragon, after hitting the ground, seemed a bit dazed, but even more bewildered was the observer, Brain Dodo. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Brain Dodo's thoughts had completely stalled. He looked at the abyssal dragon that had crashed to the ground, his mind blank. It wasn't until the abyssal dragon struggled to get up that he finally reacted. The abyssal dragon was knocked away? The abyssal dragon was knocked away by a little deer? Even after realizing it, Brain Dodo's mind was still somewhat chaotic. He couldn't understand why it was the abyssal dragon that had been knocked away. Compared to the size of the abyssal dragon, the little deer was even smaller than its toenail, yet this tiny creature had actually knocked the abyssal dragon away. This bizarre scene impacted Brain Dodo as much as a normal person witnessing an elephant being thrown over the shoulder by an ant. This didn't even belong to the realm of reasonable or unreasonable. It was downright absurd. Brain Dodo could swear that if he went back and told his kin about this, they would definitely think he had lost his mind and would advise him to eat less brain. Oh, but he couldn't go back now, so it didn't matter. Brain Dodo suddenly realized that if just a collision could cause the abyssal dragon to end up like this, it meant that if a real fight broke out, that little deer might not be any weaker than the abyssal dragon. As long as that little deer could hold the abyssal dragon in check, combined with the long-range troops under the human lord, it seemed the abyssal dragon had no chance of winning at all. Thinking of this, Brain Dodo's heart became somewhat deadened. This was no longer despair, as despair at least still held a glimmer of hope. Now, he had lost all expectations. If even this level 30 legendary abyssal dragon couldn't deal with that human lord, what could he possibly hope for? Indeed, he shouldn't have exploited the bug. If he hadn't exploited the bug, then, wait. Just as Brain Dodo was losing all hope, he suddenly saw that little deer collide with the abyssal dragon and, astonishingly, it was ignited by the dragon's black flames. Immediately after, the little deer, engulfed in black flames, did not pursue the abyssal dragon but instead fled back towards the human territory. It has weak magic resistance? Brain Dodo was stunned for a while, and suddenly this thought flashed through his mind. That's right, it must be so. Although it had knocked the abyssal dragon away, the dragon's world-destroying flames must have inflicted significant damage on it, otherwise, it wouldn't have fled back to the territory. There was still hope. As long as that little deer was not around, no one in this territory could stop the abyssal dragon. Just moments ago, Brain Dodo had felt a deadening despair, but now he was instantly filled with ecstasy. Thankfully, their brain race's brain was the main body, so there was no need to worry about any physical ailments. Otherwise, with such extreme joy and sorrow, he might have ended up with a heart attack or something. The little deer, which Brain Dodo thought had run away, excitedly appeared in front of Chen Shen and asked, "Did you see that? I just knocked that big lizard away." I saw, Chen Shen replied, stepping back quietly. To be fair, under the high magic resistance granted by the order Halo, the world-burning flames didn't cause much damage, but not taking damage didn't mean it didn't hurt. Chen Shen had been burned once before, and to be honest, it really hurt. Although Chen Shen wasn't afraid of such pain, not being afraid didn't mean he wanted to be burned. He wasn't a masochist, after all, looking to get close to the fire for no reason. I'm so amazing. The little deer was still in an excited state, completely unaware of the pain caused by the flames. Seeing Chen Shen step back, it instinctively moved closer and continued excitedly, "That big lizard couldn't knock me over, which means it's not as strong as me now. If I fought it, I could kill it." Alright, the little deer is indeed very impressive. Watching the little deer excitedly approach, Chen Shen sighed silently. Well, there was no escaping now. The little deer was so excited, clearly wanting praise, one couldn't dampen its spirits at this moment. Forget it, a little pain was fine. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't been burned before. Moreover, even if he avoided the little deer, he wouldn't be able to escape the abyssal dragon's flame impact later, so it didn't matter. Chen Shen placed his hand on the little deer's head, and as the flames transferred to his arm, he slightly frowned but quickly returned to a smiling face, then praised, "From now on, the little deer will be our anchor in the territory." Then when the somewhat proud little deer was about to say something when it suddenly noticed black flames igniting on Chen Shen's arm. "Why are you on fire? Do you want to take a look at yourself?" Chen Shen was somewhat helpless. It turned out this silly deer hadn't even noticed it was on fire. He shook his head and asked, "Does it hurt?" Hurt? The little deer hadn't realized it at first, but as soon as Chen Shen asked, it immediately felt the pain in its body and became teary-eyed. "A little bit." To be fair, the last time the little deer got burned, it hurt much more than this time, but back then, it had been somewhat numb from the impact, and since the abyssal dragon was quickly killed, it hadn't even realized the pain. The black flames had already disappeared, but this time was different. The black flames that burned continuously on it made it feel as if someone was constantly hitting it. Chen Shen really had no way to deal with this sluggish little deer, but since it was his own, he could only comfort it, saying, "It's okay, it won't hurt in a bit." This statement was not just a formality for the little deer. After it retreated, the archer and the mage had already begun their assault on the abyssal dragon. At this moment, although the abyssal dragon was still in its prime, it couldn't withstand the high output from Chen Shen's side. Without the dragon's pressure that reduced all attributes by 40%, the archer and the mage immediately showcased their violent damage. Just as the abyssal dragon had struggled to get back up and was about to fly into the sky again, it was met with a barrage of arrows and ice magic. The abyssal dragon hadn't even reacted to this wave of attacks before the second wave came crashing in. The continuous damage caused the abyssal dragon's health to plummet, and before it could even take off, the magic flame impact was triggered at half health. The magic flame impact swept across the entire battlefield like last time. This malicious fire, specifically targeting life, instantly ignited all living beings present, including the flesh wall. But that was all there was to it. Having killed the abyssal dragon once, Chen Shen was already familiar with its tactics. When the abyssal dragon released the magic flame impact, the output on the field paused for a moment, and then, after the impact, arrows and spells rained down on it as if they were free. The single-minded abyssal dragon had no room to struggle in front of Chen Shen. It had died decisively at Chen Shen's hands last time, and this time, with the eternal halo, its death was even more decisive. After releasing the magic flame impact, the abyssal dragon barely found an opportunity to fly up from the ground, but it wasn't long before the subsequent attacks completely drained its health. As the abyssal dragon fell from the sky again, a prompt popped up in front of Chen Shen. "Congratulations, you have killed a legendary level boss, earning 100 million points. After the abyssal dragon's death, in addition to leaving Chen Shen with 100 million points, the level +3 that Chen Shen had been looking forward to also arrived. After all, this was the reward for killing a legendary boss, and there was no reason for the Wanjie battlefield to cheat him out of it. Similarly, the 10 skill points and 50 free attributes were not deducted either. One must say that legendary bosses indeed had their prestige. Among these kill rewards, the only thing that was deducted was the golden attribute points. It was unclear whether the golden attribute points were a reward for the first kill of a legendary boss or for killing a world boss, but in any case, after killing the abyssal dragon this time, Chen Shen did not receive golden attribute points again. This left Chen Shen somewhat regretful. Although he had not yet figured out what the golden attribute points were for, he felt that it must be a very rare good thing since none of Anna and her group knew about it. Not being able to obtain it again after killing the dragon only strengthened his suspicion. Your level has reached the limit of the novice world. You cannot continue to level up before entering the main world. As the first to reach level 20 among practitioners, you have received the item rewards, Experience Pearl and Magic Sled. After reaching level 20, Chen Shen received 2 prompts again, one indicating that his level had reached the limit, and the other giving him the reward for being the first to reach level 20. Experience Pearl can temporarily store excess experience in the Experience Pearl. When used, you can crush the Experience Pearl to obtain the experience within. Special item, cannot be dropped, cannot be traded. Magic Sled, a flying item that can fly in the air by inputting magic power. Seating capacity, 4. The things given by the level leaderboard are indeed getting worse. Chen Shen shook his head slightly. Both of these items were rather lackluster. The experience orb seemed somewhat useful, but he was already level 20, and the experience he could gain in the novice world was quite limited. Only killing bosses could provide him with a bit of experience. Moreover, the downside was that this experience orb was a one-time use. Once crushed, it was gone, which greatly diminished its value. So, Chen Shen felt that this thing would likely just become a souvenir in his hands. As for the magical sled, it could fly, which was decent, but it had a speed limit. Its maximum speed couldn't even compare to a deer, let alone an ordinary flying boss, so it could only be considered a large toy. Of course, the speed of the magical sled could be improved. For instance, if he found something that could fly fast and pull the sled, its speed would immediately increase. Thinking of this, Chen Shen instinctively glanced at the deer, but upon seeing its small body, he quickly dismissed his guilty thoughts. Forget it, using child labor is illegal. After using the Nirvana orb, the deer, when converted to human age, could at most be considered a little baby. Having it pull the sled would indeed be quite inhumane. What's wrong? The deer felt a bit strange as it caught the two-legged creature looking at it oddly. For some reason, it sensed through its instinct to avoid danger that the two-legged creature seemed to be thinking of something not very good. Ahem. It's nothing. Chen Shen, feeling a bit guilty, quickly changed the subject and said, I got a toy, I'll let you play with it later. Oh. The deer nodded. It always felt like the two-legged creature wasn't being entirely truthful, but it didn't matter. The two-legged creature was so nice, it surely wouldn't trick it. Seeing the deer's clear eyes, a twinge of guilt rose in Chen Shen's heart. Worried that the deer might ask more questions, he hurriedly walked towards the brain dodo. The monster's siege was now nearing its end. For the sake of points, Chen Chen had basically not let a single monster escape. All the attacking monsters had been defeated, and now only the brain dodo remained alive on the battlefield. As long as he killed it, this monster's siege would be over. However, Chen Chen wanted to see if he could extract some information from it, which was why he had saved it for last. On the brain dodo's side, he had already closed his eyes when the abyssal dragon was beaten down and couldn't get up. He had originally thought that once the little deer ran away, the abyssal dragon would be able to wreak havoc, but the turn of events came too quickly, and his hopes were dashed before they even fully formed. For the brain dodo, there had been too many reversals during this monster siege. The continuous ups and downs of emotions had left him completely numb. Now, he could be sure that this human lord had definitely hidden his strength before. Otherwise, those lord-level bosses would have been defeated in an instant, and it would have been impossible for them to last so long. This human lord was truly cunning, clearly possessing the power to crush legendary bosses, yet still releasing it bit by bit. Now it seemed he really looked like a clown, desperately jumping around, only to be suppressed by someone with absolute strength. With his heart as dead as ashes, the brain dodo, having closed his eyes, did not see the fall of the abyssal dragon, but listening to the dragon's last weak wail in the now silent battlefield, he could roughly guess that this battle should have ended. Like a condemned prisoner waiting for his sentence, he slowly opened his eyes, and then he saw Chen Chen standing in front of him, along with the curious little deer staring at him beside Chen Chen. This is really the end. Brain Duo sighed, but he didn't feel much fear. The battlefield of 10,000 realms was a place filled with slaughter. From the moment he stepped onto the battlefield, he had already prepared himself for such an outcome. He just never thought he would actually die, and he certainly never imagined he would die so quickly. A lord of a low-level race, he was just a lord of a low-level race. Why was it so perverse? Brain Duo felt unwilling and angry, but when Chen Chen appeared before him, he felt somewhat relieved. What was there to say about the survival of the fittest in the battlefield of 10,000 realms? It was just that he had bad luck and hit a hard wall. However, with such a perverse lord from a low-level race, there would definitely be more than just himself who would hit a hard wall in the future. Judging by the combat power he displayed, not to mention middle-level races, even lords of high-level races could fall into his hands. Thinking of this, Brain Duo not only lost his sadness but even felt like laughing. The stronger this human lord was, the better. It would be best if he could bring all races down together so that everyone would die. After adjusting his mindset, Brain Duo walked out of despair. He looked at the fawn that was constantly staring at him and asked with interest, "What race is this fawn?" Seeing that Brain Duo actually took the initiative to speak, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. He was afraid that Brain Duo would remain silent or even self-destruct. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to ask anything. But now that Brain Duo had taken the initiative to speak, it indicated that he was willing to communicate. Since they could communicate, it meant there was a possibility of extracting some information from him. Relaxed, Chen Chen had no intention of hiding anything from a dying person and said, "It's called Yu, and its race is the steppe cloud deer." Steppe cloud deer? I've never heard of it. Brain Duo shook his head first, then said with some relief, "It seems to be an ancient legacy race, no wonder it's so strong." Ancient legacy race? Chen, hearing this unfamiliar term, curiously asked, "What is an ancient legacy race?" People say they are the earliest races that fought in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, and some say they existed even before the battlefield of 10,000 realms. As for their origins, no one can say for sure. Perhaps some of the high-level races that have always existed in the battlefield of 10,000 realms might know a bit of the inside story, but those high-level races are not something we ordinary middle-level races can come into contact with. With a mindset of wanting everyone to die together, Brain Duo did not hide anything regarding Chen Chen's question. At this moment, the two of them chatted like friends. Races with such unclear origins that do not exist in the battlefield of 10,000 realms are generally referred to as ancient legacy races. These ancient legacy races have powerful bloodlines, and after reaching adulthood, they often possess the strength to dominate a region. However, it's quite rare for one like you to be so strong even in the cub stage. While saying this, Brain Duo glanced at Chen Chen with a complex expression, clearly guessing that the reason the fawn was so strong was due to Chen Chen's skills. However, even though he was about to die, he wouldn't disclose such matters, so he tactfully skipped over the issue. After all, he was the one in chains, not Chen Chen. Chen Chen, hearing Brain Duo's explanation, looked at the fawn in surprise, not expecting it to have some background. Seeing Chen Chen's curious gaze, the fawn looked back in confusion. It didn't know anything about ancient legacy races. Since it could remember, it had always been in this world, and it didn't know why it was here. The inherited memories didn't say anything. It's okay, whether it's a legacy race or not doesn't matter. Seeing the fawn's bewildered expression, Chen Chen understood that it definitely knew nothing, so he didn't ask further. However, he was quite interested in Brainy's claim of being a medium race. He originally thought that Brainy was like the blue star, belonging to a low-level race, but it turned out to be a big fish. "You are a medium race?" That's right. When talking about his own race, Brainy couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Our brain race has many strong individuals, and even among medium races we are not considered weak. Not considered weak means weak, after all. Although Chen Chen's words were quite tactful, it was clear that this so-called brain race should belong to the lower tier or even the bottom among medium races. However, being part of a medium race, even if at the bottom, was enough for him to feel proud. After all, with so many human races in the human alliance, they could only manage to be a medium race. The once proud Brainy, thinking of his current status as a prisoner, instantly wilted. He sighed and then said, "I know you want to ask me for some information. Feel free to ask whatever you want. As long as it's not about my race, I can tell you anything I can." Chen Chen was somewhat surprised by this. He did want to ask for some information, but he hadn't even asked yet. This brain race seemed a bit too honest. Was he trying to dig a pit for himself? Cautiously, Chen Chen thought for a moment and asked, "I want to know, what exactly makes medium races stronger than low-level races?" There's not much to say about medium races. As long as the race has good luck and more strong individuals, they can naturally become a medium race. As for high-level races, hey, when it came to high-level races, Brainy's expression became somewhat complex. To become a high-level race, it's not just a matter of luck. Those high-level races have orderly inheritances. They not only have stable methods to recruit high-tier troops but also have means to help those recruited troops break their limits. In addition, those high-level races have territories that come with various building blueprints. If we want a certain building, we have to collect the blueprints ourselves, while they can build directly as long as they have the resources. Moreover, they possess some exclusive buildings, and it is said that the attributes of those exclusive buildings can rival miracle buildings, which ordinary races like us cannot compare to at all. By this point, Brainy's tone had become somewhat yearning. I've heard that among top races, some are incredibly powerful themselves. Once they enter the 10,000 realms battlefield, even top-tier troops cannot match their own strength. So for us, troops that are crucial to our future and survival are merely auxiliary means for those top races. There are also some top races whose strong individuals can directly transform into troops upon death. These transformed top-tier troops are perfectly aligned with their racial talents, so for them, they only need to recruit those transformed troops and don't need to rely on randomness at all. Not to mention they have many top-tier resources that can be directly brought into the 10,000 realms battlefield, such as treasures that increase territory population limits and troop numbers, etc. With all this, not only are their troops stronger than yours, but they also have more numbers. What do you have to fight against them? After Brainy finished speaking, Chen Chen couldn't help but be filled with questions. Isn't this just cheating? Starting with a choice of troops, all blueprints unlocked, special buildings included, and even bringing treasures into the 10,000 realms battlefield, plus they can choose hidden troops? Isn't this just a blatant cheat? He originally thought his own advantages were already excessive, but he didn't expect this to be a cheat for the entire race. So, do you think it's a bit unfair? After saying all this, Brainy expected Chen Chen to feel dissatisfied, but to his surprise, aside from a somewhat strange expression, Chen Chen didn't show much emotion. Brainy couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he could kill legendary bosses in the novice world. His mindset was truly impressive. However, Chen Chen did not respond, so he could only continue speaking. The special abilities of these top races are accumulated bit by bit. However, the battlefield of 10,000 realms is fair. They have privileges, but they also face risks. When a high-level race is killed, the killer not only receives a large amount of merit rewards but may also unlock race-specific special building rewards. Each of these rewards is no weaker than a miracle building, and most importantly, these buildings can be brought back to this world. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Miracle buildings are considered the pinnacle of structures in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, each possessing very unique abilities. The fifth ring reward on Chen Chen's path of glory was merely a miracle building. Now, all he had to do was kill a member of a high-level race to obtain a miracle building. Wasn't that a bit too easy? Chen Chen felt that there must be some exaggeration in Brainwood's words. The acquisition of miracle buildings couldn't possibly be that simple, but the fact that killing a high-level race could yield a miracle building should be true. The problem likely lay in how many he needed to kill or who exactly to target. However, it didn't matter. Chen Chen was not concerned about the small details omitted in Brainwood's words. It is well known that Chen only despises two types of people, those who cheat and those who prevent him from cheating. For the sake of the battlefield of 10,000 realms and to provide fairness for all races, it is everyone's responsibility to combat cheaters. As someone who has always valued fairness, Chen Chen felt it was his duty to strike against these cheating high-level races. Chen Chen's sense of fairness: everyone is equal beneath me. With your strength, as long as you continue to improve in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, you will eventually encounter those high-level races. Don't think about coexisting peacefully with them. Those high-level races are inherently arrogant. They will never allow any race the chance to replace them. Even if you are willing to be their dog, they will never let you off. At this point, Brainwood's face showed a hint of bitterness. These words were undoubtedly heartfelt. His brain race had once considered becoming a dog for a high-level race, but that high-level race had completely looked down on them. If they hadn't woken up in time and severed their ties to survive, their entire brain race would have likely perished at the hands of that high-level race. Therefore, Brain Duo had no trust in those high-level races. He believed that with Chun Shen's strength, even if he actively offered to be a dog for those high-level races, they would still drain him dry and then directly kill him. Being a dog is one thing, but not being able to bark like a dog is another, Chun Shen said nonchalantly. However, we Blue Star people are hospitable. When we have the chance to meet them, it's no problem to communicate and build rapport. Indeed, a genius like you could never be subordinate to others. Hearing the undisguised malice in Chun Shen's words, Brain Duo was not surprised at all. I'll give you a piece of advice. When you encounter those high-level races in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, make sure to strike first. Don't give them any time to develop. With your current strength, those high-level races are likely not your match, but if you let them develop, you will have no chance against them. Brain Duo knew that Chun Shen was very strong. At this stage, almost no one could compare to him. Therefore, he particularly hoped that once Chun Shen entered the battlefield of 10,000 realms, he would directly rampage and send everyone, including those high-level races, down to accompany him. As for later, although Chun Shen's current strength was formidable, so what? In terms of development speed, how could a human from this low-level world possibly compete with those high-level races that started far ahead of many others? Chun Shen could only rampage for a while during the novice period. Once those higher races, or even the mid-level races, developed, he would die a miserable death and might even drag the entire Blue Star human race down with him due to excessive killings. By that time, not only could Chun Shen send many people down to accompany him, but he himself would also have to die, which could somewhat count as revenge for himself. He didn't care whether Chun Shen would see through his intentions, because this was an open scheme. Unless Chun Shen was willing to offer himself up for slaughter, he only had this one path to take in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. For such matters, he could only blame himself for not being born into a top-tier race and for not being strong enough. I didn't see it before. But you seem quite nice, Chun Shen said with a hint of sarcasm. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see the scheming of Brainy acting first against those higher races? If he killed the higher races he encountered, what would happen to the rest? Could he really kill all the higher races? Actually, it might not be impossible. After thinking it over, Chun Shen realized that it seemed he could do it, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that Brainy's words were clearly malicious, inciting him to kill those higher races, while he could never finish off all the alien races in the early stages. Once those alien races developed, the higher or mid-level races would seek revenge on him. Generally speaking, with so much hatred accumulated, he would surely have only one way to die. Unfortunately, there was one thing Brainy hadn't anticipated: he wasn't normal. Regarding Brainy's malicious intent, Chun Shen didn't hold it against him. After all, he was about to kill him soon. If he could wholeheartedly think of Chun Shen's interests, that would truly be suspicious. By the way, it seems like there's been a little problem with our Blue Star recently. Do you have any contact with them? As he said this, Chun Shen stared intently at Brainy, wanting to confirm whether Brainy's appearance in his monster siege was truly an accident, and whether there were mid-level races behind the problems Blue Star was facing. If mid-level races were indeed attacking Blue Star, then with its weak foundation, it would be quite dangerous. It has nothing to do with me. I randomly used a siege scroll and then matched with your novice world, Brainy replied, seemingly unconcerned about his own safety as he was about to die. However, he clearly didn't want to take the blame for others. I don't know about your Blue Star's situation, but I have heard a bit about the Human Alliance. It seems that a powerful being from the Human Alliance has died, and some of the remaining powerful beings have defected, leading to the Human Alliance becoming a mere shell of its former self. It seems they are on the verge of falling out of the mid-level race category, Brainy said, recalling the rumor. His gaze towards Chun Shen became somewhat playful. With the Human Alliance, which served as the backing for the Blue Star human race, now collapsed, many would undoubtedly be eager to carve up the human race completely. Once in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, he would surely encounter many enemies. He had originally thought of encouraging him to go on a killing spree in the battlefield, but now it seemed his situation was much worse than he had imagined. He wouldn't even need to be urged. It would be hard for him not to kill. MMP, it really is the Human Alliance that has a problem. Chun Shen's expression darkened. He had considered this possibility when he sensed the alien races stirring, and now it seemed he had guessed right. With the fall of the Human Alliance, those races would have no scruples, and would naturally join forces to attack the Blue Star human race. However, fortunately, the worst-case scenario hadn't occurred. The ones attacking should be those lower races that had long coveted the Blue Star human race. As for the mid-level races, they should be busy dividing the Human Alliance and likely wouldn't have the time to pay attention to a small player like the Blue Star human race, which was indeed good news. As Chun Shen pondered the implications of this matter, he suddenly sensed something was off. The brain creature, which had been responding to him, had quietly lifted the skull of the 8-armed Naga leader and then suddenly jumped out, heading straight for Chun Shen's face. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be a medium race. To be honest, the brain creature hadn't intended to resist at first, but this human lord was far too careless. As a frail low-level race leader, he dared to come so close, so he couldn't be blamed for being rude. After all, those who could become medium races all had their unique abilities. The brain creature, landing on top of Chun Shen's head, immediately pressed its neural tentacles against Chun Shen's crown, intending to activate its special ability to control him. As long as he didn't give the order, the troops in his territory wouldn't attack him. As for that little deer, once he controlled Chun Shen, it certainly wouldn't dare to act. Once he completely took control of this human lord, he could directly replace him using his special ability. Ha, low-level races just. Smack before the brain creature could finish its thought, a slap sent it crashing to the ground. Chun Shen, who it thought was under its control, followed up with a kick after knocking it down. What the hell, that's disgusting. As the brain creature's health was completely depleted by that kick, a prompt popped up in front of Chun Shen. Monster siege has ended, your territory has successfully upgraded to level 10. Chun Shen was indeed a bit disgusted by the brain creature, a wet brain sitting on top of your head, poking your temple with sticky neural tentacles. This novel experience left him with a slight psychological shadow. He knew the brain creature wouldn't just give up, but its attributes were much lower than those of the farmers in his territory. Even if it stood still, the brain creature couldn't break his defense, so he wasn't too vigilant. However, he didn't expect the brain creature to pull such a stunt. Those who knew this was an attack from the brain race would understand, but those who didn't might think the brain had come to life. The attack wasn't very damaging but was highly insulting. He quickly had a mage turn off the aura and cast a fireball spell at his own head, giving himself a dry clean. Once the sticky substance on his head was completely evaporated, Chun Shen felt a bit more comfortable. The brain race's attack methods were truly disgusting. If it were just a dry brain, that would be one thing, but it also came with all that. Never mind, it was a bit nauseating to think about. Chun Shen glanced at the flattened brain creature beneath his foot, unwilling to dwell on it further, and opened his notification panel. Besides the prompt about his territory leveling up to 10, he received many other notifications. Your territory has reached level 10. The hero altar building has been unlocked. World channel has been opened. World leaderboard has been opened. World trading channel has been opened. After the monster siege, Chun Shen officially unlocked the world leaderboard, which was visible to everyone in the entire small world, regardless of the district. However, currently, only Chun Shen's name was lonely hanging on the leaderboard, and it would likely be a while before the second name appeared. The chat channel was the same, it was just Chun Shen alone, with no one to communicate with. Fortunately, after unlocking world chat, others would also unlock it, but they wouldn't have speaking privileges until they reached level 10. From another perspective, the current chat channel could be considered Chun Shen's exclusive world announcement. As for the world trading channel, this was very useful for Chun Shen. After opening the world trading channel, his trading market could have trading rights with all major districts, meaning he could sell his goods to other districts while also sweeping up basic resources from them. Looking at the 3 new permissions, Chun Shen thought for a moment, first listing many ordinary equipment items, then posting a couple of ads in the world channel. New ordinary equipment available, affordable prices, limited stock, first come, first served. Also, a small number of rare orange equipment for sale. Interested parties please offer a price via M. After casually posting a couple of somewhat retro ads, Chun Shen closed the chat channel. Currently, there were still many low-level lords in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, and their demand for ordinary equipment was very high. There was no shortage of buyers. The reason Chun Shen advertised was simply to ensure that no one missed out and to give them a little reminder. After sorting out the equipment, Chun Shen opened the friend channel and once again sent a friend request to a familiar. ID friend edition failed. This player is currently unable to respond to friend requests. What's going on with that guy Guing? Chun Shen frowned. Since entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms, he had been trying to add this guy as a friend, but the prompt had always been that he couldn't respond. He initially thought Guing had been assigned to another region, so he didn't pay much attention. Now that he had unlocked the world channel and could add anyone from the novice world, the prompt still indicated he couldn't respond to friend requests. From this prompt, it was clear that Guing was still alive. Otherwise, the message would state that the player did not exist, rather than being unable to respond. Such prompts generally only appear when entering a certain secret realm and being unable to contact the outside world. This guy couldn't be so lucky as to start off in a secret realm, could he? There had been instances in Blue Star's history where players started off in a secret realm after entering the battlefield of 10,000 realms, but the probability was very low. Those secret realms that allowed players to start off in them were likely inheritance dungeons, where the monsters not only provided high experience and drop rates, but players could also gain exclusive class skills and a full set of class equipment from the dungeon. In a sense, this could be considered a dungeon tailored for certain compatible players. However, while such dungeons presented a great opportunity, they were also incredibly dangerous. Chun Shen didn't know if Guing could make it out, but since he couldn't contact him, there was no way to worry. He could only rely on his own strength. Fortunately, he felt quite assured about Gu Ying's character and strength. When this guy got serious, few could match him. Unless something unexpected happened, the likelihood of him coming out of the dungeon was still quite high. Setting aside his Concerns about gooing for the moment, Chen opened the long-awaited exchange panel. The demon dragon had given him 100 million, the lord-level boss, and those ordinary bosses combined had provided him with over 20 million, and finally, the last wave of ordinary small monsters with 10 times the points had given him nearly 40 million, bringing his total points to an astonishing 170 million. This was an incredibly impressive number. Not only had no one in history reached this figure, but Chen also doubted whether even the top 10 lords in the entire novice world combined could have this many points. One had to say, the blessing of the 10,000 realms was indeed powerful. For the strong, it was truly a complete blessing. After a moment of reflection, Chen scrolled up to the highest tier of rewards for exchange. Embers of the Apocalypse, Wrath of Thunder, Teleportation Staff, Light's Praise, Hell's Anthem, Blade of Destruction, Nail of Death, Horn of the Abyss, Judgment, Forbidden Statue, Blade of Rebellion, Gilgamesh, Source of Magic, Tree of Life. Upon opening the highest tier of exchange, the mythic level items and equipment radiated golden light, making Chen's eyes a bit dazzled. Originally, he wanted to open each one to see which artifact or mythic item's attributes would suit him best. For him, the importance of mythic equipment might be slightly deprioritized. In a situation where the aura cannot enhance the attributes of the equipment, it is clear that mythic items or mythic buildings are more suitable for him. However, if there were mythic equipment with appropriate skills, then choosing equipment would also be a good option. After spending most of the day browsing, when he saw the topmost exchange reward, he paused for a moment and, without any hesitation, clicked on the item's attributes. Talent Evolution Stone, Law level, can allow a professional's talent to undergo 1 evolution. Price, 100 million. The description of the Talent Evolution Stone is straightforward and blunt. It can allow a professional's talent to evolve once. The only part that Chen couldn't understand was what Law level meant. It seemed to be more advanced than mythic items, but Chen had never heard of any items at the Law level, so he couldn't be completely sure. However, for him, the importance of the Aura Master's talent was unparalleled, and he would definitely not let go of an item that could evolve his talent. Therefore, even if it cost 100 million, he wouldn't hesitate, even if it meant using all his points from Monster Siege. After checking the introduction and confirming that he could use the Talent Evolution Stone, Chen bought it without any hesitation. Talent Evolution Stone used successfully. After Chen used the Talent Evolution Stone, he saw that the suffix behind the Aura Master quickly changed from the original mutated talent to the words Law level. Just when Chen thought this meant the talent upgrade was complete, the words Law level unexpectedly twisted again, quickly forming 3 new characters. For some unknown reason, the Aura Master's talent changed from Law level to Eternal level. What's going on? Chen was completely baffled. By this talent level, both Law level and Eternal level were too unfamiliar to him. However, from a literal perspective, it seemed that Eternal level was higher than Law level. So, did his Aura Master's original talent level start off too high and then it evolved twice after using the Talent Evolution Stone? Although Chen was somewhat confused, he knew that exploring the differences between Law level and Eternal level might be too early for him. He suspected that even the top-tier experts of Blue Star might not know about this aspect. This could be something only accessible after reaching level 100. He shook his head, temporarily setting this matter aside, planning to seek answers once he leveled up. For now, he would first check what changes occurred after the evolution of the Aura Master. After reviewing his talent, Chen found that all the aura skills had not changed at all. The only change was that the description of the Aura Master talent now included an additional sentence. Aura Master, Eternal level, the Aura Master talent possesses uniqueness and untraceability. All auras cannot be dispelled or affected by any means. Originally, there was a description of uniqueness and untraceability under the Aura Master talent, and now it simply added the phrase all auras cannot be dispelled or affected by any means. Any means. Chen looked at this plain yet somewhat imposing description, pondering for a moment. To be honest, a Talent Evolution Stone that cost 100 million only added one sentence to the description, which seemed a bit unworthy, but Chen did not feel it was a loss. Although the priority of aura skills was high, they were not completely immune to being dispelled or sealed. Chen had previously thought about what he should do if he encountered an opponent who could dispel his aura talent. After thinking it over, the only solution seemed to be to run away. But now, with this additional description, his aura skills had become constant. It would be impossible to dispel his aura now, but it's just that in the battlefield of the myriad realms, this any means should also have its limits. Logically speaking, if it exceeds the skill level, then this absolute term would become unachievable. But his Halo Master is currently at the Eternal level. Assuming his earlier conjecture is true, that the Law level is higher than the mythical level, then to dispel a Law level Halo, a deity would have to intervene. And now, the Halo is at the Eternal level, which seems to be even higher than the Law level. Doesn't that mean that only an existence above the deities can influence his Halo? No, under the same level, Halo skills are unaffected. So if that's the case, to dispel his Halo, one would need to be at least one level higher than a deity? Thinking of this, Chen Shen, who had gotten a bit dizzy from his own reasoning, suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Come on, whether there are deities in the battlefield of the myriad realms is still up for debate, let alone a level above the deities or beyond. In any case, as it stands, even if there are deities, they couldn't possibly have any effect on his halo. If those deities wanted to bypass the halo and directly influence his troops, how convenient would that be? He had just obtained an eternal halo, and all units blessed by the halo are unaffected by any status. Thus, to suppress his troops, they would first need to seal his halo, and to seal his halo, they would need at least a unit above the god level. The logic forms a closed loop. Perfect. Although this talent upgrade stone worth 100 million didn't bring Chen Shen any increase in strength, it perfectly resolved all his concerns. Chen Shen felt that this was far more important to him than a divine artifact. After purchasing the talent upgrade stone, Chen Shen took a rough look at the attributes of those mythical equipment. All he could say was that they were quite good, and he felt very envious. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford them, so he roughly understood the attributes of these artifacts to avoid being completely ignorant when facing these items in the future. He then filtered out everything he couldn't afford and began selecting items within his points. After selecting for most of the day, Chen Shen roughly confirmed a few items. Legendary Hero Recruitment Token Effect. When summoning heroes at the altar, you are guaranteed to recruit a hero of legendary rank or above. Price 20 million points. Territory Expansion Token. Epic Effect. Permanently increases the population cap of the territory by 100%. Price 30 million points. Clear Sound Bell. Legendary Equipment. Price 10 million points. Building Relocation Scroll. Asterisk 10 Effect. Can relocate unowned neutral buildings to your territory. Price 10 million points. Among these 4 items, 3 are needed for the territory, while the remaining legendary equipment, the Clear Sound Bell, is what he got for little dear. Clear Sound Bell rank, legendary type, special equipment attributes, all attributes increase by 20%. Skills, Clear Sound, Empty Sound, Flowing Sound. Clear Sound, the wearer is unaffected by all illusion type skills below legendary rank, and all spell effects are enhanced by 20%. Empty Sound, the wearer's space skill release requirement is reduced by 20%, and the Clear Sound Bell comes with storage space. Flowing Sound, the movement speed of the Clear Sound Bell wearer increases by 30%. I have to say, redeeming points is much more satisfying than grinding monsters for equipment. At least the items that can be redeemed are all useful to him. The only thing that made Chen Shen somewhat dissatisfied was that the prices of these items in the points exchange were just too damn expensive. A full 70 million points was only enough for him to exchange for 4 items, especially that epic level territory expansion token, which was even more expensive than the legendary equipment. If only Chen Shen had more points, he would definitely spend big to get the legendary level territory expansion token as well. There's no way around it. An item that permanently increases the population cap of a territory is just too enticing. This is something that one would never want to miss whenever encountered. Among the remaining items, aside from the building relocation scroll, the rest could all be considered legendary items, so trading them in was quite worthwhile. Among these items, the only one that truly made Chen Shen feel a bit of a loss was that building relocation scroll. Its price in the exchange shop was definitely on the high side. However, there was no choice. Chen Shen had an energy pool waiting to be relocated, which was a necessity for him. Therefore, even if it meant taking a loss, he had no choice but to redeem it. As for the remaining scattered points, Chen Shen saw that there was nothing good left to exchange in the shop, so he simply converted all of them into attribute-less crystals, totaling over 80, which was not bad at all. The transitional chapter is written a bit slowly, and the next chapter will probably be released quite late. Additionally, to speed up the completion of the transitional chapter, I decided to add an extra chapter. There should be 2 chapters tonight, but the update time will definitely not be early. If everyone is not in a hurry, it's better to wait until tomorrow to read. After using up all the points, Chen Shen opened the Glory Road task. Looking at the Glory Road task that was completed after killing the dragon again, he couldn't help but sigh once more. It truly was a good dragon. Unfortunately, after the monster attacked the city, it was completely dead. Otherwise, he would have wanted to kill it once more. The reward for the 5th ring of the Glory Road task was a unique miracle building, the War Academy. Like the Trial Tower, the War Academy was also a complete building. Chen Shen found a piece of empty land near the barracks and then manifested the War Academy. As Chen Shen chose to manifest it, an ancient academy suddenly appeared in his territory. However, unlike an ordinary academy, the walls and gates of this academy were engraved with various styles of weapons, giving the entire academy an air of solemnity. War Academy effect. Troops within the territory can enhance their skill levels through the War Academy. Looking at the property introduction of the War Academy, Chen Shen was momentarily stunned. The War Academy could allow troops to enhance their skill levels? For ordinary professions like mages and archers, the improvements brought by skill upgrades were immense. Take the mage's fireball spell as an example. A level 1 fireball and a level 10 fully upgraded fireball could be considered 2 entirely different skills. A fully upgraded fireball not only had a shorter cooldown time and higher damage but also a significantly larger attack range. It is no exaggeration to say that a fully upgraded fireball could even compare to a basic fireball spell. This was a qualitative change for those ordinary skills. A single fireball spell was just like this, other skills were even more so. However, ordinary profession troops under a lord generally could not actively enhance their skill levels, which was one of the gaps between these lord troops and normal professionals. Now, with the appearance of this war academy, that gap was directly erased. One could only say that this miracle building was truly impressive. For the battlefield of 10,000 realms, this was indeed a miracle. Originally, after obtaining the trial tower, Chen Shen's troops could normally advance. Now, with this war academy that could enhance skill levels, Chen Shen suddenly realized that the professional troops under him seemed to have no difference from normal professionals. If, in the future, his troops had many upgrade opportunities, would there be a situation where normal professionals couldn't compete with his non-buffed professional troops? Chen Shen imagined this for a moment and then clicked on the specific attributes of the War Academy. He then discovered that this War Academy also charged fees after each troop's skill proficiency was maxed out. Enhancing their skill level through the War Academy would cost 100 gold coins. Indeed, it is worthy of being a building produced by Glory Tasks, still adhering to the tradition of charging exorbitantly. Fortunately, this fee is charged per person. As long as you pay once, you won't need to pay extra for upgrading skills of the same tier next time. For example, if a mage upgrades the fireball spell to level 2, then when a farmer upgrades other low-level spells that are the same tier as fireball to level 2, there will be no additional charges. Of course, if you upgrade fireball to level 3, then you will need to pay again. Nevertheless, this charging standard has saved Chen Shen quite a bit of money. Otherwise, with so many skills for a profession like a mage, if every skill were charged separately, it would surely bankrupt Chen Shen. This building, produced by Glory Tasks, has no free options except for the small wishing pool, Chen Shen thought to himself before immediately clicking on the 6th ring task of the Road to Glory. Road to Glory task: kill 100 alien lords. Current kill count 1 out of 100. Task reward: exclusive building blueprint for humans. *1 Why do I have to kill aliens? Chen Shen took a glance and knew that this task was temporarily impossible to complete. Where would he find aliens in the novice battlefield? To kill aliens, he would have to go to the main world. So although Chen Shen was very curious about the exclusive building for humans, the task had to be set aside for now. After closing the Road to Glory, Chen Shen opened his notification panel. Now that the monster siege was over, the reward for being first on the territory leaderboard should be issued. Congratulations on reaching the top of the territory level leaderboard, receiving a reward of random building blueprint *1, 100%. Chance to obtain a blueprint for a building not owned in the territory. Basic resources *100,000, gold coins *100,000, attributeless crystal stones *100, source crystals *1000. Being first on the territory level leaderboard directly granted Chen Shen a large amount of basic resources. With these, he wouldn't have to worry about upgrading his territory to level 11. As for those attributeless crystal stones, while 100 would be enough for other lords to recruit a new S-level unit, unfortunately, Chen Shen currently had no place to use them. However, the random building blueprint was quite useful for Chen Shen, so he directly chose to receive the blueprint and ended up with a tavern blueprint. Unlike a restaurant, which is a living building, a tavern can be considered a special building because it can recruit special talents. For example, the blacksmith and brewer, which Chen Shen had always needed, can be recruited from the tavern. These recruited units count as ordinary residents in the territory. Although they occupy the population cap, they generally cannot engage in combat. Given Chen Shen's current strength, he didn't mind that the living professions he recruited had no combat abilities. The only issue was that the units available for recruitment at the tavern could be quite mixed. Some had professional skills, while others were just plain residents. Moreover, the most frustrating part was that the recruitment rate at the tavern wasn't very high. Often, it could take 10 days or even half a month to see a recruitable unit. Chen Shen thought for a moment and decided to first build the tavern before worrying about it. After all, it wouldn't require much resource. If he could recruit a unit with skills, he would bring them into the territory. If not, he would just wait for the tavern to refresh itself. Besides, he had the small wishing spring, so if necessary, wishing for a living profession shouldn't be a problem. Of course, all of this was something to do tomorrow. Now, as dawn was approaching, Chen Shen, who hadn't slept well the previous night, was already preparing to go to bed. However, before sleeping, he called for the little deer. "Little deer, come here for a moment, I have a gift for you." A gift? Hearing about a gift, the little deer happily ran over. Last time Chen Shen said he would give it a gift, he bestowed many powerful auras upon it, making its strength even greater than before, even after its rebirth. They had just finished a monster siege, and now he was going to give it another gift. The little deer looked at Chen Shen with full anticipation and asked, "What is the gift?" "Sorry, I wrote too slowly. I've only managed this much since 9 o'clock. If I stay up late to write, it will affect tomorrow's update." so there will only be this chapter today. The extra will be postponed until tomorrow. It's a little bell. The chinging bell had an ancient design, with a bright copper surface engraved with swirling clouds. On its surface, mist seemed to flow, as if a thin veil was gently swaying in the breeze, adding an ethereal quality to the bell. Is this for me? Looking at the small chinging bell, the little deer couldn't help but widen its eyes. Being very sensitive to treasures, it could clearly sense that this was not just any little bell, but a very precious item. Compared to this bell, the fork it had picked up earlier was nothing but trash. Such a precious treasure, was it really meant for it? Suddenly, the little deer seemed to think of something and cautiously looked at Chen Chen, asking, "This doesn't require me to return 3 items, right?" Ha! Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle at this, then directly placed the chinging bell around its neck. Once the bell was on the little deer's neck, it shrank down to the size of a thumb, perfectly matching the little deer's small frame, making it look even cuter. He looked at the somewhat awkward little deer and reached out to rub its head, saying, "Loans are for outsiders, you're one of us, not an outsider. Previously, I gave you the auras as a gift, but I thought about it and realized everyone has auras, so they don't really count as gifts. That's why I specifically exchanged this piece of equipment for you. Let's see if you like it. If you don't, we can exchange it for something better later." "I like it." The little deer nodded vigorously. Receiving a gift for the first time made it inexplicably happy. Feeling the little bell hanging around its neck, it instinctively shook its head, and the small bell emitted a pleasant sound. Listening to the ethereal sound of the bell, the little deer felt as if its body and mind were being cleansed. As it savored the sound, it instinctively squinted its eyes and revealed a silly smile. Soon, immersed in the sound of the bell, the little deer discovered that as a legendary piece of equipment, the chinging bell not only produced beautiful sounds but also had many special functions. For instance, the bell contained a large storage space, so it no longer had to keep everything inside its body. Additionally, the chinging bell seemed to enhance its control over spatial attributes. The little deer tried using the skill to shrink space, and found that the distance it could traverse was much greater than before. With the jingling sound of the bell, the little deer, now with a new toy, continuously used the skills of gathering and dispersing energy and shrinking space, and for a time, its figure was everywhere in the territory. Watching the little deer play joyfully, Chen Chen did not disturb it. As dawn approached, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Having not slept well the previous night and now facing another sleepless night, he decided to put aside the task of digging up the energy pool and building the hero altar and tavern for now. The world is vast, but sleep is the greatest priority. After all, those things won't run away. A little delay is fine, and by the time he wakes up, the small wishing pool will likely have refreshed. At that time, with the small wishing pool, he could give the little deer a little rub for some good luck, and buildings like the hero altar and tavern, which have a lot of randomness, would surely yield some good items for him. As for now, it was time to sleep. Chen Chen returned to the Copper Sparrow Tower, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. However, when the other players in the novice world woke up in the morning and habitually checked the leaderboard, they were instantly struck with disbelief. The world leaderboard had been activated, and only Chen Chen's name was glaringly displayed at the top. The world chat had also been unlocked, and it contained only the 2 advertisements posted by Chen Chen. As for the trading market, what the hell, it was all equipment. Watching these changes, the players from outside the Eastern District were dumbfounded. They even doubted whether they had slept too deeply or had simply passed out for several days. Otherwise, how could there be such a drastic change in just a night's sleep? The second day of entering the 10,000 Realms battlefield had just ended, and this was only the beginning of the third day. I just finished the territory protection. How could someone have already breached the city with monsters? And what's going on with the trading market? Clearly, when I went to sleep yesterday, equipment on the market was still hard to come by. If there was even a single piece of equipment available, no matter how poor its attributes or how high the price, someone would buy it instantly. How could I wake up to find that equipment is now everywhere? Ordinary equipment is 200, rare equipment is 1500. What's the difference from charity? The people who spent a fortune on equipment yesterday were on the verge of breaking down. They hadn't done anything, and now their equipment had instantly depreciated by 70%. What was once worth 600 or 700, or 700 or 800, was now only worth 200. Who do they complain to about this? Of course, those equipment hoarders were in an even worse situation. To maximize their profits, they often stockpiled a lot of equipment and then inflated the prices. Now, with Chen Chen's low-priced equipment appearing, the value of their stockpiled gear plummeted. For ordinary people, it was just a loss of a few pieces of equipment, but for them, it was a significant loss of their entire fortune. This sudden change completely jolted the players who had just woken up. The chat channels across all major districts quickly boiled over like water coming to a boil. Peter Lu, guys, am I dreaming? Can someone check the leaderboard for me? Did someone really upgrade their territory to level 10? Duke, oh, my old buddy, I swear you're not mistaken. Someone indeed upgraded their territory to level 10. Damn, I can hardly believe my eyes. Zhang Guanlan, you up there, if you keep playing with that dubbed tone, I'll stuff your head up your backside. Lu Xing, alright, enough of the noise. Is there anyone in the know who can explain what's going on? Caliban, I don't know much, but I do know that this Chen Shen is from the Eastern District. Tian Haiji, come on, don't hold back, we're all friends here. Tell us more about this Chen Shen. Caliban, I really don't know much. All I know is that Chen Shen is far ahead on the Eastern District leaderboard. He upgraded his territory to level 6 just one day after entering the 10,000 Realms battlefield, and then the next day, he jumped straight to level 10. The monster's siege must have been completed by him at night. Jalon, then where did all this equipment come from? Did the people from the Eastern District trust him so much that they sent all their equipment for consignment? But that doesn't make sense. Even if you combine the entire Eastern District, there shouldn't be this much equipment, right? Not to mention, the prices are way too low. Caliban, this equipment should all belong to him. As for the source of the equipment, I can only say that before entering the 10,000 Realms battlefield, he used a blessing scroll from the battlefield. However, I heard that he was tricked into using this scroll by a woman. I'm not sure if that's true, but he definitely used the 10,000 Realms blessing scroll. Marshall, wait, you're saying he used the 10,000 Realms blessing scroll, not only survived but also passed the monster siege? Caliban, that's right, I can guarantee that this is absolutely true. Scarlet, gentlemen, what's the deal with the universal blessing scroll? Why is it that he has the universal blessing and you all fall silent? Is the universal blessing scroll very expensive? Does having it mean you can get a lot of equipment? Scarlet's questions did not receive much response from the big shots, except for a few kind-hearted top lords who took the time to explain the universal blessing scroll to her. The rest of the top lords fell into silence. They were pondering whether the difficulty of the universal blessing scroll had been reduced. Otherwise, how could someone named Qin Shin survive so easily and break through the monster siege? If the difficulty had indeed decreased, did that mean they could also allow the geniuses and their families to use the universal blessing scroll? Although the universal blessing scroll was of high quality, no one dared to use it, and its drop rate was significantly higher than that of other items of the same grade. So over the years, Blue Star had still accumulated a bit. With the power of their families, if they really wanted to search for it, they could still exchange for some, at least enough to use for their own geniuses, which should not be a problem. After all, the ability of the Universal Blessing Scroll to greatly increase drop rates was incredibly appealing. If the difficulty really had decreased, then perhaps the future geniuses of their families could, like Chen Chen now, rely on selling equipment to raise their territory level to level 10 by the next day. If they were even luckier, this could be the opportunity for their family to rise. With this thought, everyone secretly made up their minds that once they returned, they would definitely have their families vigorously acquire the Universal Blessing Scroll and let their geniuses experience what it felt like to have an unfair advantage. These top lords had no conflicts of interest with Chen Chen. At most, they were a bit displeased that he had snatched the first place reward for territory ranking. However, since they were still far from level 10 territories, the gap was too great for them to feel too much. Therefore, they mostly just watched Chen Chen coldly, at most pondering how to replicate his success so that their family members could do the same, without any other emotions involved. But those second-hand dealers who suffered heavy losses were now breaking down, all cursing Chen Chen in the chat channel, even trying to incite everyone to boycott his equipment dumping. Rock Pegasus, he raised his territory to level 10 the next day. This Chen Chen must have used some underhanded means. Resnick, exactly. Just a petty person who can't stand in the limelight. The reason he has so many resources to raise his territory to level 10 is likely by harvesting other lords in the Eastern District. Likeman, I agree with your views. He has set the equipment prices so low now, he must have harvested the Eastern District and is now trying to harvest us. I suggest everyone unite to boycott this scum who sucks blood from all the lords and not buy his low-priced equipment. Sun Chen, right, don't buy his low-priced equipment, then buy your high-priced equipment, huh? I can hear your calculations from my territory. Richard, ha, a bunch of shady rats, and now you all jump out. It seems this wave of low-priced equipment has really caused you quite a loss. Andrew, buying low and selling high, hoarding and speculating, haven't you all been the ones sucking blood from all the lords? And you talk about conspiracies and underhanded means, aren't you just talking about yourselves? Boss. How these hype-driven equipment and supplies, which exploit low-level lords through commercial means, mostly belong to the same race. Although they are distributed across various regions, their shared ethnicity creates some connections among them. The group of rats that Chris mentioned earlier, who hoarded spirit plants to trick Chen Chen, is part of these people. They only know how to harvest the lower-tier lords for their own gain, which has long incited public outrage. However, since they never provoke top-tier lords and are not part of a single organization, they are relatively loose-knit, making it generally difficult to eradicate them completely. Thus, even if some righteous top-tier lords occasionally want to deal with them, they find it impossible. At this moment, seeing these people in trouble, The ordinary lords naturally take pleasure in their misfortune. Those who initially wanted to lead Chen Chen into a trap suddenly found themselves besieged, clearly showing they had no awareness of their own reputation. As they began to buckle under the collective scorn, inciting public anger and even the possibility of offline revenge, Lock the Flying Horse quickly stepped in to change the subject. Lock the Flying Horse, I admit my equipment is a bit overpriced, but do you really think cheap equipment is a good thing? Lock the Flying Horse, at this stage, due to the scarcity of equipment, 600 gold should be about right. Based on past trends, once the equipment becomes more abundant, the price can stabilize around 500. Lock the Flying Horse, but how much is Chen Chen selling his equipment? For 200 gold. You can't seriously think he's here in the Myriad Realms battlefield to do charity, can you? In our race, there's a saying, when bread becomes cheap, bullets will follow. You can be greedy for cheap prices, but I hope you won't regret it later. Once Lock the Flying Horse said this, most of those attacking them fell silent. To be honest, they were all here for the slaughter in the Myriad Realms battlefield, and under the assumption that others think like them, it was hard to convince them that there would really be philanthropists in this place. Moreover, the fact that Chen Chen managed to survive the monster siege the very next day made it even less likely that he was some kind of fool. So after Lock the Flying Horse pointed this out, they began to feel uneasy about the equipment. After all, if the market value is 600 gold, selling it for 400, or even 300, would be acceptable, but a price of 200 is essentially 1/3 of the normal price. How could that not make them anxious? This top-ranked lord, Chen Chen, couldn't really have some kind of conspiracy, could he? His territory leveling up to 10 so quickly couldn't have been achieved through such underhanded means, could it? With this thought, those who originally wanted to buy equipment began to hesitate. Seeing their reactions, someone couldn't hold back any longer and directly criticized everyone. Wei Changgong, a bunch of idiots, you don't even have basic economic knowledge, and you've been led around without realizing it. You deserve to be harvested every day. Wei Changgong, the stable market price for an equipment piece is 500, which refers to normal circumstances, but is this situation normal? Chen Chen suddenly produced so much equipment, it's even more rampant than the late-stage market in the past. Wei Changgong, if this continues, due to the saturation of the equipment market, the price of ordinary equipment will quickly drop to 300 or even just over 200. Wei Changgong, of course, Chen Chen could release the equipment bit by bit to sell. In that case, forget 500, selling the equipment for 600 wouldn't be a problem. But in the current situation, it's clear that he looks down on this small amount of money and doesn't want to deal with such troublesome operations, while also giving you idiots a little benefit out of consideration for his fellow countrymen. Wei Changgong, and you idiots not only fail to show gratitude but also doubt this and that. How could the equipment bite your hand? Or do you think that after buying the equipment, you'll automatically be burdened with huge debts? Wei Changgong, a bunch of idiots. Wei Changgong faced many opponents alone, and with a few words, he managed to scold everyone into silence. However, very few dared to retort, as the ordinary lords who had come to their senses all rushed to the trading market to buy equipment. Cheap gear was hard to come by, although it seemed there was a decent amount available now. If they ran out of stock later, they would be at a significant loss. Moreover, Wei Changgong was not wrong, regardless of Chen Chen's intentions. Even if there was a conspiracy, securing the gear first would not be a loss. After all, equipment wouldn't bite. As these people scrambled to purchase gear, Wei Changgong's famous words spread to other regions, and even rare equipment that usually sold poorly was bought in large quantities. However, this inevitably made those who relied on reselling equipment resent Chen Chen. Cutting off someone's financial lifeline is akin to killing their parents. Furthermore, Chen Chen didn't just cut off their income, he practically uprooted them. Consequently, those who already had connections began to unite, even secretly reaching out to people they had never dared to contact before, hoping to fund them to deal with Chen Chen. Unlike other regions, the Eastern District felt both justified and surprised that Chen Chen could survive the monster siege. The ordinary lords found it reasonable. No matter how much others talked, they weren't entirely convinced of the effects of the World Blessing Scroll. Thus, they believed that with Chen Chen's rapid leveling speed, even if the monster siege was a bit challenging, it shouldn't be a problem for him. Therefore, when they saw Chen Chen become the first to upgrade to a level 10 territory after surviving the monster siege, they thought it was quite normal. Although they were somewhat impressed by Chen Chen's strength, they didn't feel overly surprised. However, it was a different story for the top lords. They knew just how difficult the world blessing was. It was one thing for Chen Chen to have survived the beginning, but to actually get through the monster siege was astonishing. They were all from the same district, and some had even interacted with Chen Chen. The shock they felt was akin to witnessing a phoenix rise from a chicken coop. Goodness, they were all little chicks, and he had transformed into a phoenix. Among the remaining top lords in the Eastern District, even Anna, who had always been confident in Chen Chen, couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Although she believed Chen Chen had a chance to survive the monster siege, she never expected it to happen so quickly. She was still working hard to help Chen Chen gather equipment and items, trying to give him as much of an edge as possible. Now, it seemed her efforts had been in vain since Chen Chen had breezed through the monster siege. Feeling both shocked and somewhat delighted, Anna immediately sent a message to Chen Chen to inquire about the specifics, but by then, Chen Chen was already asleep and couldn't see it. After waiting for a while, Anna guessed that Chen Chen had probably gone to sleep after a long night of work, so she decided to take it easy. Struggling? What a joke! With a solid ally, why should she struggle? Time to sleep. It would be foolish not to lean on a strong ally. She had already stayed up 2 nights with little sleep, she needed to rest first. Once she woke up, she would definitely cling tightly to this strong ally. Among these top lords, the only one who wasn't particularly shocked was Reina Shinhan. It wasn't that she didn't know how difficult the world blessing was, rather, compared to being astonished by Chen Chen surviving the monster siege, she was more interested in what delicious food the monster siege had to offer. Brother Chen Chen, congratulations on surviving the monster siege. Brother Chen Chen, was there anything delicious from the siege monsters? Brother Chen Chen, are you asleep? Brother Chen Chen, when you wake up, can you share some of the good food with me? I can trade resources for it. Brother Chen Chen, can you wake up a bit faster? Driven by an urgent craving for food, Reina Makoto couldn't help but send a flurry of messages to Chen Chen, even though she guessed he was already asleep. It wasn't until the Hydra, struggling with its injuries, brutally slaughtered a bloodhound lord that Reina's attention was diverted. Otherwise, it truly didn't know how long its lord could embarrass himself. The Hydra could only sigh. Sometimes, having a gluttonous lord was quite exasperating. Unlike Reina Makoto's carefree attitude, another lord's feelings were extremely complicated upon seeing Chen Chen survive the monster siege. How is this possible? Anthony's expression was filled with shock and disbelief. He repeatedly opened the leaderboard, checking many times to confirm he wasn't mistaken. Before he muttered in confusion, he's just a blue star person. How could he survive under the effects of the blessing of all realms? Even the alien races can't survive under the blessing of all realms. There's no way he could do it as a blue star person. No, something must be wrong. If even the alien races can't do it, a blue star person definitely can't. As he spoke, Anthony seemed to experience a collapse of faith. This young man, who was always elegant and calm, now had a face twisted in rage, resembling a malevolent spirit. He suddenly pushed everything in front of him to the ground, smashing them into pieces. After venting for a while, he suddenly thought of a possibility, freezing in place. Right, the effects of the blessing of all realms are cumulative. It wasn't that difficult at first, it only became harder later because fewer people used it. Chen Chen's survival under the blessing of all realms must be because some alien lord has already used the blessing scroll. The blue star people just didn't know about it due to their isolation. Yes, that's it. It must be because many aliens have used the blessing of all realms, lowering its difficulty again, allowing Chen Chen to survive under its effects. His survival isn't because he's strong, but because he took advantage of those aliens. Anthony kept murmuring, as if trying to convince himself. His previously dim eyes quickly regained their brightness. I'm not wrong, blue star people have no future. My choice is correct. He just took advantage of those great alien races. He's nothing but a despicable thief. Anthony, trying to convince himself, didn't consider, or perhaps didn't want to consider, whether it was reasonable for Chen Chen to obtain so much equipment after the difficulty of the blessing of all realms was lowered. He firmly believed that Chen Chen was merely a lucky thief who had taken advantage of the aliens, because only by thinking this way could he continue to uphold the belief that blue star people had no future. Otherwise, the IMM seeing Anthony's message, a reply quickly came back. We've looked for you so many times, and you were unwilling to act with us. I didn't expect you to take the initiative this time, and to come with such a big offer right away. Speak, what's the price? Looking at the message from the other side, Anthony closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. After a while, he finally opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with killing intent. I have only one request. After you take the Southeast District, you must come to the East District immediately and kill Chen Chen. The other party did not respond to Anthony's condition at all and immediately gave an answer. No problem, he is indeed our target. For the greater cause, Chen Chen must die. The chapter for the extra update isn't finished yet, I'll post it later tonight. Also, I saw several readers waiting for updates while browsing comments yesterday. I really feel sorry and grateful for everyone's support. Of course, I'm not just the author, I'm also a reader, so I know that verbal thanks lacks sincerity. Therefore, I have nothing much to say. Today, I'll add an extra chapter, and tonight I'll update 2 chapters as a way to thank everyone for their support. Chen Chen had no idea that just being on a leaderboard could attract so many people's attention. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In this novice world, he dared to say without reservation, I am invincible, you can do as you please. No matter how many came, they were just delivering resources to him. So if he really knew, he would definitely hope that the more people came seeking revenge, the better. Chen Chen, who had slept until noon, woke up around 1 in the afternoon. I must say, the technological version of the Copper Sparrow Terrace is quite enjoyable, providing Chen with the best sleep experience. Not to mention, just this black technology bed that offers stable sleep would attract a lot of insomniacs if it could be brought back to Blue Star. The only pity is that there aren't any cooks in the territory right now. Although the kitchen technology in the Copper Sparrow Terrace can cook autonomously, Chen always felt that the food cooked by the Copper Sparrow Terrace lacked soul. Therefore, he was too lazy to bring back ingredients for it to cook automatically and decided to go out and eat some roasted meat with the farmers instead. As for the little deer, it was much better off than him. Although the spiritual plants still needed some time to mature, the ordinary rice seeds Chen had planted earlier had already matured. These rice plants, after all, grew in the spiritual fields, so even if they couldn't increase attributes, their taste was undeniable. By the time Chen woke up, the little deer had already devoured more than a dozen rice plants. It was only because it was getting full that it stopped. Otherwise, the little deer, who hadn't eaten anything good in a long time, would have shown off by finishing all those rice plants. When Chen approached, the little deer, unable to eat anymore but still guarding the rice field, glanced at him and then unhesitatingly picked a rice plant with its mouth and placed it in front of Chen. Here, eat this. I can't eat this directly. Chen looked at the little deer, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He habitually rubbed the little deer's head. I'll go eat some meat with them. As for this rice, once we have living buildings, I'll shell it and make it into white rice, and then we can eat together. Although these rice plants could be processed in the most primitive way, Chen was too lazy to deal with them right now. After all, he wasn't lacking food. Once they got the blueprint for living buildings, he could always buy some if necessary. After all, it wasn't a rare blueprint and the price wouldn't be too high. Once those living buildings were constructed, he could directly process these ordinary crops with a single click, which would be much more convenient. Shelling? The little deer didn't quite understand Chen words, but it sounded like it could make the rice taste better. Therefore, it began to have some expectations for this white rice in its heart. Chen casually ate a bit with the farmers, and while eating, he took the opportunity to process the accumulated messages. He didn't know many people on the battlefield of the myriad realms, but the messages they sent were quite a lot. Chen took a look, and the one who sent the most messages was Rinai Makoto. For this foodie, Chen didn't even need to open the message to guess what she had said. Once he opened it, the words between the lines revealed 3 characters: food wanted. The meat of these monsters didn't enhance any attributes and wasn't particularly valuable for Chen. It could only be tossed to the flesh wall or thrown to the spirit field. So, he didn't mind scraping a bit out from the gaps of the flesh wall for Rinai Makoto. Although it sounded a bit strange, Chen believed that as long as there was food, Rinai Makoto wouldn't care about the details. He thought that even if he told her he scraped it from the gaps of the flesh wall, if it was really delicious, she wouldn't mind at all. He had never met such a pure foodie like her before. After finishing his meal, Chen picked out some monster corpses from the warehouse. Although Rinai Makoto was indifferent to such things, he still had to consider the impact. Otherwise, it would be quite horrifying to see such a cute girl gnawing on a goblin's head. After selecting a few, Chen cut a piece from each monster. After all, Rinai Makoto was just trying to taste the flavor, so giving her more wouldn't make much sense. After packing the cut meat along with the intestines he had promised earlier, Chen sent it directly to Rinai Makoto. Besides Rinai Makoto, people like Chu Xiangdong, who weren't too familiar with Chen, only sent some blessing messages and didn't dare to ask too much. As for Anna, she did ask a few questions, but unfortunately, after Chen sent a message, she didn't reply. It seemed she was either busy or asleep. Therefore, Chen didn't bother with her. After handling the messages, he needed to take care of his territory's matters. He didn't rush to build the tavern and the hero altar but instead went out to relocate the energy pool. This thing was too valuable to leave outside, and he felt a bit uneasy, so it was better to move it back early. The little deer needed a lot of energy to grow after its rebirth, and moving it back would allow the little deer to drink some pool water to replenish its energy. With the enhancement of the durability halo, Chen's speed was quite fast. In just a short while, he returned with the energy pool. However, the position was a bit tricky to choose. Looking at the not so neatly arranged buildings in the territory, Chen thought for a moment and decided to place the energy pool next to the spirit field. This way, after the little deer finished eating and got thirsty, it could conveniently drink some water from the energy pool. After setting up the energy pool, Chen finally built the hero altar and the tavern. But before recruiting, he first went to the wishing pool. After a day of recovery, the water in the wishing pool had completely restored and new wishes could be made. However, Chen didn't plan to let the wishing pool interfere with the hero recruitment. Firstly, he already had a legendary hero recruitment token in hand, and secondly, the building level of the hero altar was too high. He was worried that the wishing pool wouldn't be able to fulfill his wish, and it would be troublesome if it got ruined in the process. "Hey, this pool is so strange," the little deer beside Chen said, peering into the wishing pool and exclaiming in surprise because the clear and transparent wishing pool had no reflection at all. watching the little deer shake its head and try to find its reflection. Chen suddenly had a thought. As long as there was the Lord's permission, theoretically, everyone could use the wishing pool, and this everyone should include the little deer as well. Since that was the case, could he let the little deer make a wish? After all, having this genuine lucky star was much better than relying on borrowed luck from a couple of games. Thinking of this, Chen smiled at the little deer and asked, "Little deer, this is a wishing pool. Do you want to make a wish?" Make a wish? The little deer glanced at the somewhat strange pool and curiously asked, "Can I wish for anything?" "That won't do," Chen decisively shook his head and quickly explained the function of the small wishing pool to the little deer. After all, the small wishing pool has its limitations. If the little deer suddenly had the whim to bring its mother here, it would definitely blow up the small wishing pool, so it can only fulfill small wishes? The little deer felt a bit disappointed upon hearing Chen explanation. It had originally wanted many spirit plants, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible. Since that's the case, it might as well help the bipedal creature make a wish. Although it didn't understand why the bipedal creature couldn't wish for itself and had to let it do it, it happened to want to try this wishing pool, so it didn't mind. But what should it wish for? The little deer thought for a moment and then said, "I want to wish for a friend who can accompany me. Is that okay?" "A friend?" Chen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "Sure." Originally, Chen had planned to let the little deer make a specific wish to summon a living profession from the tavern, but since the little deer wanted a friend, let it wish for that. After all, the probability of the tavern recruiting a powerful unit was already very low. At most, it would just waste one opportunity at the wishing spring. Moreover, with the little deer being blessed by a lucky star, this wish that followed its heart might bring some surprises. Hearing Chen agreement, the little deer stood in front of the wishing pool and silently made its wish. As the little deer completed its wish, the water in the wishing pool began to rapidly decrease. However, unlike the last time when Chen made a wish, this time, as the water level dropped, strange whirlpools began to form, which looked quite odd. Fortunately, in the end, the water in the wishing pool successfully disappeared without any other unusual occurrences, which eased Chen's mind a bit. As long as the water disappeared, it meant the wish was fulfilled. The minor incidents during the wishing process were not important. After the little deer completed its wish, Chen immediately went into the tavern, but he was puzzled to find that the recruitment board was completely empty. Generally speaking, the recruitment chances at the tavern are very low, and it's normal for the recruitment board to be empty. But the problem was, the little deer had just successfully made a wish, and the water in the small wishing pool was gone, so it should have taken effect. Why was the recruitment board still empty? Could it be that the tavern refreshes daily, and the little deer's friend would only appear tomorrow? But that was different from what he had heard. Wasn't it said that the tavern would refresh at any time? Chen looked at the empty recruitment board with confusion, shaking his head in frustration as he temporarily gave up on thinking about the tavern, planning to wait until tomorrow to see. However, just as he was about to step towards the hero altar to recruit heroes, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Oh no! The little deer's wish won't take effect at the hero altar, will it? Thinking of the strange situation at the wishing pool when the little deer made its wish, Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. With the little deer's lucky star in the wishing pool, it couldn't really affect the hero altar, could it? No way. The reason he spent so many points to exchange for a legendary hero recruitment token was to directly recruit a powerful general. If that were the case, having some heroes lead the troops in his territory would mean he wouldn't have to fight powerful monsters himself. Moreover, legendary heroes come with various bonuses. Just recruiting a legendary hero would elevate the combat power of Chen's territory to a new level. But now, if the little deer's wish took effect, what would it mean to recruit a friend for the little deer? A powerful general grinning foolishly while holding the little deer? Wow, no way. Chen felt a bit horrified at the thought of this scene. It was really bad. If he had known, he wouldn't have let the little deer help him make a wish. But now the wish had already been generated, and if this wish really manifested on the hero altar, then even if he didn't recruit a hero, the wish wouldn't be revoked. Therefore, feeling helpless, Chen could only slowly walk towards the hero altar. Detected hero token. Would you like to use the legendary hero recruitment token to increase the chance of recruiting a high-level hero? Yes. Chen replied. Weakly. The hero token had already been exchanged. He couldn't possibly not use it. Otherwise, who knows how long he would have to wait for the next hero recruitment. He couldn't wait that long. So even if the hero recruited this time was strange, he had to use this hero token. After all, this wish was made by the little deer for him, and even if the result was poor, he could only accept it with tears. After Chen chose to use it, the legendary hero token instantly transformed into a stream of light and merged into the hero altar. Immediately, a phantom began to emerge from within the altar. As this phantom appeared, the hero altar suddenly emitted a red light that shot into the sky, even piercing through the clouds above. Looking at this red light standing like a pillar of heaven in his territory, Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't the appearance of a legendary hero supposed to be less dramatic? This couldn't possibly be a divine-level hero, could it? The commotion from this red light was so great that Chen Chen felt at least half of the novice world could see it. If this wasn't a divine-level hero, he felt it would be an insult to the commotion. But wasn't the probability of a divine-level hero appearing extremely slim? How could he summon a divine-level hero with just a legendary token? Was the little deer's lucky star really that effective? Chen Chen was somewhat shocked by the effect of the little deer's lucky star. If this truly was a divine-level hero, then forget about the hero brother grinning foolishly at the little deer. Even if he wanted to hug himself and laugh foolishly, he wouldn't hesitate at all. The red light that pierced the sky didn't know how far it extended outward. In any case, after a while, the red light column slowly retracted from the sky until it completely shrank back into the altar, and only then did the figure within the altar slowly materialize. Good news, this figure in the altar was indeed a divine-level hero. Bad news, this divine-level hero was not the mighty brother Chen Chen had hoped for. In fact, she couldn't even be considered a combat unit. Looking at the red figure in the altar, Chen Chen felt like crying without tears. There was no hope of relying on the hero to fight for him, but if nothing unexpected happened, he had indeed found a friend for the little deer to play with. After the figure appeared, she immediately spotted the little deer and exclaimed in a voice as innocent as the little deer's, "Ah, Bayunlu." Stepping out from the altar was a little girl in a red dress, slightly taller than the little deer but not by much, looking about 7 or 8 years old. Forget about the mighty brother. With this height, not only could she not fight, but Chen Chen also felt he might be suspected of using child labor if he asked her to do any heavy work. The little girl spotted Bayunlo at first glance and was about to rush over, but then she saw Chen Chen standing next to the little deer and immediately stood up straight, a bit shy, and said, "Greetings, Lord." Chen Chen looked at this little girl with some suspicion. According to the prompt from the altar just now, she was indeed a divine-level hero, but looking at her appearance, how could she possibly resemble a divine-level hero? With some confusion, Chen Chen directly opened the little girl's attribute panel. Girl rank, divine talent. Unknown skills, unknown territory affiliation, 70/100? Looking at the attribute panel of the girl in red and the 3 question marks below it, Chen Chen's mind was filled with a bunch of question marks. What the hell is this? This is my hero, yet there are so many ominous signs? Can't I even see my hero's attributes? And what does the territory affiliation mean? Aren't other heroes measured by loyalty? Why has it turned into affiliation for this little girl? Chen Chen opened the detailed introduction of the affiliation and found that it was a kind of alternative loyalty, but this loyalty was her sense of belonging to the territory. As the Lord, Chen Chen could command her, but he couldn't issue mandatory orders. For example, the farmers in Chen Chen's territory would immediately commit suicide if he told them to, but the girl wouldn't. If Chen told her to commit suicide, she would definitely think it over before deciding. Compared to those troops, the girl seemed more like an independent person. This affiliation gave Chen Chen the feeling that the little girl was working in the territory and he was her boss. He could direct her work without issue, but he couldn't interfere with her personal will. The more he looked, the stranger he felt this little girl was. What kind of existence had the little deer summoned for him? Although her panel said she was god-level, Chen Chen could be 100% sure that she was definitely not just a simple god-level hero. Just based on this ominous panel and that unique affiliation, if she were really just a god-level hero, Chen Chen could swallow the copper sparrow terrace whole. After closing the panel that had basically no specific information, Chen Chen looked at the little girl and tried to ask as kindly as possible, "Do you know the little deer?" "Yes, my lord." The girl nodded. She glanced at the little deer and said cautiously, "Bayunlo is the companion divine beast of my Yaoji clan. They are one with us, so I suppose we know each other." Yaoji clan, girl? Upon hearing these 2 words, Chen Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, jolting him awake. Wasn't this a term frequently appearing in the ancient myths of Blue Star? If he remembered correctly, Jingwei's original name was also Manhwa. This little girl, but if Jingwei really existed, she should belong to the Yen Emperor clan, so how did a Yaoji clan come about? Moreover, did those figures from ancient myths really exist? The little deer couldn't have summoned an ancestor back for him, could she? Now it was Chen Chen's turn to feel a bit awkward. He cautiously asked, "You are called Manhwa, do you have any relation to Jingwei?" "Jingwei, are you referring to the Jingwei clan?" Manhwa tilted her head and looked at Chen Chen, a bit confused as she said, "I am from the Yaoji clan, and I have no relation to the Jingwei clan. Our 2 clans should have a good relationship, but I am just a trace of true spirit and I don't remember many things." Hearing Manhwa say this, Chen Chen felt somewhat relieved. Jingwei was also a clan, not a person, which was different from the mythological stories he had heard, indicating that the myths were not entirely true, and the problem wasn't too serious. Chen Chen pondered for a moment. According to Manhwa's statement, the Jingwei clan really existed. As for the name Yaoji, he couldn't recall it clearly, but he was sure it had appeared in mythological stories. If that were the case, then Chen felt that during the so-called mythological period on Blue Star, there must have been a group of ancient human clans, and those figures in the mythological story should be the clans of ancient humans, just that over time, the records had gradually become vague. However, there was also another possibility, which was that Manhwa and her people were not from Blue Star, but their legends had somehow been passed down to Blue Star. To verify his speculation, Chen asked again, "What is true spirit, and are you an ancient human?" True spirit is just true spirit. The girl was left bewildered by Chen's question. True spirit is just true spirit. What else could it be? As for the ancient human race's explanation, she thought for a moment and then replied, "By the timeline, I should be considered part of the ancient human race. I have been asleep in this world for a very long time, so by the timeline, I think I should be considered part of the ancient human race." This world, are you referring to the battlefield of 10,000 realms? Chen keenly grasped the crux of the issue and asked, "Can you perceive the passage of time in the battlefield of 10,000 realms? How long have you been here? In total? My true spirit is in a sealed state, so I cannot sense the passage of time." The girl shook her head and explained, "However, when I was awakened, this world, that is, the battlefield of 10,000 realms as the Lord mentioned, provided me with some basic information to give me a rough understanding of this world." Basic information provided by the battlefield of 10,000 realms? Upon hearing this, Chen abandoned the idea of probing into the battlefield of 10,000 realms through the girl and instead asked, "What was life like for your ancient human race? Were you strong? Did you have the Shinong and Xianyuan clans? I am just a fragment of true spirit, and my preserved memories are quite limited. I only know some common knowledge about the past. As for the Shinong and Xianyuan clans mentioned by the Lord, I don't seem to have heard of them." As for strength, the girl thought for a moment, unsure how to define strength, so she could only compare it to herself. "They must be much stronger than I am." Chen felt a bit helpless. This statement was essentially meaningless. However, the girl was a divine-level hero, and if calculated by her rank, wouldn't that imply that the ancient human race was all that strong? Then where did such a strong ancient human race go in the end? With some confusion, Chen directly asked his question. "I can't remember clearly." It was evident that the girl's memory was indeed very limited. After pondering Chen's question for a while, she finally said, "It seems they encountered some enemies, which is why my true spirit was left in this world." Wait a minute. Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he frowned as he asked, "Are you saying that during the time of the ancient human race, the battlefield of 10,000 realms already existed?" Not quite. The girl understood Chen's meaning and quickly explained, "It seems this world was created by many existences working together. They built this world before leaving." When she mentioned many, the girl spread her arms wide, almost reaching behind her to emphasize the sheer number. The battlefield of 10,000 realms was created by the ancient human race in collaboration with other existences? The girl's words cleared up some of Chen's confusion, but at the same time, they brought him even more questions, such as where those ancient existences had gone, who participated in the creation, why the battlefield of 10,000 realms looked the way it did, whether it was like that from the beginning or if changes occurred later, and what the purpose of creating this battlefield of 10,000 realms was. The more Chen pondered these questions in his mind, the more they multiplied, until he finally decided to abandon the thought altogether. The ancient matters were too distant from him. Thinking more about them was indeed somewhat excessive for a mere level 20 novice. As for whether there were troubles or conspiracies behind the battlefield of 10,000 realms, he could consider that later when he reached a higher level. However, with his Halo-enhanced abilities, it was uncertain whether he would even need to think about it later. After all, the answers derived from those with super opportunities often lead to the use of superpowers, and coincidentally, Chen was that person with superpowers. True spirits do not merge with the main body. I do not have a literary illness and will not write the girl out of existence, so everyone can rest assured. The true spirit is merely equivalent to leaving a bloodline inheritance. As for more, I won't spoil it. Chen asked a few more questions and found that the girl really had no memories retained. She was basically clueless about everything he asked. Thus, he had to give up on obtaining more information about the myriad battlefields from her. Then, he asked the last question, the one he was most concerned about. "What is your strength?" Strength? The girl seemed a bit nervous upon hearing this question, lowering her head and softly saying, "I only know how to manage buildings and plants. I'm not very good at fighting." Oh. Chen nodded silently. It seemed his guess was correct. The girl was a life-type divine unit. Although he felt a bit regretful that he would have to handle future battles himself, seeing the timid girl made it hard for him to say much. After all, the wish was made by him for the little deer, the token was used by him, and the hero was recruited by him. What could he say? He couldn't exactly say the girl shouldn't be here. Forget it, let's just consider it as finding a friend for the little deer. After all, having the little deer as a powerful force in the territory was probably enough. Losing one superpower didn't matter much. It's fine, you can play with the little deer. If you need anything, just tell me, and if there's something you don't understand, you can ask the little deer. Seeing that his presence made the girl a bit nervous, Chen Chen decided to leave the little deer behind to comfort her a bit. Once she got familiar with the territory, he would interact with her again. After Chen Chen walked away, the girl, feeling a bit more relaxed, hugged the little deer tightly. That's great. I didn't expect to meet you, Step Cloud deer. My name is Girl, what's yours? I'm called Yu. The little deer didn't resist the girl's hug. Although there was no memory of the Yaoji clan in its inherited memories, it could feel a sense of blood connection with the girl. This feeling, combined with the sense of good fortune and avoidance of misfortune it brought, made it very certain that the girl's claim of being a companion divine beast was true. Therefore, it felt quite close to this half-family member. In front of the little deer, the girl seemed much more relaxed, and while hugging the little deer, she began to ask questions non-stop. Yu, are you familiar with the Lord? Is he easy to get along with? Is he fierce? Don't worry, the biped is really nice. Upon hearing the girl ask about Chen Chen, the little deer immediately began to boast about him. Not only does he give me treasures and delicious drinks, but he also planted a lot of tasty food for me. By the way, he has a particularly powerful skill that can greatly enhance my strength. Let's go find the biped and get that amazing halo for you too. You can't call him biped, that's impolite, you should call him Lord. The girl gently tapped her finger on the little deer's head and then curiously glanced at the halo under its feet. However, she didn't pay much attention to it, she was more interested in what the little deer said about planting a lot of food. You just said the Lord planted delicious food for you, does that mean there are farmlands? The little deer shook its head lightly, clearly not understanding why calling him biped was impolite, but upon seeing that the girl also had 2 legs, it suddenly realized. Oh right, they were both bipeds. If they kept calling them bipeds, it would confuse them. The little deer, which had no concept of titles, immediately accepted the girl's suggestion once it realized this. And when it heard the girl ask about farmlands, it became excited. Yes, there are spiritual fields, a huge area. They even grow dragon blood grass in there. Come with me, I'll take you to see. The little deer was like a child eager to show off its toys to a friend, impatiently leading the girl towards the spiritual fields. Spiritual fields? Looking at the lush spiritual fields before her, the girl was instantly shocked, her mouth agape. She had originally thought the little deer was just talking about ordinary farmlands, but it turned out to be all spiritual fields. This thing should be very precious in her memory. She couldn't believe there were so many here. Moreover, there are so many rare spiritual plants in the spiritual field. Their value is not much less than that of the spiritual field itself. The Lord must be quite wealthy. What do you think? Isn't it a lot? The clueless little deer had no idea that the girl was shocked by the value of the spiritual field and plants. It thought she was amazed by the quantity. So, looking at the astonished girl, it happily boasted, I told you, bipedal beastmen are really great. You should call him Lord. The girl flicked the little deer's head, seriously correcting its address. However, seeing the little deer's silly expression, she thought for a moment and ultimately gave up on educating it about the value of these things. Are these all for you to plant? Yes, the Lord said that these things are for me to eat once they grow. Remembering Chen Chen's promise, the little deer's eyes squinted happily, but then it felt a bit down thinking about how long it would take for these spiritual plants to mature. It's a pity that these things will take a long time to ripen. The bipedal beast let me eat those unripe seedlings, but I couldn't bear to. Is the Lord that generous? Looking at the little deer, which was full of happiness, the girl's worries about Chen Chen gradually dissipated. Although Yu seemed a bit silly, it had a knack for avoiding danger, and few could deceive it. So, this Lord who spoiled the stepdeer must be a good person, right? After believing that Chen Chen was a good person, the girl's sense of belonging to the territory quietly increased by 10 points without Chen Chen noticing, directly reaching 80 points. However, seeing the little deer's disappointed expression, the girl reached out and hugged its neck, then said, Don't worry, our Yaoji clan is the best at planting spiritual plants. Take me to find the Lord. I'll ask him for some things first. If the resources in our territory are sufficient, then you might be able to eat these spiritual plants soon. Let's go to the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Bipedal beasts are usually there. Call him Lord. Hearing the little deer casually call out bipedal beast again, the girl gently tapped the little deer's head once more. Then, watching the little deer bounce ahead without a care, she could only helplessly follow behind. Lord. The little deer rushed into the Copper Sparrow Terrace, barging through Chen Chen's door, and directly said, The girl wants some things. She can make the spiritual plants mature faster. You're calling him Lord too? Seeing the little deer rush up to him, Chen Chen didn't mind much, but he felt uncomfortable with the little deer calling him Lord. The girl told me to call you that. The little deer said nonchalantly, she said. It's polite, so I should call you Lord. Politeness is for outsiders. Looking at the little deer's righteous demeanor, Chen Chen couldn't help but rub its head. You're one of us, what politeness is needed? Besides, I didn't see your politeness when you barged into my room. The guardian beast is the Lord's closest companion. After signing a contract, both parties can rely on each other as life partners, and almost eternal support. So, when Chen Chen said the little deer was one of them, it was not an exaggeration at all. Oh, the little deer nodded, somewhat understanding, then directly asked, then can I still call you bipedal beast? No way. Hearing this term, Chen Chen shook his head decisively. That's too impolite. Since the little deer had never called him anything in front of him, Chen Chen really didn't know that the little deer had secretly called him bipedal beast behind his back. Annoyed, he squatted down and rubbed the little deer's head hard a few times. That term won't do, it sounds too ugly. Change it. After the little deer struggled to escape from Chen Chen's clutches, it shook its ears and looked at Chen Chen with an innocent face, saying, so what should I call you? Forget it, you can just call me brother Chen Chen. Chen Chen thought for a moment and decided to let it use the same title as Anna. After saying that, he looked at the quiet girl standing there and said, you should call me the same as the little deer, no need to call me Lord. After all, brother Chen Chen sounded better than a two-legged beast. Moreover, both the little deer and the girl had a soft and sweet accent, making it quite pleasant to hear them call him brother, which was somewhat enjoyable. Oh, the girl responded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, just standing quietly and watching Chen Chen play with the little deer. What materials do you need? Chen Chen asked, then shook his head and said, forget it, I'll just give you permission. You can take whatever you need. And if it's not enough, just tell me, and I'll see if I can find some more. Although the girl was a life-type hero, she was still a divine level being, so Chen Chen naturally wouldn't be stingy with resources, especially after discovering that her territory's loyalty had reached 80 points. Normally, an 80-point loyalty would ensure she would never betray him. Although loyalty and belonging have slight differences, they are generally the same, so with 80 points of belonging, it could basically guarantee that the girl wouldn't cause any trouble. Therefore, Chen Chen felt at ease opening up the material permissions to her. Thank you, Lord. Brother Chen Chen, the girl said with a blush as she thanked him. Then she asked, Brother Chen Chen, can those spiritual plants in the spiritual fields be given to you to eat? Chen Chen nodded without hesitation and said, if you want to plant something, just discuss it with you don't need to ask me about the spiritual fields. Oh. Hearing Chen Chen's generous words, the girl felt the same way as the little deer did at first, that she seemed to have made the right choice with this lord. By the way, I forgot to give you the aura. Before the little deer could remind him, Chen Chen suddenly remembered the aura when he saw the empty floor beneath the girl and casually added all the auras to her. This is my special ability. If you have any questions, just ask the little deer. I need to buy some things now, so if you need anything, come find me. The equipment in the trading market was selling too quickly, and Chen Chen's equipment was somewhat in short supply. In this situation, with a large amount of gold coins gathered in his hands, which wouldn't reproduce if kept, Chen Chen was now vigorously shopping in various trading markets across different regions, taking as many low-priced basic resources as he could. Watching Chen Chen busy, the girl was shocked by the effect of the aura but was very sensible not to disturb him. After bidding farewell to Chen Chen, she took the little deer and walked out. Is this aura very powerful? The girl silently nodded as she watched the little deer proudly display the aura. She wasn't just brushing off the little deer, the effect of this aura was indeed very strong. She could clearly feel that her strength seemed to have multiplied many times, and besides her basic strength, these auras also granted her some very powerful special abilities. Such a strong enhancement she had never heard of in her vague memories. This lord seemed to be truly powerful. It took the girl a while to recover from her shock. It was good for the lord to be strong. According to the information from the multiverse battlefield, this was a very dangerous world. The stronger the lord, the safer their existence would be as dependence of the territory. She shook her head, temporarily setting these thoughts aside, and then opened the material storage in the territory. Through the permission shared with her by Chen Chen, then, she was once again shocked by Chen Chen's wealth. Unlike the unlearned little deer, she knew the value of the dazzling array of items in the warehouse all too well. After a moment, she couldn't help but mimic Chen Chen's earlier actions, reaching out to pinch the little deer's ears. Yo, how did you find such a good lord? Strong in power is one thing, but why is he so rich? A lord who is strong, wealthy, and so generous is indeed hard to come by in this battlefield of 10,000 realms. Now that she had just been awakened and encountered such a lord, she felt incredibly lucky. After squeezing the little deer to vent her excitement, the girl returned to her previous demure demeanor. Wait for me a moment, yo, I will soon be able to get you something delicious. After saying this, the girl quickly took out some supplies from the warehouse, and after arranging them together, she retrieved 100 attribute-less crystal stones and 200 source crystals from Chen Chen's warehouse. Soon, under the catalysis of the source crystals and attribute-less crystal stones, the supplies she had arranged slowly transformed into a book. After completing this, the girl followed the same method and used the same materials to create another book, but this time she used would attribute crystal stones instead of attribute-less ones. After repeating this several times, a few thin hardcover books quickly appeared in front of the girl, with the attribute boost from the halo. Making these spirit books is really easy. The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead with her small hand. It was clear that creating these spirit books was not as easy as she claimed, but looking at the few spirit books in her hands, a hint of satisfaction appeared on her slightly fatigued face. For now, these should be enough. The girl casually pulled out a spirit book and walked to the spirit field. Looking at the dragon blood grass seedlings that had only grown a finger's length, she hugged the magic book to her chest and closed her eyes. Not long after she closed her eyes, a dark cloud suddenly floated across the clear sky. After the dark cloud enveloped the spirit field, it slowly spread apart in the center, and a bizarre illusory round moon appeared in the bright sky. Under the illumination of this illusory round moon, the dragon bloodgrass seemed to absorb some energy, its roots began to widen, and even the leaves started to sway inexplicably. The illusory round moon lasted only a short while, and as the girl opened her eyes, the round moon dissipated along with the dark cloud in the sky. The girl didn't care about the disappearance of the round moon. After opening her eyes, she switched to another spirit book. This time, after she closed her eyes, it wasn't just a dark cloud that appeared, but the entire sky turned black. Countless rolling black clouds suddenly covered the territory of Chen, and bolts of lightning crisscrossed the sky like silver snakes, rampantly weaving through the air. Chen, who was originally sweeping through the supplies, was startled by this commotion. Looking at the apocalyptic scene before him, he was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell is the girl doing? Why such a big commotion? Standing on the copper sparrow platform, Chen watched as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water bucket, suddenly struck down from beneath the dark clouds, instantly creating a deep black pit in the ground. He was completely stunned. The power of this lightning seems to be even stronger than the accumulated lightning power from the later stages of the dog-headed king's endless thunder, right? Didn't the girl say her strength was weak and that she couldn't fight? So what is this? Also, didn't she say she was going to help the little deer with farming? Is farming really this dramatic now? Chen couldn't understand why farming would cause such a huge uproar. At this moment, it was still noon, but the sky had completely darkened. Under the cover of dark clouds, the territory seemed as dark as night. Countless silver snakes darting through the clouds occasionally burst forth with flickering lightning, bringing a glimmer of light back to the territory. Such a vast coverage and such powerful lightning made the dog-headed king's scaled-down high-level lightning magic seem like child's play in comparison. This kind of power, even a complete version of high-level magic, couldn't be much more impressive, right? And such an exaggerated spectacle was actually just for farming. The Yaoji clan's method of farming was indeed a bit too extravagant. Fortunately, Chen realized that this commotion was caused by Yaoji. Otherwise, if it had been an enemy attack, unless he could quickly locate the caster and deal with them immediately, if such a large-scale spell were to strike his territory, Chen and the other units enhanced by the halo might withstand the lightning, but it would be uncertain how many buildings in the territory could survive. Under Chen watch, the number of lightning strikes in the dark clouds increased. Thankfully, most of these lightning bolts only exploded in the air, rarely striking down directly, which eased Chen mind considerably. Otherwise, it would be quite ridiculous if the territory, which had remained unscathed during the monster siege, were to be largely destroyed by its own farming efforts. Fortunately, from the current situation, the girl seemed to have a sense of proportion. As the frequency of lightning explosions in the sky increased, Chen suddenly sensed something unusual. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but he felt that after those lightning bolts burst, there seemed to be some subtle changes in the air. He didn't know what this change was specifically, but he could clearly feel that the air seemed to become fresher, giving him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After pondering for a moment, he quickly recalled where this familiarity came from. It came from the spiritual fields. The air in the territory now seemed to be somewhat converging towards the spiritual energy of the fields. Although the spiritual energy appeared a bit thin compared to the fields, if he closed his eyes, the feeling was almost indistinguishable from standing near the spiritual fields. Originally, Chen was puzzled as to why farming would involve lightning, but at this moment, he somewhat understood that the incessantly exploding lightning seemed to be gathering spiritual energy. Under Chen's gaze, the little girl looked up at the lightning in the sky, nodded in satisfaction, and then took out a blue spiritual book again. When she opened the blue spiritual book, a gentle breeze suddenly swept through the territory. Under the caress of this breeze, the air in the territory quickly became humid, and soon, raindrops the size of soybeans began to patter down from the sky. Watching the little deer tremble in fear at the girl's display of power, it never expected that this small newcomer could be so terrifying when she took action. Changing the weather at will seemed far more frightening than the bipedal beasts. No wonder the cloud deer had become the companion divine beast of the Yaoji clan. With such terrifying strength, if they dared not to be the companion divine beast, they would probably be beaten to death. The little deer had previously thought it was the second largest in the territory, with the bipedal beast as the largest, it as the second, and the newcomer, the thin little girl, as the third. But now, after seeing the girl's power, it decisively lowered its own status by one level. Forget it, it couldn't provoke her. It was better for the little deer to quietly stay at the bottom. While the little deer was lost in thought, drops of rain the size of beans came crashing down on it. Caught off guard, it was completely stunned by the raindrops. Why was it raining? Wasn't the lightning summoned by the girl? How did the rain come too? And this raindrop felt a bit strange? The little deer instinctively stuck out its tongue to catch a drop of rain. Very sweet. Through this tasting, the little deer basically confirmed that this rain was indeed problematic, not just sweet, but normal raindrops could never have such a high spiritual energy content. The girl is really amazing. Looking at the girl standing in the wind and rain, without a single drop falling on her, the little deer revealed a hint of admiration in her eyes. Not only could she summon lightning, but she could also make such sweet rain. Gazing at the torrential downpour, the little deer suddenly had a flash of inspiration and instantly disappeared from her spot. In just a few flickers, she appeared directly on the top floor of the Copper Sparrow Tower. On the attic of the Copper Sparrow Tower, Chen was also standing there, but the little deer did not go directly to him. Instead, she shook her body vigorously, shaking off all the raindrops from her fur. Chen found it somewhat amusing to see the little deer shaking off water like a puppy. He approached and touched the little deer, discovering that the fur of the bee deer was indeed impressive. With just a casual shake, all the rainwater on her was completely shaken off. At this moment, when Chen touched her, her fur felt as smooth and soft as usual, with no dampness at all. After a slight sigh in his heart, Chen asked, "So, you came back to avoid the rain?" "No," the little deer shook her head decisively. "How could bee deers be afraid of rain? This rainwater has a lot of energy. Can you help me collect some? I want to save it for later. I've already had the Copper Sparrow Tower collect it." Hearing that the little deer had come back for this purpose, Chen was not surprised. He just said with a hint of regret, "But we don't have any containers to store it, so we can't collect too much. If we put it somewhere else, the energy in this rainwater will dissipate. Before long, it will turn into ordinary rainwater, and it won't matter how much we collect." "Is that so?" The little deer was not too discouraged upon hearing this. Having some to drink was better than having none. Collecting a little was good enough. Chen looked at the little deer and curiously asked, "This ability, can the girl not use it in the future? When the water runs out, can't she make it rain again?" Upon hearing this question, a hint of confusion flashed in the little deer's clear eyes. "I don't know. I didn't ask her." "Then, what was the use of that lightning just now?" "I don't know. She didn't tell me." "So, are her spells cast using the book in her hand?" "I don't know, but it should be." "Then why does she want to make it rain?" "I don't know." "Oh, I know this." The little deer, who had originally intended to shake her head, realized halfway through and immediately nodded. "The girl said she would soon let me eat something delicious." "All right then." Chen looked at the little deer, who didn't know much more than he did and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. After all, she was just a carefree creature. Expecting her to answer his questions was indeed a bit much. However, the little deer's last sentence made Chen heart stir slightly. She would soon be able to eat spiritual plants. Did the girl possess the ability to stimulate plant growth? Was she going to hasten the ripening of spiritual plants? Wow! What a treasure! As Chen looked on with anticipation, the rain continued for a while before finally starting to lessen. Watching the rain gradually diminish, the girl did not wait for it to stop completely before switching to a green spiritual book. In the rain, not only was she untouched by a single drop, but even the few spiritual books floating behind her were enveloped in an inexplicable force, remaining completely dry. After obtaining the green spiritual book, the girl slightly activated her magical power, and the book immediately emitted a barely perceptible green glow. Following that, the spiritual plants in front of her began to grow wildly, as if a time acceleration button had been pressed. The dragon bloodgrass, which was originally only the size of a palm, grew to the height of the girl's chest in just a few blinks. The growth of other spiritual plants and ordinary crops was even more frenzied. After Chen had harvested a batch, the ordinary rice that had just been sown was now ready for harvest again. As Chen marveled at this scene, he suddenly received an unexpected notification. The flesh wall has gained an unknown power catalyst, successfully evolving, with basic attributes increased. The special ability derived from this evolution is rapid growth. The flesh wall has evolved too? After seeing this notification, Chen couldn't help but feel a bit delighted. After devouring most of the corpses of the siege monsters, the flesh wall had already completed 2 evolutions. Now, just because the girl was planting, it had reaped benefits? And it even derived a special ability? This insect race's product was too easy to please. It evolved just like that. Chen opened the panel for the flesh wall, and below the restricted area, there was now an option for rapid growth. After a brief look, Chen discovered that this was a capability specifically derived for the tentacle ability of the flesh wall. Originally, the tentacles of the flesh wall, even after several evolutions, were only a few centimeters long. Unless one was particularly close to the flesh wall, it was impossible to be caught by them. However, now with rapid growth, the maximum length of the flesh wall's tentacles had directly extended to over half a meter. The most important thing was that under the effect of rapid growth, the speed of these tentacles had become extremely fast. As long as one got Slightly close to the flesh wall, the tentacles could immediately spring out to grab the target and pull it back to the flesh wall to be devoured. Alive. It's already half a meter long, the future looks promising. Although Chen Chen felt a bit uncomfortable with the idea of a tentacle creature that could extend countless tentacles, the thought of having a creature in his territory with tentacles reaching hundreds of meters long was still quite thrilling. The current flesh wall was practically an indestructible existence. If it could really evolve to have tentacles hundreds of meters long or even longer, Chen Chen felt that his territory could be as solid as a fortress, even without anyone guarding it. After closing the panel for the flesh wall, Chen Chen looked at the girl who had just finished her tasks. Just as he was about to approach, the little deer had already taken a step ahead. It didn't use the front door at all, its figure vanished directly from the top floor, and with just a few flickers, it had already reached the girl's side. Watching the little deer move with ghostly speed, Chen Chen remembered an item he had left in his inventory. He decided not to use the front door and directly took out the magic sled, sitting on it and flying towards the girl and the others. You wouldn't believe it, as a reward item from the battlefield of all realms, the magic sled, although not of particularly high quality, was undeniably comfortable, providing maximum enjoyment, which made Chen Chen somewhat satisfied with this item. What is this? The little deer showed great curiosity towards the magic sled. After Chen Chen landed, it immediately approached, and seeing the red carpet on the sled, it couldn't help but gently poke it with its hoof, seemingly trying to understand how it flew in the air. This is a sled. Looking at the curious little deer, Chen Chen said with a bit of mischievousness, usually, little deer are used to pull sleds. When we go out next time, you'll have to pull it. I pull it? The little deer looked at the magic sled, hesitated for only a tenth of a second, then immediately shook its head and took a step back in rejection. I don't want to pull anything. Haha, don't worry, this is for you to sit on. Seeing the little deer's refusal, Chen Chen stopped teasing it. He turned to the girl, who was sweating profusely, and slightly furrowed his brows, asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, brother Chen Chen." The girl revealed a sweet smile, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and began to explain. "I'm too weak right now. Although I have brother Chen Chen's halo to support me, using so many spirit books at once is a bit tiring. But it's okay, with brother Chen Chen's halo to recover, I'll be fine in a bit." Weak? Where is she weak? Chen Chen thought about the dark clouds that had just pressed down on the city like the end of the world, and the raging thunder that was constantly flying in the sky, and he didn't feel that the girl was weak at all. Just that lightning, if it hadn't exploded in the sky but had struck the enemy instead, even a group army level boss would have been cleaved to death. Besides the lightning, there was also that spell that made plants grow rapidly. With that rapid growth ability, if she were given a batch of stronger special seeds, after nurturing them, facing the enemy would mean that however many came, they would all die. These two spells were undoubtedly battlefield killing machines. If she were present during a monster's siege, Chen Chen felt that he wouldn't even need to command his troops. The girl alone could take care of all enemies below the level of a demon dragon. If this was considered weak, then Chen Chen really didn't know what strong was. These ancient human races were truly fierce. The girl was just a child, and she was the weakest in her clan, yet she could be this strong. How powerful must the ancient human races be? Chen Chen, who had been somewhat complacent, was suddenly awakened. It seemed that the path to invincibility was still a long way off. Fortunately, he still had a lot of room for development. With the Halo's support, as his level increased, he would eventually reach a point of being invincible in the world. You don't need to be in such a hurry in the future. After calming his emotions, Chen Chen advised the girl, "Little deer isn't in a rush to eat the spirit plants. Don't tire yourself out." Little deer nodded repeatedly. Although it was eager to eat the spirit plants, seeing the girl drenched in sweat made it feel a bit pained. "I can wait, no need to rush. It's fine." Regarding the relationship between Chen Chen and Little Deer, the girl felt warm inside. She smiled lightly and said, "I noticed that Yu's condition isn't quite right. It seems to have eaten a nirvana pill." Although nirvana pills are extremely rare treasures, for it, the quality of this nirvana pill seems a bit low, making it difficult for it to expand Yu's bloodline power to the limit. If this continues, when it grows up, it will be hard to achieve much improvement compared to before. In that case, it would be a waste of this nirvana opportunity. So I want to hurry and nurture the dragon blood grass. That way, combined with some other spiritual materials, I can refine some pills. With these pills for conditioning, Yu's future growth limit will definitely be higher. Low-quality nirvana pill. Chen Chen felt a bit disheartened by the girl's words. After all, it was a nirvana pearl, obtained at a high price. How did it become low quality in the girl's mouth? However, he only pondered this for half a second before directly casting it aside, as he seemed to have heard something remarkable. He looked at the girl uncertainly and asked, "You can also refine pills?" "Today, my condition isn't quite right. I felt a bit groggy all day, and I don't know if I've caught the flu, so I'm a bit slow today." There's probably another chapter that won't be out until before midnight. In the battlefield of 10,000 realms, alchemists and professions like Alchemists are all considered extremely high-end life professions. Pills can enhance the attributes of spirit plants, allowing them to achieve effects greater than the sum of their parts. The same goes for alchemists. On Blue Star, the status of these top-tier life professions is basically second only to that of lord professions. Chen truly didn't expect that he could actually have a hero who could refine pills in his territory. The girl nodded and said, our Yaoji clan is very skilled in planting, so we have some knowledge of alchemy as well. I'm not very good at fighting, so I'm a bit more proficient in planting and alchemy. Now that the girl mentioned she couldn't fight, Chen couldn't help but recall the thunderstorm from earlier. This little girl is great in every way, but she's just too modest. The berserk dog-headed king could only use a neutered version of high-level magic, while she casually used the original or even enhanced versions of high-level magic. If she considered herself not good at fighting, then what could be said about the dog-headed king? A child's play? Forget it, just take care of it, Chen said, looking at the modest girl, unsure of what else to say. He shook his head and continued, take whatever resources you need from the warehouse. If there aren't enough high-level resources, let me know later, and I can find someone to trade for some. There are many rooms in the Copper Sparrow platform. I've already given you access. Later, you can have you take you there and you can choose a room you like to move into. I need to go out for a bit. If anything comes up, just wait for me to handle it when I return. With the wall of flesh, ordinary monsters can't get in. If something manages to break through, just let you deal with it. Don't worry about hitting the wrong target. Just kill anyone who enters without permission. Going out? The little deer, who was studying the magic sled, perked up at Chen words, and directly asked, where are you going? To collect some debts. People owe me too much, and I'm afraid they might run away without paying. So I need to collect early. The debt Chen referred to was Zhou Hong. Previously, when Chris attacked his territory, Zhou Hong was one of them, but he didn't come because he thought his forces were sufficient and discovered a secret realm. Chen naturally didn't want to let Zhou Hong off the hook. Now that he was almost done with his current tasks, it was time to go find Zhou Hong to collect the debt and see what kind of secret realm Zhou Hong had found for him. Do you need my help? The little deer jumped in front of Chen and said, I can help. You collect debts too. No need. Looking at the eager little deer, Chen rubbed its head to stop it. His strength is very weak. You won't need to intervene. The spiritual plants in the territory had just matured, and the little deer had been looking forward to tasting them, so it was better to stay in the territory and enjoy the food. After all, a mere Zhou Hong didn't require the assistance of a nuclear weapon like the little deer. Moreover, the girl was still unfamiliar with everything in the territory and needed the little deer to help her get acquainted. Plus, the girl had to help it adjust its bloodline, so it was even less appropriate to take it out. However, to avoid dampening the little deer's enthusiasm, Chen thought for a moment and then said, you can help the girl get familiar with the territory first. When I come back, I'll take you out to play. Didn't you say you know where there are treasures? When I return, we can go get those treasures together. Upon hearing this, the little deer's eyes instantly lit up. It knew the locations of many bosses, and several of them occupied some spiritual plants. When it had sneaked in to steal a bite before, it had been hit several times. Now that its strength was so strong, it could easily take the bipedal beasts along to steal back their spiritual plants. No, those weren't their spiritual plants, they had just discovered and occupied them. Earlier, they couldn't grow spiritual plants at all, so how could those plants possibly belong to them? Therefore, those spiritual plants should all belong to the little deer. It must be said that the saying one who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black is indeed true. Not long after following Chen, the little deer's thinking had already begun to align with his, however. Perhaps because it hadn't been long since it followed Chen, its thinking was still a bit behind Chen's. In Chen's view, not only were those spirit plants ownerless, but even those monsters were ownerless. Therefore, not only were the spirit plants his, but even those monsters were his. After calming the little deer, Chen patted it a few times, then began to draw the halos. Unfortunately, whether it was because summoning the girl had exhausted the little deer's luck, this time Chen drew 3 times without getting a good halo. So after 3 draws, Chen stopped, deciding to wait for a better opportunity to use the remaining 2 chances. This time, most of the halos in the halo pool were elemental halos that were not particularly needed at the moment, and there was only 1 rare halo, so Chen had little choice but to select the 3 halos outside of the elemental ones. The 3 new halos Chen chose were Vitality Halo, Speed Halo, Rare, and Devout Halo. Vitality Halo, Level 1 increases the life recovery speed of all allied units by 100 times. Speed Halo, Level 1 increases the skill speed of all allied units by 10 times. Devout Halo, Level 1 increases the healing effect of all allied units by 10 times. Among these 3 halos, the other 2 were not particularly useful, but the Speed Halo was crucial. Chen thought for a moment and used for skill points to upgrade the Speed Halo to Level 5. This way, with a 50-fold increase in skill speed, all the mages under his command could transform into spell turrets. Of course, the benefits of the speed halo were not limited to mages. Other professions, though they had fewer skills, could also benefit from the skill speed, such as the archer's rapid shot and the warrior's berserk, etc. A 50-fold skill speed could significantly enhance their combat power. At the very least, if the archers encountered abyssal dragons or similar monsters that couldn't be quickly killed next time, they wouldn't have to hold back their rapid shots for critical moments. With the current skill speed, they could quickly activate their next rapid shot after finishing one wave. After completing the halo skill draws, Chen Chen gathered 500 farmers, including 200 archers, 100 mages, 100 shield soldiers, 50 warriors, and 50 assassins. However, considering that he not only had to deal with Zhou Hong but also explore the secret realm, Chen Chen directly recruited 50 priests to replace the 50 shield soldiers. Once they completed their job change, once the troops were assembled, Chen Chen didn't delay any further and directly used a teleportation scroll to arrive at Zhou Hong's territory. Open the door, the debt collector is here. The teleportation scroll Chen Chen used was one that Anna had extorted from Chris and the others earlier. This one he was using might very well have been contributed by Zhou Hong himself. Using his scroll against him was quite reasonable. After using the teleportation scroll, Chen Chen and his 500 elite troops appeared in a wilderness, where Zhou Hong's territory was very conspicuous. Unlike Chen Chen's territory, which had walls, Zhou Hong's territory only had a few simple buildings. Apart from the Lord's Hall, which looked somewhat grand, the rest were extremely shabby, due to the large number of people. On Chen Chen's side, the commotion was significant after they teleported, and with such a large disturbance, Zhou Hong's territory couldn't possibly be unaware. However, until Chen Chen and the others approached Zhou Hong's territory, there was still no sign of movement from within. Is he going to the secret realm? Looking at the quiet territory, Chen Chen pondered. It seemed that Zhou Hong couldn't possibly not be there, otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed hidden in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. There are two ways to defeat a territory. The simplest and most direct method is to kill the Lord himself. As long as the Lord is dead, the territory is considered defeated. The second method is to destroy the Lord's Hall within the territory. Once the Lord's Hall is destroyed, unless the Lord can return and repair the territory within an hour, they will also be deemed defeated. In this case, although the Lord themselves will not die, a Lord who has lost their territory is no different from a useless person. They have no professional skills, cannot replenish their troops, and most importantly, after losing their territory, the loyalty of their troops will gradually decline. In the perilous battlefield of 10,000 realms, once the protection of troops is lost, relying solely on the attributes of the Lord's profession is basically a dead end. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, no Lord would willingly abandon their territory to escape. However, because the battlefield is full of unexpected events, Lords, especially top-tier Lords, must explore while also protecting their territories, but they often only have one type of troop, making it difficult to balance both. According to Chen Chen, every year there are some unfortunate lords who, due to going on adventures, leave their territories defenseless, and by the time they return, their homes are gone. If they are lucky enough to return within an hour, that's one thing, but if they happen to randomly encounter some slow-moving S-class troops, it could be disastrous. Looking at Zhou Hong's empty territory, Chen Chen thought for a moment and chose not to destroy his territory. After killing Chris and the others, Zhou Hong would definitely be terrified. If he knew that Chen Chen had destroyed his territory, Chen Chen felt that even if he became a fugitive lord, Zhou Hong would certainly not dare to return. Although Chen Chen had Zhou Hong's coordinates and could definitely find him, finding a territory is different from finding a person, as the latter can move at any time. By the time he teleports over, Zhou Hong could be anywhere. Therefore, to reduce some trouble, Chen Chen decided to find Zhou Hong himself first. Anyway, that secret realm must be not far from Zhou Hong's territory. As long as he finds the secret realm, Zhou Hong would definitely not be able to escape. If all else fails, he could still use a scroll to check his coordinates later. Chen Chen took out the magical sled and began to ascend, surveying the surrounding territories. However, he did not expect that after he ascended, he discovered that Zhou Hong's territory was not completely empty. There were actually a few ratmen crossbowmen secretly on guard within Zhou Hong's territory. However, because Chen did not step into Zhou Hong's territory to avoid alarming the snake, they did not come out to attack him and his group. This guy actually has rat crossbowman troop cards? Chen Chen looked at those rat crossbowmen with a thoughtful expression. Rat crossbowmen have a fast shooting speed and long range, making them a rare gem among C-class troop cards. Normally, the drop rate for such troop cards is quite low. So, if nothing unexpected happens, this troop card must have been dropped by Zhou Hong from the secret realm. Normal secret realms are arranged from easy to difficult, and if Zhou Hong was able to get a C-class troop card right at the start, it indicates that this secret realm is of a high grade. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He needed to find the secret realm quickly, otherwise, letting Zhou Hong kill another monster would be a loss for him. To speed up the search efficiency, Chen Chen simply pulled a sniper bowman onto the magical sled. In terms of eyesight, no one could compare to the sniper bowman. With the sniper bowman helping him observe, he only needed to keep raising the height of the magical sled, and the rest would naturally be found by the sniper bowman. Sure enough, under the powerful eagle eye effect, the sniper bowman quickly found an unusual location. He pointed to a black dot several kilometers away and said to Chen Shen, "My lord, there is a temple over there." A temple? Chen Shen looked around but could only see a black dot. However, he had no doubts about the marksmanship of the sharpshooter, so after determining the direction, he directly set the sharpshooter down and led the army towards the so-called temple. Inside the temple, Zhou Hong was leading the black dragon and dozens of rat crossbowmen to besiege a gigantic rat monster. The ordinary rat crossbowmen were just over a meter tall, slightly shorter than an average adult, while this rat monster stood at least 3 to 4 meters high. Its shape was similar to that of the rat crossbowman, with a crossbow on its back, but unlike them, it wielded a massive cavalry saber in its hands. It stood there like a war god, swinging the enormous saber with such force that even the black dragon would be knocked back with a single blow if it got too close. Moreover, the most critical point was that besides using the saber to block frontal attacks, it would occasionally take down its giant crossbow to launch sneak attacks after repelling the black dragon. This giant crossbow not only had a fast firing rate but also dealt high damage. The fire-enchanted bolts could take out an ordinary rat crossbowman in just 2 shots. To protect its own troops, the black dragon had to repeatedly endure the giant crossbow's attacks with its body. Otherwise, if it allowed the rat monster to continue its assault, it wouldn't take 2 rounds before all of its rat crossbowmen would be wiped out. Fortunately, its protection was not without effect. With the black dragon as a meat shield, the ordinary rat crossbowmen had no worries behind them. The bolts in their hands poured out like a Gatling gun towards the rat monster, and in just a short while, the rat monster was completely drained of its health under the concentrated fire of the crossbowmen. Watching Zhou Hong inspect the spoils, the black dragon revealed a hint of fatigue in its eyes and then voiced what it had said many times before: "We can't go any further. I need to rest for a bit." Since yesterday, the black dragon had been engaged in this intense battle without a break. At first, it had to fight alone, gnawing down any enemies it encountered, but later, with the addition of the rat crossbowmen, the situation improved slightly. With dozens of rat crossbowmen combined, the output was considerable, so it only needed to defend, which made things much easier. But even so, a continuous day and night of fierce fighting had taken its toll. It was a black dragon, not a black cow or horse. It wasn't even fully grown yet and simply couldn't sustain such high-intensity combat. No. However, Zhou Hong firmly rejected the black dragon's suggestion. After a day and night of battle, although Zhou Hong had hardly fought, he was not in a much better state. As the young master of the Tianhong group, he had completely lost his usual image. His hair was disheveled, his clothes dirty, and even his eyes were bloodshot. Upon hearing the black dragon's desire to stop, he immediately glared at it angrily. Chen Shen could arrive at any moment. When he does, we will have no way out. We must obtain something to deal with him before he arrives. The temple is our last hope, so we absolutely cannot stop. Zhou Hong did not mention what would happen if the temple did not have anything to deal with Chen Shen or if they couldn't obtain anything to counter him, but the black dragon understood his meaning. As Zhou Hong said, Chen Shen would definitely not let them go. This was already their last hope. It understood all these reasons, but the crux of the problem was that it really couldn't hold on any longer. Under the pressure of survival, it had been gritting its teeth and enduring, but after all, it was just an underage little black dragon. Such high-intensity combat had lasted for a day and night, completely exceeding its limits. Moreover, the monsters in this temple, for some unknown reason, deal incredibly high damage, and there are no priests in their ranks. Every time, it is the black dragon that takes the hits, and even with its recovery ability, it struggles to keep up. This time, we must take a break. The black dragon's exhausted voice echoed, sounding somewhat weak as it spoke. At the very least, I need to wait until my health recovers a bit before we continue. Otherwise, if we encounter another boss, I might very well die. No way. Zhou Hong rejected again, almost shouting as he roared at the black dragon. Do you have any idea what we're facing? Chris and so many others have already been killed by him. He will definitely not spare me. If he comes, we're done for. We don't have time to stop. If you can't hold up, then let the rat crossbowmen take the hits. We absolutely cannot stop, no matter what. Seeing Zhou Hong's somewhat frantic state, the black dragon realized he was on the verge of losing his mind. Chen Shen's presence loomed over Zhou Hong like a sword of Damocles. The immense pressure of potential death was something this pampered young master had never experienced before, and if this continued, he might go mad before Chen Shen even arrived. At this moment, the black dragon felt quite helpless. Encountering such a lord was truly bad luck. This time, it might really be killed by this lord. Although it felt exasperated with Zhou Hong, the black dragon still wanted to persuade him again for its own safety. That lord might not be as terrifying as you think. Although those lords you contacted are dead, it doesn't necessarily mean they were killed by that lord. Weren't you the one who said that? That anonymous lord might be connected to the alien lords, and he is still alive. Is it possible that the lords you contacted were all killed by that anonymous lord and have nothing to do with the one called Chen Shen? Impossible. Zhou Hong shook his head without hesitation. Although he was slightly deranged at the moment, his thoughts were clearer than ever. No matter how strong that anonymous one is, at this stage, it is absolutely impossible for him to have killed so many top lords at once. Moreover, I know Chris. He would only die so quietly if he were in extreme despair, seeing no hope. Otherwise, he would definitely send a message asking me to help him take revenge. If Chris really was killed by that anonymous one, he would have sent me a message long ago. He would never just die without saying anything. Furthermore, Chen Shen managed to survive the monster siege with the blessing of all realms, which shows he definitely has the strength to kill Chris and the others. At this point, Zhou Hong's gaze became slightly clearer. He noticed the Black Dragon's loyalty had dropped a bit, fell silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "But you make a valid point. We really can't be hasty. The rat crossbowmen are too fragile, they can't withstand the damage. We still need to wait for you to recover before we set off. Otherwise, we might die before Qin Shen even arrives." Hearing Zhou Hong's words, the Black Dragon felt a sense of relief. Although it didn't fully agree with Zhou Hong's reasoning, it was too tired now and didn't have the energy to argue further. Taking advantage of Zhou Hong's agreement to rest, it closed its eyes to take a brief respite. Although it wouldn't recover much energy in such a short time, every little bit helped. As a young dragon, it had truly endured hardships that were not meant for its age. It wished it could just sleep through this and wake up as an adult. That way, no matter what enemies it faced, they would be nothing to it. Unfortunately, Zhou Hong didn't let it rest for too long. As soon as he saw the Black Dragon had recovered to half health, he immediately called it back up, not caring that the Black Dragon lost a few more points of loyalty in the process. Loyalty may drop, but it can slowly recover over time. However, if Qin Shen arrives, then life itself would be lost. At this moment, the Black Dragon was covered in scars. Such severe injuries meant that even with the Black Dragon's recovery speed, a brief rest would not allow it to fully heal. Yet, the Black Dragon clearly understood the reasoning behind Zhou Hong's words, so despite some dissatisfaction, it slowly stood up from the ground. "We should be at the last area of the first layer," Zhou Hong said, taking out a hand-drawn map that was divided into sections by a grid. Most of the areas on the map had already been crossed out by him, leaving only a small square in the center blank. He pointed to this blank area and looked up at the Black Dragon, saying, "This should be the passage to the next layer. I think there might be a strong boss guarding it." The Black Dragon nodded, unwilling to say much more. It only hoped that the guarding boss would be a bit weaker. Even if it was a lord-level boss, with so many powerful crossbowmen assisting, it was confident it could handle it. But if it turned out to be a monarch-level boss, then it would probably just have to close its eyes and wait for death. However, there was no turning back now. Zhou Hong had already allowed it to rest for as long as he could, and if they delayed any longer, it feared that its lord would go mad. With a hint of unease, the Black Dragon slowly stepped into the final palace. Upon entering, it was surprised to find that there were no monsters inside at all. The vast hall was empty, save for a treasure chest shimmering with golden light and a stone statue behind it. Zhou Hong, who followed closely behind, was also taken aback by the sight. He scanned the empty hall and, finding no hiding spots, turned his gaze to the stone statue. After casting a detection spell on it and receiving no feedback, Zhou Hong couldn't help but frown. Both his experience and intuition told him that it was impossible for there to be no monsters here, yet the statue, which looked the most like a monster, had no information at all. After thinking for a moment, he cast another detection spell on the treasure chest, but still received no feedback, leaving him completely uncertain. After hesitating for a moment, he turned his gaze to the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon fell silent for a moment. It didn't need to think to understand what Zhou Hong meant, but it was the only one capable of withstanding this, so it decided not to say much and walked directly towards the statue. Although it was also wary of the boss here, the pride inherent in dragons did not allow it to hide. Therefore, upon getting closer, it unleashed a breath of fire at the statue without a second thought. The scorching breath, though limited in range due to the Black Dragon's weaker strength, still had real destructive power. Most ordinary bosses would not withstand such an attack. However, being still immature, it couldn't expel too much breath, so it had been very cautious in its use of it throughout the journey. Now, unleashing a breath of fire right away was enough to show its wariness towards the statue. Yet, after the breath of fire, the statue showed no reaction at all, as if it were truly just an ordinary statue. But upon seeing this result, the Black Dragon's expression grew even more serious, for its breath was capable of melting gold and breaking stone, and the fact that the statue remained unresponsive under its breath was enough to prove that this statue was not simple. After seeing that the Black Dragon's breath had no effect, Zhou Hong thought for a moment and cautiously instructed the crossbowman to shoot a volley of bolts at the statue. Unfortunately, his caution was no different from throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person. The bolts clanged against the statue, yet it still showed no reaction. Could it really just be an ordinary statue? Seeing this result, Zhou Hong couldn't help but furrow his brows. After much contemplation, he turned his gaze to the golden treasure chest. The chest was entirely golden, radiating a metallic sheen, and it was clear that it was quite valuable. Zhou Hong had a premonition that there must be something good inside this chest. However, it was obvious that the chest was locked, and generally, only professionals could trigger the prompt to open such chests after interacting with them. Therefore, it was clearly unrealistic to expect the black dragon or the rat crossbowman to open the chest. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Hong gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk of opening this insurance. With Chen Chen as a threat, he had to seize every opportunity to improve himself, so even if there was danger, he couldn't afford to hesitate. Moreover, with the black dragon protecting him, even if there was a problem with that statue, it wouldn't necessarily threaten his safety. After a bit of self-reassurance, Zhou Hong cautiously approached the golden chest. As he stood in front of the chest, he instantly felt the oppressive presence of the statue. The statue appeared to be carved from stone with an extremely fine exterior, even capturing the fierce expression of wide-open eyes in vivid detail. In its hand, it held a broad-bladed axe, poised as if ready to strike down at any moment, making Zhou Hong, who stood beneath the giant axe, feel a bit of trepidation. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and then quickly reached for the lock of the chest. This chest requires a key to open. Almost the moment this prompt appeared, the statue, which had been motionless, suddenly sprang to life. Thief, die! With this roar, the massive axe swung down towards Zhou Hong, and if he were hit, he would surely be smashed into a pulp. At the critical moment, the ever-watchful black dragon lunged forward, colliding with the statue and causing it to stagger. The descending axe narrowly missed Zhou Hong, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a large pit in the hard surface. Fragments of shattered tiles flew towards Zhou Hong, startling him into a frantic retreat. Crawlers, die! The statue, now angered from the collision, raised the axe and swung it horizontally at the black dragon, sending the 10-meter-tall creature flying with sheer force. The statue's hatred seemed to be locked onto Zhou Hong. After knocking the black dragon away, it completely ignored the flying creature and took long strides towards Zhou Hong. The towering statue, seemingly made of stone, was incredibly heavy, leaving clear footprints on the ground as it pursued Zhou Hong. Shoot him! Quick, fire arrows! Zhou Hong couldn't afford to think about anything else at this moment, urgently ordering the rat crossbowman to attack. Under his command, the rat crossbowmen immediately opened fire, their bolts raining down on the statue with a crackling sound. Once it became mobile, the statue's defenses seemed to weaken slightly. The bolts that had previously bounced off it now struck it, causing numerous fragments to fall away. This barrage of bolts seemed to enrage the statue, which had been chasing Zhou Hong, as it suddenly turned to attack the rat crossbowman. Although the rat crossbowman's bolts were fired at high speed, they needed to be reloaded after each shot, and in front of the statue, they had no chance to reload. The humanoid statue charged into the ranks of the rat crossbowman, like a tiger among sheep, and with a single swing of its axe, it could easily cleave a rat crossbowman in two. Seeing this, Zhou Hong felt a pang of heartache. These were some of his few combat forces, originally intending to have the black dragon rescue the rat crossbowman. He cautiously cast a detection spell first. Dungeon stature rank, Lord level this time. His caution saved the black dragon's life. After seeing this prompt, Zhou Hong didn't bother to look further down, because even in his urgency, he knew that a Lord level boss was something the black dragon couldn't handle right now. He looked at the exit completely blocked by the statue and directly turned his gaze towards the entrance of the second level of the dungeon. If he wanted to survive, the best way was to go down to the second level first, wait for the statue to stabilize, and then find a way out. But with the first level of the dungeon already so dangerous, could he really be safe? Just as he hesitated, a curious voice came from the entrance of the palace. Wow, it's so lively here. Today I changed it to 2 chapters, but the word count is the same, both are 6,000 words. Also, the rewards have reached 100 again, so I thought I might as well add another chapter tomorrow. Sorry, after getting sick, I really didn't want to do anything, so I kept delaying until the evening to update. I promised to update earlier tomorrow, and I will definitely write the extra chapter sooner too. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Hong's heart tightened. He instinctively looked towards the palace entrance and then saw Chen Chen entering the palace with a group of soldiers holding large shields, and behind Chen Chen, many soldiers were continuously streaming in through the palace gates. After exchanging glances, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. You must be Zhou Hong? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong felt as if he had been called by the king of hell. He immediately forgot about the dangers of the second level and rushed towards its entrance. Fortunately, he still remembered the black dragon. Just a second before rushing into the second level entrance, he shouted to the black dragon, "Run!" The black dragon, still dazed from being hit, had just gotten up when it heard Zhou Hong's frantic shout. It glanced at the situation around and, without a moment's hesitation, dove into the entrance of the second level. Once in the second level, Zhou Hong hadn't even steadied himself when he was knocked over by the black dragon rushing in right behind him. Luckily, the teleportation at the entrance had reduced the black dragon's force significantly, so this collision didn't injure Zhou Hong. After getting up, Zhou Hong looked at the black dragon that had followed him down to the second level and felt somewhat relieved. It was good that the black dragon had come with him, otherwise he would have been stuck in the second level of the dungeon all alone. Don't worry, the black dragon said after steadying itself, thinking Zhou Hong was upset about being knocked down. It quickly changed the subject. That statue is very strong, it can definitely hold him off for a while. We still have some time. Zhou Hong nodded, his expression somewhat grim. He knew Chen Chen was coming, but he didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. Fortunately, with that statue around, it could buy him some time, otherwise he would be in real danger. Watching the messages popping up on the information panel about the deaths of the rat crossbowmen, Jo Hong felt no sorrow at all. On the contrary, he wished the rat crossbowmen would die even faster because the quicker they died, the stronger the dungeon statue must be, and the stronger the statue, the more time it could buy him. Besides that, Jo Hong felt a bit fortunate that Chun Chen hadn't directly destroyed his territory. As long as he had territory, there was still hope for a comeback. If he could find something in the dungeon to deal with Chun Chen, after killing him, he would still be a top-tier lord. After calming his emotions, Jo Hong didn't dare to linger too long at the entrance. Chun Chen could arrive at any moment. If he stayed too long, it would be troublesome if Chun Chen came over. The black dragon also stopped complaining at this point. Although it was very tired now, it had been chased to its doorstep, and if it didn't escape, it might end up resting forever. Looking at the somewhat dark second level of the dungeon, the black dragon showed no hesitation and boldly walked forward. However, as soon as it stepped into the dungeon, it froze in place. Looking at the black dragon frozen in place, Jo Hong felt a bit surprised. He hadn't seen any prompt indicating the black dragon was under attack. Moreover, with the black dragon's magical resistance, who could possibly hold it down? Confused, Jo Hong cautiously directed his gaze towards the second level of the underground palace, and then he too froze in place. Because on the second level, the area was densely packed with statues. Just one statue had nearly cost the black dragon its life, and now seeing so many, Jo Hong felt a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He instantly understood what despair truly meant. With enemies behind and a blockade ahead, this was a dead end. Don't be afraid, as long as we don't touch that treasure chest, these statues shouldn't awaken. Jo Hong wasn't sure if he was comforting the black dragon or himself, but after saying this, he managed to pull himself out of the depths of despair. Once he regained his composure, Jo Hong carefully observed the statues in the second level of the underground palace and noticed that they seemed to be a size smaller than the statue guarding the treasure chest on the first level. This indicated that these statues were likely weaker than the one on the first level, not all being lord-level bosses. Since Chun Chen could come down from the first level at any moment, Jo Hong, after observing for a while, finally mustered the courage to have the black dragon lead the way. Fortunately, as the black dragon passed by those statues, they showed no reaction, which relieved Jo Hong greatly. He followed closely behind the black dragon, carefully avoiding the statues, moving towards the deepest part of the second level. As he walked past these statues, Jo Hong felt as if he were walking on a tightrope. He constantly sensed that these statues wielding sharp blades could awaken at any moment and strike him down. Thankfully, his fears did not materialize, and they reached the end of the second level without any incident. However, upon reaching the end, he was momentarily dumbfounded by the statue before him. The treasure chest on the second level was blocking the entrance to the third level, which meant that if he wanted to descend to the third level, he would have to move the treasure chest first. But touching the chest would immediately awaken the statues, and on either side of this chest stood two statues, the same size as the boss on the first level. One statue held a spear, and the other a bow. Aside from their weapons, they were almost identical to the statue on the first level, indicating that they too were definitely lord-level bosses. Damn! Jo Hong couldn't help but curse. Two lord-level bosses guarding the entrance was a death sentence for him. My lord, I think we don't need to rush. Looking at the numerous statues along the way, the black dragon suddenly had an idea. Once the treasure chest is touched, these statues will immediately awaken, so we can use these statues to set a trap for that lord. You mean to have these statues attack Chun Chen? Jo Hong instantly grasped the black dragon's meaning, looking at the statues with a thoughtful expression. In his view, the black dragon's plan had great feasibility because most of the statues were concentrated along the path they had taken. Once Chun Chen entered, as long as he awakened these statues, they would surely attack him. If Chun Chen retaliated, he would immediately attract the hatred of all the statues, and at that point, these statues would become his means to deal with Chun Chen. The only problem was that after awakening the statues, the two lord-level statue bosses would definitely attack him, so he had to withstand the initial wave of assault. This was something he couldn't manage alone, so he directly turned his gaze to the black dragon. The black dragon looked a bit helpless but eventually nodded and said, "My lord, don't worry, as long as they don't keep chasing us, I'll be fine. Moreover, it will definitely take some time for that lord to come down, and I can just use this time to recover a bit." After receiving a definite answer from the black dragon, Jo Hong made up his mind. Faced with Chun Chen's pressure, he had to take another risk, but as long as he could eliminate Chun Chen, he felt it would all be worth it. Two monarch-level bosses, one ranged and one melee, working together was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, especially with so many ordinary statues in the tomb. He believed that even if Chun Chen was strong, he would still face great trouble. If the black dragon joined in, then killing Chun Chen wouldn't be impossible. With this thought, Jo Hong was resolute. He observed the positions around the treasure chest, chose the best escape route, and quietly stood beside the chest. Everything was ready, he was just waiting for Chun Chen to come and deliver himself to death. The second level of the tomb would be Chun Chen's grave. Unbeknownst to Chun Chen, Jo Hong had set a trap for him after escaping to the second level. When he saw Jo Hong earlier, he didn't immediately try to keep Jo Hong behind, purely out of Caution, as the first batch that entered were all shield soldiers. The shield soldiers had no ranged attack capabilities, and since Zhou Hong was a bit far from him, he could only watch Zhou Hong escape to the second level. But it didn't matter, there was only one exit in the tomb, and he couldn't run away. Since he had confirmed that Zhou Hong was inside the tomb, Chen Chen was no longer anxious. He turned his gaze to the statue. It had to be said that the statue's attacks were quite fierce. The giant axe in its hand swung with great force, and every time it struck, a rat crossbowman would fall on the spot. In front of the statue, those rat crossbowmen seemed like mere cannon fodder facing a hero, waiting only to close their eyes and await death. However, because Zhou Hong had given them the final command to hold off the statue, even with heavy losses, the rat crossbowman did not retreat a single step. What's it doing, making rat slices? Chen Chen's cheek twitched involuntarily after seeing a rat crossbowman turned into a meat pie. The statue's attacks were indeed too bloody, making it hard for him, a lover of peace, to watch. Take it down. A mere monarch-level boss was no longer a concern for Chen Chen, so he didn't even wait for the archers and mages to come in. He directly ordered the warriors to attack. After Chen Chen gave the order, dozens of warriors charged forward, crashing towards the statue. Once they entered the battlefield, the first to suffer misfortune was not the statue, but those rat crossbowmen. Compared to the statue, the warriors, bolstered by the durability aura, had a higher attack speed and killed faster, and with their numbers exceeding that of the rat crossbowmen, it was just a matter of moments before all the rat crossbowmen were slain. With the rat crossbowman dead, the next to suffer was the monarch-level statue. Thief, die. The tomb statue didn't care that it had changed opponents. To it, anyone appearing in the palace was its enemy. What it didn't know was that this wave of opponents was completely different from the last. After letting out a roar, the tomb statue swung its arm, and the giant axe traced a perfect arc, heading straight for the nearest warrior. Bang in the face of a monarch-level boss's attributes, the warrior was somewhat at a disadvantage. Although the attacked warrior managed to raise his weapon in time to block the giant axe's attack, the immense force still pushed him back 2 steps, but that was all. The force that could send the black dragon flying could only achieve this much against a warrior. However, the tomb statue, victorious in the power struggle, did not fare well, as it was not only facing this one warrior. After it struck, the remaining warriors immediately launched a brutal group assault on it. A dozen warriors surrounded the tomb statue, and then, in a frenzy, their weapons rained down on the statue like a storm. After a moment, once they dispersed, the boss-level dungeon statue didn't even get a chance to retaliate before it turned into a pile of rubble. However, as Chen Chen looked at the shattered statue, he felt something was off. This doesn't seem right. There was both damage reflection and lifesteal, and since it was a group attack, logically speaking, these warriors should have been at full health after defeating the statue. Yet now, Chen Chen noticed several warriors had lost health. Although it wasn't much, the situation was quite abnormal. Sensing something was wrong, Chen Chen immediately opened the battle panel, and he discovered that while they were beating on the statue, the only effect triggered for these warriors was the lifesteal from their attacks, but there was no lifesteal from damage reflection. No, it wasn't that there was no lifesteal from damage reflection. Upon closer inspection, Chen Chen realized that the damage reflection simply hadn't triggered at all. Without damage reflection, there was naturally no lifesteal to speak of. The thorn aura didn't trigger? Chen Chen frowned as he looked at the fragments of the statue. Could this guy be immune to magic? Chen Chen had previously tested that the damage reflected by the thorn aura was all considered magical damage, so if it was 100% immune to magic, it could completely ignore the damage reflection from the thorn aura. However, 100% magic immunity wasn't common even among golem-type monsters. How could a mere boss-level entity possess such an outrageous ability? With some doubts in his mind, Chen Chen seemed to think of something. He stepped forward and used the eye of true sight on the shattered remains of the statue. Mountain copper or fragment mountain copper? Seeing this information, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Mountain copper was a high-grade ore, on par with precious metals like fine gold and mithril. Unlike mithril, which enhanced magical conductivity, mountain copper had unparalleled magical inertia, meaning that most spells couldn't affect it at all. If this statue was made of mountain copper, then its magic immunity would make sense. However, mountain copper was measured in grams on the battlefield of 10,000 realms, and its most common use was to add a bit to golems or equipment to increase magical resistance. To make a golem out of it seemed to Chen Chen like using pure gold to make electrical wires. While pure gold did have slightly better conductivity, it was a bit of a waste. Which prodigal was so extravagant as to use mountain copper to create a statue? This wasn't just a statue, it was a mountain of gold. Chen Chen quickly picked up all the mountain copper fragments from the ground. Hesitating for even half a second would be disrespectful to the mountain of gold. Unfortunately, after being shattered into fragments, these ores would need to be remelted by a master-level blacksmith to be used again, and it was uncertain how much mountain copper could be extracted after remelting. Even so, Chen Chen was already very satisfied. After all, it was a mountain of gold he had picked up for free, so how could he complain about it being less? It really is impolite to chop it up so finely. After collecting the larger fragments, Chen Chen looked at the small pieces scattered on the ground and couldn't help but scold the warriors a bit. They had been too ruthless, making it difficult to pick up these tiny fragments. After staring for a while, Chen Chen ultimately gave up on the idea of cleaning up the mess. The mountain copper fragments wouldn't yield much mountain copper anyway, and sweeping up these small fragments along with the rubble was truly unnecessary. After all, he wasn't that poor yet. However, looking at his warriors, Chen Chen couldn't help but remind them, remember, if we encounter such monsters again, try to aim for their necks. That way, we can better collect their remains. After feeling sorry for the mountain copper fragments on the ground, Chen Chen began to check the drops. From the dungeon statue, which could only be described as quite meager, the majestic lord-level boss dropped only an orange giant axe and a key, so meager that Chen Chen began to doubt whether this was truly a lord-level boss. Fortunately, the drops, in terms of materials, were quite generous. Not only did it give Chen Chen a full 1,000 source crystals, but it also dropped 100 units of mountain copper. All these items combined barely justified the lord-level status, although it still seemed quite poor. After casually handing the newly acquired broken wind giant axe to a warrior, Chen Chen took out the key dropped by the underground statue. Without any suspense, this key was meant to open the golden treasure chest, and upon opening it, Chen finally understood why the underground statue was so impoverished. The good stuff was all in the chest. Underground Guardian Puppet, D-level, Underground Guard Unit Card, C-level, Rat Crossbowman Unit Card, C-level, Golem Core, C-level, C-level. Golem Blueprint Heavy Crossbow Defense Tower Defense Scroll *5 Slow Scroll *5 Earth Type Crystal *10 Source Crystal *101 Treasure Chest. There were actually 2 C-level unit cards, along with a C-level Golem Core and a finished Underground Guardian. The Golem Core could be used to create puppet creatures similar to the underground statue. Although these puppet creatures weren't particularly strong, they had one major advantage: they did not occupy territory population. For a lord, any unit that does not occupy territory population is an absolute good thing. And for Chen Chen, since this type of golem puppet is not considered a unit, it is not restricted by Chen Chen's human race glory and can be created and placed in his territory. Of course, as a puppet creature, it cannot enjoy Chen Chen's aura since it is not considered a unit. But even so, this puppet has considerable utility for Chen Chen. For instance, it can be used for farming or taking care of the spiritual plants in the territory. With it, Chen Chen could save some manpower for tending to the spiritual fields. Unfortunately, the number of these puppets was too small. With 1 D-level puppet and 1 C-level core, there were only 2 in total, which could only be considered better than nothing. He could only hope to see if he could find more puppet creatures deeper in the underground. If this underground truly yielded enough golem puppets, his territory could basically achieve automation. Aside from these items, although the other drops were also quite valuable, they were of little use to Chen Chen, so they would only end up in the trading market. After collecting these items, Chen Chen felt a bit excited. Strictly speaking, what the treasure chest yielded wasn't truly valuable, but the problem was this was only the first layer of the underground. If so many decent items could be found on the first layer, what good things might be in the second or even third layers? Zhou Hong was truly a good person for helping him find such a valuable secret realm. To repay Zhou Hong, Chen Chen decided to hurry and catch up with him to send him off, sparing him the anxiety of living in fear. I really am a good person, he thought, giving himself a mental pat on the back before leading his troops into the second layer of the underground. As before, he had the shield soldiers take the lead. Stability was key. Who knows what lies beneath the underground? So sending the highest defense shield soldiers down to scout was definitely the right choice. After all, he couldn't risk putting himself in danger just to send Zhou Hong off sooner. As for the few warriors who had lost health while defeating the underground statue, their health quickly replenished under the effect of the vitality aura, even before the priests had a chance to intervene. Once the shield soldiers went down and confirmed there were no issues, Chen Chen directly led the warriors in, stepping into the second layer of the underground. After entering the second level of the underground palace, Chen Chen opened the palace of the second level, and like Zhou Hong, he also saw a dense array of underground statues. However, unlike Zhou Hong, who was frightened upon seeing these statues, Chen Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. What the hell? These aren't just statues, they are mountains of gold. He had originally thought that the bronze statue was unique to the first level, but to his surprise, there were so many on the second level as well. He was truly about to strike it rich. Completely absorbed in the underground statues, Chen Chen was so excited that he even overlooked Zhou Hong deep within the palace. However, while Chen Chen ignored Zhou Hong could never overlook him. Seeing that Chen Chen had brought all his troops into the palace, he sneered coldly, "Chen Chen, today this is your burial ground." After shouting this, Zhou Hong didn't wait for Chen Chen to react and immediately reached for the golden treasure chest. Upon touching the golden treasure chest, Zhou Hong had no time to check the prompts from the 10,000 Realms battlefield. He almost instantly rolled away the moment he made contact with the chest. As expected, after he touched the chest, the seemingly lifeless statues almost immediately revived. Intruder, die! With a loud roar, 2 revived Lord-level statues aimed to attack Zhou Hong. However, the black dragon, which had been on high alert nearby, charged directly at them the moment they revived. Under the tremendous impact, both statues were jolted, losing their lock on Zhou Hong. This is bad. The black dragon was suddenly alarmed. These two statues were not right, they were stronger than the boss from the first level, and it couldn't budge them at all. Realizing the danger, the black dragon spread its wings and swung its tail at the two statues, hoping to drive them back and escape from these two statue bosses. Known for its physical strength, the black dragon, even though still juvenile, had astonishing speed and reflexes. This series of movements was almost seamless. If it were facing ordinary bosses, it would surely create some distance with this combo. However, this time it faced two extremely ferocious lord-level bosses. As the black dragon swept its tail, the statue wielding a spear thrust forward, nailing the black dragon's tail to the ground like lightning. In the next moment, another boss armed with a bow shot an arrow that struck the base of the black dragon's wing, crippling half of its flying ability. Driven by its survival instinct, the severely injured black dragon hesitated not at all. It forcefully struggled and managed to free its tail from the spear that pinned it down. Although its tail was nearly severed in the process, it finally broke free from its constrained state. After escaping the restriction, it flapped its remaining intact wing and charged forward, distancing itself from the two terrifying statue bosses. Seeing the black dragon break free, the two statue bosses snorted in unison, but just as they intended to continue pursuing the black dragon, they halted in their tracks. Because at the entrance of the palace, Chen Shen, also under attack from the statues, had already begun to slaughter his way through. This is the chapter for today. I apologize for breaking my promise, but I really can't help it. I'm as tired as the black dragon after a day of fierce battle, and my eyes can barely stay open. I simply can't write anymore. The extra update will have to wait until tomorrow. The statues on the second level of the underground palace numbered in the hundreds. Chen Shen, not one to risk his life for money, immediately thought of abandoning his previous orders upon seeing so many statues. Preparing to let everyone unleash their firepower and take down these statues in an instant, after losing a real eye, he finally realized that these smaller statues were merely boss-level monsters, not even reaching the lord level. Now, the troops under his command, purely in terms of attributes, could match up against monarch-level bosses. If special bonuses like the heavy strike aura were taken into account, they could chop down monarch-level bosses as easily as cutting vegetables. These mere boss-level monsters didn't even qualify for his attention. Of course, if these boss-level monsters were also made of mountain copper, that would be another story. All the minions are made of mountain copper. This secret realm is too extravagant. Chen sighed again at the results from the real eye. Fortunately, these ordinary boss-level monsters were only mixed with some mountain copper, not entirely made of it like the monarch-level bosses. Otherwise, Chen would really start to doubt whether mountain copper was truly that rare. Go, chop off their heads. After confirming that these statues were of average strength, Chen issued the previous command again. Under his orders, the shield soldiers advanced, the warriors provided support, and the assassins hid in the shadows, pushing forward directly. In terms of numbers, Chen melee troops were about equal to these statues, with no disadvantage in numbers at all. Facing the statues' attacks, the shield soldiers wasted no time and smashed forward with a shield strike. The shield strike had a stun attribute, but because they had previously fought against the highly resilient monarch-level bosses, which were mostly immune to the stun effect, the shield soldiers had always used the shield strike as a regular skill. Now, against these ordinary boss-level monsters, the shield strikes immediately began to show their might. Although these ordinary statues had magic immunity, they could not resist negative states. After being hit by the shield, they instantly fell into a stun state, and the warriors responsible for finishing them off swiftly struck, their blows enhanced by the hundredfold attack of the heavy strike aura, chopping off the heads of these statues as easily as slicing cabbage. In just a moment, the ground was littered with fallen statue heads. Even faster than these warriors were the archers under Chen Shen's command. As Chen Shen's absolute main source of output, and with a numerical advantage, the archers' killing efficiency was far beyond that of the warriors who could only chop one by one. Although they were ordered to shoot only at the throats to avoid shattering the statue bodies, even so, the number of statues falling under the arrows far exceeded those beheaded by the warriors. Before the two monarch-level bosses could react, more than half of their ordinary statues had already fallen, and the two bosses, originally prepared to chase the black dragon, suddenly had their aggro drawn away. Invader, die! Hearing the furious shouts of the two bosses, Chen had no reaction. Instead, Zhou Hong, who had shrunk into a corner, trembled in fear. Looking at the black dragon, which was barely struggling to fly towards him, Zhou Hong hurriedly asked, "Are you okay? Okay? How could it be okay?" Its wing had been shot through, and its tail had been cut into two pieces. Fortunately, it was a black dragon, with a strong body and recovery ability, otherwise, it would have already died at the hands of those two monarch-level statues. He didn't know what kind of bad luck he had run into to end up with such an unfortunate lord. After its loyalty decreased, the black dragon also lost much of its respect for Zhou Hong. Faced with Zhou Hong's question, it couldn't help but mentally complain about him. However, given the current situation, complaining was useless, so after a moment of silence, it finally spoke. "My lord, don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that those two statues are too strong, which is why I got a bit hurt." After saying this, the black dragon looked at Zhou Hong's worried gaze and continued, "But rest assured, my lord, this is a good thing for us. The stronger those two statues are, the faster that lord will die. I think we won't even need to lift a finger this time. He is undoubtedly doomed. Zhou Hong looked at the black dragon with a somewhat complex expression, silently nodding without saying much. To be honest, Zhou Hong believed that Chen Chen was definitely finished. With the combined attack of two monarch-level bosses, no lord could survive at this stage, so his real concern was not Chen Chen. What he was truly worried about was what would happen after Chen Chen died. Zhou Hong was not foolish enough to consider these monsters as allies. He knew very well that once Chen Chen was killed, the next target for those bosses would be him. If someone as strong as Chen Chen couldn't survive the siege of two monarch-level bosses, then he certainly wouldn't stand a chance. Therefore, he was contemplating how to survive and escape back to the first layer when those two bosses attacked him. After thinking it over, Zhou Hong concluded that the only way out was to sacrifice the black dragon. The black dragon had tough skin and strong defense. Even under the siege of the monarch-level bosses, it could hold out for a while, giving him time to escape back to the first layer. Although sacrificing the black dragon made him feel a bit pained, it was better for the black dragon to die than for him. Moreover, now that he had the rat crossbowman unit card, even without the black dragon when he returned to his territory, he wouldn't be completely powerless. Furthermore, the loyalty of the black dragon had already decreased, so it would be better to simply abandon it and recruit a new one once he had gathered enough resources. There was also another important reason that made Zhou Hong so decisive about sacrificing the black dragon. In his view, Chen Chen was definitely going to die this time. Once Chen Chen died, his territory would become ownerless, and the buildings within his territory would lose all their attribute bonuses. Although he wouldn't be able to plunder any blueprints from Chen Chen's territory, the resources in Chen Chen's territory wouldn't disappear. With Chen Chen's wealth, there must be a large amount of resources in his territory. As long as he could obtain the resources from Chen Chen's territory, recruiting a new black dragon wouldn't be difficult. He might even recruit more. So, giving up a mere black dragon was not a big deal. There was no need to be overly entangled in it. After quickly making up his mind to abandon the black dragon, Zhou Hong didn't show it on his face. He silently turned his gaze to the battlefield, calculating how to discreetly send the black dragon to its death. After watching for a while, he realized that it seemed unnecessary to send the black dragon to die. Two monarch-level bosses, one a melee gunner, and the other a ranged archer, roared, and the archer immediately drew his bow, shooting a stone arrow as thick as an arm that instantly struck a shield soldier at the front of the battlefield. Under the archer boss's attack, the shield soldier staggered and lost a chunk of health. Since these statues could hardly trigger any counterattack or lifesteal, the shield soldier's health didn't recover quickly as it usually would after taking damage. If this continued, the monarch-level archer boss could shoot a few dozen more arrows and might just wear the shield soldier down to death. Of course, this was assuming they ignored the shield soldier's health regeneration and the priest that Chen Chen had brought alone. In this battle in the dungeon, the strongest damage-dealing mage had completely fallen silent, while the priest had a slight chance to make an appearance. Seeing the shield soldier lose health, the priest, who had been slacking off, suddenly perked up and cast a healing spell, restoring the shield soldier's health to full. The tenfold healing effect boost from the devout aura is incredibly useful. A simple healing spell now has an effect comparable to a mid-tier healing skill, Holy Healing, instantly restoring the shield soldier's health to full. The priest, who had just regained some spirit, immediately wilted again upon witnessing this scene. There was simply no opportunity to act. The front line was too strong, and the Lord could also empower them with a lifesteal aura. In this situation, the priests were utterly useless. Although they had debuff skills, they were ineffective against ordinary monsters and had no impact on powerful bosses. Moreover, these monsters were immune to spells. Just look at the mages standing there in a daze. The priests might as well take a break too. After using a healing spell, the priests put away their staves and stood there like the mages, but at least they had it a bit better. After all, when someone lost health later, they could still use their healing skills, while the mages, facing these magic immune monsters, could only stand there unless they went up to hit someone with their staves. While they stood idle, the archers were not resting. The archers, who had been competing for kills with the warriors, were suddenly drawn to the shield soldier being attacked. Seeing the archer boss, who also wielded a bow, they quickly shifted their target and aimed their arrows at the archer boss. However, these two lord-level statues were incredibly powerful, even surpassing most of the military bosses Chen Chen had encountered before. In the instant the rain of arrows descended, the melee statue wielding a spear shook it into a circle, managing to deflect all the incoming arrows. After blocking the arrows, the melee statue swung its spear, sending the trapped arrows flying back, and then charged forward. The melee statue, with immense force, left deep imprints on the ground as it ran, heading straight for Chen Chen, showing no regard for the ordinary statues in its path. Every statue that blocked its way was shattered by a single thrust of its spear. The arrows that rebounded, although infused with the archer's attack, were considered part of the melee statue's attack, so they did not benefit from the heavy strike aura. While they caused some damage to the front line, it was quickly healed by the priests, so Chen Chen did not pay much attention to the melee statue's counterattack. If it could block once, it could block twice. If it could block ordinary arrows, could it also block elemental arrows? If all else failed, they could send a warrior to hack it to death. A lord-level boss was really nothing to worry about. However, Chen, who was indifferent to the melee statues, counterattack, was suddenly enraged when he saw it attacking his own people. Damn it, how dare you smash my statues? The statues shattered by the immense force would break into many small pieces, making them difficult to collect. This was precisely why Chen had instructed the warriors to be careful when attacking, to aim for the heads so that the bodies would be easier to clean up. He never expected that while he was being cautious, the melee statue boss would be utterly ruthless, attacking its own people even more fiercely than he did. Looking at the scattered pieces of statues, Chen could no longer hold back. He ordered a dozen warriors to charge at the melee statue. If it continued to attack, all the ordinary statues would be smashed to bits, and he wouldn't be able to collect anything. The warrior's charge skill already benefited from speed boosts, and now, with the support of the durability aura, their charging speed was extremely fast. At the very least, compared to the heavy-footed melee statue, they were much quicker. Therefore, before the melee statue could charge very far, it was surrounded by the charging warriors, leading to another brutal group beating. Although this melee statue was much stronger than the monarch-level boss on the first floor, it was still just a monarch-level boss. Surrounded by warriors, there was no room for it to showcase its superb marksmanship. The warriors encircling it didn't play around, relying on their lifesteal ability. They directly activated their berserk mode and charged in. You can poke me with your spear, and if I dodge, consider it my loss, but once you're done poking, it's my turn to chop you up. These berserk warriors were reckless, disregarding any skills the boss might use. They just kept swinging their weapons, and with the attack speed boost from the durability aura, sparks were flying from their strikes. Therefore, even though these warriors held back a bit to avoid shattering the melee statue, it was quickly reduced to fragments. However, thanks to their restraint, the pieces left behind were significantly larger than those of the boss on the first floor, making them easier to collect. In comparison, the archer boss fared much worse. In terms of attack power, it couldn't even compete with Chen's archers, and in terms of numbers, there were 200 archers against just one of it. The long spear statue managed to block a wave of arrows, but it also drew all the archers' attention, with a full 200 archers aiming their arrows at it. In this situation, even if the long spear statue were still standing, it wouldn't be able to withstand such a dense barrage. Thus, facing this terrifying rain of arrows, the archer boss displayed remarkable toughness. After being hit, it didn't even grunt and simply fell to the ground. Watching the two bosses fall in such a short time, Zhou Hong was momentarily stunned. He turned to look at the black dragon, only to find it gazing back at him with a look of disbelief, seemingly struggling to accept the reality. This doesn't seem right? When he saw the same incredulous expression on the black dragon's face, Zhou Hong realized he wasn't mistaken or hallucinating. Chen's troops had taken down 2 monarch-level bosses in an instant. Indeed, it was an instant kill. The 2 monarch-level bosses didn't last even a minute, and Zhou Hong hadn't even seen their ultimate moves before they were defeated. What else could it be but an instant kill? The term instant kill of a monarch-level boss was somewhat niche for Zhou Hong. After all, these were monarch-level bosses. What did it mean to instant kill a monarch-level boss? To put it simply, when Zhou Hong first saw that the statue was monarch-level, in the first layer of the dungeon, his first thought was to run away without even looking at the boss's attributes. And when he realized he would soon become the target of 2 monarch-level bosses on the second layer, he didn't hesitate to abandon the black dragon. This was because, in the dungeon, as long as he left its range, the monarch-level boss couldn't pursue him. If he encountered a monarch-level boss outside, Zhou Hong felt that even if he sent the black dragon to hold it off, his chances of escaping would be slim. In Zhou Hong's view, to deal with a monarch-level boss, he would need to reach at least level 20, have 3 to 4 black dragons, and plenty of low-tier troops as cannon fodder. Only under such conditions, where casualties didn't matter, could he have a chance against a monarch-level boss. However, in front of Chen, these 2 monarch-level bosses were no different from roadside mobs, taken down in an instant. If it weren't for the fact that these 2 monarch-level bosses had almost instant-killed the black dragon at the beginning, Zhou Hong would seriously doubt the authenticity of these 2 monarch-level bosses. It was precisely because of the immense destructive power displayed by those 2 bosses against the black dragon that Zhou Hong felt an unbelievable contrast. He clearly saw the melee boss, when faced with the black dragon's tail swipe, shoot like lightning, instantly pinning the long whip-like tail of the dragon to the ground. Meanwhile, the archer boss, at the moment the black dragon was pinned down, shot an arrow that pierced through the dragon's wing, crippling more than half of its flying ability. These 2 attacks indicated that not only were these 2 bosses of the Lord level, but they also possessed extremely strong professional traits and an unparalleled synergy. If it weren't for the black dragon's quick reflexes, immediately severing its tail to survive, it would have likely perished at their hands in just one encounter. Yet, this incredibly powerful and perfectly coordinated duo of Lord-level bosses failed to stir even a ripple in front of Chen's troops, and they were swiftly defeated. How could this be? You are Lord-level bosses. Where is your powerful attack? Where is your super defense? Where is your long health bar? Reflecting on the battle scene, Zhou Hong still couldn't wrap his head around it. He had seen the archer boss's one and only attack, and he also witnessed the shield soldier, after being struck by the archer boss, not even flinch, continuing to strike at a regular statue monster in front of him with his shield. It was as if the attacks of the Lord-level bosses were completely ineffective against him. An arrow that could pierce the black dragon's wing couldn't even break through the defense of that shield soldier. Was the defense of these shield soldiers stronger than that of the S-level black dragon? Zhou Hong looked at those shield soldiers, unable to comprehend their defensive capabilities, wondering how they could be stronger than the scales of the black dragon. However, he no longer had time to ponder. After the two Lord-level bosses fell, it was only a matter of time before the remaining ordinary statues would be defeated. Therefore, Chen ordered the mages and priests, who had hardly exerted themselves, to clean up the battlefield while he himself approached Zhou Hong with several shield soldiers. Upon seeing Chen's approaching figure, Zhou Hong shivered. How the Lord-level bosses had died was no longer important. What mattered most to him now was whether Chen would kill him. You must be Zhou Hong. Chen's words were a question, but looking at the iconic black dragon soldiers behind Zhou Hong, he had basically confirmed his identity. You know, you really have good luck. This temple level is quite high. Zhou Hong looked at the few unremarkable shield soldiers beside Chen and found that they appeared no different from ordinary shield soldiers, and they seemed to lack any high-end equipment. This left him puzzled as to why these shield soldiers had defensive capabilities stronger than the black dragon. However, to avoid misunderstanding from Chen, Zhou Hong, despite his doubts, dared not look too closely. He forced a smile on his face and said ingratiatingly, Lord Chen, your matters have nothing to do with me. I'm just a second generation who lives off others. I have no qualification to participate in company decisions. All actions against you are authorized by the board of directors, and I have no relation to it at all. By the way, I know who is targeting you. It's someone named Zhao Changpeng. He approached our Tianhong group, wanting to deal with you. Our Tianhong group is just doing business for money. On behalf of Tianhong group, I apologize to you, and I am willing to make compensation. I can give you anything I have. Even if I don't have it, once I return to Blue Star, I will use all my power to gather resources for you. And that Zhao Changpeng, I swear I will find him and then let you kill him yourself for revenge. Please, I beg you, to show mercy and spare my life. Zhou Hong's words were incredibly sincere. If it weren't for Chen's relatively easygoing attitude, he might have already knelt down to speak to him. You second-generation folks don't seem to be complete fools after all. I thought you would threaten me, but I didn't expect you to back down so quickly. Chen had initially thought Zhou Hong would fit his stereotype of the second generation, but he was surprised to find Zhou Hong so pragmatic. Threaten? What a joke! Who could threaten a lord on the battlefield of the myriad realms? Using the future as a threat would only hasten your own demise. Unless one was brainless, who would do such a thing? Perhaps because Chen was too amiable, Zhou Hong's nervousness eased a bit. Seeing Chen's attitude, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. After all, Chen was just a student. If he lowered his stance enough, perhaps there was a chance to survive? As for a bit of humiliation, what was that compared to life? Once he returned to Blue Star, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. The most important thing now was to stay alive. But should he kneel to show his sincerity? Just as Zhou Hong hesitated, Chen casually spoke again. As for Zhao Changpeng, you needn't worry about him. He's already been turned into fertilizer. Thought upon hearing this, Zhou Hong no longer hesitated and promptly knelt down. There's one more chapter to add. It will be a bit late, but I'll do my best to see if I can give you a surprise then. If Zhao Changpeng was killed, then it certainly wouldn't matter if they killed him, too. Moreover, when Chen said this, Zhou Hong, who had been misled by Chen's amiable tone, suddenly realized that Chris and the others had also died at Chen's hands. This meant that many lives had already been taken by Chen. This was no amiable youth but a killer, especially when Chen casually mentioned that Zhao Changpeng had been turned into fertilizer. Zhou Hong felt a chill run down his spine. Let's talk while standing. You definitely won't survive today, so don't think too much about it. Chen didn't look down on Zhou Hong's cowardice too much. Not everyone could face life and death with composure. While he disdained Zhou Hong's fear of death, he could understand it. However, out of respect for his own kind, Chen didn't mock him, directly stating that he would die today. W.I. After Chen's words, not only did Zhou Hong not stand up, but he also collapsed further to the ground. Summoning his last bit of courage, he asked unwillingly, the company's decisions have nothing to do with me. It wasn't my idea to deal with you, and I can compensate, so why must you kill me? Just because you are a direct descendant of Tianhong Group, I have a reason to take revenge on you. Looking at Zhou Hong, who still wanted to argue, Chen continued, don't say you have nothing to do with Tianhong Group. Do you dare claim that your S-class troops were entirely earned by your own abilities? Since you enjoyed the benefits, you must bear the consequences. Moreover, Chris and the others attack me, and besides Chris, you are also involved. Either of these two matters means you should die in my eyes, and now you have too, so it's not unfair at all. After all, it can't just be you killing me. While I can't kill you, that would be unreasonable. The reason Chen clarified his words was not out of kindness, but because he wanted to extract some information about Tianhong Group from Zhou Hong so he could die with clarity. This way, when it came to discussing intelligence later, it would be a bit smoother. Of course, with someone as spineless as Jo Hong, he could have been directly interrogated, but that would be too undignified. Chen Chen felt that as the young master of Tianhong Group, he was somewhat of a respectable person, and they had given him some face. If he no longer wanted to maintain that respect, it wouldn't be too late to help him save face later. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Jo Hong collapsed to the ground without speaking. In the Myriad Realms battlefield, there were items that could enhance the classes of unawakened practitioners, which was no secret. As the young master of Tianhong Group, Jo Hong naturally had the qualifications to use such items, so Chen was not wrong in saying he enjoyed the blessings of Tianhong Group. As for being one of the initiators against Chen Chen's coalition, he originally thought Chen Chen was unaware, but now it seemed that Chris had revealed everything, and he was truly doomed. However, driven by the instinct to survive, a terrified Jo Hong quickly began to defend himself, saying, "It wasn't me. It was all Chris who deceived me. He said he wanted to use my reputation. He tricked me into joining all of this. Alright, I'm a straightforward person. Let's speak honestly. I hope you can be as candid as I am." Chen Chen shook his head, ignoring Jo Hong's frantic excuses, and interrupted, "I want to know what strong individuals your Tianhong Group has. Can you tell me?" Looking at Chen Chen, who was determined to kill him, Jo Hong tried hard to appear fearless, but his pale lips trembled uncontrollably. He opened his mouth, struggling several times before finally managing to speak. Since you want to kill me, why should I tell you anything? Let me go. If you let me go, I can tell you everything. I can even act as your inside man in Tianhong Group, helping you to destroy it. I can sign a contract with you. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything." "Hey, young Master Zhou, that's a bit inappropriate." Chen Chen sighed, flipping his hand to take out an ordinary long knife from his inventory, pressing the blade against Jo Hong's wrist, and then said, "Now, can we have a proper chat?" Feeling the cold edge of the knife, Jo Hong, who had always lived a life of luxury, completely shattered his psychological defenses. All his hopes of luck vanished in that moment. Can chat." Jo Hong weakly responded, knowing that if he dared to say no, the knife would directly sever his left hand, followed by his right hand, then his arms, feet, legs. Just thinking about that scene filled him with uncontrollable fear. He knew he couldn't withstand it, so he no longer dared to be stubborn and answered honestly, "In our Tianhong Group, on the surface, there is only my grandfather, a level 70 lord, but in reality, there are 2 level 70 directors. However, these 2 directors are not of the lord class. One is a mage, and the other is a hidden class, an undaunted knight. They are also among the most powerful forces in my grandfather's territory. By the way, besides my grandfather, it seems there is another strong individual in Tianhong Group, but this information has always been very secretive. The company has never publicly announced it, and even my father cannot confirm this news, only speculating." After his psychological defenses were shattered, Jo Hong spoke very readily, revealing all the combat power of Tianhong Group, even sharing the speculative situation. 3 level 70 combatants, huh? Upon hearing Jo Hong's information, Chen Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. In Blue Star, the strongest individuals were only level 80, having 3 level 70 practitioners. In Tianhong Group was already quite impressive, especially considering they might be hiding some strength in secret, which made them even more formidable. However, the matter of level 70 or 80 was somewhat distant for him. No matter how high their levels were, they couldn't deal with him in Blue Star. Therefore, what was most important for him was to first clarify the mid-tier combat power around levels 40 to 50. Given the current situation, the next step for me is definitely to deal with them. So Chen Chen did not inquire about Grandpa Jo Hong's specific information, but instead asked, "There's no need to mention the top-tier combat power. Who are the lords below level 40 or 50 in the Tianhong Group, and what are their general troop types? I'm very interested in this, so you can elaborate a bit more. Let me think about the level 40 or 50 ones." Jo Hong lowered his head in silence, seemingly deep in thought. Then, after lowering his head, Jo Hong suddenly leaped up and charged directly at the black dragon, shouting, "Kill me!" Jo Hong's shout used up all his strength, and the black dragon, lying on the ground, quickly reacted to his command and lunged at its lord with a bite. Bang bang! With 2 muffled sounds, both the man and the dragon were knocked down by the shield. "Still playing this trick with me? Do you really think I don't learn my lesson?" To guard against situations like the one with Now Duo, Chen Chen specifically brought a few shield soldiers as bodyguards, and out of caution, he had also turned off their heavy strike aura to avoid accidentally killing Jo Hong. Now it seemed that his caution had indeed paid off. Although Jo Hong had no intention of attacking him, he was actively seeking death. However, since the question was not finished, Chen Chen naturally could not allow him to commit suicide. Yet, Jo Hong, who had been knocked down, let out a strange laugh. "You don't think that our Tianhong Group wouldn't guard against someone prying for information, do you?" As soon as these words fell, Jo Hong's health began to plummet, clearly indicating that the direct descendants of these large groups had some special contracts on them. Jo Hong's earlier jump, which seemed like he wanted the black dragon to kill him, was actually a covert violation of the special contract's terms. Now the contract began to backfire, and Jo Hong's health started to drop in chunks. In just a few breaths, his health was already at the brink. Just as Jo Hong was about to be killed, By the contract's backlash, a beam of white holy light descended upon his head, instantly restoring his health to full. Originally waiting for death with closed eyes, Zhou Hong opened them in surprise after a moment, realizing that death had not come, and then he saw Chen Shen looking at him with a dark expression. Damn it, you didn't think I didn't bring a priest, did you? Chen Shen felt a bit relieved at this moment, thankful that he had brought the priest. Otherwise, this kid would have succeeded in his suicide. He truly hadn't expected that the Tianhong group could be so ruthless, even setting a fatal contract for their own people. This was the first time Chen Shen had heard of such a tactic. Such a brutal method also made Chen Shen realize instantly that there must be serious problems within the Tianhong group, otherwise they wouldn't have such harsh measures against their direct descendants. Zhou Hong, it seems you have quite a few things to hide. Hearing Chen Shen's somewhat unfriendly words, Zhou Hong looked a bit confused. He hadn't expected that the little buffer time left by the group would be seized by Chen Shen at this moment. He also didn't expect that Chen Shen's priest could be so ruthless, directly restoring his health with just one healing spell. Looking at his fluctuating health, Zhou Hong fell into complete despair. Chen Shen looked at Zhou Hong, who had come to terms with reality, and said coldly, "Do you want to say it yourself, or should I help you remember?" "No need." Zhou Hong showed a face that was half crying, half laughing. He knew that Chen Shen's inquiry for all the information about the Tianhong group was aimed at wiping them out completely. He also knew that Chen Shen had the potential to do so, so even though he was terrified of death, he didn't want to reveal this information to Chen Shen. However, the earlier suicide attempt had exhausted all his courage, and facing Chen Shen's coercion, he completely lost the confidence to resist and honestly divulged all the information about the mid-level lords and professionals in the Tianhong group. After Chen Shen finished relaying all the information, he repeatedly questioned Zhou Hong a few more times to confirm that Zhou Hong was not lying. Only then did he put away the information in his hands. "Now, can you give me a break?" At this moment, Zhou Hong's face was ashen. He had completely betrayed the Tianhong group, and even if Chen Shen was willing to let him go, once he returned to Blue Star, his own people would not let him off the hook. So after saying all this, he was left with no way out. "Not yet." Chen Shen looked at Zhou Hong and said, "I have one last thing to ask. After I finish this, I will let the priest stop healing you. You already know the answer, so why ask?" Zhou Hong seemed to know what Chen Shen wanted to ask, a bitter smile appearing on his face as he spoke. "Everyone is looking for a way out, and the Tianhong group is no exception. As for evidence, don't even think about it. With my strength, if it weren't for my grandfather being the chairman of the Tianhong group, I wouldn't even have the qualification to know about these matters, let alone any evidence. I can only tell you one thing, and that is our Zhou family has connections with the Qinji clan. I don't know anything else. I've said everything I can say. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do." After saying this, Zhou Hong closed his eyes, ignoring Chen Shen's reaction. Damn. Looking at Zhou Hong, who was waiting for death with his eyes closed, Chen Shen felt that he probably wasn't lying about this matter, but he couldn't help but curse. He wasn't cursing Zhou Hong, rather, he felt that the forces on Blue Star were just too messed up. First, there were those anti-human organizations, then Chris, and later Anna told him that the Anthony family might have problems, and now another Tianhong group had emerged. Why did it feel like the vast Blue Star was like a sieve full of holes everywhere? After thinking for a moment, Chen Shen raised his hand to stop the priest from healing Zhou Hong. Given Zhou Hong's current state, he had probably said most of what he needed to say, and there was no point in pressing further. Without the priest's healing, Zhou Hong quickly lost all his health and collapsed. After Zhou Hong's death, the Black Dragon, which was Zhou Hong's exclusive unit, let out a deep sigh and also had its health emptied. "You have successfully killed Plunder." Since the outside was Zhou Hong's territory, Chen Shen directly chose to plunder this time. This way, the buildings in Zhou Hong's territory would not lose their attributes, and once he exited the underground palace, he could go directly to Zhou Hong's territory and clear it out. After questioning Zhou Hong, the mages had also cleaned up the battlefield. Looking at the mountain copper that had all been collected, Chen Shen, who had been troubled by the numerous traitors on Blue Star, instantly broke into a smile. The corpses of 2 lord-level bosses made entirely of mountain copper, along with hundreds of ordinary statues mixed with mountain copper. Even if the proportion of mountain copper produced after merging the fragments was small, such a large quantity was enough to yield hundreds of pounds of mountain copper. If this continued, Chen Shen might even be able to create a pure mountain copper golem to play with. Of course, he was just thinking about it. After all, a pure mountain copper golem was indeed a bit extravagant, and for now, Chen Shen couldn't afford such wasteful behavior. After collecting the mountain copper, Chen Shen opened the drops from the 2 lord-level statues. It had to be said that these almost identical statues dropped similar items. Each of the 2 lord-level statues dropped an orange equipment piece and a key fragment, along with 1,000 source crystals and 100 mountain copper. After combining the 2 key fragments into one key, Chen Shen felt a bit emotional. It seemed these statues were a bit too wealthy, each dropping 1,000 source crystals, and even those ordinary statues had source crystals as drops. Now, the number of source crystals in Chen Shen's hands had become quite abundant. Surprise! There's an extra chapter added, and I finally finished writing it. I thought I wouldn't make it in time. Thank you all for your support. This extra chapter is an apology for my late update a few days ago. I will try to ensure a stable update schedule in the future. After using the key to open the treasure chest, Shin found that the items in the second level chest were identical to those in the first level, the only difference being that the quality of the items in the second level chest was slightly higher. Dungeon Guardian Puppet, C grade, Dungeon Elite Warrior Unit Card, B grade, Golem Core, B grade, Golem Blueprint Defense Scroll *5 Slow Scroll *5 Earth Crystal *50 Source Crystal. *500 The chest was missing the defense tower and crossbowman unit cards, but the quality of the other items had been upgraded by one level, especially that B-grade Dungeon Elite Warrior unit card, which should generally be the highest grade unit card available in the novice world. But the problem is, this is only the second level of the dungeon, there's at least one more level below. What could be down there? An A-grade unit card? Thinking of this possibility, Chen immediately became interested. Unit cards above a grade are true hard currency, even in the main world, they are valuable items. This temple dungeon has some good stuff. After collecting the items from the chest, the empty chest blocking the entrance to the third level vanished without a trace. Watching the disappearing chest, Chen squinted slightly. For some reason, he always felt that this temple dungeon resembled a trial. Aside from the initial crossbowman being somewhat out of place, the rest seemed like a fixed trial process, fixed monsters, fixed rewards, and the chest disappearing right after the items were taken, as if everything was predetermined. Is this considered a trial secret realm? With some confusion, Shin led his troops directly into the third level of the dungeon. Unlike the previous two levels, this level of the dungeon had no grand hall, or rather, the third level itself was a grand hall. In the spacious dungeon, 2 rows of statues stood like knights on either side. At the end of the statues, a statue clad in armor sat on a throne, beside which lay a large sword as wide as a door. As Chen entered the grand hall, the statue on the throne slowly opened its eyes, looked at Chen, and spoke, "Outsider, this is the temple dungeon of the god of war. To have come this far indicates your strength. You have earned my recognition. As a challenger, you may choose your challenge difficulty to receive the Lord's blessing." As the statue on the throne began to speak, the glass lamps on the walls of the dungeon lit up instantly, illuminating the entire dungeon as if it were daytime. At the same time, a prompt appeared before Chen. "Congratulations on entering the trial of the god of war. Please choose your trial difficulty. Note, different difficulties yield different rewards. Normal difficulty, survive for 1 minute under the attack of the envoy Kento. Elite difficulty, survive for 5 minutes under the siege of Envoy Kento and the followers of the God of War. Hell difficulty, survive for 10 minutes under the full-powered state of Envoy Kento. Note, the strength of Kento and the followers at Hell difficulty will be significantly increased. Please choose wisely. It really is a trial. A bit surprised, Chen pondered for a moment, not rushing to choose a difficulty, but first used a true sight eye on Kento. Kento, statue of the envoy of the god of war, grade, epic level, 25 strength, 5600 agility, 5200 constitution, 5600 spirit, 5000 traits, magic. Immunity evaluation, the statue left by envoy Kento to screen followers in the temple trial has significantly weakened due to a long absence of contact with the original body. The envoy of the god of war. Looking at Kento's evaluation information, Chen frowned slightly. From this introduction, it seemed that there really were divine beings in the battlefield of 10,000 realms before. No wonder legends of gods circulated in the battlefield. It was possible that gods truly existed in the past. But why have these gods vanished without a trace now? Challenger, your actions are quite rude. Kento sensed Chen true sight probing and appeared somewhat displeased. He stood up, raised his giant sword, and said to Chen, "Now, please choose your trial difficulty, or I will show you what divine punishment is." Hearing Kento's words, Chen couldn't help but laugh. An epic-level monster, spouting grandiose words. Calling himself a challenger here, you are the challenger. Chen shook his head. No matter what divine messenger he was, since he was here to offer benefits, Chen wouldn't hold it against him too much. Of course, there was another important reason. Kento hadn't revealed his health bar, otherwise he definitely wouldn't be so lenient. However, given his unfriendly attitude, Chen planned to send a priest up, doing nothing but standing there to heal himself. It was just about holding on for 10 minutes. When the 10 minutes were up, if you couldn't keep the priest's health full, I'd consider you the winner. After casually selecting hell difficulty, Chen sent the priest up, ready to annoy this arrogant divine messenger and let him know what it felt like to be unable to harm someone. "Challenger, you are very courageous," Kento exclaimed in admiration after Chen chose hell difficulty. "As a sign of respect for you, I will unleash all my power." After saying this, Kento raised his great sword with both hands, and beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping him and the statues beside him. Song of Courage, Power Blessing, Sacred Armor, Instinct of War. A series of divine spells were cast upon them as if they were free, and soon Kento and the group of faithful statues were shrouded in a thick glow of divine magic. To Chen, these statues seemed to be glowing. Kento, empowered by divine magic, was a completely different concept from Kento without it. Chen cast a true sight on him and found that this guy's attributes had nearly doubled compared to before. Isn't he getting a bit overconfident? Chen Shen was somewhat worried that the priest might fail. After all, these statues were magic immune units and couldn't be harmed by the Thorn Halo's reflection damage. So if the healing couldn't keep up, it would be a bit awkward. However, determined to annoy Kento, Chen Shen didn't send anyone else up but secretly added 2 skill points to the Focus Halo, directly upgrading it to level 5. With 50 times the defense, let alone an epic level monster with doubled attributes, even a legendary level monster wouldn't be able to deal significant damage to the priest. Challenger, are you insulting me? After Kento finished enhancing his state, he revealed his health bar. Seeing that Chen Shen had only sent a priest forward, he immediately flew into a rage. The God of War trial didn't limit the number of participants. Normally, challengers should send as many people as possible to last longer under his hand. But now, Chen Shen had only sent 1 priest, which Kento clearly saw as an insult. Arrogant challenger, I will show you what divine power is. Kento, whose anger had reached its peak, completely cast aside his previous admiration for Chen Shen. Feeling insulted, he lifted the great sword. The sword, wide as a door, seemed like a toy in his hands as he effortlessly lifted it with one hand. Then he suddenly leaped forward with a slash, instantly covering a distance of over 10 meters, and brought the great sword down on the priest's head. He intended to shatter the priest with one blow, making the challenger understand that the dignity of a divine messenger was not to be desecrated. Thud! The heavy sword struck the priest with a dull sound. Kenter, who had thought he could cleave the priest in 2 with a single blow, was shocked to find that his giant sword seemed to have hit an adult dragon instead. Not only did it fail to split him, but it couldn't even budge him an inch. The priest, who had been struck, only lost a small portion of his health. He glanced at the imposing Kenter and, after a moment's thought, chose not to cast a healing spell on himself. Instead, he raised his staff and directly struck Kenter, who was standing still. As a massive damage number appeared, the little bit of health the priest had lost was instantly restored by the vampiric aura. Kenter looked at the priest in confusion. He didn't immediately understand why this seemingly spellcasting class would choose to hit himself with a staff. But soon, after realizing what had happened, Kenter became furious. That strike, while not very damaging, was a complete insult. You're asking for death. At this point, Kenter was almost blinded by rage, no longer caring about the demeanor of a divine envoy. He unleashed a powerful judgment sword at the priest. This judgment sword had a very high damage value, directly taking away 1/10 of the priest's health, only for the priest to hit him again with the staff, restoring his health to full once more. Now Kenter had completely lost his reason, unleashing various high-powered divine spells and sword techniques at the priest as if they were free. Meanwhile, the priest remained calm, continuing to strike Kenter with his staff. Only when Kenter's attack frequency became too high, and the priest couldn't absorb enough health from his staff strikes, would he consider casting a healing spell on himself to restore his health. Chen Shen watched Kenter, who had lost his mind in anger, and couldn't help but feel speechless. However, to be fair, his priest's actions were indeed infuriating. Chen Shen knew that the priest under his command didn't intend to humiliate Kenter. He simply believed this was the optimal way to fight, which was why he made that choice. Yet, this choice was somewhat excessive. After all, a spellcaster standing toe-to-toe with a swordsman using a staff, let alone the self-important divine envoy Kenter, even an ordinary swordsman would find such an insult unbearable. But it was also good this way. Kenter had come in with an arrogant demeanor, as if he were bestowing a blessing, which was indeed infuriating to witness. If Chen Shen weren't counting on him to distribute trial rewards, he would have long since dealt with Kenter himself. Challenger, if you can survive even a minute under the archer's rain of arrows, I would consider it a successful challenge. Under Chen Shen's watchful gaze, the battling priest quickly endured 10 minutes against Kenter and a host of statue-like followers. As expected, even by the end, the priest's health remained full. As time expired, the statue-like followers retreated to their original positions, and Kenter, who had been blinded by rage, regained some clarity. He cast a dark glance at the nearly unscathed priest before retreating to his throne, coldly snorting at Chen Shen, "Challenger, your strength is indeed formidable. I acknowledge your power. It was just luck, all thanks to the mercy of the divine envoy." Chen Shen did not expose Kenter's attempt to save face. Although Kenter was merely an epic-level monster, he was still the one distributing rewards, so a few kind words wouldn't hurt. If it made him happy, perhaps he would give a bit more in rewards. After all, he was a divine envoy, connected to the gods, and shouldn't be stingy. Hearing Chen Shen's flattery, Kenter's expression darkened further. Damn it, mercy? His giant sword was nearly dull from trying to strike that priest and still couldn't move him, and he was talking about mercy. Who was he insulting? Although he wasn't in a good mood, Kenter didn't hold it against Chen Shen and directly began the process of distributing rewards. You have passed the trial of the God of War. Please choose to offer your faith to the God of War in exchange for rewards. Chen Shen looked at this prompt, narrowing his eyes. What does this mean? I have to offer my faith before I can claim my reward? The battlefield of 10,000 realms is different from a world without gods. Although there are no traces of deities in the battlefield now, it does not mean that they do not exist. Offering faith to him, who knows what the cost might be. Therefore, Chen Shen was definitely not going to do that. But if he didn't offer his faith, did that mean he wouldn't be able to receive any rewards? Just as Chen Chen was about to ask Kento for an explanation, another prompt popped up in front of him, this time in glaring red. Please note, the path of human glory cannot coexist with faith. Choosing to believe in a deity will result in the immediate failure of the human glory path's tasks. Looking at the rare red warning text, Chen Chen slightly squinted his eyes, revealing a thoughtful expression. For some reason, he felt that the path of human glory seemed to be at odds with the deities. However, he had never intended to believe in any deity, so after pondering for a moment, he set the matter aside and directly refused to offer his faith to the god of war. After Chen Chen chose to reject the faith in the god of war, Kento's expression darkened completely. He looked coldly at Chen Chen and said, "Since you are unwilling to offer your faith to our lord, you will not receive any rewards from him. Heretic, the temple does not welcome you. Get out." Hearing Kento's words, Chen Chen's gaze turned somewhat unfriendly. Damn it, you think you can take advantage of me? He had always been the one taking advantage of others. When had he ever been taken advantage of? Moreover, if you weren't going to give rewards, you should have said so earlier. After enduring for 10 minutes, you say no rewards? Then I was just beaten up for nothing. Feeling quite displeased, Chen Chen was about to demand an explanation from Kento when he noticed that after passing the trial, Kento's health bar, which had originally disappeared, reappeared after he chose to reject the faith in the god of war. Ha! Chen Chen looked at Kento, who seemed somewhat uncomfortable, and instantly understood what was going on. According to the god of war's nature, if one chose to reject faith after passing the trial, it was highly likely that the challenger would be directly attacked. However, since he had passed the hellish trial quite easily, Kento did not have the confidence to deal with him, so he dared not attack but instead wanted to drive him away. But since you revealed your health bar, what else is there to say? You scoundrel, now you are the challenger. Seeing that Chen Chen not only did not back down but instead took an attacking stance, Kento immediately stood up, his voice filled with anger. Heretic, do you wish to desecrate the deity? Desecrate the deity? Not interested. Chen Chen shook his head and said to Kento, I just passed your trial and you didn't give me any rewards. I don't blame you. But I am a person who values fairness. Since you didn't give rewards, then it's your turn to pass my trial. After saying this, Chen Chen pointed to the archers who were already on high alert and said, see, this is the trial I give you. Come on, challenger, I won't make it hard for you. As long as you can withstand their attacks for a minute, then we can consider this matter settled. Challenger, you are provoking the dignity of a divine envoy. Kento, holding a giant sword, roared angrily at Chen Chen, but looking at the hundreds of archers, his attitude quickly softened. He lowered his giant sword and said, although your actions have desecrated the temple, our lord is magnanimous and will not hold it against someone as ignorant as you. However, you are right. Since you have passed the trial, you should receive a reward. If it were because you do not trust my lord that you receive no reward, it would tarnish my lord's reputation. You have passed the trial of the god of war. The divine envoy Kenter offers you the equipment reward, war robe, orange. Do you choose to accept? The reason Kenter backed down was simple. The magic user had just struck himself with his staff so fiercely. If a true physical class were to attack him, the damage would only be greater. If these archers had the same attack power as that priest, he wouldn't last even half a minute, let alone a full minute. After all, he was just a statue of a divine envoy, not the envoy himself. Moreover, he had important duties to guard in the temple and did not need to take such a significant risk to clash with this outsider. Heh, an orange item. Chen Chen looked at the reward Kenter offered with some disdain. He had endured the attacks of an epic-level monster for 10 minutes and all he got was an orange item. Was he being treated like a beggar? Furthermore, it was clear that Kenter thought he couldn't win, which was why he offered this reward. It was too late to be scared when the knife was at his throat. Not only was he given a piece of trash orange gear, but even if Kenter brought out all his treasures, this matter could not just end like that. He had lost interest in the god of war's rewards. Compared to what others offered, he preferred to take things for himself. So he unhesitatingly rejected Kenter's peace offering and directly said, forget it, you can keep your reward for your followers. Right now, I want you to try my trial. Are you ready? Blasphemer, you are insulting the divine. Kenter raised his giant sword again and shouted angrily, do you know the consequences of attacking me? I am the envoy of the god of war. To attack me is to be an enemy of my lord, and all the followers of my lord in every world will be at odds with you. Finally, someone is threatening me. Now that's what I call a qualified villain. Hearing Kenter threaten him, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. To be honest, after killing so many people, not a single one had threatened him, which made him feel like the villain himself. Now that someone was finally threatening him, Chen Chen felt normal again. Of course, he treated Kenter's threat as nonsense. Not to mention that the battlefield of all realms no longer had any trace of deities. Even if the deities were still around, he wouldn't let this Kenter off the hook. After all, the god of war wouldn't personally deal with him just because he killed a statue of his envoy, right? As long as the god of war didn't personally intervene, the so-called followers, no matter how many came, would just be sending their heads to him. Therefore, Chen Chen was too lazy to say much to him. Seeing that Kenter had no new words, he directly ordered the archers to shoot arrows. Blasphemer, you will regret this. Facing the rain of arrows, after delivering his harsh words, Kenter swung his giant sword with all his might, blocking the first wave of attacks. But the problem was that the archer's rain of arrows was relentless, and amidst this rain, there were also skill attacks mixed in. No matter how he swung his giant sword, he couldn't block all the arrows, and with the density of the archer's fire, if he missed even one, countless more would follow. So, not to mention a minute, he didn't even last 10 seconds before his health was completely drained. Due to your killing of the statue of the envoy Kenter, you will be viewed with hostility by the god of war's pantheon. You have killed the envoy Torken and obtained the equipment: mountain suppressing giant sword, legendary, guardian heavy axe, orange, guardian armor, orange, war robe, orange, guardian heavy armor, orange, guardian robe, orange, and the unit card, catacomb.